Hello, everyone. This guy is Yu, an immortal from the upper realm who fell into the mortal world and became the sect master of a rundown sect. Fortunately, he got a bit of luck with a 10,000-fold return system that rewards him every time he gives treasures to his disciples. Even though his cultivation is bottom tier, everything he holds is top-grade stuff, and he beats enemies down with it like they are children. On top of that, the big shots of the Nine Realms are all scrambling to become his underlings. Step by step, Yu rises from an ant-like nobody to dominate the martial world and unite the Jianghu. At the start of the story, a group of people is floating in midair, looking extremely arrogant. That is branch leader Wu and his 3 subordinates. The old man glares at the figure he just sent crashing to the ground. Folding his arms, he calls Yu's name in a domineering tone. After a pause, branch leader Wu speaks, first to seize the upper hand. Let me tell you this. My patience has limits. Sprawled on the ground, Yu's eyes suddenly roll back, showing only white. He grits his teeth, his whole body twitching as if enduring unbearable torment in both body and mind. The wave of pain forces him to squeeze his eyes shut. A moment later, Yu slowly opens them again, his mind full of questions. What happened to me? Lying on the cold ground with both arms spread out, he suddenly feels an indescribable surge of excitement rise in his chest. Yu struggles to sit up amid the lingering dust and smoke. A stabbing pain from his chest makes him grimace. My chest, why does it hurt this much? The moment he finishes speaking, he spits out a large mouthful of blood. Yu panics, his face twisting. Oh my God! Bloodshot veins spread through his eyes, and his sharp brows knot tightly in pain. He's even coughing up blood. Looking around, he sees branch leader Wu's group standing in front of him, proud and overbearing. Yu is stunned. What is happening to me? Where is this? Branch leader Wu raises 3 fingers, his voice full of threat. I'll give you 3 days. Submit to my Tianyi sect and become one of our outer branch halls. Otherwise, I'll make both you and the Yu sect disappear forever. Yu stares blankly. Blood still stains the corner of his mouth, and his eyes are dazed, unable to understand what is going on. Branch leader Wu turns to leave, tossing out one last scornful remark. This brat dares to found a sect. He really doesn't know his own limits. The 2 subordinates behind him chime in as well. He's just one tiny part of this divided world, and yet he dares to fish in troubled waters during this great chaos. What a pointless waste. He might as well serve as a stepping stone for our Tianyi sect. As they speak, the whole group bursts into smug laughter. Yu watches their departing backs, their words echoing in his ears, and a suspicion rises within him. Tianyi sect, the world divided into 9. Could it be that The scene shifts to the Yu sect. Yu props a hand behind his head, thinking through everything that just happened, then comes to a conclusion. So, I really did transmigrate. In the original owner's memories, he once stood high on the steps with his hands clasped behind his back, looking down at the 3 disciples he had just accepted. The original owner of this body had been the sect master of the Yu sect. Since the age of 12, he had nurtured grand ambitions and founded the Yu sect. At 26, he accepted 3 disciples. But not long after, all 3 left one after another without even saying goodbye. Images of the Tianyi sect flood his mind. At 27, the Tianyi sect wanted to unify all the forces in Haiyuan City. Because Yu refused to hand over the sect he had built with his own hands, he became their target. Just as he is thinking, a sudden ding sounds, and the system issues a notification. Congratulations! You have understood part of the plot and unlocked the player's 10,000-fold return system. Yu turns and asks, a system? Is this the standard setup for transmigrators? Ding! Congratulations. You have understood part of the plot and unlocked the player's 10,000-fold return system. Let me see what kind of system this is. The system immediately displays its information. As long as you accept disciples who meet the system's requirements and gift items to them, the system will return those items to you many times over. Note, the return function may only be used once per month. The host must be someone who has founded a sect. Otherwise, the return function will not take effect. He jumps to his feet in delight. Accept disciples. gift them things, and then get many times the amount in return. This system is way too simple. I like it, but moving too carelessly tugs at his injuries, and Bayou grimaces as he cries out, "Damn it, this hurts so much. Those bastards from the Tiani sect really show no mercy. At least a dozen bones in my body must be broken." The system continues with another notification. Ding! A first disciple candidate has been found at the slave market in Haiyuan City. On the screen appears the image of 3 men in shackles sitting by the roadside. Bayou immediately heads to the market. When passersby see him, they ask, "Isn't that sect master by?" I heard all 3 disciples of the Bayou sect ran away. Sect master by, when are you planning to join the Tiani sect? Could it be he's still trying to hold on? Hearing these words, Bayou thinks to himself, it looks like the original owner has become a laughingstock in everyone's eyes. Very quickly, he finds the disciple pointed out by the system. Ah, there he is. But if I just accept him out of nowhere, there's no way this guy will agree. Besides, the original owner just lost 3 disciples, so his reputation is terrible. Better get familiar with him first. He walks over to a dog stall and asks, "How much is this dog?" The yellow dog has dark rings around its eyes and looks quite ugly, but unexpectedly, it is also a hidden unknown. It thinks to itself, a dog? If this venerable one weren't gravely injured all over, I'd send you flying with a single palm strike. Li Xiu raises 3 fingers and answers, 30 taels. No bargaining. When the passersby hear that, they immediately begin discussing it noisily. No way. A dog costs that much. No wonder this young fellow has been trying to sell it for 3 straight days and still no one's bought it. That's just outright swindling. Only a fool would buy it. Bayou thinks to himself, I don't have enough money. After searching the entire Bayou sect, he had only managed to find 12 taels of silver. Li Xiu says, I'm absolutely not cheating you. I caught this demon dog in Demon Realm Forest. To catch it, I suffered serious injuries and even had to spend a large sum on treatment. Bayou answers firmly, I'm definitely buying this dog, but you'll have to deliver it to my door. The young man quickly agrees. Fine. Li Xiu pulls the dog along and follows him to the Bayou sect. Once they arrive, he says, Sect Master Bai, please pay up. Cough, cough. Bayou suddenly places a hand on his shoulder and says excitedly, Young man, to be honest, I can see that your bones are strong and sturdy. You're clearly extraordinary by nature. You must be a rare martial arts talent. Would you like to cultivate under me? Li Xiu frowns and says loudly, That sounds unreliable. Hurry up and pay. Bayou winks again. I'll accept you as my disciple and cancel the debt. How about it? Li Xiu freezes for a moment, then snaps. You're trying to skip out on the payment? Bayou raises a hand to stop him. No, I sincerely want to take you as my disciple. You're not even a match for me, and you still dare to be my master? Bayou coldly shouts, Stop right there. Let's fight. He thinks to himself, no matter what happens today, I have to win over this little brat. Li Xiu suddenly takes a step forward. And the next second, Bayou is already crying out, Ow! He is knocked backward and falls flat on the ground, groaning. Oh my God, that hurts. Another piece of my rib just broke. The yellow dog lies in its cage, and seeing this scene sighs. What the hell is this? 2 amateurs. Once this demon king recovers, 1 roar and 1 kick will have both of you kissing the dirt. Li Xiu thinks to himself, that's what happens to people who don't know their own limits. Suddenly, a sharp pain strikes his body, and Li Xiu cries out, This is bad. The injury is flaring up again. Bayou stands up, clutching his chest. This guy's injuries are even worse than mine. He quickly runs over. Doesn't matter. I have to keep him here first. Li Xiu collapses to the ground, unconscious. Bayou carries him inside to treat him. A little later, Li Xiu opens his eyes. The moment he sits up, a wrenching pain pierces his heart and guts, and he cries out, Ah, my injuries are even worse than before. Bayou says, You have 2 choices now. First, acknowledge me as your master. Once you recover, you may leave, and I absolutely will not stop you. Second, leave right now. But if you go in your current condition, I'm afraid your life will be in great danger. Li Xiu asks, If I recover from my injuries, you definitely won't stop me from leaving? Bayou confirms, definitely, and there are no other conditions. Li Xiu follows along. Fine, I'll acknowledge you as my master. In his heart, Li Xiu thinks, in my current situation, I can only heal up first and then leave later. Right at that moment, the system notifies him. Ding. Congratulations. You have completed the disciple recruitment mission and successfully accepted your first disciple. Bayu grins from ear to ear. The good days are back. Next, I just need to quickly find something good to give him, and that'll do it. He searches and searches, but by noon he still has not found a single item. In this Bayu sect, apart from me and him, there's no money and no valuables at all. Aunt Wong suddenly comes over and asks, Sect Master Bayu, have you gone several days without eating again? You must be hungry. She takes a bun out of her basket and says, Here, I'll give you a steamed bun. At least it'll fill your stomach a little. Aunt Wong advises him, you'd be better off finding a proper job. These days, if you start a sect without any money, it won't work. In just this one district, there are already more than 10 sects large and small, and they're all practically collapsing. Bayu thinks, Astamid Bun. He carries it inside and gives it to his new disciple. Li Xiu, now that you've taken me as your master, I'll give you any good thing I have. I'll give you this steamed bun first. Li Xiu takes it and replies, Thank you. The system announces, Ding, you gifted your disciple one steamed bun. The 10,000-fold return system has been activated. Bayu's eyes light up. Here it comes. He calculates. A 10,000-fold return. At the very least, it should return a spiritual grain vein or some spiritual food ingredient. Top-grade food like that is meant for cultivators and can even help injuries heal quickly. Ordinary cultivators might never get the chance to see it in their lives. Unexpectedly, the system says, Congratulations. You have received 10,000 steamed buns. Bayu feels as if a bucket of cold water has been dumped over his head. Damn, that's ruthless. Immediately, the system reports 10,000 steamed buns have been transferred to your system storage space. Bayu feels miserable. I'm not, wait. Could this disciple recruitment 10,000-fold return system have made some kind of mistake? Bayu sits in front of the gate. He thinks, right now I need to quickly teach Li Xiu some cultivation art and trigger the 10,000-fold return. Only then can I really change our current situation. He immediately stands up. Time is short. In 3 days, the Chinese sex people will definitely come to our door. I have to hurry and teach my disciple. At this moment, Li Xiu is sitting in the yard. He estimates that he has recovered quite a bit already, and in another 2 days he will be able to leave. Bayu suddenly places a hand on Li Xiu's shoulder and says gently, Your recovery ability isn't bad. Your master can now officially pass on a cultivation art too. You right? Li Xiu answers bluntly. You teaching me? Forget it. Once my injuries heal, I'm leaving immediately. Bayu argues, that won't do. Since we've become master and disciple, it means we have fate between us. I must teach you. Standing before Li Xiu, he starts talking big. Listen carefully. Back when your master was only 20, I learned a set of tiger-subduing fist. Today I'll pass it on to you. Who would have thought Li Xiu would calmly reply, No need. I learned tiger-subduing fist when I was 5. Bayu says again, That's fine. Your master still knows praying mantis fist. Li Xiu replies, Learned it at 7. Bayu tries again with iron shirt qigong. Li Xiu says tiredly, finished learning it at 10. Bayu still refuses to give up and asks, What about the Tai profound gate sword? Skilled with it at 12. Wind god legs. At 14, after listing one thing after another, Bayu finally runs out of words. Damn it, the original owner's memories only contain this many cultivation arts, and yet this guy has learned every single one. Li Xiu stands up and sighs. Who knew? I'm going back to sleep now. Bayu suddenly shouts, Stop right there. He raises his voice. If you're so capable, then show me all your skills. Do you really think your master is useless? I still have one more cultivation art. Don't even talk about learning it. I guarantee you've never even heard of it. Li Xiu says indifferently, Impossible. Ever since childhood, I've practiced all kinds of cultivation arts. I've even seen the moves of the highest cannons, let alone broken street-side techniques like yours. Bayu blurts out, then listen carefully. Have you ever learned the 8-count exercise? Li Xiu is a little confused and turns back to ask, Say that again. Bayu talks animatedly. The 8-count exercise, your master's secret supreme art. Li Xiu thinks for a moment and replies, I haven't learned it. Bayu immediately asks, Do you want to? Li Xiu answers, I can give it a try. The two of them stand properly in place, and Bayu signals, Now we begin learning the 8-count exercise. March in place, step, stretch the movement. 1, 2, 3, 4. Broaden your view. 1, 2, 3, 4. After finishing the calisthenics routine, Bayu asks, How do you feel? Li Xiu replies, a little embarrassed. The yellow dog lies in its cage, watching the scene and thinking to itself, 2 idiots. This is called a cultivation art? It's a joke, if anything. This Demon King's injuries have already recovered quite a bit today. You two little rookies, just wait to become my dinner. A long while later, the system suddenly announces, ding. You have taught your disciple Li Xiao the cultivation art 8-count exercise. The 10,000-fold return has been successfully activated. Baiyu cries out happily, great. What can the 8-count exercise return? As long as it's not 10,000 sets of radio calisthenics, I'll gladly accept anything. Ding. Congratulations. You have received a God-tier cultivation art, Taishan body art. He is overjoyed. Wonderful. A God-tier cultivation art. I can finally rise up. The system reports, Taishan body art has been stored in the system. To cultivate it, you need only call its name to activate it. Baiyu sits in his room to practice. He orders the system to immediately cultivate the Tai Shin body art. A surge of power erupts violently. A strange force appears and spreads through all of Baiyu's meridians. The system notifies him, congratulations. You have automatically learned Taishin body art. Congratulations. You have reached the beginner realm of Taishin body art. The scene shifts as a resounding golden shockwave explosion blasts the iron bars loose. It is none other than the dog, which kicks the bars away with one leg and strides out with a crafty grin. It opens its mouth wide like some monstrous beast, sticks out its disgusting, slimy tongue, and stares ahead with narrowed eyes. Then it stands on its hind legs, spreads its forelegs, and bursts into gleeful laughter. Ha ha! Your grandpa, the Demon King, is out at last. It swaggers proudly toward the room like a real street thug. Receive the fury of your grandpa, the Demon King. Let me see which one of you I should start eating first. At the same time, Baiyu excitedly throws out a fist. As expected of a God-tier cultivation art, it seems the techniques the original owner cultivated before were all trash and can no longer be used. Even though I've only cultivated Taishin body art to the beginner realm, I already feel like I can control heaven and earth itself. This is the confidence a God-tier cultivation art gives me. He punches straight ahead with cold eyes. Let me test its power. A dazzling golden attack, bright as a car's headlights, shoots past the dog in a flash. Grinding its teeth in angry arrogance, the dog sneers. Kid, still cultivating in the middle of the night? Then I'll swallow you first. No sooner are the words spoken than another burst of light closes in like a storm, making it impossible for the dog to move forward. Just like that, the attack engulfs it and sends it flying dozens of meters through the air. The dog tumbles wildly through the sky, its face covered in wounds. What the hell is this? How is this possible? Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous shockwave explosion shatters the ground and stones into fragments. The dog is now utterly battered, foam spilling from its mouth. How is this possible? What kind of terrifying cultivation art is this? How could that stupid brat possibly unleash such ferocious power? Baiyu hurriedly runs out in alarm, not knowing what the noise just now was. Planting a hand on his hip, he picks up the dog. So, it was this mutt running out? You actually dared to escape? Want me to turn you into a pot of stew? The dog, dizzy and confused, thinks to itself, was that palm strike really unleashed by that kid? A casual palm with such horrifying power. I'm afraid it has already reached the heaven rank. How could an ordinary brat possibly know a God-tier cultivation art? Such special arts only exist in the great sections. They have never been passed down to outsiders. While it is still filled with doubt, Baiyu tosses it straight back into the cage. He tossed a steam bun into the cage for it. Behave yourself a little better from now on. A steam bun to keep the dog in line. Then he swung his arm and slammed the door shut. The mutt stared at Baiyu's retreating back in utter resentment. Astemid bun, your grandpa here isn't some vegetarian. How dare you insult me like that? Even so, it still picked up the bun. Brat, just wait until your grandpa here fully recovers from his injuries. I'll definitely make you cough up that heaven-tier cultivation technique. Scene change. Someone's footsteps moved slowly forward as Li Xiao silently left with his travel bag in hand. His injuries were more than half healed. It was time to go. No need to meet again. In the future, I must join a great sect. Only then can I live up to my family's expectations. Suddenly, Baiyu appeared out of nowhere, stood in front of him, raised a hand to stop him, and said, wait. Baiyu thought to himself that this disciple of his was clearly trying to leave without saying goodbye. Li Xiao, his face dark, asked, what now? Baiyu smiled and asked curiously, how far have you gotten in practicing the 8-count exercise you learned yesterday? Li Xiao irritably pointed at him. You still dare to ask? As he spoke, he strode forward in anger. From the beginning to the end, I never should have trusted you. You liar. Baiyu frowned and called out for him to stop. He thought to himself, it wasn't easy to finally take in a disciple, and he satisfies the system's requirements. I absolutely can't let him leave. Li Xiu turned around and said, I'm very angry with you. If you keep wasting my time, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson. At that exact moment, that fatty from before burst through the door with 4 of his junior followers. He walked in with a sneer and said, I'm asking you, old man, the 3 days are up. What have you decided? Seeing this, Li Xiu frowned. People from the Tianyi sect? He glanced at Baiyu and thought, looks like the rumors were true. The Tianyi sect really does want to swallow up the Baiyu sect. One of the Tianyi sect lackeys pointed arrogantly and said, Brat, we're talking to you. Are you mute? Baiyu's gaze turned icy as he said, the Baiyu sect will never join the Tianyi sect. He thought to himself, the system's return condition is that I must found and establish a sect. So no matter what happens, the Baiyu sect cannot fall into the Tianyi sect hands. Besides, this bastard broke several of my ribs, and they still hurt. The lackeys burst into wicked laughter. Ha ha, is this brat so scared that he's talking nonsense? Did I hear that right? Branch leader Wu, you beat this guy so badly you must have broken his brain. He actually dares refuse. Branch leader Wu spread his hands and swaggered forward. If that's the case, then I suppose I'll just have to dig his brains out and see whether they're damaged. Li Xiu weighed the situation. Branch leader Wu of the Tianyi sect is a well-known expert after all. His methods are vicious. Even for no reason, he could still find an excuse to kill someone. Sooner or later, the Baiyu sect will be devoured. I'm still injured. Better leave first. The moment the thought ended, Branch leader Wu was suddenly struck and sent flying at incredible speed, shooting right past Li Xiu. Judging by the distance from where Li Xiu stood and the speed at which Branch leader Wu had been blasted away, he must have flown more than 10 meters before crashing with a thunderous shockwave. Branch leader Wu was smashed into the wall, blood gushing non-stop from his mouth in miserable contrast to his earlier bluster. Seeing this, cold sweat broke out on Li Xiu's forehead as he stared in shock. This? How is that possible? Baiyu stood with both hands behind his back, his body glowing with dazzling light. Are you threatening this sect master? The lackeys behind that fatty were so stunned their jaws dropped. How is this possible? Am I seeing things? Baiyu turned his head and smiled. All of you get down. At his feet, a pillar of golden energy formed, stretching out with overwhelming force. The lackeys looked around and saw cracks spreading across the ground, light pouring out from them, terrifying them to the extreme. Boom! 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 A shock wave of light erupted from beneath the earth, blasting them all high into the air with no way to resist. Li Xiu was drenched in sweat and dumbfounded. How can this be? This aura, it's a heaven tier cultivation technique. No, perhaps it even surpasses heaven tier. Could it be divine tier? Leaping out from the dented wall, branch leader Wu clenched his fists and roared, Baiyu, you useless trash. Grinding his teeth, he glared in fury. How dare you oppose me? The moment he finished speaking, he took another punch from Baiyu. Damn you, you bald bastard. Between the two of us, who's the useless one? What? I'm a branch leader of the Tianyi sect. If you kneel and apologize now, then I might still. Before he could finish, Baiyu kicked him again, sending blood spraying everywhere as he flew into the distance. After launching him away in a white explosion, Baiyu flipped through the air like a true martial artist. Landing, Baiyu stared straight ahead and said, Go on, keep yelling. Branch leader Wu lay there like a fat pig stuffed in a jar, trembling and whimpering. Spare me. I can pretend none of this ever happened. Inwardly, he thought, how did this brat suddenly become this strong? Baiyu reached out, bent down, and clamped a hand around branch leader Wu's throat. Then he casually lifted the fat pig into the air. You're already a branch leader. How are you still this naive? Why you dare kill me? I'm from the Tianyi sect. The more he tried to speak, the tighter Baiyu squeezed his throat, causing him unbearable pain. After sending him back to the earth, you released his grip and let the corpse drop. He then rummaged through branch leader Wu's clothes. A vile creature like you won't be missed in death. Let me see if this guy had anything valuable on him. After a moment, he pulled out a small gourd bottle labeled 3rd grade healing pill. My previous injuries still haven't fully healed. This 3rd grade healing pill is exactly what I need. Li Xiu walked over and asked in confusion, what kind of cultivation technique was that just now? a divine tier cultivation technique, the 8-count exercise, practiced to an entirely different realm. Did you really think your master was a swindler? In truth, I wanted to temper your character. Cultivation has to start from the most basic, most fundamental roots. As he spoke, Baiyu stood up and patted Li Xiu on the shoulder. As long as you're willing to stay, your master will definitely teach you. Hearing this, Li Xiu hesitated a little. Stay here, Li Xiu thought to himself. This guy clearly still has a lot of secrets. He clenched his fists and turned to leave after muttering 2 curt words. Gritting his teeth, he said, I've still decided to leave. A divine tier cultivation technique is indeed tempting. I want to join a great sect, and I also want to learn a divine tier cultivation technique. But in the end, divine tier techniques are the highest secret arts of every major sect. Right now, what I urgently need is to uncover the secrets hidden by the great powers. Because of my injuries, I've already wasted far too much time. Today just happens to be the last day to register for admission to the Prosperous Heaven sect. If I leave immediately, I might still make it. Li Xiu's expression gradually became resolute. Everything is for the family. Before he could finish thinking, smack, Baiyu struck the back of his neck, knocking him forward to the ground. Baiyu glanced at him and curled his lips into a grin. My foolish disciple, how could I bear to let you go? If the sheep runs away, where am I supposed to shear the wool from? Scene change. When Li Xiu slowly opened his eyes and let out a soft groan, he asked blankly, where am I? Through his hazy vision, he saw Baiyu baring his teeth in a gentle smile as he asked, You're awake? Li Xiu's face was covered in sweat. He opened his mouth and asked, What happened to me? Baiyu sat beside him, gently placing a hand on Li Xiu's shoulder, and began putting on an act. Yesterday was truly dangerous. That fellow from the Tianyi sect launched a surprise attack on you. If your master hadn't acted in time, your little life would have been lost already. Hearing that, Li Xiu's expression turned irritable and suspicious. Really? Baiyu patted his own chest and said in a loud, trustworthy tone, Would I lie to you? At the time, apart from you and me, everyone there was from the Tianyi sect. Could it have been your master who attacked you? I had no reason to hit you. Li Xiu thought that made some sense. You really don't have any reason to deceive me. Then he clenched his fists, looking full of hatred. Damn the Tianyi sect. Li Xiu's face twisted in frustration. Because of them, I missed an entire day. Registration to join the Prosperous Heaven sect has probably already ended. He thought bitterly, my whole plan, 3 years of firewood, burned in a single day. But he failed to notice Baiyu's secret smile behind him. Scene change. The next morning, as soon as Li Xiu flung open the door, he saw Baiyu teasing the mutt. This little dog's temper really is fiery. Li Xiu stared at the sight before him, his face black as a pot. Sensing Li Xiu's gaze, Baiyu turned around. Li Xiu, you're here. Seeing that, Li Xiu gathered his courage and shouted, Can you teach me the 8-count exercise? He thought to himself, since I missed the chance to register for the Prosperous Heaven sect, I might as well stay here until my injuries are fully healed. After that, I can think about joining a great sect again. Hearing that, Baiyu revealed an extremely sly smile. Pointing at himself with confidence, he said, You're my disciple. Of course I can teach you. As he spoke, he walked up to Li Xiu and planted his hands on his hips. However, you have to call me master. Li Xiu broke out in sweat, glanced around hesitantly, then gritted his teeth and blushed, clearly unwilling. In the end, Li Xiu bit his lip and gave in, whining as he turned his face aside and dragged out the words, Mas. Baiyu laughed loudly in satisfaction and praised him. Not bad, good disciple. Immediately afterward, he took out the bottle of 3rd-grade healing pills he had gotten from branch leader Wu and handed it over. Your master won't disappoint you. This bottle of healing pills is for you. Li Xiu accepted the gift and asked in surprise, It really is a 3rd-grade healing pill? With this, my injuries will definitely recover by more than half. At that moment, the system chimed with a notification. Gifted disciple Li Xiu, a 3rd-grade healing pill. 100-fold return activated. Congratulations, you have obtained a 5th-grade pill. The Bone Essence Pill. Baiyu looked unhappy as he stared at the Bone Essence Pill in his hand. Before, the returns were 10,000-fold, even million-fold. But this time it's only a 100-fold return. Then he stopped caring and tossed the pill to Li Xiu. Li Xiu, your master is giving you a Bone Essence Pill as well. Li Xiu stared in confusion. Holding the pill, Li Xiu exclaimed in shock, What is this? It's actually a 5th-grade Bone Essence Pill. Then, unable to believe it, he asked curiously, Would giving all these cultivation-boosting pills to me? me? With these pills, not only will I fully recover, even my bones will be tempered considerably. The system continued to announce, Gifted Disciple Li Xiu, a 5th grade healing pill. The screen displayed, Player Return System activated. Tenfold return triggered. Congratulations, you have obtained a 6th grade pill, Yang Snow Pill. Hearing the increasingly smaller returns, Baiyu froze. Tenfold? Why is my luck getting worse and worse? Even so, he casually threw that pill over to Li Xiu as well. Disciple, quickly accept this Yang Snow Pill. Li Xiu grew more and more bewildered as he looked at the pill he had received. A 6th grade pill, the Yang Snow Pill, a rare treasure of the world. Yet he could just casually give it to me. We've clearly only known each other for a short time. So why is he doing this? The system sounded once more. Gifted Disciple Li Xiu, a 5th grade pill. Then another notification followed. 100-fold return activated. Congratulations, you have obtained a Chaos grade pill, Heavenly Meridian Creation Pill. Hearing that, Baiyu's mouth fell open, and he jumped up in delight. Success! I finally got something good. Because Baiyu abused the system too much, it could no longer keep up, and the screen filled with a string of error warnings. After restarting, the system chimed again. Player returns system warning. Abnormal exploit behavior detected, causing system errors. Formal warning. Returned item. Gifting will not trigger additional returns next time. Baiyu held the pill in both hands and glanced at the notice in disgust. Then he let out a long, dispirited breath. How am I supposed to find a way to get good items without limit now? I can't believe that after only the slightest loophole, it got patched this quickly. Standing behind him, Li Xiu looked ashen and stammered. UI, embarrassed. He looked away and asked, Why are you treating me so well? Baiyu placed both hands on Li Xiu's shoulders. I am your master, and you are my disciple. A teacher for a day is a father for life. As he spoke, Baiyu turned and walked away, his face full of smug pride as he reminded him, Remember this. From now on, I am your father. Hearing that, Li Xiu was covered in question marks, his eyes wide in a daze. Father? What does that mean? He watched Baiyu's departing back and thought in confusion. This person's behavior is extremely strange, yet he doesn't seem to harbor any ill will toward me. There's no point thinking too much about it right now. I should first use these pills to heal my injuries properly. Scene change. Beneath a cool pavilion, a 5-colored pill sat within a swirl of yin-yang and 8 trigrams, dazzling to behold. Baiyu sat staring at the pill, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. As expected of a primordial pill, it can actually emit this shimmering 7-colored light. Truly extraordinary. Without hesitation, he tossed the pill straight into his mouth, swallowed it, and muttered, I wonder what will happen if I just swallow it directly. Suddenly, a blinding light burst out from Baiyu's room. The system chimed. Congratulations, your inner power has risen greatly. You have obtained the mysterious sovereign body. Congratulations, you have comprehended the Taishin body art and achieved its initial stage. The screen displayed information on the Taishin body art. After reaching the initial stage of the Taishin body art, you must continue to comprehend the supreme technique within it, Heaven Ascending Punch. Special reminder, your current cultivation is too low. Aside from the supreme technique, you can only bring out a fraction of the Taishin body art's power. Hearing this, Baiyu clenched his fists and shouted excitedly. As expected, the good stuff from a million-fold system returned. It strengthened me both inside and out by quite a bit. The supreme technique, Heaven Ascending Punch, and the mysterious sovereign body have pushed my offensive and defensive power to the limit. Baiyu stood up, walked away, and scratched the back of his head with a tired sigh. Flawless jade is rare to begin with, so no wonder my cultivation still hasn't improved. Scene change. The yellow dog sat in the cage, its eyes rolled white and its tongue hanging out. It unleashed its own power and shattered the cage into pieces. Spreading out all 4 limbs, it opened its mouth in triumphant laughter. Ha ha ha! At last, your Grandpa Demon King's injuries have completely healed. Humans, your doomsday has arrived. Plapava to die. Baiyu cast the mutt an annoyed glance. You stupid dog. So you actually got out? The dog bared its fangs, looking as if it wanted to devour him alive. Human, perfect timing. Hand that boy over so I can force the cultivation technique out of him. The moment it finished speaking, it stomped its feet, opened its mouth like a hippo, and charged forward at incredible speed. Baiyu stared blankly at it, completely speechless, not understanding what it was even trying to do. The dog charged very fast. Its mouth opened very wide too, but unfortunately all it managed to bite was Bayu's sleeve. And because of that, its heaven-gifted sharp teeth shattered into pieces, leaving it horrified. What? Where did all my teeth go? Bayu grabbed the mutt with one hand, lifted it up, and held his own arm in front of it. Hey, stupid dog, you dare bite me? Without hesitation, Bayu swung his arm and hurled the dog dozens of meters away. Get back there. The dog could only yelp a few times as it skidded across the ground. After it finally slowed down, foam gathered at its mouth as it thought. Impossible. I'm a demon king. After all, how could I not be a match for some ordinary human? Not stopping there, Bayu strode over, grabbed the dog by the neck, hoisted it up, and scolded it. Unlucky for you, my mysterious sovereign body has already awakened. I'm not about to let it be ruined by a bite from a stupid dog like you. Hands on hips, he carried the dog outside. A dog that bites people can't be kept. If you go around biting and injuring others again, that'll be troublesome. I might as well cook you up instead. I've gotten sick of eating steamed buns these past few days. Scene change. A mysterious bird clutched a yellow jade stone in its claws, flapping desperately as it flew forward. Behind it, a group of cultivators pursued it fiercely. Still trying to run? A white-robed young man shouted nonstop while chasing it. Mystic Bird Demon King, drop the item at once or we'll kill you. The mystic bird glanced back mockingly. That depends on whether you have the ability to catch this king first. This time, after stealing Emperor Mei's hidden origin core, I'll have a chance to break into the core region of the Imperial Treasury. As long as I get the chance, I must seize what's inside. Then I, the mystic bird demon king, will ascend into a phoenix. Suddenly, something made it gape in shock. Why is the aura of Brother Heavenly Forest King here? Didn't all my brothers disappear a month ago? This aura is coming from that garden. Teach this is... Upon seeing Bayou spread the yellow dog against a tree and raise a knife to gut it, the mystic bird screamed, "Bold human, you dare eat my brother." Hearing the scream, Bayou instinctively turned his head and looked up. The mystic bird opened its beak wide and dove at Bayou at incredible speed. "You dare treat the demon race like this? This demon king will kill you." Bayou frowned and curled his lip. What a huge bird. Trying to ambush me? He clenched his fist and drew it to one side. Then he swung it back into an attacking stance and shouted 4 words, "Heaven Ascending Punch." Suddenly, it was as if thunder exploded beside its ears, and the mystic bird's eyes bulged with red veins in panic. What? This power. Boom, boom, boom. Bayou's mighty punch shot out like a golden pillar of energy, slamming straight into the mystic bird and blasting its feathers everywhere. It couldn't resist at all. Bayou held his punching pose as the mystic bird, with its beak shattered, crashed down beside him. "Damn it, you're just a demon bird. How dare you act so arrogant here?" As he strolled past the stove, a falling jade stone caught his attention. His eyes widened as he stared at it. What is this? A stone? It even has spiritual energy fluctuations on its surface. This material is probably far from ordinary. He quickly walked over, crouched down, picked up the stone, and stuffed it into his clothes. No point overthinking it. I'll keep it first. He then looked at the mystic bird's head and its enormous pair of legs. What a waste. I beat such a giant bird to pieces, and only the head and legs are left. Throwing them away would be a pity, so I might as well stew them in a soup. At the same time, the mutt slowly opened its eyes, dazed and confused by its strangely overgrown teeth. Looking at Bayou's back, it thought, "Detestable human, I'll definitely fight you to the death." But when it saw Bayou tossing the mystic bird's head and legs into the soup pot, it broke out in a cold sweat from fear. This is my big brother, the mystic bird demon king. The mystic bird demon king was actually butchered by that human. Bayou glanced over at the mutt. Doggy's awake? The dog immediately pressed its paws together and whimpered a few times. What? He really stewed the mystic bird demon king into soup. Already? Does that mean he wants to eat me too? That's way too cruel. This human is terrifying. He's nothing like he looks, and his cultivation doesn't even seem higher than mine. But from everything he's shown these past few days, he's definitely some horrifying hidden expert. So it whimpered with tears in its eyes and begged for mercy. "Don't eat me. I won't dare do it again. I surrender." Bayou put his hands on his hips and pointed at it. Why is this dog suddenly so scared it's about to wet itself? If it's like this, how am I supposed to eat it? The dog hurriedly jumped down, grabbed Bayou's leg, stuck out its tongue, and stammered nonstop, "Boss, spare me. Boss, spare me." Bayou curled his lips into a grin. So you even know how to beg for your life? Feeling soft-hearted, he turned and walked to the stove. Forget it. Looks like you do have some intelligence. I'll keep you around as a watchdog from now on. After narrowly escaping death, the dog let out a long breath of relief. That was dangerous. Good thing I managed to keep this dog's life. The scene shifted to a group of cultivators standing before a violent surge of green, ancient spiritual energy rising powerfully into the air. Two people in the group spoke up. Senior Sister Fuang, the aura of the mystic bird demon king has completely disappeared. Could it have hidden itself in Haiyuan City? A young woman answered, that's impossible. Except for certain special species, demon creatures can never hide their aura so perfectly that we can't sense even the slightest trace. This slender young woman was Fuang Mok Lin, the chief disciple of the Mystic Wood sect. The young man behind her stroked his chin and suggested that perhaps the mystic bird demon king had been killed by someone else. That is even more impossible. The mystic bird is a demon king. Even if all of us combined our strength and added Senior Sister Fuang's power on top of that, we'd only barely be its match. There is absolutely no way someone could secretly eliminate it without anyone noticing. No matter what, Detang, go investigate immediately. The most urgent matter now is finding the core region of the Imperial Treasury. Without the Imperial Treasury core nucleus, the Imperial Treasury will become a dead tomb. Entering it would be a near certain death. She thought to herself, I must enter the Imperial Treasury. Master still needs the item inside it to save her life. The scene shifted to a neatly folded set of clothes placed beside a teacup on the table. As Baiyu stroked the mutt, he thought, after using Heaven Ascending Punch just now, I only have a little strength left. It looks like using the ultimate move of a god-grade technique comes at no small cost. With my current cultivation, I can use it at most twice before I'm completely drained. At that moment, Li Xiu walked in and asked in confusion, you actually let this demon dog out? Baiyu pointed straight at it and explained, this demon dog is probably a rather powerful demon beast, extremely vicious. If it hadn't been injured, I wouldn't have been able to capture it. Baiyu pinched the yellow dog's cheek and said, extremely vicious, huh? Doggy, smile for Grandpa. The demon dog's heart churned, but it still told itself, endure it. I'm a dog who understands at times. It forced out an awkward grin. Baiyu said, see, it's so obedient. From now on, it'll be the guardian divine beast of the Baiyu sect. Li Xiu felt extremely puzzled. How could this demon dog be so obedient? Baiyu suddenly said, right? As your master, I see you're dressed so simply. This set of clothes is for you. Li Xiu picked up the clothes and looked them over. How long has it been since these were washed? The smell is horrific. The system notified, ding. Gift given to disciple Li Xiu. One old tattered set of clothes. 1,000-fold return activated. Congratulations, you have received 1,000 old tattered sets of clothes. Baiyu sighed, just as I thought. He pondered, the system's returns, whether in quality or quantity, probably depend on the nature of the item I give away. If I gift cultivation-related items, I get a quality return. But if I gift everyday items, I get a quantity return. What a pity. The Baiyu sect is dirt poor. We basically have no cultivation resources at all. And the gift system in my hands only has 10 return chances, and I've already used more than half of them. From now on, I'll only get one return chance each month. I might as well find a way to recruit more disciples. If I can take in 30 disciples, then I'll have a chance to receive a return every day. Baiyu suddenly asked, System, what's the maximum number of disciples I can accept? The system replied, within Haiyuan City, no disciples currently meet the system's requirements. He sighed and said, looks like I'll have to go out more often in the future, expand the system's search range, and conveniently look for some cultivation resources as well. At this moment, in the Tianyi sect, a meeting was being held in the main hall. The sect master said, right now, the heavenly court exists in name only, and the world is divided into 9 parts. If our Tianyi sect wants to accomplish great ambitions, we must first bring Haiyuan City completely under our control. Is there still no news from Branch Leader Wu? Elder Wei cupped his hands and replied, the small sects in Haiyuan City have basically all been subdued by Branch Leader Wu. Only one tiny sect remains, called the Baiyu sect, and there's still no news from it. The sect master said in surprise, a tiny sect, yet so mysterious? Since I'm going to check it out. If they still refuse, burn them out directly and wipe them clean. Elder Wei replied, yes, I will send people to investigate at once. The gate was set back up properly. By Igrikuside, I am exhausted. Branch Leader Wu of the Tianyi sect kicked down the main gate, and it's finally repaired now. If I had enough strength, I'd definitely wipe out evil sects like the Tiani sect. As he yawned, he instructed, Doggy, watch the front gate well. I'm going to sleep first. The yellow dog barked once, pretending to be obedient. But the moment Bayou turned around, it thought, why not sneak away while he's asleep? But a moment later, it changed its mind. No, this peerless expert is far too deep and unfathomable. He's very likely testing my loyalty. If I dare run away, he'll definitely toss me into the pot for soup. That plan is too dangerous. The mystic bird demon king was already a lesson. I can't have thoughts like that again. Phuong Mok Lin brought her junior brothers to the Tiani sect. Kindong immediately asked senior sister Phuong, what are you doing here? The young woman answered, at present, the strongest force in Haiyuan City is the Tiani sect. This Tiani sect master is an extremely powerful expert. Back then, he once met Master, so there's some past connection between them. The young man said, senior sister Phuong, do you think the Tiani sect will help us track down the Demon King? But I heard this Tiani sect doesn't have a very good reputation. Mok Lin replied, we can't worry about that right now. With the help of local forces, the best choice is to seek out the strongest one. It's also the fastest way to get results. Having said that, she quickly stepped inside. At this moment, a group of people stood in front of the Bayou sect. Zhou Wei said, Elder Wei, we've arrived at the Bayou sect. He replied coldly, go, let's head in. The yellow dog was lying there playing with a group of chicks when, all of a sudden, the main gate was kicked wide open. Elder Wei shouted, people of the Bayou sect, get the hell out here for this elder. The demon dog was extremely indignant. The gates shattered again. The group looked around, but there wasn't a single person in sight. Zhou Wei shouted, damn it, where is everyone? Why isn't there even one person here? The yellow dog flew into a rage. That expert ordered me to guard the gate, and these people dared smash it to pieces. A man carrying a saber on his shoulders said, hey, there's even a dog here. Seeing the vicious look on the yellow dog's face, he barked, how dare you glare and bare your fangs at your grandpa? Take this dog's head for me. As he spoke, he brought his blade down hard, but the yellow dog instantly leaped aside and dodged. It pounced straight at Zhou Wei. You dare ruin the task the expert gave me? I can't let this pass. Smack! A dog paw struck Zhou Wei directly in the eye and even snapped his saber in the process. Zhou Wei's nose sprayed blood and his mouth spat foam. What the hell is this? He fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. Elder Wei could hardly believe his eyes. This. The yellow dog still wasn't satisfied. Detastableomans. Its entire body erupted with fury as it roared. Kill them all. Every single one of you deserves to die. The Tiani sect disciples dropped to their knees, their voices trembling with fear. A demon king. This is a demon king's aura. Elder Wei's face twisted. How is that possible? How could a tiny Bayou sect have a demon king appear here? He shouted, run. The whole group fled at full speed. The demon dog chased after them and struck Elder Wei in the back. They all cried out in terror, help. But the yellow dog had no intention of letting them go. It roared, you ruined my gate-guarding career. Even the old Heaven King himself couldn't save you now. As it spoke, it unleashed 3 blasts of force in one strike, blowing several Tiani sect disciples away. One quick-footed disciple managed to escape, while the rest collapsed to the ground unconscious. The demon dog grew anxious. What do I do now? The gate is broken again. If the expert finds out, will he stew me in his soup? At this time in the Tiani sect, after hearing Phuong Mok Lin's explanation, the sect master said, Miss Phuong, rest assured, the Mystic Wood sect is the sect of the Great Pope. The Mystic Wood sect's affairs are also the affairs of our Tiani sect. The young woman politely replied, just as expected. Then I asked the sect master to send people to search at once. The sect master hesitated somewhat. It's just that Haiyuan City is not exactly small. To find it, I'm afraid a certain amount of skill will be needed. The number of experts in the Tiani sect right now. Mok Lin understood his meaning. She stood up and said, if it can be found, I am willing to gift your sect a profound grade spiritual artifact. Tiani sect master immediately exclaimed cheerfully, Miss Phuong is truly straightforward. He said, how about this, Miss Phuong? Give me 3 days, and I will turn over every inch of Haiyuan City to find it for you. Just then, a report came from outside the door. Sect master, this is bad. The disciple who had escaped from the Bayou sect rushed straight into the hall. The sect master shouted, why are you panicking like this? Can't you see I'm receiving honored guests from the Mystic Wood sect? The disciple stammered. The Elder Wei was killed by someone. Hearing this, the Tiani sect master roared, what? Who dares be so bold? The disciple replied, "It was a demon king. We were all beaten down by a demon king." Hearing that, Fuang Moklin exclaimed, "What? A demon king? Then where is that demon king now?" He answered, "At the Bayou sect." The young woman immediately ran outside and said to her fellow disciples, "The mystic bird demon king has appeared. Come on, we're going to the Bayou sect." The Tianyi sect master called out after her, "Miss Fuang, please wait. Let's go together. It dared kill my elder Wei. Even if it's a demon king, this sect master will not spare it." At this moment, at the Bayou sect, Bayou pushed the door open and shouted, "Why was it so noisy just now? Can't you let me sleep in peace?" He saw the shattered gate, corpses lying on the ground, and the yellow dog crouching in a corner. He asked in surprise, "What happened here?" The demon dog thought to itself, "Expert, please don't be angry." Suddenly, a crowd appeared in front of Bayou, startling him badly. When the Tianyi sect master saw the corpses of his disciples in the courtyard, he immediately shouted, "Damn it! These are all experts of the Tianyi sect. Who killed them?" Bayou asked coldly, "What do you want here?" One of them pointed at the yellow dog and said, "Sect master, that dog did it." The sect master roared, "A dog? Are you sure?" The disciple reminded him, "Sect master, be careful. Don't let its appearance fool you." He immediately drew his sword. "No matter. This sect master will cut you down right now." Bayou roared, "Nonsense! You barged into my home, and now you dare attack my dog? You damned old man." But the Tianyi sect master seemed not to hear a word and directly charged in with his blade. The demon dog leaped high. "I'll dodge." It thought, "This damned old man is somewhat formidable. My cultivation is still sealed, so I can't fight him head on." The Tianyi sect master was blazing with fury. "It's just a dog with a bit of skill." Fuang Moklin was puzzled. "Why is it a dog? Wasn't it supposed to be the mystic bird demon king?" Zhao Yun suddenly said, "That's not right." He pointed at the pot simmering on the stove. A large head and a pair of legs were sticking out in plain sight. "Senior sister, look over there." The young woman cried out in shock. "Isn't that the head of the mystic bird demon king? How is that possible?" The mystic bird demon king was actually killed by a human. No, more accurately, it was made into soup. Moklin thought to herself, "Could it be that the core of the imperial treasury was already taken by the man in front of me?" Bayou was still angry at this point. "How can this be reasonable? Let go of my dog right now." He shouted, "Stop it." Bayou was about to walk over to the yellow dog when Fuang Moklin suddenly blocked him. "Stop right there. Hand it over." Bayou shouted, "Hand what over?" Zhao Yun loudly said, still pretending, "Hand over the imperial treasury core nucleus." He brushed Moklin's hand aside and replied calmly, "I have no idea what you're talking about." The young woman frowned and immediately drew her sword. "If that's the case, don't blame us for making a move." On the other side, the Tianyi sect master was still grappling with the yellow dog, slashing as he yelled, "Damn demon dog." After fighting for a while, the yellow dog was getting tired. "This guy's a bit hard to deal with." It decided, "Forget it. I'll let the expert handle him." The yellow dog ran over and stood beside Bayou, barking for help. The Tianyi sect master shouted, "Anyone who dares lay a hand on the Tianyi sect, everyone from the Bayou sect deserves to die." Bayou clenched his fist and shouted back, "You've gone too far. First you beat the dog, and now you want to beat the owner too? You act as if there are no laws under heaven." The Tianyi sect master swung his sword and slashed over. But before the blade could even touch his target, he felt a terrifying force crashing toward him. What is this? Boom! The Tianyi sect master was blasted apart, body and soul destroyed. Fuang Moklin and the others were horrified. What was that? The yellow dog laughed in delight. "Ha ha, amazing." Zhao Yun was utterly stunned. A single palm strike actually blew the Tianyi sect master apart, until not even his bones remained. Qin Dong cried out, "This is truly shocking." No matter what, the Tianyi sect master counted as a powerful expert. Someone who originally seemed to have ordinary cultivation is actually such a deep and unfathomable master. Zhao Yun asked, "Senior sister, are we still making a move?" The young woman immediately replied, "No, we mustn't act rashly. This really is an expert." At this moment, Bayou stuck out his tongue in exhaustion. "Ha! This is bad. This is bad. I'm in trouble." Using Heaven Ascending Punch twice in a row had completely drained him. Fuang Moklin said in a low voice, "Senior, we have offended you." The whole group cupped their hands and said, "Please forgive us, Senior. Please do not be angry." Bayou replied, "Forget it. You may rise." "I'm not angry either." Fuang Moklin suddenly said, "Senior, can you return the Imperial Treasury Core to us? We need it to save someone. Baiyu immediately blurted out, the Imperial Treasury Core? It's not that I won't give it to you, but what exactly is that thing? The girl explained, earlier, the mystic bird demon king stole the Imperial Treasury Core. But now that the king of mystic birds has already been turned into soup by you, Senior, then the Imperial Treasury Core should logically be in your hands. Hearing that, Baiyu suddenly remembered. Now that you mention it, that does remind me of something. After that big bird died, it really did drop. Something. He reached into his robe and took out a crystal. Could it be the stone? Fuang Mok Lin cried out in delight. Senior, that's exactly it, the girl pleaded. The Imperial Treasury Core can open the core region of the Imperial Treasury. I needed to save my master's life. I beg you, Senior, please help me. Baiyu suddenly asked, what is the Imperial Treasury? Fuang Mok Lin replied, according to legend, an immortal emperor once hid his treasure somewhere. It's said that inside are countless magical treasures and cultivation arts, as well as pills and alchemy resources in astonishingly vast abundance. Hearing her say that, Baiyu thought to himself, countless treasures, cultivation arts, and pills. If I can get my hands on them, then I won't have to worry about having nothing to give my disciples anymore. He replied, in that case, I can give you the Imperial Treasury Core, but you must take me with you into the Imperial Treasury. Wonderful. With Senior entering the Imperial Treasury alongside us, we'll have even more strength on our side. Suddenly, a pillar of golden light shot straight into the sky from Baiyu's room, leaving everyone stunned and speechless. Everyone had to raise their hands to shield themselves from the terrifying force. She asked in confusion, this aura? Someone is breaking through. Baiyu turned around and cried out in alarm. My room. When they looked closely, they discovered that inside the ruined room was Li Xiu, sitting upright in cultivation. His eyes were closed as he felt the power flowing through his body, as though he had just advanced to a new level. Baiyu waved his hand and smiled reassuringly. Everyone calmed down. Don't panic. It's just my disciple cultivating. Seeing this, Fuang Mok Lin asked in puzzlement, what technique is he cultivating? The aura he's releasing is actually this powerful. Our Mysticwood sect has never had a technique with such terrifying might, and even the commotion from his breakthrough is far too great. At that moment, Li Xiu suddenly opened his eyes, spread his arms, and said, earlier, you gave me the God-tier technique, the Taishin body art. I seem to have already broken through to the next stage of it. Baiyu thought, technique cultivation usually progresses through beginner, minor success, and major success. Even when I first activated the system, I only reached the beginner stage. The more he thought, the deeper Baiyu frowned. But God-tier techniques in this world are supposed to be extraordinarily hard to cultivate. And yet Li Xiu actually managed to break through so quickly. Looking at Li Xiu rubbing his bulging muscles, he continued thinking, could this disciple of mine really be that talented? The disciples pointed at Li Xiu and murmured among themselves. What did he just say? A good technique? I thought I misheard. At that moment, she thought in shock. Even in the Mysticwood sect, only Master has cultivated a God-tier technique, but only a fragment of one. Then she wondered he just gave one away? He can casually gift a disciple a God-tier technique? Fuang Mok Lin's eyes sparkled as she pouted inwardly. Maybe I should just become his disciple too. At that moment, Li Xiu was standing with both arms spread wide as golden energy swirled around his body. After examining himself and testing it several times, he finally judged, this really is the true pinnacle, as expected of a God-tier technique. Even my cultivation has broken through. After all this time, I can finally surpass others. Baiyu folded his arms and held his chin as he asked about cultivation, then wondered to himself, can cultivation itself be gifted away? Baiyu pointed at Fuang Mok Lin's group and ordered, you all go outside first. They cupped their fists and answered, understood, Senior. After seeing Fuang Mok Lin's group leave, Baiyu walked over and pressed Li Xiu down by the shoulders, leaving the boy bewildered. Li Xiu, sit down here. Come a little closer to your master. Li Xiu had no idea what Baiyu was planning, but obediently sat down anyway. Then he shot him an irritated glance. What are you trying to do? Baiyu forced both hands forward with all his strength, forming a blue sphere of technique energy. Transmission. Li Xiu looked utterly unimpressed. Your cultivation isn't even higher than mine. What are you going to transmit? Hearing that, Bai Yu smacked his lips. That's none of your concern. This is your master's order. Sit down. And so Bai Yu sat behind him and shoved the blue technique sphere straight into the middle of his back. But nothing happened at all. From the outside, it only looked like Bai Yu had placed his palm on Li Xiu's back with a soft pop. Refusing to believe it, he kept rubbing Li Xiu's back with his hand. Not working. It won't transfer. After having his back groped all over, Li Xiu glanced backward with a frown. Why are you pawing at me like that? What exactly are you trying to do? But Bai Yu barely cared at the moment because he was lost in thought. Could it be that I really can only rely on bitter cultivation? By myself, little by little? Seeing him fall silent, Li Xiu suddenly stood up, turned around, and asked, "Don't you know that transmitting power is a forbidden art? Aside from special cultivation methods recorded in ancient manuals, only immortal kings and above can do such a thing." Bai Yu stared blankly and asked in confusion, "Special cultivation methods in ancient manuals? What exactly does that mean?" Li Xiu raised a hand and explained in detail, "As far as I know, there's only one kind of technique in this world capable of transmitting power. It's called the Universal Salvation Divine Art. But that technique was lost long ago." Hearing that, Bai Yu was disheartened and thought to himself, so that's how it is. Looks like I need to find a way to raise my cultivation as fast as possible or find Universal Salvation Divine Art. The scene shifted to the next day. Fuang Mok Lin's group came before Bai Yu. "Senior, today is the full moon, which is also the day the Imperial Treasury opens. We can set out now." Wearing a vacant, dim-witted expression, Bai Yu looked at her and asked, "Is there anything in the Imperial Treasury that can increase cultivation? Power. There is indeed a treasure called the Frost Jade Bed. If someone cultivates while sitting on it, their progress doubles. 1 day of cultivation on it is equal to 3 ordinary days. Many cultivators want this treasure, especially those whose lifespans are running short." Hearing this, Bai Yu's eyes widened in shock. With excitement, he told Yellow Dog to guard the house carefully, while thinking to himself, "Even with the system's help, my cultivation is still too low. I absolutely must obtain the Frost Jade Bed and quickly raise my cultivation." The scene shifted to a wilderness of grassy hills bathed in sunlight. When Bai Yu's group arrived, they found a huge crowd ahead, noisy and bustling like a festival. "Why are there so many people? Didn't you say the Imperial Treasury is extremely dangerous, and that those who enter are practically accepting a 1 in 10 chance of survival? There's no other choice. Ever since the realm was split into 9, the cultivation world has officially entered an age of chaos. In the future, many great wars are bound to break out. Everyone wants to increase their own strength before the age of chaos arrives." The age of chaos. Miss Fuang, could you explain what it means for the realm to have been divided into 9? Li Xiu thought to himself, "Ever since coming to this world, my mind has still felt a little hazy. I can't clearly remember any of my memories from before I was 21. Fuang Mok Lin pointed ahead and began explaining. 10 years ago, the ruler of the Heavenly Court died suddenly, causing the Heavenly Court to split into factions. From then on, the continent was divided into 9 holy lands. Each holy land controls one region. The place we are standing in is called the Crying Heaven Domain. It falls under the territory of the Crying Heaven sect, but that's only what people in the martial world say. The Crying Heaven sect is one of the strongest among the 9 holy lands. Many other forces are also trying to rise up, so sooner or later, a great war will erupt in the Crying Heaven Domain." Hearing this, Bai Yu suddenly widened his eyes and cried out, "Ah!" Fuang Mok Lin turned around in concern. "Senior, what's wrong?" Bai Yu held his head and said, "Nothing. Go on." He thought to himself, strange. Just hearing mention of the ruler of the Heavenly Court makes a few vague fragments of memory appear in my mind. Could I somehow be connected to the former ruler of the Heavenly Court? That can't be possible. If I truly had some connection to such a towering figure, I wouldn't be this vague and muddled. Fuang Mok Lin continued. There is also another very important reason. Cultivation resources are becoming more and more depleted. The world of immortal cultivation has existed and developed for millions of years. By now, nearly all resource mines have been exhausted, and little of real value remains. This has made the problem of obtaining cultivation resources increasingly severe for cultivators. That is why, even knowing how dangerous the Imperial Treasury is, hundreds of cultivators still risk death to enter it. In fact, countless sects have been founded over the years, all built upon the personal foundations of their members. In an age of chaos like this, if people can gain even a little more strength to protect themselves, they won't hesitate to fight and seize resources. And everyone knows it is only natural for the big fish to eat the small fish. As a result, many small forces have already been swallowed up and left drained of cultivation resources. That is the most important reason. Then is there no solution at all? There is. Find a new ruler of the heavenly court. That person would have to be an incomparably exalted great figure, someone powerful enough to rebuild the heavenly court. Because only the ruler of the heavenly court can return the continent to unity. But everyone knows that is nearly impossible. Over millions of years, how many figures of that caliber have ever appeared? Bayu's eyes turned cold and calculating. It seems the Bayu sect must make preparations too. Accumulate resources and strengthen ourselves, or else one day we'll also be swallowed whole by others. He turned and said, Li Xiu, this time our master and disciple have a target to search for, the frost jade bed. Inwardly he thought, my disciple's cultivation isn't bad at all, and he's cultivating a god-tier technique. If I don't use the heaven-ascending punch, I'm probably not even his match, so I absolutely must make good use of him. Fuang Moklin suddenly said, Senior, I heard that the Sacred Heaven sect has also sent people today. I'll go check the situation first. After all, only the Sacred Heaven sect is the biggest threat. For now, Li Xiu thought to himself, the Sacred Heaven sect sent people too? I originally wanted to join the Sacred Heaven sect, but I missed the chance. Could this be my chance again? All of a sudden, someone from the other side exclaimed, Isn't that the sect master of the Bayu sect? A group of people walked over slowly, looking at him with mocking eyes. The one in front said, A man without even any cultivation or ability dares come to the imperial treasury to seek his fortune. Bayu lifted his chin and said, Did you come out here just to eat shit? Why does everything coming out of your mouth stink so badly? Do I even know you? The man thumped his chest and introduced himself. Then let me introduce myself. I am the sect master of the Heaven Summoning Sect. It's fine if you don't know me, but I've heard a great deal from my disciples about your illustrious reputation. Do you know my 3 disciples? 3 young men looked at Bayu with contempt and disdain. Bayu blurted out, It's you 3. Little third raised his voice. Master, no, that's not right. We should call you Sect Master Bayu. Long time no see. Little fourth chimed in. Actually, calling you Sect Master Bayu isn't right either. After the 3 of us left, the Bayu sect had long since perished. Just calling you Bayu would be more appropriate, Bayu said in a low voice. After all, we did once share some bond as master and disciples. And yet you stand there mocking me. Is that really proper? Inwardly, he thought. These 3 were the original owner's former disciples. He carefully nurtured them, yet all he got in return was ridicule and scorn. They don't even offer a greeting upon meeting again. Wang Ba spat on the ground. Master-disciple bond? Ha! Do you think someone like you is worthy of being our master? Little third shouted loudly. Bayu, are you really clueless or just pretending? You're the laughingstock of the martial world. We cultivated with you for all those years. What did we learn? Nothing. It was just a waste of our lives. Seeing this, Li Xiu thought to himself, these 3 really are blind fools. Bayu's cultivation may be a bit lacking, but he possesses a god-tier technique. Looks like Bayu had seen through their hearts from the start, which is why he never passed the god-tier technique onto them. One of them arrogantly said, After abandoning you, we joined the Heaven Summoning Sect and earned Sect Master's favor. Our cultivation now is many times stronger than when we were at the Bayu sect. Wang Ba spared no effort insulting him. Bayu, just accept it. You're nothing but trash. You don't deserve to be called master, let alone sect master. At best, you're only fit to be a clown for Haiyuan City. The Heaven Summoning Sect master laughed loudly, looking extremely pleased. Bayu, don't be too angry. My 3 disciples are only speaking the truth. Be magnanimous and don't take offense. Then he said to the 3 disciples, Following him, you were destined for no future. But if you follow this sect master, you might at least survive the age of chaos. Wang Ba lightly poked Bayu and said slowly, Bayu, for old time's sake, we don't want to make things hard for you. All you have to do is kneel and apologize to us, and all past misunderstandings can be forgiven. The moment he finished speaking, a hand lightly landed on his shoulder. Smack! Bayu slapped him so hard that Wang Ba flew backward. The Heaven Summoning Sect master cried out in shock. What? Bayu glared at him and snorted. Wanba Philo. She touched her cheek and shouted, "You dared hit me?" Bai said coldly, "Wang Ba, you were the one asking for it." Little third and little fourth charged forward at the same time. Bai, you've got some nerve. Since you insist on courting disaster, drag him down. Make him kneel and apologize. Before Bai could even move, a kick smashed straight into little third's face, and another kick struck little fourth in the forehead. Li Xiu sent both of them rolling back to where they came from. Little third cried out so strong. Little fourth, with blood pouring from his nose, shouted, "Who are you? Why are you standing up for Bai?" Bai slung an arm around his disciple and answered calmly, "Open your dog eyes and look carefully. This is my disciple, Li Xiu." The man roared, "Impossible. With your strength, how could you possibly take in a disciple this strong?" Li Xiu replied coldly, "I am his disciple. Whoever dares make a move today will have to step over my corpse first." Inwardly he thought, helping him this once counts as repaying the Baiyu sect's kindness for the God-tier technique. Little fourth could not believe his ears. "What the hell?" Little third said suspiciously. "Baiyu's cultivation is mediocre. How could he possibly accept an outstanding disciple like you?" The heaven-summoning sect master burst into laughter. "Ah, you beat my disciples. How is that any different from slapping me in the face? Do you take this sect master for nothing? Boy, I see that your aptitude is quite good, so I'll give you two choices. First, join the heaven-summoning sect and become my personal disciple. Second, both you and the Baiyu sect will be wiped out. My heaven-summoning sect has already joined the Mysticwood sect. We certainly won't lower ourselves to compare with a trash sect like the Baiyu sect. You should know what choice to make." Now, suddenly, a voice sounded behind him. "Really?" Fuang Mok Lin stepped forward. She questioned him, "How is it that I know nothing about the heaven-summoning sect joining the Mysticwood sect?" Wang Ba shouted, "And who are you supposed to be?" She rushed toward the girl, cursing, "What a nuisance. Why do you people keep sticking your noses into other people's business?" Fuang Mok Lin flicked her hand. "Get lost." Wang Ba was sent flying to the side and landed with a thud. With both cheeks swollen evenly now, she screamed, "Damn it, you hit my face again. Master, hurry and kill them all. Stand up for me." The heaven-summoning sect master cried out, "Outrageous!" He glared at Fuang Mok Lin furiously. "If you can't give this sect master a clear explanation today, I will tear all of you to pieces." The girl slapped him across the face again, then shouted, "Is that clear enough for you?" Little third was horrified. "What? She even dares hit the sect master? She's gone mad." Little fourth roared, "You wild girl, you've brought catastrophe upon yourself." The heaven-summoning sect master ground his teeth and hissed, "Good, very good. State your name. I don't want to kill some nameless nobody." The girl answered calmly, "Feng Mop Ling." He stomped the ground and shouted, "Very well, Fuang Mok Lin. Today, the heaven-summoning sect master will teach you what proper manners are." Then suddenly a thought flashed through his mind. Wait, the heaven-summoning sect master stared at the girl before him. "Feng Mop Ling." She said she's Fuang Mok Lin. Seeing their sect master hesitate, little third blurted out, "Master, a mere wild girl isn't worth your personal action. Let me kill her." The heaven-summoning sect master was horrified. He punched his disciple straight in the face. "Stop right there." Little third cried out in pain, "Ah, master, why did you hit me?" Blood sprayed red from his mouth and nose. Little third kept babbling, "It hurts so much I'm dying." "Master, you've taken the wrong medicine." Fuang Mok Lin spoke softly and calmly. "Fuang Mok Lin of the Mysticwood sect, are you?" "Mop Ling." Lu Qing replied, "That's right. My senior sister is the Mysticwood sect's chief true disciple." He muttered under his breath, "So it really is them." The heaven-summoning sect master changed his face at once. "Miss Fuang, we failed to recognize Mount Tai and have offended you." Inwardly he thought, "I'll endure it. Endure one step for the sake of the greater plan." They must be the disciples sent by the Mysticwood sect. Mok Lin shouted, "A bunch of blind dogs. Is Senior Baiyu someone you people can offend?" His face turned pale in shock as he cried, "What? Senior?" Wang Ba could not believe her ears. "Did I hear that wrong? Miss Fuang called him Senior Baiyu?" Little third confirmed, "Yes, I think that's what she called him." The heaven-summoning sect master asked in confusion, "Chief Fuang, Baiyu's cultivation is ordinary. Why are you calling him Senior? Could it be?" Fuang Mok Lin immediately turned around and formed a battle array, asking coldly, "What do you mean by that?" The moment the formation appeared, the heaven-summoning sect master instantly felt a terrifying pressure. The force shook the very air, making everyone tremble in fear. The girl asked, "You still haven't realized how unfathomable Senior is?" Under the pressure of the formation, Wang Ba and the others dropped to their knees with a thud. The three traitors collapsed to the ground, utterly unable to resist the pressure Mok Lin released. All three stared wide-eyed in panic. What? What do we do now? See Chief Wang, please calm your anger. Though he said that, the old man was thinking, judging from Chief Wang's attitude, this Baiyu is clearly a hidden expert. As he thought this, snot dripped from his nose as he whimpered to himself. What an injustice. I, Duan Tienda, have enjoyed a glorious reputation all my life, and now I'm going to be killed by these three idiots. Mok Lin stood there glaring at the trio of traitors and scolded them. You three really are blind fools. A senior like that, and you still chose not to follow him? I've never seen such stupid people in my life. Senior can even teach divine-grade cultivation arts to his disciples. Even the Mystic Wood sect doesn't have something like that. Baiyu and Li Xiu stood with folded arms, staring ahead with disdain in their eyes. Hearing Mok Lin say that, the three traitors turned in shock. What? Divine-grade cultivation arts? The female disciple gaped, thinking, what in the world is going on? Why does Baiyu command such respect from Chief Wang? The green-haired one was equally upset inside. How? How does he know divine-grade cultivation arts? Why didn't he teach us when we were still in the Baiyu sect? While they were inwardly confused and agitated, Mok Lin stepped forward and cut them off. Senior. She raised a hand brimming with spiritual aura. These ungrateful wretches all deserve to die. The three traitors immediately turned and dropped to their knees, kowtowing repeatedly. What? No, I don't want to die. Chief Wang, please spare our lives. With icy eyes, Mok Lin glanced down at them and let out a cold snort. Sect Master Bai, please spare us. He thought to himself that the only thing left was to beg this senior for mercy. In the next instant, he was slapped hard across the face, a red bruise blooming there in front of the disciples of the other sections. The three traitors also crawled over like dogs. Baiyu, Master, please forgive us. We were wrong. We won't dare do it again. Baiyu lowered his head and said, enough. You're not worthy of calling me Master. He lifted his foot and walked forward. Every man has his own ambitions. Since the three of you chose to leave, then from that moment on you were officially expelled from the Baiyu sect. If you dare be disrespectful to me again, I will kill you with my own hands. He walked to Mok Lin's side and headed toward the Imperial Treasury. After Baiyu and Mok Lin's group left, the three traitors stood up weakly and stammered, Master. Get lost. Don't call me Master anymore. Do you know you nearly got me killed, you three idiots? You didn't even know your master was a powerful expert, and yet you betrayed your sect. How stupid can you be? Hearing this, the three of them clenched their teeth, sweating coldly, frozen, speechless. The heaven-summoning sect master turned and walked away, abandoning them. The heaven-summoning sect doesn't want to keep idiots like you. From now on, don't ever say you're disciples of the heaven-summoning sect again. Kicked out of the sect, the three fools looked even more dazed. In a panic, one of them asked, what are we supposed to do now? Little Fourth blurted out, it's all because of that Baiyu. I absolutely do not believe he's some hidden senior expert. Wang Bao is also suspicious. I don't believe it either. We've followed the Baiyu sect for years. We know better than anyone what kind of person he is. Little Fourth said, no matter what trick Baiyu used to deceive Chief Wang, I'll definitely find a chance to kill him. Wang Ba calculated, let's go into the Imperial Treasury first. If we can obtain treasures from inside, we'll definitely be able to join a new major sect. Suddenly, the ground shook violently. Someone cried out, the tremor is coming from below. Could it be that the Imperial Treasury has opened? A strange aura appeared in the air, and the entrance to the Imperial Treasury secret realm opened. Wang Ba and the others immediately rushed forward. She shouted excitedly, the Imperial Treasury is open. This is my third time entering. I'll definitely get lots of good stuff this time. Another person said, good stuff? You dare dream of that? If you come back alive, that'll already be pretty good. The person next to him laughed loudly. Haha, maybe even plain steam buns can turn to gold. Fuang Mok Lin said to Baiyu, Senior, after entering the Imperial Treasury, everyone will end up in different places. However, all roads lead to the same final destination. For now, please keep the Imperial Treasury core, Senior. We'll discuss it again after we regroup. He replied, then let's go in too. Suddenly, Li Xiu said, wait, there's something I want to say to you. Baiyu asked, what is it? Li Xiu answered seriously, You just confronted your 3 former disciples. What I'm about to say may not be very appropriate, but I, Li Xiu, have always been straightforward, so I must say it. Perhaps you already know that I've always wanted to join the Sacred Heaven sect. Before, for countless reasons, I was never able to join successfully. This time, the Sacred Heaven sect has also sent people here. I want to find a chance to greet them and see whether I can enter the sect. Bai Yu exclaimed, so that's what this is about. Li Xiu said, I hope you won't take it to heart. Bai Yu smiled warmly and gently patted his disciple on the shoulder. I won't. Why would your master take it to heart? I've told you long ago that whenever you want to leave, I will never stand in your way. Keep it up, boy. If my disciple can join the Sacred Heaven sect, then your master will have something to be proud of too. Li Xiu looked at him with guilt in his eyes. Thank you. What you just said really moved me. In truth, Bai Yu was thinking, my foolish disciple, you're my golden goose. How could I possibly let you leave? If you really manage to join the Sacred Heaven sect smoothly, then I'll have truly failed. He said to his disciple, let's go in. The two of them immediately passed through the secret realm gate. Bai Yu landed on a grassy field. He exclaimed, I'm in. As expected of a place that hides treasures. I never thought the inside of the Imperial Treasury would look like a miniature world. He immediately started searching for his disciple. I don't know where Li Xiu landed. I need to find him quickly. I can't let him get a chance to make contact with the people from the Sacred Heaven sect. Suddenly, Bai Yu heard shouting from the other side. Help! 2 martial cultivators were being chased by a ferocious beast. Little Yi shouted, Mother of Heaven, run faster. Little Jia urged, hurry up and think of something. Bai Yu thought to himself. Just like Fuang Mok Lin said, the greatest danger in the Imperial Treasury is the countless demon beasts running rampant. One small mistake and you lose your life. He cried out, a demon beast. Little Yi suddenly noticed him. Over there, that seems to be Bai Yu, the sect master of the Bai Yu sect. Quick, run toward him. Little Jia exclaimed, what good will running to him do? Bai Yu has no cultivation. He's just trash. He's no match for the wind wolf beast. Little Yi gritted his teeth and said, are you stupid? We don't need him to kill the wind wolf beast. I want to use him to distract the demon beast. The other grinned broadly. And here I didn't think of that. Big brother is truly wise. Seeing the demon beast charging toward him, Bai Yu also turned and ran. You 2 idiots, why are you running toward me? Little Jia cursed when he saw this. Damn it, that brat is running too. Little Yi said, it's fine. As long as we run faster than Bai Yu, we can escape this disaster. The one beside him marveled, Big brother really is smart. Just as expected of a scholar. But the wind wolf beast was already right behind them. The 2 ran for their lives. Big brother, it's almost caught up. Meanwhile, Bai Yu remained rather calm and at ease. A while later, little Jia stuck out his tongue, gasping for air. I give up. Bai Yu, stop running. We can't run anymore. Little Yi had never expected this. This guy's speed is actually that fast? Bai Yu thought to himself, the Taishin body art has a movement technique called the Wind God Step. I haven't even used 1/10 of my speed yet, and I'm still easily outpacing you too. Suddenly, he came to a stop. There's no road ahead. Behind him, little E and little Jia panted heavily. I'm exhausted. Bai Yu, are you some kind of running expert or what? The wind wolf beast slowly approached. Little Jia cried out in fear. Big brother, we can't run anymore. What do we do now? He panicked. What do we do? Little E suddenly turned around and said, Bai Yu, help us keep the wind wolf beast company for a while. After you're dead, my brother and I will definitely repay you generously. Bai Yu scratched his chin and asked, and how exactly will you repay me? The man suddenly grabbed his clothes and shouted, we'll burn lots of spirit money for you at your grave. Be bait for the wolf in our place. Although little E pulled with all his strength, Bai Yu did not budge in the slightest. His face darkened with shock. What? Bai Yu grabbed his wrist, then flung him forward. You go first. The wind wolf beast opened its mouth and swallowed him in one bite. Little E screamed, no, Seeing this, little Jia trembled as he said, how is that possible? Bai Yu, how can you be this strong? The wind wolf beast had already raised its claws toward him. Little Jia pleaded, no, Bai Yu, save me. Secmaster Bai Yu, I was wrong. Help! The demon beast swiped once and crushed him to the ground. Bai Yu stood still. Its savage eyes stared at him with murderous intent. He sneered, beast, let me see just how strong you are. The wind wolf beast lunged at him with jaws wide open. Bai Yu threw a punch, carrying a powerful force. The demon beast could not withstand it. Bai Yu exclaimed, it went down from just the first punch. I haven't even used Heaven Ascending Punch yet. He was about to walk over to the wolf and collect the spoils when suddenly the branches above rustled lightly and someone's voice rang out. Your strength is not bad at all. Bai looked up with a snort. Two blindfolded figures stood on a branch with their hands behind their backs, looking down with smiles. Bai looked up and said, "Two blind fools." Hearing that, both of them immediately clenched their teeth in anger. One of the two girls drew her sword, furious, leaped down, and shouted, "How dare you? Since you don't know how to speak properly, I'll just cut out your tongue for you." As the first arc of sword chi slashed toward him, Bai hopped aside like a frog and dodged it, blurting out, "I'm impressed." After the white haze from the sword chi drifted away, the girl landed and turned around. Bai raised a hand, his expression strange. "You two lunatics want to kill someone before even saying a proper word?" The purple-robed young man jumped down toward Bayu's back. "Listen well. The two of us are from the Sacred Heaven sect. Open your eyes and look carefully. We come from the great sect that cultivates supreme arts, the Sacred Heaven sect. Bayu thought, I wasn't even looking for you yet, and you delivered yourselves to me." The girl in green pointed her sword and snorted coldly. "We're currently looking for more helpers. If you're willing to kneel and apologize, I can give you a chance." Bayu looked at her with disdain. "You think I'd sincerely devote myself to you? Have you gotten so happy that you've gone stupid? The Sacred Heaven sect currently controls the Crying Heaven domain. Such a good opportunity is not something people can get just by wishing for it. If we hadn't seen you kill the Wind Wolf beast and noticed you had decent skills, you wouldn't even be worthy of entering our sight." Bayu smiled faintly and asked, "And you think you're worthy?" She flew into a rage. "What did you just say?" A white glow burst from Bayu's body. He crooked his finger and repeated, "You want me to devote myself sincerely? Are you worthy? Ha ha. You really don't know whether to live or die. To us, you're nothing but an ant. Are you trying to make yourself into a joke for me?" The purple-robed young man stepped forward as well. "Junior sister, no need for more words. He deserves death." The girl in green lowered her stance and raised her sword into guard. "If you dare move one step, this young lady will make you die miserably." Bayu looked ahead and observed them, thinking to himself, their cultivation is rather high, but their speed isn't what I expected. As she charged forward, the girl in green was full of confidence. "Haha, were you scared, stupid? Watch how I take your head." She swung her sword with great speed and tremendous force, but unfortunately Bayu moved with the quickness of an afterimage and slipped behind her. What? How is that possible? Bayu lashed out with a kick straight into her back. "Go meet your grandfather." After that kick, she crashed down and landed face down on the ground like a frog. Seeing this, the purple-robed young man was equally shocked. The girl in green stood back up. "How is this possible? A worm like you actually knocked me down? Unforgivable." She stamped her foot and raised her sword high. A golden aura wrapped around her body, and then she gritted her teeth and shot forward. "I'll chop you into 10,000 pieces." Bayu widened his eyes in surprise. Her strength has increased a lot compared to before. Slash after slash of bizarre sword chi burst forth, but thanks to his agility, Bayu dodged them with ease. He leaned back and slid across the ground in a very flashy move. From behind, the purple-robed young man opened his mouth wide and rushed over. "You think you can escape?" With a swing of his arm, a sword-like energy slashed out. Bayu immediately dropped to the ground and curled up to dodge it. He gritted his teeth and shot a sideways glare, furious at being ambushed, then slowly got back to his feet, limping slightly as he calculated. "If the two of them attack together, I won't be their match. My cultivation is still too low right now. I can't use Heaven Ascending Punch. It would be very hard to take them down. If I absolutely have to use Heaven Ascending Punch, I'm afraid it'll cause serious consequences afterward. Unless I'm truly driven into a corner, I absolutely can't use it." The purple-robed young man raised a hand and laughed smugly. "Kid, no matter how hard you struggle, death is certain for you." Bayu also put on an expression and pointed back at them, taunting, "Idiots. You're obviously the ones who started this." As he spoke, he suddenly turned around and bolted away on all fours. "Your grandpa isn't playing with you anymore. Goodbye." A while later, the two of them chased him into the middle of a deserted forest and stopped there, breathing heavily from exhaustion. "He's gone. I didn't expect that bastard to be that fast." Junior sister, stop chasing him. It's just a waste of time. If we meet him again later, it won't be too late to kill him. Suddenly, a voice echoed over, making both of them freeze in confusion. "That's right, so make sure you remember this well." When they looked over, they saw Bayu standing there with his arms folded and his legs spread. Damn it, he actually dared come back? Bayu introduced his fake identity with an extremely childish gesture. "My grandpa's name is Li Xiao." Then he used his movement technique to flee the scene again while adding a few taunting words. "Next time we meet, I'll cripple both of you for sure." The girl in green bit her lip in fury. I'm so mad. He actually dared leave a name behind just to provoke us. In all my life, I've never met anyone who dared act so crazily in front of the Sacred Heaven sect. Li Xiu, just you wait. Li Qiu. Very well. This young master, will remember your name. The scene shifted to by you wandering through the forest with his hands on his hips. The space inside this imperial treasury really is far too vast. I've been walking for so long, and I still haven't run into anyone else. No sooner had he said that than a loud laugh rang out. Ha ha ha. It's a heavenly origin fruit. This really is a precious medicinal herb that can increase cultivation. Hearing that, Baiyu froze. A medicinal herb that increases cultivation? He peered out from behind a tree and saw a group of disciples standing below a rocky ledge, pointing at something above them. Looking more closely, atop the black rock was a blood-red heavenly origin fruit. Two disciples spoke up. The two of us from the Sacred Heaven sect helped you kill these demon beasts. This heavenly origin herb should belong to us, right? Those disciples were unwilling, but they only stammered. Teach this. One of the two disciples glared and threatened them. What? Do you have a problem with that? Seeing that, they were so frightened they could only swallow their anger. Nothing. Since the seniors of the Sacred Heaven sect want it, please go ahead and take it. Haha. If you have no other objections, then get lost at once. Baiyu took out a cloth and covered his face as he watched the disciples turn and leave. Yes, we'll leave right away. He immediately covered his face like an assassin and muttered, "These Sacred Heaven sect disciples really don't know their place. They're openly robbing people, so don't blame me for reaping the fisherman's profit." Looking at the gleaming, enticing heavenly origin fruit, the two disciples leaned back and laughed in delight. The spiritual power is so strong. Looks like the heavenly origin herb has fully matured. One of them stepped forward and reached out toward the heavenly origin fruit. Let me pick it. In an instant, a gust of wind swept past, and the fruit vanished from sight, leaving him dumbfounded. What? He turned his gaze behind him and froze in shock, as if he had seen something unbelievable. Baiyu held the heavenly origin fruit in his hand and shot away at tearing speed. He turned his head and said, "Got it." This went even more smoothly than I imagined. The two disciples shouted angrily, "Why you dare? Is this thing really a precious herb that can raise cultivation?" They could clearly feel the extremely powerful spiritual energy pouring from it. The two disciples strode forward, spread out their hands, and demanded that he return it at once. "Who do you think you are, acting so wildly here?" Baiyu pointed at the heavenly origin fruit. "This heavenly origin herb is fated with me, so I took it. Do you have a problem with that? Damn it, you've got guts. The two of us are disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect. Don't force us to make a move on you." Baiyu stared ahead with an icy gaze. "You got a problem? If you want it, come take it." The two disciples were furious and seething from the provocation. Hot-blooded with rage, they charged forward to attack. "Did you not understand what we said?" Baiyu nimbly weaved around and evaded their attacks. "You're both still green." The two of them gaped in shock. So fast. Without the slightest hesitation, Baiyu flipped and kicked both disciples straight in the face, catching them completely off guard. The two disciples crashed to the ground, groaning in pain. This guy's cultivation is mediocre. How can his strength be this powerful? Baiyu thought. These two are also Sacred Heaven sect disciples, but their strength is clearly far inferior to those two from earlier. It seems those earlier two definitely weren't ordinary disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect. The two disciples got back up and threatened him. "Kid, you dare lay hands on the Sacred Heaven sect? You're in huge trouble now. You'd better obediently return the heavenly origin herb to us, then kowtow and apologize." But Baiyu unexpectedly replied, "What I want to hit is precisely the Sacred Heaven sect." The two of them turned pale, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. "Arrogant. Are you crazy?" The wind whistled, birds chirped across the sky, and their shrill cries rang out loudly. Baiyu raised a contemptuous thumbs down. "So this is the #1 sect of the Crying Heaven domain, the Sacred Heaven sect?" By now, the two disciples had been beaten until their faces were swollen and bruised, kneeling on the ground as obediently as little dogs. The Sacred Heaven sect has countless disciples. If you've got the ability, tell us your identity clearly. Standing before the two shrinking, trembling disciples, Baiyu put his hands on his hips and said, "Listen carefully. Your grandfather here is named Li Xiu. Tell the Sacred Heaven sect disciples to come find me." Then he drove the two of them off. Get lost. Li Xiao will definitely settle this with you. Watching the backs of the two Sacred Heaven sect disciples leave, Bai Yu thought to himself, my good disciple, in this life you and the Sacred Heaven sect are fated to be enemies. He took out the heavenly origin fruit and floated into the air. Then he sat down cross-legged, hands resting on his knees. Let's refine this heavenly origin fruit and see how effective it is. He spread his arms and shouted 3 words loudly. Break for me. After a while, his body shone brilliantly. He stood up with a delighted smile. I broke through 3 minor realms and reached the 8th level of the mortal realm. This heavenly origin fruit is really effective. The scene shifted to 4 disciples. What did you say the person who stole our heavenly origin fruit was called? The 2 who had just been beaten immediately replied, Senior Brother Li. That man's name is Li Xiao. He's extremely arrogant. He simply doesn't put our Sacred Heaven sect in his eyes at all. He even told us to find someone to come cut him down. Hearing this, the girl in green was furious. So it's that Li Xiao again. Just let me catch you. Pass down the order. If anyone sees Li Xiao, seize him immediately. I will personally cut him down. The scene shifted to a group of disciples from various sects lying dead in a scattered mess on the ground. Bai Yu walked over to them. Even more people have died. The Imperial Treasury really is dangerous. Along the way, I've seen no idea how many corpses. As he walked, a series of booming sounds suddenly echoed continuously. He looked over in confusion, not knowing what the noise was. Looking toward the commotion and the shining radiance, he said, Is there some kind of phenomenon over there? Did a treasure appear? Without thinking further, he stamped his foot and shot toward the disturbance at incredible speed. Let's go take a look. In a small canyon, a large wooden chest appeared. The trio of traders from the Bai Yu sect, including Wang Ba, had already arrived. Little Third said, A wooden box inside the Imperial Treasury is rare. I wonder what treasure is inside. Little Fourth hurriedly opened it. It's definitely something good, with such an ancient aura. Seeing the sword inside the chest, Wang Ba cried out, This is a saint weapon. Little Fourth picked it up and grinned from ear to ear. Its radiance fills the sky. It's definitely a saint weapon. We've struck it rich. With this saint weapon, our combat strength will rise to a whole new level. Let's see who still dares provoke us. Wang Ba suddenly said, Are you stupid? How could we possibly use such a precious magical treasure ourselves? Little Fourth handed the sword to her and asked, Then what do you mean, junior sister? Wang Ba smiled and replied, Of course we offer it to the Sacred Heaven sect. Even in the Sacred Heaven sect, a saint weapon is a supreme treasure. When that time comes, we'll have rendered a great service. Little Fourth exclaimed, Junior sister is right. That way we can join the Sacred Heaven sect and, at the very least, become errand disciples. Even as errand disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect, the 3 of us would rise like a kite in the wind and have a powerful backer. Little Third agreed. Not bad. Our good days have finally arrived. He suddenly felt extremely confident. I just don't know where Bai Yu is. He thinks clinging to the Mysticwood sect makes him impressive. I like to see whether he can still strut around in front of us. Wang Ba said, Just don't let me see him. If I see him again, I'll definitely use this sword to cut him down. As soon as she finished speaking, a voice sounded from behind them. Is that so? The whole group jerked in fright and turned around. Who's there? Bai Yu smiled and said, Not a bad sword. A thought flashed through his mind. If I give this sword to Li Xiao, even if the return I get is only low grade, I can still exchange it for something good. The 3 traders shouted, Bai Yu, it's you. Little Third sneered. You really couldn't wait to come offer up your head. I don't know whether to call you stupid or foolish. Bai Yu replied sternly, Do you 3 pieces of trash still remember what I once said? If you dared disrespect me again, I'd split your heads open. He roared, Just you? Now that senior sister Fuang isn't here, let's see who can protect you. As soon as he spoke, he rushed forward to attack. Bai Yu said, Overestimating yourself. He circulated his energy and threw a punch to block the attack. With a bang, a series of cracking bones rang out. Little Third screamed in agony. My hand. Little Fourth was terrified. That trash of strength is actually so great. Wang Ba reassured him, We have a saint weapon in hand. So what if he's stronger? Little Third shouted, Junior sister, cut him down and avenge me. The 2 of them immediately rushed up and surrounded him. Wang Ba said, Yu, couldn't you just stay quietly as a piece of trash? Why insist on copying other people's comeback stories? Do you even have that fate? Yu calmly replied, "You three pieces of garbage. I can understand betraying your sect because you want to climb higher, but wanting to bully your master and destroy your ancestors? That's what beasts do." Her eyes burned with rage. "You think you're worthy of lecturing us?" As she spoke, she swung the saint weapon in a slash. Boom! Boom! Yu was greatly startled. Heavens and earth, ghosts and gods. He leapt up to dodge. The sword energy was terrifying, instantly severing several nearby tree trunks. Yu quickly jumped back several steps and cried out, "That was close." He guessed that this was a saint weapon. The force it emitted was incredibly powerful. Its power truly is extraordinary. She asked, scared now, "Let me see who can help you now." As she spoke, she raised the sword again and continued attacking in a frenzy. The sword energy was as fierce as thunder exploding from a clear sky. Its destructive force was so violent that it split the ground with a long crack. Wangba suddenly asked, "Where is he?" Yu slapped her hard across the face and replied, "Right here." Wangba was sent flying into the air. He shouted loudly, "Get lost." She crashed to the ground with a heavy thud. Then she struggled back up and screamed, "You hit my face again. I'll kill you." Yu said nothing more and gave her another slap. Seeing their junior sister repeatedly beaten into the ground, little Fourth was filled with fear. Even holding a saint weapon, she's still not Yu's match? Is he really Yu? Yu walked over to Wangba and said, "The power of the saint weapon is indeed not bad, but you're a piece of trash yourself. Even if I gave you a divine weapon, it would still be useless." He cracked his knuckles. "Since you three refuse to repent, today I'll cleanse the sect." Wangba hurriedly cried out, "No, Master, no. Sect Master I was wrong." Little Third and Little Fourth both dropped to their knees. "Sect Master don't kill us. Spare us. We know we were wrong. We swear we won't dare oppose you again in the future." Right. Just treat us like ignorant children. I swear I absolutely won't come anger you again in the future. At that very moment, three men suddenly descended from the sky. The green-haired disciple on the left called out to report, "It's over here." Hearing that, Wangba immediately reacted as if she had grabbed a lifeline. People from the sacred heaven sect. They looked down from on high and asked, "A magical treasure appeared here. Where is it now?" Yu frowned and thought that earlier phenomenon actually drew people from the Sacred Heaven sect here. These people really don't let anything go. Wangba's eyes lit up as she raised the saint's sword in her hand and cried out, "It's here." Yu jolted. She happily continued, "Seniors, this is a saint weapon. We obtained it and we're preparing to offer it to the seniors of the Sacred Heaven sect." Lu Xiong immediately replied, "At least you know what's good for you." Yu twisted his face and cursed inwardly, "This damned old bastard again." Wangba pointed at him and accused him, "Senior, this man is Yu. When he learned we were going to give this saint weapon to the Sacred Heaven sect, he wanted to snatch it." She continued framing him, clearly trying to force him onto a dead-end road. "We're no match for him. We were almost killed by him." Hearing all this, Yu clenched his teeth in fury. Just now you swore not to oppose me. You three really are trash." Only then did the steward speak. "There's actually someone this bold?" Little Third begged, "Please, seniors, deal with this man." Little Fourth chimed in as well. "This man is extremely arrogant. Please, senior, take action." Yu covered his face. He was truly speechless with them. With character this rotten, the original host still accepted them as disciples. Old Lu looked at Yu with disdain. "A mere mortal realm ant is worthy of this old man taking action? End yourself." Lu Xiong mocked, "Kid, did you hear that? Steward Lu of the Sacred Heaven sect's outer court orders you to kill yourself." Lu Ning threatened, "You'd better obey. Otherwise, if we make a move, you'll die miserably." Yu hissed, "You lowly dog-eyed scum." He flew into a rage and pointed at Yu's face as he shouted, "Impudent! What did you say?" Yu showed not the slightest fear and loudly shot back, "So what if you're people of the Sacred Heaven sect? Every single one of you is like a mad dog, biting whoever you see. I ought to gouge out your dog eyes." They roared, "What are you to dare speak of the Sacred Heaven sect like that? Let's see if I don't tear your mouth apart." Seeing the disciples bickering back and forth so much, Steward Lu raised a hand to stop them. "He's just an ignorant fool. You two kill him." Lu Xiong and Lu Nung immediately shot forward. "Steward Lu, rest assured, leave it to us. Old Lu ordered Wang Ba, "Bring the saint weapon over here for me to see." She hurriedly replied, "Yes," then respectfully presented it with both hands. Inwardly, she was gloating. "By you, to act like that before the Sacred Heavens sect. You really are tired of living." Little Fourth laughed and said, "I was worried Bai Yu might run away. Looks like I was overthinking it." Little Third cursed, "Keep being arrogant. The more arrogant you are, the faster you'll die." Lu Ning looked at Bai Yu with contempt. "Even if you beg to die now, we still won't let you die comfortably." Bai Yu casually twisted his wrist and said bluntly, "Are you going to fight or not? What I hate most is people who drag things out and keep muttering before a fight." Lu Xiong gestured wildly. "You're in that much of a hurry to die? I'll grant your wish." As he spoke, he threw a powerful punch. At this moment, Steward Lu was still absorbed in admiring the saint's sword. He exclaimed, "Haha, not bad. It really is a saint's sword, though it has some flaws." Standing beside him, Wang Ba fawned, "Senior, we deeply admire the Sacred Heaven sect. Our greatest ideal is to join the Sacred Heaven sect." Old Lu affirmed, "This old man can handle that. The three of you can temporarily become menial disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect." The three traders were overjoyed. "Really?" They immediately knelt down and said, "Thank you, Senior." Right then, a shrill scream came from the other side. The two Sacred Heaven sect disciples were blasted backward and crashed down behind Old Lu with a loud bang. The huge noise startled Steward Lu, and he turned around. What was that? Lu Xiong and Lu Nung struggled back to their feet. Bai Yu sneered. "So the Sacred Heaven sect is only this much." Old Lu shouted, "What's going on? You two are first-level true person realm cultivators. How could you lose to someone in the mortal realm?" Lu Xiong hurriedly explained, "Steward Lu Lu Nung defended himself. "This kid isn't as simple as he looks." Old Lu gritted his teeth. "Trash." Seeing this scene, Little Third and the others were utterly shocked. Bai Yu can actually defeat disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect? Little Fourth couldn't believe his eyes. Could the Bai Yu I knew before have been fake? How did he suddenly become so formidable? Wang Ba reassured them. "What's there to panic about? Senior Steward Lu still hasn't made a move. With Steward Lu here, Bai Yu will definitely die." Sure enough, Old Lu stepped forward to take charge. He said loudly, "Kid, this old man will let you strike first. Otherwise, the moment I move, you won't even have a chance." But before he could finish speaking, a heaven-shaking punch smashed straight into his face. Steward Lu flew backward, then dropped to the ground with a thud, flattened there. Wang Ba and the others cried out in horror, this." Steward Lu climbed back up and shouted, "What are you doing?" Bai Yu calmly replied, "Didn't you tell me to make the first move?" He roared, "I wasn't finished talking and you already attacked?" Bai Yu lowered his head and said, "My apologies for ruining the rhythm of your grandstanding." Old Lu bellowed, "You have truly enraged me." He bent down, picked up the saint's sword, and began attacking. "This old man will use your blood to temper the saint's sword and hack you alive." Bai Yu sensed the immensely powerful sword energy and inwardly marveled. What terrifying power. Steward Lu's cultivation is extremely high. In his hands, this saint's sword's power is increased several-fold. Steward Lu shouted, "Take this. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is best." Bai Yu turned and ran. Old Lu immediately chased after him. "Do you think you can escape?" He circulated his energy and slashed out with overwhelming force. Sword energy filled the sky and swept forward like a storm. Bai Yu was alarmed. That thing in his hand is a saint weapon. He instantly leapt high to dodge the strike. Wherever the sword's path went, the large trees were all cut down. Bai Yu felt this is bad. He landed on the ground and spat out a mouthful of blood. Bai Yu thought to himself, "So strong. Good thing I have the black tortoise body, which helped me resist most of the damage. I only suffered a light injury." Old Lu was a little surprised. "You're still not dead." Even a peak true person realm cultivator couldn't withstand one strike from me. "You really surprised me. I even feel a bit of appreciation for your talent. If you hadn't hit this steward, I might have taken you as my disciple." He pointed his sword at Bai Yu and said, "What a pity. Now you only have one path left, death." The three traders were filled with hope once more. Bai Yu was badly injured, and at last he was about to die. "Once this stone in our hearts is gone, we'll finally be able to relax." Ha ha ha. Bai Yu calculated inwardly. "Looks like I can only use my ultimate move. I wonder whether one punch ascends to heaven can send Steward Lu to heaven." Steward Lu suddenly said, "Boy, remember this well. In your next life, if you meet me, make sure to get out of my way." Suddenly, a strange sound appeared in the air. Old Lou blurted out, "What's that sound?" A huge roar carrying terrifying pressure shook the entire mountain range. The disciples of the various sects cried out, "What's happening? This is bad. The ground is shaking." One person recognized it. This aura. It feels like something is waking up. A spirit ape rose up right beneath them, continuously growling. Big Mao tucked his legs and ran while shouting, "Run!" So there was a giant beast sleeping here. Damn it, I only came to pick heavenly origin fruit. How did I wake up a giant beast? Help! But it was already too late. The spirit ape's foot was right above his head. Big Mao burst into tears. And no, not this. The giant ape swiftly stomped him flat and chased after the others. Everyone who saw it was terrified, all shouting, "Run!" Seeing that Baiyu was still standing there, someone yelled, "Run! If you're any slower, you'll lose your life." Baiyu stared at the demon ape, somewhat stunned. "Damn, such a huge demon beast." Steward Liu said, "That's a heaven-piercing demonic ape, at the very least a saint-level demon beast." Damn it, the Imperial Treasury actually has this kind of demon beast. The spirit ape uprooted a massive tree and gritted its teeth. Clever little thieves of the Imperial Treasury. Then it let out a roar. It hurled the enormous trunk straight at the group of martial cultivators. Boom, boom, boom. Panic screams rang out. "Move! Move aside!" The giant trunk crushed several people nearby. The three traders trembled all over. Little Third said, "This is way too terrifying." Lu Xiong was frightened too and hurriedly reminded him, "Steward Liu, let's run." Old Lu said, "Of course we have to run. This demon beast is one of the invincible creatures of the Imperial Treasury. But before I leave, I must kill this brat." As soon as he turned toward Baiyu, he discovered that Baiyu had vanished at some point. Old Lu cried out, "Where did that brat go?" Wang Ba cursed, "Damn it, did we let Baiyu escape?" Someone begged Steward Liu, "Senior, that man is sinister and cunning. We absolutely must get rid of him." He replied coldly, "It's too late. In the end, everyone will gather in the Imperial Treasury anyway. Sooner or later, he'll die. Right now, preserving our lives is more important. If that demon beast catches us, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough." Feet pounded in chaotic retreat. So close to the gigantic ape, no one dared stay even a second longer. "Great demon beast, sir, please, please don't chase me." The ape parted its thick lips and muttered, "Everyone must die." Baiyu watched it thoughtfully. The top of this giant ape's head was lush and green. There are so many heavenly origin fruits on it. If I can get them, my cultivation will definitely break into the true person realm. The ape opened its huge mouth and exhaled a violent, spiraling blast of force straight ahead. Some of the people caught in it couldn't resist at all and screamed in agony. So terrifying. This ferocious beast may have already surpassed the saint level, and it's gone mad. It could drown us with a mouthful of spit. "Run! Run!" Lowering his center of gravity as he turned, Baiyu shouted inwardly, "A saint-level ferocious beast." The cultivation realms are divided into mortal realm, true person realm, superhuman realm, ennoblement realm, marquis realm, and saint realm. A mortal realm cultivator like me is worlds apart from it. As he said this, he turned and bolted. The owner of this place actually kept a ferocious beast like this? I don't even dare think about the heavenly origin fruit anymore. I'm getting out of here. The ape suddenly paused, as if it had sensed something. That person's aura. Even though Baiyu was running for dear life, he still kept glancing back. Why do I feel a chill down my spine? Is that ferocious beast staring at me? Must be my imagination. The ape suddenly burst forward at extreme speed, chasing Baiyu while growling. "It's you?" Baiyu panicked in fear. "Damn it, it's running at me." He lifted his legs even higher and sprinted like a track athlete, consoling himself. "It's not chasing me. Definitely not chasing me." The enormous ape lunged after him and peeled back its lips as it said, "Don't even think about escaping my grasp." Baiyu kept shouting with a face full of alarm, "Mother!" He glanced back in terror. "What's going on? Did I offend you? Why are you chasing me? Why are you chasing me? We have no grudge between us." The ape opened its maw and said angrily, "You deserve to die." It slammed one foot down, releasing a powerful shockwave that sent Baiyu tumbling forward. He skidded across the ground on his knees, coughing violently. "Damn, this is terrifying." The ape crouched down too and swung its arm as if it wanted to kill him on the spot. How can a monster this powerful even exist in this world? The key point is that this giant beast seems to have a grudge against me. What the hell is going on? I don't know you at all. You wanted to be a hippopotamus, but your parents made you an ape instead? It punched forward in a fury. Driven into a corner, Bayou drew his arm back and took a stance, using one punch ascends to heaven. From afar, Bayou looked like an ant scratching the ape's itch with the shockwave rings from his technique. After one punch, the ape's head was only knocked slightly to the side. Damn it, Bayou was flung to the ground. Even though I blocked it, my one punch ascends to heaven isn't very effective against a demon beast of this level. Then he turned and fled again as fast as his legs could carry him under the ape's gaze. The forest once again echoed with a sound that made everyone uneasy. The woman running behind Steward Lu hurriedly shouted, "This is bad. It's the sound of that heaven-piercing, demonic ape." Lu Xiong turned tense. "It's chasing us again. Let's hide farther away." Another person suddenly interrupted with a panicked face. "No, that's not right." The image of the monster in relentless pursuit came into view. "Look, everyone!" And Bayou was pumping his legs frantically. "I run, run, run. I'm by the runner." Seeing him in trouble, a mocking voice rang out. "It's Bayou," Wang Ba gleefully announced, delighted by someone else's misfortune. "Bayou is being hunted down by that heaven-piercing demonic ape." Another lackey also chimed in smugly. "This guy is really unlucky." "Serves him right." They looked toward him and shouted mockingly, "Bayou, run faster. If you're any slower, you won't even keep your life." "Bayou, so you have a day like this too? Just wait to die, without even a corpse left." Those words all entered his ears, making him curl his lip in annoyance. "These people, just wait." Steward Lu joined in as well. "Once that ape has set its sights on him, there's no way this man survives." After saying that, he ordered, "Let's go. We've wasted too much time. It's time to head toward the central region of the Imperial Treasury." Hearing this, his subordinates stopped watching the show and hurriedly gathered together. Suddenly, the pounding sounds grew closer and denser, making him panic. What now? She and the others turned toward the source of the noise. It turned out Bayou had led the heaven-piercing, demonic ape straight toward them. Everyone immediately broke into a panicked run. "What? Heavens!" Lu Xiong cried out in alarm, leaving his companions behind him gaping in shock. "That guy actually lured it toward us." Running behind them, Bayou kept jeering. "Trash! I'm coming for you," she demanded urgently. "Bayou, what are you trying to do?" Only then did he grit his teeth and fire back. "What am I trying to do? Don't you all love laughing at other people's misery? Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me as funeral company." Seeing the danger, Steward Lu quickly ordered, "Shameless brat, run." The three traders of the Bayou sect flailed their arms and legs at full speed, stammering in terror. "Don't come over here." Unexpectedly, Bayou had already surged ahead, his face full of contempt. "You think you can run faster than me?" One of the three traders immediately raised a hand to stop him. "Get lost. Don't come near me." But after saying that, he suddenly gritted his teeth and his face turned pale. What? To his shock, the heaven-piercing demonic ape had already grabbed him. It stomped down hard, and a shrill scream rang out while Bayou escaped. Once he reached safety, he merely wore a faint smile, completely unconcerned about the danger facing the three traders of the Bayou sect. Wang Ba ground her teeth, her face turning dark. "Bayou, you bastard! Steward Lu, save me!" Hearing the cry, Steward Lu also jolted and stopped. Another subordinate running behind suddenly panicked. "That brat is coming toward me." Meanwhile, Bayou remained utterly at ease as he ran and replied, "Don't be scared. Smile for me." Steward Lu clenched his jaw. "You despicable wretch! How dare you!" Another kick from the monster came down, and cries of pain and despair rose one after another. Seeing this, Steward Lu hurriedly moved away from Bayou and growled, "Damn you, brat! I will never live under the same sky as you." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly swung his sword, unleashing a sharp slash forward. Bang! Yet Bayou easily dodged the attack. Steward Lu pointed his sword threateningly again. "Brat, you dare bring disaster over here and run toward us? I'll risk this life of mine to kill you." Bayou suddenly turned and kept running. That old man's sword is the biggest nuisance. Too bad that ape didn't stomp them all to death. Once she reached a safe place, Wang Ba stopped and panted heavily. "That was way too dangerous just now." Lu Xiong, drenched in sweat, guessed it's finally gone. He probably won't survive. Hearing that, Steward Lu grew so furious that veins bulged on his forehead. Being stomped to death by that demon beast is letting him off easy. If he falls into my hands, I'll tear out his tendons and skin him alive. Yet the pounding footsteps still had not stopped. At this moment, the heaven-piercing demonic ape was almost right on top of Bayou, while he could only run for his life. A huge hand with sharp claws reached out. He turned his head, brows knitted tightly. I can't dodge it anymore. Suddenly, a steamed bun appeared in his hand out of nowhere. Bayou hurriedly used all his strength to throw it at the monster. Get lost! The heaven-piercing demonic ape still had its hand raised, its eyes blood-red and unfocused. The steamed bun flew easily into its mouth. Its sharp teeth closed down. After chewing it up, the heaven-piercing demonic ape suddenly froze in shock. Delicious. Bayou kept staring at it closely, uncertain. It really stopped. Suddenly, the monster's long tongue lolled out greedily. Seeing that, Bayou could only smile awkwardly. The steamed bun actually made it stop. The spirit ape's expression relaxed, and its eyes seemed to say, delicious, filling, strangely filling. Got any more? Bayou exclaimed. Ah, the steamed bun's work. He immediately threw it another one, and the spirit ape promptly opened its mouth and swallowed it. Bayou said amiably, I've got plenty of steamed buns. Then he tossed 5 more into its mouth at once. Just like that, he played a game of tossing buns, while the spirit ape caught and devoured them. After a while, the giant ape sat down on the ground. Its eyes returned to normal, and the dense killing intent from before was gone. It burst into loud laughter. Bayou sat right across from it, already holding 2 steamed buns in his hand. I never would have thought the system's 10,000 steamed buns would save my life. This guy's addicted now. But the giant ape's eyes have returned to normal, so it definitely isn't dangerous anymore. The spirit ape chuckled, stuck out its tongue, and waited for more buns to be thrown. Bayou tossed 3 steamed buns into its mouth and asked, Big guy, let me ask you something. Why were you trying to kill me? As it gobbled the buns, it answered, your aura. But after only a few words, it forgot again, merely stammering, you're strange. Bayou blurted out, a strange aura? What does it mean? He wondered inwardly. Could the original Bayou really have some extraordinary background? The spirit ape clutched its head. Don't know. Can't remember. Bayou jumped onto its head and calculated inwardly. This guy doesn't look very smart. I probably can't get anything out of him. I should pick the heavenly origin fruit from his head first. Sure enough, it was a rare treasure almost impossible to find. Heavenly origin fruits hung in dense clusters right before his eyes. He immediately picked them and refined them, his strength rising without end. Bayou laughed loudly. Ha ha, true person realm. My cultivation has finally caught up to that cheap disciple of mine. Too bad the heavenly origin fruit is useless for the true person realm and can't raise my cultivation any further. I'd better quickly find that jade ice bed and boost my cultivation fast. Meanwhile, as for Steward Lu's group, while fleeing, they luckily came across a chest of treasures. Wang Ba and the others grinned from ear to ear. Old Lu said, you two really are lucky stars. To think you actually discovered another valuable treasure chest. Wang Ba replied, it's all thanks to Steward Lu's good fortune that we could be this lucky. Steward Lu laughed heartily. If we can obtain another saint weapon, I'll make an exception and take you too as my disciples. The 2 traders looked full of anticipation and saluted together. Many thanks, Senior Steward. With your boundless fortune, you will certainly get what you wish. Old Lu walked over to the treasure chest and said, next, let this old man open it. Little Fourth exclaimed, so exciting, the moment to witness a miracle. He pushed at the lid of the chest as Steward Lu shouted, open for me. The moment he saw what was inside, Steward Lu was a little stunned. A powerful wave of spiritual energy surged out, making him cry out in shock, heavens! I'm rich. I'm rich. This is actually the aura of a saint weapon. Wang Ba and Little Fourth clasped their hands and said in unison, congratulations, Steward Lu. He replied, still calling me Steward Lu? Wang Ba and the others beamed with joy. They dropped to their knees and called him master. Steward Lu said, rise. From this day on, you are disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect. In the Sacred Heaven domain, no one will dare touch you. Wang Ba was overjoyed. Becoming a disciple of the Sacred Heaven sect, what an honor that was. At last, you and I have changed our fate. Little Fourth said arrogantly, what a pity that Bastard Bayou can't witness our glorious moment. Otherwise, just then a voice behind them asked, otherwise what? They jumped in fright and turned around, shouting, who's there? Wang Ba recognized it. That's Bayou's voice. Sitting atop the spirit ape's head, Bayou said, we meet again. you little bags of trash. At this moment, the giant ape's eyes were blazing red, and it snorted heavily as it stomped forward. Wang Ba and the others were utterly horrified. What the hell is this now? Lu Nung rubbed his eyes repeatedly. Am I seeing things? The guy's sitting on the giant ape. Steward, Lu loudly asked. Brat, you're still alive? Bai let out a cold laugh. You old bastard, I only want to ask whether you're afraid. Or not. Lu Nung suddenly blurted out. Steward, what exactly is going on? Could it be that he tamed the giant ape? Old Lu waved it off. What nonsense are you talking about? The giant ape is the spirit pet of the immortal emperor who owned this place. How could it possibly be subdued by a mere mortal cultivator? Its mind has never been clear. Something must be wrong with its current state, and it can no longer harm people. This brat is just taking advantage of that. Bai Yu looked at him with arrogant eyes. Wang Ba agreed. Right, that must be it. What ability or virtue does Bai Yu have to subdue a giant ape? Steward Lu immediately raised his sword. Brat, a fox borrowing the tiger's might. He shot up toward the spirit ape's head to attack Bai Yu. This time, I won't let you escape. Bai Yu curled his lips slightly. Idiot, thinking yourself clever. The moment old Lu jumped up, the demon ape swung its arm down. He had no time to react. He had only just managed to say, "What?" "No," before he was struck by a ferocious blow and crashed heavily to the ground. His treasured sword fell through the air. Bai Yu quickly snatched it up. He said delightedly, as expected of a fine saint weapon. Lu Nung dropped to his knees beside Steward Lu, crying out loudly, Master! Steward Lu, why you? This is impossible. Little Fourth was utterly horrified. Master is dead. We only just acknowledged him as our master, and now he's dead. It's all over. Wang Ba couldn't believe her eyes. How could this happen? We just joined the Sacred Heaven sect. We had a chance to defy heaven and change our fate. She shouted angrily. Bai Yu, why are you treating us like this? Holding the sword, Bai Yu jumped down below. He said coldly, Why? Don't you know perfectly well in your hearts? Seeing him walk closer, Wang Ba was terrified. What are you doing? Little Fourth let out a shrill cry. Bai Yu, spare me. Give me one more chance. Bai Yu coldly slashed out with a decisive sword strike. I already gave you a chance before. Now, there's only one road left for you, death. Seeing Little Fourth killed, Wang Ba immediately begged, No, don't kill me. I'll do anything you want. She dropped to her knees and hurriedly said, Just think of me as a dog. Bai Yu raised his sword. Even a dog isn't as despicable as you. Lu Xiong saw this scene. He lowered his head and asked quietly, I can't survive this either, right? Then give me a quick death with one sword. Bai Yu said, Let me ask you something. Does your Sacred Heaven sect have some special method of communication? Lu Xiong immediately replied, Yes. What do you want to do? Bai Yu pondered for a moment. Then he walked up in front of him and asked with a smile, I'll give you a chance to live. Do you want it or not? Overjoyed, Lu Xiong answered, Yes. This lowly one is Lu Xiong. As long as I can live, I'll do anything. Bai Yu said, Very good. Stand here and wait for my orders. After that, he looked through the treasure hoard. Let's see if there's anything good in here. Bai Yu was a little surprised. What is this? He picked up a tiny little carriage and examined it carefully. It did not look like a weapon, but more like something used for travel. Suddenly, the spirit ape let out a loud roar. Bai Yu snorted. He turned around and blurted out, That ape recognizes this thing, and it even went mad because of it. Bai Yu's eyes suddenly widened in shock. The treasure in his hand gave off a glittering light. This thing is reacting. Space suddenly shook violently, and the ground trembled fiercely. Bai Yu cried out, What's happening? The spirit ape's eyes burned red. It let out a roar. Master! Seeing the great ape run forward in haste, Bai Yu immediately called out, Brother Ape. He wondered, what stimulated this creature? Right then, the system notified him, ding. In the center of the Imperial Treasury, there is someone suitable to be accepted as a disciple. Bai Yu was stunned. What's going on? There's actually someone here fit to be taken as a disciple. From within the dark and shadowy forest ahead came the sound of footsteps striking the ground. This emperor is exhausted. Bent over with her hands on her knees, she still struggled to gulp in breath. If I'd known, I wouldn't have made the Imperial Treasury this big. Tang Shui seemed to notice something in the forest ahead. Her eyes widened excitedly. That's the aura of the flying chariot. That's what I use for travel. I wonder who got it. Once I get back, I'll definitely snatch it back. Tang Shui hurried off. First, I need to get to the center of the Imperial Treasury. If I find the Isol pill I left behind, I'll have hope of recovering my former strength. In the sky appeared two parallel red streaks of light, seemingly released from deep within the forest. One person stood there calmly with his hands clasped behind his back. In the blink of an eye, two others appeared behind him. One of them asked, "Lu Nung, was it you who sent us that signal just now?" Lu Nung kept his back to the two of them, his voice low. "I sent it. I found something good here, but I need the help of you brothers." One of them asked in confusion, "What do you need our help for? Where's Steward Liu? Weren't you always with Steward Liu?" He pointed toward the forest ahead and continued, "Steward Liu is up ahead. Follow me." Baiyu had somehow already appeared behind them, holding a club high and ready to knock the two men unconscious. One of the two brothers loudly replied, "Understood." The moment he finished speaking, both of them cried out one after another, while Lu Xiong stood there silently, not caring in the slightest. Standing behind them, Baiyu tapped the club in his hand and praised him, while Lu Xiong's face was already full of bewilderment. "Lu Xiong, well done." Baiyu gave him a thumbs up in admiration. Betraying three fellow disciples without changing expression, you have the potential to become a truly great scoundrel. Brushing the hair before his forehead, Lu Xiong said indifferently, "Sect Master Bai flatters me. It was all thanks to Sect Master Bai's thorough plan, having me disguise myself as Lu Nong." With sword in hand, Baiyu walked over, lightly placed one hand on Lu Xiong's shoulder, and said excitedly, "Search these two for treasures. Then prepare for the next job." Squatting on the ground, Lu Xiong searched the two men who had just been knocked out. Baiyu stood there, chuckling to himself. This Sacred Heavens sect acted tyrannically, practically claiming everything in the Imperial Treasury for themselves. He glanced at Lu Xiong and thought, if that was the case, then instead of searching for treasures personally, wouldn't it be more convenient to just rob them directly from these brats? In a small canyon, a group of Sacred Heavens sect disciples walked in. Little Ninth asked in confusion, "Someone clearly sent us a signal, so why don't we see anyone? Where did they go?" Suddenly, Lian shouted, "Robbery!" A masked man holding a sword appeared in front of them. "Iuhaista!" What lunatic crawled out from nowhere? "You actually dare rob the Sacred Heavens sect? Are you stupid?" Baiyu swung his sword, slashing out a sharp arc. The smile on Yuhai's lips instantly vanished. He blurted out what? Pained cries rang out as one large bundle was soon finished. Baiyu stripped the three Sacred Heavens sect disciples naked and tied them up. He instructed, "Remember this well. Your grandfather's name is Li Xiao." The three disciples huddled close together, trying to untie themselves, gnashing their teeth as they said, "Utter humiliation, utter humiliation. Hurry and inform Senior Sister Bai and Senior Brother Li." Seeing Lu Xiong hiding behind a rock, Baiyu asked, "Why didn't you run?" Lu Xiong lowered his head and replied, "Where could I run? If the Sacred Heavens sect ever found out what I did, even flaying me alive and grinding my bones wouldn't be enough to satisfy their anger." Baiyu smiled. "You're actually very wise." Lu Xiong suddenly proposed, "Since Sect Master Bai has chosen not to kill me, can you point me toward a path to live?" Baiyu looked a little excited. "You're sure I won't kill you?" Lu Xiong affirmed. "Sect Master Bai didn't let me show my face in front of the Sacred Heavens sect disciples. You must have a deeper purpose." Baiyu sighed. "You're very smart. Right now, your only way to survive is to return to the Sacred Heavens sect." Lu Xiong was somewhat startled. "Go back," Baiyu added, "and become the only disciple who returns alive." Lu Xiong thought to himself, the only one to survive and return? Sect Master Bai is this confident. Could he be some hidden great expert? He suddenly dropped to his knees and cowed out. "This lowly one will obey all of Sect Master Bai's orders." Baiyu said, "Get up. After a few more jobs, I'll tell you what to do." A short while later, Li Changqing and Baiwan had already received the distress signal from Little Knight's group. The people of the Sacred Heavens sect immediately rushed over to rescue them. With a note stuck to his forehead, Yuhai angrily said, "That damned bastard Lunong." Baiwan said through clenched teeth, "Someone even dared harm disciples of the Sacred Heavens sect? Who did this?" One person crouched down, examined the slip of paper on Yuhai's forehead, then said, "Senior Brother Li, Senior Sister Bai, it says Li Xiao." The moment she heard the name Li Xiao, Baiwan flew into a rage again. "That damned worm, Li Shanqing Shota, Li Xiuain." Yuhai confirmed, "That's right. This man even announced his own name. He's incredibly bold." Changqing said, "He's deliberately humiliating our Sacred Heavens sect." Bai Wan exclaimed, "Senior brother, Li Xiu is very cunning. We have to think of a way to catch him." Li Changqing immediately gave the order, "Inform everyone, all Sacred Heaven Sect disciples are not allowed to act alone. Everyone is to gather in the central area." At the same time, Li Xiu was trapped in a forbidden zone, sneezing repeatedly. Li Xiu rubbed his nose lightly. "Strange, why do I keep sneezing? I keep feeling like something is about to happen." The moment he finished speaking, the ground beneath his feet suddenly shifted, and a formation took shape. Li Xiu raised his sword. "Break for me." Then he thrust straight into the eye of the formation and shouted, "Ha! Break!" A brilliant stream of golden light burst out, and the formation was destroyed. Li Xiu said delightedly, "After being trapped here so long, I finally broke this grand formation. I have to get out quickly and find the people of the Sacred Heaven Sect. Even if they can't compare to the geniuses of those great sects, joining them would still count as a respectable achievement. There's still hope I can enter the Sacred Heaven Sect. After all, my family is still under threat, and time is running out." At the same time, Bai Yu was giving instructions to Lu Xiong. He asked him, "Have you remembered everything I told you?" Lu Xiong replied, "I remember all clearly." "Sect Master Bai, rest assured, this is your only chance to live. After you get out, find a place to stay in Haiyuan City and wait for my orders." Lu Xiong cupped his hands and said, "Yes, this lowly one will leave the Imperial Treasury at once and await Sect Master Bai's message." The scene shifted to Fuang Mok Lin, making her way through a bustling crowd in front of Great Gate, where people were constantly chattering. This grand hall is the central area of the Imperial Treasury. Unfortunately, we can't get in. I heard you need the Imperial Treasury's origin core to enter. I wonder where that origin core is. Most likely, it's in the hands of the Mysticwood sect. A disciple behind her spoke worriedly. I wonder where Senior Bai went. Why hasn't he arrived yet? Don't worry. An expert like Senior Bai will definitely come. Let's wait a little longer. Suddenly, the subordinate exclaimed fearfully, "Someone's coming." It looks like the Sacred Heaven Sect. Slow footsteps approached as someone spoke up. "There are actually this many people here." Li Changqing led the Sacred Heaven Sect disciples over and arrogantly said, "I don't like noise. Clear this place out." The Sacred Heaven Sect disciples shouted haughtily, "The Sacred Heaven Sect has arrived." Two disciples at the front fiercely shoved the people standing there aside to make way for Bai Wan and Changqing. "Clear out this place. All you riffraff, get lost." A disciple from another faction saw their unreasonable bullying and immediately spoke up to criticize them, only to be blocked by a Sacred Heaven Sect disciple. Pointing directly at the arrogant Bai Wan, he said, "What gives the Sacred Heaven Sect the right to be this tyrannical?" Upon hearing this, the Sacred Heaven Sect disciple withdrew and stepped aside. Seeing that, the man grew bolder and continued loudly, "The opportunities here are meant for those with fate." Before he could finish, Bai Wan directly struck him, flying with her sword. Too much talk. Seeing this, everyone thought anxiously. One wrong sentence, and she attacks immediately. Bai Wan lifted her chin high and said impatiently and arrogantly, "Does anyone else have objections?" Seeing that the Sacred Heaven Sect people were impossible to reason with, the others quickly moved aside. "No objections. Let's go." Fuang Mok Lin turned fully around and stared fixedly at the group that had been swaggering and showing off. A disciple leaned close to Changqing's ear and reported, "Senior Brotherly, there's still people from the Mysticwood sect who haven't left. The one leading them is their chief disciple, Fuang Mok Lin." Bai Wan let out a cold snort and said to her, "Fuang Mok Lin, you dare not leave?" Mok Lin looked at the woman before her in confusion. "Bai Wan, others fear you because you are from the Sacred Heaven Sect. Our Mysticwood sect does not. The Crying Heaven Domain is not a place where your sect can cover the sky with one hand." Hearing that, Bai Wan became furious. "Do you think you can survive?" Mok Lin was no less forceful. Her sharp eyes met Bai Wan's directly. "If you aren't afraid of provoking a war between our two sects, then you can try." Hearing that, Bai Wan drew her sword and strode quickly toward Mok Lin. "Then I'll have to try. The Mysticwood sect may not be weak, but if you refuse to obey our Sacred Heaven sect, then you're courting death." Seeing her go mad, Changqing hurriedly reminded her, "Junior sister, leave one of them alive to force out the method to open the center of the Imperial Treasury." Whether she listened or not was unclear. All they saw was Bai Wan shouting loudly, Men, surround them for me. Don't let a single one escape. Mocklin solemnly raised her sword toward Baiwan, showing not the slightest fear. A voice rang out from afar. A person dressed in emerald green robes was approaching. Everyone, hurrying over from the distance, Li Xiu looked flustered, his steps quickening as he asked at the same time, "Are those people from the Sacred Heaven sect?" A Sacred Heaven sect disciple turned to look at him and asked, "Who are you?" "Everyone here has already been cleared out by our Sacred Heaven sect, and you still dare come." As he spoke, he rudely pointed straight at Li Xiu. "What are you supposed to be?" Despite the rough treatment, Li Xiu performed a proper salute and answered, "I came looking for the people of the Sacred Heaven sect. There is something I wish to request." Hearing that, Changqing coldly asked, "What is it?" Still keeping his hands cupped, Li Xiu earnestly voiced his wish. "I wish to join the Sacred Heaven sect and cultivate there. I wonder if this senior brother could recommend me." The man laughed loudly in mockery. "You want to join the Sacred Heaven sect? The Sacred Heaven sect is not a place just anyone can enter." Saluting sincerely, Li Xiu declared clearly, "My name is Li Xiu. My current cultivation has reached the peak of the true person realm." Changqing spoke loudly, as if dumping cold water straight over him. "Your name and current cultivation aren't what matters. What matters is aptitude, understand?" As he spoke, Changqing suddenly froze, as though he had realized something, and his face darkened. "Wait!" He pointed at Li Xiu in shock. "What did you say your name was?" "Li Xiu." Bufflat instinctively answered, "Li Xiu." All the people of the Sacred Heaven sect suddenly fell silent in stunned shock. The surroundings went deathly still. Changqing flew into a rage, veins bulging across his forehead as he shouted, "Li Xiu!" Li Xiu could only stand there with wide eyes, completely confused about what was happening. The other disciples were also enraged upon hearing his name. "Li Xiu. He's Li Xiu. So it's you, Li Xiu. We've been searching for you for who knows how long." Li Xiu, not understanding what was happening, panicked. The world around him seemed to spin. "You all know me? Am I that famous?" Changqing, unable to contain his fury, kept pointing at him and roared, "No mistake about it. You are provoking our sect on purpose." Li Xiu held both hands out in front of him, utterly baffled by what they were saying. "Provoking? What do you mean? I only asked to join the Sacred Heaven sect." Baiwan no longer paid any attention to Mocklin. She spun around, sword in hand, and furiously charged straight at Li Xiu. "Shut up. You got a lot of nerve, still acting in front of us." Her speed not only did not lessen, it became even faster as she put all her strength into rushing at him. "I'm going to kill you." Li Xiu frowned tightly and looked at her charging over in alarm, but there was not a trace of fear in his eyes. A sharp clang rang out as two metal blades slammed together, scattering sparks. Baiwan chopped downward from above, and Li Xiu stood firm, blocking her strike. While receiving her move, he ground out each word. "The Sacred Heaven sect is a bit too petty, isn't it? Even if you don't agree to let me join, there's no need to attack, is there? Is this the broadest-minded sect in the Crying Heaven domain?" Watching from afar and seeing Baiwan knocked back, Changqing sneered. "Petty? Broad-minded?" Fury surged over him, and he shouted, "You killed Sacred Heaven sect disciples, then came here to ask to join us. And when we refuse, you say we're not broad-minded?" Standing before Li Xiu, Changqing vented his anger. "Li Xiu, you are absolutely doing this on purpose to provoke us. Congratulations, you've succeeded." Li Xiu stood there blankly, taking in this bizarre information. Although she had already been knocked back, Baiwan clearly had no intention of stopping. Holding her sword ready, she said, "You have openly humiliated the Sacred Heaven sect and trampled us beneath your feet." As she spoke, she swung her sword, drawing a ring of sparks across the ground. "If I don't kill you, I, Baiwan, swear I'm not human." Li Xiu was no less forceful. He held a ready stance to meet his opponent. In a flash, she shot toward where he stood, and the two swords swept past one another, their arcs curving in flowing lines. Li Xiu's face showed open irritation. "Do you think I'm weak and easy to bully?" Baiwan narrowed her eyes and curled her lip in disdain. Whoosh! She was knocked backward and cried out in shock, "What?" Baiwan had been sent flying by him after only a single exchange. Still holding the posture from knocking her away, Li Xiu grew furious and stamped hard on ground. Damn it, what nonsense are you people talking about? Are you all insane? You really don't reason at all. Li Xiu clenched his teeth and breathed heavily, anger surging out of him. Seeing Bai Wan knocked flying, Changqing charged from behind Li Xiu with his sword raised. Junior sister, let me kill him. Before Changqing could make his move, Li Xiu had already leaped high into the air the instant he heard the shout, spinning toward him. Changqing laughed loudly, revealing two sharp canine teeth. Li Xiu, I'm going to slice your flesh thin as the price for humiliating our sect. Li Xiu fell to the ground in a seated position, caught in an extremely difficult situation, with Changqing in front of him and Bai Wan behind him. Suddenly, the sound of heavy footsteps striking the ground rang out, followed by a resolute voice. Stop. Bai Yu strode in proudly from outside the gate, his face stern. What kind of ability is it for so many people to bully one person? Mok Lin and the Mysticwood sect disciples were overjoyed to see him and cried out loudly. Senior, Bai Wan shouted, there's actually still someone who dares come here. You really take the words of our Sacred Heaven sect as nothing but wind. A voice drifted into his ear. Bai Yu? Li Xiu asked, are you all right? He replied, I'm fine. Then he suddenly asked back, why is your voice so hoarse? Bai Yu said, caught a chill. Let's not talk about that first. He switched on the caring demeanor of a seasoned actor and asked with concern, weren't you trying to join the Sacred Heaven sect? Why did you end up fighting them? Li Xiu replied angrily, I don't know. The Sacred Heaven sect disciples are unbelievably overbearing. They don't care about right or wrong. They're like a pack of mad dogs, completely different from what I imagined a great holy sect would be like. Bai Yu continued, do you still want to join them now? Li Xiu said sternly, I've completely given up. A sect like that is too disappointing. Bai Yu smiled. Good. Then let your master stand up for you. He looked at Li Changqing's group and shouted, the Sacred Heaven sect dares bully my disciple Li Xiu? You've got some nerve. Li Changqing pondered. Why does this person's way of speaking sound a little familiar? Bai Wan blurted out, disciple. So you're Li Xiu's master. Bai Yu lifted his chin and said, I'll give you one chance. Apologize to my disciple, and I may consider letting this go. Bai Wan gritted her teeth. Like master, like disciple. None of you take our Sacred Heaven sect seriously. Every last one of you is arrogantly out of control. Li Xiu quickly pulled him back. You're no match for her. Bai Yu answered coolly, no need. Bai Wan laughed proudly. I really don't know where you master and disciple get your confidence from. As she spoke, she charged forward to attack. Bai Yu dodged sideways to avoid the sword. Then he slapped her hard across the face. Get lost. The blow was so powerful that Bai Wan was sent flying backward. Li Xiu was utterly shocked. True person realm? Bai Yu broke through. Bai Wan struggled to her feet and said furiously, you hit my face? You hit this fairy maiden's face. She tore off the cloth covering her eyes. Bai Wan had 4 eyes on her face. Seeing this, Bai Yu froze in shock. So many eyes. Zhao Yun asked, senior sister, why does having 4 eyes make her aura rise so much? Fuang Mok Lin explained. Bai Wan and Li Changqing are both key disciples nurtured by the Sacred Heaven sect. They cultivate a special technique. The more eyes they open, the stronger they become. Once they remove the blindfold, their strength rises dramatically. Zhao Yun was excited and declared, even if it rises, it's useless. Senior Bai's an expert. Bai Wan's sword energy surged violently as she rushed at Bai Yu. Are you still my match now? Li Xiu was very worried. Don't force this. Her cultivation is far beyond the true person realm now, much higher than yours. Bai Yu drew his sword and shouted, slash. His figure flashed past Bai Wan like lightning. She only had time to cry out once. Li Xiu stood there blankly and muttered, pretend I didn't say anything. A large wound opened on Bai Wan's shoulder, and she gritted her teeth to endure it. Bai Yu continued his move. Great treasured sword, tell me, are you afraid or not? Only then did Bai Wan realize that the sword in his hand was a saint weapon. Li Changqing exclaimed, no wonder you dare to be so arrogant. So you obtained a saint weapon from the Imperial Treasury. Bai Yu shouted loudly, I'm only asking if you're afraid or not. But suddenly, the sword cracked several times, then slowly shattered until only the hilt remained. He asked in alarm, what's going on? Li Changqing sneered. You probably don't know this, but weapons from the Imperial Treasury can only be used a few times unless they're refined again. Wan immediately charged in. Now that the divine might of the holy sword is gone, it's just a piece of scrap iron. Let's see how you can still act so proud. Her blade swiftly slashed toward Bayu's face. He hurriedly jumped aside to dodge. Then a chain of sword strikes came crashing down at his head. Baivan screamed. Fuang Maklin's group stood to one side, watching the battle. Jin Dong suddenly asked, "Why does it feel like Senior is still fighting with only true person realm strength? At this rate, how long will this take?" Maklin guessed, "Well, Senior must have his own deeper intention." She forced herself to interpret it that way. At that moment, Li Changqing stepped forward from behind. He shouted, "Li Xiu, I'm going to kill you." He immediately threw a powerful punch. Li Xiu answered with a punch of his own. The two forces collided, causing space itself to tremble. Li Xiu was blasted backward and instantly felt that things were bad. Li Changqing exclaimed as he leaped up and brought down another strike. "This is all the strength you have. If this is all you've got, then you can go die." Li Xiu had no time to dodge. The soul of Li Changqing's shoe was already above his head. He cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I can't die here." A loud explosion rang out, and dust billowed everywhere. Li Xiu's inner power erupted. He raised a hand and blocked the kick, shouting, "Break!" Li Changqing was instantly knocked flying. When he landed, he said with some admiration, "Breaking through in the midst of danger. This courage and talent are finally worthy of joining the Sacred Heaven sect. You could even become an elite disciple there." He removed his blindfold, revealing 5 eyes. Li Changqing gave a cold smile. "A pity you're too blind to appreciate it," Li Xiu replied. "I'm very glad I never joined the Sacred Heaven sect." On the other side, the battle between Baiyu and Baiwan was growing more intense. He muttered, "This little girl is still a bit troublesome." Baiwan replied coldly, "It's over." Baiyu looked confused, not understanding what she meant. Fuang Mok Lin said sternly, "Baiwan is about to use a divine ability. She can mobilize all the spiritual power in her body for a single killing strike." Just as expected, Baiwan circulated her energy and unleashed her ultimate move. Divine Eyes, the terrifying force that shot out, made everyone tremble. Baiyu cried out, "No choice now. I can only use my trump card." He threw out an ascending heaven punch to block the attack. The two immensely powerful forces collided with a thunderous explosion. The pressure of the ascending heaven punch completely overwhelmed Baiwan's Divine Eyes. She cried out in utter shock. "What? How is this possible?" Baiyu drove the thunderous punch straight into Baiwan's body. She only had time to scream "no" before collapsing to the ground. Lu Qing said, "Wouldn't it have been better if you'd fought like this from the start? Now, that's the strength a senior should have." At that very moment, Li Xiu was knocked flying behind Baiyu. Li Changqing's face was full of hatred as he gritted his teeth and walked up before Baiyu, hissing each word bitterly. Junior sister, I never thought you would." The Sacred Heaven sect disciples cried out in alarm. "What? Junior sister Bai? She can't have been killed." Baiyu felt a little uneasy at that moment. After using Ascending Heaven Punch twice, he was out of strength. Li Changqing said, "Junior sister is dead. The two of you cannot be forgiven." He attacked Li Xiu and shouted, "I'll kill you first, then send your master to join you." Li Xiu thought to himself, "I can't avoid this. Father, your son has failed you." I still couldn't help the Li family. When Li Changqing used Divine Eyes, its power was far greater than Baiwan's. The terrifying force blasted straight toward Li Xiu with a thunderous explosion. Li Changqing snarat. "It's over." As the dust cleared, the surrounding space fell silent. Li Xiu murmurat, still alive. Baiyu stood in front of him, slumped and completely exhausted. He collapsed into Li Xiu's arms. Li Xiu cried out in shock. "Baiyu," he whispered. "Li Xiu." Li Xiu asked in confusion, "Why did you save me?" "You." Baiyu weakly replied. "Li Xiu, listen to me. I know that ever since you took me as your master, you've never truly regarded me as one." Li Xiu tried to stop him. "Don't talk anymore. Your injuries are too severe." But Baiyu still forced himself to continue. "Can you now sincerely call me master?" Tears poured from Li Xiu's eyes as he shouted, "Master, master, from today on, you're truly my master. I, Li Xiu, will forever regard you as my teacher." Baiyu smiled and said, "Good disciple, he." Then he sprang to his feet and pressed Li Xiu's head down. "As your master, I truly didn't misjudge you. You are a good disciple." Li Xiu asked in shock, "Weren't you just about to die?" Baiyu said calmly, "Did I ever say I was about to die?" Li Xiu snapped, "You clearly were just..." Right then, Li Changqing said, "Done talking yet? Could you at least show your opponent some respect?" Inside, he was somewhat astonished that this man had taken one of his strikes and remained unharmed. Bai Yu looked at him with contempt. He tossed the broken sword to Li Xiu and said, "Next, it's up to you. I'm giving you this holy sword." Li Xiu looked at the broken hilt and asked, "Are you serious?" Bai Yu replied, "A gift from your master is not to be despised." Li Changqing looked annoyed. "You're still chatting? You really do treat me like air." He swung his sword at Li Xiu. Li Xiu steadied himself and used the broken sword to block. Bang! Both sides were forced backward. Another section of Li Xiu's sword hilt snapped off. The system notified, "Ding dong. Gift to disciple Li Xiu. The divine weapon Invisible Shadow Sword has triggered a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained the divine weapon Wind's Feather." A beautiful treasured sword appeared in Bai Yu's hand, and he cried out excitedly, "It's here!" On the other side, Li Changqing had already beaten Li Xiu into a miserable state. He sneered, "You're at the end of your strength. Can you still hold on now?" Li Xiu kept gasping for breath. Li Changqing shouted, "Can't hold on anymore, can you?" Bai Yu suddenly yelled, "Catch!" He threw Wind's Feather to his disciple. Li Xiu caught the sword, his face full of shock. This aura, it really is a saint weapon." Li Xiu suddenly felt his entire body fill with strength. He charged at his opponent and slashed with all his might. Li Changqing quickly leaped into the air and chopped downward from above. But with a crack, his blade split in two. Li Changqing cried out in horror. "What?" Then a series of deafening booms rang out. He was blasted backward as dust filled the air. Li Changqing could not believe his eyes. "How can this sword be possible?" The Sacred Heavens Sect disciple shouted, Senior Brotherly lost? How can that be?" Li Changqing stared at the sword in Li Xiu's hand, radiating a powerful aura, and stammered, "The divine weapon. Who exactly are you people?" Seeing this, Fuang Mok Lin thought to herself, "Senior Bai Yu truly hides his depth. I never expected him to casually produce a divine weapon. Senior's background is probably terrifying." Li Xiu looked closely at the sword and said in disbelief, "I can actually use this divine weapon. It feels like a dream." Bai Yu suddenly snatched the sword from his hand and glared at Li Changqing, shouting, "You've lost. The Sacred Heavens Sect holds power, yet you act tyrannically and bully the weak." Bai Yu pointed the sword at his face. "You brought all this on yourselves." Li Changqing answered arrogantly, "So what if we did? I lost, but do you dare kill me? I don't care who you are. The Sacred Heavens Sect is an existence beyond your reach. If you dare touch me and the Sacred Heavens Sect finds out, they'll strip your tendons and skin you alive, whether you flee to heaven or hide underground. When I get away, your master-disciple pair had better pray you never fall into my hands." Suddenly, Bai Yu asked coldly, "What if the Sacred Heavens Sect never finds out?" Li Shangqing froze. "What do you mean?" Bai Yu turned and said to Miss Fuang, "There are still other Sacred Heavens Sect disciples here." Mok Lin was momentarily stunned, and Jin Dong asked, "Senior Sister Fuang, what do we do now?" "Senior by means." The girl answered, "Do as Senior says." Mok Lin said sternly, "Not a single Sacred Heavens Sect disciple is to be spared." Zhao Yun and Lu Qing's group rushed forward together. The Sacred Heaven Sect disciples and the Mystic Wood Sect disciples plunged into a chaotic melee. Li Changqing shouted furiously, "How dare you? You've got some nerve. We are disciples of the Sacred Heaven Sect. The Sacred Heaven Sect will exterminate all 9 generations of your clans." Bai Yu swung his hand and smacked him across the face. "Shut up." Li Changqing was flung backward. Sitting on the ground and seeing Bai Yu walk toward him, he began begging in fear, "Spare me. Please spare my life." Bai Yu asked in mild surprise, "Huh? You didn't have this attitude before." Li Changqing burst into tears and sobbed. "I don't want to die, sob. Sobi." Bai Yu slashed his sword. "When you used your strength to bully the weak, you should have thought of this day. Trash." The scene shifted to the small feet of someone dragging across the floor. A little girl hobbled step by step into her own holy palace. After only a few steps, she grew dizzy, dropped to her knees, and stuck out her tongue. "I'm done for. This is bad. My cultivation is pitifully low right now. I nearly made a mistake just using a secret art to enter my own territory's core." She closed her eyes, lowered her head, and let out a long breath of relief. Good thing I got in. As she spoke, she kept walking forward. Those stupid little deer outside are still fighting. Anyone who dares enter my territory to steal things deserves to be beaten to death. She walked toward the glowing blue sphere sparkling atop the high platform, her face bright with delight as she reached both hands toward it. As long as I get the mysterious pivot orb, I can regain control of the entire Imperial treasury. Standing on tiptoe with all her might, she finally managed to lift the sphere. Now I can retrieve my ice soul pill. Pulling the sphere toward herself, she giggled. Got it. But because heaven had given her such short legs and such a small, slender body, the sphere made her wobble as though she were about to fall backward. She stared blankly ahead with wide eyes, and then with a thud, she toppled over and landed flat on the ground. Even though she had fallen, she was still overjoyed inside. It's fine. Even if I fell, the nine heavens mysterious pivot orb should be fine. But unexpectedly, a cracking sound rang out at that very moment, and the sphere split in two, leaving her stunned. It was as if a bucket of boiling water had been dumped over her head. She stared dumbfounded, eyes full of disbelief. Furiously, she kept trying to piece the sphere back together while complaining. Heavenly Court Lord, you bastard, are you really that poor? The mysterious pivot orbs you gave me are all cheap junk like this. This is bad. The mysterious pivot orb is broken. The entire Imperial treasury has lost control. This chaotic space is on the brink of destruction. What about my ice soul pill? The scene shifted to outside the center of the Imperial treasury. After tying up those sacred heaven sect disciples, Mok Lin walked up before Baiyu, hands on her hips, and said, Senior. Her eyes widened with a bright smile. All the sacred heaven sect disciples have been subdued. Please decide how to deal with them, Senior. Suddenly the ground shook, making everyone lose their footing and stagger as if about to fall. What's going on? What's happening? Could the center of the Imperial treasury be shaking? Crack, crack. The ground split apart, leaving everyone standing there in shock and confusion. One sacred heaven sect disciple, cursed with unbelievably terrible luck, accidentally fell into a fissure in the ground and screamed for help. Very quickly, the earth split into two sides like a river without water. What is happening? Mok Lin looked ahead anxiously. This is bad. Something has happened to the Imperial treasury. The entire secret realm is about to collapse. Baiyu said, Then what are we waiting for? Hurry to the center of the Imperial treasury. His eyes turned thoughtful. My second disciple is still in there. I have to find him. Shaking himself free of the thought, he stomped off and rushed forward. And the disciples, along with Mok Lin, ran after him at full speed. When they reached a certain spot, Baiyu took out the Jade Stone. I wonder if this Imperial Treasury key can open the center of the Imperial Treasury. He immediately put his strength into it and hurled the Jade Stone toward the central gate. Quite accurately, as soon as the Jade Stone arrived, it floated in the air and radiated brilliant light. After a moment, the door slowly opened in response to the Jade Stone. Seeing this, both Baiyu and Mok Lin were delighted that the gate had opened successfully. Mok Lin quickly ran inside and did not forget to urge everyone, Come on, hurry! Suddenly something made Mok Lin widen her eyes. In shock, everyone who entered found themselves standing inside a massive formation. This is a formation. Acting on instinctive caution, Mok Lin suddenly realized something and immediately told everyone to fall back. Just as everyone leaped up, countless sharp ice spikes shot out from the formation. Fortunately, they reacted in time and jumped out of the formation, narrowly avoiding danger. But for some reason, one disciple was trapped inside and slowly began to freeze, terrifying him. Save me, save me. Very quickly, the frost sealed the young man into a statue of ice. With a loud thud, he fell into the formation before everyone's eyes. Fuang Mok Lin broke out in a cold sweat in shock. The mysterious Ice Grand Formation. I didn't expect them to have set up the mysterious Ice Grand Formation right at the entrance. What's next is going to be troublesome. The Imperial Treasury is collapsing rapidly. Senior, the center of the Imperial Treasury is full of dangers. Though you are a great expert, this is still the Imperial Treasury. There isn't much time left. Senior, you should leave first. As soon as she finished speaking, Mok Lin turned and headed deeper inside. Baiyu, looking puzzled, asked, Then what about all of you? My master has already reached his limit. I must obtain the cold marrow pearl in the Imperial Treasury. If you all won't leave, then I can't bear to. Leave either. Bai Yu raised a hand and said, I will go with you into the center of the imperial treasury. That was what he said, but inwardly he was laughing. My second disciple is still inside. That's my walking treasure vault, so I have to find a way to locate her. Mocklin seemed a loss for words and turned back awkwardly. Her followers wiped away tears, deeply moved. Sect Master Bai is truly heroic, exceptional in both virtue and ability. Mocklin immediately knelt and cupped her hands in salute. For such immense kindness, Senior, please accept my bow. Hearing that, Bai Yu touched his cheek, blushing bashfully. At that moment, the formation emitted brilliant golden and blue light that rose into the air. Only by breaking the formation core of the mysterious Ice Grand Formation can we enter. If we force our way in, there's only death. Bai Yu then asked, does anyone here understand formations? I'm afraid very few people do. Li Xiu suddenly spoke up. I know a little. Earlier, I was trapped in a formation here, and it took me a very long time to break out. He observed it for a while, then said, judging from how fast the Imperial Treasury is collapsing now, I'm afraid it's already too late. Bai Yu asked, is there no faster way to break it? Li Xiu replied, unless we can get a formation manual. But the mysterious Ice Grand Formation is at least a Heaven Grade Grand Formation. At minimum, we need a Heaven Grade. Formation Compendium. He took out a secret manual. I only have the Earth Grade General Formation Compendium. It's already the Li family's heirloom treasure. Bai Yu smiled and said, give it to me. Li Xiu asked in surprise, what do you mean? This is my Li family's heirloom treasure. He calmly took the manual from his disciple's hand and said, your Li family isn't some powerful great clan, is it? And this counts as a treasure? Bai Yu opened it with a serious expression, while inwardly thinking, as expected, I can't understand a thing. A moment later, he tossed the book back to his disciple. This formation compendium is too low level. It isn't worth my attention. Take it back. Li Xiu clutched his family treasure tightly and muttered, so weird. Right then, the disciple return system notified him. Gifted disciple Li Xiu, a low-grade formation compendium, 10,000-fold return activated. Congratulations, you have obtained a Saint-grade formation compendium. Instantly, the secret manual appeared in Bai Yu's hand. Li Xiu protested, Master, you don't understand how vast the world of formations is. Very few people understand formations. Even this Earth-grade formation compendium is something ordinary sects can't obtain. Master, even though you have many treasures, you still don't know how to appraise them. Suddenly, Li Xiu saw his master toss him a book. Bai Yu said straightforwardly, take it. Li Xiu immediately opened it, and brilliant golden light burst from the manual, making him cry out, it's blinding. This is what entered Li Xiu's sight were the words, Saint-grade formation compendium. His jaw dropped. How is that possible? It really is a Saint-grade formation compendium. Even Fuang Mok Lin could not hide her admiration. Senior is truly worthy of being senior. Anything he casually takes out is enough to shock the world. I'm afraid even the Sacred Heaven sect doesn't possess a Saint-grade formation compendium. At that moment, Bai Yu merely glanced at Li Xiu and patted him on the shoulder. Hurry up and break the formation. After that, the male lead strode away while thinking to himself, Li Xiu's 10 return opportunities are almost used up. Li Xiu's 10 return opportunities are almost used up. A short while later, under everyone's watchful gaze, Li Xiu circulated his power with all his might and cast his technique. Break! As soon as he shouted, Li Xiu's powerful golden light struck directly at the formation. Fuang Mok Lin immediately cried out excitedly. The mysterious Ice Grand Formation has been broken. Senior is indeed a great expert. Even his disciple is no ordinary person. Though he had the formation compendium for reference, being able to break the formation in such a short time proves Li Xiu's aptitude is far beyond normal. Eager to meet his second little disciple, Bai Yu rushed inside without forgetting to tell everyone, hurry up and follow. The scene shifted to inside the palace, where the ceiling was suddenly shaking violently. A girl noticed that something was wrong. That woman was Duong Tuet. She wondered to herself, someone actually broke my mysterious Ice Grand Formation? Realizing this, Duong Tuet became a little interested. Someone has entered. That means I have hope of obtaining the Ice Soul. Pill. Mok Lin was the first to step into the room. She informed everyone, this place is the main hall. Bai Yu suddenly noticed something, causing Li Xiu to turn his eyes in the same direction. Duong Tuet walked toward them step by step. She shouted, stop right there. Everyone was startled and retreated into defensive positions. Mok Lin spoke up and asked, who are you? The little girl, her face cold and eyes sharp, shouted, "Trespassing into the imperial treasury? You lot are truly bold." One disciple glared in surprise. It's just a little girl." Mok Lin told everyone to be careful. Anyone who can appear in a place like this is absolutely not as simple as they look. She must definitely have a solid cultivation foundation. Bai bared his teeth in a grin. "Looks like it's her. I didn't expect my second disciple to be a little girl." The lowly girl's body radiated purple light as she said, "Kneel. I'll give you one chance to submit to me. Otherwise, every last one of you will die here." The disciples behind Mok Lin panicked. This. Senior sister, what do we do?" This senior is in the very center of the imperial treasury, and she's so full of confidence. That proves she's a terrifying existence. We absolutely must not anger her. Mok Lin and the disciples immediately cupped their hands and bowed as they introduced themselves. "Senior, we're disciples of the Mysticwood sect. This junior is named Phuong Mok Lin. We came here this time to search for an ice jade water pill." The lowly girl glared threateningly and said, "Speak while kneeling." Hearing that, Mok Lin fell silent, hesitating over whether she should humble herself. Then she slowly knelt and answered yes. She thought to herself, forget it. So what if I kneel for Master's sake? Besides, I'm kneeling before a powerful senior expert. Suddenly, someone's hand reached out and pressed down on the lowly girl's head as he called, "Disciple." Bai stood there with one hand on his hip, laughing as he said, "My good disciple." The little girl looked up at Bai, stunned and bewildered. She instantly flew into a rage, baring shark-like teeth with fire in her eyes. "You dare pat my head?" Bai kept pinching her cheeks with both hands, making her blush so hard she could barely speak. Smiling brightly, Bai praised her, "Your angry expression is just too cute, as expected of my disciple." The little girl stared blankly, thinking, I am the dignified Dark Snow Empress, and he actually called me cute? Down below, Mok Lin's group rolled their eyes in astonishment. Is this senior expert really this bold? Seeing Bai's beaming smile made the lowly girl furious to death, yet there was nothing she could do. Bai opened his eyes and froze, letting out an ah. At that moment, the girl's eyes turned crimson, her body blazing with rage as she ground her teeth in fury. Damn this mortal. He absolutely cannot be forgiven. Seeing this, Bai also stiffened, not knowing what to do. Mok Lin anxiously shouted a warning. "Senior, be careful." The little girl immediately leaped up, spread her arms, opened her mouth, and bit down on Bai's forearm. While he stood there confused, she suddenly fell flat on her face, tears welling in her eyes, as broken teeth scattered to the ground, and she whimpered pitifully. Mok Lin and the disciples all shut their eyes helplessly and let out a soft sigh. Mok Lin thought, it seems her cultivation isn't high. Could she really just be an ordinary little girl? Suddenly, the entire palace began to shake violently, producing booming sounds that startled everyone. The imperial treasury can't hold on much longer. Mok Lin glanced around and gave the order. "Find the cold marrow pearl quickly and leave this place." The disciples immediately split up and each searched a different corner. Bai then smiled and took out a steamed bun. "Want to be my disciple? Uncle will give you a bun to eat." Hearing that, the little girl looked at him in contempt. "I am the dignified Dark Snow Empress. Become your disciple? In your dreams." Bai could not help feeling dejected. This child isn't easy to trick. "Senior, we've searched the entire palace and still haven't found the cold marrow pearl. Could it be that there isn't one here?" Impossible. This is the imperial treasury of the Dark Snow Empress. The cold marrow pearl was something the Dark Snow Empress often used in cultivation. "It must be here." Just then a voice came from the little body. "I know where it is." Phuong Mok Lin excitedly asked, "A little sister, can you tell big sister?" In reply to Phuong Mok Lin, Duong Tuet pointed at the wall behind them and said, "There's another room behind that wall." After hearing that, Bai rubbed her head with an approving look. "How do you know?" "I told you, don't rub my head. Let go, let go." But no matter how she resisted, his hand remained planted on top of her head. Duong Tuet finally gave up and sighed. "Fine. I happened to read some records about the imperial treasury before. That's why I know." Bai grinned brightly again and asked an entirely unrelated question. "What's your name?" She frowned in irritation. "Duong Tuet." He immediately bent down and squeezed both of Duong Tuet's cheeks until her whole face puffed up, making her even more annoyed. "Good girl." Bayu laughed in delight while secretly thinking, could this be the legendary head-patting kill? Amazing. Duong Tuet's face twisted with anger, and she even bared her shark-like teeth. This man is truly evil, even more evil than a master of the heavenly court. Her tiny hand clenched tight as she forcibly suppressed her anger. "I should keep myself hidden for now, then recover my strength and avenge this grudge." Mok Lin immediately dashed forward and struck out with her palm like the wind. Her body stopped right before the massive hidden door. Mok Lin slammed her palm onto it and shouted, "Open!" But the stone door was completely unaffected. Only a thin wisp of white smoke rose from the spot she had struck. Mok Lin frowned and stepped back. "No good. With my cultivation, I can't break this stone wall." Li Xiu immediately stepped forward, rolling up his hand aggressively. "Let me try." His powerful fist smashed straight into the dry, hard stone surface. He withdrew his hand and looked up blankly. From behind, Bayu and Duong Tuet could also see clearly. She folded her arms, closed her eyes, and spoke in weary disdain. "According to the records, this wall is made of meteorite dark steel. It's extremely hard, comparable to a saint weapon." While he was still standing there, Duong Tuet continued explaining like a precocious old granny that brute force wouldn't work, but from behind them, Bayu had already swiftly taken out his divine weapon. A gust of wind swept past, and her eyes widened as her jaw dropped. Li Xiu and Mok Lin both dodged to either side, while Bayu planted his feet firmly and powerfully slashed the hidden door with the divine weapon. Duong Tuet's face went gray as she cried out, "Ah!" Li Xiu and Mok Lin broke out in sweat as they stared nervously at the door. Behind them, Bayu sheathed his sword and smugly said, "Don't just rely on brute force. Learn to use tools." Cracks of all sizes spread across the sturdy stone wall. Then he followed up with another strike, sending shattered stone flying everywhere. With a serious face, he said, "It's as easy as cutting tofu." Bayu swung the divine weapon once more with force. The wind from the slash even blew her hair backward. A huge opening appeared in the giant stone door, large enough for people to pass through like a normal doorway. Mok Lin and Li Xiu turned around and stared at him as he strode over proudly. Duong Tuet became even more confused. A divine weapon? This mortal cultivator can casually take out a divine weapon? He smiled smugly. "Let's go in." By now, the stone wall had cracked open with a large hole. The four of them stepped through together, and every one of them widened their eyes in amazement. A huge blue ice bed stood inside, with a small stone table beside it. On the table sat one large box and one small box. Inside the large box was a large blue crystal bead. She recognized it immediately. That was the cold marrow pearl. Beside the small box was a smaller dark blue crystal bead. Duong Tuet's eyes lit up as she clasped her hands, overjoyed as if bewitched. "My soul pill." Only Bayu sounded disappointed as he complained, "A mighty immortal emperor, and yet so stingy? Where are all the magical treasures you talked about? Where are the pills?" She glanced up at him. Duong Tuet, half opening her eyes, tried to explain to Bayu, "Idiot, there may not be many things here, but every one of them is good stuff. Especially that ice jade bed. Back then, the master of the heavenly court stole it from beyond the outer realm. It's just that you don't know how to appreciate treasure." When she turned back, she saw him stomping on the bed like an excited child. "This bed isn't bad. I'll take it with me." She was utterly horrified. The others were all staring at Bayu, while Mok Lin joyfully praised him. "Senior truly has a discerning eye. I've heard that there's an ice jade bed inside the Imperial Treasury. The Dark Snow Empress cultivated on it every day. This must be it." Only Duong Tuet stubbornly pointed at him in protest. "No, you cannot take that bed away." Bayu sat down flat on the bed, looking innocent and puzzled. Why not? Her grievance was so great that tears welled in her eyes. Duong Tuet gritted her teeth and endured it. "Because I want it too." Bayu sat arrogantly on the bed and raised a hand, tempting her with an offer. "Become my disciple, and your master will give it to you." She turned her back on Bayu in a huff and ignored him. Take it, take it. Sooner or later, I'll steal it back anyway." Meanwhile, Mok Lin was cradling the box containing the cold marrow pearl with both hands. Her eyes filled with tears of happiness and relief. With this cold marrow pearl, Master can be saved. Now, Duong Tuet then turned greedily toward the ice soul pill, almost drooling as she reached out. I worked so hard sneaking in here. At last I've obtained the ice soul pill. Suddenly, Baiyu lunged in from behind and snatched the ice soul pill away, leaving her too stunned to react. What's this? Baiyu raised the pill high and examined it with delight. Good stuff. Nice and cool. The tiny Duong Tuet stretched up with all her might, shouting as she tried to take it back. Give it back, it's mine. Blue veins bulged on her face from rage, her teeth clenched and her eyes glaring. You rotten egg, you even want to steal my ice soul pill? He shamelessly held the pill up high, swaying it back and forth to tease her. Acknowledge me as your master, and I'll give it to you. Duong Tuet ran around in circles chasing him. Rotten egg, give it back, give it back. In the end, she leaped up and bit down on Baiyu's hand, then grinned smugly. Got you. Baiyu had not expected that at all, and his face twisted as he looked up. Baiyu finally managed to pull Duong Tuet off his hand, now covered in saliva. What kind of bad habit does this girl have? She, however, still displayed her disgust stubbornly. Baiyu hurriedly took out a cloth and wiped his arm, grimacing as he thought, that hurts. Is she part dog or something? Suddenly, his eyes widened as though he had discovered something. Duong Tuet spread her arms, unleashing an icy blue power that wrapped around her entire body. She smiled triumphantly. Ice soul pill, after all these repeated setbacks, you've finally returned to my body. Looking at the shattered pill in her hand, Duong Tuet cast a technique, Wood Ice Rebirth. She flung the fragments into the air, her eyes serious and full of ambition as she thought, I can recover 1% of my past life's power. The aura around Duong Tuet surged higher and higher, and she reveled inwardly, thinking, you unlucky wretch in front of me. But at that very moment, a strong gust of wind swept by, causing the blue current surrounding her to gradually scatter. Before she could figure out what had happened, Duong Tuet suddenly saw Baiyu swing his sword right in front of her. All of her power was destroyed along with it, and the fragments were blown far away. Duong Tuet stood there speechless in shock. Seeing that, Baiyu hurried over and asked anxiously, Duong Tuet, are you all right? Hearing that was like a bolt of lightning to Duong Tuet. She stood there helplessly, staring at him with wide eyes, stammering in shock, my Wood Ice Rebirth. Seeing that Duong Tuet was still standing there dazed and not yet recovered, Baiyu rubbed her face to check on her. Has this child been frozen silly? Her face flushed red as he kept kneading it until she could hardly speak clearly. Why you and I cannot live under the same sky? At that moment, the ground around them suddenly began to quake. Baiyu immediately turned and shielded Duong Tuet behind him. Phuong Mok Lin cried out in alarm. Senior, the Imperial Treasury is about to collapse completely. It's about to be swallowed by the void. She hurriedly took out a talisman overflowing with spiritual power and ordered everyone, get out immediately. The scene shifted to the Sacred Heaven Sect disciples, still bound and screaming nonstop. Help, we're disciples of the Sacred Heaven Sect. Someone save us. We're done for. The Imperial Treasury is about to collapse. Help, help. Mother, I won't be coming home this spring. A howling vortex swept down, leaving behind only shrill screams echoing in the air. The raging vortex followed the narrow path into the center of the Imperial Treasury. At that moment, the ape appeared right in front of it, along with its oddly seductive lips. It turned to look ahead and roared loudly, calling out, Master! Immediately, its enormous body began shrinking layer by layer. It now looked like a cheap imitation of Sun Wukong as it ran toward the vortex. Time to go find Master. The scene shifted to a massive shockwave explosion resounding across the desert. After the blast, Phuong Mok Lin's group and Baiyu had all safely escaped from the center of the Imperial Treasury. Phuong Mok Lin let out a breath of relief. We finally got out. Looking at the collapsed trees scattered across the ground, she sighed. But the Imperial Treasury has also been completely destroyed. Baiyu stroked his chin and pondered. Those Sacred Heaven Sect fellows can fend for themselves. There's no need for me to deal with them personally. Phuong Mok Lin stepped forward and said, Senior, I must return to the Mystic Wood Sect first. She and her disciples cupped their hands respectfully. Senior, the great kindness you have shown us will be forever engraved in the hearts of the Mystic Wood Sect. We take our leave here. The group departed, leaving behind the three of them. Li Xiu looked at the small figure beside his master and asked, What should we do about this little girl? Should we help her find her family? Baiyu immediately replied, If this girl had family, she wouldn't have been alone in the Imperial Treasury. From now on, we're her family. Bring Duong Tuet back with us. However, the moment Duong Tuet Tuet heard that, she bristled like a hedgehog. Huh, she fiercely declared. Even if I, Duong Tuet, starve to death or die of thirst, I still won't go back with you. I've got a grudge against you, Baiyu. With that, Duong Tuet quickly slipped out of Baiyu's arms. As she walked, she thought, Wood Ice rebirth has been ruined. I can't increase my strength quickly anymore. Still, at least I got the Ice Soul pill. My cultivation speed will still be far faster than ordinary people's. But after only a few steps, a group of people suddenly rushed out aggressively. Found her. Their bodies radiated killing intent. Every one of them wore a mask and carried a sword. She's here. Let's see where you can run this time. Damn it, I've been discovered. Baiyu also noticed Duong Tuet's situation. It seemed the little girl had no way out. At all. No other choice, then. I guess I'll go back with you after all. In the end, Duong Tuet had only one option left. Only then did Baiyu ask, Who are these people looking for you? They're uglier than you. Baiyu was left speechless and frowned. I'm a good person. Li Xiu seemed to recognize these shady people. They're probably from the chaotic world evil sect. After the heavenly court divided the world into 9 parts, many evil sects rose up and took the chance to loot resources and do all kinds of wicked things. The chaotic world evil sect is one of them. From Li Xiu's words, Baiyu inferred, So you have a grudge against them? Judging from Li Xiu's expression, he seemed to hate these people deeply. Li Xiu stared at them with hatred in his eyes and said in a low, chilling voice, These evil heretics. Of course, I hate them enough to uproot them completely. A half-masked man spoke up, Duong Tuet, as the sect master's furnace vessel. You dared run away. Do you know the consequences? Go. Capture her for me. The leader ordered his men. Right then, Baiyu cut in with an unpleasant expression. Stop. He walked straight up to the leader and confronted him. Didn't you see I'm standing here? The other man, arrogant beyond measure, pointed at Baiyu in disdain. And what are you supposed to be? This has nothing to do with you. Get lost. The moment he finished speaking, a crisp smack rang out. Baiyu formally greeted him with a slap to the face. The man froze in. Shalt, Baiyu calmly thought, if I hadn't exhausted all my spiritual power already, I'd have slapped this fool's brains out. But after being slapped, the man actually became even more overbearing than before. With that tiny bit of strength, you still dare strike me? I'll stand right here and let you hit me. Can you even injure me? Following the leader's words, Baiyu struck again without hesitation. The man was stunned a second time. You still dare hit me? Baiyu answered, Didn't you tell me to? Come on, kid, keep talking. If you can't beat me to death, then I'll beat you to death. As soon as the words fell, a sword ray pierced straight through the leader's body without the slightest hesitation. The man was horrified, unable to believe what had just happened. What? As if answering the question he could not voice, Baiyu said with a terrifying expression and tone, You never said I wasn't allowed to use a sword. After Baiyu struck, the other side's underlings cried out in shock. What? Senior brother Wang was killed. Who are you? Do you know the consequences of offending the chaotic world evil sect? Faced with their questioning, Baiyu calmly said, The chaotic world evil sect? In front of my sacred heaven sect, you're nothing but trash. Get lost now, or I'll kill every last one of you. After hearing those words, Li Xiu and Duong Tuet both had no idea what was wrong with their master. The underlings said angrily, So you're a disciple of the sacred heaven sect. No wonder you're so arrogant. Duong Tuet is the furnace vessel our sect master has taken a liking to. Hand her over now, or don't blame the chaotic world evil sect for not honoring our past ties. But Baiyu not only ignored them, he even pointed his sword at them even more arrogantly. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Then he flashed a sinister smile. Do you think I, Lu Xiong, am too good-tempered? Li Xiu and Duong Tuet were once again filled with question marks. The group was furious, but helpless, and could only grit their teeth resentfully. Damn it, if I lose my temper. One of them started to speak, but was quickly stopped by his companion. This is the sacred heaven domain, the sacred heaven sect's territory. Don't act rashly. In the end, they had no choice but to leave. Before going, they did not forget to say to Baiyu, Lu Xiong, I've remembered you well. The chaotic world evil sect won't let this go so easily. Baiyu replied without the slightest embarrassment, If you've got the guts, come find me at the sacred heaven sect. I, Lu Xiong, will be waiting for you. Embarrassment +1, embarrassment +2. Duong Tuet glanced at Baiyu and silently judged. This guy really is just like the master of the heavenly court back then, shameless and always full of lies. The scene shifted to Sea Origin City. At this moment, 2 people were treading clouds through the sky, talking as they traveled. Jiang Feng called out Mr. Liu. Sea Origin City may not be a large city, but makes up for it by being solid as iron and free of complicated forces. He was the elder brother of the Heavenly One cult's cult master, Yang Jiangfeng. Jiangfeng explained the situation. All the minor forces in the city have already been uprooted by the Heavenly One cult. At present, the Heavenly One cult holds absolute control over Sea Origin City. My younger brother is the cult master of the Heavenly One cult. In Sea Origin City, his word is law. This man was Lu Yuan. Hearing that, he said, Brother Yang, with the Heavenly Court's fate now uncertain and the world split into 9, I understand the Heavenly One cult's determination to build a great enterprise. Given Sea Origin City's special geography, it isn't impossible. Hearing this, Jiang Feng smiled brightly and replied, That is precisely why I invited you out of seclusion, sir. Then Jiang Feng began flattering him. Mr. Liu is resourceful and brilliant. The affairs of the world are all within your grasp, and your cultivation is unfathomably deep. Looking at Lu Yuan, he continued, If you are willing to assist us, the Heavenly One cult will surely secure a place for itself in this chaotic age. Upon hearing the praise, Lu Yuan immediately revealed a self-satisfied smile. Well said. Not long after, they looked down and spotted a cluster of buildings below. Jiang Feng quickly introduced it. We've arrived. Up ahead is the Heavenly One cult. When they reached the place, the two landed lightly amid white mist. But when they looked toward the front gate, not a single person could be seen. It was deathly quiet. He looked around in confusion. Where did everyone go? Then Jiang Feng opened his mouth wide and shouted, Where is everybody? Mr. Liu has arrived. Hurry out and welcome him. The only reply to his yelling was a gentle breeze passing by. No one appeared. Lu Yuan cast a glance around and said, Brother Yang, the Heavenly One cult seems a bit too quiet. Just then, he happened to see 2 disciples carrying a chair while talking to each other. This chair is too heavy. Making another trip would be a waste of effort. Isn't it worth money? The 2 disciples kept discussing it. This is the Grand Tutor's chair the cult master used to sit on. It's definitely worth money. Besides, who told us to be so slow? All the valuable stuff in the cult has already been taken. We can only pick up whatever scraps nobody else wanted. They were so busy talking that they failed to notice him and Lu Yuan standing there listening. His face was already filled with shock. Jiang Feng furiously shouted, What are you 2 doing? Hearing the roar, the 2 disciples stiffened in fear and froze in place. One of them stammered an explanation. Uncle, Unchile Yang. He pointed at the 2 of them. You dare steal from the cult? I think you're tired of living. The 2 disciples immediately dropped to their knees and kowtowed in apology. Uncle Yang, please hear our explanation. He still could not suppress his anger, but he asked, What exactly happened? Where did all the people of the Heavenly One cult go? And where is my younger brother, the cult master of the Heavenly One cult? One disciple was drenched in sweat, his face pale as he replied, Uncle, the cult master is dead. Everyone else ran away. Hearing the bad news, Jiang Feng's brow darkened, and the veins in his reddened eyes bulged as he cried out in disbelief. What? He flung out his hand and said, How is that possible? The Heavenly One cult is the strongest force in Sea Origin City, and my younger brother was the strongest there too. As he spoke, Jiang Feng grabbed the disciple by the collar and lifted him into the air. If you dare lie to me, I'll kill you. The disciple started trembling violently. Uncle, how would I dare lie to you about something this important? Why, Jade's sect did all of it. Still at the Heavenly One cult, after the disciple had recounted the entire matter in full, he said, Uncle, that's what happened. That's the whole situation. Jiang Feng's eyes looked ahead, irritated and unwilling, as he called out the name, White Jade Sect. Then Jiang Feng decisively turned around. Burning with rage, he strode forward quickly. They harmed my younger brother. Yang Jiangfeng, will never spare them. Lu Yuan, who had remained calm the whole time behind him, spoke up to stop him. Wait. He raised his fan and said, Brother Yang, don't be impulsive. But by now, Jiang Feng's fury had reached the peak. Mr. Liu, this grudge must be avenged. White Jade Sect is only a tiny sect, and its sect master is only a cripple. I'm going to wipe them out. Lu Yuan's gaze turned cold, and he smoothly flicked open his fan. Is it really a small sect? Lu Yuan analyzed. Could a small sect kill more than a dozen elites of the Heavenly One cult? Could a cripple kill the Heavenly One cult's cult master? Hearing his questions, Jiang Feng was was instantly rendered speechless. He could only blurt out, "Well, this," Lu Yuan continued. "There must be some hidden reason behind this. If Brother Yang acts rashly, you may very well follow in the Heavenly One cult master's footsteps." Finding his words reasonable, Jiang Feng respectfully cupped his hands. "Please enlighten me, Mr. Liu." Lu Yuan confidently said, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will win 100 battles. I'll first investigate this White Jade sect on your behalf. Then we can plan before acting." After saying that, he turned to leave. Jiang Feng still maintained that respectful posture and obediently replied, "Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Liu." Hearing that, Lu Yuan looked back and answered, "It's nothing. I came out this time to experience the mortal world. My cultivation has long been stuck at the peak of the ducal realm. Wandering around may grant me a chance to break through into the marquee realm." The scene shifted to Baiyu leisurely sitting and drinking tea beside his watchdog Mutt. When he saw Li Xiu approaching, he raised a hand and waved. "Li Xiu." At once, the other party quickly asked, "What is it?" As soon as the words fell, Baiyu walked over, patted him on the shoulder, and replied, "That ice jade bed I got from the Imperial Treasury. I'm giving it to you." Hearing this, Li Xiu put on a baffled expression, his eyes widening. "You're giving me a bed?" Baiyu happily said, "What's wrong with that? You can't refuse something your master gives you." Those words left Li Xiu stunned, eyes bulging and mouth hanging open. Only after a long while did he come back to his senses and say, "These past few days, I've thought it over again and again, and I still don't understand why you're so good to me." Looking at Baiyu's back, Li Xiu asked, "Master, may I ask you something?" Baiyu poured himself a cup of tea and replied, "Go ahead." While taking a sip of tea, Baiyu heard Li Xiu ask, "Could it be that you?" After hesitating for a moment, Li Xiu continued, startling Baiyu so badly that he sprayed out his mouthful of tea. "The like men." At this moment, Li Xiu's face was somewhat red as he spoke louder and louder, leaving Baiyu more and more dumbfounded. "You gave me a god-tier cultivation technique. You even gave me a bed. You treat me unbelievably well. Other than that, I really can't think of any other explanation." Hearing this, Baiyu went completely blank, his eyes rolling upward, nearly drooling in panic as he hurriedly explained, "Li Xiu, I just want to be your father. Don't overthink it." As soon as the words fell, Li Xiu's eyes calmed slightly. "Good, as long as that's not it. I'll accept the bed. I'm going to cultivate now." At the same time, the Disciple Recruitment Return System displayed a notification. "Gift given to Disciple Li Xiu. Ice Jade Bed. 100-fold return activated. Congratulations, you have obtained the Divine Artifact, Myriad Origins Vine Chair." Baiyu raised his hand forward, releasing a surging stream of golden spiritual power. Then, through the system return, a magnificent, glittering chair materialized before him, radiating a violent aura, the Myriad Origins Vine Chair. You could tell just from the name that it was something good. The aura released from the chair grew stronger and stronger, generating layer upon layer of immensely powerful shockwaves that spread outward. Even a watchdog, Mutt was blasted away by it. "Damn, this aura is terrifying. What the hell is this thing?" Baiyu stroked his chin and thought. The system seems to follow a rule. The higher the grade of the item, the lower the return multiplier. Is it because truly good items are rare, and the system itself isn't all that wealthy? Other than chaos-grade pills, the highest return the system gives is for god-tier items. So the system's returns have a limit to some extent? At the same moment, the system issued another reminder. All the return chances from gifting Disciple Li Xiu have been used up. Each month, there will be a fixed number of return opportunities. Looks like I need to win over Duong Tuet as quickly as possible and make her my disciple. Otherwise, if there's only one return each month, that's obviously not enough. The watchdog Mutt lay there staring at Baiyu's back and thought to itself, a powerhouse really is a powerhouse. He casually took out a chair, and the aura it released nearly scared Guzzi to death. Just then, Lu Yuan walked in and asked, "Is this the White Jade sect?" Lu Yuan walked in with one hand holding a folding fan and the other clasped behind his back, looking extremely self-important. But before he had taken more than a few steps, the watchdog Mutt suddenly jumped out and blocked his path. It stood up and barked several times, and one look was enough to tell this man was no good. In front of a powerhouse, it had to perform well. Baiyu walked over and asked, "This is the White Jade sect. What do you want?" Lu Yuan lifted his fan, putting on a stern face as he introduced himself plainly. "I am Lu Yuan." Baiyu merely gave an "oh," then coldly turned and walked away. Hearing that, Lu Yuan repeated his introduction. My name is Lu Yuan. I came here specifically to pay a visit. Are you Baiyu the White Jade sect? Inwardly, he thought, my name, Lu Yuan, may not be known by everyone in the Sacred Heaven domain, but it certainly isn't unknown. For this cultivator to hear my name and show no reaction at all, he must be pretending on purpose. Baiyu turned his head back with an annoyed frown. Why are you still standing there? Come in already. Hearing that, Lu Yuan covered his mouth with his fan, not knowing what to say. Just like that, he slowly followed Baiyu inside. Lu Yuan looked around and thought this White Jade sect is far too shabby. The buildings are old and run down. A stray dog guarding the place. No matter how you look at it, there's nowhere here capable of destroying the Heavenly One cult. At that moment, the watchdog mutt kept barking right in Lu Yuan's face. Gnashing its teeth, with a sharp look in its eyes, it thought, I've got a feeling this guy didn't come here for anything good. I have to warn the powerhouse. Lu Yuan cast a glance at it in astonishment. He hadn't paid much attention to the dog just now, but when he saw a golden aura emanating from its body, he immediately sensed something was wrong. His eyes lit up like blooming flowers as he used a seeing-through technique. From the dog's body rose the afterimage of an incomparably ferocious demon king. He froze, and fear began to rise in his heart. This was unexpectedly a hidden demon king. But then he suddenly noticed something else. No, this aura was not just that of a demon king. He shut his eyes tightly, then opened them wide. His sight-piercing eyes were fully activated, and a ring of stars flew out from the center of his pupil. Only then did he see clearly. It was like the remnant soul of a golden dragon's head, its eyes shining with savage light. Cold sweat broke out on Lu Yuan's body, and his face turned pale with shock. One of the 9. It was actually one of the 9 sons of the Sea Dragon King. Baiyu reached out with one hand, grabbed the dog, and lifted it into the air. Doggy, move aside. Looking displeased, he shoved the dog behind him. Look, you scared our guest. Then he turned to Lu Yuan and gave him a bright smile. Brother Lu, this dog is a bit fierce. Are you all right? And no, I'm fine. Lu Yuan forced himself to stay calm while thinking inwardly. Was my vision not good enough? A supreme expert is actually hiding in a mangy grass dog? What kind of background did this White Jade sect have to actually make the Dragon King's own son serve as a watchdog? Baiyu raised a hand and asked, Brother Lu, what brings you here today? To be honest, Sect Master Bai, this is also my first time in Sea Origin City. I heard that Sect Master Bai is a rare hero, so I came here to make your acquaintance. Baiyu immediately clasped his hands with a cheerful smile. Brother Lu, you are too polite. As he spoke, he turned and walked inside. Please sit first. I'll go make tea. Lu Yuan stood there silently, watching Baiyu's retreating figure. His gaze darkened with thought. This Baiyu looks completely ordinary, and his cultivation is hardly worth mentioning. Is he hiding it, or is that truly all there is? Shaking off his thoughts, he sat down and leaned against Baiyu's Myriad Origins vine chair. Suddenly, his eyes widened as if he had discovered something. This is... A stream of aura continuously rose from the chair, leaving him utterly horrified. He immediately stumbled away as far as he could in terror. Stunned, he turned and stared at the chair. What kind of object was this to be so terrifying? The moment I sat on it, a force suddenly poured into my dantian from this wicker chair. He raised his hand and examined it. There was nothing abnormal with his body, yet his spiritual power had increased. Could this miraculous chair be a treasure that assists cultivation? He immediately walked over and sat down on it again. Let me try once more. At once, a powerful current of energy surged up from the chair, bursting forth violently. Sure enough, his cultivation was rising rapidly. His eyes sharpened as he stared ahead and grinned. My realm is finally loosening. His hair fluttered wildly, and his eyes glowed red as he pressed his hands onto his knees and focused. I've been stuck at this bottleneck for 30 years, and now it's finally loosened. After breaking through, he stood there with his mouth hanging open in utter disbelief. Then he burst into delighted laughter. Ha ha! Marquee Realm. I've broken through to the Marquee Realm. Heaven truly has eyes. A treasure with this kind of supporting effect was absolutely a divine artifact. Only a divine artifact could have such miraculous power. It let me advance into a realm I couldn't break through in 30 years. In the White Jade sect, even a chair is a divine artifact. The watchdog is a dragon prince. This White Jade sect absolutely belongs to a hidden supreme expert. Just then, Baiyu came out and spoke. The tea's here. Smiling brightly, he said, sit down and drink. Before he could finish, Lu Yuan suddenly dropped to his knees in front of him, leaving Bai Yu utterly dumbfounded. Lu Yuan repeatedly cowed out. Sect Master Bai, please accept my bow. Many thanks to Sect Master Bai for granting me the opportunity to break through my realm. Startled and completely unable to understand what nonsense this guy was talking about, Bai Yu wiped away sweat and forced an awkward smile. Although I don't understand what you're talking about, please stand up first and then explain. Lu Yuan rose and clasped his hands. Sect Master Bai, I shall take my leave for now. I will come pay another visit another day. With that, he turned and walked away, thinking, I have to hurry back and tell Jiangfeng that he absolutely must not provoke Elder Bai. Behind him, Bai Yu watched with a puzzled expression. How strange. Not bothering with it any longer, he sat back down in his favorite chair, as usual. Then he took out the flying chariot he had brought back from the Imperial Treasury. Aside from the sword that ruined the ice jade bed, this was the other thing he had brought out from the Imperial Treasury, though he had no idea what it was for. He lifted the flying chariot closer to his face. Why does it smell fragrant? It smells like something a girl would wear. At that moment, from the distance, a pair of feet slowly approached. It was Duong Tuet. She looked gloomy, walking as she muttered to herself. This white jade sect is complete trash, and Bai Yu is even worse. But why does he have a divine artifact? A place like this doesn't deserve one. Do I really need to stay here any longer? She suddenly stopped when she saw him. Duong Tuet gritted her teeth and shouted. Umph. That is, what she saw was Bai Yu sniffing the flying chariot over and over. At that moment, he looked exactly like a pervert. Realizing what he was doing, she flushed red in embarrassment and anger at Bai Yu's behavior. Then Duong Tuet shouted and pointed straight at his face. What are you doing? Stay away from it. The anger in her heart flared higher and higher. Her teeth clenched as she thought, damn it, this vulgar mortal actually dares to defile my flying chariot. Meanwhile, Bai Yu calmly asked, do you know what this thing is? Why is there a faint fragrance on it? Seeing how calm he still was, she snapped back irritably. That is the flying chariot. Return it to me. Duong Tuet recalled her former memories. In my previous life, I spent most of my time in the flying chariot. It was a very personal belonging of mine, so naturally it carried some of my body scent. And this vulgar mortal actually dared to sniff it. This is an insult to me. But when she rushed forward to snatch it back, her small stature made it impossible. Bai Yu held her back with one hand, and then he repeated the same line as before. Take me as your master. His face was full of smug pride as he held her weakness in his grip, thinking, Beitang, Duong Tuet really does seem to care about this flying chariot. Refusing that absurd demand, Duong Tuet replied, in your dreams. Seeing this, Bai Yu immediately held the flying chariot out in front of the dog, as if he were going to give it to him as a toy. Doggy, here, take this to chew on. She screamed, how dare you? The dog's teeth were just about to touch it. Completely helpless, Duong Tuet had no choice but to compromise. Fine, I agree. As a result, the dog bit nothing but air. She was briefly startled. Hearing Duong Tuet's words, Bai Yu had already grabbed the dog securely with one hand, while the other still kept the flying chariot safe. Then he tossed the dog away and said smugly, very good. At that moment, Bai Yu sat down in his chair and had her serve him. Duong Tuet knelt and offered him tea. Master, please drink tea. Seeing her respectful appearance, Bai Yu declared, Duong Tuet, from today onward, you are my second disciple. Your eldest senior brother is named Li Xiao. From now on, the two of you must get along well. At that moment, a notification panel appeared. Disciple Acceptance Return System. Congratulations, you have completed the disciple recruitment mission. You have successfully accepted a second disciple. Reward, 10 return opportunities. Confirm. Cancel. Once the matter was settled, she spoke up. Now that I've acknowledged you as my master and offered tea, I have a condition I want to state. Hearing Duong Tuet's proposal, Bai Yu rested both hands on his thighs and spoke with complete ease. I understand. Once your wings are strong enough and you want to leave, even I won't be able to stop you. Your eldest senior brother said the same thing before. But isn't he now staying obediently in the White Jade sect? Hearing that, Duong Tuet was somewhat displeased. She gently shook her head and replied, that's not it. Then Duong Tuet's expression became serious. What I mean is this. The sect master of the chaotic world evil sect is trying to capture me. If they ever catch me in the future, you must not hand me over. Bai Yu stiffened at once, not knowing how to respond. She continued, even if you die, you must die in front of me. Then Duong Tuet pointed directly at him and shouted sternly, who told you to become my master? This is a master's responsibility. Then his face suddenly turned serious, his eyes sharp as blades. Even if I have to risk my... After receiving the chariot, she turned and walked away, replying to Baiyu, "You really do dare to talk big. What can this tiny white jade sect possibly use to fight the chaotic world evil sect? You'd better start thinking of a strategy first." At that moment, the system displayed notice. Disciple Acceptance Return System. You have gifted the flying chariot to your disciple, Duong Tuet. 100-fold return activated. The mechanical voice continued to sound. Congratulations. You have obtained a super divine mount, the Nine-Dragon Chariot. Special reminder, below the Wind's Rest realm, the Nine-Dragon Chariot is for 2 passengers only. At the same time, a gigantic, majestic azure dragon-shaped carriage appeared in the sky, radiating a pressure that made people raise their heads in awe. He was astonished by its uniqueness and could not help blurting out, "A super divine artifact! At last, a divine treasure beyond ordinary divine artifacts." The Nine-Dragon Chariot, with 9 dragons pulling the carriage, truly extravagant. The only pity is that it isn't an offensive treasure. Then, with a snap of Baiyu's fingers, the enormous carriage vanished without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Once the carriage disappeared, the wooden woven chair remained in its place. He felt that putting the carriage away was the best choice. For now, he should keep a low profile. The Nine-Dragon Chariot should not be revealed. As he said this, Baiyu's face quickly brightened. Let's see just how effective this Myriad Origins vine share really is. The scene shifted to some kind of inn or pavilion, with lanterns hanging high above. A gleaming golden sword rested on a wooden table. Lu Xiong sat there with his chin propped in his hand, looking impatient, as if waiting for someone. "I've been waiting at this inn for 2 days already. Why hasn't anyone from the White Jade sect come for me yet?" Suddenly, the door was flung open, making him freeze in shock. He quickly grabbed the sword, spun around defensively, and shouted, "Who is it?" A voice came from outside. "Lu Xiong, it's me, Baiyu." Only then did Lu Xiong calm down. "Sec Master Bai, you've finally come." A moment later, the two sat down at the table. Lu Xiong sighed. "For the past 2 days, I haven't dared close my eyes. Sect Master Bai, please quickly tell me how I can return to the Sacred Heaven sect. Then listen carefully." He pointed as he spoke. "After you return, say that everyone in the Sacred Heaven sect was wiped out by the Chaotic World Evil sect. The Chaotic World Evil sect, their strength is not weak. In recent years, they've always wanted to challenge the Sacred Heaven sect, so that explanation could work. But won't others see through it?" Baiyu confidently raised a hand. "Don't worry, I've already arranged everything properly. If you say it that way, no flaws will be exposed." Baiyu thought to himself, people from the Chaotic World Evil sect appeared in the Imperial Treasury, and I used Lu Xiong's name in opposition to them. They definitely won't discover the truth. Lu Xiong stood up and placed both hands on the table. "I have no other road left now." As he spoke, he raised his head and smiled. "Then I'll follow Sect Master Bai's instructions." Baiyu tossed a cultivation manual toward him. "This is for you." Looking at the manual on the table, Lu Xiong stared blankly, not knowing what it was. "This is a Saint-grade cultivation method. Cultivate diligently and win the top position in the Sacred Heaven sect as soon as possible." Hearing this, Lu Xiong was utterly shocked. A Saint-grade cultivation method? Before Baiyu could even react, he dropped to his knees on the floor. To Baiyu's confusion, he spoke up at once. "Many thanks to Sect Master Bai for promoting me." Lu Xiong thought only true successors can ever come into contact with a Saint-grade cultivation method. With my background and talent, I could never touch one in the Sacred Heaven sect for my entire life. Yet Sect Master Bai handed one to me so casually. It seems I, Lu Xiong, have truly chosen the right person to follow. Although Divine Wind Steps was only one portion of the Supreme Mystery Body Art, it was still a God-grade cultivation method. The reason Baiyu called it Saint-grade was because possessing treasure invites disaster. After all, the Sacred Heaven sect still had some Saint-grade methods, but God-grade methods were likely extremely rare or non-existent. Scene shift. 5 days later, in the White Jade residence, Duong Tuet's beautiful face appeared in frame. Her willow-like brows were slightly furrowed. It seemed she was cultivating. Soon after, Duong Tuet was overjoyed. "My cultivation has reached the superhuman realm. With the support of the Ice Soul Pill, my cultivation speed keeps increasing. It's just that my cultivation is still too low. In the eyes of the Chaotic World Evil sect, it's hardly worth mentioning. Now I have nowhere else to go anyway, so I may as well stay here for a while." Bai Yu, if you want to be my master, let's see whether you truly have the fate to be the master of an empress. At the same time, in Li Xiu's room, he had also just finished his own breakthrough. Using the supreme mystery body art, my cultivation has finally broken through to the superhuman realm. After reaching the superhuman realm, I can finally memorize the teleportation array. I've been away from home for so long. I should let my family know I'm safe. As he spoke, Li Xiu drew a formation on the floor. Meanwhile, in the outer courtyard of the White Jade residence, the male lead was suddenly shocked by something, and his eyes narrowed instantly. A strange power suddenly flowed through both his hands. Sitting on a miraculous chair, Bai Yu was surrounded in the next instant by a powerful golden aura. Peak true person realm. I only slept on this myriad origins vine share for a few days, and my cultivation actually broke through this quickly. It's even more effective than eating origin fruit in the Imperial Treasury. I have to say, this myriad origins vine share is truly miraculous. As soon as he finished speaking, Bai Yu swept his gaze across the courtyard and saw his two beloved disciples. You two came at just the right time. I have something to tell you. Before, my cultivation was lower than both of my disciples. Now that my cultivation has risen, I can finally puff out my chest and hold my head high in front of them. Li Xiu happily said, "Perfect timing. I also have something to say." "All right, you go first." The blond young man said excitedly, "My cultivation has broken through to the superhuman realm. After entering the superhuman realm, that is the first step beyond the bounds of ordinary people." As soon as he said that, Bai Yu's face froze. From then on, one can roam freely through heaven and earth. Oh, right, Master. Junior sister Duong Tuet's talent is truly heaven-defying too. At such a young age, she has already broken through to the superhuman realm. I've never seen a cultivator cultivate so quickly before. As he spoke, Li Xiu pointed toward the proud-looking Duong Tuet. Bai Yu's expression darkened even further. Duong Tuet is in the superhuman realm too? Only then did Li Xiu ask, "Right, Master, what was it you wanted to say?" Embarrassed, Bai Yu immediately swallowed the fact that he had just advanced. "It's nothing. The weather's nice today." As soon as he said that, a violent gale suddenly appeared in the courtyard of the White Jade residence. "This is," Li Xiu reassured Bai Yu, "no need to panic. This is my Li family's grand teleportation array. I sent this location out earlier." As he explained, Li Xiu watched a golden pillar of light descend from the dark clouded sky straight to the ground. Within the golden, lightning-lit pillar were the words, "Great calamity has struck the clan. Return at once." Li Xiu was shocked. "What? Master, the Li family is in trouble. I have to go back first. I'll go with you." However, Li Xiu said to Bai Yu, "The teleportation array can only transport one person." As soon as he said that, Li Xiu vanished into the formation. Bai Yu looked up at the disappearing figure in the sky and shouted, "Leave the address behind." Immediately, the golden lightning pillar appeared again and displayed the words, "Li family of White Mountain City." Scene shift to the Heavenly One cult. Jiang Feng stood there with worry all over his face. "Brother Liu, is there really no other way?" "No. Then do I just watch my younger brother die for nothing?" "Brother Yang, you also know how serious this matter is now. Sect Master Bai is the most terrifying and mysterious figure I have ever seen. In front of him, let alone seeking revenge, being able to survive would already be fortunate. Even I, Lu Yuan, have some reputation in the Sacred Heaven domain and once served as the leader of the #1 faction, the Long Song sect." As he spoke, he raised a finger. "But in front of Sect Master Bai, even I am no more than a single hair on 9 oxen. If someone as strong as Brother Liu says that, then I understand clearly now. From this moment on, whatever Brother Liu tells me to do, I'll do it. Come with me to the White Jade sect and apologize." Right now, Sect Master Bai does not wish to expose his identity and is living in seclusion in a low-key way. If you act properly, you still have a chance to live. No sooner had he said that than the scene shifted to the White Jade sect. Bai Yu was leading Ming Xue as he walked toward the gate with his hands on his hips. He did not forget to turn back and instruct, "Doggy, remember to guard the house." Just as he was about to leave, Lu Yuan came over and called out, "Sect Master Bai." Bai Yu stepped forward with an awkward smile. "Brother Liu, please forgive me for not being able to entertain you. I have something to take care of and must leave at once. Master Bai, please forgive me. Let me introduce someone to you. This man is the elder brother of the Heavenly One Cult Master, Yang Jiangfeng. The elder brother of the Heavenly One Cult Master? Have you come for revenge? Bai Yu thought to himself, the Heavenly One Cult Master is already dead. I didn't expect that after killing the younger brother, the elder brother would come. Looks like I can't be gentle today. Just as that thought passed, Jiang Feng suddenly rushed forward and dropped to his knees before Bai Yu. Looking up, he stammered, and no, I wouldn't dare. Bai Yu stared blankly at him. Why are you kneeling already? Lu Yuan waved his fan toward Jiang Feng and smiled. Master Bai, Yang Jiangfeng has come to plead for punishment. Bai Yu asked in surprise, plead for punishment? In the past, my younger brother and the disciples of the Heavenly One cult failed to recognize Mount Tai. Offending Master Bai was their crime, and they deserved death. I asked Master Bai to forgive us. With both hands, he presented a book. This contains the full register of all the assets and disciples of the Heavenly One cult. I offer all of it to Master Bai. From this day on, the Heavenly One cult will become a branch of the White Jade sect, to be dealt with however the sect master wishes. Bai Yu smiled to himself. I really didn't expect this guy to come here to beg forgiveness. He even brought land and property as gifts. He scared the hell out of me. Jiang Feng turned to Lu Yuan and asked in confusion, Brother Lu, why isn't Master Bai saying anything? Does he still refuse to forgive me? Lu Yuan explained, Master Bai, Yang Jiangfeng is different from his younger brother, the Heavenly One cult master. He secluded himself for many years to cultivate and only recently emerged. His cultivation has only just reached the Marquis realm. So naturally that level of cultivation is not worth mentioning in front of Master Bai. Still, for better or worse, he can help the sect master deal with some trivial matters. I wonder if Senior could be magnanimous enough to spare him this once. Bai Yu immediately took the ledger of lands and holdings. If that's the case, then this sect master will accept it. He was smiling on the outside, but inwardly he was terrified. Marquis realm? That's strong? Good thing he came to apologize. Jiang Feng said, Many thanks, Master Bai. From now on, please give your orders freely. Everyone in the Heavenly One cult, from top to bottom, will obey the White Jade sect. Bai Yu turned and walked away, waving a hand. All right, get up. This sect master has business today and cannot chat with you any longer. Lu Yuan asked, May I ask what matter requires Master Bai's attention? Let us see whether we can be of some help. My disciple Li Xiu's family has met with great calamity. I must go handle it. Do you know where Li Xiu's family is? The Li family of White Mountain City. White Mountain City. To be honest, I know that place well. Why don't I accompany you, Sect Master? Bai Yu smiled. That works, but you'll have to go ahead on your own. Right now, the Nine-Dragon Chariot only has room for 2 people. He snapped his fingers, looked upward, and called out, Nine-Dragon Chariot. At once, the enormous Nine-Dragon Chariot appeared and hovered in the sky. When Lu Yuan and Jiang Feng saw it, their faces turned black with shock, and their legs gave out as they fell to their knees. This. What is this? Ming Xue stood still, watching as Bai Yu stepped forward and leaped onto the Nine-Dragon Chariot. A super divine artifact. This is a super divine artifact, something rare even in the Heavenly Court. If that damned immortal flame Empress hadn't ambushed me with a super divine artifact back then, I wouldn't have fallen. All super divine artifacts come from the outer realms. They simply cannot be forged in this world. The few super divine artifacts of the Heavenly Court were all obtained by the Lord of the Heavenly Court from the outer realms. How could such a super divine artifact appear here? Why does the sect master of this tiny white jade sect possess so many treasures? Bai Yu looked down and beckoned. Beidang Shui, what are you standing there for? Come up. Not long afterward, under the watchful eyes of Lu Yuan and Jiang Feng, Bai Yu and Ming Xue rode away in the Nine-Dragon Chariot at the speed of light. Brother Lu, this is far too terrifying. That aura nearly scared me to death. A Nine-Dragon Chariot. How imposing is that? Brother Yang, wasn't my advice to you correct? Jiang Feng lowered his head and said, Brother Lu's golden words saved my life. As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed deeply. If not for you, I'm afraid I would already be a corpse. Please accept my bow. Lu Yuan hurriedly turned and helped him up. Brother Yang, you're too polite. Master Bai is unfathomable and has an extraordinary background. From now on, the two of us must sincerely assist him and earn the sect master's recognition. In this chaotic era, perhaps we may still hold on to a sliver of hope. Jiang Feng smiled and repeatedly expressed his determination. Certainly, on a bright, sunny day, in an ancient and tranquil space, a little brown bird darted past. It fluttered along the stone steps, its clear blue eyes sweeping over everything as it continued on its way. Somewhere nearby, a man with a scar over his right eye suddenly jolted awake, his pupils shrinking. The man sat cross-legged, both hands resting on his knees, his hair tied up high. His right eye was blind, and he wore a domineering-looking mustache on his face. A faint purple spiritual aura surrounded him. The moment he awoke, he looked startled. The aura of a super-divine artifact. Since the fall of the Lord of the Heavenly Court, no one has used a super-divine artifact. Could it be that an expert from another great domain has come to my Sacred Heaven domain? This man was none other than the Holy Lord of the Sacred Heaven domain, Pei Tianchong. Yet he made no move to welcome the newcomer. I hope I sensed wrongly, because Tianchong believed that if not, then the other party must truly think the Sacred Heaven domain is the weakest of the 9 great sacred lands and intends to scheme something. If so, this Holy Lord will certainly make him pay a heavy price. At that moment, an urgent voice came from afar. Holy Lord. The man who spoke was Li Gonglong, the second elder of the Sacred Heaven sect. He entered together with Lu Xiong, whose left arm was currently wrapped in bandages. Seeing the situation before him, Tianchong asked, Second Elder, what matter is so urgent? Gonglong cried out anxiously, Holy Lord, my son Chongqing has been killed by someone else. Hearing that, Tianchong was greatly alarmed. What? Who is so bold as to kill an important disciple of my Sacred Heaven sect? Gonglong then barked an order at Lu Xiong behind him. Lu Xiong, speak. Lu Xiong suddenly dropped to his knees, both knees hitting the floor, and urgently reported, Holy Lord, it was the people of the chaotic world evil sect. They set up an ambush in the imperial treasury and killed the disciples of our Sacred Heaven sect. To make it even more convincing, he put on a grief-stricken expression and whimpered, Senior Brother Li and Senior Sister Bai. They all died. Hearing this, Tianchong flew into a rage and shouted resentfully, the chaotic world evil sect. By now, he was extremely furious. These past few years, they've never behaved in our Sacred Heaven domain. This Holy Lord simply hasn't had time to deal with them yet, and now they've dared provoke the Sacred Heaven sect first. Gonglong also spoke angrily, as if he wished he could hack them into 100 pieces. Pressing a hand to his chest, he said, Holy Lord, I have only this one son. The hatred of a son's murder cannot be borne under the same heaven. I beg the Holy Lord to issue the order to destroy the chaotic world evil sect. Tianchong understood his feelings and consoled him. Second Elder, this hatred is not yours alone, but that of the entire Sacred Heaven sect. Rest assured, the Sacred Heaven sect is the ruler of the Sacred Heaven domain. No one may act recklessly within the Sacred Heaven domain. He spoke with resolve as he instructed him, Go and prepare first. When it is time to act, I will give the order. Gonglong immediately cupped his hands, full of gratitude. Yes. At that moment, however, Lu Xiong behind him remained oddly indifferent. Just as the two turned to leave, Tianchong suddenly called out, Wait. He looked at Lu Xiong and asked softly, Your name is Lu Xiong, correct? Hearing that question, Lu Xiong could not help but tremble inwardly. Tianchong continued his interrogation. How were you able to survive? Faced with that suspicion, Lu Xiong immediately panicked, sweat already covering his face. He turned around and answered sincerely, reporting to the Holy Lord, at the time this disciple fought desperately against the chaotic world evil sect. In the end, I was no match for them, so I pretended to be dead and deceived them. Afterward, I was rescued by a small sect in Sea Origin City. As soon as I was able to move again, I ignored my injuries and rushed back at once. The reason he could present his story so fluently, without the slightest hesitation or anxiety, was because he had prepared carefully for this question long ago. Inwardly, he breathed a sigh of relief, though his face still retained a trace of tension. The Holy Lord really isn't easy to fool. Good thing I injured myself beforehand. At the mention of Sea Origin City, Tianchong ground his teeth. Sea Origin City. Lu Xiong quickly knelt again, one hand over his chest, and said earnestly, Holy Lord, when the day comes to campaign against the chaotic world evil sect, I, Lu Xiong, am willing to serve as the vanguard. His expression suddenly turned resolute as he grit his teeth and said, "Even if I must risk my life, I will avenge senior brother Li and senior sister Bai." Hearing such a fierce declaration, Gonglong praised him. Good. Tears streamed down his face, and he clenched a hand before his chest. "With such devotion from you, my son Chongqing will surely rest in peace. From now on, you will cultivate under this elder. When the time comes, this elder will personally lead you to kill the people of the chaotic world evil sect." After hearing Lu Xiong's explanation, Tianchong also appeared satisfied. "Very good. With disciples like you in the Sacred Heaven sect, why should we fear failing to defeat the chaotic world evil sect? Go to the pill chamber and collect a few bottles of mid-grade pills. Recover from your injuries properly. From this day on, you are promoted to intersect disciple." Hearing this, Lu Xiong lowered his head. It was unclear whether he was happy or not, but he only spoke solemnly. "Many thanks, Holy Lord." Gonglong and Lu Xiong slowly walked out. The door slammed shut by itself. At that moment, Tianchong still stood proudly in the center. He sternly ordered someone unseen, past the word below, have those people from the chaotic world evil sect keep themselves in line for the time being. Then a burst of purple light flared in the room and gathered into the shape of a translucent figure radiating a faint, dreamlike violet glow. Kneeling on one knee, head lowered, it replied, "Yes." Tianchong added, "Also, I need blood mantu. Have them deliver some to me." A sinister smile spread across his face. "When making the blood mantu, keep it secret. Try to find ordinary commoners, and don't touch any sturdy fellows backed by powerful forces." After receiving the order, that glowing purple phantom slowly faded from the space. "As you command." Tianchong stood there, watching the purple aura gradually disappear. He raised his right hand and spread it open. Suddenly, his fingernails grew at an abnormally fast rate, turning a strange black. The smile on his face became twisted. Just a little longer, and this holy lord will break through. His pupils had already turned red, and even the whites of his eyes had been replaced by blackness. His smile remained bizarre. The sacred heaven domain will become the strongest place of all. The scene shifted to the Li family estate. At the front gate, the doors stood wide open, and the atmosphere was eerily still. Someone was furiously hurling tables and chairs against the wall. "This is going too far." A man slammed both hands onto the table. "The giant python gang is truly bullying us beyond all reason." The purple-haired disciple seated below spoke up. "Patriarch, the situation is different now. The giant python gang is the #1 great gang in White Mountain City, and now they have the Long Song sect backing them. Our Li family cannot withstand them." Another person echoed him. "We can't just hand over our family fortune to the giant python gang for nothing. At worst, we'll drag them down with us. The 1,000-year foundation of our Li family is not something that could be easily provoked." The man beside him worriedly said, "I'm afraid the fish will die and the net still won't tear. No matter how you put it, the Li family is still too weak by itself." The man with the headband, later introduced as Li Feng, asked Li Xiao, "Xiao, you've only just returned to the family, and now you already understand the situation." He asked, "Do you have any solution?" Someone else interjected, "That's right. How did we forget that boy Li Xiao? Last time he left the family, didn't he say he was going to join the Sacred Heaven sect? If he entered the Sacred Heaven sect, then with its protection, even the Long Song sect wouldn't dare do anything to Li Xiao." Hearing that, Li Xiao spoke up. "Father, honored uncles." He faltered, unsure how to explain, but several elders were already urging him on. "Li Xiao, hurry and speak. You're the most talented prodigy of the Li family. With your aptitude, joining the Sacred Heaven sect shouldn't have been difficult, right? Li Xiao, you're making me anxious." Seeing the pressure around him, Li Feng only spoke gently. "Xiao, it's fine to tell the truth." Li Xiao clasped his hands on the table and lowered his face. Only then did he softly admit, "I am ashamed. This time I went, but I did not join the Sacred Heaven sect." When everyone heard that, disappointment spread clearly across their faces. "What? Our last hope has been snuffed out. What are we supposed to do now?" At that moment, Li Feng asked, "If you didn't join the Sacred Heaven sect, then was it some other major power?" Li Xiao answered seriously, "I did indeed join another sect, and I have already taken a master." Hearing that, the elders in the room immediately filled with hope and slapped the table. "That's good. Even if it wasn't the Sacred Heaven sect, another great power would do. But the strongest power after the Sacred Heaven sect is the Mysticwood sect." Li Xiao lowered his head and honestly said, "I joined the White Jade sect." The two elders seated nearby widened their eyes in. Astonishment. The remaining elders frowned and asked worriedly, White Jade Sect? We've never heard of it. Is there some major power in the Sacred Heaven domain called the White Jade Sect? Li Feng also asked, where is this White Jade Sect? How many disciples does it have? Scratching his head awkwardly, Li Xiu replied, in Sea Origin City. It has 2 disciples under its banner. Now there are 3. As soon as the elders heard that, their hopes quickly collapsed. Some swallowed hard, not knowing what to say, while others stammered. Li Feng then began to persuade him. Why would you join such a tiny force? Does that sect master have anything special about him? For example, does he have profound cultivation? Li Xiu thought for a moment before honestly replying. If there's anything special, it's probably that he has an enormous number of treasures. As for cultivation, peak true person realm. At this point, the elders truly had no words left. They were completely despairing. Li Feng shouted angrily, What? Peak true person realm? His cultivation is even lower than yours. What kind of master did you take? The elders also tried to persuade him one after another. Li Xiu, you are the proud genius of the Li family. Even if you couldn't enter the Sacred Heaven sect, you can't just sink this low. A sect with only 2 or 3 disciples, and a cultivation level of the true person realm? What kind of sect is that supposed to be? Someone else shouted, Li Xiu, were you tricked? No matter how everyone tried to convince him, he said nothing. His gaze remained extremely resolute. Li Feng could no longer bear it. Pointing at him, he angrily roared, This is outrageous. Absolute nonsense. You will leave that White Jade sect at once, sever the master-disciple relationship, and withdraw from the sect. Li Xiu could not help but argue back, Father, Master saved my life. But before he could finish speaking, a loud commotion came from outside. Everyone in the room immediately stood up in alarm and asked, What was that? Did something happen? At that moment, a disciple rushed in and flung open the door to report. Family head, elders, this is bad. Pale with fright, he shouted, The people from the giant python gang have come to kill their way in. Li Feng frowned and cried out in shock, What? After confirming what was happening, he roared furiously, They are bullying us too far. A moment later, he and everyone in the room immediately went outside, while issuing the order, all Li family disciples prepare for battle. Very soon, the entire Li family had assembled at the gate, with Li Feng at the front. Opposite them stood the forces of the giant python gang, led by Huang Mang. Arrogantly, he said, Li Feng, have our Li family made up their minds yet? Li Feng quickly answered, Gang leader Huang Mang, are you really leaving us any room to think with actions like this? Huang Mang domineeringly declared, Cut the nonsense. Join my giant python gang, and from now on you can eat meat with us. Refuse to join, and we'll eat your flesh instead. In the tense standoff, an elder standing nearby pointed someone out to Li Xiu. Li Xiu, do you see the man wearing the headband? The reason the giant python gang has been able to expand so quickly is that young man named Fong Luyan. The person the elder indicated was the smug young man standing behind, Huang Mang with a boastful smile on his face. Li Xiu tensed up, staring at him while listening to the elder continue. This man is very cunning, even harder to deal with than gang leader Huang Mang himself, so be careful. At this moment, Li Feng was still trying to reason with the giant python gang. Gang leader Huang, although the heavenly court has fallen, justice still exists in this world. If you seize things by force like this, aren't you afraid of retribution? Huang Mang did not listen at all. With his hands on his hips, he proudly said, Spare me the babbling. Everyone knows the whole continent is about to enter a chaotic era. Whoever has the bigger fist gets to eat meat. Then he confidently pointed at himself and declared, There is so much flesh in this world. The strong devour the weak, and my giant python gang will be the one doing the devouring. Hearing that, Li Feng was utterly enraged. Grinding his teeth in extreme fury, he glared at Huang Mang. By now, the men of the giant python gang had already grown impatient and started clamoring. Gang leader, why waste words with them? Just attack and seize the Li family directly. The Li family is a 1,000-year-old clan. They must have plenty of good stuff. If we rob them, our cultivation will rise another level. I heard the Li family has many beautiful women. We should enjoy them slowly. Li Feng realized there was no reasoning with them anymore. Furiously drawing his sword, he cursed as he moved, shameless. Then he shouted valiantly, In that case, disciples of the Li family, prepare for battle. Huang Meng had long been waiting for this. He also drew his blade and charged forward, saying as he advanced, "If you won't drink the wine of respect, then taste my broadsword instead." Their weapons clashed at once with a ringing clang. Huang Meng did not forget to flash a victorious grin as he declared, "I'll kill you first, greatest expert of the Li family, and then we'll see who still dares refuse to submit." Li Feng also felt layers upon layers of danger closing in. At that moment, a stream of golden power wrapped around him and flung him far away. When Li Xiu and the Li family disciples saw this, they cried out in panic, "Father, family head!" Fortunately, he was still able to struggle to his feet. He frowned, his face darkening as he shouted, "Damn it, we must protect the Li family." Taking advantage of Li Feng's opening, Huang Meng leaped up and swung, his blade down, roaring die. Just as his blade was about to strike Li Feng, a burst of power suddenly attacked from the side. Huang Meng's eyes widened in shock, and he snarled, "You dare!" It was Li Xiu. A moment earlier, he had thrown a sudden punch that knocked Huang Meng's blade from his hand with a sharp clang. The blade flew over Zhang away. Seeing his son respond so fiercely left Li Feng momentarily frozen in stunned silence. Faced with what had just happened, Huang Meng could hardly believe it, thinking to himself, the Li family actually has an expert like this? Then Li Xiu immediately rushed over and stood in front of Li Feng. Seeing this, Li Feng asked, "Xiu, are you all right?" Li Xiu, "Rublia, I'm fine." But this only made Li Feng even more astonished. He wondered, Xiu's cultivation is far below Huang Meng's, so how could he block one of Huang Meng's attacks? At that moment, Feng Luyun, who had been standing still and observing all this, suddenly spoke up, "Gang leader, this young man is rather interesting." He stuck out his distinctive snake tongue and said smugly, "Leave him to me. He looks delicious." Hearing this, Huang Meng immediately decided, "Finish this quickly. The Longsong sect does not want us dragging this matter out for too long." Having received approval, Feng Luyun boasted, "Don't worry. He's only a puny, superhuman realm cultivator. Easy." Then he looked at Li Xiu and declared, "I'm going to drink his blood right now." Then Huang Meng turned to Li Feng and said as though advising him, "Family Headley, let's stop making a scene." He confidently declared, "You can't die after your son. Otherwise, it'll be the white-haired sending off the black-haired. That would truly be too heartbreaking." A streak of golden light flashed across the clear blue sky. It was a 9-dragon chariot carrying Bai Yu. And Ming Xue, seeing that she looked frightened, he turned and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything? Your complexion looks bad. Are you uncomfortable?" She hesitated, sat stiffly, and answered, "No, it's nothing." But in her heart, she really wanted to scream. This 9-dragon chariot is terrifying. I can't believe it's actually pulled by 9 true dragons. Fortunately, those 9 dragons seem to have lost their life force. Ming Xue stared wide-eyed in fear. But even so, the aura they give off is still enough to make people unable to breathe. Bai Yu looked ahead and quickly said, "The Li family is just up ahead." His gaze sharpened, and with a cold face he declared, "I only hope they haven't touched your senior brother yet. If they have, then whoever dares lay a hand on my disciple, I will personally reduce him to ashes." Sitting beside him, Ming Xue frowned when she heard that and thought sideways, "This guy really is protective of his own people. I just hope he's not all talk." At that moment, back at the Li family, the battle had become extremely fierce, and Li Xiu was suddenly blasted away. Seeing this, Huang Meng burst into smug laughter. "Ha ha, what a bunch of trash from the Li family." He pointed his blade at the defeated group and shouted, "You can't even withstand a single slash from this gang leader." As for Feng Luyun, he could no longer wait and lunged at Li Xiu. "I can't wait any longer to enjoy your body." He struck at once. Li Xiu quickly tilted his head aside to dodge, frowning as he cursed inwardly, "Damn it, that Feng Luyun is at the peak of the wind's rest realm, far above me." Li Xiu immediately sprang backward. Seeing this, Feng Luyun curled his lips into a smile. "For you to last this long against me already makes you exceptional." Then the lower half of his body gradually turned into a snake tail, and he said, "Be good, don't run." The sight startled Li Xiu, and in that instant of distraction Feng Luyun used his tail to launch a sudden Sneak attack. He swiftly wrapped his tail tightly around Li Xiu, making him cry out in shock, "What?" At this moment, everyone in the Li family also saw it, and they immediately shouted, "A snake demon! Heavens, he's a snake demon! That's terrifying!" Fong Liyun had no time to care about the crowd. He stared fixedly at his prey, while Li Xiu struggled in disgust to break free. When Li Feng saw his son fall in a mortal danger, he immediately shouted, "Xiu," but very soon after he also spat out a mouthful of blood. At that moment, he sank to his knees in utter despair, clutching his chest in agony as he said, "Could it be that heaven truly wants the Li family destroyed?" Seeing that everything had already been decided, Huang Meng laughed triumphantly and declared, "Li Feng, if you refuse to recognize the times, then today the Li family is doomed. From now on, my giant python gang will rule White Mountain City. The great tide of the world will have a place for my giant python gang. Ha ha ha." Over there, Fong Liyun also said loudly, "Li Xiu, after I eat you, you'll become part of me. Isn't that exciting?" Then he opened his mouth wide, revealing sharp fangs, and said wickedly, "Come on, let's have a passionate embrace." Just as Fong Liyun lunged forward to swallow Li Xiu whole, a voice rang out, "Evil beast, how dare you!" Before he could even react, a streak of light flashed by and sliced through the lower half of his body. Fong Liyun immediately screamed in pain and released. Li Xiu, furious, he looked around and shouted, "Who dares?" Li Xiu quickly saw clearly what had saved him. He immediately cried out in delight. "It's the divine weapon Wind Feather. Master has arrived." Seeing this, Huang Meng also roared angrily, "Who dares launch a sneak attack here? Get out here at once." But when he lifted his head to look up, his eyes widened in terror. At that moment, the nine-dragon chariot also descended, leaving everyone stunned. The pressure from the chariot was so overwhelming that everyone immediately dropped to their knees. What a terrifying aura! What overwhelming pressure! As for Huang Meng, he was so startled that he dropped his weapon and cried out in confusion, "My heavens, what is that?" Over there, Fong Liyun was also trembling as he struggled against the pressure, muttering, "This oppressive feeling is even greater than what the Dragon King gave me. My knees have gone weak." Seeing all this, Li Feng said anxiously, "Such a grand display. Could it be someone from the Sacred Heaven sect? No, that's not right. I'm afraid even the Sacred Heaven sect does not possess such might. Could it be someone from the Heavenly Court?" By now, Huang Meng was already terrified. Gritting his teeth, he told himself, "Hold steady. I am the mighty gang leader of the giant python gang. I absolutely cannot kneel." But he could no longer control himself, and his whole body trembled as he asked, "May I ask who this senior is?" Seeing this, Li Xiu's eyes shone brightly as he shouted, "Master, you've come." Li Feng asked in disbelief, "Your master has come?" And Huang Meng cried out in panic, "What? His master?" A voice came from the nine-dragon chariot. "You dared bully my disciple. Bai Yu stepped onto a dragon's head in imposing fashion and said, 'You lot are truly bold.'" The dragon head also cooperatively opened its mouth wide, displaying its majesty. Huang Meng and Fong Liyun turned deathly pale and collapsed to their knees. Fong Liyun asked Huang Meng in disbelief, "What is going on? Didn't we already investigate and confirm that the Li family had no backing?" At this moment, Huang Meng was so frightened that he was nearly crying as he said in despair, "We did investigate. The Li family truly had no backing. Who could have known that Li Xiu's master would suddenly appear out of nowhere?" Bai Yu, meanwhile, was completely confident and smiled smugly. Standing behind him, Mingshu inwardly sneered, borrowing a tiger's might to frighten others. His cultivation is clearly only at the true person realm, pitifully low, yet he keeps relying on magical treasures to scare people. Down below, Huang Meng was already so terrified that he kept kowtowing and begging, "Senior, please forgive us. The giant python gang did not know Li Xiu was your disciple. Otherwise, even if we had 10,000 times the courage, we still would not have dared offend you, senior." Cold sweat covered his head as he thought in fear, "I'm finished. I kicked an iron plate. An expert of this level could destroy us at will." Besides him, even Li Feng could hardly believe it. He stepped toward his son and asked, "Xiu'er, this mighty expert is your master?" Li Xiu eagerly introduced him. "Father, this is the sect master of the White Jade sect, my master, Bai Yu." Hearing this, everyone in the Li family cupped their hands in thanks and cheered happily. Who would have thought Li Xiu's master would be such a mighty expert? To be able to worship such a supreme expert as master master. Excellent, Li Xiu. As expected of the most outstanding junior of the Li family. Heaven truly has eyes. The Li family is saved. But Li Feng still could not believe it and asked further, Xiu'er, that can't be right. Didn't you say your master was only in the true person realm? Hearing this, Li Xiu frowned and looked at him. Then he signaled to him, Father, this is not the time to ask that. But unfortunately, those very words were overheard by Feng Luyun, who immediately shouted, True person realm? Only then did Li Feng realize he had misspoken and covered his mouth, but it was already too late. Huang Meng looked at Feng Luyun as if unable to believe what he had heard. He asked suspiciously, True person realm? Can you verify it? What exactly is this man's cultivation aura like? Confident in himself, Feng Luyun assured Huang Meng, Our snake kind is the most sensitive to aura. Saying that, he silently used demon power to open his serpent eyes and stared straight at Bai Yu. And what did Feng Luyun see? This mighty expert, calmly seated upon the nine-dragon chariot, really only had that level of cultivation? Then that pressure had come entirely from the true dragons pulling the chariot. Unable to hide his astonishment, he muttered, This person really does have the aura fluctuations of the true person realm. Hearing this, Huang Meng found it even harder to believe. Full of doubt, he looked at Feng Luyun again and asked, could he be deliberately hiding it? After all, his mount is extremely intimidating. But this time Feng Luyun calmly observed again and answered, I don't think so. He explained his thoughts to Huang Meng. If he truly had the strength to suppress us, why would he need so many words? One palm strike would be enough to kill us. This person is more like a fox borrowing a tiger's might, deliberately trying to scare us. The more Huang Meng thought about those absurd yet strangely convincing words, the more shaken he became. However, the pressure was simply too overwhelming, so he still did not dare fully believe it or make a move against Bai Yu. Therefore, to test him, Huang Meng chose to look up respectfully and invite him. May I ask how this senior should be addressed? Could you come down so we may speak face to face? Bai Yu had never feared anyone. So, to satisfy Huang Meng's curiosity, he leisurely stepped down from the nine-dragon chariot and calmly walked right in front of him, speaking with a sigh. What? You think this sect master is only in the true person realm, so now you want to resist? Bai Yu's declaration completely confirmed Feng Luyun's earlier suspicions. And what shocked both him and Huang Meng even more was that Bai Yu, with cultivation like this, actually dared to provoke them. Huang Mang hestita. What? Feng Luyun, after a moment of shock, quickly regained his composure. With the slyness of a snake demon, he smiled and said, 100% certain. This man is in the true person realm, and he even admitted it himself. He made us lose face like this. We should snap his neck and skewer him. Even from Feng Luyun's hiss, one could hear the satisfaction mixed with anger at having been toyed with. Li Feng hurriedly said to his son, Good heavens, Xiu'er, is your master really in the true person realm? Although the truth was obvious, it would be a grave mistake to judge the matter only by appearances. Li Xiu looked at his father helplessly and explained, Father, although my master's cultivation seems ordinary, his combat strength. Unfortunately, someone deliberately cut him off before he could finish. Once Huang Meng learned the truth, he burst into carefree laughter, interrupting Li Xiu's meaningless words. A renowned gang leader of the giant python gang like him had never suffered the humiliation of kneeling before some brat. Yet what had he done just now? As if recovering the confidence of a bully who relied on strength to oppress the weak, Huang Meng looked at Bai Yu and sneered, Boy, you almost tricked me. A mere true person realm ant like you dares put on an act in front of this gang leader? Who gave you that courage? The people of the Li family felt as though they had just climbed to the peak of an immortal mountain, only to plunge back into a 10,000 zhang abyss. They had just grasped a life-saving straw, only to suddenly fear that it was a broken one. Their lamenting voices rose everywhere. True person realm? Just kill me outright already. Every time I get a sliver of hope, it immediately turns into despair. My heart can't take this. Now that Huang Meng knew Bai Yu's feeble cultivation, he did not hesitate. With a loud roar, he swung his blade at Bai Yu. I'll kill you and seize your mount. Seeing the dangerous situation, Li Feng anxiously shouted to Li Xiu as he prepared to rush in and rescue Bai Yu. This is bad. Xiu'er, hurry and save your master. The father's panic stood in sharp contrast to the calm expression on Li Xiu's face. Li Xiu quickly patted his shoulder and pulled back. Li Feng was shocked to be stopped. He turned to look at his son's composed expression, only becoming even more stunned. Li Xiu said without the slightest urgency, "Father, there's no need." Over there, Huang Mang's blade had already slashed toward Bai Yu, but Bai Yu shattered it with a single punch. The force of that punch burst through the broken fragments of the blade and struck straight toward Huang Mang's abdomen without mercy. Bai Yu's clear eyes stared seriously at his opponent. In Huang Mang's eyes, however, disorder, shock, and a trace of fear were all mixed together. In the instant their gazes met, Bai Yu decided to use his powerful ascending palm strike on Huang Mang. He also wanted to know what effect it would have against an opponent this strong. That move gathered spiritual power and then exploded outward. As powerful as ever, it blasted Huang Mang backward, sending him skidding across the courtyard. This result left Li Feng and Feng Luyun rooted in place, unable to believe what they had just seen, only able to stammer. What? It was not just the two of them. Everyone from both the Li family and the giant python gang present at the scene was utterly dumbfounded by what they had witnessed. Amid the confusion in their eyes, someone stammered, "What? What is happening? Tell me I'm not seeing this wrong." The gang leader of the giant python gang was actually sent flying. As the person directly involved, Huang Mang understood the pressure of that move better than anyone. Blood spilled from his mouth, yet he still forced himself to support his body on the ground. Huang Mang was furious after suffering such a setback. Even in his disheveled state, he roared angrily, "You're a fraud. Since when does a true person realm cultivator have strength like this?" Faced with everyone's astonishment, Bai Yu observed that Huang Mang could still support himself and rise again, then thought, "This Huang Mang is truly powerful. Even ascending palm couldn't blow him apart." His gaze narrowed as he reflected. It seems the effect of ascending palm is limited against cultivators of higher realms. Li Feng finally came back to himself and turned to ask his son, "Shower, does a master have some misunderstanding about the true person realm? Is this really the true person realm?" Although such things were not especially strange within the sect, Li Xiu still felt the need to explain. It really is the true person realm. It's just that his combat strength is a little high. He proudly said to his father, "My current cultivation is already higher than Master's, but my combat strength still can't compare to his. Looks like I still need to work harder." Hearing his son say that, Li Feng could only shake his head and sigh. That's more than just a little high. After standing up again following that ascending palm, Huang Mang no longer dared to underestimate his opponent. He said to Feng Luyun, "This man is difficult to deal with." Then, as if making a decision, he said seriously to Feng Luyun, "At this point, you need to reveal your true form and go all out." Receiving the order, Feng Luyun instantly flipped over and transformed into a giant green snake, his aura changing abruptly as well. The giant green snake stretched its body and released pressure toward Bai Yu as it said, "Human, today I advise you to stop meddling, or I'll skin you and rip out your tendons." Bai Yu was completely fearless. This little pressure was nothing unfamiliar to him, so he casually answered, "Beast, I advise you as well. Cultivation is not easy. Don't throw your life away." Since their words could not align, the giant green snake said, "If words won't work, then I'll swallow you and turn you into a pile of dung." With that, it lunged at Bai Yu, forcing him to immediately draw Wind Feather too. Fight back. Bai Yu had only just gotten hold of the sword when he flipped backward to evade the giant green snake's lethal strike. With the sword now in hand, he attacked his opponent, shouting as if to distract the enemy, "Beast!" Bai Yu swung his sword and unleashed a powerful slash at the giant green snake. Brilliant spiritual power exploded outward and obscured the enemy's vision. Acting on instinct, Feng Luyun dodged the dangerous sword strike. But Bai Yu was even faster. Gripping Wind Feather, he launched several more sword strikes toward Feng Luyun. The killing power of ordinary swords would not affect him at all. But Feng Luyun had clearly seen that this sword was extraordinary, and he thought uneasily, a divine weapon. The giant green snake thought in alarm, "You actually," still staring at Bai Yu rushing toward him with the sword, it lamented, "You even have a divine weapon." After several slashes failed to achieve the desired effect, Baiyu also grew somewhat irritated and thought grimly, "This giant snake really does have thick skin and tough flesh. Even one of my sword strikes can't kill it." Looking at Fong Liyun across from him, he thought to himself, "The enemy now isn't some insignificant disciple of the Sacred Heaven sect. My opponents are getting stronger and stronger." Seeing that the battle had become a tense deadlock with no clear victor, Huang Mang shouted a reminder, "We shouldn't keep fighting today. We can't see through this man. Withdraw first." But Fong Liyun, already worked into a frenzy, could no longer think straight. He only said, "Withdraw? For what? He dared injure me. I don't care who he is. I'll kill him and seize his treasure." Seeing Fong Liyun's stubbornly foolish attitude, Huang Mang ground his teeth and cursed inwardly. What an inexperienced fool. Thinking this, Huang Mang took out a rather unusual blue porcelain disc. Crushing the disc in his hand, he thought to himself, "I can only contact him now." Fong Liyun, already enraged, was determined to use his ultimate move. He concentrated demonic power into a powerful sphere in the serpent's mouth and shouted toward Baiyu, the Snake King's invincible world-destroying sphere. Facing the increasingly oppressive demonic power gathering from Fong Liyun, Baiyu did not hesitate or wait around. He immediately used Wind God's Step to evade it. Moving far too fast, Baiyu safely flew onto the green serpent's head, catching Fong Liyun by surprise, and disrupted the move before it could be completed. He swung his sword down fiercely at Fong Liyun's head, forcing him to withdraw the world-destroying sphere to dodge. As a result, his ultimate move dispersed on its own before it could even be unleashed. Choking with anger, the green serpent roared, "Despicable human! My ultimate move hadn't even finished gathering power yet. You interrupted my casting. That's completely dishonorable." Hearing that, Baiyu looked awkward for a moment, then said to Fong Liyun in all seriousness, "Sorry. Do it again." Facing Baiyu in his giant serpent form, Fong Liyun opened his mouth wide and attacked once more. The Snake King is invincible. Then he unleashed another dangerous move, the world-destroying sphere. Yet Baiyu only needed a single sword technique to knock him flying and break the move apart. But afterward, Fong Liyun returned to normal as if he had never been ambushed at all. Seeing that, Baiyu looked somewhat helpless and said, "Your head is really hard." But he did not let himself dwell on it for long and immediately continued attacking, thinking as he fought, "Is my cultivation too low? When fighting opponents of a higher realm, I can't bring out the divine artifact's true power." The people outside began discussing animatedly, suddenly feeling that this demon beast was not all that frightening after all. "That's right. He may be strong, but he's obviously pretty stupid." Huang Mang urged Fong Liyun, "What are you doing? Can't you see he's toying with you? Just blast him directly with the sphere." Before Huang Mang had even finished speaking, Fong Liyun roared furiously, "Treacherous human! I'm really angry now." In the next instant, he attacked with another equally dangerous technique, the sphere. Seeing this, Baiyu did not panic in the slightest. He smiled smugly and raised one hand to block. Wind God's Step. Unwilling to accept it, Fong Liyun spat out wave after wave of fireballs, while Baiyu nimbly dodged them all. Fong Liyun attacked relentlessly, spewing fireballs as he sneered, "Can you dodge forever?" As he spoke, the spheres descended from above toward where Baiyu was standing. Endless spheres. With agile movements, Baiyu swiftly dodged away, his expression turning a little stiff. "I can't block this. Better run first." In the end, he leaped onto the nearby 9-dragon chariot, and the moment he landed on it, he muttered, "This guy really is troublesome." Standing to one side, Huang Mang saw that Fong Liyun was gradually regaining the upper hand and hurriedly ordered, "Continue. Kill him directly." But after seeing Baiyu step onto that chariot, Fong Liyun's body began trembling in fear. Stammering, he said, "The aura of that 9-dragon chariot is far too overbearing, especially for snakes like us. We're terrified of it." But Huang Mang would not listen to a word of explanation. Ignoring Fong Liyun's safety, he shouted, "What are you afraid of? It's just a magical treasure mount. It has no attacking power at all." He continued, as if trying to manipulate him. "Even if they are true dragons, they have no life left in them. Besides, the corpse of a true dragon is a peerless treasure. Go up there and kill him. Don't let him escape. That man is worth more than 10 Li families." On the chariot, Beitang Shui was grumbling at Baiyu. "A mere snake demon has you running all over the place. How are you supposed to deal with the chaotic world, evil sect like this? How are you supposed to protect me? Hearing that, Baiyu turned around and flicked her forehead, retorting, that little snake demon? Even at the very least, that snake demon is in the Marquis realm. You talk like some old woman, but you're obviously just a child. If someone didn't know better, they'd think you were some resentful wife. Seeing Baiyu turn the subject into teasing her, Beitang Shui immediately bit his hand hard. You're the resentful wife. She thought to herself, this bastard actually dares call me a resentful wife. He's absolutely hateful. Baiyu pulled back his hand and said sternly, besides, your master can capture him as easily as eating a meal. I'm only playing with him. Seeing how arrogant he was, Beitang Shui turned away as if she did not want to listen. More bragging again. Then Baiyu climbed onto the edge of the chariot and shouted down, evil creature, if you dare come over here, I'll leave not even ashes of you behind. Hearing Baiyu boast like that, Fong Lian immediately opened his mouth in challenge. You still dare put on airs? Don't have the ability, so now you're getting cold feet? As if he had lost control, he leaned his body forward and spat a white liquid like venom from his mouth, shouting, once I catch you, the first thing I'll do is rip that mouth of yours apart. Beitang Shui used a pearl to absorb Fong Liuyun's energy and pass it to Baiyu, thinking, in the current situation, I can only use the secret art from my previous life to help him out. Otherwise, if Baiyu ends up scared of this snake demon, Baiyu pointed a finger forward and ordered, 9-dragon chariot, ram him to death. Hearing that, Fong Liuyun cried out in fright, what? The moment he finished speaking, lightning burst from the chariot, affecting everything around it. Fong Liuyun could not withstand even a single strike from that attack. The paving stones in the courtyard shattered as well, scattering everywhere. Seeing this, Beitang Shui asked in shock, this amount could be used like that too. After witnessing everything, one of the Li family disciples shouted, oh heavens, the ice giant python has been defeated. As expected of young Master Li Xiu's master, our Li family has won. After taking that vicious blow, Fong Liuyun lay flattened on the ground, unable to endure any longer and returned to his human form. He sprawled on the ground, unable to move, looking more wretched than ever. Kneeling by the edge of the crater, Huang Mang called down, you're okay, right? Though Fong Liuyun could not move, he could still question him. Didn't you say a magical treasure mount had no attacking power? Huang Mang replied. How was I supposed to know this guy never does things normally? Since when can a mount be used in battle? That goes against common sense in the cultivation world. Fong Lian asked back, common sense my ass. What do we do now? Huang Mang looked more hurried and helpless than ever. The people from Longsong's sect haven't arrived yet. With our cultivation, if we want to leave, who could stop us? Hearing those rather absurd words, Fong Liuyun grew suspicious. If that guy rides the 9-dragon chariot after us, can we really get away? Faced with that question, Huang Mang pondered for a long moment. I hadn't thought of that. In the next instant, Baiyu appeared right behind him. You too. He slowly approached with his sword in hand and asked, any last words? Huang Mang was not afraid at all. Instead, he laughed mockingly. Boy, don't be so arrogant. Do you think we're scared? He shouted. We're not afraid. Do you know why? Without letting him say another word, Baiyu swung his sword and sent Huang Mang flying far away. Then he said only one sentence. I don't want to know. Fong Liuyun poked his head up from a crack in the ground. Wearing a weary expression, he propped one arm up and asked, hey, can you use the same move again? Hearing that, Baiyu was instantly intrigued and immediately replied, doing the same thing too many times isn't interesting. As he spread his arms and swung out his sword, he continued, I'll cut you two down first, then decide what comes next. As soon as he finished speaking, Huang Mang suddenly charged over from nowhere and shouted, wait, Huang Mang, a true man who stands beneath heaven with feet on earth, have something to say. Today I'll let you know why I'm not afraid. After hearing him out, Baiyu lowered his head, his eyes filled with weary helplessness. You really are stubborn. Fine, kneel and say it. Those words made Huang Mang, who was standing with his legs spread wider than his shoulders, refuse to accept it. A man like me, who stands beneath heaven and plants his feet on earth. As he was speaking, he suddenly opened his mouth in terror. Baiyu merely asked coldly, you disagree? Instantly, the other man's knees hurriedly hit the ground. Huang Mang looked deeply earnest. A great man knows when to bend and when to stretch. His mouth hung open, sweat sliding down his cheeks. My Ice Giant Python gang has a backer. The number one power within 1,000 miles around here, Longsong Sect, is our backer. Hearing this, Bai stared blankly. Long Song Sect. At that moment, Li Feng, who was standing behind him, finally spoke up. Sect Master Bai, Long Song Sect truly is the strongest power in this region. Frowning slightly, he continued, the Sect Master of Long Song Sect is a famous figure in the sacred heaven domain. Our Li family cannot afford to provoke them. The moment he finished speaking, Huang Meng quickly cut in. At least your Li family knows what's good for you. Sect Master Bai, no matter how capable you are, before Long Song Sect, you're nothing at all. His tone grew more and more arrogant. If you dare touch me, Long Song Sect will absolutely never let you off. As soon as he said that, a flying carriage appeared in the sky, accompanied by an announcement. Long Song Sect has arrived. They could clearly see an old man atop it, the vice sect master of Long Song Sect, Yin Shao, standing with his hands behind his back, with a stern line of disciples behind him. Huang Meng turned around and burst into delighted laughter, as if he had come back to life. The people from Long Song Sect are here. As he spoke, he pointed ahead, and the one who came is the vice sect master of Long Song Sect, a figure of that level. Boy, you're finished. You can't even protect yourself, let alone protect the Li family. Huang Meng hurried over to the flying carriage and bowed deeply. Huang Meng of the Ice Giant Python Gang greets Vice Sect Master Yin. Yin Shao frowned, somewhat displeased. What urgent matter was important enough to break the Long Song token? Huang Meng said, while subduing the Li family, we ran into a small problem. Someone wanted to stand up for the Li family. He's truly arrogant, completely disregards Long Song Sect, and even injured us. Yin Shao calmly walked forward. Who is it? Let me see how many heads this person has grown. Over on the other side, Li Xiao and the other two disciples stood motionless, observing the situation. Huang Meng pointed at Bai Yu. It's this man, the sect master of some white jade sect or whatever. His cultivation is ordinary, but he has countless magical treasures. He even has a divine artifact. Hearing that, Yin Shao smiled with clear delight. A divine artifact? So that's how it is. Kill him and seize his treasures. Isn't this man simply bringing wealth right to Long Song Sect's doorstep? Behind Bai Yu, Li Feng spoke anxiously. Sect Master Bai, you have already done more than enough for my Li family. Long Song Sect is too powerful. Let my Li family handle what comes next ourselves. In his heart, he thought that things had already reached this point, and under no circumstances could he let Sect Master Bai be dragged down with him. Then he raised his voice, calling, Vice Sect Master Yin, my Li family is willing to offer up all of our wealth. As he spoke, he cupped his hands and bowed. We only ask that Long Song Sect not make things difficult for us. The moment those words were spoken, everyone cried out in shock. Family head, father, but Li Feng stopped them all. Enough. A deep sorrow showed plainly in every wrinkle on his face as he spoke in a low voice of persuasion. We were already helpless against a single ice giant python gang, much less Long Song Sect, which is 10 times stronger. Looking at everyone behind him, Li Feng added, we have no other choice. Hearing this, Huang Meng immediately opened his mouth arrogantly and asked, now you know fear? Pointing ahead, he continued, Vice Sect Master Yin, not a single one of these people can be spared. After that, Yin Shao said with an unhappy expression, Sect Master Bai, was it? Quite bold of you to challenge Long Song Sect. I now order you to hand over all your magical treasures and cripple your own cultivation. Hearing that, Bai Yu was speechless with the old man. Then he curled his lip and said, all right then. With both hands, he lifted the divine artifact and calmly walked over as though to present it to him. Looking at the gleaming divine artifact, the old man's face filled with greed as he reached out to accept it. Good. Very sensible. Seizing that instant, Bai Yu tightened his grip on the sword and slashed out a streak of sword chi. As if you old dog, you're not getting it that easily. Even with the sword chi right in front of him, Yin Shao showed not the slightest fear. Seeing the old man leap away in time to dodge, Bai Yu was somewhat surprised. At that moment, Yin Shao crossed two short swords in both hands to block. Unexpected, right? I was already on guard against that little trick of yours. Bai Yu curled his lip into a contemptuous smile, then swung his arm behind him and used ascending palm, releasing a brilliant surge of true chi. Not unexpected at all. Seeing this, Yin Shao ground his teeth in fear. This is. One ascending palm sent the old dog, Yin Shao, flying dozens of meters through the air without any power to resist. Wherever he flew, the attack exploded in layered shockwaves beneath him like steps rising toward the sky. Witnessing this, all the disciples of Long Song's sect gaped in shock. Vice Sect Master Yin. Li Feng broke out in cold sweat, guilt filling his heart. Sect Master Bai is so righteous. At a time like this, he still risked his life to strike. Li Xiu could not help but worry, calling out repeatedly, "Master!" Bai Yu shifted his sword to one side and strode forward fiercely, saying, "I'm Fina." Yin Xiao stared ahead with icy eyes. "You actually dared injure me. You still don't know how terrifying Long Song's sect is." As he roared, his power erupted and his eyes turned completely white. "If I don't make you regret coming into this world, then I, Yin Xiao, am unworthy of the title of Vice Sect Master of Long Song Sect." Facing that blinding light, Bai Yu was startled and uneasy, a bit troublesome. "In this emergency, I can only get on the flying chariot and retreat first." Yin Xiao opened his mouth and shouted, "Men, kill everyone here for me." But what he did not know was that a girl had already appeared behind him. Between her hands, she formed a sphere of blue light. Absolute zero. Perhaps sensing danger, Yin Xiao turned around and only then realized it. Not good, but the other side had already acted in time and froze him solid. Seeing that, Huang Meng stared in stunned fear. "What's going on?" Vice Sect Master Yin was frozen. Even Bai Yu was taken aback. Beitang Shui. This little girl Beitang Shui is pretty impressive. One move, and she froze even Long Song Sect's Vice Sect Master. Before he could think further, the girl urged her master, "Bai Yu, don't just stand there. Go!" Bai Yu was bewildered. "Go!" Beitang Shui shouted loudly. "Hurry up. One strike right now, and we win." Then she added, "I'm not proficient with absolute zero yet. I can't hold him for long." However, Bai Yu looked at the block of ice with hesitation. "Damn it, I already used up both chances to use Ascending Palm. It's on cooldown now." Li Feng also urged the male lead, leaving him speechless. Why isn't Sect Master Bai making a move? Take his life while you still can. At that very moment, Yin Xiao, imprisoned within the ice, began to stir. His eyes moved, then stopped at the scene before him. Bai Yu and Beidang Shui were discovered, and both became awkward for a brief moment. Immediately after, an explosion, not too big, not too small, shattered the block of ice around Yin Xiao. Yin Xiao stepped out from the smoke and flames and said through gritted teeth, "A sneak attack. Another sneak attack against this Vice Sect Master. Since you failed to seize your chance, then next it's my turn. Tremble before me." The moment he finished speaking, another voice rang out, accompanied by a powerful gust of wind that displayed the newcomer's overwhelming pressure. "Stop!" Lu Yuan and Jiang Feng lightly descended to the ground through the white haze of smoke and dust. Yin Xiao looked over in confusion. "Lu Yuan? Chief Sect Master Lu?" Even the Chief Sect Master came. Li Feng broke into cold sweat, despair, and panic filling him. "What? The Chief Sect Master of Long Song Sect is here? This time there's no chance at all to turn things around." Yin Xiao clasped his hands behind his back and laughed smugly. "With the Chief Sect Master here, the outcome is decided." Li Feng hurried over behind Bai Yu turned around with a confused expression. "Chief Sect Master." Li Feng dropped to his knees, cupped his hands, and said fearfully through gritted teeth, I beg Sect Master Bai to take my son Li Xiu and leave first. My Li family will buy you time." Bai Yu immediately walked over and extended a hand. "Family head Li, please stand up first. Don't rush." Li Feng grabbed Bai Yu's shoulder in alarm. "How can we not rush? Things have already reached this point. If you can run, then run now." Huang Meng came over grinning from ear to ear and bowed before Lu Yuan. Huang Meng, leader of the giant Python gang, greets Chief Sect Master. May Chief Sect Master's fortune reach the heavens. The Li family and this brat are definitely finished. Lu Yuan coldly and ruthlessly waved his hand, sending Huang Meng flying off to one side as he said, "Get lost." Huang Meng was blasted straight into a cracked wall. His face was full of bewilderment, unable to understand what in the world was happening. Yin Xiao turned in confusion. "Chief Sect Master, you hit the wrong person. The giant Python gang has already submitted to our Long Song sect." As expected, he was immediately rewarded with a slap that swelled his face. "You get lost too." After that slap, Yin Xiao flipped upside down and skidded a long way across the ground, carving out a streak of sparks. He sat up and stared at Lu Yuan's back, 3 huge question marks practically appearing in front of his face. "What the hell is this? Chief Sect Master, why are you?" Lu Yuan walked over to Bai Yu and dropped to his knees. He knelt flat on the ground, nearly sobbing as he spoke. Sect Master Bai, please forgive me. I came too late, and let these beasts offend you. Please punish me as you see fit, Sect Master Bai. Hearing this, Yin Zhao's eyes nearly rolled back, and his mouth fell open in utter shock. What? Fong Liyun broke out in cold sweat, his broken tongue hanging out. This can't be real. Li Feng was no less astonished. The chief sect master is kneeling? Xue, look, the chief sect master is kneeling in front of your master. Tears streamed down his face, and his reverence soared. No wonder Sect Master Bai was so calm all along. So he had already prepared everything in advance. An expert. This is a true expert. Jiang Feng glanced toward Huang Meng and Fong Liyun and said, a bunch of fools. You dared provoke someone as heaven-defying as Sect Master Bai? Are you tired of living? Lu Yuan shot them an irritated glance. Sect Master Bai is a peerless expert. Even I can only look up to him in awe. Yet you dogs dared act so boldly. Huang Meng dropped to his knees, trembling in terror and stammering nonstop. It's over. It's over. Bai Yu spoke with a stern expression. Lu Yuan, this has nothing to do with you. Get up. Lu Yuan stood and raised a hand to his face. Sect Master Bai, how should these people be dealt with? Just say the word. Jiang Feng cut in. How else? They dared offend Sect Master Bai. Kill them all on the spot. Yin Xiao crawled along the ground and raised a hand pleadingly. Chief Sect Master, spare me. For the sake of all the years I've served you, for the sake of me being the vice sect master of the Long Song sect. Before he could finish, Lu Yuan ruthlessly kicked him again. You bastard! The thing I regret most is handing the Long Song sect over for you to manage. As he spoke, Lu Yuan pointed at him furiously. Begging me is useless. Your life belongs to Sect Master Bai now. Yin Xiao immediately turned to Bai Yu. Sect Master Bai, spare me. I was blind and failed to recognize Mount Tai. Please spare my life. Bai Yu's face was full of killing intent, his gaze icy. In that case, Dai. Yin Zhao's eyes bulged as sweat poured down like rain. What? At once, Lu Yuan swung his arm and unleashed a thunderous punch straight into Yin Zhao's head, sending him back to the earth for good. If Sect Master Bai says you die, then you die. Bai Yu felt embarrassed and helpless. Death may be spared, but living punishment is hard to avoid, he thought. Damn it, I hadn't finished speaking yet. Terrified out of their minds, Huang Meng and Fong Liyun turned and ran for their lives. Lu Yuan and Jiang Feng looked over with 4 eyes like 4 bullets, as if to say, think you can run? Jiang Feng moved like the wind and rushed ahead, blocking Huang Meng's path. Lu Yuan was no slower. He quickly intercepted Fong Liyun. With one powerful swing at Huang Meng's head, a golden shockwave burst out, followed only by a shrill scream. Lu Yuan stared at Fong Liyun and said, you should go down to the Yellow Springs with Huang Meng. Fong Liyun thrust out a hand threateningly. Stop. My adoptive father is the Flood Dragon King. If you kill me, you'll be provoking a king. Bai Yu raised a hand to stop him. A king? That's a supreme powerhouse. Better keep him alive. But Lu Yuan coldly slashed his hand through the air like sword chi. A king is nothing but a fart in front of Sect Master Bai. A spray of blood rose into the air, and the problem was instantly solved. After sending Fong Liyun off the face of the earth, Lu Yuan and Jiang Feng walked over, cupped their hands, and fawned, Sect Master, it's all taken care of. Bai Yu praised them helplessly. Well done. Don't do that again next time. Inwardly, he thought that these two were truly ruthless. All they do is create more trouble. Turning around, he saw the entire Li family lined up neatly at the side, their knees hitting the ground in unison. Li Feng, his son, and all the disciples said, many thanks to Sect Master Bai for saving our lives. Bai Yu smiled brightly and said, Li Xiu is my disciple. His affairs are my affairs. There's no need for such courtesy. Everyone clicked their tongues in admiration. Li Xiu really did find a good master. Li Xiu, you must honor Sect Master Bai well. For our Li family to have such a master is truly a blessing amassed through great virtue. 3 days later, back at the White Jade Sect residence, Li Xiu slowly walked toward Bai Yu and called from afar. Master, I have something I want to discuss with you. Go ahead. Recently, because of Junior's sister, the White Jade Sect has provoked the Chaotic Age Evil Sect. And because of my Li family, we've provoked the Flood Dragon King. Aren't you worried? Bai Yu frowned slightly and said, "Of course I'm worried. Both sides are major powers, far stronger than the Heavenly One cult and the Giant Python gang. But Li Xiu didn't see it that way. I don't see you worrying at all. All I see is you sitting in that lounge chair, sunning yourself every day. Sunning myself my ass. I'm using the all-creation Mother Vine chair to increase my cultivation. I haven't even gotten to sleep in a bed for days. You think this is easy for me?" Li Xiu continued. "At this rate, the White Jade sect is in too much danger. Right now, I have a way for the White Jade sect to protect itself." Hearing that, Bai Yu immediately sprang to his feet. "Quick, say it." Li Xiu answered with determined eyes. "Set up formations. Last time, you gave me the Saint-grade formation compendium. There are many top-tier formations in it. As long as we arrange a grand defensive formation, the White Jade sect won't be so easy to attack." After hearing this, Bai Yu immediately hugged his good disciple tightly. "Well said, Li Xiu. As your master, I greatly appreciate this serious attitude and careful thinking of yours. I'll leave this matter to you. Go set up the formation as quickly as possible." Li Xiu was naturally very confident in this area. Setting up formations is easy enough. After all, Miley family can be considered a formation clan. There's just one difficulty that still needs to be resolved. What difficulty? Spirit stones. When I left home before, it was precisely because we didn't have enough spirit stones to set up a defensive formation that the Giant Python gang managed to attack us. However, Bai Yu looked completely at ease, as if this were a trivial matter. Spirit stones are easy to solve. Just tell me how many you need. With the rebate system here, however many spirit stones he wanted, he could have that many. Yet Li Xiu objected. It's not easy at all. What's more, the reason the continent has entered this chaotic age is precisely because the spirit stone mines that could be excavated are gradually running dry. The number of spirit stones needed for a Saint-grade defensive formation is beyond imagination. Just then, Lu Yuan suddenly appeared from nowhere and called out, "Sect Master Bai." Bai Yu and Li Xiu both looked over in confusion. Lu Yuan came over with Yang Jiangfeng, smiling as he said, "Sect Master, what happened with the Giant Python gang last time caused you trouble?" As he spoke, he pulled something out. "This is the entire fortune of the Giant Python gang, a total of 50,000 spirit stones, offered to apologize to Sect Master Bai. The Heavenly One cult also has 40,000 spirit stones, all of which are hereby handed over to Sect Master." Bai Yu held the 2 heavy sacks of spirit stones and couldn't help feeling pleased. This is exactly like getting a pillow when you're sleepy. Li Xiu, all these spirit stones are yours. Disciple rebate system. Gifted disciple Li Xiu 90,000 low-grade spirit stones, triggering a 100,000-fold rebate. Congratulations, you have received 9 million high-grade spirit stones. Confirm. Cancel. Disciple rebate system reminder. This month's rebate count for Disciple Li Xiu has been used up. Bai Yu instantly shouted in delight, leaving everyone baffled. At last, a 100,000-fold rebate. Now, this is what I call a generous system. Seeing this, Lu Yuan couldn't help reevaluating him. TSK, nearly 100,000 spirit stones, and he just gives them to his disciple like that? Spirit stones are becoming scarcer and scarcer on the continent now, and their value keeps rising. Li Xiu did not underestimate this pile of spirit stones either. "Master, this really is quite a lot, but you're underestimating a Saint-grade defensive formation. It's still not enough." Not enough. Bai Yu snapped his fingers, and a huge pile of spirit stones poured out, burying both Yang Jiangfeng and Lu Yuan underneath. "Your master has plenty of spirit stones." "What? This much still not enough?" Li Xiu stared blankly at the mountain before him. "Enough. More than enough. My heavens, where did so many spirit stones come from?" Lu Yuan crawled out from the pile of stones and said in awe, "Sect Master Bai has a sea of spirit stones like this. No wonder he didn't care at all about those 90,000 spirit stones. I thought I had already rated Sect Master Bai highly, but it turns out I still underestimated him. And with this overflowing spiritual energy, these are all high-grade spirit stones. In my entire life, I've never even dreamed of seeing so many spirit stones. Even being crushed to death by this pile would be a kind of happiness." Scene shift. Beneath the Flood Dragon King's palace, a startled voice cried out, "Say that again?" A green shrimp cupped its hands and replied, "F Flood Dragon King. Young Master Fong Luoyun was killed by someone in White Mountain City." One of the shrimp and crab soldiers standing neatly below the old dragon king spoke up. "Who did it?" The old king stared down coldly. "Did he know that Fong Luoyun was my adopted son? Young Master Fong did say so, but those people held you, Flood Dragon King, in complete contempt and killed him on the spot. Fong Liyun had top-tier talent and was the one in our clan with the greatest hope of transforming from Flood Dragon into True Dragon. And yet he was actually killed by someone else. The more the old king spoke, the uglier his expression became. No matter who it was, he's dead for sure. Scene shift to some sect, where fallen leaves fluttered before the gate. A girl was addressed as sect master of the Mystic Woods sect, Taoist Nanqinya. She sat cross-legged in cultivation, breaking through as a violent aura burst from her body. Slowly, she opened her eyes. Mu Ling asked joyfully, "Master, how do you feel?" "Mu Ling, this time it was fortunate that you brought back the cold marrow pearl. The fire poison that had lingered in my body for so many years has finally dissipated, and my cultivation has even improved." Mu Ling pressed a hand to her chest and said, "Master, this is all thanks to Sect Master Bai. Sect Master Bai braved danger to break open the Emperor's hidden treasury and help your disciple obtain the cold marrow pearl. From your description, this Sect Master Bai is likely some great figure roaming the mortal world in disguise. This favor cannot go unrepaid. How about this? You take me to the White Jade Sect. A figure of this level is someone I want to personally meet and thank." Scene shift to the White Jade Sect. The system's voice rang out continuously. Gifted disciple Beitang Shui, the flying mysterious arrow, triggering 100,000-fold rebate. Congratulations, you have received 10 Saint artifacts, God-slaying darts. Special reminder, God-slaying darts are one-time use hidden weapons. Gifted disciple Beitang Shui, the mountain-splitting axe, triggering a 1,000,000-fold rebate. Congratulations, you have received a divine artifact, God-tier woodcutting axe. After finishing the gifts, Baiyu turned around and kept muttering praise to himself. Very good, very good. Holding the two divine items in his hands, Baiyu grinned with delight. Raising the axe, he thought, this god-tier woodcutting axe is too understated. It doesn't leak any aura at all. Ordinary people probably won't be able to tell it's a divine artifact. At that moment, Beitang Shui was in a terrible mood. Lately, what kind of random junk has he been giving me? Tell me, do you have some ulterior motive or not? Hearing this, Baiyu immediately rubbed the head of his hot-tempered female disciple. What are you thinking? You're my disciple. If I'm not good to you, who would I be good to? Beitang Shui was embarrassed, but there was no way she could stop herself from speaking sharply. Wait until you wipe out the chaotic age evil sect for me, then we'll talk. This female disciple still seemed very arrogant as she thought. This guy really thinks that doing this will move me, the lofty snow maiden empress? Impossible. Yet despite her pride, she hadn't felt this kind of small, worldly warmth in a very long time. Back in the heavenly court, everyone only schemed against one another in pursuit of higher cultivation. Just then, Baiyu's voice rang out. "Master!" The scene shifted to Li Xiu. One couldn't help but be startled by how gaunt his face had become. "Give me back Li Xiu's handsome looks." Baiyu also quickly noticed it. "Li Xiu, what happened to you? Why do you look so worn out?" "Master, the defensive grand formation has finally been completed. The entirely family worked day and night to set it up. And because there were enough spirit stones to support the formation, aside from the White Jade sect, the defensive range can also cover the entire city of Haiyuan. Well done. As expected of my eldest disciple, with this defensive grand formation, our White Jade sect can finally be considered capable of protecting itself. Also, the Heavenly One cult, the Giant Python gang, and the Long Song sect have basically all fallen under our White Jade sect's control. When you have time, manage these three factions as well and strengthen the White Jade sect's power." "You mean the White Jade sect should recruit more disciples?" Baiyu replied proudly. "The White Jade sect has very strict standard for taking in disciples. We will not casually accept people. The model is like this. White Jade sect above, with the Heavenly One cult, Long Song sect, and Giant Python gang below. Those three factions can acknowledge our White Jade sect as their superior sect while they become subordinate sects under our command. Have Yang Jiangfeng and Lu Yuan assist you in managing them." Li Xiu Nudda. "Understood. So they'll basically be the outer branch of our White Jade sect." At that moment, a female voice echoed over and cut off the conversation between master and disciple. "Baiyu." Hearing his name, Baiyu turned around. Walking in from outside was a girl with red hair, a slender figure, and a very generous chest. Seeing her, Bai widened his eyes in surprise, as if realizing something. Why you are? He stared ahead and thought, right, I remember now. This girl is named Wu Yulian. She and the original owner were childhood sweethearts. When she first showed talent for cultivation, it was also the original owner who did everything he could to help her. Bai once had feelings for Wu Yulian, but later, she was noticed by some sect and taken away from here. In the end, nothing came of the two of them. Yulian placed a hand on her chest and said, "Why are you just standing there in a daze? I admit my temperament is far better than it used to be, but you don't need to feel inferior because of that." Bai asked flatly, "Yulian, didn't some great sect take you away?" Yulian closed her eyes and asked, "Aren't you curious what sect I joined?" So what sect did you join?" She raised a hand, turned her face aside, and smiled proudly. "The Mystic Wood sect." When he heard that, Bai only gave a somewhat blank and confused "oh." Just "oh." Bai, the Mystic Wood sect is second only to the Holy Heaven sect. It is a superpower in the Holy Heaven domain, and I've already entered the inner sect of the Mystic Wood sect. Inwardly, she thought Bai must be pretending to stay calm. Bai curled his lips into a smile and said, "Not bad." Yulian looked around and thought, so many years have passed, and there's still no progress at all. Forget it. I should finish this and go back. She took out a box and said, "This is a second-grade pill. Take it." Bai looked puzzled. "What do you mean?" "After all, it was thanks to your help back then that I had the chance to enter a sect. Giving you this pill today can be considered repayment of that favor." She continued, holding the pill box out insistently. "From this day on, there will no longer be any connection between us." Bai smiled and said, "Fine." Inwardly, he thought, so this Wu Yulian came just to sever ties with me. What a waste that the original owner kept thinking about her all this time. Suddenly Li Xiu, standing behind him, burst out laughing. Yulian frowned in displeasure. "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. It's just that giving a mere second-grade pill is kind of funny. After all, the pills my master casually gives me are all 6th grade, not to mention everything else." Hearing that, she raised a hand and smiled disdainfully. 6th-grade pills? Have you ever even seen a 6th-grade pill? Do you know what a 6th-grade pill means? Only senior sister Mu Ling of the Mystic Wood sect is qualified to use 6th-grade pills. A tiny sect like White Jade sect doesn't even have 1st-grade pills, yet you dare spout such nonsense. Seeing how overbearing she was, Li Xiu muttered to Bai, "Master, there's something wrong with this woman's head. Severing ties with her sooner is definitely the right move. Don't worry, your master already has it figured out." After saying that, Li Xiu turned and left. Bai reached out and accepted the shining little box. "I'll take the pill." Since gifts should be reciprocated, he then took out the axe he had just received from the rebate system. "This weapon is for you. I wish you a smooth, immortal path from here on." Bai silently reflected that the original owner's memories still contained lingering attachment to Wu Yulian. Giving her a divine artifact could be considered a way of dispelling the original owner's obsession. Then the road of cultivation ahead would become smoother. Yulian took the axe, her eyes full of disdain. "Are the people in White Jade sect mentally ill? Giving me nothing but an axe like this?" She immediately threw it back and turned around to leave. "You should keep this thing for yourself. I still have matters to attend to, so I'm leaving first." Bai sighed helplessly, his mind full of speechless resignation. Sigh, she really isn't very bright. Scene shift. Sometime later, Mu Ling turned around and said, "Master, this is the White Jade sect. Let me go knock on the door." Suddenly a voice said, "Wait," leaving her momentarily stunned. Qingyun straightened her hair neatly, then adjusted her robes until they were tidy and proper. After a moment, she brightened like a star in the sky. "Since I'm meeting a mysterious figure like Sect Master Bai, as her master, I must leave a good impression on him." At this moment, Bai was sitting inside on a chair, stroking the dog resting on his lap. "Doggy, your fur's gotten shinier lately." The dog, with a blissed-out look in its eyes, thought to itself, "Old sir, you sit on the all-creation mother vine chair every day and pet me. My cultivation has been rising rapidly. Because of it, I'm about to break through to the Demon King realm. How can my fur not be glossy?" At the same time, Mu Ling came in with light, lively steps, bringing Qingyun with her, and spoke up. "Sect Master Bai." Bai straightened his back and asked in confusion, "Miss Fong, what brings you here?" Mu Ling extended a hand toward Qingyun in introduction. "Sect Master Bai, let me introduce you. This is my master, the Sect Master of the Mystic Wood sect, Taoist Qingyun." Qingyun stared ahead and silently thought, so this is Sect Master Bai? Whether in cultivation or bearing, he really is as ordinary as Mu Ling said. His cultivation is even low. Could someone like this truly be a hidden master? Suddenly, her eyes widened as if she had discovered something. While walking, she had accidentally stepped on the axe Yulian had tossed aside earlier. No, if this were an ordinary axe, there's no way I wouldn't have sensed its presence earlier. To step right on it directly is absurd. She bent down and picked up the axe. The moment she held it, she was startled. This hidden aura. She leaped into the air in shock. This is actually a divine weapon? Baiyu clasped his hands and said, "So, is Taoist Qin Yun of the Mystic Wood sect. Your great reputation is like thunder in my ears. A pleasure to meet you." Qin Yun was still lost in thought. This man is also a major figure in the Holy Heaven domain. A divine weapon was just thrown carelessly on the ground like this. What kind of household is this? Seeing Qin Yun remain silent, Mu Ling quickly leaned over and cut in. "Master, Sect Master Bai is talking to you." Qin Yun snapped out of it and awkwardly said, "Sect Master Bai, you are too polite. It is only an empty reputation. Senior is too modest. A recluse like Sect Master Bai is a true, transcendent expert. Qin Yun deeply admires you." Hearing that, Baiyu raised a hand and replied bashfully, "Taoist Qin Yun flatters me too much. Sect Master Bai, I came especially this time to thank you. Is there anything you would like my Mystic Wood sect to do?" Baiyu stroked his chin in thought. After a while, he spoke. "Now that you mention it, there is indeed something I would like to ask Taoist Qin Yun about." Qin Yun smiled and agreed immediately. "Please speak, Sect Master Bai. Have you ever heard of a universal salvation divine art? Do you know where it can be obtained?" He calculated inwardly. "If I can get the universal salvation divine art and pass cultivation to my disciples, only then can my strength skyrocket." Qin Yun answered, "I have indeed heard of the universal salvation divine art. Very few people cultivate it. After all, most cultivators are unwilling to pass the cultivation method they practice to others. As far as I know, this universal salvation divine art is not a human cultivation art." Hearing this, Baiyu was a little surprised. Not a human cultivation art? The universal salvation divine art was created by a great saint of the demon race. As for which demon clan currently holds it, that remains unclear. We would still need someone within the demon race to inquire about it. In the demon race's hands? Baiyu thought. At least that counts as a clue about the universal salvation divine art. The mutt standing nearby glanced at Baiyu and thought to itself, "The expert wants the universal salvation divine art. If I get the chance, I should ask around for him. After all, life has been quite comfortable following this expert." Scene shift to several moments later. Qin Yun returned the axe to Baiyu with both hands. "Sect Master Bai, here is your axe." Then she raised a hand and smiled. "Today's conversation has been most pleasant." Qin Yun takes her leave. Baiyu raised the axe and, with a goofy grin, said teasingly, "Safe travels." Scene shift to a short while later, walking amid the noisy, bustling crowd. Mu Ling asked in confusion, "Master, why were you holding onto that ordinary axe just now?" An ordinary axe? That was clearly a divine weapon. As she spoke, Qin Yun glanced back. "The highest grade weapon in our Mystic Wood sect is only a semi-divine weapon. I simply couldn't bear to put it down." Mu Ling's eyes widened in shock. Even a tiny little place like the White Jade sect has treasures everywhere. Its background is truly terrifying. Our Mystic Wood sect must befriend a master of this level. Perhaps this is the only stroke of fortune our Mystic Wood sect will have in this chaotic age. Qin Yun smiled meaningfully. "Mu Ling, when you have nothing to do, you can visit Sect Master Bai at the White Jade sect and chat with him." Hearing that, Mu Ling blushed in embarrassment and stammered happily, "Ah, chat with him? This disciple obeys Master." Scene shift to 3 days later. The Flood Dragon King stood atop a high cliff with 2 shrimp and crab underlings, looking down below as one of them said, "Flood Dragon King, below us is Sea Origin City." The old Dragon King lifted his head proudly. There is no powerful aura in the city. It seems to be an insignificant city. The crab behind him cast him an inquiring look. "Great King, shall we make our move now?" The old Dragon King glanced back and asked, "How are the preparations?" Following the Flood Dragon King's orders, we have diverted seawater from the Endless Sea and filled the 3 nearby major rivers. We can attack at any time. The old Dragon King stared below and said, "Very good." He raised his hand. "Petty humans dare kill my adopted son. Today, this king will flood Sea Origin City and make it serve as Fong Liuyun's burial offering." As he spoke, he exhaled streams of spiritual mist, his hatred boiling. Let humanity learn the prestige of me, the Flood Dragon King. He spread both arms, lifted his face, opened his mouth wide, and called the rain and summoned the waters, releasing a savage aura around his body in towering fury. Outside the city walls, a canal flowed quietly with the current. Suddenly, one side of the canal surged into the city. Then the current formed a waterspout, lifting the river water into the sky. From the crest of the waves, it crashed directly towards Sea Origin City. The surging waters grew stronger and stronger, rushing like a tsunami. The old Dragon King strode through wind and rain with smug satisfaction. Once all of Sea Origin City is submerged, go inspect it. Make sure not a single person survives in this city. Rest assured, Flood Dragon King. Not even a mosquito will make it out of Sea Origin City alive. Struggle and pain, humans. D in despair. This land will belong to the mighty demon race. Scene shift to raindrops falling and soaking by you, startling him. The sky was clear just now, so why is it suddenly raining? The mutt barked a few times and thought, this isn't rain at all. Someone is clearly using a Dragon Clan secret art to call rain and summon water. What is he trying to do? Flood the entire city? Seeing his watchdog tuck its tail and run off, Bayou hurried after it. Doggy, where are you going? As he chased after it, Bayou thought this dog was not ordinary and had to follow to see. When they reached the top of the city gate, the dog screeched to a stop and looked at the tsunami slowly advancing toward the city. As expected, someone wants to flood Sea Origin City with water. This method probably isn't from a true dragon, at most only a flood dragon. If it were a true dragon, it would draw seawater from the endless sea and bring it down from the heavens. There would be no time to react at all. Seeing the tsunami, Bayou stared in astonishment. This is... Suddenly, a voice came from atop the wave. Amir Sect Master of the White Jade Sect dares kill young Master Fawn. The two shrimp and crab minions, standing on the wave, looked down and said, today, by the Dragon King's order, the whole city will be flooded and buried alongside young Master Fawn. Li Si ran up from behind and said, the Flood Dragon King is actually this vicious? He wants the lives of the entire city. At the same time, Lu Yuan and Jiang Feng also flew over from within the city. Jiang Feng looked at the wave and ground his teeth. This is bad. The Flood Dragon King is a famous great demon. Sea Origin City will find it hard to withstand him. Lu Yuan anxiously shouted, Sect Master, we must retreat immediately before this overwhelming flood formation. The Flood Dragon King likes to use water to clear the way and destroy his enemies first, then have his shrimp soldiers and crab generals follow behind. We had better withdraw now, so the Flood Dragon King won't get the chance to wipe us out. But unexpectedly, Bayou said, we cannot retreat. The dog's eyes turned sorrowful as he looked ahead. If this sect master retreats, then what will happen to all the people in the city? Besides, there is no need to retreat. Lu Yuan behind him was frightened. But with the force of the water as it is now, Sea Origin City will collapse in an instant. A voice called down from the wave. Is there really any way to protect the whole city's people? Now, the two shrimp and crab minions burst out laughing. Ha! The wave crashed in with increasing force. All of you can become water ghosts. The people in the city were thrown into utter panic. Bayou looked up at the wave sweeping past him. The waters were drawing closer and closer, yet he remained standing silently. The instant the tsunami had just passed over the city gate, Bayou shouted, activate the formation. Thanks to Bayou's timely command, a golden barrier appeared, enveloping all of Sea Origin City and preventing the tsunami from entering. Standing within the barrier, Jiang Feng and Lu Yuan were stunned. This is a grand formation covering the entire city? Seeing this, the two shrimp and crab minions were aghast. What? How is this possible? There's actually such a massive formation here. Lu Yuan said, we stopped it. I knew Sect Master Bai had been laying down formations, but I never expected Sect Master Bai to set up a grand formation covering the entire city like this. A formation of this kind can't be erected with just a pile of spirit stones. He would need a formation compendium of an extremely high level to do this. At the very least, it would have to be saint grade. The mutt calmed down and thought to itself, as expected of an expert, calm in the face of battle, with plans made long in advance. Next, it's my turn to show what I can do. I have to let the expert know that I'm useful for more than just guarding the house. The crab above grew furious. Damn it, I refuse to believe your shabby formation can withstand the waters of the endless sea. He leaped forward and lunged, shouting, drown everything for me. The tsunami surged again in savage force. Fine rain continued to fall within the city. Bayou said worriedly, "It seems this grand formation can block the towering flood, but it won't hold out for long." The mutt barked a few times, stomped its foot, and shot into the sky. Seeing this, Bayou cried out in alarm, "Doggy, what are you doing? Come back at once." Ignoring Bayou's words, it continued hurtling forward at incredible speed. Flying amid the raging waves, the dog thought to itself, "With the will of my dragon clan, this is less than nothing." The green shrimp below looked down with contempt and smugness. "A mere grass dog dares charge over here? Are you looking for death?" The dog released a spiraling aura from its body and used a dragon clan divine ability. It flew into the middle of the crashing tsunami and shouted, "Water control." It flew before the two shrimp and crab minions, its body erupting with true chi and savage, furious pressure. Sensing danger, the two shrimp and crab minions stammered in fear. This is dragon might? This is bad." Very soon after, the tsunami gradually dissipated and vanished. Bayou watched in disbelief, his face full of question marks. This is my dog?" Lu Yuan behind him said, "The flood has retreated. It seems I worried for nothing." So everything was already under the sect master's control. I, Lu, am full of admiration. With that, he and Jiang Feng rushed forward to attack. They dare offend the sect master? Let's kill these shrimp soldiers and crab generals to vent the sect master's anger. Seeing the dog land beside him, Bayou smiled and praised it. "Well done, doggy." He rubbed the dog's head and thought in a shameless daze, "Good heavens, the watchdog I scold and hit every day is actually a great demon, and judging by how skilled it is at water arts, it must have some connection to the dragon clan." Earlier, Li Si said this dog was a great demon, and I didn't believe him. Luckily, Doggy has a gentle temperament and doesn't know how to resist. From now on, I'd better treat it a little better. Scene shift to beneath the Dragon Palace. The old Dragon King said, "Recently, the third Dragon Prince is coming to inspect the rivers under heaven, so he will be passing by here. Help this king think of what grand gift I should present to make the third prince happy." The mantis shrimp immediately suggested, "How about offering treasures?" Vulgar. The red crab thought offering a beauty might also be reasonable. Reasonable, my ass. Crude beyond belief. Just then, another red crab hurried in and cried, "Great king." Seeing this, the old Dragon King laughed smugly. "Back already so soon? Is everyone in Sea Origin City dead yet?" "Great king, flooding Sea Origin City has failed, and many of our soldiers have been killed as well." What? What exactly happened? Scene shift to several moments later. The old Dragon King stroked his beard and said, "Sea Origin City actually has a formation covering the entire city. Only a top power like the Holy Heaven sect should possess such means. And my rain calling, water summoning art was broken as well." "Are you certain it was broken by a dog?" The red crab immediately replied, "Great king, I am certain that a grass dog repelled your overwhelming flood. For its water control art to be even stronger than mine, there is only one possibility. That grass dog's identity is not simple. It is very likely one of the Sea Dragon King's 9 sons. No way, right? The Sea Dragon King is in existence like the master of the heavenly court itself, and his 9 sons all have exalted status. How could one appear in a human city and even disguise itself as a grass dog?" The old Dragon King frowned in displeasure. "What do you know? This king once heard a secret concerning the Sea Dragon King's 9 sons. They say the 9th son is a strange variant. Its appearance resembles that of a grass dog, and everyone despises and scorns it. Even the Sea Dragon King believes this 9th son has disgraced the noble bloodline of the true dragons. The other 8 sons feel the same and wanted to cast out the 9th son. In the end, the 9th son was imprisoned for many years and not allowed to go out." The red crab asked anxiously, "If it really is the 9th son, then what should we do? Now? The third prince will be here soon. If it truly is the 9th son, then we can present him to the third prince as a grand gift. The third prince will surely be delighted." As he spoke, the old Dragon King strode forward. "But before that, I want to make a personal trip to Sea Origin City." He burst forth with power, releasing a surging aura. First, to confirm the identity of the 9th son. Second, to see who dares oppose this king. He opened his mouth like a crocodile waiting to devour prey. "Everyone who stands against this king, I will kill them all." Scene shift to Sea Origin City. A streak of light bounded forward at extreme speed across the Rooftops. It was none other than the spirit monkey. Woo! The master's aura is right ahead. I'm about to see master again. At the same time, at the White Jade sect, Yu is leisurely waving and calling out. By Tang Xue, come here. Tang Xue impatiently shouted back at her master. What now? Not only was he not angry, he even pinched Tang Xue's cheeks with his hand and lectured her, it's not acceptable to be so fierce with your master. Bai Yu sighed inwardly at the same time. This little loli's cheeks are so soft. While she's still little, I should pinch them to my heart's content. Once she grows up, it'll be hard to do it anymore. Tang Xue's cheeks had already turned visibly red from Bai Yu's pinching, and she shouted, you're driving me mad. Her face was full of anger. While Bai Yu and Tang Xue were talking, a sudden sound rang out. They looked toward the source of the sound and saw a dark figure rushing over. The thing diving down was the demonic ape. When Tang Xue saw it, she cried out happily, little monkey. She stretched out her arms to catch the demonic ape, her face full of joy. Little monkey didn't die after all. It actually found its way here on its own. But before Tang Xue could embrace it, Bai Yu caught the demonic ape with one hand, while his other hand rested on Tang Xue's head. Unwilling to accept this, she still stretched both arms forward and said to him, give little monkey to me. Little monkey is mine. Bai Yu put on a stern expression and said to her, a child like you is good in every way, except that you love taking advantage. Anything you see, you claim is yours. But in the very next instant, his expression brightened with delight as he said, this monkey belongs to me now. Hearing that, Tang Xue grew even angrier and shouted, no, you have to give it back to me. She was extremely upset and pondered deeply. The heavenly flame empress ambushed me, yet my soul was not scattered, and I was able to reincarnate and recultivate. That was precisely because little monkey risked its life to protect my soul. I thought little monkey had died at the hands of the heavenly flame empress. I never expected it to still be alive. At this moment, Bai Yu was bright and cheerful, his voice full of excitement as he placed a hand on the demonic ape's head. He rubbed its head and set a condition for her. As your master, I can give this monkey to you on one condition. You must admit that this monkey is your master's. Bai Tang Xue frowned and shouted irritably. What the heck are you talking about? That's just adding legs to a snake. Seeing her intense reaction, Bai Yu lowered his head, flicked her on the forehead, and said seriously, girls mustn't use foul language. Say it properly. After being flicked on the forehead, Bai Tang Xue covered her aching head in pain. Left with no choice, she gave in bitterly. Fine, I admit the monkey is yours. As if he had been waiting for exactly that, Bai Yu immediately beamed. Very good. Now your master officially gives this monkey. Not to you. Both she and the demonic ape were overwhelmed with emotion and happily threw their arms around each other. Bai Tang Xue looked genuinely overjoyed. Little monkey, it really is you. And it was the same for the ape. Master, she gleefully lifted the demonic ape high into the air like a child. I thought you were dead. That's wonderful. We're reunited again. Meanwhile, Bai Yu looked at them thoughtfully, then glanced around as if searching for something. Suddenly noticing something strange, he spoke up. Why is nothing happening? Where's the return? Bai Yu shouted urgently. System, are you there? Fortunately, the system answered him with 2 words, I am. He said sternly, don't forget the return. The disciple gifting return system replied. System detected the gifted item. This is the first time the system has returned a living being and is currently capturing one for your return reward. Please wait a moment. Bai Yu was slightly stunned. Capturing? The return target? Are you serious? He was a little shocked, his pupils widening. You're returning a living creature to me, and you're catching it right now? At that moment, in the infinite expanse, the scenery was tranquil, with clear skies and white clouds. Inside a cave manor, Heavenly Wolf gave an order. Go hurry them up. He raised one of his claws and licked his tongue as he said, is my wife still not ready? Tonight is our bridal chamber night. This demon lord can't wait any longer. At once, one of his subordinates came in from outside and announced clearly, Demon Lord, Madam has arrived. 2 of his subordinates escorted the bride in, dressed in splendid garments. The moment Heavenly Wolf saw this, he brightened with excitement. My wife, I have cultivated for hundreds of years and never once drawn near female beauty. Today my cultivation has finally stabilized. After searching through thousands upon thousands, I've finally found a beauty like you. This demon lord is in an exceptionally fine mood today. His command rang out so loudly it could still be heard outside the cave. All of you leave. This demon lord wants to consummate the marriage with my wife. At this point, Heavenly Wolf grew even more excited and impatiently reached to remove her bridal veil. My wife, a single moment of the spring night is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Let's get on the bed. This demon lord can't hold back anymore. Suddenly, a voice sounded. He turned his head curiously. What was that? That was the voice of the disciple gifting return system. Congratulations. You meet the conditions of the target the system wishes to capture. Heavenly Wolf shouted angrily and suspiciously. Who's talking? Suddenly, a ring of golden light appeared around him, and in an instant he vanished, leaving only the bride alone in the room. She cried out in shock, "Demon Lord!" The bride pulled off her veil and said furiously, "Where did he go?" At this moment, back at the White Jade sect, Bai Tong Shue was holding the demonic ape in her arms and looking at Bayu's back. She sounded a little angry as she said, "Little monkey, my cultivation has now dropped drastically. I can see that although your demon saint cultivation has also fallen, you still retain the strength of a demon king." Then she frowned and said to the demonic ape, "Help me teach this guy a lesson." The ape looked stunned and pointed at its own face. "Buns." Bai Tong Shue smiled, but there was an obvious sinister look in it. "Just scare him a little. Don't hurt him. After all, he's not really that bad. Once you're done, I'll take you to eat buns." The disciple gifting return system suddenly notified Bayu, causing him to freeze. You have gifted disciple Bai Tong Shue a spirit monkey, triggering a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have received Demon Lord Heavenly Wolf. In an instant, Bayu became intrigued, his face lighting up as he imagined all kinds of demon beasts. And yet what he got was a demon beast at the level of Demon Lord. This was an unparalleled great demon, far more formidable than demon kings or demon saints. Suddenly, the demonic ape abruptly charged toward Bayu from behind. Anyone who makes Master get hit must be punished. The demonic ape gradually transformed. Bai Tong Shue looked almost gleefully wicked. "Bayu, who told you to bully me all the time? This time I'm going to watch you get scared out of your wits." But at that moment, Heavenly Wolf suddenly fell from the sky right between it and Bayu. He shouted blankly, "Where is this? Where's my wife?" Heavenly Wolf stared fixedly at the demonic ape. A red light flashed in his eyes, and he looked furious. He growled, "A mere little demon king, how dare you?" Then Heavenly Wolf angrily threw a punch and sent it flying. Bai Tong Shue was left dumbfounded. What? Where did this great demon come from? The demonic ape had crashed to the ground, and Bai Tong Shue rushed toward it in shock. Meanwhile, Heavenly Wolf shouted furiously, "Damn it! Who teleported this old one here?" This demon lord was in the middle of his bridal chamber. With rage burning in his heart, he roared even louder, "Which scoundrel did this? Get out here right now." Witnessing Heavenly Wolf's fury, Bayu was delighted and inwardly marveled. "So this is the demon beast the system returned to me. As expected, it's extraordinary." Noticing Bayu's appraising gaze, Heavenly Wolf glared at him in fury. "What are you looking at?" Bayu answered directly and confidently, "I'm looking at you." "So what?" Heavenly Wolf glowered down at Bayu irritably. "You're the brat who brought me here?" Bayu replied calmly, "You could say that." That answer only fanned the flames in Heavenly Wolf's heart. He widened his eyes. "You ruined this demon lord's bridal chamber. Is that something a human should do?" As he prepared to spit out flames from his mouth, "I'll kill you." Bayu suddenly clamped Heavenly Wolf's mouth shut within his palm, and the flames were forced back into Heavenly Wolf's own body. Heavenly Wolf's expression turned stunned, and smoke drifted out of his mouth. Bai Tong Shue was holding the demonic ape in her arms, and both of them were utterly shocked by the scene. Unable to stop herself, she muttered, "What's going on? Is that really a demon lord?" The demonic ape also whispered, "It's not easy for demon beasts to cultivate. Demon kings are already rare. How could a demon lord appear here?" Bayu took out the bun he had been carrying, thinking demon beasts probably liked buns. "Big Wolf, if you just behave, you'll have all the buns you can eat in the future." The wolf snorted smoke in anger. "Buns? Are you kidding me? This demon lord is in a very bad mood right now." It raised both hands, so furious it could barely stand it, and lunged at Bayu. "I'll crush you." Bayu immediately hurled the bun, knocking it flat onto its back. It lay face down on the ground, trembling as it thought, "What is going on? He's just a tiny human with low cultivation. So how can he knock me down so easily?" At this moment, the system spoke up. You are now the master of Demon Lord Heavenly Wolf. All attacks by Demon Lord Heavenly Wolf against his master are ineffective. He cannot disobey any of his master's commands. He can be summoned immediately no matter where he is. Baiyu smiled in satisfaction and gave a thumbs up in praise. The system really does arrange things thoroughly. The wolf ground its teeth in fury, but there was nothing it could do except spit out, "Trash human." It stood up again, opened its mouth wide, and declared resolutely, "I refuse to believe I can't kill you." Just as it was glaring fiercely, Baiyu's foot struck its face. Baiyu kicked once, sending it tumbling over. This sect master is even giving you a handicap by not using his hands. It lay sprawled on its back, curled up and unable to believe it. Absurd, absolutely absurd. I'm a dignified demon lord, yet I can't defeat a cultivator in the true person realm. Seeing this, Bai Tongxue felt a chill run through her. Absurd. This Baiyu is way too absurd. He's beating a demon lord without even using both hands? Baiyu looked at the wolf and told it to get up and keep dancing. Dance some more. Let me have a look. After failing attack after attack, it stood up in fear and turned around. I'm not fighting anymore. Human, don't get smug. I'll repay double today's humiliation later. This demon lord has business at home, so I'm leaving first. It had only just turned to leave when Baiyu told it to stop. His eyes turned cold, and the corner of his mouth curled into a sinister smile. Did I say you could go? The wolf strode away proudly and arrogantly. What are you that you dare order me around? But the moment the words left its mouth, its body suddenly seemed to be suppressed by something, and it could no longer move. It clenched its teeth and looked back. What's going on? Why can't I control my body? Damn it, what exactly did you do to me? Big Wolf, I'm your master now. You have to listen. Bullshit. My demon race will never be slaves. A human like you thinks you're worthy of being this demon lord's master. Suddenly something appeared in the sky, causing both the wolf and Baiyu to freeze and look up. Doggy came flying down from who knew where, opening its mouth and barking several times. Seeing this, Baiyu immediately understood. Doggy was warning them that an enemy had arrived. At the same time, the Flood Dragon King came riding on clouds with his shrimp soldiers and crab generals, calling out to everyone from the White Jade sect. The Flood Dragon King's face blazed with anger as he glared downward. He opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Get out here and die, you bastards!" Just then Li Xiu came running in from behind Baiyu and said, "It's the Flood Dragon King." He ran to stand beside him. Lu Yuan, standing beside Jiang Feng, also shouted, "Sect Master Bai, the Flood Dragon King has come personally. This is bad. Quickly activate the defensive grand formation." Even though the situation seemed urgent, Baiyu still said calmly, "No rush." Jiang Feng grew even more anxious and said to him, "We can't afford not to rush. This Flood Dragon King is different from the self-proclaimed demon kings in the desolate mountains and wilderness. The Flood Dragon King is a true demon saint, famous for 100 years, terrifying beyond measure. His strength surpasses even the peak princely marquis realm among humans. Even brother Lu can't fight him." At this moment, one of the Flood Dragon King's subordinates shouted, "By order of the Flood Dragon King, hand over that mutt, and everyone else kneel and await death." Hearing this, Li Xiu felt upset and somewhat angry. "Master, this is the greatest disaster the White Jade sect has ever faced. It's all because of me." His eyes turned cold. "In a moment, I'll activate the teleportation formation. How about you retreat first, Master?" Before Li Xiu could finish speaking, Baiyu raised a hand to stop him. "Your master isn't panicking, so what are you panicking for?" Li Xiu was stunned and asked in confusion, "With things this bad, you're not panicking?" Baiyu gritted his teeth angrily. "He came to my White Jade sect to steal my dog and kill my people. He clearly doesn't put this sect master in his eyes. He must die." Then he said to Heavenly Wolf behind him, "Big Wolf, let's discuss something," leaving the latter doubtful and suspicious. Baiyu calmly laid out a condition to Heavenly Wolf. "Help me kill that Flood Dragon, and I'll let you go back." "What do you say?" Heavenly Wolf folded his arms, his gaze as sharp as swords as it swept over Baiyu, his voice filled with contempt and arrogance. "Why should I help you? What does your trouble have to do with me?" Baiyu smiled faintly and began casting bait before the other party's mind. "Well, since you're already here." Heavenly Wolf frowned slightly, his eyes full of suspicion. "You're really going to let me leave unconditionally?" On the surface, Baiyu looked firm. "Absolutely." But in his mind, he had already made his calculations. "You really can leave whenever you want, but I can also summon you back whenever I want." Heavenly Wolf laughed. The one holding power always has a way to turn the situation around. Then he spoke decisively. "Deal." Baiyu asked skeptically, "Are you sure?" "Big Wolf, that Flood Dragon King became famous long ago. He's very powerful." Heavenly Wolf let out an arrogant laugh. "He's just a swamp worm. He doesn't even qualify to enter this demon lord's sight. Dealing with trash like that only requires a single slap." Standing on the clouds in heavy armor, the Flood Dragon King looked down at the wolf walking below and proudly raised his head. "These humans are quite bold. Not one of them is kneeling." Red Crab raised his claws and said, "Great King, these people won't shed tears until they see the coffin. Let them feel a bit of your might. Scare them so badly they wet themselves." The Flood Dragon King immediately threatened them. "This king will count to 3. Anyone still standing when I finish will have his head torn off. 1. From below, the wolf opened its mouth and roared, "Get your ass down here." Hearing this, the Flood Dragon King was somewhat annoyed. "Impudent! You dare interrupt this king while I'm counting?" The wolf lowered its center of gravity and drew one hand behind itself into a battle stance. "Not listening, huh? Then I'll beat you down." No sooner had it spoken than it used the violent thundercloud technique, forming an extremely powerful deep purple sphere of lightning. Seeing this, the Flood Dragon King stood there dumbstruck with his mouth hanging open for a full 5 seconds. Then the attack shot upward like a pillar of energy, striking the Flood Dragon King head-on. The wolf maintained its punching stance and cast a sidelong glance at the Flood Dragon King as he crashed down amid stray arcs of lightning. With a boom, murky dust and smoke rose nonstop. Just like that, the king lay on the ground below, with both arms spread wide, motionless. After a moment, he managed to get up, but when he saw the wolf walking toward him, he trembled like a leaf, his body going weak with fear. He gritted his teeth, sweat pouring down like rain. "A demon lord? Why is there a demon lord here?" Lu Yuan was equally shocked at the sight, sweat breaking out all over him. So the sect master truly had no need to worry. Master truly had no need to panic. The wolf exhaled a stream of white smoke and said, "Didn't you like counting?" Its body crackled with surging lightning as it held its head high and strode forward with overwhelming momentum. "Go on, keep counting. Count all the way." The Flood Dragon King retreated in terror, not daring to utter another word. His hands shook uncontrollably as he stammered, Actually, I don't really like counting." The wolf spread its arms as it walked and said, "Then let me count for you." It glared excitedly, baring its sharp fangs, and began continuing from a number 2. The Flood Dragon King's eyes bulged and dark veins popped out. He instantly transformed into a winding white dragon and switched straight into retreat mode, fleeing for his life. Trying to run? With astonishing speed, the wolf flipped through the air to cut him off and counted 3. Then it twisted its body and swung one arm once, shattering half the white dragon's body into fragments. "Here, have a slap." After dying, the Flood Dragon King transformed into a golden pill that fell to the ground. The shrimp soldiers and crab generals in the air were horrified. "Heavens, what happened? Great King got smashed to pieces? Run. If we don't, we'll turn into fresh seafood next." Baiyu's eyes went wide with amazement. "Big Wolf is way too strong. If he guarded my home for me, that would feel incredibly safe." Jiang Feng and Lu Yuan immediately engraved this into history. That year, Sect Master Bai stood with both hands in his pockets, unmatched under heaven. That year, the Sect Master needed only the slightest move to reach the summit of all living beings. Baiyu raised a hand in invitation. "Big Wolf, how about thinking about staying? The treatment is negotiable." Hearing this, Heavenly Wolf vanished in only a few brief seconds, not forgetting to call back, not thinking about it. "We won't meet again." Baiyu looked over in surprise. "He really runs fast." I wasn't even done talking. Unexpectedly, Heavenly Wolf reappeared and asked, "Let me ask you something. What place is this?" Baiyu looked up and spoke 3 words, "Sacred Heaven Domain." Heavenly Wolf shouted sharply, his voice impatient and cutting, "Sacred Heaven Domain? Why have I never heard of it?" Seeing this, by Tang Shue spoke up, the sacred heaven domain of the human emperor realm. Heavenly Wolf roared, fists clenched, eyes burning with rage. The human emperor realm? Damn it all, how did I get teleported this far away? Grinding his teeth in anger, Heavenly Wolf shot forward at high speed, wanting to escape this place at once, leaving behind Baiyu, who still looked too stunned to speak. Heavenly Wolf said, the human emperor realm? They've teleported this demon lord to some barren, remote continent. How much longer is my wife supposed to wait all alone in the bridal chamber? The golden pill wobbled and rolled to a stop in front of Doggy, whose eyes turned into starry shapes with greedy longing. This was the Flood Dragon King's dragon core. Bayu's hand reached out, and he bent down to pick up the pill. Holding it up, he asked, Doggy, do you want this? The dog immediately stood up, opened its mouth, stuck out its tongue, and barked several times. From behind, Lu Yuan said, Sect Master Bai, this is the Flood Dragon King's dragon core. It is a precious treasure worth tens of thousands of times more than a demon core. Only the dragon lineage possesses such a thing. Swallowing it can greatly increase a demon creature's natural talent. Bai still held the dragon core in his hand and closed his eyes. If that's the case, Sect Master Bai will give this thing to me. The dog proudly thought to itself, the strong really are good people. Something so precious, and the moment I want it, he gives it to me. But unexpectedly, Baiyu leaned back and flicked his arm, throwing the dragon core toward Bai Tongxue. A gift for Bai Tongxue. The dog instantly seemed to turn to stone, stunned speechless on the spot. Lu Yuan stared at Baiyu's back in shock, unable to say a word. Bai Tongxue frowned and asked in confusion, Is there something wrong with your head? She pondered. This dragon core can help with cultivation. It's good stuff. Extremely good. The system's notification suddenly rang out. You have gifted Bai Tongxue the Flood Dragon core, triggering a 10 million-fold return. A radiant jewel appeared, glittering with a brilliant azure light, and the system spoke again. Congratulations, you have obtained the dragon core of a golden colossal dragon. Baiyu burst into laughter. Bai Tongxue really is my lucky general. The return multiplier is always incredibly high. The dragon core of a golden colossal dragon. Just hearing it sounds overwhelmingly domineering. So, if Doggy swallows this, then in the future he'll have the potential to become a golden colossal dragon. What? Doggy, heartbroken, sat in a corner with his chin propped in his paws, looking utterly dejected. The mighty expert didn't give him the dragon core. In that lord's heart, he still wasn't as important as his disciple. Baiyu held the golden gray dragon core in his hand, glanced over, and called out to Doggy. This is for you. The dog looked as if he had come back from the dead, his mouth hanging open in shock. This special aura. This is the dragon core of a golden colossal dragon. The mighty expert actually has a dragon core of this level. One must know that a fully matured golden colossal dragon can rival the existence of the ancestral dragon and Heavenly Wolf. Lu Yuan fanned forward, equally astonished. The golden colossal dragon is also called the war dragon, noble by birth. Compared to a golden dragon core, the Flood Dragon King's dragon core is hardly worth mentioning. The sect master's actions were truly extraordinary. Seeing that something better had appeared, Tang Xue's eyes dimmed as she looked at the dragon core in her hand and said, It's not tasty anymore. Baiyu immediately tossed the golden gray dragon core straight over and told Doggy to catch it. The dog swiftly caught it and bit down hard, devouring the dragon core with relish. After finishing the dragon core, the dog landed firmly on all four legs and looked toward Baiyu. His eyes turned white, and his body released the phantom aura of a savage golden dragon. Lu Yuan cried out in alarm. Sect Master, the ninth son of the Dragon King, was hated by the dragon race from the moment he was born. Now that he has swallowed the dragon core of a golden colossal dragon, he will surely be reborn and wash away his old humiliation. Hearing that, Baiyu is startled and suddenly a bit uneasy. The Dragon King's ninth son? Baiyu thought to himself, so this mutt is actually the Dragon King's son? No wonder Doggy is so obedient. How is it that everyone knew except me? At this moment, the dog's eyes shone with emotion. The mighty expert treats me so well. From now on, I'll guard the mighty expert's home properly. The scene shifted to some place under gloomy, silent skies. Someone had just landed and dropped to his knees, kneeling inside a magnificent great hall. He lifted his head and spoke. Holy Lord needs blood buns. The man seated on the chair, with a face like a skeleton, stared ahead and raised a hand. Recently, I slaughtered a distant city. There are still blood buns in storage. The Holy Lord also told you to keep a lower profile. Recently, your chaotic age evil sect killed disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect. The entire Sacred Heaven sect wants to launch a crusade against your sect. The Holy Lord is having trouble suppressing things. I finally found a furnace vessel, and recently she ran away again. It's probably connected to the killing of Sacred Heaven sect people. No matter what, I want to capture her. This is something I must do. The young man below looked up and asked, puzzled, "Who is that person?" The man curled his lip and said, "A small sect in. See Origin City. See, Origin City is too close to the Sacred Heaven sect, and recently many forces have gathered on the islands near the infinite expanse. Your chaotic age evil sect must not show up there." As he spoke, he rose to his feet. "I will report this matter to the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord will handle it for you. It must be done quickly. She is a superb furnace vessel. Once I refine and merge with her, I can undergo limitless rebirth and transformation, and only then can I serve the Holy Lord even better. Otherwise, I can only use my own methods to achieve my goal. Everything the Holy Lord does is for the Sacred Heaven domain. After all, the Sacred Heaven domain is the weakest of the 9 domains. You cannot act recklessly. Even refining blood buns is for the greater good of the Sacred Heaven domain. The Holy Lord stands on the side of righteousness." The one seated on the chair lifted his gaze, his eyes cold and sharp, and let out a snort. The scene shifted to 3 days later. Baiyu was reclining in his chair, looking thoroughly comfortable, when suddenly something made his eyes snap open. Sensing his breakthrough in cultivation, Baiyu smiled in delight. "My cultivation has reached the transcendent realm. I'm one step closer to those 2 disciples of mine." He stood up, hands on hips, and looked at the system panel in confusion. "By Tang Xue's 10 return chances are almost used up. When will I get a 3rd disciple system?" The system immediately notified him. "No suitable disciple has been found for the time being. Please wait patiently." A shout rang out from afar as Li Xiu hurried over with a bright smile. "Master," Baiyu replied casually, "what's got you so happy?" Li Xiu's eyes lit up as he said firmly, "The mirage of the infinite expanse has appeared." Baiyu raised his head slightly, frowned, and asked curiously, "What is that?" Li Xiu smiled faintly and said with interest, "It's the sea mirage the common folk talk about. But to us cultivators, this is a great opportunity. Sometimes it only appears once every several hundred years." Baiyu frowned, a trace of concern passing through his cold eyes. "A sea mirage? Isn't that just an illusion? How can it offer opportunities?" Just as Baiyu was lost in thought, a gentle voice sounded from behind him. "The mirage is unreal, yet not unreal. If you go there, you can obtain great opportunities. Countless people have already verified this." Baiyu folded his arms, his calm gaze carrying a sharpness, as if silently observing everyone around him, then spoke softly, "Looks like both of you want to go." Li Xiu and Tang Xue answered with absolute certainty, "Go. Why wouldn't we go? The mirage conceals great opportunities and immense benefits. We can't miss something on this level." Tang Xue continued, "Moreover, the mirage is known as the most mysterious phenomenon in the human emperor realm. Back then, even the master of the heavenly court, the human emperor himself, wanted to investigate it. Unfortunately, only those at or below the Marquis realm can enter." She lowered her head slightly, her expression quiet, filled with regret. "In my previous life, when the mirage appeared, I was already the Snow-Bright Empress. My cultivation was too high to enter. This time, I absolutely cannot miss it." Hearing this, Baiyu slowly closed his eyes and said, "If that's the case." A blaze seemed to ignite in the depths of his eyes. He pointed ahead and said in a deep voice, "Then my white jade sect will go to the mirage." The scene shifted to a dense forest. Here, a gathered crowd of heroes already stood on guard, waiting. The space around the mirage seemed interwoven with layer upon layer of dim, shimmering light, and low voices suddenly rang out. "I never thought I'd have the chance to come to the mirage while still alive. This time, I must seize it and defy heaven to change my fate." Baiyu placed a hand on his brow, like the Monkey King, and peered ahead. "So this is the mirage?" Lu Yuan raised his fan and smiled. "We can't enter the mirage yet. Only after it fully solidifies can we go in. I've already arranged an inn for us. Let's sit there and wait." Jiang Feng added, "The appearance of the mirage this time will probably draw the major powers of the Sacred Heaven domain. After all, this is a chaotic era. Spirit minds are drying up, and everyone is targeting the opportunities in secret realms." From afar, they saw Yu Lien walking with some young master. She turned and said, "Many thanks to senior brother Liang for bringing me along into the mirage this time. Otherwise, with my shallow seniority in the Mysticwood sect, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been qualified to take part in this." The man slowly reached out and touched Yu Lien's hand, making her widen her eyes and blush. With a flirtatious look, he curled his lips and said, "Junior sister, you understand my feelings, don't you? If there's something good, I'll definitely think of junior sister first. There's no need for formality between us." At that moment, Yu Lien looked shy, as if the air itself were overflowing with romance. "Senior brother Liang, I understand. Junior sister Wu, as long as we seize this chance and obtain an opportunity within the mirage, we'll have a chance to be promoted to true disciples." As he spoke, he turned and looked straight at Yu Lien's face. "At that time, our status in the Mysticwood sect will soar. Rest assured, senior brother, Wu Lien, came out of a small city because I refused to live an ordinary life. I must seize this chance. Junior sister, the wind is strong here. Let's head back to the front." Suddenly, Yu Lien's eyes widened as if she had discovered something. Seeing her surprise, that Liang fellow asked, "Junior sister, what is it? Did you see someone you know?" Just like that, the two of them walked straight toward Baiyu's group. "Senior brother, do you remember I once told you that before I entered the Mysticwood sect, there was a sect master of a small sect who had designs on me and kept pursuing me?" Looking straight at Baiyu, she said, "It's him." The man surnamed Liang gave a contemptuous smile. "So he's just a toad lusting after swan meat." Yu Lien raised her voice and called out twice. Baiyu, hearing that, he looked over blankly. "Wu Yu Lien." Yu Lien pointed and said, "Baiyu, I never thought you would come here. You should know that the ones competing for opportunities of this level are all major powers of the Sacred Heaven domain, such as my Mysticwood sect. This is not something your White Jade sect can take part in." Baiyu glanced at her and said, "Whether we can take part or not is none of your concern. Baiyu, your vision is too narrow. You've never had contact with the great figures and top forces of this world. Your knowledge is too shallow. You don't even know how terrifying they are. There are many things far beyond what you can imagine." Baiyu replied in confusion, "I think you're the one who's terrifying." Though he said that, inwardly he found this whole thing extremely troublesome. "In your eyes, I really am a great figure. But if you hope that at some critical moment I'll help you, that's impossible. We no longer have any relationship whatsoever." Baiyu sighed helplessly, turned, and started to leave. "Let's go." Suddenly, that man surnamed Liang angrily shouted, "Stop. Don't you understand human speech?" As he spoke, he pointed. "My junior sister is kindly advising you to save your dog life. Even if you go into the mirage, you'll just be cannon fodder, understand?" Baiyu stopped, looked over, and said, "And who the hell are you to yap so arrogantly here?" He immediately pressed a hand to his chest and said, "Listen carefully. I am Liang Yunteng, an intersect disciple of the Mysticwood sect. This time, I'm responsible for food, clothing, lodging, and travel for the Mysticwood sect here. I'm sure plenty of people here know me." The young people nearby immediately started murmuring. "So that's Liang Yunteng of the Mysticwood sect. He's always in charge of the service courtyard in the Mysticwood sect. He's a figure with real authority. I've heard of him too. If you join the Mysticwood sect, you can't avoid dealing with this man." Baiyu turned and smiled brightly like a blooming flower. "Oh, so you're a powerful big shot in the Mysticwood sect. You scared me to death. I've been rude, truly rude. Good that you know." He tilted his head, his face full of disdain. "I know you once liked Junior Sister Wu, but now you and Junior Sister Wu are like clouds in the sky and mud on the ground. The gap is simply too great. Seeing that your attitude isn't bad, get lost. And remember this, never appear in front of me again." Baiyu let out a mocking laugh and glanced over. This sect master's attitude has always been good. Then he turned and pointed. "Hit him." Yunting heard that and burst out laughing in contempt. "Ah, hit me." He turned to Yu Lien and said, "Junior sister, did you hear that? Isn't this guy talking in his sleep?" Before he could finish, Jiangfeng had already stepped forward and sent a punch flying, knocking him flat onto the ground and nearly killing him. When Yu Lien saw Yunting struck down with mud all over his face, she cried out anxiously, "Senior brother!" He trembled as he struggled to stand, coughing violently. Grinding his teeth, he glared over and demanded, "Who dares hit me? If you have guts, give your name." Jiangfeng stared ahead and introduced himself with a grin. "My name is Yang Jiangfeng." Hearing that, Yunting pointed and shouted, "Yang Jiangfeng? Never heard of you. A nobody like you is worthy of hitting me." Jiangfeng withdrew his hand with a cheerful smile and stepped back. "Then let's switch to someone worthy of hitting you." Brother Liu, your turn. Three huge question marks seemed to appear over Yunting's head as he stood there dumbfounded. Without the slightest hesitation, Liu Yuan swung his hand hard straight into Yunting's smug face, leaving him unable to resist. After knocking Yunting to the ground, he introduced himself. I am Liu Yuan. I should be qualified to hit you now, right? Yunting lifted his head and rose in panic. Sect Master of the Long Song Sect? You're considered a top figure, but why are you hitting me? Liu Yuan and Zhang Feng both acted with straightforward righteous zeal, without a trace of duplicity. When we see injustice, we draw our blades to help. Yunting swallowed his bitterness and turned to leave. Fine, today I don't care why you stepped out for the White Jade sect and trampled on my Mystic Wood sect. I, Liang Yunting, will remember this grudge. Just you wait. Junior Sister Wu, let's go. Yu Yin said irritably. Baiyu, you really don't know what's good for you. You've provoked a great disaster and don't even realize it. Senior Brother Liang ranks in the top 100 among the disciples of the Mystic Wood sect. He is absolutely not someone you can afford to offend. With that, she followed Yunting away, not forgetting to throw back one last sentence. Take care of yourself. Bai Tong Xue took the chance to tease him. So, that's the person you used to like? Your taste. Baiyu immediately flicked her on the head. What would a child understand? Stay out of adult matters. The scene shifted a while later, as Yunting and Yu Lian arrived before a group of gathered youths. The young people all wore gloomy expressions and murmured among themselves, as if the situation were very serious. Yunting and Yu Lian suddenly froze, mouths hanging open as though they had heard something shocking. Yunting walked over and asked, Senior Brother Huang, why does everyone look so worried? Did something happen? The man surnamed Huang replied, Junior Brother Liang, the mirage has appeared this time. The sect master's old enemy has also arrived and made wild claims that he wants the sect master dead here. Hearing this, Yunting was utterly horrified. What? The sect master's enemy is that Black Lotus Taoist who, back then, tried to force the sect master to become his cultivation partner, and when she refused, he injured her. That's right, it's him. Now that this Black Lotus Taoist knows the sect master's injuries have recovered, he directly came to challenge her. Either Master agrees to become his cultivation partner, or he will kill Master. The other youths indignantly chimed in. That demonic Taoist, this Black Lotus Taoist, is a demonic cultivator who doesn't follow reason at all. The sect master isn't afraid of him. The Mystic Wood sect isn't afraid of him. The sect master will definitely cut this man down. Another young man walked over and said, things are not as simple as you think. This Black Lotus Taoist cultivates an evil art, so his cultivation long surpassed what it was back then. But because of her injuries, the sect master's cultivation has made no progress in these past years. As soon as that was said, the scene shifted to Qin Yun sitting cross-legged, slapping her thigh in frustration. Mu Ling asked worriedly, Master, is there really no chance of winning? I have met that demonic Taoist before. His cultivation has already reached the mortal transcendence realm. For all these years, my injuries have delayed me. I am still only at the peak of the Marquis realm, not yet at mortal transcendence. The mortal transcendence realm is an extremely difficult realm to break through. Countless cultivators are stuck there, but once one reaches mortal transcendence, the difference is like heaven and earth. They become a great figure of divine abilities. Qin Yun slowly stood up and said, so under normal circumstances, I do not have any chance of winning. Hearing that, Mu Ling looked a little stunned. Master, do you mean there are still abnormal circumstances? Qin Yun said, that's right. Mu Ling's eyes widened in surprise, and Qin Yun stared ahead as she continued. Do you still remember that divine weapon of Sect Master Bai's? That axe. Master wants to borrow the divine weapon of the White Jade Sect. That's right. If I can borrow that divine weapon, then I will have hope of defeating Black Lotus Taoist. Mu Ling, borrowing a divine weapon is a major matter. Prepare yourself. Bring the most precious treasure of our Mystic Wood sect and go with me to see Sect Master Bai to show our sincerity. Master, the Mystic Wood sect's most important treasure is only a semi-divine weapon. Using a semi-divine weapon to borrow a divine weapon. Doesn't that sincerity feel a little off? Qin Yun raised a hand to her mouth and said, that does seem a little inappropriate. In that case, she smiled and told Mu Ling to dress herself up a little. Understanding Qin Yun's meaning, Mu Ling blushed and stammered. Yes. The scene shifted to Baiyu, beads of sweat, dotting his forehead as he frowned and looked ahead in puzzlement. He raised his head and said, if you have something to say, then say it. You've both been standing here for half the day. Mu Ling was now wearing a tight pink outfit that accentuated her full curves. Her face was flushed red as she stood there shyly and timidly. Qing Yun spoke, "Then I'll speak plainly. We came here this time to ask Sectmaster for a favor, to borrow that axe of yours." Hearing that, Baiyu was a little surprised and froze for 5 whole seconds with a grave expression. Then he tossed the axe into Qing Yun's hands. "I thought it was something serious. Just take it already." Seeing that, both Qing Yun and Mu Ling were stunned. With amazement, Qing Yun thought to herself, "He handed it to me that easily? This is a divine weapon." This also proves that Sect Master Bai's background is so rich that he doesn't even put a divine weapon in his eyes. I must seize the chance to win over a towering figure like this. Breaking out of her thoughts, she turned with a smile. "Mu Ling, today you will stay by Sect Master Bai's side and attend to him to thank Sect Master Bai for this great kindness toward our mystic with sect." "Yes, Master." As Mu Ling walked forward, Qing Yun continued, "I hope Sect Master Bai will not refuse. You have helped our Mysticwood sect several times already. Our Mysticwood sect cannot fail to repay such kindness, so I can only let Mu Ling convey my gratitude in my place." Baiyu was startled and stammered in alarm. Is this serving you speak of actually proper?" Both Mu Ling and Qing Yun froze on the spot, completely speechless. Bai Tongxue clicked her tongue in disdain. "Fisk, lecher." Seeing that, Baiyu hurriedly refused. "Ahem, Taoist Qing Yun, you flatter me. It was only a small effort. There is no need for anyone to serve me. The mirage is about to open, so you should return and make preparations." Mu Ling stepped forward and said, "Sect Master Baiyu." She pressed a hand against her ample chest and asked with a seductive expression, "Am I not beautiful enough?" Sweat broke out on Baiyu's forehead as he forced an awkward smile and praised her. "Miss Mu is very beautiful, a stunning beauty indeed." "Then let me stay." "Oh, really? There's no need." Her eyes dimmed sadly. "So Sect Master dislikes Mu Ling." Baiyu placed both hands on Mu Ling's shoulders. "Miss Mu is clever and lively. How could I dislike you?" Inwardly, Baiyu thought, pretending to be a righteous gentleman and maintaining my image is such a pain. Mu Ling widened her eyes. "If Sect Master doesn't dislike me, then let me stay." Baiyu stroked his chin and glanced aside as if thinking of how to talk his way out of this. He looked Mu Ling up and down and decided she was too skinny. Hearing that, Mu Ling lowered her gaze to her own chest and asked, "Skinny?" The moment she said that, Baiyu's face turned green and sweat poured down his back. He thought to himself, "Hey, what exactly did you understand? I was just making something up. Don't get the wrong idea." Qing Yun, standing behind her, spoke up, "If Sect Master Bai doesn't like skinny women." She raised a hand and touched her own enormous chest, blushing as she hinted, "Then perhaps I should stay instead?" Baiyu stared with his mouth hanging open, delight written all over his face. This. Such heartfelt generosity was hard to refuse. But Bai Tongxue was staring fixedly at him, which made Baiyu feel awkward again. Grinding his teeth, he had no choice but to refuse. "Taoist Qing Yun, please do not bring this up again. You should return." After saying that, he shot Bai Tongxue a resentful glance, grumbling inwardly. This girl Bai Tongxue really has no sense at all. Qing Yun and Mu Ling both shrank back awkwardly, unable to understand why, with everything so readily offered, he still would not agree. But in the end, they had no choice but to leave and handle their business. The atmosphere suddenly became strangely quiet. A gust of wind blew over, carrying a leaf across Baiyu's face. Bai Tongxue frowned. "Did I ruin your good fortune? Since you are my master name now, you should set an example and uphold strict discipline. Otherwise, it would disgrace my prestige." He pinched her cheek. "What prestige do you have? Talking like some old fogey. From now on, try to speak a little more cutely." Elsewhere, a group of people had gathered outside Qing Yun's residence. They whispered among themselves at the doorway. Senior Sister Mu and several highly ranked disciples were summoned by the sect master. "I wonder what happened." "No idea, but the sect master seemed to be in quite a good mood. I heard she borrowed a magic treasure from some great expert, though I don't know whether it's true." Yu Yin asked curiously, "Senior brother, if the sect master really borrowed such a treasure, does that mean victory is guaranteed?" The young man did not dare speculate recklessly. We don't know if it's true yet. Let's just wait and see. Qingyun spoke in a clear, powerful voice. I called you here today because I have borrowed a divine weapon. You are all disciples of my Mysticwood sect, so I shall also use this chance to broaden your horizons and temper you with this divine weapon. That way, when you enter the mirage, you will have a better chance of seizing great opportunities. She held the divine weapon tightly. One of them spoke up. This looks quite ordinary. Another agreed. That's right. Its appearance is far too plain. Qingyun did not explain and merely smiled faintly. Ordinary? Who wants to try it? Liang Yunting immediately raised his hand and volunteered. Sectmaster, let me try. He thought to himself, I have to put myself forward in situations like this so the sect master remembers me. She instructed him, I will activate the divine weapon. You are to defend yourself with all your strength. If you can withstand the tempering of the divine weapon, it will greatly benefit your future cultivation. On the surface, he said, this disciple understands. But inwardly, Yunting thought otherwise. It's just a little axe. I really can't see what's special about it. Qingyun spoke again, telling him to get ready. I'm starting now. The moment she finished speaking, a blazing flame burst from the head of the divine weapon. Qingyun pointed it toward Liang Yun. Tung. He was shocked by the weapon's power. What? In the briefest instant, Liang Yunting was blasted backward by its force. The power of the divine weapon was so overwhelming that his body slammed hard into the wall. The people outside immediately became alarmed. What happened inside? That aura. It's terrifying. One of them quickly guessed, a divine weapon. That's the aura of a divine weapon. Only then did the man beside him accept the truth. So, the sect master really did borrow a divine weapon. Yu Yin frowned. So, this is a divine weapon? This extraordinary aura really makes people tremble. If I could possess one in this lifetime, I would have no regrets. When they saw Yunting staggering out, everyone was stunned. Yunting emerged covered in wounds, clutching one arm as he called out, Junior Sister Yu Yin. Yu Yin hurried over to support him, worried. Senior Brother Liang, what happened to you? Weren't you just going to see the sect master's divine weapon? How did you end up like this? Junior Sister, I was fortunate enough to receive the tempering of the divine weapon, but I'm ashamed to say I couldn't even endure its weakest strike. Couldn't endure even the weakest strike. Is that divine weapon really that powerful? The sect master only lightly activated the divine weapon, and I was sent flying outside and ended up like this. But just seeing a legendary divine weapon has already left me extremely excited. This time, the sect master will definitely defeat Black Lotus Daoist. Yu Yin lifted both hands excitedly. Senior brother, what does that divine weapon look like? I'm so curious. It looks extremely ordinary. Here, junior sister, go get some paper and brush, and I'll draw it for you. Just a few seconds later, Yunting had sketched the axe. Junior sister Yu Yin, this is that divine weapon. Holding the sheet of paper in both hands, Yu Yin studied the axe he had drawn, looking slightly surprised. This divine weapon. Seeing that, Yunting held the brush in his hand and asked blankly, What is it, junior sister? Senior brother, why do I feel like this divine weapon looks strangely familiar? It's normal for it to seem familiar. This kind of axe can be found anywhere, but perhaps that is exactly the point. True greatness hides in simplicity. The more heaven-defying an object is, the more ordinary it looks. No, senior brother, I feel like I've really seen it before. Haha, what are you thinking, junior sister? Our Mysticwood sect only has a semi-divine weapon. As for a true divine weapon, where would you even have a chance to see one? You must be mistaken. Hearing that, Yu Lian assumed she had probably been overthinking things. Yunting clenched his fists smugly. Junior sister, once Master finishes her duel, we'll take Senior Sister Mu to find Bai Yu and settle the score. Let's see who dares stand up for that brat Bai Yu this time. The scene shifted to 2 days later. Jiang Feng and Lu Yuan raised their hands excitedly. Sect Master, the mirage is about to solidify. Someone's footsteps strode forward, stamping heavily on the ground. Bai Yu walked forward with great momentum, smiling as he pointed ahead and said, Let's go. The scene shifted to a silent crowd of cultivators standing by the seashore, waves crashing endlessly. Get ready. The mirage is about to solidify. An opportunity this rare is hard to come by. I'll be the first to rush in. The mirage has always been mysterious, and no one knows what dangers are inside. But for the opportunities within, the risk is worth it. After all, even great emperors cannot enter this place. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out. Qingyun, come out here for this Taoist. Looking into the distance, a figure appeared in the sky, riding in atop a lotus flower. Is that Black Lotus Taoist? Black Lotus Taoist has been famous for a long time. I heard he came this time because of his appointed duel with Qingyun of the Mystic Wood sect. Black Lotus Taoist raised a hand and shouted loudly, "If you still won't show yourself, this Taoist will flatten your Mystic Wood sect." Immediately, Qingyun rose into the air with overwhelming presence. Big words. Her gaze turned sharp as she extended a hand and asked, "Do you even have that ability?" Black Lotus Taoist licked his lips greedily. "Qingyun, it's been 30 years since we last met. Not only has your beauty not faded, you've grown even more mature. Well, have you thought it through? Will you become this Taoist cultivation partner?" Qingyun turned slightly and raised her hand into a defensive stance. "Black Lotus, my answer is the same as it was 30 years ago. Keep dreaming." Hearing that, he flew into a rage and spat out. "Damn it, what gives you the right to say that? This Taoist has already reached the mortal transcendence realm. Are you not afraid of death?" Qingyun pushed her hand forward, releasing surging waves of aura. Who lives and who dies is still far from certain. Black Lotus shrugged off his fur cloak, stomped down, and charged in to attack. "Then this Taoist can only use force. When the time comes, I'll make you wish you were dead." The two of them struck with palm attacks at the same time, colliding and sending out violent green and golden shockwaves. Black Lotus looked full of confidence, while Qingyun gritted her teeth, seeming unable to endure much longer. The two attacks clashed fiercely. Down below, the onlookers watched the battle overhead and discussed it among themselves. Is this the combat power of top-tier experts? What a terrifying aura! Mu Ling and the disciples of the Mystic Wood sect kept cheering. "Sect Master will win. Heavens bless our sect master. Victory is hers." Yunting turned his face to the side and smirked. "Junior Sister Yulian, I already spoke with Senior Sister Mu about this. Senior Sister Mu is someone who protects her own. Once Sect Master wins, we'll go find Bai Yu and get revenge." With an angry expression, Yulian said, "We should teach him a lesson he'll never forget, so he knows which people he cannot afford to provoke." Up in the sky, the golden and purple attacks collided again, sending out thunderous shockwaves. Perhaps because her cultivation and stamina were weaker, Qingyun was blasted backward. Black Lotus grinned smugly. "I'm done playing with you." Qingyun panted heavily, almost out of strength. Black Lotus poured true qi into his palm, interwoven with crackling lightning. Clenching his fist and drawing it back, he shouted, "Take this." Seeing that, Qingyun's eyes widened in horror. And not good. The attack shot toward her like a violet tribulation of lightning, slamming directly into her body and leaving her utterly unable to resist. After taking that strike, Qingyun was thrown backward, crying out in agony. Black Lotus floated in the air, spread his arms, and burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Taoist Qingyun, your cultivation hasn't advanced in over 10 years, yet you still think you're worthy of fighting me? Surrender now. I'll grant you a quicker death." Her eyes fixed on him like bullets as she smiled faintly. "Black Lotus, don't celebrate too early." She raised a hand, releasing a surging stream of green spiritual energy, and continued. In the blink of an eye, the axe was firmly in Qingyun's hand. Gritting her teeth in fury, she said, "I'll take your dog life." The crowd below immediately began whispering in confusion. What the hell is Taoist Qingyun doing? Why did she take out an axe? That weapon has no spiritual fluctuations. What's she bringing it out for? Did she grab the wrong weapon? Black Lotus let out another mocking laugh. "Ha ha! Taoist Qingyun, I think you've gone stupid. You want to take this Taoist's life with that axe? Are you joking?" Qingyun gripped the axe as golden aura flooded around it. There's no point in more words. Without the slightest hesitation, she spun and swung the axe fiercely, shouting, "Take this!" Black Lotus dismissed it with the scorn of a dying man. "What kind of trick is that? Is that all? Are you playing with this Taoist?" The moment he finished speaking, his eyes bulged wide as though he had discovered something. A strike from the axe shot straight at him like a blade of sword chi, shocking him. As the attack's light closed in, Black Lotus panicked completely. Divine. Before he could finish speaking, the attack struck him at astonishing speed, leaving him no time to react. In just a few short seconds, Black Lotus's body disintegrated, leaving behind nothing but drifting ashes. After dealing with Black Lotus, Qingyan turned and looked down below, looking incomparably cool. Qingyan smiled and said, "It's over." The disciples below were utterly shocked. Could that aura just now really have been from a divine weapon? One strike turned Black Lotus into ashes. Terrifying. That axe is a supreme killing weapon. Mu Ling and two of the disciples cried out joyfully. The sect master won. Our mystic would sect won. Yu Yin looked up and wondered. An axe? It seems the White Jade sect once gave me one too. But then she shut her eyes and refused to believe it. What am I thinking? How could Baiyu possibly have a divine weapon? Baiyu folded his arms and gazed ahead. As expected, a divine weapon can only display its real power in the hands of a high-level cultivator. Suddenly, violent streams of white aura appeared in the air. A group of disciples immediately jumped up in excitement. The mirage has solidified. Hurry into the mirage. The moment to compete for opportunities has arrived. Mu Ling was just as delighted and full of anticipation. The mirage has opened. Disciples of the Mysticwood sect prepare to enter. Yunting spoke up from behind her. "Senior Sister Mu, I mentioned before that someone showed disrespect to our Mysticwood sect and injured me. Before entering the mirage, could we teach him a lesson first?" Mu Ling turned and asked, "Where is that person?" "Over there. I'll lead the way, Senior Sister." Baiyu's group stood quietly, watching as the other cultivators continuously leapt into the mirage. Baiyu smiled excitedly and said, "We should head in too." Just then, Yunting and Yu Yin came over and called out, "Senior Sister, he's right here." With one hand on his hip, Yunting pointed arrogantly. "It's him." Baiyu felt as though he had been struck by lightning. His eyes widened, and he froze for several seconds, completely unable to understand what was happening. Mu Ling gaped in shock. "Sect Master Bai." Yunting kept shouting, "Senior Sister, this man is unbelievably arrogant. He struck me right in the face. That's the same as showing no respect at all for our Mysticwood sect." Yu Yin smiled to herself and thought, "Baiyu, this disaster is of your own making. Now no one can save you." Yunting clenched his fists and barked, "Brat, prepare to die. My Senior Sister Mu Ling is here now." Baiyu closed his eyes and let out two mocking laughs. Then, with a cold and blazing gaze, he walked straight up to Yunting. "You're the one who told me to come over here." Mu Ling asked from behind. "You said Sect Master Bai was the one who hit you?" Yunting turned around indignantly and blurted out, "Senior Sister, does he deserve to call himself Sect Master in front of you? He's nothing but a tiny ant. He was the one who had someone beat me. If not for other people helping him, even 10 of him wouldn't be my match." Yu Yin quickly added, "Senior Sister Mu, Baiyu knew me before and had feelings for me. But now that he sees I am devoted to Senior Brother Yunting, he grew resentful. That's why he had someone attack Senior Brother Liang. This man truly can't tell good from bad. I regret ever knowing him." Yunting pointed at the ground and glared arrogantly. "And yet you still dare come over here. Kneel." The moment the word left his mouth, Baiyu's hand swung out and brushed across Yunting's face, sending him tumbling to the ground with a slap so hard that he was too stunned to resist. "W what?" He raised a hand, his face now covered in injuries, and snarled, "Baiyu, you've got guts. You dare make a move in front of Senior Sister Mu. I'll kill you." Immediately, Baiyu drove a fist straight into his face, smashing it inward like a dog's snout. After the punch, Yunting was sent flying backward, screaming miserably. Before he could hit the ground, Baiyu grabbed him by the collar, his eyes icy. "Didn't you tell me to come over?" Throwing him down, Baiyu lowered his stance and began slapping him across the face over and over. "Then I'll slap your mouth to pieces." Yu Yin could no longer hold back her anger and rushed forward to attack. "Baiyu, are you insane? At a time like this, you still don't know when to stop. How dare you secretly attack Senior Brother Liang? Stop right there." Suddenly, someone's palm shot out and struck one side of Yu Yin's face. After Mu Ling's palm strike, Yu Yin sprawled on the ground like a frog. Mu Ling maintained her posture and shot her a sidelong glance. Yu Yin lifted her head and sat up, sweating and clutching her face in utter confusion. She stood and asked, "Senior Sister Mu, why did you?" Mu Ling raised her hand again and slapped her hard across the face. "Shut your damn mouth." She stepped forward and said, "This is not a place for you to speak." Then her expression changed completely. Putting both hands together and bowing her head, she said, "Sect Master Bai, please forgive us. We let these two fools disturb you." Yu Yin stood there in stunned shock, completely unable to understand what was happening. She covered her face, her mouth hanging open in alarm. What? At this moment, even Liang Yunting, with his swollen and twisted face, was no less shocked. Bent over, he stared toward Mu Ling and Bai Yu. Am I crazy? Or has Senior Sister Qingyan gone crazy? Why is she being so polite to Bai Yu? Yu Yin cried out in disbelief. There has to be some mistake, Senior Sister Qingyan. Bai Yu is so ordinary. How could you? At that moment, Qingyun descended carrying the axe. She held the axe out in front of her and said, "Sect Master Bai, fortunately, I was able to borrow this divine weapon from you. That is why this battle was much easier than I expected." Hearing this, Yu Yin and Liang Yunting were struck by another wave of shock. What? His knees gave way, and he collapsed to the ground. Dejected and broken, he muttered, "The divine weapon was lent to the sect master by Bai Yu. This time we're really finished." Yu Yin spoke up. "How can that be? The axe Bai Yu gave me a few days ago was actually a divine weapon, and I didn't even want it. I threw it on the ground." Holding the axe with both hands, Qingyun presented it back to Bai Yu, returning the divine weapon to Sect Master Bai. From now on, the Mysticwood sect will honor Sect Master Bai as a venerable. Bai Yu scratched his head in surprise, awkwardly not knowing what to say. Behind him, Lu Yuan and Jiang Feng were in tears like waterfalls. Venerable, this is an address of the highest respect. It seems the Mysticwood sect already regards Sect Master as someone of supreme status. So many great powers have gathered by chance. Following Sect Master Bai was the best decision of my life. Bai Yu reached out, took the axe, smiled, and said, "Taoist Qingyun is too polite." After that, he turned with his two disciples and walked away without saying more. "We should enter the mirage." Seeing Bai Yu approach, Yu Yin spoke regretfully. "Bai Yu, that axe, that divine weapon. But to Bai Yu, a broken mirror could never be made whole again." He passed by her coldly and without mercy. She dropped to her knees in a daze, like a soulless shell. Filled with grief and disbelief, she murmured, "How did this happen? What am I supposed to do?" Qingyun and Mu Ling stood there silently, watching Bai Yu's group walk into the mirage. Suddenly, Qingyun widened her eyes, as though she had realized something, and blurted out, "That's not right." Mu Ling looked confused. "Master, what is it?" Bai Yu and his two disciples walked to the bank of the rushing river. Qingyun turned and asked in puzzlement, "Why is Venerable Bai also going into the mirage? What does he intend to do?" Mu Ling immediately replied, "I'm not sure. Perhaps the Venerable wants to observe the mirage from up close." But when they looked again, Bai Yu and his two disciples had already vanished, leaving behind only 3 streaks of spiritual energy. Mu Ling was startled. "What? They already went in?" "Master, isn't the mirage supposed to be accessible only to those of the King Marquis realm? How could the Venerable enter? Could it be that his cultivation hasn't yet reached the King Marquis realm?" "Don't talk nonsense. How could he not have reached the King Marquis realm? That's impossible." Which means that in this mirage, even the laws of heaven and earth of the divine domain cannot restrict the Venerable. The mirage is a place he can enter and leave at will. We were already far beneath Venerable Bai before. No wonder the Venerable would not think highly of us master and disciple. As she spoke, Qingyun turned to look at Mu Ling. "Mu Ling, from now on, it would be enough if you could serve as a maid attending the Venerable. Don't think of anything else. Though we are cultivators, we still cannot escape being mortal women. We cannot enter the Venerable's eyes." Hearing this, Mu Ling lowered her face, her eyes full of disappointment. "So that's how it is?" Then she looked toward Liang Yunting and Yu Yin. "You two, when I return, I will deal with you." Watching Mu Ling's departing back, Yu Yin cried and pleaded, "Senior Sister Mu Ling, I was wrong. Please give me one more chance." Mu Ling's cold voice came back from afar. "Get lost. You think you're worthy of calling me Senior Sister? Fool! You actually dared to say you regretted knowing Venerable Bai Yu? And yet you never realized that the greatest fortune of your life was knowing the Venerable. Too bad. You already missed it. And so Mu Ling left, while Yu Lian remained there, listless and despairing. Liang Yunting changed his tone and began cursing. Stupid Yu Lian, are you blind? By you of the White Jade Sect, is that incredible? And instead of clinging to him, you provoked him. He gave you a divine weapon, and you didn't even want it. I don't even know how to scold you anymore. Tears streaming down her face, she turned to him meekly. Senior brother Liang, I really didn't know. Don't call me senior brother anymore. He clutched his face in fear. Why is my fate so miserable? Of all people, I had to know someone as blind as you. This time I've been dragged down by you. I don't even know if I can still remain in the Mysticwood sect. Yu Lian looked up anxiously. Then what about me? Grinding his teeth, he pointed at her angrily. You? There's no way you can stay anymore. You were the main culprit in this matter. I'm afraid you may even be thrown into prison. What? It wasn't easy for me to enter the Mysticwood sect. It wasn't easy for me to step onto the path of cultivation. It can't end like this. Liang Yunting left in a fury. I'm entering the Mirage. I can't miss this opportunity. Once I come back out, I'll go plead for punishment. Suddenly her hand shot out and tightly grabbed his clothing, refusing to let go. Sniffling, she clung to him. Senior brother, take me in with you. He turned back with an annoyed frown. You still want to follow me? Haven't you harmed me enough already? With that, he ruthlessly flung Yu Lian's hand away. Get lost. Don't ever say you know me again. Yu Lian wrapped her arms around herself and cried in grievance. Why? Why did it turn out like this? Why have I fallen to such a dead end? If I'm expelled from the Mysticwood sect, if I'm imprisoned, then my whole life is ruined. What meaning would there be in living anymore? The scene shifted. Someone appeared from nowhere and landed on the ground, spiritual energy swirling around him. The old man stared ahead and muttered. As expected, the Sacred Heaven sect is utterly unreliable. It's been this long, and they still haven't captured by Tang Xue for me. I can't wait any longer. I can only act personally. He looked toward the tree-like houses perched atop chunks of earth floating in the sky. So, this is the Mirage? A pity. I've already surpassed the King Marquis realm and cannot enter. And the Sacred Heaven sect would never permit disciples of my chaotic age evil sect to appear here. I missed a great opportunity. According to the clues, Bai Tang Xue was taken in by the White Jade sect. The people of the White Jade sect have all gone into the Mirage, so why don't I see anyone? As he walked, Yu Lian, sitting ahead, caught his attention. There's someone over there. I'll go ask. He walked over and asked, What's your name? At this moment, Yu Lian was absent-minded and soul-lost, not caring about what was being said around her. The old man stepped in front of Yu Lian, evil energy emanating from his body, his eyes cold and sharp as he said, I have something to ask you. Yu Lian merely turned her head to glance at him, not bothering to reply. She kept muttering under her breath. What should I do? Is there even anywhere left for me to belong? Seeing that she paid him no attention, he raised a hand and formed a stream of purple energy that dragged Yu Lian toward him. He seized Yu Lian by the throat and lifted her into the air. I'm asking you a question. Didn't you hear me? Answer honestly, or I'll kill you. But to his surprise, his threat had no effect. Yu Lian said, Go ahead and kill me. She smiled, her eyes glistening. My life has no meaning anyway. Hearing this, the old man was slightly surprised. You're not afraid of death. He then hurled her hard onto the ground. You've made me lose interest. Kneeling on the ground, Yu Lian stammered, It's all because of Bai Yu that I ended up like this. As she spoke, a smile appeared on her face, but her eyes turned cold. I curse your White Jade sect to be wiped out. Hearing this, the old man was startled. White Jade sect? You know the White Jade sect? He immediately crouched in front of Yu Lian and said, Tell me everything in detail. I'll give you a chance for revenge. The scene shifted. A while later, the old man stroked his chin and spoke. So that's how it is. It seems Bai Tang Xue entered the Mirage as well. Yu Lian sat cross-legged, frowning unhappily. Didn't you say you'd give me a chance for revenge? The old man let out a sinister laugh and asked, Do you know who I am? How would I know? Even my grandfather wouldn't know. The old man smiled and introduced himself. I am the sect master of the chaotic age evil sect. Hearing this, Yu Lian was so frightened that she could not speak. She hurriedly jumped back several meters. What? An evil sect? Now I'm giving you a chance to join the chaotic age evil sect. I will strengthen your power. You will enter the Mirage in my place, capture Bai Tang Xue, and at the same time destroy that Bai Yu if you can. Hearing this, she hesitated a little, unsure whether she should join or not. The old man curled his lips and continued. What is it? You're not afraid of death, but you're afraid of joining the chaotic age evil sect. Her gaze became sharp as a bullet as she stared ahead, then answered, I'm not afraid. I'm like a stray dog with no home now. It's all because of that Bai Yu. She clenched her fist and raised it, her face full of hatred and resolve. I agreed to join the chaotic age evil sect. The old man raised his palm and praised her. Very good. Yu Yin froze, as if suddenly sensing something. The old man began transmitting streams of aura like sparks of fire, lifting Yu Yin upward. Now I shall impart the evil sect's cultivation art to you. With aura surging from his hand, he laughed loudly, so that your strength and realm will rise. Red markings surfaced on Yu Yin's face as she screamed in pain, feeling the cultivation art being poured into her body. In only a few short seconds, she spread her legs, raised both hands, unleashed her power, and let out a loud cry. After finishing the transmission, the old man said, "A good seed for cultivating evil arts." Pointing ahead with a wicked smile, he reminded her, "Go. Remember well, from this moment onward, you are a disciple of the chaotic age evil sect." Her eyes had turned sunken and ghastly, her face savage like a demon beast, as she answered, "Yes." No sooner had she spoken than she stamped her foot and shot straight into the mirage. The old sect master watched her go and thought it was time to return. I must not let the sacred heaven sect discover that I ever came here. With that, he cast a spell and vanished, leaving behind only streaks of golden energy. The scene shifted to the mirage beneath the sunlight. Tightly packed buildings and white clouds drifted all around. Bai Yu and his two disciples had already arrived and were smiling in delight. This place is indeed extraordinary. The spiritual energy here is 10 times richer than outside, and the pavilions and towers are filled with immortal aura, just like the immortal realm of legend. Li Tu added, "The mirage is said to be the true dwelling place of immortals." But later, a great upheaval occurred. The immortals all vanished, and the mirage became an empty city. Suddenly, Bai Tongxue walked straight forward and said coldly, "I won't be going with you anymore. I want to act alone." As soon as he heard that, Bai Yu immediately objected. "No, it's far too dangerous for a child like you to go alone." However, Bai Tongxue did not care in the slightest and quickly sped away. "I can protect myself. I'm leaving." As she moved, she thought to herself with confidence, "I, this empress, am peerlessly graceful. Staying with you would only slow down my chances of obtaining lucky encounters." Seeing how stubborn she was, Bai Yu could only think helplessly, "This child is good in every way except that she never listens. Bai Tongxue has gone. How am I supposed to explain this to my wife?" Li Tu, standing beside him, could not help comforting him. "Master, Junior's sister is amazing. Just let her go." A large pleasure boat was slowly moving toward the mirage. The vessel was both enormous and incredibly sturdy. The subordinates on board reported, "Holy Sun, we've arrived at the mirage." The Holy Sun said with complete confidence, "After entering, you all know what to do." Immediately, the subordinates shouted loudly, "Everyone, shout the slogan of our sacred heaven sect." And so all along the way, their voices carried far and wide. When the sacred heaven sect sets out, nothing is left behind. Wherever the Holy Sun goes, even immortals and gods must give way. The Holy Sun was extremely satisfied with their performance and said, "Very good. Once we enter the mirage this time, every opportunity will belong to me. All of it will belong to the sacred heaven sect." Lu Xiong declared boldly, "The Holy Sun is boundlessly blessed, with heavenly fortune beyond measure. This time you will surely return victorious and seize the supreme opportunity." The Holy Sun seemed very pleased by these words and could not help but praise Lu Xiong. "Of all people, I like hearing you speak the most. You are a talent." Hearing that, Lu Xiong grinned happily. The scene shifted to Bai Yu and Li Tu quietly walking atop a courtyard rooftop. Bai Yu cast a glance around and said, "That enormous floating island above can truly hover in the air. That's rather miraculous." Li Tu began recounting. "The last time the mirage appeared was 100 years ago. At that time, it appeared in the demonic heaven domain, one of the current 9 great sacred lands. Many from the demon race entered, but most died inside. Those who came back out also kept absolutely silent about the situation within the mirage, so very little information spread. However, it is said that after one member of the demon race came out, he wore a terrified expression. The only words he uttered before dying were, 'Do not approach the Void Island.' Folding his arms, and stroking his chin. Bai Yu thought that while the mirage might contain opportunities, whether they were blessings or disasters remained unknown. Suddenly, something caught the attention of both master and disciple, making them turn their eyes toward it. Seeing a crowd of young cultivators gathered in commotion, Bai Yu asked, "What are those people doing?" Two people were trying with all their strength to force open a gate. "Everyone, work together and open this place." Still no good. If this door is this hard to open, then there must be some amazing treasure inside. Whoever has a way to break through this place will get first pick of the treasure inside. A young man in golden armor raised his hand and said, "That's right. Is there anyone who can open this place?" "I, Chang Yushan, guarantee that person first choice of the treasure inside." At once, Li Tu immediately stepped forward to help. He volunteered and went up front. "Let me do it." Li Tu slowly walked forward step by step, raised his hand, and prepared to cast a technique. There is a wondrous formation on this gate. It cannot be opened by brute force. Then he suddenly shouted, "Swift as the law commands." From his fingertips, a stream of green true chi shot forward. For wisps of white smoke rose from the gate. Then, as the door cracked open, someone cried out, "It really opened." All eyes filled with admiration turned toward Li Tu, but he only wore an expression that said this was utterly simple. Yushan stepped up to speak with him. "May I ask how this brother should be addressed?" Li Tu of the White Jade Sect. As soon as he finished speaking, several voices started discussing it. "So, he's a disciple of the White Jade Sect. I heard recently that the White Jade Sect unified Sea Origin City. I wonder if that's true or false." Li Tu is this young and already a formation expert. It seems the White Jade Sect does have some strength. Yushan raised a hand, smiling warmly with half-lidded eyes. As promised earlier, Brother Li may be the first to choose from among the treasures. At that very moment, a proud-looking young man arrived with 2 followers. Seeing him, the gathered youths were startled. It's Shen Rulong of the Shun family. The Shun family are powerful cultivators of the sacred heaven domain. Shen Rulong is an extremely overbearing person. If he's come here, it definitely isn't good news. Rulong merely waved his fan forward and spoke with a contemptuous gaze. "Why should he get to choose first?" "I do not agree." Yushan raised his hand and said, "Everyone already agreed to this. Without Li Tu, we would not have been able to open this door." Rulong curled his lips in a smile. "That's what you decided. When did I ever say so?" With that, he strode forward while his 2 followers behind him kept shoving people aside. "Move aside, everyone. The young master is going first." A moment later, Yushan stood in front of the young man in purple and said, "Young Master Shun, by acting like this, you're disregarding the codes of the Jianghu." Pointing at him, he frowned in anger. "I, Chang Yushan, am the first to object." Voices of protest kept rising. "That's right. If you honor the world, you need honor and trust. Even if the Shun family is powerful, you can't bully others through status." The eyes of the young man, surnamed Shen, narrowed in fury. In the next instant, he lunged forward, unleashed his power, and threw a storm-like punch straight into Yushan's abdomen as he said, "You talk too much." Just like that, Yushan was blasted over 10 meters away by the purple shockwave, crying out in alarm. Maintaining his pose, he declared, "With strength like yours, Chang Yushan, you still dare lecture me? You really don't know your place. Believe it or not, I can kill you right now." As he spoke, he spread both hands. The entire cultivation world is now entering an age of chaos, and you still want to talk to me about honor? Then he cast a sideways glance at Yushan's disciples. "A bunch of stupid, naive fools. Let's see who still dares make a sound." Though indignant and unwilling, Yushan's disciples could only stand there in silence. Then Yushan, from behind the blonde-haired youth, finally spoke. "Brother Li Tu, we are incompetent. I'm afraid you've been wronged." But Li Tu only knitted his brows, his sense of righteousness unwavering. "This has nothing to do with you." Standing in front of him and blocking Shen Rulong's path, he continued, "If he wants to go in first, then he'll have to get past me." Li Tu's eyes grew even sharper. However, Shen Rulong remained oblivious, merely wrinkling his face, letting out a cold snort, and directly swinging his hand to attack Li Tuesday. "You overestimate yourself." At that moment, he seemed to realize something. This was bad. A streak of golden light, carrying terrifying power, flashed past Chang Yushan. Li Tu knelt on the ground and guessed. Could he be? After thinking for a moment, he frowned and continued. "The enfeoffment realm?" Over here, Shun Rulong gripped his fan tightly and sneered. A mere mortal transcendence realm, Ant dares make a move against someone in the enfeefment realm? Are you tired of living? He stepped forward and, without turning back, arrogantly displayed his authority before the fellow disciples watching the scene. Trash who can't even hold your heads high, like we can are worthy of lecturing me. Shun Rulong turned around and laughed coldly. Let me tell you this. I, Shun Rulong, have the biggest fist here, so my words are the truth. Ever since I was young, I have always been the first at everything. Who dares fight me for it? Suddenly, someone threatened him out of nowhere. Are you also going to be the first one to die? Those words made him glare in fury, his face turning pale as he shouted, "Bastard, who dares speak to this young master like that?" Bayu slowly stepped forward and pressed him, talking like this. Aren't you afraid of disgracing your Shin family? He relaxed his brows, his face darkening. If I had a son like you, I'd have smashed you into a wall long ago. With just a few sentences, Bayu had already angered Shun Rulong so badly that he was practically smoking with rage, grinding his teeth. Then several Shun family disciples suddenly chimed in. Isn't this Bayu, the sect master of the White Jade sect? It's him. I can't believe he dares be so tough with Shun Rulong. Naturally, Shun Rulong was filled with hatred and showed not the slightest respect or restraint. A tiny White Jade sect is less than a fart in my eyes, and you think you're worthy of standing out for them? Before he could finish speaking, Bayu slapped Shun Rulong across the face. After that, he could not hold back his curses. Damn it, you dare lay a hand on me? I'll kill. Suddenly, fresh blood sprayed out. A sharp blade glinted in the air, still stained with blood. Sweat poured down Shun Rulong's face. Clutching his injured hand, he stared at the sword in Bayu's hand and knelt on the ground in despair. My hand is ruined. Bayu, meanwhile, remained perfectly calm. Lowering his gaze, he demanded, admit your fault, or I'll cut you down. But inwardly he was marveling a divine weapon. Even if it can't unleash all of its power, it's still incredibly useful. At that moment, Shun Rulong opened his mouth wide and stubbornly argued, if you've got the guts, then kill me. I, Shun Rulong, am this proud. How could I ever admit fault to you? Dream on. As soon as he finished speaking, Bayu swung his sword and agreed, fine. That action frightened Shun Rulong so badly that he let out a scream. When the sword reached his neck, he hurriedly admitted fault. I was wrong. Hearing that, Bayu frowned slightly and cursed, trash. If you had really died like that, I might have respected you a little more. As for Shun Rulong, he quickly shut his eyes tight and answered, I was wrong. He kept kowtowing to Bayu. I apologize to the White Jade sect. I apologize to everyone. Please give me a chance to start over and become a good cultivator who speaks reason, follows righteousness, and upholds lasting order in the cultivation world. The young people outside immediately raised their hands and cheered. Sect Master Bai is mighty. That's how this kind of person should be dealt with. While they were still excited and celebrating, Bayu turned around with a serious expression and said, let's go. Soon after, everyone had left, leaving Shun Rulong alone, still kneeling there and kowtowing without moving. His underlings hurried over to help him up. Young master, everyone's gone. Please get up. His expression instantly changed, and he curled his lips into a sinister grin. So, how was my performance just now? The fat man beside him gave a thumbs up and praised him. Young master's lines were excellent, as expected of someone who studied in a private academy. That was all my acting. Who would have thought he would actually dare slash me? If I hadn't been quick-witted, my head would have been separated from my body by now. The subordinate behind him asked seriously, Young master, what do we do now? He fell silent and strode forward. His face was gloomy as he gritted his teeth in hatred. Call my father here. I want everyone in the White Jade sect dead. The scene shifted to outside the Mirage, where a formation inscribed with ancient golden-red characters appeared. From within the formation, a group of people emerged, dressed like fiends and standing sternly. Someone beside them spoke up. Demon Air, we made it in time. If we'd been any later, the Mirage would have closed. 100 years ago, this Mirage appeared in the Demon Heaven domain. My father once entered it and saw 3 sets of supreme demonic armor inside. Unfortunately, he couldn't bring them out, so he's never forgotten them. This time, when we enter, our first task is to bring those 3 sets of armor out. Rest assured, Demon Air, we've made full preparations this time. Once we're inside, the cultivators of the Sacred Heaven domain will all be nothing but weaklings. The scene shifted back inside the Mirage. Bai Yu and his disciple, together with Chang Yushan's group, were moving forward. Chang Yushan glanced around and said, "Sect Master Bai." This time, quite a few members of the Shun family entered as well. "Be careful later in case they come for revenge." Bai Yu replied, "It's fine. If they're not afraid of dying, then let them come. You truly make this sect master admire you." Now that we've entered the chaotic age, there aren't many cultivators left who still insist on holding to a moral bottom line like you do, Sect Master Bai. To be honest, we're all rogue cultivators from J-Peak Mountain. In order to survive, we formed a group. You know as well as I do that rogue cultivators are the most looked down upon existence in the cultivation world. As he spoke, he raised his fist. If we couldn't keep holding to that final bit of righteousness, we'd have been bullied to death long ago. It's precisely because every one of us has a bottom line, because we share the same perseverance and ideals, that we've been able to stay united and close for so many years. Someone in the back suddenly widened his eyes, as if he had noticed something. "Look, what is that?" Ahead of them, in the middle of a central circle, stood a row of armored soldiers lined up neatly, leaving everyone bewildered. There's clearly no one inside the armor, so how can it be standing there? Everyone be careful. This is too strange. Chang Yushan spoke up and offered, "Let me go test them out." He brandished his blade and strode toward the armored soldiers with imposing momentum. "Playing tricks, are you?" Then he stamped his foot and charged. "I'll cut you down." A powerful stream of blade energy shot rapidly toward one of the armored soldiers. But to his shock, his blade shattered and split in two, leaving him dumbfounded. What? My blade is a true-grade mystic weapon. How could it crack like this? One of the young men with him stared in amazement. This armor is no ordinary thing. It's at least a Saint-tier treasure. There are so many of them, enough for each of us to have one. If we could get just one set, our combat strength would more than double. At once, they all raised their weapons and coordinated with each other. "Everyone be careful. Prepare for battle." The armored soldiers holding swords stood there silently, motionless. Those young men rushed over, each taking on one armored soldier. But immediately their swords broke and they themselves were blasted away, completely unable to resist. What kind of armor is this? We can't damage it at all. How are we supposed to fight this? Retreat quickly. Bai Yu looked at the armored soldier walking toward him, baffled about what exactly this armor was. His expression turned serious as he stared straight ahead, stunned into silence. Suddenly, instead of attacking, the armored soldier simply swept past him as though nothing had happened, leaving him confused and bewildered. Bai Yu glanced back and muttered, "What's going on? Why isn't the armor attacking me?" Thinking this was easy, he immediately swung his fist and launched a sneak attack from behind. "Then don't blame me for being rude." Sensing danger, the armored soldier instantly turned around. Seeing the sword energy right in front of him, Bai Yu froze speechless and did not dare utter a word. In the next instant, he was struck flat onto his back by the armor before he could react. Bai Yu dropped to one knee and skidded across the ground, coughing so hard it felt like his lungs would burst, yet he still could not stop. After a while, he frowned with an odd expression. Something's not right. This armor's defensive power and offensive power are both incredibly strong. If it wanted to kill us, none of us would have lasted until now. His eyes grew thoughtful as he analyzed it to himself. The only explanation is that this armor won't attack others on its own. Only when someone attacks, first will it retaliate. After reaching that conclusion, Bai Yu cautiously crept toward the armor. He raised his hand and flashed a bright smile like a blooming flower, greeting it with a friendly hello. Just as he expected, the armor did not react at all. Bai Yu stroked his chin and said, "So it really is like that. It looks more like a training ground here. These armors are all for sparring practice." "Excellent. Even the daily training armor here is this formidable." The scene shifted to outside the Mirage. An old man, standing before Shun Rulong, looked shocked. How could this happen? He clenched his fist in fury. "Shun Rulong, you are the only son of my Shun family, and yet he dared cripple your hand." Shun Rulong raised his hand, tears shimmering in his eyes, and cried loudly, "Father, if I hadn't been clever, I'm afraid you would never have seen me again." The old man lifted his foot and said, "Lead the way. Only cultivators below the Marquis realm can enter the Mirage. Right now, my Shun family has 4 peak and Fiefment realm experts. We're only one step away from entering the ranks of Marquis realm masters. Inside the Mirage, we may not be the absolute strongest, but we're still an extremely terrifying force. The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Since he dared provoke the Shun family, we'll go flatten them right now. Back inside the Mirage, after fighting the armored soldiers for a while, the young men panicked. Hurry, we're about to be surrounded. If we don't retreat now, it'll be too late. In contrast to them, Bayu had already discovered the secret of the armors, so he simply stood there with his arms folded in complete ease. Li Tu also seemed to gradually figure it out and said to him, Master, the more I look at this place, the more it feels like a training field, and these armors are specifically used for daily training. Bayu immediately nodded in agreement. Exactly what your master was thinking. He calculated inwardly, the armor here is good stuff. Its defense is so strong. No matter what, I have to figure out a way to get a set. Then Bayu said, Li Tu, since we're already here, do a little training. Hearing that, Li Tu immediately obeyed and charged forward. I was thinking the same thing. After setting his belongings aside, Bayu called out to the people below who were fighting frantically, everyone, don't panic. If you can't fight back, then just lie down. As long as you don't resist, the armor won't hurt you. But after hearing that, those people did not believe him in the slightest. Someone who didn't trust him immediately questioned him. Sec Master Bai, are you joking? If we lie down, the armor will chop us to pieces. Then the man in blue was attacked by an armored soldier too, but luckily he dodged in time. The armor followed up with another sword strike. This time, the man in blue was unlucky and could no longer dodge, so he shouted in panic, I'm done for, I can't dodge it. Fortunately, Li Tu flew in from nowhere and blocked the armor's strike, saving his life. As for Bayu, he stood there with his hands on his hips, sulking because no one trusted him. Why won't anyone ever listen to me? The man in blue, having just been saved by Li Tu, was deeply grateful. Brother Li Tu, thank you very much. Li Tu acted as if he hadn't heard and rushed right back to training with the armor. Fight! The others standing outside watched Li Tu enthusiastically exchanging moves with the armor and could not stop praising him. Li Tu can actually fight the armor so skillfully. His cultivation isn't even that high, just the transcendent realm. They stood there talking without the slightest restraint, completely ignoring the person involved, who was standing right behind them. Who exactly is Sect Master Bai to be able to take in such a talented disciple? A young Heaven's Pride like this should have entered the Sacred Heaven sect, yet he's actually a disciple of the White Jade sect. Over here, the battle was still going on, producing a chaotic racket. Bayu folded his arms and asked the still fired up Li Tu, well? Li Tu replied eagerly, my progress is astonishing. These armors really are perfect training partners. He looked at the armored figures and continued his assessment. As long as I don't try to kill them, they won't truly injure me. Then he took his stance again, preparing for the next round of attacks, and did not forget to inform his master. My cultivation is about to break through to the enfeefment realm. After that, he charged back in, his face full of competitive spirit. Hearing his disciple say that, Bayu was so helpless he almost wanted to curse. About to break through to the enfeefment realm? How long has it even been? That's even faster than me, sitting on the Myriad Origins pill seat. Meanwhile, Li Tu continued tirelessly crossing swords with the armor, fighting while sensing the changes in his body. Almost there. Then suddenly, Li Tu's eyes widened. A huge surge of spiritual power erupted from his body. His magic power poured outward with crushing force as he rushed straight at the armor and shouted, break for me. The armor was shaken by his battle power, and its helmet was nearly knocked out of place. After advancing, Li Tu became powerful enough to blast the armor several zhang away. He cried out proudly, I've broken through to the enfeefment realm. The armor crashed to the ground with a small explosion. Now Li Tu's body was surrounded by an extremely dense, immortal aura, and he looked overjoyed as he felt it for himself. The enfeefment realm. My strength has increased by at least tenfold. Bayu was even more shocked at the sight and began doubting life itself, increasingly feeling that his two disciples were far from simple. Unless the system had some deeper intention in making me take them as disciples. Just as everyone was rejoicing, a voice came from behind them. Found you. Li Tu turned around in surprise. It turned out the Shun family had caught up. Shen Rulong pointed at Bayu's group and said, they're over here. Seeing this, Chang Yushan immediately spoke in alarm. It's the Shun family. They got here fast. The others were no less shocked. A masked man identified the newcomers. That's the head of the Shun family and several Shun family elders. Their cultivation is all at the peak of the enfeefment realm. Another cultivator continued grimly, we're done for this time. The Shun family's strongest fighting force has all arrived. Shen Rulong, meanwhile, took the chance to swagger under his father's protection. Father, don't spare a single one of them, especially that by you. I want to kill him with my own hands. The Shen family head, hearing his son's complaint, naturally joined in the scolding. Are you blind or stupid? He glared and demanded, how dare you provoke the Shun family? Hearing that, Chang Yushan was startled, while Bai Yu had remained indifferent the whole time, as if he could not care less. Chang Yushan angrily spoke up. Head of the Shun family, your young master was the one in the wrong first. The Shun family is a renowned and prestigious clan. I hope you investigate the truth, uphold justice, and distinguish right from wrong. Shen Rulong furiously roared, damn it, Chang Yushan. Even now, you're still spouting that useless garbage. You rogue cultivators deserve to be looked down on, cursed at, and bullied by others. The old family head spoke with both hands behind his back. This family head doesn't care about right or wrong. Whatever my son does is right. You dared bully my son, so today you will all die. Damn it, Shun family, are you really going to cover the sky with one hand? Does this world no longer have justice? Before he even finished speaking, Chang Yushan was struck by an attack and sent flying backward before he could react. The old family head maintained the posture of his spiraling palm strike and frowned coldly. My son already said it. You talk too much. A young man hurried over to support Chang Yushan and asked anxiously, Old Tang, is there still any chance? There's no chance left at all. If the Shun families and Fiefment realm experts all attack together, we won't last even half an incense stick. The young man turned back, his face tinged with sorrow. If that's the case, then whoever can survive, survives. Chang Yushan's eyes widened in shock. Old Yi, have you thought this through? The man surnamed Yi strode forward heroically and said, I have. He stood before Chang Yushan alongside the other young men and continued, this is everyone's decision too. Those young men all spoke with resolute expressions. Old Tang, our blades haven't tasted blood in a long time. We've lived enough. Charging together is the right choice. At the very least, we have our companions. Our lives are cheap, so let those with precious lives go first. Chang Yushan turned to look at his brothers behind him, somewhat dazed. Then, with a gratified expression, he said, all of you are good brothers. Blades were immediately drawn. Chang Yushan gripped his saber tightly and stepped forward. Sec Master Bai will hold off the Shin family. You take Brotherly 2 and leave first. Hearing this, Bai Yu could not help but hesitate in surprise. Bai Yu was astonished by their chivalrous spirit and inwardly admired them. At a moment of life and death, these people were actually letting us go first. Even Li Tu felt the same and said to him, Master, though these people are rogue cultivators, they're quite good people, countless times better than those Shun family bastards. Old Yi strode forward with imposing momentum, preparing for a desperate battle. Yet he still did not forget to thank the one who had saved him. Brotherly 2, thank you for saving my life just now. He turned to Li Tu and said, Today I, Old Yi, will repay you with my life. Count me in too. Brotherly 2's life is worth something. His future is bright. Our rotten lives are worth dying here. Bai Yu spoke up, wanting to stop them. Old Tang, you don't need to do this. It hasn't come to that yet. Chang Yushan rejected his suggestion. Still firm in his original decision, he said, Sec Master Bai, we know you're powerful, but the Shun family is too strong right now. Please don't refuse. Leave quickly. We'll hold them off here. Seeing this, Shun Rulong sneered. Chang Yushan, you people really are a bunch of stupid, naive fools. He seized the chance to mock him again. What era is this? And you're still playing the gratitude and repayment game? You're killing me here. Knowing he had no way out, Chang Yushan no longer held back like before and shot back bluntly. Shen Rulong, laugh at your own damn self. You call me stupid, but in my eyes, you're nothing but a beast. Cursed out like that, Shen Rulong grew even more furious, but all he could spit out were the same old lines. You lowly bastard, how dare you say that to me? Before he could finish, the old man became even more fearless and continued mocking him. I'm already about to die, so why wouldn't I dare curse you? Just like Sec Master Bai said, if you were my son, I'd rather have smashed you against a wall from the start. Hearing someone curse his son, the Shun family head could no longer endure it and roared, impudent. He immediately gave the order, men, kill every last one of them. Chang Yushan's group was no less fired up. He shouted heroically, brothers, prepare to die. 18 years from now, we'll be heroes again. But before either side could act, Bai Yu suddenly shouted to stop them. Wait, Chan Yushan's group turned around in surprise. The Shin family's people also turned to look, and when they turned, they saw Bai Yu standing in the middle of the battle armor that had just beaten them senseless. Standing amid the armored soldiers, he called out, "Old Tang, all of you, come over here." Seeing this, Chang Yushan's group began discussing in confusion. Why is Sect Master Bai standing in the middle of the armor? Why isn't it attacking him? Even Li Tu shouted, "Quick, put away your weapons and come over to us. Trust my master." Chang Yushan immediately urged his brothers, "Go, let's head to Sect Master Bai." At once, everyone put away their weapons and rushed toward Bai Yu, not forgetting to glance back warily. Once they entered the middle of the armor, they were shocked. Damn, the armor really isn't attacking us. It's not moving at all. It doesn't dare make a move. Sect Master Bai is incredible. Can he control this armor? Chang Yushan looked at Bai Yu and asked, "Sect Master Bai, what should we do next?" With crafty calculation shining in his eyes, Bai Yu curled his lips into a grin. "Next, obviously we kill them." He spread his legs and slid across the ground, leaving behind a streak of light. Then he stood before the Shin family and provoked them. "Listen up, you old beasts and little beasts of the Shun family." Father and son of the Shun family both froze, clueless about what he was planning. With an expression full of taunting contempt, Bai Yu crooked his finger and said, "Come over here." Shin Rulong gritted his teeth in fury and shouted, "Look at that! He still dares to provoke us!" A hot-blooded old man stomped his foot and charged forward, shouting, "Trash like you? I alone am enough." Before he could finish, an armored infantryman swung its arm straight at him. As a result, the old man was sent flying into the air, blood spraying everywhere. Seeing this, Shin Rulong was horrified. These ordinary-looking suits of armor are actually this strong. Watching the old man skid all the way back to the family head's feet, his subordinates cried out in alarm. "Third Elder, are you all right?" The third elder had been knocked down in a single blow. With his face twisted out of shape, he tilted his head to one side and lay still. Cold sweat broke out on Shan Rulong's brow as he asked nervously, "Family head, what do we do? Do we still attack?" Bai Yu spread his arms and arched his back, continuing to provoke them. "We found this armor first. It all belongs to us. Don't even think about stealing these treasures from us, Shun family." Inside, he thought that he had to provoke them even more. Shin Rulong ground his teeth angrily. "Yours? Dream on. If the Shun family has seen these treasures, then they belong to the Shun family." The third elder stood up, bruised and battered, and said, "Family head, those treasures." As he spoke, he pointed. "These suits of armor are treasures. We must obtain them. If our Shun family gets them, we'll soar to the heavens in a single step." Hearing that, the family head's greed was stirred, and he ordered everyone to charge up and seize the armor. Watching everyone rush forward, he said smugly, "Who would have thought that just after entering the Mirage, my Shin family would encounter such a great opportunity?" But the moment they charged up, before they could even do anything, 3 armored infantrymen swung swords and kicked them around until they couldn't resist at all. Covered in blood, the family head still charged forward, shouting, "Keep going. This time, all of my Shun family's experts are here. I refuse to believe we can't seize this armor." A while later, a steaming teapot was boiled and poured slowly into a cup, fragrant steam rising into the air. Bai Yu sat cross-legged, calm, and composed, sipping tea. Beside him, Chang Yushan smiled attentively as he kept refilling the tea. The 2 young men sat there watching the battle between the armor and the Shun family. "This is so boring. The Shun family still isn't done yet." Everyone from the Shun family had swollen faces from the beating, yet it still hadn't stopped. They were all nearly exhausted to death. One armored soldier swung its sword and struck an old man in the stomach, sending him flying into the air. Seeing that everyone was panting, completely drained, one old man said anxiously, "This is bad." The third elder is down again. He turned and advised, "Family head, this can't continue. These suits of armor are impervious to blades and spears, and they're extremely strong. Many of our people are seriously injured, especially the third elder. He may already be beyond saving. Let's withdraw for now." The family head clenched his teeth, furious and hesitant, unsure what to do. Just as their side was preparing to retreat, Bai Yu called out to him. Still wearing a confident smile, Bai kept fanning the flames. If the Shin family head is a coward, then these treasures are all mine. Though his face was covered in blood, the third elder still lifted his head and shouted, "Family head, we cannot give up the treasures. We must get those suits of armor. They are the foundation for the rise of our Shun family." The family head turned and gave a cold snort. As expected, the older, the wiser. The third elder then charged at the armor again. These treasures all belong to the Shun family. No one can take them away. With a face dark as iron, the family head shouted loudly, "There's no other way. Everyone, use your full strength. Charge!" But the more they charged, the more thoroughly the armor beat them down. On Bai Yu's side, he raised his teacup and said to Chang Yushan, "Don't just stand there. Come drink tea and watch the show." An armored infantryman raised its sword high, as if to finish off Shun Rulong, who was lying on the ground, with blood and snot running from his nose. Shun Rulong broke into a cold sweat and kept crying out for his father to save him. The family head instantly rushed toward the armor's back at extreme speed. "Don't you dare harm my son." But as if it had a sixth sense, the armor spun around and struck him with its sword, sending the family head flying back. Without any ability to resist, the family head's eyes rolled white, his cheeks puffed up like buns, blood spurting from his mouth nonstop. He skidded across the ground, leaving a streak of light, and cried out in fear, "All Shun family members, hear my order. Stop fighting and withdraw at once." Two old men spoke up in frustration. "We should have retreated much earlier. If the third elder hadn't been so stubborn, we wouldn't have been hurt this badly. I can't move anymore. I'm spent." The third elder lay face down on the ground, completely exhausted, and stammered as he lifted his head. My injuries are too severe." He looked at the armor before him and said he could no longer move. The third elder stared fixedly at the suit of armor. He thought he would die here, but after a moment, he saw that the armor did not move at all. So he looked toward its head and found it still, standing motionless. At that moment, realization struck him, and he seemed to understand the issue. Widening his eyes in shock, he shouted, This. At that moment, the other two old men also noticed the problem. "If we don't move, the armor won't charge at us." He immediately shouted, "Everyone, suppress your aura. The armor will stop attacking." At this point, every member of the Shun family stood rigidly in place on both sides, not daring to move a muscle. The family head broke out in sweat and stared in astonishment. The armor really has stopped moving. Realizing the truth, he said, "We've been tricked. As long as we don't attack first, this armor won't retaliate." He shouted furiously, "Damn it, you damned little beast. You dare to trick us? You actually played us like fools." Bai Yu peeked out from behind the armor, calmly raised his cup, and took a long sip. Then he pointed at them with a bored expression. "That's because you're stupid, and you blame me." Behind him, Chang Yushan raised his hand and cheered. "Sect Master Bai is mighty. This is the first time I've fought someone this easily, without even needing to lift a hand." Grinding his teeth in humiliation, the family head turned and ordered everyone to leave. "Withdraw for now." Bai Yu curled his lips into a sinister smile and asked, "Can you even leave?" Hearing that, the family head froze, his expression dark and blank. Bai Yu's group advanced forward with imposing momentum. The family head looked back and sneered. "And you think trash like you dares stop my Shin family? Even injured, a dead camel is still bigger than a horse." "Well then, we'll have to wait until the camel is dead to see whether it's bigger than a horse, won't we?" As he spoke, Bai Yu pointed forward. "The entire Shun family is scum. Today, in the name of justice, I'll wipe you out." The family head frowned and sneered. "Mere trash, yet you dare boast without shame." He swung his arm back and charged forward. "I'll kill you all." Chang Yushan cast a worried glance over. "Sect Master Bai, be careful. The Shun family head is only one step away from the Marquis realm. Even injured, his strength cannot be underestimated." But when the moment came, Bai Yu threw an ascending punch that sent the family head flying into the sky amid bursts of golden aura, utterly unable to resist. After taking that punch, the family head crashed to the ground upside down and uttered two final words before dying. "Save me." Chang Yushan smiled awkwardly. This Shin family head sure died in quite the pose. Bai Yu rolled his arm to loosen his muscles and said, "Then let's destroy the Shun family." He pointed straight ahead, and everyone immediately moved out at his command. From top to bottom, everyone in the Shun family stood there in stunned silence, not knowing what to do. Chang Yushan's vigorous young men, all fired up, charged straight at the Shun family to wipe them out. Shun Rulong shuffled backward, muttering to himself, "This is bad. As the Shun family's only son, absolutely nothing can happen to me. I am a Shun family's hope. If I run away now, everyone will understand." But before he could put his thoughts into action, Li Tu blocked him with his sword. In a cold voice, he said, "Stop." Inheriting his father's arrogance, Shun Rulong roared, "Aren't you my defeated subordinate? You think you're worthy of stopping me?" Li Tu didn't bother arguing. He attacked with his sword, and Shun Rulong barely dodged by luck. Li Tu said, "That was before, not now." Elsewhere, the Shun family's people had already been defeated and were sprawled all over the ground. Bai Yu said, "The Shun family matter is settled. Now we need to think about how to take this armor with us." Suddenly, he called out, "Li Tuesday." He tossed the sword to him. "Try using the divine weapon against this armor." After a brief moment of surprise, Li Tu accepted the order. Yes. Then he launched a direct attack at the armor. As Bai Yu watched, he commented, "It's working. Although it can injure the armor, at least Li Tu isn't being sent flying." Li Tu continued fighting with full determination. He raised the sword high and struck at the armor, utterly determined to subdue it. Their two attacks collided, creating a burst of white shockwaves. Both Li Tu and the armor were pushed backward, skidding across the ground and leaving streaks of light. Suddenly, Li Tu said excitedly, "Master, I think I've found the weakness of these suits of armor." He leaped up and raised his sword high. "Take this." The armor also moved into a fighting stance. Aiming at the weak point, he shouted, "Slash!" His sword pierced through the armor. To everyone's surprise, its head fell off. He turned to look at Bai Yu. "Looks like I guessed right." The weakness of these suits of armor lies in the connection between the helmet and the body. Since there's no real person inside, the movement at the joints is a little sluggish. Bai Yu happily gave him a thumbs up in praise. To be able to discover their weakness, your talent really is heaven-defying, as expected of my good disciple. In just a short while, many suits of armor have been taken down. Seeing this, the remaining armor gathered into a circle. Everyone cried out in shock. What are they trying to do? A huge mass of power appeared within the circle. Even Bai Yu was surprised. What's going on? The mass of power grew larger and larger. Then came a tremendous explosion. After the dazzling flash faded, everyone could hardly believe what they saw. The suits of armor had fused together into one gigantic iron armor. This new armor was not only huge and tall, but also extremely solid, without a single gap. Bai Yu stared in shock and thought. Those suits of armor fused into one, creating a new armor. And this new one looks many times more imposing than before. Its strength definitely doesn't seem simple. Seeing this, Li Tu bravely rushed forward. "Let me try." But he was quickly knocked away by the armor with ease. Bai Yu asked in a low voice, "Li Tu, when was the last time I gave you something?" Li Tu replied, "I think it was last month." Bai Yu thought to himself, "Good. Then there's still a chance for a return. Next, I'll exploit the system again." He spread his arms and shouted, "Everyone look over here." Bai Yu proudly said, "This armor belongs to me, Bai Yu now." No objections, right? The people around him looked baffled. No objections. What is Sect Master by trying to do? Bai Yu smiled sweetly and said to Li Tu, "Li Tu, listen carefully. Your master is giving you this armor." Li Tu asked in confusion, "Huh? Giving it to me? But master, even if you give it to me, I can't carry it away." Hearing that, Bai Yu grew displeased. "I don't care. Just tell me whether you want it or not." Li Tu answered, "I can't reject something master gives me. Of course I want it." The moment he finished speaking, the disciple return system notified Bai Yu, gifted to disciple Li Tu, mysterious iron demon armor. Return multiplier activated 18,000 times. Congratulations. You have received 18 sets of mystic gold demon armor. Bai Yu was overjoyed. The exploit had worked. He pondered, but this return is a little strange. It activated 18,000 times, yet only returned 18 sets of mystic gold demon armor. Previously, it was always returns of 10,000 or 100,000 times. The numbers were all powers of 10. Could it be that the system only has 18 sets of demon armor? Then his system gave another warning. Detected deliberate exploitation of system loopholes. Special warning. Only items you can personally control may be used for return calculations. Otherwise, the return will be invalid. Hearing this, Bai Yu instantly became dejected. Sure enough, after he exploited the loophole, the system had patched it up. He then directly said to Li Tu, "Come on, let's go check the other places." Li Tu was surprised. "Master, we're not taking my armor with us?" Bai Yu turned back and said, "No need. We can't take it away anyway. I'll give you something better another time. Then he thought to himself, if I already have higher-grade mystic gold armor, what use do I have for this mysterious iron one? Li Tu suddenly seemed to think of something and said with a grin, I have a way to take it with us. Bai Yu asked curiously, what way? Li Tu simply stood before the armor and smiled mysteriously. Let me try first. He looked at the armor and thought for a moment. Then Li Tu suddenly ran off, and the armor immediately chased after him. Master, I'll go on ahead. Seeing what he had done, even Bai Yu was left speechless. He thought to himself, you're a damn genius. Letting the armor hunt you down so you can take it away. Only you could come up with something like that. The scene shifted to someone's feet walking across snow-covered ground. No Nok Lin slowly walked forward, muttering to herself. That little girl the sect master of the chaotic age, evil sect, mentioned must be with Bai Yu. Bai Yu, you were once a worthless trash I looked down on. I absolutely will not allow you to live better than I do. As she walked, she suddenly stopped when she saw ahead of her Yun Tong with two disciples standing there talking among themselves. Sensing someone approach, Yun Tong unconsciously turned his head to look. With a heavy, sorrowful gaze, Nok Lin called out, Senior Brother Liang. Yin Ting pointed straight at her and shouted, No, Nok Lin. Have you no shame? You actually followed me into the mirage. I don't want to see you. Get lost right now. Hearing that, Nok Lin stood there blankly, frozen, speechless. The two disciples behind him spoke up. Senior Brother Yun, this no Nok Lin has dragged you down this badly. Why not cripple her and show your loyalty to Senior Sister Fong? That's right. This no Nok Lin is just a blockhead. She personally smashed apart an unbelievably powerful backer. Hearing that, Yun Tong hesitated. Cripple her. At those words, Nok Lin's expression immediately turned furious. She frowned and said, Senior Brother Yun, are you really going to treat me so cruelly? Yin Tong pointed at her angrily. Enough. I said don't call me Senior Brother. From now on, all ties between us are severed. We have no relationship whatsoever. Nok Lin gave a cold, disdainful snort. Men like you really are a pack of shameless scum. As soon as she finished speaking, two red streaks appeared on her face, and her eyes became hollow and dark, looking extremely eerie. Then she stamped her foot, shattering the ground and sending stones flying. Her body shot forward at extreme speed toward Yin Tong. Yin Ting also rushed forward confidently to attack. Overestimating yourself. Don't forget, I'm the one who taught you your cultivation art. But just after he spoke, a gust of force swept past him from the side, and his eyes widened in shock. With Nok Lin's speed, she successfully chopped off Yun Tong's arm, sending it flying into the distance. His eyes bulged, black veins standing out as he stared at his severed arm and screamed. Nok Lin turned her hollow black gaze toward him. She slowly stepped toward the flustered Yun Tong. Nok Lin's hand shot out and seized Yun Tong's throat. She lifted him into the air. Tell me, was my current cultivation art also taught by you? Yin Tong's face went deathly pale with terror. How is that possible? This is the evil sect's cultivation art. Her eyes turned icy, and she frowned in fury. Then die already and stop wasting space on this earth. With tears welling up, Yin Tong begged nonstop. Junior sister, no. Spare me. Spare me. Nok Lin mercilessly tightened her grip and sent Yin Tong back to the earth. The two disciples were horrified when they saw this. As Senior Brother Yun is dead. Hurry and report this to Senior Sister Fong. Nok Lin spoke coldly. Didn't the mystic with sex say it had no need for me? As she spoke, her expression grew sinister and mysterious. Then I'll kill all of you. The scene shifted to a group of demons standing before rows of sword-bearing armor arranged neatly in formation. The demon heir took something out and cast a spell with one hand, releasing a surging aura that spiraled outward. Puppet's secret art control. The streams of energy began to separate and drift forward. The aura slowly floated toward the demon armor. Instantly, the suits of demon armor fused together into a single imposing, massive body. His subordinates rejoiced excitedly. Excellent. The true demon armor has formed. That means we're already halfway there. Next comes using the puppet's secret art to control this supreme demon armor, and we'll successfully obtain the first supreme demon armor. The demon heir shifted the dark purple ring in his hand to one side. He raised his hand again and continued casting, his eyes fixed coldly ahead. Corruptive secret art. Take it. Then he tilted the ring, projecting a stream of energy straight forward. The ray of spiritual power struck the demon armor directly. Immediately, the demon armor fell apart, crashing to the ground in pieces. The demon heir picked up the helmet and smiled. Success. After hundreds of years of preparation, the demonic puppet disc created by my father has finally succeeded in obtaining the supreme demon armor. As long as one wears this demon armor, one's combat strength will surge to a terrifying degree. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a spatial ring in his hand and drew in all the separated parts of the demon armor. After finishing, he turned and walked toward the exit. I'll go collect the remaining 2 sets of demon armor. The scene shifted to Bayu's group moving forward together. Bayu sighed worriedly. I wonder where Li Tu got chased off to buy that armor. Ahead of them, 2 young men suddenly ran past in a hurry. Quick, I heard someone found the Mirage's treasure vault. Hurry up. If we're late, we won't be able to grab anything good. Hearing that, Bayu smiled with curiosity. A treasure vault? Old Chong, let's go take a look too. A short while later, Bayu's group entered a spacious room. Looking around, they saw that every corner of the room was filled with things. There were countless magical treasures, weapons, and medicinal pills. The young cultivators were all searching for treasures. This is a 5th grade Azure Cloud Sword. Too bad it's run out of spirit power. The grade of this sword isn't bad, but it's broken. This is a 4th grade spiritual herb. It still retains a bit of medicinal potency. Chang Yushan looked at Bayu and said, so many cultivation resources. Not even the Sacred Heaven sect is this wealthy. What a pity. Most of these treasures have been left here too long and are already damaged. Bayu turned to look deeper inside, feeling that this place wasn't some treasure vault at all, but more like a warehouse. Many of the stored items inside had already been ruined. These treasures looked more like spoils of war that had been casually tossed here. Who exactly were the people who built or once controlled the Mirage? Chang Yushan walked inward and suggested, Sect Master Bai, since we're already here, we should search properly too. Maybe we can still find quite a few good things. Suddenly Li Tu appeared and shouted, Master! Bayu asked curiously, where's the armor? Didn't it keep following you? Li Tu, panting hard, replied, don't even mention it. It chased me so badly that I got exhausted, so I temporarily hid it in a corner. Hearing that, Bayu said, come on, let's go inside and see if there's anything good. Li Tu looked in surprise at the crowd, all scrambling and searching through everything. Chang Yushan ran over excitedly. Sect Master Bai, look what treasure I found. I found a 7th grade weapon that hasn't completely lost its spirit power. I'm really too lucky. Li Tu picked it up, examined it, and said, an 8th grade longsword and a 9th grade long saber are useless to our White Jade sect. Chang Yushan was startled and hurriedly answered, huh, this is an 8th grade longsword and a 9th grade long saber full of spirit power. Brother Li Tu, why are you throwing them away? Li Tu replied calmly, the grade is too low. We don't use things like this. Chang Yushan stared blankly and asked, what? 8th and 9th grade weapons are sharp treasures some cultivators can't obtain in their entire lives. And you don't want them? Even if you don't want them, you still shouldn't throw them away. They're extremely valuable. You could at least sell them. Bayu explained, Old Chong, this disciple of mine, is used to seeing divine weapons. Stuff of this grade is too low. It's normal if he doesn't want it. If you want it, just take it. Chang Yushan was shocked and thought to himself, anyone hearing Sect Master Bai's words would think he was bragging. But Chang Yushan had met countless people in his lifetime, and he could tell for certain that Bayu's expression just now had not been one of bluffing. This White Jade sect truly ran deeper than anyone could imagine. Bayu swept his gaze across the room and then stopped before a wooden chest filled with small spheres. He asked curiously, what is this? Li Tu suddenly shouted, Master, don't touch them. Bayu jumped. What is it? Could this thing be very dangerous? Li Tu answered, if I'm not mistaken, these are the legendary exploding armor bugs. Bayu frowned. These are insects. How is that possible? Isn't this just a lump of iron? Li Tu picked one up to prove it. The iron lump in his hand suddenly transformed into an insect. Bayu was stunned. It's actually alive. He immediately cast a spell. Seal. The insect froze and reverted to its original iron lump form. Li Tu explained, these exploding armor bugs are extremely dangerous. Once they come into contact with a human body, they revive. A few seconds after reviving, they explode and the power is enormous. I saw this thing described in an ancient book in my family. Ordinary people basically don't know what these are. Bayu smiled. These things are interesting. This sect master will take them. Suddenly a voice rang out. Everyone stop what you're doing for this holy sun. The Sacred Heaven sect's holy sun strode in with a troop of imposing followers. Everyone present was startled. People from the Sacred Heaven sect. Not just that, the one leading them is the Sacred Heaven sect's holy sun. I've got a bad feeling. Running into the Sacred Heaven sect is definitely not a good thing. Lu Xiong recognized Bai Yu and grew a little uneasy. It's Sect Master Bai, so he came in too. The Holy Sun's people arrogantly issued an order. Listen carefully, all of you. Since the Holy Sun has arrived, every treasure you've obtained must be handed over to the Sacred Heaven sect. One person, unwilling to endure such oppression, spoke up. The Sacred Heaven sect rules the Sacred Heaven domain. You can't just seize things by force like this. Since the Sacred Heaven sect is the master of this domain, why are you still robbing us? Lu Xiong shouted furiously. Precisely because our Sacred Heaven sect is the master of this domain, everything in the Sacred Heaven domain naturally belongs to the Sacred Heaven sect. Chang Yushan turned aside and frowned in disgust. Has this world really become hopeless? The Shen family was like this, and now even the Sacred Heaven sect is like this. The young cultivators were all furious. Damn it, I just found a handy 5th grade weapon. I just found a good pill too. I was planning to break through after going outside. The Sacred Heaven sect is bullying people too much. We risked our lives coming in here and barely managed to get a few things. And now they're gonna rob us? Bai Yu opened his mouth wide and said, "No way. I just found a whole chest of extraterrestrial meteoric iron. I absolutely won't hand it over." Hearing this, the Holy Sun frowned in confusion. Extraterrestrial meteoric iron. Bai Yu raised both hands awkwardly. Holy Sun, leave this chest of extraterrestrial meteoric iron to me. I could trade something else for it, okay? The Holy Sun put on an overbearing expression and ordered Lu Xiong, "Go, bring it over here for me to see." Lu Xiong grinned and replied, "Yes, I'll go right away." Bai Yu cried out in alarm. "Holy Sun, you can't openly rob people like this. This belongs to me." The Holy Sun laughed smugly. This Holy Sun doesn't like wasting words. You can keep either your head or your treasure. Choose for yourself. As Lu Xiong passed by you, he whispered, "Sect Master Bai, what are you doing? Even if you have a treasure, you shouldn't flaunt it like this. This Holy Sun is incredibly greedy. Anything good he sees, he treats as his own." Bai Yu glanced at him and curled his lips into a smile. "It's fine. Let him rob this thing. But let me warn you, when the time comes, remember to stay far away." Lu Xiong seemed to understand at once and answered, "Understood." Very soon after that, Lu Xiong turned and walked back toward the Holy Sun, acting as if he had already retrieved the item. Bai Yu, with acting skills worthy of Hollywood, followed after him miserably. "Holy Sun, I really can't give this thing to you. I'm willing to buy it back with spirit stones." Hearing that, the Holy Sun's greed flared even further. But that means you still have spirit stones in your possession? Hand them all over too." Bai Yu's face turned green with helplessness. Damn, this guy was really too greedy. The Holy Sun and the disciples behind him picked up the insects and asked in confusion, "This is the extraterrestrial meteoric iron? It doesn't look like it." The other disciples crouched down and picked up insects too. "It looks more like ordinary iron balls." At that moment, Lu Xiong quietly backed away more than 10 meters. Immediately, the insects revealed their true forms, their ghastly white eyes terrifying to behold. The Holy Sun gaped in horror. What the hell is this?" The insects exploded almost instantly, leaving him no time to react. Countless explosive shockwaves thundered out in all directions. Anyone who had touched them was utterly unable to resist. After the white smoke cleared, the Sacred Heaven sect disciples had all been blasted flat onto the ground in a miserable heap. The other young cultivators were astonished. The Sacred Heaven sect people were all blown unconscious. Serves them right. Who told them to rob other people's things? Seeing this, Lu Xiong felt a little rattled. Sect Master Bai is really ruthless. The other young cultivators urged, "Let's go quickly. Once the Holy Sun wakes up, if he gets angry, the consequences will be unimaginable." "Brother, thank you. If not for you, all our treasures would have been robbed by the Sacred Heaven sect." Bai Yu looked back and said, "See if there's anything else you still want to take. We need to leave immediately." Lu Xiong continued playing his role. "Kid, you dare blow up our Holy Sun. This isn't over between us." Bai Yu walked over to him and said, "And if it isn't, I didn't do it on purpose." Lu Xiong said, "Kid, it looks like you're doing pretty well in the Sacred Heaven sect. You even managed to latch onto the Holy Sun. thanks to Sect Master Bai's blessing, after you gave me that cultivation art, my cultivation suddenly advanced by leaps and bounds. And since I was the only disciple who survived the Imperial Treasury, of course the Sacred Heavens sect now values me highly. Because of that, I've already been promoted to an inner sect disciple. Baiyu took out a cultivation manual and handed it to him. Very good. Continue being an undercover agent properly. Take this cultivation art, train hard, and your strength will rise further. Looking at the manual, Lu Xiong cupped his hands in salute. Many thanks, Sect Master. As he spoke, Lu Xiong glanced back at the Holy Sun. Sect Master, this Holy Sun holds grudges deeply. Once he wakes up, I'm afraid he'll come looking for trouble with you. With a gloomy, sinister face, he drew a hand across his throat as a signal. Do you need me to do this? Baiyu said, no need for now. There are too many people around, and things are complicated. He started this by robbing others first. I'm not in the wrong at all. So what if he bears a grudge? We'll watch the situation first and act later. The scene shifted to another place, where dark purple killing intent surged through the air. Standing before a disassembled demon armor, the demon heir raised his spatial ring. Puppet's secret art, take it. Everything went smoothly. The second set of demon armor was successfully taken as well. Now only the final set remained. The scene shifted to the Shun family disciples, all dead with their eyes still open after the fierce battle from earlier. The demon heir and his subordinates arrived, and all of them widened their eyes in shock. Teach this is, they hurried forward in confusion. Where's the demon armor? Why isn't the third set of demon armor here? A subordinate behind him spoke up. Demon heir, a great battle clearly took place here earlier. Could the demon armor have been taken away by someone else? Impossible. My father prepared for 100 years before creating the method to retrieve the demon armor. An ordinary person could never do that. The scene shifted to Lu Xiong sitting beside the Holy Sun, pretending to be worried as he cried out in shock. Holy Sun, wake up! The Holy Sun sat up, his face covered in wounds, gnashing his teeth in bewilderment. Damn it, I was blown unconscious? Didn't that brat say this was extraterrestrial meteoric iron? Why did it explode? He immediately ordered Lu Xiong, find that brat for me at once. Please calm your anger, Holy Sun. That brat already ran away. His eyes turned cold, and he clenched his teeth in fury. He won't escape. Just let me see him again. The scene shifted once more to the Demon Heirs group as they arrived somewhere else. As he walked, he worried aloud. Of the 3 supreme demon armors, I've only obtained 2. In the end, I still couldn't do this perfectly. While walking, he happened to glance aside and saw the 3rd demon armor standing silently in a corner. He blinked in disbelief. Could it be that my obsession with the demon armor is so deep that I'm hallucinating? The subordinate beside him said, Demon heir, you're not hallucinating. That really is the 3rd supreme demon armor. I never expected it to be hidden here. The demon heir burst into delighted laughter. Excellent. Heaven truly favors our demon heaven domain. Without another thought, he immediately took out the armor-collecting ring and began chanting with both hands raised. At that moment, Li Tu entered while leading Baiyu inside. He said proudly, Master, I hid the armor here. When they saw the demon heir, they were stunned. The 2 sides froze for several seconds. He also noticed their presence and barked, Stop! What are you trying to do? The demon heir shouted angrily, Cultivators of the sacred heaven domain, I should be the one asking what you're doing here. Li Tu glared at him and shouted, Demon heir, you're demons from the demon heaven domain. Then he added, That armor is mine. You're not allowed to touch it. The demon heir replied, Yours? You can't even control it, so how could it possibly be yours? He then roared furiously, Get out now, and I'll spare your lives. Don't delay this demon heir from subduing the demon armor. Li Tu said confidently, If my master gave it to me, then it's mine. The demon heir cruelly ordered, So much nonsense. Go rip out his tongue for me. A blue-haired man looked at Li Tu mockingly. Brat, all the cultivators of the sacred heaven domain are weaklings. He reached toward Li Tu's face and said provocatively, I'll let you learn just how powerful the demon heaven domain is. Li Tu slipped free in an instant, escaping his grasp. Leaving the man shocked, he blurted out, Not good. With Li Tu's agility, at that very moment, the demon heir said with delight, Subjugation successful. Baiyu muttered in surprise, So this demon heir knows how to subdue the armor. The demon heir was just about to leave when a sound suddenly came from behind him. It It was Li Tu walking in. The demon heir said in surprise, "You're still not dead?" He was furious and thought, "The cultivators of the sacred heaven domain are somewhat interesting." Then he put on a disdainful expression and said, "They're only somewhat interesting, that's all." Then, facing Lai Tu's furious expression, he continued, "Among the 9 domains, the sacred heaven domain is the weakest. In front of my demon heaven domain, all of you are nothing but weak chickens." With a proud look on his face, he pointed at Lai Tu and said, "Now, I'll give you one chance. Kneel before me and swear loyalty to me, and this demon heir may reward you with a chance to enter the demon heaven domain." Bok Nok replied without hesitation, "Sure." The demon heir smirked proudly, laughed, and said, "Haha, what a coward. I thought you'd at least talk tough for a couple of lines, trash." Bok Nok slowly walked toward the demon heir, while Lai Tu thought to himself behind him, "Master always likes pulling stunts. This guy is about to be unlucky." After Bok Nok stopped in front of him, the demon heir curled his lips into a grin. "Very good. This demon heir likes traitors like you." Then he told him to kneel. Bok Nok slowly lowered his center of gravity and gradually bent one knee toward the ground. Then he abruptly straightened up and snapped, "Kneel my ass." The demon heir's eyes widened in shock, utterly unable to believe it. Bok Nok threw a rising punch straight into his face, smashing him so hard his head snapped backward. Seeing the demon heir get hit, his subordinates panicked. Demon heir, are you all right?" The demon heir sprang back up in blazing fury and roared, "You dare toy with me? This demon heir will refine you into a puppet. You'll never be reincarnated." But what made him freeze in place was the demon armor that suddenly appeared before his eyes. Wearing the armor, Bok Nok pointed at himself and said, "Look, doesn't your master look cool in armor?" The demon heir and the subordinate beside him were instantly enraged. "What? You actually dare wear this demon heir's demon armor? Bastard! Demon heir, we have 2 sets of demon armor, so why should we fear him? Kill him. Demon armor is extremely precious. If we fight each other, damage is unavoidable. This operation is already no longer perfect. As a perfectionist, this demon heir cannot tolerate that." As he spoke, he turned around and began to leave. "Withdraw for now. In any case, the mirage hasn't opened yet, so they can't get out." Gritting his teeth, he shot Bok Nok a venomous glance. "Once he takes off that armor, this demon heir will have 10,000 ways to play him to death." Bok Nok stood there blankly watching him go. "He's just leaving like that? I even wanted to use them to test the power of these 18 sets of mystic gold demon armor." White doves circled through the blue sky. Below them were stone bird statues, each with a spirit pearl in its beak. Bok Duong Tuet stood in the center, surrounded by 4 of those stone bird statues. With a proud, confident expression, she said, "Those mortal cultivators are all searching for useless things. Only I, Bok Duong Tuet, have the best. I found the most important treasure in the mirage." She happily continued, "These 4 stone statues all have spirit pearls in their mouths. The spirit pearls are overflowing with spiritual power. They must be supreme treasures capable of rapidly increasing one's cultivation realm." Suddenly, when she noticed that one statue did not have a spirit pearl in its mouth, she fell into thought and murmured, "But why do only 3 of the stone statues have spirit pearls? Where did the 4th one go? Could there be some hidden secret?" She tried her hardest to pry a spirit pearl out of one statue's mouth. Straining, she muttered, "I hope nothing goes wrong." But unexpectedly, something happened. Her face filled with astonishment. "What's going on? Such a huge disturbance." A pillar of light shot up in front of the Sacred Heaven sect group. All of them stared at it in shock, not knowing what it was. The Holy Sun stared ahead and said, "Such a powerful spiritual aura. Let's go take a look." At the same moment, one of the subordinates behind the demon heir pointed and exclaimed, "Demon heir, it looks like a treasure has appeared over there." He glanced over and ordered, "Quick, head over there." The scene shifted to a disciple of the Ma Huin sect lying motionless on the ground, eyes rolled white. At that moment, Ma Lin had blood trickling from the corner of her mouth, as if she had just been injured by someone. Standing opposite her, Nak Lin said, "Fuang Ma Lin, just a moment ago you were still acting so lofty in front of me." As she spoke, eerie killing intent burst from her body. "And now what are you exactly?" Mok Ling Thuen, Fudet, Mok Lin, Duat Tuli Kutivavet an Avuat. Naklin broke into a smile and pointed at her. "So what if I did? What matters is that I have power now. I can defeat you. Right now, in front of me, you're just a dog. A disciple standing behind Mok Lin said, Senior Sister Fuang, this no Nok Lin cultivated an evil art. It's even bizarre. Right now, only by finding Sek Master Bok do we have any chance of surviving. Mok Lin fell silent, her gaze cold and sharp as she stared ahead. Nok Lin smiled wickedly, brimming with confidence. The Mok Huin sect disciples scattered in all directions, each running for their lives under her gaze. She curled her lips into a sinister grin. Think you can escape? She thrust her hand forward and shouted, Evil spirit, life hunt. Instantly, countless spiders appeared and lunged to attack. Seeing a spider charging toward his back, one disciple panicked. Another was no better and screamed in terror, No, no, save me. Nok Lin remained silent, staring fixedly like some eerie she-demon. The scene shifted to Bok Nok's group, trudging forward step by step. Suddenly, a voice echoed out, Sect Master Bok, save us, save us. Hearing that, Bok Nok looked puzzled and blankly stared into the distance ahead, where he saw someone slowly approaching. Mok Lin staggered along weakly, forcing herself to keep moving. Bok Nok hurried over to support her. Fung Mok Ling, what happened to you? Mok Lin lifted her eyes and replied, I was injured by no Nok Lin. Hearing that, Bok Nok was a little bewildered. With no Nok Lin's strength, she could actually injure you? From the distance, Nok Lin walked toward Mok Lin's back and said, Who says I can't injure her? Mok Lin turned around angrily. I don't know when no Nok Lin joined the Chaotic Age evil sect, but her evil arts are extremely formidable. I'm not her match. Bok Nok's eyes widened in surprise. The Chaotic Age evil sect. Nok Lin smirked and continued, Fuang Mok Lin, do you think this trash Bok Nok can protect you? Let me tell you, he can't even protect himself. I'll kill both you and him together. Lai Tu immediately shouted, Such arrogant words. A fool like you is worthy of saying that. His words enraged her. She charged forward to attack. What I hate most is being called stupid. Lai Tu quickly moved to block her attack. Sure enough, ever since learning evil arts, no Nok Lin had become much stronger. Seeing that the situation was not good, he used his technique, Peak Transcendent Realm, then hurriedly said to Bok Nok, Master, how did this stupid woman's cultivation rise so fast? Fung Mok Ling et Lai, si cultivavet an evingat. The evil art of the Chaotic Age evil sect can forcibly raise one's cultivation, while the rule of the righteous path is that cultivation can only be increased through the universal salvation divine art. Having lost all restraint, Nok Lin pointed straight at Bok Nok's face and said arrogantly, Bok Nok, I looked down on a piece of trash like you before, and I still do now. She shouted, Go die. Seeing his master insulted, Lai Tu charged in. Who do you think you are? She showed no fear and counterattacked. Come on, then. The two of them fought fiercely. Watching the scene, Thuong Nok's son could not help exclaiming, Little brother Lai Tu has excellent talent. With only early-stage Transcendent Realm cultivation, he's fighting someone at peak Transcendent Realm without falling into the lower hand. Nok Lin angrily said, Damn it, you really are troublesome. She then used her ultimate move, Black Fiend Palm. Lai Tu swiftly raised a hand to block it, but suddenly that evil power devoured his hand. Pain shot through him, and he muttered anxiously, This is bad. Realizing her intent, Lai Tu retreated. Furious, he said, So you were playing dirty, using evil arts to corrode my hand. Nok Lin merely replied calmly, I'm from an evil sect. Isn't playing dirty perfectly normal? If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not being on guard. Thuong Nok's son could no longer stand her sinister nature and turned to Lai Tuesday, Brother Lai Tu. We outnumber her. Let's surround her together. Still arrogant, No Nok Lin unleashed a swarm of spider spirits. Clicking her tongue, she sneered, What use is having more trash? Seeing such a crafty method, Thuong Nok's son was stunned. What is this? Thuong Mok Lin quickly explained to him. These are evil creatures formed from the evil art no Nok Lin cultivated. You can't kill them all, and you can't even properly touch them. They're extremely troublesome. Many disciples of my Mok Huin sect have already fallen victim to these evil creatures. As soon as she finished speaking, one spider spirit lunged at Thuong Nok's son, startling him badly. Recovering himself, he drew his weapon and struck back. Let old Thuong test its might. With a single slash, the spider was cut in half. He immediately said smugly, So that's all it is. No Nok Lin replied sinisterly, That's all it is? Take another look. The spider that had just been cut in half turned into two new spiders. Ngok Shun was Dun. What? It turned into two. He quickly kicked them away. Then he shouted angrily, "Demonic trickery! Sect Master Bach, that woman is far too demonic." Old Deep thought to himself, we can't get close to her. That means we can't make use of our numerical advantage, and she can easily break through us one by one. No wonder evil sects terrify people so much. Noklin spread her arms proudly. With the techniques of the chaotic age evil sect, I am an invincible existence to all of you. As she spoke, she burst into excited laughter. Everyone here today will die. She pointed and commanded the spiders. Now I'll kill Bach Nok first. As if struck by lightning, Nok's son anxiously shouted, "Sect Master Bach, dodge." Bach Nok said it was fine, then forcefully flicked his hand and threw a dart. Noklin immediately sneered with smug contempt. "Idiot, do you think that would be useful?" The dart shot forward at lightning speed and pierced straight into the spider's mouth. Boom, boom, boom. An explosion erupted like fireworks on New Year's Eve. Just like that, the spider's body shattered into fragments and dispersed together with a cloud of dark smoke. Seeing that, Noklin clenched her teeth in shock. What? You can actually destroy the evil creatures I created. But Nok Stay Tao Gu Fun. These divine flying darts were a returned Saint Tier treasure from before. There are 10 of them in total, and the effect is pretty good. Noklin wore an eerie expression, unable to believe what she was seeing. She shouted and released 3 spiders at once, ordering, "Go. All of you, kill Bach Nok for me." Bach Nok immediately fired 3 darts. How could a stupid woman like you possibly scare me? Just like that, all 3 spiders were struck by the darts and exploded in 3 earth-shaking blasts. Witnessing this, Noklin was completely stunned. In no way. By contrast, Noklin was delighted, as expected of Sect Master Bach. So he really does have a way to counter the evil sect. No, Noklin, let's see how arrogant you can still be now. Bach Nok stepped forward and said, "No, Noklin, being stupid isn't enough to cost you your life. But you joined the chaotic age evil sect, and that is unforgivable." Noklin ge a sinistis my. Bach Nok, just because you destroyed a few of my evil creatures, do you really think you can beat me? As she spoke, she lowered her stance. "I want to kill you. Let's see who can stop me." She used Black Fiend Palm, dense killing energy surging over her hand as she rushed forward to attack. Bach Nok immediately flicked his hand and sent a dart flying ahead. The dart was very fast, but somehow Noklin easily twisted aside and dodged it. After avoiding Bach Nok's strike, she bared her teeth and sneered, "Idiot. Did you think I was like those dead things that don't know how to dodge?" She had no idea the dart had already turned around and was aiming straight for her back. A moment later, it slammed directly into her enormous butt. The pain was so intense that her cheeks puffed up like steam buns. Boom, boom, boom. A blast like an atomic bomb erupted, releasing a violent cloud of white smoke. Noklin fell face down, backside up, smoke continuously billowing out from between her buttocks. Bach Nok broke into a sweat and thought, as expected of a Saint Tier treasure. It seems to come with a built-in tracking function. Terrified, Noklin hurriedly turned and fled, not forgetting to bark back, "Damn it, you're only relying on hidden weapons. Once you run out, let's see what you'll do. Just you wait." Damn it, she ran off. Bach Nok said, "Let her run around for a while." No, Noklin exposed herself as someone from the chaotic age evil sect. That's like sending coal in snowy weather. Perhaps we can use this to control what happens next. Behind him, Nok's son smiled and pointed. Sect Master Bach, a strange spiritual light shot into the sky over there just now. Let's go take a look too. At that moment, the floating island was shaking violently. Bach Duong Tuet felt uneasy, sensing that something was very wrong. She guessed, could this pearl be connected to the floating island? Unease was written all over her face now. Her eyes were full of panic, with a flicker of fear. She whispered, "I understand now. These pearls filled with spiritual power are the energy source that allows the floating island to remain suspended in the air." Gripping the pearl tightly in her hand, she said nervously and fearfully, "Once this pearl is removed, the floating island will lose its power and fall straight down." While Bach Duong Tuet was still deep in thought, the demon heir suddenly appeared. He said to the subordinate beside him, "This is the fallen floating island my father mentioned." The subordinate replied, "The demon spirit pearl in that little girl's hand is surely the supreme treasure that can make the floating island rise." Duong Tuet looked at them, clutching the spirit pearl tightly with both hands in worry. The demon heir stepped forward and said in a frightening tone, "Little girl, give me the spirit pearl." Afraid he would get it, she hurriedly threw the spirit pearl back into the crow statue's mouth and firmly replied, "I can't give you this spirit pearl. Once it's taken away, this floating island will fall." The demon heir was furious. "I'm giving you an order, not negotiating with you." His subordinates rushed over and threatened her. "Little girl, hand over the pearl, or we'll feed you to the wolves." Duan Tuet found their words ridiculous and immediately used her spell. Aiming directly at them, she said, "Absolute zero." The two subordinates were instantly frozen solid. Witnessing this, the demon heir was rather delighted. Such a profoundly mysterious ice-attribute technique. It seems this child's background is anything but simple. He took a step, and the bricks and stones beneath him instantly cracked apart. This demon heir will capture her personally. His expression turned sinister. Before he could even make a move, he froze in shock. Bok Duong Tuet had already unleashed Frozen Ice Storm. The loudmouth demon heir now regretted his carelessness. Such strong ice-attribute attacks. Could this little girl be related to the missing Snow-Bright Empress? Using the moment his vision was obstructed by the technique, Bok Duong Tuet hurriedly ran for her life. He roared in anger, "I absolutely cannot let her escape." Meanwhile, Nonak Lin was also wandering across the floating island. Bok Duong Tuet had not gotten far before she ran straight into her. Truly, out of the frying pan and into the fire. Nok Lin tried using her so-called boundless dark IQ to guess who she was. "That's Bok Duong Tuet, the little girl the sect master ordered me to capture." Nok Lin Smai Sumuli. What luck! I found her without any effort. But the demon heir had also caught up from behind. He landed with a quake-like impact. Bok Duong Tuet let out a breath. Good, I avoided him. She thought she had escaped danger for the moment, but Nok Lin lunged over. "There's still me." Duong Tuet was startled. What? Nok Lin's sudden attack knocked her to the ground. Seizing the chance, the demon heir used a controlling spell. He bound her up. No, Nok Lin hurriedly demanded, "Who are you? You also want to capture Bok Duong Tuet?" He answered calmly, "This demon heir should be the one asking you that." "Who are you?" She was startled. "Demon heir? You're for the demon heaven domain." Then she thought to herself, the demon heaven domain is the most brutal domain. In front of it, the chaotic age evil arts are practically mild and law-abiding. He asked, "You know this child's background? Do you know whether she is related to the Snow-Bright Empress?" Still no smarter than before, she answered, "The Snow-Bright Empress? Well, that's outside my area of knowledge." Poor Bok Duong Tuet was trapped in an impossible dilemma. Anxiously, she thought, one is from the demon race, the other from an evil sect. If I fall into either one's hands, I'm finished. And this demon heir even guessed that I'm connected to my previous identity. "Bok Nok, hurry and come save me." The demon heir placed a hand on her head and replied to Nonak Lin, "If you don't know, then this demon venerable will use a soul-searching method to probe her divine consciousness, frightening her badly." As he gripped Duong Tuet's head tightly, a voice suddenly rang out, "Stop." Bok Nok's group had arrived. She was overjoyed. Bok Nok really came. He spoke, "You dare lay a hand on my disciple? Are you tired of living?" The demon heir replied, "So this little girl is your disciple. What a coincidence." As soon as he finished speaking, the people from the Sacred Heaven sect also arrived. "The Holy Sun has arrived. Stand at attention, all of you." The Holy Sun was startled when he saw Bok Nok. He recognized him. "It's that brat." The others also rushed over in a flood. "We're here. This is the place. That towering spiritual aura just now came from here. Look at that crow statue over there. There seems to be a treasure in its mouth." The demon heir licked his lips. So many people came after all. He muttered, "This demon heir is getting a little excited." Nonak Lin had observed every one of his expressions. She thought to herself, as expected of the demon heir of the demon heaven domain, "Normally, I of the chaotic age evil sect have to hide within the righteous path. Yet this demon is actually excited. We're both from evil paths, so why is he able to thrive so well?" The Holy Sun walked over to Bok Nok and shouted, "Brat, you used extraterrestrial meteoric iron to trick me earlier. Tell me your name, your faction, your relatives, your friends, and your family ties. I want to wipe out your entire clan." Bok Nok did not care and bluntly said, "Get lost to the side. I don't have time for you right now," which enraged him. Though Bok Nok had provoked him into anger, his gaze then collided with the demon heir's. With his hands behind his back, he looked over at the demon. "He's from the demon race? To think someone from the demon heaven domain actually snuck into our sacred heaven domain. Your nerve is truly enormous. Lu Hong behind him spoke up. Holy Son, the demon heaven domain has always coveted our sacred heaven domain. The urgent matter now is to deal with these demons first. The demon heir sat down and held on to Min Tuet as a threat. Brat, listen carefully. His eyes were sharp as bullets as he curled his lips into a grin. Hand over the demon armor immediately. Otherwise, I'll snap this little girl's neck. Hearing that, Bak Nok stood still, somewhat hesitant. Then he decisively threw out the demon armor brimming with aura. You can have the demon armor. Release her now. Looking at the demon armor that had been handed over, the demon heir smugly said, "How sensible." He released Duong Tuet and immediately collected the remaining demon armor. The demon heir laughed craftily. Now that I've gathered all 3 sets of supreme demon armor, this demon venerable has nothing left to envy. Bak Nok caught Bak Duong Tuet and gently rubbed her head to comfort her. Are you all right? Don't be afraid. Master is here. From now on, no one can touch you, she replied with some guilt. This demon heir wants to seize the spirit pearls in those statues' mouths. If the spirit pearls are lost, the floating islands will fall. He asked in confusion, will the falling of the floating islands be dangerous? She answered, I don't know, but I have a bad feeling. A subordinate of the Sacred Heaven sect ran toward the crow-shaped statue. I want the pearl in this stone statue's mouth. Hearing that, the demon heir hurriedly rushed over and kicked the man flying away. Arrogantly, he said, You dare touch this demon heir's spirit pearl? I think you're tired of living. 2 other disciples gaped in alarm. This demon heir is truly vicious. The moment he acts, he takes lives. Everyone wanted to kill the fiend from the demon heaven domain. As soon as that was said, a golden attack shot out at incredible speed and blasted away that disciple, leaving the one beside him frozen stiff. T2, terrifying. The demon heir maintained his palm strike stance and said, Big talk. As he spoke, he turned his head to look over. All you lowly people of the Sacred Heaven domain, listen well. The disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect were sweating, flustered, and rooted to the spot. The demon heir looked at them threateningly and said only a few words, Submit or die. How hateful. To think someone from the demon heaven domain would be this arrogant in our sacred heaven domain. This is unbearable. But what do we do if we can't beat him? At that moment, someone strode forward with imposing momentum and stomped a foot onto the ground. I'm the holy son of the sacred heaven sect. This realm is the sacred heaven domain. I will not allow someone from your demon heaven domain to act wildly here. Hearing that, the demon heir smiled with disdain and did not reply. The youths nearby raised their hands in delight. At the crucial moment, it still has to be the holy son, as expected of the sacred heaven sect, ruler of the sacred heaven domain. The Holy Son can truly take responsibility. Holy Son, kill this demon heir and exterminate evil in defense of the righteous path. The demon heir grinned wickedly. The Holy Son of the Sacred Heaven sect, is it? Ha ha ha. What exactly do you want? What do I want? Do I really need to spell it out for you? He raised both hands proudly and revealed his greed without restraint. All the treasures here are mine. The hopes of the young crowd instantly collapsed. Damn it, that almost threw my back out. I thought the Holy Son wanted to protect the dignity of the Sacred Heaven domain, but it turns out he just wants to snatch the treasures. What is this Holy Son thinking? The demon heir stared at the Holy Son and asked, Yours? Are you worthy? Hearing that, the Holy Son clenched his teeth in fury. He immediately lifted his leg high in rage. How bold! Such insolent words. Holy Son, kill that demon heir. The demon heir leaped nimbly into the air and easily dodged the Holy Son's kick. Somehow, the Holy Son was then able to thrust a punch toward the demon heir at great speed. The demon heir could not just stand still, so he raised his hand to block, sending out 2 booming shockwaves. The Holy Son gripped his sword tightly and swung it. You dare compete with this Holy Son for treasure? Saint Artifact, Sacred Heaven Sword. Without the slightest fear, the demon heir shouted, What kind of trash is your saint artifact? Do you think it can scare me? The blade then came slashing down fiercely, accompanied by a cutting sound. What shameless nonsense! The Holy Son shouted, Slash! A storm-like arc of sword energy shot straight toward the demon heir, making him momentarily startled. As the sword energy gradually blurred and disappeared, the Holy Son bit down hard and maintained his sword-swinging posture. Suddenly, something caused his eyes to widen in stunned disbelief. The blade shattered. Standing before him was the demon heir, now clad in a sturdy and imposing set of demon armor. Seeing the fist rushing toward him at high speed, the Holy Sun panicked. What? The demon heir's mighty and overbearing punch sent the Holy Sun flying hundreds of meters away, creating an earth-shaking explosion. The Holy Sun lay in a cracked crater, battered and motionless. Seeing this, Lu Heng turned pale with fear. What the hell? The Holy Sun got knocked out again. Two nearby youths were equally stunned. What is that demon heir wearing? How is it so powerful? That armor is incredible. It even destroyed a sane artifact. It's unclear whether the Holy Sun is dead or alive. Master, with the demon heir wearing that demon armor, he'll be hard to deal with. Boknok thought it was only a trivial trick. No need to worry. Inwardly, he calculated that the 18 sets of mystic gold demon armor were too precious and should not be displayed casually unless absolutely necessary, so as to avoid trouble. The demon heir pointed at himself and burst out laughing. Ha ha ha! This demon heir's demon armor is invincible. Is there anyone else who dares come up? As he spoke, he spread both arms. You little brats of the sacred heaven domain, whoever can withstand one move from me without dying will be rewarded by this demon heir with a spirit pearl. Everyone fell silent and did not dare utter a word. Seeing that all remained quiet, the demon heir raised a contemptuous finger and clicked his tongue. A bunch of cowards. Not one of you dares step forward. You don't even have the courage to speak. Sooner or later, the sacred heaven domain will be conquered by my demon heaven domain, and all of you will become slaves of my demon race. At that moment, Thuong Nok Sun gritted his teeth in extreme anger. Damn it, Thuong Nok Sun, can't endure this anymore. Boknok immediately looked over and stopped him. Old Thuong, you know the power of that armor. You are not his opponent. Even so, I can't just let him humiliate the cultivators of our sacred heaven domain like this. I can't swallow this anger. The demon heir raised his hand toward the stone statue. Immediately, the spirit pearl flew over and landed neatly in the demon heir's hand. He looked at the spirit pearl and continuously praised it. Good treasure, good treasure. Just then, the floating island shook violently, the heavens and earth trembling, white smoke billowing in savage bursts. Everyone below looked up in alarm. What is happening? What happened? Why is the floating island shaking? Bok Duong Tuet ran to the demon heir and angrily shouted, Stop! If the floating island falls, all of us could be in danger. Don't you know that? He replied with a sinister grin. Little girl, of course I know there's danger. And this demon heir even knows exactly what that danger is. Do you want to know? Hearing that, she asked curiously, What danger? He answered in a frightening tone, Listen carefully. Every floating island raises more than 100,000 strange beasts. Once a floating island falls, those strange beasts will burst out of their cages and bite apart and destroy every living thing they see. The more he spoke, the more delighted he became. Duong Tuet asked in shock, What? The people present on the island also began discussing it. Strange beasts? He can't be lying, right? This is an immortal, blessed land. How could there be strange beasts here? The demon heir continued. Do you know why there are 4 statues here, but only 3 of them have spirit pearls? Because the last time my father entered the mirage, he took 1 spirit pearl away, causing 1 floating island to fall. At this moment, Boknok's expression turned solemn as he stared ahead. Another floating island suddenly trembled violently. The demon heir smiled smugly and continued. In the end, aside from the few who followed my father, everyone else died here. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, an explosion as powerful as a nuclear blast crashed down. Seeing the yellow smoke spread all around them, everyone widened their eyes in stunned shock. Boknok broke into a cold sweat in alarm, as if he had realized something. At that moment, countless demonic beasts, dragons, snakes, dinosaur-like creatures, and all sorts of monsters descended all at once in an eerie swarm. The demon heir laughed in satisfaction, full of excitement. Ha ha! Enjoy the revelry of the end of the world. Seeing a giant serpent standing before them, a young woman and another person cried out, There really are strange beasts here. What do we do now? Quick, prepare for battle. The demon heir slowly walked toward the next statue. Now, this demon heir also wants to take the 2 remaining spirit pearls. From behind, Baknok shouted loudly for him to stop. Is something wrong with your head? If the strange beasts come, won't they attack you too? He turned around and smiled. Of course they won't attack me, because this demon heir has demon armor. Demon armor is specially made to restrain strange beasts. Surprised, the other youths saw the strange beasts attacking chaotically and fled in panic. The strange beasts are too powerful. We're done for this time. Run, hurry. The demon heir curled his lips and asked, Run? The spirit pearl in the stone statue's mouth flew out at once. The demon heir grabbed the spirit pearl, overflowing with aura, looked over, and asked, Do you think you can escape? Another floating island continued to shake and fell. Boom, boom, boom. A massive explosion like a nuclear bomb spread throughout the skies of the mirage. Locked in, the blonde-haired youth was terrified. This is bad. 2 other floating islands have also fallen. Even stronger and fiercer strange beasts with 3 or 4 eyes kept diving down without end. The young crowd jolted with anxiety. We're finished. This time, every exit is blocked. We can't even run. Are we really going to die here? The demon heir spread both arms and shouted, You lowly commoners, listen well. If you want to live, kneel and submit to this demon heir. This demon heir will grant you the honor of qualifying to become slaves of the demon race. The youth in purple roared angrily. Impossible. The human race will never be slaves. As soon as he said that, a strange beast snatched him straight into its mouth and bit down before he could react. A huge dinosaur-like beast bared its sharp teeth and charged at the demon heir. Another strange beast opened its mouth wide, drool dripping disgustingly. The demon heir casually threw a punch into the strange beast's face. Beast, get lost. The strange beast was knocked flying and became so frightened it did not dare approach again. Seeing that, the youths were stunned. This demon heir really can suppress the strange beasts. What we do? Submit or die. We can only choose one. Someone's knees immediately gave way and dropped to the ground. The blond youth, overwhelmed by fear, knelt down and stammered, I am willing to submit. Thuongnok's son behind him shouted, Are you crazy? Our human race would rather die unyielding than live as this. Stand up for me. Voices kept ringing out. I'm willing to submit too, causing Thuongnok's son to widen his eyes in shock. He turned his head and saw countless other youths also kneeling down in surrender. A shabby life is still better than a decent death. If becoming slaves is what it takes, then so be it, Thuongnok's son shouted in fury. Can't you people show a little backbone? Better to die standing than live kneeling. The demon heaven domain still harbors its ambition to seize our sacred heaven domain, yet you are willing to become slaves. They immediately turned and retorted, Thuongnok's son, stop preaching here. If you want to die, don't drag us into it. That's right. Is it wrong for us to want to live? Hearing this, Thuongnok's son's face turned ashen, and he was left speechless. The demon heir raised a hand and smiled, praising them while insulting them. Very good. The human race of the sacred heaven domain truly are all weak lowlifes, born to be slaves. In some corner, No-Nok-Leen thought to herself, the demon heir is domineering. The weak will be humiliated. As long as one is strong enough, countless people can be forced into submission. No-Nok-Leen, must become stronger. The demon heir continued, kneel and live. Stand and die. This demon heir's patience is limited. Submit or not, those sharing the same hatred stood silently, glaring at him with resentment. With imposing force, Thuongnok's son shouted, Submit your ass. We're not a bunch of cowards. If you got the guts, then fight us head on with real blades and real spears. The demon heir lifted his chin and said, These people really don't know what's good for them. I look down on you. He looked back at those who were kneeling. You know what to do now, don't you? The 2 kneeling men behind him looked blank and confused. What do you mean by what to do? The demon heir means. The demon heir curled his lips and gave the order. Now go kill all those who refuse to kneel. Hearing that, the young man and the old man broke in a sweat, hesitating and not knowing what to do. More knees continued to drop to the ground in unison. All the disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect were sweating in fear. We submit. The Holy Son's condition is unclear. We surrender. Lu Hung turned and shouted, Damn it, what the hell are you all doing? The Holy Son is only unconscious, not dead. What difference does it make? Even if the Holy Sun wakes up, he still won't be a match for the demon heir. That's right. Even if the Holy Sun wakes up, he'll definitely be the first one to kneel. Hurry and kneel, so the demon heir can see our sincerity. Old Deep frowned and spoke. Even the Sacred Heaven sect, the ruler of the Sacred Heaven domain, has so little backbone. There's a reason the Sacred Heaven domain has remained weak for so long. The demon heir immediately burst into gleeful laughter. Very good. Now kill all those still standing. Whoever kills, the most will be rewarded. Those who had been kneeling slowly stood up in unison and obeyed the order. Very quickly, they lined up and walked forward to surround Bok Nok and the others. A young man spoke up. You should all kneel too. Otherwise, don't blame us for being ruthless. Bok Nok then said, I know you're being forced into this situation, and I can understand that, so I will also give you a chance. Come stand over here. Let us deal with the demon race and those strange beasts together. They pointed at him and clicked their tongues in scorn. Sect Master Bok, don't you feel ashamed saying that? What are you going to use to deal with those strange beasts? I guarantee that you can survive with a backbone worthy of the human race of the Sacred Heaven domain. We will definitely win. Enough already. Do you take us for 3-year-old children? That's far too naive. Even the Sacred Heaven sect has knelt. Who would believe your words? Mok Lin boldly stepped forward and said, My Mok Huin sect believes. She and her subordinates walked over and tried to persuade them. Please, everyone, you must believe Sect Master Bok. They turned and objected. More words are useless. When our lives are on the line, we only trust our own choice. Just as the demon heir said, submit or die. Bok Nok, somewhat displeased, said, wanting to live is understandable. But if you are foolish to the point that no one can save you anymore, then so be it. The demon heir opened his mouth arrogantly and shouted, Why waste so many words? Kill them. All of them obeyed at once, stomping forward and launching their attack. Since they refused to surrender, wipe them out. No Nok Lin laughed loudly in satisfaction. Bok Nok, even now you're still talking about righteousness to others. You're the greatest fool of all. The people on Thuong Nok Sun's side also charged into battle. I, Old Duong, will fight you to the death. Brothers, attack. Defend the dignity of the cultivators of the Sacred Heaven domain. Mok Lin also swung her hand to the side angrily. My Mok Huin sect would rather die than surrender. Attack! She swiftly struck with a palm, making that young man cough up blood before he could react. The demon heir charged toward Bok Nok at extreme speed. Brat, this demon heir will personally finish you off. Seeing his master in danger, Lai Tu hurriedly drew his sword to block him. He replied, You'll have to get past me first. The demon heir casually swung his hand and sent him flying. He spoke with utter contempt. What are you? That blow was too powerful and seriously wounded Lai Tuesday. He thought to himself, the armor is too strong. I'm completely no match for him. Bok Duong Tuet saw this scene and said worriedly, the combat power of the armor on this demon heir is extremely strong. It'll be very hard to deal with. With a guilty expression, she continued, It's all my fault. I dragged all of you into this. If it weren't for saving me. Before she could finish, Bok Nok hurriedly rubbed her head. He smiled brightly and comforted her. What nonsense are you talking about? She still looked gloomy and couldn't cheer up. Just as the master and disciple were sharing an emotional moment, the demon heir cut in. Brat, you're next. Bok Nok looked at him. His gaze gradually turned sharp, but his tone remained gentle as he said to Bok Duong Tuet, You are my disciple. No matter what happens, your master will protect you completely. A wondrous light shone from Bok Nok's eyes, and something slowly began to envelop him. It turned out he had already put on a suit of mystic gold demon armor. Bok Duong Tuet was stunned by that light-speed action. Even the demon heir could not help but be surprised. You actually pulled out a set of armor too? What? Are you just copying me? He was still extremely confident. Come on. You think that piece of scrap can compare to the supreme demon armor? I'll show you just how ridiculous you are. No Nok Lin, who had been watching the whole time, muttered excitedly, Bok Nok, die. Even if you don't die by my hand, I can still hack a few extra cuts into your corpse. Just as the demon heir closed in, Bok Nok suddenly swung a heavy punch into his chest, catching him completely off guard. Seeing this, Nok Lin was utterly horrified and couldn't believe it. What? What the hell is happening? When they saw the demon heir get blasted flying back in front of his subordinates, they all anxiously cried out, Demon heir! Demon heir, are you all right? His eyes turned blood red as he roared furiously. Impossible! Who could possibly be a match for my supreme demon armor? The youths who had submitted to him earlier were all filled with huge question marks. What the hell was going on? The demon heir got sent flying? And this was the result? Did we betray them way too quickly? The demon heir refused to accept it and charged at Baknok again. I don't believe it. Demon armor is invincible. Baknok clenched his fist and drew it back. That just now was only a test. From his fist burst an aura as powerful as crackling lightning. This time, I'll use half of 1/10 of my strength. The youths immediately dropped to their knees in fear. What is that pressure? I'm being suppressed so badly I can barely breathe. At this moment, even the demon heir was no less shocked. That might completely overwhelmed his supreme demon armor. Seeing the shockwaves of pressure from Baknok's incoming attack rushing toward him, he trembled in fear. How could this be? Without the slightest hesitation, Baknok decisively threw a fierce punch forward. Watching the attack surge toward him, the demon heir could only stare wide-eyed, frozen in place, and unable to move. Just like that, Baknok's heaven-soaring, explosive punch slammed straight into the demon heir's body, leaving him completely unable to resist. Baknok slowly walked forward. By now, the demon heir's demonic armor had vanished. His body was covered in wounds, and he lay on the ground mangled and motionless. Noklin was dumbfounded, unable to believe it, stammering non-stop. This can't be real. Thuong Nok-sun and Old Deep raised their blades and cheered joyfully. Sekmaster Bak is mighty. This is too satisfying. Watching this demon heir get humiliated is truly a pleasure. He saved us again. Looks like acknowledging this master was actually a bargain. After lying unconscious for a while, the demon heir finally managed to sit up and look at Baknok standing before him. With hair curled like instant noodles, he ground his teeth and shouted, "Quick, save me." The two subordinates behind him immediately took out magic treasures. Quick, save the demon heir. They put on 2 auxiliary armor sets at once, and in an instant both of them were wearing supreme demon armor. Without saying a word, the two of them stomped forward and charged at Baknok. Baknok raised a hand in front of himself and looked up, waiting for the right moment to strike. Then he reached out with both hands and seized the two subordinates by the throat, leaving them utterly unable to resist. Seeing this, the demon heir broke out in cold sweat and panicked completely. What? Even the strange beasts nearby slowed to a stop in fear. Nok-sun looked up and said, "Sekmaster Bak, the strange beasts are rioting. We need a breakout." At this same moment, the Holy Sun slowly opened his eyes. He sat up in confusion, with no idea what was happening. Behind him, Lu Hong was sweating nervously and thought, "Damn it, this guy woke up at the worst possible time." By now, the demon heir had truly become afraid and switched to shameless groveling. Sekmaster Bak, I was wrong. As long as you don't kill me and take me out of here, my demon heaven domain can fulfill any request you want. He quickly tossed 3 spirit pearls into Baknok's hands. I'll give you these 3 spirit pearls too. Baknok immediately put away the spirit pearls and smiled. Accepted. The demon heir got to his feet and followed behind him smugly. Very good. Sekmaster Bak, you know what's best. After you take me out. But unexpectedly, Baknok shot him a sideways glance and cut him off. Who said I wanted to take you out? Hearing that, the demon heir went stiff with shock. He pointed at Baknok's back. Didn't you already take the spirit pearls? Baknok replied, the spirit pearls were never yours to begin with. What the hell does my taking them have to do with you? I'd sooner take a dog out than take you. Stay here and face the consequences yourself. Those traitorous dogs from before immediately came over, whining tearfully. Sekmaster Bak, take us with you too. Sekmaster Bak, we were wrong, all right? Please take us with you. Baknok coldly closed his eyes and walked right past them. You're all adults. You should bear the consequences of your own choices. As he spoke, he walked toward the others. I, Baknok, am not some saintly pushover. I won't always give you chances. They immediately turned hostile and shouted, No, Sekmaster Bak, didn't you talk about benevolence and morality? You can't just watch us die without saving us. If you don't save us, that makes you unrighteous. Nok-sun and Old Deep spoke up for him. Stop trying to morally blackmail him here. Sect Master Bach only speaks of benevolence to those who have benevolence. You traitors should have thought of these consequences long ago. It's not that Sect Master Bach didn't give you a chance. You chose death yourselves. Suddenly, the Holy Sun stood up and pointed straight at Bach Nok, threatening, "You surnamed Bach, take off that armor and hand it to me, or I'll wipe out your entire clan." Bach Nok said nothing. He simply swung his hand decisively into one side of the Holy Sun's neck. After knocking the Holy Sun unconscious for the umpteenth time, Bach Nok said, "Bring this idiot out with me." At this point, all the chickens, dogs, ducks, birds, dinosaurs, and all sorts of other creatures were too scared to move. Wherever he walked, the strange beasts immediately parted before him. It seemed this mystic gold demon armor could also suppress strange beasts, and the stronger it was, the more the beasts instinctively retreated. But beast nature was hard to erase. The mystic gold demon armor could not suppress them for long. They needed to leave quickly. Once it was certain that Bach Nok and the others had already gotten out, the strange beasts surged inside, excitedly, in a frenzy. Bach Nok and Lai Tu had just stepped out when, amid the cloud of dust, only shrill screams remained. "No, no, save me. I want to be human again." The demon heir was now surrounded by countless strange beasts and could do nothing at all. Grinding his teeth, he stared forward and spat out two words, "Detestable." A pink stream of light flew out from his body. He had no choice but to sacrifice some of his power and let his primordial spirit temporarily escape its shell. His primordial spirit, now like a wisp of smoke, struggled with all its might to fly away. At this moment, Noklin lowered her stance, facing a dinosaur-like beast with bizarrely sharp fangs. No, Noklin absolutely cannot die here. I cannot be trampled beneath that trash Bach Nok's feet. She leapt up and slammed a punch into the strange beast's face, thinking that if Bach Nok could get out, then she could too. Then she fled with all her might, scrambling away under pursuit from the strange beasts. Suddenly, a streak of light shot forward at incredible speed, and the demon heir's primordial spirit flew straight between her full, rounded breasts. Her eyes widened in shock. What the hell is this? The glowing primordial spirit nestled in her ample cleavage spoke up. "Don't be afraid. It's me." She cried out in alarm. "Demon heir? You want to possess me? Don't misunderstand. I only used a demonic secret art to let my primordial spirit escape its shell. My primordial spirit is extremely weak right now. I'm merely taking shelter inside your body. How could I possibly possess you? What do you want? Take me out, back to the demon heaven domain. I am the demon heir of the demon heaven domain of exalted status. When that time comes, I will reward you heavily." That's not enough. I need to see how sincere you are. To show my sincerity, I can pass on a supreme demonic art to you right now. And as long as we return to the demon heaven domain, I'll persuade my father to make you a saintess of the demon race. At that time, our status will be equal. You'll rise to the heavens in a single step. Can you swear it to the heavenly Tao? Swear it to the heavenly Tao. This. Noklin glared at him and asked, "You're unwilling?" "Em willing. I swear it. The oath to the heavenly Tao is done. Now the two of us are in the same boat. You can trust me completely." "No, Noklin, your mind is meticulous." "Very good. It has been a long time since this demon heir has seen a woman as ruthless and decisive as you. Someone like you is a born great villain. For now, let's return to the chaotic age evil sect first. Once things are stable, I'll find a chance to take you back to the demon heaven domain." The scene shifted back to Bach Nok's group as they arrived before a gate. He and the others smiled happily in delight. "We can finally leave the mirage." One young man looked back and saw two drifting clouds of smoke approaching. The strange beast came pouring out, roaring savagely. Seeing this, Bach Nok grew concerned. The strange beasts have actually charged over already. "Hurry, let's get out." Thuong Mak Lin's group was extremely tense. Bach Nok did not pay it much attention and turned to leave, but then he heard Lai Tu call out to him. "Master, look, old Thuong and the others aren't moving." Lai Tu frowned suspiciously and turned his head, only to see Thuong Nak's son's group standing still, lined up in formation before the strange beasts. Bach Nok shouted in confusion, "Old Thuong, let's go. What are you people doing?" Thuong Nak's son pressed his lips together and kept his eyes on the strange beasts. As he replied, "Sect Master Bach, I just remembered an issue. If these countless strange beasts rush out of the mirage, then what?" He turned to look back at Bach Nok, and when Bach Nok met the old man's darkened gaze, he was Shocked. From behind him, Bok Duong Tuet answered in his place. There will be devastation and slaughter. These strange beasts are all extremely powerful. If they join together, they'll form a beast tide. Ordinary cities will be trampled flat. In that case, we need to stop these strange beasts from escaping the mirage. Hearing Lai Tu's suggestion, she immediately frowned and shouted anxiously, "With our current strength, we can't stop this horde of strange beasts." In the end, aside from Bok Nok and his armor, everyone else will die. Thuong Nok's son continued. Not far from the mirage is Jade Peak Mountain, where us rogue cultivators have lived for decades. If these strange beasts rush out, they'll be faster than us. Everyone on Jade Peak Mountain will fall into their jaws. The old men standing beside him also spoke up. My aged parents are still in Jade Peak Mountain. My wife, who only recently married into my family, is there too. My sons and daughters are living there as well. Bok Nok fell silent, then looked at them and asked, "So you want to?" Thuong Nok's son answered firmly, his eyes steady on Bok Nok. "We want to stay behind and stop these strange beasts from escaping the mirage." Bok Nok hurriedly said in alarm, "Stop them? You can't stop them. In the end, there's only death." Old Thuong shrugged and sighed calmly. "If death is the only road, then so be it. I, Old Thuong, don't have any grand ideals, and there are very few people I admire. The first is the former master of the Heavenly Court. When a master of the Heavenly Court was young, he once traveled across this continent, upholding justice, punishing evil, and leaving behind countless legendary deeds and glorious renown." Hearing this, Bok Duong Tuet did not know why, but she unconsciously glanced at Bok Nok's back and thought to herself, the master of the Heavenly Court in his youth? That man truly did have a heroic name renowned far and wide when he was young. Nok's son continued, "The second person I admire is Sect Master Bok. Although I haven't known Sect Master Bok for long, I can feel that Sect Master Bok is also a righteous man." As he spoke, he cupped his fists and said loudly, "So I want to ask Sect Master Bok for one favor." Bok Nok looked at Nok's son and asked, "What favor?" "We will stay here and block the strange beasts, doing our best to delay them from leaving the mirage. We ask Sect Master Bok to hurry to Jade Peak Mountain. Once your own safety is assured, please save the people there." Bok Nok closed his eyes and tilted his head, not looking worried in the slightest. "You want to sacrifice yourselves for righteousness? Truly, there are not many people like you left in this world." He opened his eyes wide and continued, "That's why this sect master will not allow you to die here." At once, knees dropped heavily to the ground. Nok's son and the two people behind him pleaded with one heart, "Please grant our wish, Sect Master Bok. Please grant our wish." Bok Nok stood there silently, looking at them as if hesitating over something. Then he opened his mouth wide and said, "I will not grant your wish." Nok's son's eyes dimmed sadly as he stammered, "Sect Master Bok, why you?" Bok Nok cut him off. "Today, rogue cultivators like you have made this sect master look at you in a new light. Therefore, this sect master has decided to stay behind with you." Nok's son cried out anxiously, "Sect Master Bok, that won't do. Your future is limitless, while our lives are already near their end. There is no need for you to die here with us." Bok Nok grinned. Who said anything about that?" Bok Nok pointed at himself, radiating confidence. "Today, this sect master will lead you in exterminating every strange beast here." One of the young men among them asked in surprise, "Exterminate all the strange beasts? Impossible? Let me ask you all, if this sect master says he can wipe out those strange beasts, do you believe it?" Hearing that, everyone fell silent, fearful and hesitant. This. Nok's son stood up and raised his hand. "Sect Master Bok is righteous enough to reach the clouds, and his word carries the weight of 9 tripods. I believe." Old Deep and a young man beside him also spoke up. "Although we haven't known Sect Master Bok for long, we believe in Sect Master Bok. Sect Master Bok is not a reckless boaster. We believe as well." Nok's son said powerfully, "Sect Master Bok, just tell us what to do. We'll follow your orders." The other young men all cried out excitedly, "That's right, Sect Master Bok, give the order. If we fail, then in 20 years we'll be heroes again. Whoever retreats first is a coward. Kill the strange beasts and protect the human race." Moklan also spoke up. "Although my Mok Huin sect is the second great sect of the Sacred Heaven Domain, our courage is inferior to these rogue cultivators." Lu Hung, standing off to one side, smiled in admiration. "These rogue cultivators are pretty impressive." Just then, the Holy Sun woke up and stretched comfortably, leaving Lu Hung behind him. staring in astonishment. The Holy Sun looked ahead and shouted, "Knocked unconscious again? How could that be? How bold? How ignorant? I'll exterminate 18 generations of your clan." Lu Heng grabbed a long club from who knew where and charged toward the Holy Sun's back. In the next instant, the Holy Sun flopped face down onto the ground like a frog, motionless and unconscious. Lu Heng looked down coldly and said, "Don't ruin the atmosphere." Bok Nok extended his hand and began showing off. Very soon afterward, he took out countless suits of demon armor. "I have 18 sets of mystic gold demon armor here. There happen to be exactly 18 rogue cultivators among you. One set each." Seeing that, Nok's son gaped in shock. Is this the armor that slapped the demon air flying? The others were no less astonished. "This is a top-tier treasure. Sect Master Bok actually has 18 sets. I feel like I'm dreaming." Nok's son and the others quickly put on the demon armor. They had never experienced this kind of control over power in their lives before. Right now, I feel like a single punch could topple a mountain. At the same time, the strange beasts rushing over halted in fear when they saw countless demon armors standing before them. Bok Nok spoke up. "Although these strange beasts are suppressed by the armor, their savage nature is hard to change. We should take the initiative and attack." Nok's son frowned and shouted loudly, "Brothers, kill the strange beasts. Absolutely do not let a single one escape the mirage." Just like that, fists, kicks, and every kind of attack rained down, and the strange beasts were beaten flat, utterly unable to resist the mighty 18 demon armors. Old Deep shouted excitedly as he punched 2 beasts at once. "This is amazing! Slaughtering these strange beasts is as easy as chopping melons and slicing vegetables." Bok Nok put his hands on his hips, widened his eyes, and told everyone not to make such a fuss. Mok Lin immediately shouted energetically, "Disciples of the Mok Huin sect, prepare. I've long been itching for a fight, just waiting to battle." But unexpectedly, Bok Nok did not tell them a fight. Instead, he carried over a teapot and cups, turned around, and said, "Come sit and drink tea." The two of them froze on the spot in utter bewilderment. With half-lidded eyes, Bok Nok raised a cup of tea to his lips. "With the armor, Old Thuong and the others will be fine. Sit to one side, drink tea, and watch the battle." Lai Tu wore a dejected expression. "Following Master is good in every way, except there are too few chances to make a move. Master always finishes everything first." The scene shifted to half an hour later. Nok's son was now sweating as he glanced over. Sitting atop the head of a strange beast with one arm resting on his thigh, he sighed, "We've been killing for half an hour, and there are still this many strange beasts left." Old Deep walked over, bracing both hands on his thighs and lowering his center of gravity. "I'm exhausted to death. I'm almost out of strength." Another man also sat down, panting heavily. "Old Thuong, how about we rest a bit before fighting again? I can't keep going. If this continues, even if the strange beasts don't kill us, we'll die of exhaustion." Thuong Mok Lin turned to Bok Nok and said, "After fighting for so long, they can't hold on anymore. Venerable One, let them rotate out." Nok's son immediately shouted with great force, "Don't say such dispiriting things. Cheer up for me. Sect Master Bok trusted us enough to hand 18 suits of armor to us. We cannot let Sect Master Bok down." Old Deep also spoke up, "That's right. Cheer up. Fight for Jade Peak Mountain. Fight for Sect Master Bok." And so everyone dragged their feet and charged toward the strange beasts once more. Sweat beaded on Thuong Mok Lin's face as she looked on in astonishment and admiration. The willpower and loyalty of these people really are strong. Lai Tu, however, thought they were already at the end of their rope. This was no longer something mere willpower could make up for. One figure stood before 2 enormous strange beasts that were swiping down with their claws. Nok's son gritted his teeth in fury. Lowering his stance, he erupted with power. "Old Thuong will slaughter every last one of you strange beasts." With that, 2 immensely powerful punches shot straight into the faces of the 2 strange beasts. After taking Nok's son's blows, the 2 strange beasts staggered as if they were about to collapse and die on the spot. The others also attacked with all their strength, launching wave after wave of fierce assaults. We're not that easy to crush. We can absolutely hold out to the very end. Break 4. Me. This group of rogue cultivators, whose spiritual power had already been drained dry, now fought more and more fiercely in a bizarre turn. Thuong Mok Lin stared in shock and asked, "What's going on?" Why are these rogue cultivators suddenly overflowing with strength? They were clearly about to burn out, yet all at once their blood is boiling again. How are they doing this? Baknak stood with folded arms, watching with satisfied, appreciative eyes as he smiled and said, "They've broken through their limits." It seems rogue cultivators like Old Thuong are far from as simple as they look. Another half an hour passed. By then, the demonic beasts had been completely exterminated, their corpses strewn thick across the ground. "We won. We've wiped out all the strange beasts." Delighted, the group shouted once, then all collapsed onto the ground, breathing hard. "I'm exhausted to death. Too tired. If it weren't for this miraculous armor, even 100 lives wouldn't have been enough to feed those strange beasts." Thuong Mak Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. Even after witnessing it herself, she still found it hard to believe. These people actually did it. They really exterminated tens of millions of strange beasts. Bak Nok walked over with a smile and said, "Old Thuong, your achievements today have saved tens of millions of humans. Your merit is immeasurable." Thuong Nok's son turned his head somberly to look at him. Without a word, he stood up, then knelt at Bak Nok's feet. Bak Nok was instantly bewildered. "Old Thuong, what are you doing?" Even more unexpectedly, it wasn't just him. The rogue cultivators also stepped forward in an orderly line, all 18 of them kneeling neatly before Bak Nok. "The only reason we were able to do all this is because of Sect Master Bok's gift. We all owe Sect Master Bok our lives. Our lives now belong to Sect Master Bok. We ask Sect Master Bok to tell us how we may repay this debt." "Well, I never expected any repayment from you." Hearing that, the group hurriedly shouted, "Please, Sect Master, give us a chance to repay you. Please, Sect Master Bok, give us the chance." "If that's the case, I do have a suggestion." "Please speak, Sect Master Bok." "No matter what it is, we agree. This Sect Master invites all 18 of you to join the White Jade Sect and become the Sect's 18 protectors." The moment they heard that, they cried out in astonishment. "What? Join the White Jade Sect?" Seeing their agitated reaction, Bak Nok carefully asked, "Are you unwilling? If it puts you in a difficult position, then pretend I never said it." Thuong Nok's son quickly came back to himself and answered eagerly, "We are willing. Sect Master Bok, we were just too emotional. We old rogue cultivators have poor talent and have always been bullied and looked down on. No sect has ever been willing to take us in. For Sect Master Bok to let us join is the greatest honor. How could we possibly be unwilling?" All 18 rogue cultivators clasped their hands and bowed toward Bak Nok, shouting loudly, "We are all willing. From this day on, the 18 of us rogue cultivators will fight for Sect Master and live for Sect Master. Fight for Sect Master. Live for Sect Master." Bak Nok could not hide the satisfaction at the corner of his lips as he thought to himself, "These rogue cultivators are absolute treasures. Their character is unmatched, and they can be trusted completely. They are exactly the kind of people the White Jade Sect is lacking." Moreover, while their apparent talent and combat strength seem ordinary, during that battle with the strange beasts just now, every one of them broke through and erupted with power. That alone proves they're definitely not simple. They must be hiding something more. The loud shouts of those men shook the air itself, even waking the one sprawled flat on the ground. The Holy Sun sprang up with a pained frown, rubbing the back of his numbing head as he gritted his teeth and said, "How outrageous. Someone knocked me unconscious again. Now that I'm awake, I'll wipe out all 81 generations of your clan." Lu Hung's expression did not change in the slightest. With visible disgust, he swung the wooden stick in his hand and smacked the poor man on the back of the head again. The Holy Sun, having just woken up, promptly toppled over once more, eyes wide open, and sank back in a violent slumber. The scene shifted to someone's feet walking forward. Thuong Mak Lin smiled and said, "Who would have thought so many things would happen inside a mirage? We're finally out." Bak Nok stepped out from the rear and turned around. "There are too many people around. It's not convenient for me to kill the Holy Sun. After he wakes up, Before he could finish, a strange hooting sound startled them both. Bak Nok narrowed his eyes in weary annoyance. This guy is really tenacious. Why is he awake again? The Holy Sun's expression was odd now, his eyes rolling in circles like a monkey's as he bared his teeth in a foolish grin. He stared straight at Bak Nok's face and smiled happily. "Father, are you my father?" Bak Nok twitched at the mouth in stunned disbelief. "What the hell are you babbling about?" The Holy Sun seemed to have been beaten stupid. He clung to Bak Nok's arm and cried, "Honored father, your child wants blood buns. All of them are mine. I want all of them. Damn, had getting beaten so many times really turned the Holy Son into an idiot? Lu Heng looked flustered and raised both hands as if to say he knew nothing at all. Looks like he really was beaten stupid. He glanced at the Holy Son and suggested, Sect Master, why not just kill him? No, there are too many people around. If the Holy Son dies, the Sacred Heaven sect will easily trace their suspicions back to the White Jade sect. Lu Heng looked back at him. Then should we take him back? But bringing back an idiot won't be easy to explain either. Bok Nok raised a hand, his eyes thoughtful. Don't worry, I have a way. He then took out a suit of demon armor. Lu Heng was greatly shocked. Isn't that the armor the demon heir wore earlier? You will present this armor to the Sacred Heaven sect. It will be enough to offset the blame for turning the Holy Son into an idiot. As for why the Holy Son became an idiot, let the Chaotic Age evil sect and the Demon Heaven domain take the blame. This armor is extremely precious. The Sacred Heaven sect will definitely value it highly. If I bring it back, not only can I avoid punishment, I can even earn great merit. Lu Heng, you must use every possible means within the Sacred Heaven sect to climb higher and seize greater power. Hearing that, Lu Heng asked, Sect Master, do you want to replace the Sacred Heaven sect? The Sacred Heaven sect is the ruler of the Sacred Heaven domain, yet has done many disappointing things. Even if not by my hand, sooner or later it will be taken by another domain. As someone from the Sacred Heaven domain, we need to prepare in advance. I understand. Whatever Sect Master Bok says, I will do. Inwardly, he thought, Sect Master Bok is absolutely an extraordinary figure. To be favored by Sect Master Bok is the greatest fortune of my life. The scene shifted to drifting clouds. Across the sky, Luke and Gwyn and John Fong stood before Bok Nok and his 3 disciples group and said, Who would have thought so many things would happen inside the Mirage? Truly astonishing. Everyone who managed to escape the Mirage this time is connected to the Sect Master. The Sect Master's power allows him to enter and leave the Mirage freely. This immortal's blessed land truly cannot be measured. Standing behind them, Nok's son said, Sect Master, since we have already joined the White Jade sect, on this return trip we will move all the people of Jade Peak Mountain to Hangguin City. Bok Nok turned around and said, I'll go with you. This Sect Master has never been to Jade Peak Mountain before, so I'm a bit curious. The scene shifted to a winding dirt road wrapped in eerie stillness. In the distance ahead stood an enormous volcano. Nok's son smiled as he introduced it. Sect Master, this is Jade Peak Mountain. This is Jade Peak Mountain. At that moment, the volcano suddenly shook and began spewing fire nonstop. Lai Tu narrowed his eyes uneasily and asked, What's happening? Why is the mountain shaking and erupting? Nok's son looked ahead and said, No need to panic. Jade Peak Mountain is often like this. Every now and then it spits fire and trembles. We're all used to it. Bok Nok's face turned green with sweat pouring down as he thought, This damn thing is obviously a volcano and one that could erupt at any moment. The scene shifted to a village. Nok's son led everyone in, smiling brightly. Sect Master, up ahead is the camp where we live. A small, adorable little boy hurriedly ran out. Uncle Thuong is back. Hug. The sight of the boy rushing toward him was like seeing a bolt of lightning strike right in front of him, leaving Nok's son utterly horrified. His face turned green as he retreated and said, Thatch Tien, don't come over here. Seeing Thatch Tien charging over, everyone in Nok's son's group backed away by more than 10 meters. Quick dodge. Thatch Tien, stop running. Stop. John Fong hurried over, crouched down, and said, He's such a cute and lovely child. Why are you all avoiding him? If you won't hug him, I will. The instant Thatch Tien pounced, it was like John Fong had been hit by a direct attack, forcing him backward with no way to resist. His eyes rolled back, cold sweat pouring out, saliva streaming nonstop from his mouth. He shot away at incredible speed, streaking past Bok Nok so fast that even Bok Nok's cheeks puffed from the blast. Bok Nok turned in total alarm and confusion. What just happened? Thatch Tien immediately rushed toward the next target, Lai Tu, who was standing beside John Fong, adorably holding out both arms. Hug. Litus tamin tedo. Before he could even run, he was smashed away and sent flying for miles. Already used to this scene, Thuong Nok's son and the others only watched the 2 victims with experienced, worried looks. Bok Nok cast a sidelong glance at his disciple, cold sweat trickling down. I knew this would be the outcome. Thach Tien changed targets once more, this time to the third person, Bok Nok, who stood closest to like Tuesday, want a hug. Bok Nok jumped in shock when the boy rushed over, but he quickly unleashed a thick layer of spiritual power to envelop his body and receive that cannon shot of a hug. Black Tortoise Body, HNGH. Bok Nok widened his eyes, catching the boy in his arms while bracing his legs hard as he slid backward across the dirt and stones for quite a distance. Sweating all over, he let out a breath and looked at the little boy in his arms. Finally managed to hug him. At that moment, John Fong struggled back up, filled with disbelief. How can a 2-year-old child have that much strength? It felt like I was rammed by a giant beast. Holding Thach Tien, Bok Nok frowned and turned to ask in confusion, "Old Thuong, what's going on here?" In his heart, he was already certain that this child, Thach Tien, was not normal. Thuong Nok's son scratched his head helplessly and replied, "Sect Master Bok, to tell the truth, I don't know either. This child, Thach Tien, was an abandoned baby I took in. He's been in the camp since birth, and then he grew into this. Strong as an ox, completely unlike a normal 2-year-old. The rogue cultivators beside him also added, "It's not just Thach Tien. Many children born in the camp show unusual signs. It's just that Thach Tien is the most extreme one." Bok Nok took out a steam bun. "The other children are abnormal too? Tell me in detail. For example, my little girl. She's 7 this year, but when she sleeps, her body sometimes glows. When she wakes up the next day, she's a little taller. A 7-year-old child now looks like she's 17. There's also old Zhang's son. When he turned 10, he suddenly learned how to breathe fire. And old Li's 12-year-old child can understand animal sounds. And then old Chen's." After hearing the whole story, Luke Nguyen raised his fan to his chin and said, "Something this strange really exists? Could Jade Peak Mountain be some unknown treasure land?" Nok's son said he wasn't sure it was a treasure land. Bok Nok slowly set the little boy down and asked, "What do you mean?" "The children affected by this place only have somewhat special constitutions, or they awaken certain abilities, but they cannot cultivate normally." "Cannot cultivate normally? What exactly does that mean? I don't quite understand." Tuet widened her eyes and looked at the little boy in puzzlement. "Special constitutions, but unable to cultivate." Nok's son continued, "We tried teaching the children some cultivation methods, but discovered that their bodies cannot generate spiritual power. We don't know the specific cause either. Even if Sect Master hadn't accepted us, we were planning to move away from here." Luke Nguyen looked over. Sect Master, Thach Tien still hasn't realized that he's different from others. As he spoke, he placed a hand on Thach Tien's head. Moreover, the boy's natural talent is quite outstanding. He shouldn't be unable to cultivate. Bok Nok looked at Nok's son and asked, "When did this start?" "Probably around 5 years ago. That was also when Jade Peak Mountain began trembling. The children born in the camp since then have all been somewhat different." Bok Nok kept questioning them. "Did you ever investigate? Any clues?" Old Deep answered in his place. "Of course we were worried when the children started showing these conditions, but we couldn't find anything. Their health hasn't been affected. They just can't cultivate immortality, but every one of them is healthy and strong, so we didn't pay too much attention. These children's condition is most likely related to the drinking water here. After all, the water in the mountain streams all flows out from Jade Peak Mountain. But the inside of Jade Peak Mountain is extremely hot, so we can't enter it. Old Thuong, don't rush to move to Hainguin City. This sect master will stay here for a few more days." "Very well. I'll arrange food for everyone. I'll make sure everyone eats their fill." After saying that, he immediately set off, leading the group into the village. Bok Nok had only just started walking after them when he heard someone call out, "Bok Nok." He turned his head and froze briefly when he saw that the one calling him was Bok Duong Tuet. He immediately frowned in displeasure and asked, "What did you call me?" Bok Duong Tuet's brows twisted in dissatisfaction as well. Turning her head aside, she reluctantly said, "Master." At once, Bok Nok's face lit up with a cheerful smile. "What is it?" Letting out a helpless breath, Bok Duong Tuet turned back and said seriously, "I feel that the people here have unusually outstanding aptitudes, yet they cannot cultivate. On this continent, there simply shouldn't be people like that." Bok Nok was slightly stunned and said in disbelief, "There's nowhere else on this continent with such people." She nodded and replied, "As far as I know, back when the master of the heavenly court ventured into the outer domains, he encountered a special race of humans. They all possessed heaven-defying talent. They couldn't cultivate in the normal way, but every single one of them was a body cultivator, and all had heaven-defying combat power. Boknok frowned. Outer domains? The human emperor world is divided into 9 domains and is incomparably vast. Where exactly are the outer domains? That's not something I can explain in just a sentence or two. In any case, I feel this matter is abnormal, so I'm reminding you. After vaguely explaining half the matter, she brushed past Boknok and walked away. He was somewhat surprised and thought to himself, this little girl may be young, but she really knows a lot. Right, Bok Duong Tuet, your master has something to give you. Hearing him call, she turned around and widened her eyes at the demon armor lying on the ground. Boknok forced a faint smile and thought, earlier, the system only returned 18 suits of secret realm armor, which was already strange. This secret realm armor is incredibly strong. The more, the better. Bok Duong Tuet quickly picked up the helmet in astonishment. Isn't this the demon heir's armor? Before Boknok could answer, a rapid mechanical voice rang in his ear. Beep, beep, beep. System error. Unknown malfunction. This gift has no effect. No return will be issued. Confirm. Cancel. System error. Boknok's mouth twitched as his face warped in confusion. System error? The system can have errors too? Interesting. So is there a limit to the number of secret realm armor sets? Or is it just very difficult to trigger a return? Or is it really a system error? The scene shifted to 3 days later. Luke and Gwyn and Boknok stood talking by a riverbank. Luke and Gwyn scooped up some water. Sectmaster, the river water of Jade Peak Mountain contains a special kind of spiritual power. It is definitely this special spiritual power that has caused the people here to undergo certain changes. As he spoke, he tasted some. However, this kind of change is beneficial. It helps cultivators. The sudden eruption of those rogue cultivators and the transformations of these children are most likely because they drank this river water. What Thuong Nok Sun said about being unable to cultivate isn't absolute. I taught those children different cultivation methods and discovered that it's not that they cannot cultivate, but that they can only cultivate. A body-tempering cultivation method. Hearing that, Boknok was a little surprised. A body-tempering method? Body cultivators? Could this be related to the outer domain body cultivators that Bok Duong Tuet mentioned? These children are very interesting after having their aptitudes altered. Their bodies seem to naturally reject ordinary cultivation methods that use spiritual power. That's why people like Thuong Nok Sun were unable to make them cultivate. After all, those rogue cultivators simply do not have body cultivation methods. Moreover, the higher grade the body cultivation method, the more smoothly these children can cultivate, especially the method given by Sectmaster. They've already reached the beginner stage. Boknok smiled at once. Looks like this is a treasure land. With his gaze fixed ahead, he asked whether Luke and Gwyn had any thoughts. Luke and Gwyn looked confused. Thoughts? Does Sectmaster mean to found a sect? Here. Boknok snapped his fingers in praise. Smart. Such a rare, blessed land in this world really can produce many geniuses. Sectmaster truly sees far ahead. If we establish a sect here and let it branch out and flourish, then in less than 10 years the White Jade sect will have countless heavenly prodigies. Boknok looked toward the volcano. Still, it's too early to decide now. I need to investigate Jade Peak Mountain first and confirm there are no other dangers here. Otherwise, if we build the sect here and the volcano erupts, the whole sect will be wiped out. Scene shifts. A while later, Boknok and Luke and Gwyn stood on the rim of the volcano, looking down. Luke and Gwyn raised his fan to cover his mouth, astonished. It's already this hot, just at the entrance. I can't imagine how hot it is inside. Do we really have to go in? Boknok stared downward with determination. Let's go. Get inside quickly. The two of them soon landed on the first level below. I didn't expect the space inside to become larger and larger. Boknok's eyes turned thoughtful. Jade Peak Mountain was not a true volcano. He carefully observed below, then suddenly widened his eyes in shock. There's no boiling magma here at all, yet it's unbelievably hot. Then what exactly is the source of heat? He stood there staring at those strange flowers, not knowing what they were. The flowers continuously emitted radiant auras. Luke and Gwyn broke into a sweat in shock. These are rare fire-attributed spiritual herbs. Their value is extraordinary. Boknok turned toward the glittering crystals below and said, "Not only spiritual herbs. Look down there. Those crystals are all extremely rare treasures. Sect Master, if we truly build a sect here, we won't need to worry at all about resources in the sect's early stage. This place is truly extraordinary." Boknok walked forward and told him they would continue downward to investigate. Luke and Gwyn said worriedly, "Sect Master, I'm afraid I can't. My cultivation is limited. I can't hold on any longer." Inwardly he thought, Sect Master only appears to be at the transcendent realm, yet he doesn't show the slightest discomfort. He truly is unfathomable. Excited, Boknok stamped his foot and rushed forward. "Wait there for me." Scene shifts. An hour later, Boknok landed on the next level down. He raised a hand to his forehead and wiped off sweat. "I've been inside Jade Peak Mountain for more than an hour and still haven't seen the end. If I go farther down, even my black tortoise body won't be able to endure it. Now I can confirm that Jade Peak Mountain only resembles a volcano. It isn't a true volcano. In that case, there's no need to worry about an eruption." As he spoke, he curled his lips into a grin. "But since I'm already here, I have to find out what's inside." He quickly put on the mystic gold demon armor and jumped down. "I wonder whether this armor will let me reach the very bottom." While descending, he suddenly halted as if he had discovered something. Boknok's expression stiffened, sweat pouring down as he clenched his teeth in shock. A pillar of energy shot straight into his body. Both of his hands pressed downward continuously as he tried with all his strength to resist it. Seeing cracks appear in his gauntlets, he realized even the mystic gold demon armor had already been damaged. He dropped to the ground at once. It seems that even the mystic gold demon armor can't last long here. This place is clearly extremely dangerous. He slowly walked forward. In front of Boknok was a broad, crystal-clear river. "This is already my limit, but below there's actually an enormous lake. I truly didn't expect that. The water in the lake isn't evaporating at all. Could it be because it contains some special spiritual power?" At that moment, the lake's surface suddenly rippled, and bubbles began rising everywhere from beneath the water. His eyes widened as though he had discovered something. A dazzling blood-red light rose from beneath the lake, leaving him stunned into silence. He stared fixedly ahead. That red light is rising from the lake. The blood-red glow only grew stronger and stronger, making him even more bewildered. A shadow appeared beneath the lake's surface, as if something were rising upward. Gradually, it took the shape of a human figure. Then it fully emerged, a gigantic person covered with tens of thousands of talismans, with completely white eyes and a jade pendant hanging around the neck. The figure's eyes remained open, looking upward, yet it did not move at all. Boknok was dumbfounded. A giant humanoid hundreds of meters tall is lying at the bottom of the lake? Am I seeing this wrong? Suddenly, a talisman floated upward, leaving him stunned. He stared fixedly. That is, something fell off the giant's body. He quickly thrust out a hand and sprang up with a stomp, try to catch the talisman. "I'll risk it." Boknok narrowed his eyes. This red light is terrifying. Even the mystic gold demon armor almost couldn't withstand it. Very soon, the talisman landed neatly in his palm. Boknok bared his teeth in a delighted grin. "Got it." At that moment, shadows and currents under the lake's surface began surging endlessly. Boknok gritted his teeth and looked down, worrying that this was bad. Immediately, the powerful red light blasted him upward. Even as he was being sent flying, Boknok did not forget to look down, thinking that he had not seen wrongly. At the bottom of the lake there really was a giant person, covered all over with talismans. Scene shifts. Up above, Luke and Gwyn saw the red light shoot upward and recoiled in shock. As if he had seen something horrifying, Luke and Gwyn's mouth fell open. Seeing Boknok blasted up right in front of him, he asked anxiously, "Sect Master, are you all right?" At that moment, Boknok excitedly thought to himself, what is the origin of that giant corpse beneath the lake? If the changes in this place are related to the giant's corpse, then this is an unbelievable mystery. That giant corpse must have an enormous background. Luke and Gwyn looked at Boknok's back in confusion. Did Sect Master discover something down there? Boknok looked back and smiled. Luke and Gwyn, There's no danger down there for the time being, but there's something truly unbelievable. Scene shifts. A little later, Luke Nguyen said in astonishment, "How is that possible? A giant hundreds of meters tall lying at the bottom of a lake?" Sectmaster, did you truly see clearly? Extremely clearly. There is absolutely no mistake. Luke Nguyen asked in bewilderment. Then is he still alive? Baknak immediately said he was probably not. But with my current cultivation, I can't get close enough to inspect the giant's corpse, so I can't be 100% certain. This matter is too shocking. Even I, Luke Nguyen, who am broad in knowledge and experience, am shocked beyond words. Sectmaster, should we put off establishing the sect here? For now, let's postpone founding the sect here until I can thoroughly investigate that giant's condition before making a decision. However, the river water here can be transported to High Yuan City for use by disciples under the White Jade sect who have the proper aptitude. He held out the talisman he had obtained. Right? Do you recognize this? It fell from that giant's body. Luke Nguyen took the talisman and examined it. This is a talisman, but it's the first time I've seen this kind. I can't tell what sort of talisman it is, but I'm certain it is an extremely high-grade talisman. Scene shifts to No-Nok Lean hurrying through a dark and silent forest. Her feet struck the ground as she rushed quickly forward. A while later, she arrived before the gates of a sect and panted in exhaustion. I finally escaped. I'm back at the chaotic age evil sect. The demon heir's primordial spirit spoke up. No-Nok Lean, I sense that your evil sect has an unusually powerful figure. I'll go back to sleep first to avoid being detected by that person. Hurry and bring me back to the demon heaven domain. That is the true stage for you to display your talents. Nok Lean immediately smiled and said, "Don't worry." Suddenly, a purple spatial vortex appeared, spinning in midair. A voice echoed out from within it. No-Nok Lean, come to the main hall at once. A huge hand reached out from the vortex toward Nok Lean, seized her, and lifted her into the air. In the blink of an eye, she was dragged into the spatial vortex. Very soon afterward, she was dropped to the ground before the old sect master. Nok Lean looked up in shock, her mouth hanging open. Propping up his chin, the old sect master spoke. No-Nok Lean, why have you returned empty-handed? Where's the person I told you to capture? Sect master, I had already captured Bok Duong Tuet, but in the end, the sect master of the White Jade sect ruined everything. That man is extremely cunning and also obtained a supreme treasure in the Mirage. I was no match for him. Hearing that, the old sect master was furious. A mere White Jade sect dares to overestimate itself. I can't wait any longer. We must capture Bok Duong Tuet immediately. As he spoke, he extended a hand forward. Pass down my order. Everyone in the chaotic age evil sect, top to bottom, is to prepare. In 3 days, we depart for High Yuan City. Our target is only Bok Duong Tuet. As for everyone else, leave no one alive. Nok Lean immediately cupped her hands respectfully. Yes, she thought to herself, Bok Nok, with the entire chaotic age evil sect mobilized, let's see how you survive this time. Scene shifts to a wide-winged vehicle flying across the sky. Bok Nok and his disciple were currently riding in a carriage flying through the heavens. Bok Duong Tuet looked outside. She sank into thought. Suddenly, Bok Nok grabbed her head. What are you staring at so blankly? She narrowed her eyes tiredly and said, There's a village not far ahead. It was once the place where I stayed while hiding from the chaotic age evil sex pursuit. I met a friend there. Elder sister once helped me, and I want to go visit her. He said leisurely, then let's go pay a visit. We're not in any hurry. Then Bok Nok picked up a talisman. Bok Duong Tuet, have you ever seen this talisman before? He thought to himself, this girl is knowledgeable. Maybe she recognizes it. The moment she saw the talisman, Bok Duong Tuet was shocked, eyes and mouth wide open. What, this is? Seeing her expression, Bok Nok asked, Why are you so surprised? Do you know this talisman? She looked at the talisman in her hand. This is the legendary Sure Kill talisman. Bok Nok and Lai Tu were just as shocked. A Sure Kill talisman? It's my first time hearing of such a thing. Does using this talisman mean it can kill in a single strike? Bok Duong Tuet continued. That's right. Using this talisman truly has the effect of killing in a single strike. Even experts of higher realms cannot escape death. Bok Nok said, There's actually such a domineering talisman in this world. He thought to himself, that giant under the lake in the volcano had this kind of talisman plastered all over his body. Did someone cover him in Sure Kill talismans to prevent him from reviving? At that moment, Bok Duong Tuet spoke coyly, "Give it to me." Seeing this rare scene, he happily replied, "This is the first time you've ever taken the initiative to ask your master for something." She held the talisman tightly. Sure-kill talismans are incredibly rare. In the past, only the Talisman Emperor could create them. After the Talisman Emperor disappeared, sure-kill talismans vanished from the world as well. With his eyes closed in smug satisfaction, he said something that left her stunned. "If you want it, then your master will give it to you." Hearing that, Bok Duong Tuet was amazed. This master really is generous. In the cultivation world, no matter how close master and disciple are, I've never seen such generosity. A sure-kill talisman is a life-saving treasure. Holding the talisman, Bok Duong Tuet thought to herself, "This Boknak has earned 1% of my recognition." With this sure-kill talisman, even if she encountered the sect master of the chaotic age evil sect, she would still be able to protect herself. Boknak's system chimed. Gifted disciple Bok Duong Tuet, sure-kill talisman. 1,000-fold return activated. Congratulations. You have obtained 1,000 sure-kill talismans. He cried out in delight. 1,000 sure-kill talismans? I've hit the jackpot. He rested his chin on his hand and thought. This time the sure-kill talisman was simply returned in quantity. Could it be because the sure-kill talisman is already the highest grade talisman, or because it has already reached the system's return limit? His system chimed again. System reminder. The 10-fold quantity return opportunities when gifting Bok Duong Tuet have been exhausted. From now on, there will be one return opportunity each month. Looking displeased, Boknak said, "Even the 10-fold quantity return opportunities for gifting Bok Duong Tuet have all been used up. Looks like I need to go out more often so the system can find me a third disciple." The carriage stopped at a deserted village. She stepped in confidently. "We're here." Seeing there was not a single person in sight, Bok Duong Tuet said in confusion, "Strange. The village is usually lively. Why is it so quiet today?" A sense of unease rose in her heart. Suddenly, her eyes widened as if frightened by something. In the village, things were hanging suspended by ropes. They were human corpses. Bodies lay scattered across the ground, while others were strung up. Boknak shouted in alarm. "Something's happened. Hurry inside and look." Bok Duong Tuet rushed in, shouting as she ran, "Tai Deep." Her eyes clearly showed her worry. "Tai Deep, please don't let anything have happened to you." Inside the village, an old man was being beheaded. Tai Deep cried out in agony, "Father!" The soldiers raised their swords and grinned. "This girl's not bad. Let the boss have the first taste." They sneered smugly. "Stop wasting time. Killing this whole village is enough to refine one blood bond." Recently, the entire chaotic age evil sect has mobilized. "We need to hurry back, so kill them fast." One of them spoke up. "What a letdown. If that's the case, then die beneath my blade." She knelt at his feet, her face darkened. "Tai-dai sopet bitterly." Gritting her teeth, she said, "You beast will not die peacefully." With a cigar clenched in his mouth, he swung his sword. At that very moment, Bok Duong Tuet rushed in. "Stop!" Tai Deep was sent flying by the slash. Bok Duong Tuet caught her and cried anxiously, "Tai Deep." Hearing Bok Duong Tuet's voice, Tai Deep murmured, "Little Tuet." He came back. Gathering all her strength, she said, "Little Tuet, those beasts killed father, killed mother, killed everyone." Bok Duong Tuet raised a hand, and a green light enveloped her. Tai Deep, stop talking. I'll heal your wounds. In pain, Tai Deep said, "Little Tuet, forget about me. Run." Her eyes were like bottomless pits of darkness. She spoke sorrowfully. "I have to go find father and mother now." After saying that, Tai Deep passed away forever, and Bok Duong Tuet could only hold her body in panic and grief. Faced with her elder sister's death, Bok Duong Tuet was filled with fury. But the soldiers still had no sense of danger and arrogantly said, "You escaped the net, yet you stupidly ran back. Kill her." She sat there holding Tai Deep's body, and her expression gradually turned furious. Bok Duong Tuet stood up and shouted, "You people are unforgivable." As soon as the words left her mouth, her power erupted violently. The foolish soldiers still sneered. "Little girl, who are you trying to scare?" She paid no attention to their words and directly unleashed her power against them. The soldiers were instantly frozen. What is this? Save me." After struggling for a while, they finally broke free. Every one of the guards was so frightened that they stammered incoherently. This. What kind of monster is this?" They immediately turned and fled, leaving Bok Duong Tuet still standing there with an expressionless face. She turned her head, clearly with no intention of sparing them, and shouted in rage, "Pay for little Tuet with your lives." One of the fleeing soldiers stopped and said, "How dare you? We belong to the chaotic age evil sect." Before he could finish, she froze the soldiers once more. Then Bok Duong Tuet slowly walked out. She was both furious and grief-stricken over her elder sister's tragic death. As she walked, she came upon Bok Nok. Seeing that her expression was wrong, he hurriedly asked, "Bok Duong Tuet, are you all right?" She answered in a gloomy voice, "When I first escaped from the chaotic age evil sect, it was little Tuet's family that took me in. They treated me like family and cared for me, letting me recover here." Bok Duong Tuet recalled emotionally. That family was very simple and kind. Little Tuet in particular was timid, but very kind-hearted. She treated me like a younger sister and took care of me for a long time. After my wounds healed, I was afraid the chaotic age evil sect would come looking for me and drag them into it, so I chose to leave. I never expected that in the end, they would still die at the hands of the chaotic age evil sect. Bok Nok froze when he heard her story. He hurriedly comforted her. "This can't be blamed on you." Afraid that she would still feel guilty, he explained, "I already checked. After the villagers here died, all of their blood had been drained. The chaotic age evil sect must have been using them to refine something. It has nothing to do with you." Bok Duong Tuet seemed lost in thought, her eyes lowered. She did not dare look directly at him as she said, "Whether it has anything to do with me or not no longer matters." She clenched her teeth so hard that the veins on her hands bulged. She had tried to suppress the surging emotions inside her, but she still could not hold them back. She cried, "Right now, I want to avenge little Tuet." Seeing this, Bok Nok asked Bok Duong Tuet, "You want to go to the chaotic age evil sect?" She looked as though she had already made up her mind and started to leave. "Master, even though I feel you are not qualified to be my master, no matter what, you are still a good person. I don't know whether I'll live or die on this trip. This is the last time I'll call you that." Bok Nok immediately spoke up. "Wait." Bok Duong Tuet shot back at once. "No need to persuade me. My mind is made up." Seeing that, he shouted, "Stop." Bok Nok then said, "I'll go with you." Bok Duong Tuet was surprised, but she did not want to drag him into this. Gritting her teeth, she said sorrowfully, "No, I don't want to implicate you." Of course, Bok Nok would not agree to let her go alone. He said firmly, "I am your master. Your business is my business too." Bok Duong Tuet turned back to look at him, but Bok Nok cheerfully rubbed her head. "No need to persuade me. My mind is made up." Meanwhile, the three of them, Lai Tu, Luke Nguyen, and Duong Dan Fong, were watching as Bok Nok and Bok Duong Tuet prepared to board the flying carriage and leave. Bok Nok turned back and said to the three of them, "You all go back first. Bok Duong Tuet and I have something to do." Luke Nguyen's face brightened with a smile. "Secmaster, do you need me to go with you?" Bok Nok answered at once, "No need." Lai Tu was a little confused and asked blankly, "Master, where are you and Junior Sister going? What are you doing?" Bok Nok replied, "We're going to wipe out the chaotic age evil sect." Luke Nguyen and Duong Dan Fong burst into laughter, their voices full of cheer. Something as trivial as wiping out the chaotic age evil sect actually requires a sect master to personally take action. But while speaking, both of them suddenly realized something, and they froze. Luke Nguyen and Duong Dan Fong gaped in shock, their eyes wide as they asked again, "Huh? Wipe out the chaotic age evil sect. Secmaster, are you serious?" Bok Nok only answered calmly, "Of course I'm serious." Then he flew off at once. The scene shifted to a vast mountain range. Two pairs of feet were lurking in the grass, watching something. It turned out to be Bok Nok and Bok Duong Tuet. She whispered softly, "Ahead is the chaotic age evil sect, the #1 evil sect in the sacred heaven domain. It has always hidden in these great mountains." Hearing this, he asked curiously, "Tell me, what is your plan? What are the odds of success?" She hurriedly replied, "I plan to sneak in, get behind the sect master of the chaotic age evil sect, then use the sure kill talisman to kill him in one strike." At this point, her voice grew heavy. "As for the chances of success, without the sure kill talisman, there's no chance at all. With this top-grade talisman, the chances might reach 20%. Bok Nok was speechless. "You still dare to come with only a 20% chance? You really are brave." Bok Duong Tuet admitted, "There was no other way. I'm a type who always takes revenge." he said calmly. Actually, there's no need to go to so much trouble. Your master has a simpler method. She asked in surprise. What method? Bok Nok smiled and said lightly, charge straight in. Bok Duong Tuet was stunned. Huh? Charge in? Isn't that just asking to die? Bok Nok declared decisively. Today your master will take you to openly and honorably destroy the chaotic age evil sect in an instant. The young man strode forward at an unhurried pace, chin raised to the heavens, overflowing with arrogant bearing. Duong Tuet ran after him in a panic. No way. Wait, are you serious? No matter how hoarse she shouted, Bok Nok stubbornly pressed forward without turning back. The moment they approached, several disciples blocked their way. Stop! Who are you? Without even bothering to answer, the young man casually swung his hand and knocked them all down. Bok Nok affirmed, Of course I'm serious. Let's go in. Duong Tuet pressed her lips tightly together, her heart overflowing with worry. Too reckless, far too reckless. His personality and the way he acted so fearlessly were exactly like that master of the heavenly court. Forget it. In the end, even if I have to risk my life and use my ultimate move, I must protect Bok Nok's life. After all, he is the one who has treated me best since my reincarnation. Just like that, Bok Nok strode proudly inside. Within, numerous soldiers were being gathered. The sect master shouted, This is the first time my chaotic age evil sect has mobilized the entire sect. He grinned with delight. As we've kept a low profile for so long, it's time for the name of my chaotic age evil sect to resound throughout the entire domain. The subordinates cheered enthusiastically. Give the order, sect master. We've long wanted to go outside and slaughter in all directions. I can't wait to kill those lambs out there. No Nok Lean curled her lips in satisfaction. The moment had finally come. Bok Nok, I will trample over your corpse. The sect master shouted wildly. Hear my order. Set out at once for Hai Yuan City, destroy the White Jade sect, and seize Bok Duong Tuet. At that very moment, Bok Nok boldly walked in. No need to go anywhere. We've come ourselves. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the sect master asked in confusion, Who's talking? Bok Nok answered bluntly, Me. Instantly, the sect master's eyes widened in shock. Bok Duong Tuet. No Nok Lean was just as alarmed and shrieked. Bok Nok. Bok Nok spoke imposingly. Sect master of the chaotic age evil sect. You don't need to go to Hai Yuan City. This sect master has come to find you. The sect master of the chaotic age evil sect sneered in disdain. Come to find me? I think you've gone mad. Have the two of you both gone insane? To think you would actually throw yourselves into the chaotic age evil sect's net. That is something this sect master never expected. Bok Nok declared heroically, Today this sect master will eliminate evil for the people and destroy the chaotic age evil sect. Hearing that, the disciples burst into laughter. What is this brat saying? That's hilarious. Seeing the young man frown, they mocked him. Did he go stupid? Saying such ridiculous things. The sect master of the chaotic age evil sect taunted. You're just trash. This sect master can't be bothered to respond to you, but merely looking at you is an insult to me. One eager man charged in, grinning arrogantly. Sect master, let me skin this ignorant fool alive. But in the next moment, he was sent soaring into the sky by a single punch, dying on the spot. Clenching his fist, Bok Nok said in a low voice, Can you open your eyes now? The sect master's face turned stunned. Your own cultivation is extremely poor, yet you can use techniques that don't match your actual strength. That proves you have some extraordinary fortune upon you. Bok Nok thought to himself, not bad. As expected of high-level battle strength, he saw through my problem in an instant. The old sect master threw back his head and laughed. Ah! In this sect master's eyes, you're still only slightly stronger trash. Someone wearing a conical hat walked forward and said, Boy, since you've come, there's only one outcome. Before he had even finished speaking, he stomped his foot and leaped toward Bok Nok. His hand clenched tightly, and his teeth were bared as he said with furious pride, You're both going to die now. But the moment he saw Bok Nok's punch flying toward him, his eyes widened in shock, and he could not dodge. Bok Nok threw another heaven-soaring punch, blasting the man upward with no way to resist. The young man was sent flying far away, blood spurting continuously from his mouth. The old sect master said, Boy, I can see that your chi and blood are nearly exhausted. Then he stretched his mouth into a mocking grin. Can you still use a third punch of that fist art? Bok Nok was somewhat surprised and thought, so he really saw right through me. In the future, I still need to be more careful when facing high-level fighters like this. Then a hot-blooded young man with a basket on his head strode forward and shouted, "I'll kill." Bak Nok waved to the side and ordered, "Duong Tet, help me." She released a water-based technique at once, absolute zero. It spread through the space and obscured the bald man's vision. Then Bak Nok gripped the axe in his hand. The young man swung it with complete confidence. The bald man was horrified, his lips trembling. No, staring fixedly at Bak Nok. The sect master of the chaotic age, evil sect, roared madly. "He's using a weapon. As expected, he can't use a third punch. He can't rely on tricks anymore. But that axe of yours is of a very high grade." He let out a sinister smile, his eyes full of evil. "Bak Duong Tuet, this sect master is becoming more and more satisfied with your body. This special constitution is exactly what my sect needs. My own body has long since rotted from cultivating evil arts. Bak Duong Tuet is a gift bestowed upon this sect master by heaven." Standing to one side, Duong Tuet whispered, "Master, this is the rhythm. Let them attack one by one. That way, we can force the sect master of the chaotic age, evil sect, into fighting us alone, and I can use the sure kill talisman." Bak Nok smiled in satisfaction and replied, "Understood." Then the young man loudly announced something that left everyone present frozen. "Everyone in the chaotic age, evil sect, listen carefully. It's not that I look down on you. It's that every single one of you here is trash. Come me all at once." Hearing that, Duong Tuet nearly screamed in fury, her anger surging. "Did you even listen to what I just said?" The sect master of the chaotic age, evil sect's eyes glowed scarlet as he growled, "Clown, your words have successfully amused this sect master." He fiercely raised his hand high, then impatiently jumped forward. "This sect master will personally smash you to death." No Noklin mocked him with a smug smile. "Bak Nok, you've learned a tiny bit of skill and already forgotten who you are. Now that the sect master is taking action personally, let's see how you keep jumping around." A smile also bloomed on Duong Tuet's lips. She thought to herself, luckily, the result is still the same. In the end, the sect master of the chaotic age, evil sect, is personally making a move. As the old sect master's hand neared, ready to seize Bak Nok, Duong Tuet rushed forward and shouted, "Master, let me." She immediately flung out the sure kill talisman. The talisman struck his hand and instantly unleashed its sealing power, destroying the giant hand. At the same time, it rebounded with a direct attack on the sect master of the chaotic age, evil sect, causing his eyes to widen in shock. The talisman shot straight into his head, unleashing a violent attack that exploded everything around it. Caught completely off guard, No Noklin gaped and could only stammer, "Sect Master." The people around them shouted as if the sky were collapsing. "How is this possible? The Sect Master has been killed." Clenching her fist proudly, Duong Tuet was overjoyed. "We did it. We succeeded." Yet in Bak Nok's mind, countless questions arose. With a suspicious look, he wondered, the sect master of the chaotic age, evil sect died that easily? The young man frowned as he observed the scene ahead and muttered, "Something's not right. The disciples of the chaotic age, evil sect, are too calm." Suddenly, boundless evil energy appeared ahead. It converged into a power that suppressed the space itself. Within that spiritual power, the figure of the sect master of the chaotic age, evil sect, appeared, standing solidly before them. Seeing him, Duong Tuet's face turned pale as she exclaimed in confusion, "What? He's not dead." The chaotic age, evil sect disciples all started boasting. Sect Master entered the selfless realm long ago and became one with the sect. His body is merely a skin bag. As long as the chaotic age, evil sect remains, the Sect Master remains. He cannot be killed at all. These two must be feeling pretty desperate now, right? The Sect Master of the chaotic age, evil sect, spoke. "The fact that you were able to attack this Sect Master's body once was beyond my expectations. That top-grade talisman is no simple thing. It's also the first time this Sect Master has seen one. Unfortunately, it's already been used. You probably only had one, didn't you?" At once, Duong Tuet's lips trembled blankly, and she spoke in despair. "We failed. There's no way now." Even so, she still said proudly, "Master, next I'll use my ultimate move to hold them back. Run as far as you can." Bak Nok let out a sigh and reproached her. "You're treating my words like the wind passing by your ears again. He raised his brows, his confident gaze fixed ahead. Your master already said it. Today we came to destroy the chaotic age evil sect. Why would we run? She glanced at him doubtfully. But even the sure kill talisman couldn't kill the sect master of the chaotic age evil sect. The young man gave a disdainful laugh and said, "Who said the sure kill talisman can't kill him?" Hearing those words, Duong Tuet was completely baffled. What do you mean? Having listened to them talk long enough, the sect master of the chaotic age evil sect roared, "Enough nonsense. It's time to end this." Bok Nok swung out his axe and answered with a forceful smile, "It really is time to end this. Next, every single person in the chaotic age evil sect will die. Not one will be spared." Clenching his fists resentfully, the sect master roared, "Where do you get the courage to say that?" "From the axe in your hand." Moving swiftly, he challenged, "Let me tell you, even if it is a divine weapon, this sect master alone can still kill you." He stared fixedly at the two of them as pressure radiated from his body. Nonak Lean raised her hand and cheered loudly. "Sect Master is mighty. Kill Bok Nok." Bok Nok sneered, "What a show-off." He immediately pulled out a talisman. He threw it straight ahead. At the sight of the talisman, the sect master was horrified, his eyes widening in alarm. The talisman streaked across his body and sent him straight to hell. Nonak Lean, who had just been shouting loudly, now went completely silent, so stunned she could not utter a single word. The disciples around them also stood there with jaws dropped, sweat pouring down like rain. Even Duong Tuet was deeply shaken, frowning as she asked, "That was a sure kill talisman. How do you still have a sure kill talisman?" Bok Nok frowned and said, "Your master already told you the sure kill talisman can definitely kill him. If one isn't enough, then use two." But the sect master of the chaotic age evil sect was absurdly tenacious. He reappeared and roared, "Even two are just wishful thinking. Unforgivable. You two actually killed me twice. This sect master will make you." Bok Nok threw another sure kill talisman at him. The corner of his mouth lifted into an extremely insolent smile. Then three. The crowd around them froze, their minds going blank. The sect master died too fast. That talisman is terrifying. Even the sect master couldn't withstand it. Reappearing again, the sect master screamed wildly. A talisman capable of slaughtering this sect master in a single strike must be incomparably precious. He challenged arrogantly, "If you've got the guts, then keep using them. I don't believe you still have." Bok Nok obligingly flicked his hand, sending yet another talisman fluttering out. The old sect master's face darkened. "Just how many sure kill talismans do you have?" Bok Nok declared bluntly, "If I don't beat you into ashes, this sect master will not stop." At once, the sect master ground his teeth and cursed, "Shameless." He ordered, "Disciples of the chaotic age evil sect, hear my command. All of you attack." Those cowardly brats were extremely hesitant. If they charged in, wouldn't that just be throwing their lives away? But if they disobeyed the sect master's order, they would suffer a fate worse than death. "If we don't go up, we die anyway. Maybe he's only bluffing. He probably has no sure kill talismans left." Those men comforted themselves. "I don't believe you still have any sure kill talismans. If you're so capable, use one on me. Think carefully. We're only ordinary disciples. It's not worth wasting them on us. Let's attack together. Even if this brat has a lot of sure kill talismans, he can't possibly kill all of us." Duong Tuet shot him a sidelong glance, then raised her chin and warned, "Master, don't get carried away in battle. The sure kill talismans can only be used against the chaotic age evil sect's core threat. Don't waste them on ordinary disciples." But Bok Nok confidently said, "The entire chaotic age evil sect is guilty of monstrous crimes. Today, not a single one of them should dream of surviving." Duong Tuet widened her eyes and muttered, "Killing everyone is far too unrealistic." Hearing that, the sect master laughed mockingly. "Now that over 1,000 disciples of my chaotic age evil sect are attacking together, let me see how many people your sure kill talismans can handle." Bok Nok flung out his hand, and a whole cluster of talismans appeared. "Why don't you see for yourself how many people I can handle?" Sure kill talismans filled the space like weeds, leaving them staring blankly. The sect master screamed, "What?" Nonak Lean went rigid like a stone statue, trembling so hard she nearly shook apart. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. They're all sure kill talismans." Bok Duong Tuet had to rub her eyes several times, unable to believe such a terrifying sight. She wondered, where did all these sure-kill talismans come from? Could Master be the Talisman Emperor's biological son? No, that can't be right. Forget being his son. Even the Talisman Emperor himself couldn't possibly have this many sure-kill talismans. The disciples all burst into an uproar. How are we supposed to fight this? Fight? You're overthinking it. Run. Boknok stood motionless, imposing and majestic. In a clear, steely voice, he said, "Kill them all." The talismans began to unleash their power. At that moment, the sect master could do nothing but gape in horror. Flames and smoke surged everywhere, and the air was thick with the choking stench of smoke. Along with it came cries of agony. "No, spare me, spare me. I'll be your ox, your horse, anything." Bok Duong Tuet said, "This wave didn't just wipe out all the disciples of the Chaotic Age evil sect, it flattened the entire sect as well." Even now, the Chaotic Age evil sect master's filthy mouth was still moving. "Brat, stop right there." But the moment he finished speaking, he was snuffed out by the power of the talismans. The terrifying explosion shattered everything around him. Grinding his teeth in resentment, he roared, "I refuse to accept this." Flailing in panic, he wailed, "This sect master cultivated for thousands of years just to condense the evil god soul. Why must I die at the hands of nobody?" Boknok cursed him coldly. "Think of all the innocent people you slaughtered, and you'll understand." Then the man begged, "Boknok, Sect Master Bok, spare my life. I can sell my life to you." But the young man refused him outright. "No need. Go to hell in peace." The man let out one last scream before death. "No!" Bok Duong Tuet cried out in delight. "It's over. Following Master really is a guaranteed win." Boknok glanced at her and asked, "How do you feel?" She answered with complete satisfaction, "I've never felt this good before." He hurriedly patted her head and reminded her gently, "If there's danger in the future, don't act on your own. You have a master." Suddenly, she threw her arms around him, making it impossible for Boknok not to be moved. She spoke from the heart, "Master, thank you. More than 1,000 sure-kill talismans are far too precious. No one has ever paid such a price for me." Boknok replied, "You are my disciple. If I'm not good to you, then who should I be good to?" After that touching, tear-jerking scene, Bok Duong Tuet held out her hand and asked, "Master, give me some more sure-kill talismans." She smiled smugly inwardly. If she ran into the Heavenly Flower female emperor in the future, she could use them then. Although sure-kill talismans couldn't kill a special existence like her, they would still cause her no small amount of trouble. But Boknok scratched his head and answered bluntly, "I'm out." Still unwilling to believe it, Bok Duong Tuet forced a twisted smile. "Stop joking. You just used more than 1,000 of them." Still scratching his head in that clueless way, Boknok confirmed, "I really am out. I used them all in one go." Bok Duong Tuet instantly turned to stone. Her limbs froze, her soul seemed to drift beyond the ninth heaven, and her brain completely disconnected from reality. "You used them all?" she screamed. "Why didn't you save some?" The young man answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world. "Because it felt great." Bok Duong Tuet muttered furiously, "Spendthrift. Master is such a spendthrift. You're even worse than the Lord of Heaven." Boknok turned to look at the purple smoke still rising in the distance. "I didn't pay attention just now. Did Nonok Lean get killed too? That woman probably didn't survive. After all, since I was already being such a spendthrift, I just detonated all the sure-kill talismans across the entire Chaotic Age evil sect without discrimination." The scene shifted to a hand struggling its way up from a deep crater in the ground. Nonok Lean lifted her head, pale with fear. That was terrifying. How can there be such a crazed and terrifying method of attack? After a moment, she weakly knelt at the edge of the crater. "They're all dead. Everyone in the Chaotic Age evil sect is dead. If I hadn't learned the earth-penetrating demonic art from the demon heir, I would have been blasted into pulp." The demon heir immediately transmitted his voice to her. "Nonok Lean, leave now. That Boknok is too monstrous." He nearly scared this demon heir's soul out of existence. The scene shifted again to something flickering faintly beside the crater. A bizarre remnant soul muttered, "My Chaotic Age evil sect. This sect master's 1,000-year foundation has been destroyed. Even I was killed, and only a remnant soul remains. I refuse to accept this." By chance, he glanced down and saw No Knock Lean standing alone below. There's actually still someone alive in the sect. The old sect master's strange remnant soul flew downward. Heaven is helping me. I must take this body now. Otherwise, I could dissipate at any moment. Just like that, he shot straight into the middle of No Knock Lean's back. She widened her eyes in shock. What the hell is this now? The old sect master spoke up. No Knock Lean, now is the time to repay this sect. As he spoke, he revealed a sinister smile. I am requisitioning your body. Inside No Knock Lean's body, the old sect master's remnant soul froze when he saw someone standing in front of him. The demon heir merely stared ahead without a word. The old sect master's remnant soul gaped in astonishment. What the hell is this? What is that inside your body? You dare attack this sect master? What are you supposed to be? I am the demon heir. The demon heir? The demon heir of the demon heaven domain? Why are you inside No Knock Lean's body? The demon heir immediately lunged forward and punched the old sect master straight in the face. Just like that, the demon heir dragged the old sect master outside and challenged him to a brawl. Trying to steal this demon heir's turf? You got a death wish, don't you? Stop hitting me. Stop hitting me. This sect master soul is already so damaged, it's about to turn to ash. No Knock Lean frowned in annoyance and said, both of you, shut up. The demon heir turned and shouted, No Knock Lean, this demon heir came into your body first. We already had an agreement. This guy is stealing my place, so of course I have to destroy him. The old sect master's remnant soul also yelled, No Knock Lean, I am the sect master. I order you to leave immediately. No Knock Lean asked coldly, what benefit can you give me? Hearing that, the old sect master's remnant soul panicked. What? Insolent. I'm a sect master. I took pity on you and allowed you into the evil sect. Before he could finish, No Knock Lean reached out and seized his remnant soul in her hand. Lifting the soul high, No Knock Lean said, enough nonsense. It's useless on me. You should just scatter in body and soul. The old sect master's remnant soul trembled in fear. No, I'm useful. She released her grip and let the remnant soul go. The remnant soul went limp like a worm. I can teach you the shortcut method of cultivating the evil god's soul path. Besides that, I cultivated for thousands of years. Whatever you need, I can help you with. No Knock Lean lowered her head, closed her eyes, and said, that will do. Then she opened her eyes wide and looked ahead. Then swear to the heavenly Tao. Teach that won't be necessary, will it? This sect master's word carries absolute weight. Then I should just kill you instead. Fine, y swear. Damn it, I'll swear right now. No Knock Lean fell into thought. Bok Knock, although I don't understand why you become stronger, because of you No Knock Lean, I'm also becoming stronger. Thinking back, my former self truly was foolish. The me of today is the one truly walking the path to heaven. The scene shifted to Lu Hung leading the foolish holy son up the stone steps along a cliff. The old sect master of the sacred heaven domain had already been waiting there, looking down as he spoke. That is my son. As he returned, behind him, Song Long said, I heard that strange beasts appeared in the mirage, and almost no one could get out. Now that the Holy Sun has returned, Sect Master, you can rest easy. Seeing this, Tien Sun's expression eased considerably. It's good that he's back. The idiot Holy Sun jumped up with the expression of a gorilla and said, come here, little bro. Tien Sun and Song Long both wore baffled expressions, utterly unable to understand what was happening. The drooling Holy Sun stretched out a hand and said, little bro, have you met my father, Sect Master Bok? Yet, his eyes spun nonstop like wheels as he tilted his head to one side. Tien Sun clenched his teeth in stunned disbelief, unable to understand why his son had become like this. He grabbed the Holy Sun by the shoulders anxiously. My eldest son, how did you become like this? Lu Hung, explain this to me clearly. Lu Hung remained silent, his eyes sorrowful as he lowered his head. The scene shifted to a few moments later, with Lu Hung kneeling on the ground. Sect Master, this is what happened. It was this subordinate's incompetence that allowed the Demon Heaven sect and the Chaotic Age Evil sect to beat the Holy Sun into this state. Everyone else died, and my son has become a fool. Just like last time, only you, Lu Hung, came back unharmed. His gaze turned suspicious as he looked down and asked, do you have no explanation? Immediately, Lu Hung put on the demonic armor that Bok Nok had given him earlier. reporting to Sect Master, "It was because I obtained this armor at the final moment that I was able to bring the Holy Sun back safely." Tian's son stared at the demonic armor on Lu Heng and asked, "Armor?" He smugly waved his hand, releasing a stream of force. "This Sect Master wants to see what is special about it." Lu Heng merely crossed his arms lightly to block, yet Tian's son was forced off balance and staggered backward amid the shockwaves. Song Long was utterly shocked. To withstand one strike from Sect Master so easily, and the armor is completely undamaged. This is a fine treasure. Lu Heng spread his arms and said, "Sect Master, this armor is extraordinarily marvelous. It can greatly enhance a person's combat strength, almost enough to instantly turn an ordinary cultivator into an expert capable of dominating a region." Tian's son's expression changed at once, and he burst into delighted laughter. "Lu Heng, it seems this Sect Master wrongly blamed you." As he spoke, he clasped his hands behind his back. "You have done well in bringing this armor back. From this day on, you are promoted to personal disciple." Lu Heng smiled, removed the armor, and cupped his hands respectfully. "Many thanks, Sect Master." "Sect Master, the Holy Sun and I are of one heart, like brothers." The Holy Sun was harmed so badly by the Demon Heaven Domain and the Chaotic Age Evil Sect. I truly cannot endure it. When can we go and take revenge? The Demon Heaven Domain is extremely powerful and has always harbored ambitions of swallowing our Sacred Heaven Domain. This matter requires long-term planning. As for the Chaotic Age Evil Sect, this Sect Master truly did not expect them to be so bold. I must first investigate further and see whether there is anything suspicious. Song Long behind him spoke up. "Sect Master, what is there to be suspicious about? Those people killed my son and beat your son into stupidity. Why not simply dispatch troops and destroy the Chaotic Age Evil Sect?" Tian's son turned away and said, "All of you may withdraw first. This Sect Master must first examine my eldest son and see whether he can still recover." Lu Heng turned and asked in confusion, "Second Elder, why do I feel that Sect Master's attitude toward the Chaotic Age Evil Sect is a little strange? Whenever the issue involves the Evil Sect, Sect Master always avoids the important points and downplays the matter. This elder also feels that something is off. Perhaps Sect Master has some concern." "Lu Heng, you are now a personal disciple. Your status has risen greatly. Be careful with your words and do not speak recklessly about the Sect Master." "Yes, Second Elder." The scene shifted to Tian's son holding his son. How did a perfectly fine son turn into an idiot like this? His eyes were icy, and he ground his teeth in fury. "No matter what, Father will definitely cure you." The Holy Sun suddenly bulged the veins on his face and snapped angrily. "What are you looking at?" Tian's son hurriedly soothed him. "Son, I'm your father." "Haha, what are you talking about?" "My father is Sect Master Bach. Keep staring at me, and I'll gouge out your eyes." The Holy Sun grabbed his beard and yanked it, making the old man grit his teeth in pain. Helpless, he turned and walked away with a sigh, thinking his son was beyond saving. At that moment, a subordinate landed in front of him. "You came at just the right time. Go to the Chaotic Age Evil Sect and investigate who in that sect injured the Holy Sun. This Sect Master has always felt that something is strange. The people of the Chaotic Age Evil Sect could not possibly have failed to recognize the Holy Sun. While you're there, bring back some blood buns as well." The subordinate spoke with a fearful expression. "Sect Master, something major has happened." He pointed and shouted, "Nothing is more important than my son. Go get the blood buns at once." This Sect Master must quickly break through from the peak of the transcendent level into the earth's profound realm to heal my son. The subordinate, sweating all over, stammered, "Sect Master, the Chaotic Age Evil Sect has been destroyed." Hearing this, Tian's son's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets in shock. Impossible. In the Sacred Heaven Domain, aside from our Sacred Heaven Sect, who could possibly destroy the Chaotic Age Evil Sect? Even the Wooden Profound Sect couldn't do it. Not to mention that the Chaotic Age Evil Sect Master cultivated a whole body of evil arts and was extremely hard to kill. It's absolutely true. I saw with my own eyes that the Chaotic Age Evil Sect was flattened. Everyone is dead. Tian's son immediately gritted his teeth and turned to leave. This Sect Master still can't believe it. I have to go see it for myself. A moment later, the scene shifted to Tian's son gaping. In horror, he and the subordinate stood staring at the empty ground below. The chaotic age evil sect really had been leveled. Damn it, who did this? Who could possibly do something like this? The subordinate beside him replied, there is no expert of that level in the sacred heaven domain. Could have been someone from outside the human emperor world. For example, the heavenly court, the endless demon domain, or the endless sea domain. Tien-sun's gaze shot forward like bullets as he said hatefully, investigate this thoroughly for me. Yes, what should we do next? Without the chaotic age evil sect supplying blood buns, sect masters break through. He cut him off. The sacred heaven domain faces turmoil within and enemies without. As lord of an entire domain, I must think of the sacred heaven domain's safety. For the sake of the sacred heaven domain, this sect master can do anything. The scene shifted to Luke Nguyen and Thuong Noc's son seated at a table, talking with the others. Duong Dan Fong said, let me confirm this one more time. I didn't mishear, right? Sect Master went to destroy the chaotic age evil sect. You didn't mishear. We all heard it. The chaotic age evil sect is the largest evil faction in the sacred heaven domain. Its strength is no weaker than the sacred heaven sects. For Sect Master Bach and those two to go destroy the whole sect by themselves is more than a little reckless. That's not reckless. That's simply looking down on the chaotic age evil sect entirely. I'm panicking right now. Old Thuong clasped his hands and said, I'm panicking too. Are we just going to wait? If we don't wait, we don't even know where the chaotic age evil sect grounds are. Besides, even if we went, we'd only be adding to the body count. Luke Nguyen tapped the table and said, don't panic. Don't you see how calm Lai Tu is? The moment he said that, 3 pairs of eyes all turned toward Lai Tu, who was playing with a dog at the next table. Seeing everyone staring at him in surprise, he glanced over and calmly replied, I'm thinking about how I should raise my cultivation as fast as possible to avenge Master if he dies. That single sentence left all 4 of them speechless, staring at him helplessly. From the cool green courtyard pavilion came a weary sigh. Jiuzi lay on the table and thought to himself, this king's heart hasn't stirred in the slightest. If anything, I even want to laugh a little. You people still don't understand how powerful a true expert is? Destroying the chaotic age evil sect is as easy as turning over one's hand. Just as the group remained in disarray, Bach Noc's voice came from afar. I'm back. At once, the group sprang to their feet and rushed over to him. The fastest one was still the sycophantic Jiuzi. Sect Master is back. Sect Master, are you all right? Bach Noc caught Jiuzi and replied with a smile. Do I look like something happened to me? He let out a sigh of relief. It's good that you're fine. Inwardly, he thought, Sect Master looks exactly the same as when he left. He probably came to his senses and decided not to destroy the chaotic age evil sect after all. As Bach Noc walked past him, he casually bragged, the chaotic age evil sect has been destroyed. Halfway through speaking, Luke Nguyen choked on his words. It was a major sect after all, and there'll still be chances in the future. He gaped and shouted, what? Destroyed. Bach Noc lifted his jaw back up and said disdainfully, what's so shocking about that? Close your mouth. Even Lai Tu asked in surprise, Junior sister, how did Master destroy the chaotic age evil sect? Bach Duong Tuet looked up and answered casually, very simply. He wiped it out with a wave of his hand. Everyone was struck dumb, mouths hanging open and eyes wide. No one said a word. They only looked at her with indescribable expressions. Bach Duong Tuet thought to herself, the matter of the sure-kill talismans is too important. It's better to keep it secret. Duong Dan Fong on the side reacted similarly. Lai Tu stammered in disbelief. A wave of his hand, Thuong Noc's son, and Luke Min were suddenly so moved that tears welled up in their eyes. We were too shallow-minded. From now on, Sect Master is a god in my heart. The scene shifted to 1 month later. A gigantic turtle surfaced and swam across the sea. On its back stood orderly houses and trees, complete and neatly arranged. A blue-haired young man and some old man stood in the corridor of one of the houses, looking out over the sea. The blue-haired young man frowned, clasped his hands behind his back, and asked, where exactly is the place ahead? This young man was the 3rd crown prince of the Sea Dragon King. The old man immediately replied, reporting to the third crown prince, "Ahead is the sacred heaven domain of the human emperor realm. It is the final stop on this world's waterway inspection. This man is from the Dragon King Palace, General Seahorse." The third crown prince clenched both fists. "Once we finish inspecting this place, we'll have to return to the Dragon King Palace." The sacred heaven domain of the human emperor realm was a remote, barren, impoverished place filled with rustic country bumpkins of low cultivation. What was there to inspect? The ruler of this domain was called the Sacred Heaven Sect, the weakest place in the human emperor's 9 domains. Even the sect master's highest cultivation was only at the peak of the transcending mortality realm. To our Dragon King Palace, it truly wasn't worth mentioning. However, though this place was desolate, there was a fish drake that had cultivated for many years and had successfully transformed into a flood dragon being, calling himself the Flood Dragon King. Knowing the third crown prince was coming, he had specially prepared generous gifts. According to the Flood Dragon King, there was a great surprise. "Why not go take a look?" With a weary expression, the third crown prince had no choice but to agree. "Since we're already here, let's go have a look." The turtle immediately kicked out with its legs and leapt up from the sea's surface. After traveling for a while, however, the sea remained completely still, abnormally quiet. General Seahorse looked ahead, somewhat puzzled. "Strange. Why hasn't the Flood Dragon King come out to receive us after all this time?" Frowning in displeasure, the third crown prince ordered, "Old Turtle, blast open the underwater dragon palace." The old turtle immediately opened its mouth wide, releasing a dazzling radiance. "Blast out that whatever Dragon King too. While you're at it." The surface of the water twisted into a whirlpool, dragging up a red crab. Terrified, the crab hurriedly knelt down. "Mercy, spare me." It stood up and looked toward the third crown prince, pleading nonstop. "My lord, spare my life." General Seahorse asked in confusion, "I ask you, where is the Flood Dragon King?" Reporting to my lord, "The underwater dragon palace is now without a master. The Flood Dragon King died long ago." What? The Flood Dragon King died? How'd he die? The crab eagerly answered, "He was killed by a small sect called the White Jade Sect in Sea Plains City." The third crown prince looked somewhat surprised. Sea Plains City? Why does that place name feel familiar? After a moment, he stroked his chin and smiled. "I remember now. The ancient records in the Dragon King Palace once mentioned a place called Sea Plains City. It was said that during the ancient era, that place was extraordinary, with uncommon significance. If one were to uncover the secret of Sea Plains City, ascension would come soon after." General Seahorse interrupted. "Who knows whether this is the Sea Plains City described in those records or not? But even if it is, more than 10,000 years have passed without a single divine sign appearing. It is mostly just a legend." The crab clasped its claws and asked, "May I ask if this great lord is the third crown prince of the Sea Dragon King?" "I am. Your Highness, this lowly one has something to report." While the Flood Dragon King was still alive, he once said that when the third crown prince arrived, he would present him with a great gift. "Does your Highness know what it is?" General Seahorse immediately asked. The Flood Dragon King did indeed mention such a matter. "What is this great gift?" The crab answered in 3 words. "It is Jiuzi." Hearing that, the third crown prince widened his eyes in shock. What? Is what you're saying true? You tiny crab soldier, don't spout nonsense, or even 100 deaths won't be enough for you. I wouldn't dare speak carelessly. The Flood Dragon King truly knew Jiuzi's whereabouts. My cultivation is low, so I only overheard these few words, but I can be certain it is connected to the White Jade Sect. As he spoke, the crab dropped to both knees. On the ground, he repeatedly kowtowed before the third crown prince. "I beg the third crown prince to destroy the White Jade Sect and avenge the Flood Dragon King." The third crown prince curled his lips into a smile. "That 9th brother of mine is the disgrace of the dragon race. After running around outside for so long, we finally found his trail. This trip to this godforsaken place was not wasted after all." General Seahorse turned and offered his opinion. "Third crown prince, we do not yet know whether this news is true or false. Better to rest first, and let me go to Sea Plains City to investigate." The third crown prince revealed a dark, mysterious smile. "No need. This prince will directly wipe out Sea Plains City." General Seahorse hurriedly tried to dissuade him. That won't do. In the Sacred Heaven domain, the Flood Dragon King's strength was absolutely among the top ranks. No matter why he was killed, he was still killed. That proves that White Jade's sect has some strength. Your Highness's identity as the noble Third Crown Prince is far too precious. You should still be more cautious. Hearing that, the Third Crown Prince looked somewhat contemptuous and said, "Go quickly and return quickly." The scene shifted to Bok Nok, seated on the Mother of All Things chair, looking at the 3 spirit pearls neatly arranged on the table. The spirit pearls obtained from the Phantom Market were the purest cultivation energy. There are 3 in total, and they could be used directly to increase cultivation. If these were put to use, the entire White Jade sect strength could be raised. At that moment, Lai Tu walked in from outside and asked, "Master, were you looking for me?" Bok Nok turned to look at him and asked, "What is your cultivation now?" Lai Tu raised a hand to sense the spiritual power in his body and answered, "Mid-stage enfeefment realm." After entering the enfeefment realm, my cultivation has risen much more slowly than before. Even practicing the God-tier technique Master gave me, it still takes me a whole month to break through 1 minor realm. At that moment, a loud smack came from the pavilion entrance. Startled, Lai Tu turned and saw Lu Kangwin, his whole body twisted unsteadily as he clung to the door frame. Bok Nok stepped over with concern and asked, "Lu Kangwin, are you all right?" He hurriedly shook his head like a rattle drum and replied, I'm fine. But his distorted expression was hard to hide as he thought in silent bewilderment. Are those even human words? 1 month to go from the early enfeefment realm to the mid-stage, and he still thinks that's slow? I, Lu Kangwin, am also a Heaven's Chosen. I've met countless monsters over the years, but I've never seen a cultivation speed like this. Bok Nok looked at Lai Tu and complained, "Only a little progress in a month really is too slow." Lu Kangwin had only just steadied himself when his limbs went weak again, and he grabbed the doorframe once more. Lai Tu and Bok Nok turned toward him suspiciously and asked, "Are you drunk?" Embarrassed and flustered, Lu Kangwin stammered, Can I say I was shocked by the conversation between you master and disciple? With that speed, sect master still thinks it's slow." Bok Nok gave no explanation. He reached out, picked up a spirit pearl, and tossed it to Lai Tuesday. "It's been a month, and your master hasn't given you anything, so take this spirit pearl." Lai Tu caught the pearl and asked in astonishment, "This is the cultivation-boosting jade from the Phantom Market. It's an extremely rare item." Bok Nok paid no attention, focusing only on the system panel that had just popped up before his eyes. System Apprentice Rebate. Gifted Disciple Lai Tu 1 Innate Pure Spirit Pearl, triggering a 1,300-fold rebate. Congratulations, you have received 1,300 Innate Purest Spirit Pearls. Bok Nok smiled in satisfaction and muttered, "Another odd-numbered rebate." But these 1,300 Spirit Pearls are enough to raise the cultivation of everyone in the White Jade sect once over. Meanwhile, Lai Tu tightened his grip and crushed the spirit pearl in his hand. A stream of spiritual energy burst out, floating through the air before shooting into his body. Feeling the surge of spiritual power churning through his meridians, he said delightedly, "Good stuff. My cultivation can rise quickly now. Too bad there's only one. It's not enough for me to break through." Hearing that, Bok Nok snapped his fingers, and from the air, a shower of spirit pearls fell like raindrops. "Your master still has more." Lai Tu was so frightened he hurriedly stretched out his hands to catch them. "So many? Master, weren't there only 3 spirit pearls?" Bok Nok waved his hand and shook his head, urging him on. "Don't worry about the details. Hurry up and raise your cultivation." Just then, Bok Duong Tuet suddenly sprang over from nowhere. "So many spirit pearls? I want some too." Bok Nok also grabbed 1 spirit pearl and tossed it over. "Here." Duong Tuet caught the spirit pearl in her palm and said, dissatisfied, "Only one? You favor men over women." The system panel popped up as well. System Apprentice Rebate. Beep, beep, beep. Unknown system error detected. This gift attempt has failed. Rebate unavailable. Bok Nok frowned, the corners of his mouth twitching upward. Just like when I gifted that armor last time, another error. This system is interesting. Bok Nok turned and ordered Lu Kangwin, gather everyone in the White Jade sect here to increase their cultivation. Accepting the order, he ran off at once. A short while later, Bok-nok frowned faintly. He sat at the front, and behind him all the members of the White Jade sect sat cross-legged with their eyes closed, immersed in cultivation. Bang! Bok-nok suddenly clenched his hand, and spiritual power burst forth to envelop his entire body. After absorbing 10 spirit pearls, his cultivation had only just broken through to the peak of the superhuman realm. No one has aptitude as bad as mine. And on top of that, my body can't take it anymore. I can't force myself to absorb any more spirit pearls. Helplessly, he turned to look at Thuong Nok's son, who was still cultivating while seated on the ground. This sect master is actually the one with the worst aptitude in the White Jade sect. Even old Thuong, a wandering cultivator, absorbed more than I did. Sigh. Then he looked at his two disciples and said, "You two just focus on cultivating well. This sect master will stand guard for you." Outside, old Seahorse had just arrived at the main gate of the White Jade sect. He looked up at the plaque in disgust and said, "So this is the White Jade sect? It's actually the shabby." The crab soldier beside him also spoke up. How could a tiny sect like this kill the Flood Dragon King? Could there just be another sect with the same name? Maybe there's some mistake. General Seahorse cast his gaze aside and noticed an old woman carrying a basket as she approached. He turned and asked her, "Human, let me ask you, how many White Jade sects are there in Sea Plain City?" The old woman paid them no mind and instead smiled eagerly. "Are you seafood?" The red crab beside him angrily shouted, "How dare you? Do you know what you're saying? You dare insult our Dragon King Palace." "No insult intended. I just simply think you look delicious. Last time, loads of them fell from the sky into Sea Plain City, but they were all live seafood. Everyone kept picking them up and still couldn't finish. We ate for 3 full days." General Seahorse calmly asked again, "What nonsense are you talking about? I'm asking you. This is the White Jade sect, right? And is the sect master named Bok-nok?" The old woman looked blank. "You mean Bok-nok? That boy's here." The red crab said, "So it really is the White Jade sect. I ask you, how strong is the White Jade sect? Young people these days always dream too big. What strength could they possibly have? Over the last few years, the sect has declined more and more. On this road alone, more than a dozen sects of all sizes have practically closed down. I advised him to find proper work, but he just wouldn't. Listen." Hearing that, the crab, shrimp, and General Seahorse all rolled their eyes in irritation. Damn it, what the hell is this old lady even talking about? Just then, Bok-nok came out, opening the door as he said, "Aunt Wong, I'm not that bad, am I?" The old woman looked at him disdainfully. "You're not bad? When you were hungry, I even gave you steamed buns." General Seahorse and the 2 shrimp and crab immediately asked, "You are Bok-nok?" Bok-nok raised a hand and said, "Wait a moment. I need to prove my strength to Aunt Wong first." He planted his hands on his hips and raised one hand. "Aunt Wong, I have steamed buns now. How many do you want?" "Oh, really? Then how many do you have?" Bok-nok answered as if she could have as many as she liked. "However many you want, that's how many I have." "Then however many you have, I'll take every single one. I've seen all kinds of storms in my life. I've eaten more seafood than steamed buns you've ever seen. If you're really capable, bring out 1,000 steamed buns right now. Then I'll believe you have real ability." Bok-nok immediately snapped his fingers, and a rain of steamed buns appeared and fell down, leaving the old woman stunned in shock. The old woman hugged the buns to herself and gave a thumbs up in praise. "So many steamed buns? Not bad. Bok-nok, you got promise. You can count as the #1 figure in Sea Plain City now. Aunt Wong gives you a like." General Seahorse and the crab looked utterly speechless. This is the performance of a sect master? Seriously? Pull out a few steamed buns, and that counts as having strength. Bok-nok walked over to them and asked, "You 3, I am the sect master of the White Jade sect. Did you come looking for me for some reason?" General Seahorse curiously asked, "I see your cultivation is only at the superhuman realm, right? To be precise, the peak of the superhuman realm." Hearing that, General Seahorse fell silent, as if thinking something over. Then he turned with the shrimp and crab and said, "Let's go." After walking some distance, the crab turned to General Seahorse and said, "General, we're just leaving like this? We're not making a move to kill him." His eyes turned cold as he stared ahead. The 3rd Crown Prince is still waiting. His Highness likes the sight of humans struggling in death. Let the third crown prince act personally. The crab asked, shouldn't we go in and take a look? What if the White Jade sect is hiding an expert? The general glanced back with smug confidence. The sect master of a sect is the strongest person in that sect. The sect master of the White Jade sect has that kind of character and such trash cultivation. How high could the inner disciples possibly be? As he spoke, he walked forward with his hands clasped behind his back. What expert would be willing to stay in a place like this? I was being too cautious. If I'd known earlier, I should have listened to the third crown prince and directly wiped out Sea Plain City. Back to the old woman standing behind Bok Nok, smiling as she said, Bok Nok, when can you let Aunt Wong eat seafood again? Bok Nok glanced at her and smiled, as if he had thought of something. Then he said to Aunt Wong, don't worry, it'll be soon. Hearing that, the old woman turned and walked away. With so many steamed buns, I'll go share some with Old Lee. Sea Plain City hasn't been peaceful lately. If some great disaster strikes, at least we won't have to worry about having no food to eat. Bok Nok stood there, silently watching her retreating figure. This Aunt Wong is also an old neighbor. Why does she seem so strange today? The scene shifted to the back of the turtle, where a voice sounded out. Third Crown Prince, that is the situation. General Seahorse frowned in annoyed disdain. That sect master Bok is just a mob of riffraff. The third crown prince turned and said, so they're only a bunch of dancing clowns. That suits Ninth Brother's status too. Clowns seek out clowns. He stared ahead and said, set out. Destroy Sea Plains City. The scene shifted again as a group of youths all looked up at the sky in astonishment as though they had seen something. When they saw the old turtle flying through the air, everyone was bewildered. What is that? Such a huge turtle, and it can fly? At that moment, the old woman slowly walked down the steps, muttering to herself. Oldie still wants to catch seafood himself. Doing it yourself is so tiring. Isn't eating for free much better? Bok Nok stood there looking upward at the massive old turtle flying toward him, and the corners of his mouth lifted into a smile. They finally came. My first time dealing with enemies from outside the Sacred Heaven domain. Looks like it has something to do with the dog. The old turtle found its target and slowly descended. The people on its back jumped down and stood in front of Bok Nok. General Seahorse led the third crown prince forward and said, Third crown prince, ahead is the White Jade sect. Bok Nok immediately strode forward boldly to block them. With an arrogant expression, the third crown prince asked, do you know who I am? With a look of contempt, Bok Nok shot back, then do you know who your daddy is? You're definitely not my son. General Seahorse furiously barked. Impudent old fool. You dare speak to the third crown prince like that? Because if my son were this rude, barging into someone else's home by force, I'd slap him to death on the spot. General Seahorse was so furious, he almost exploded, but he could do nothing. The third crown prince lifted a hand and said, you are nothing more than a pitiful reptile. The harder your mouth is, the more amusing this prince finds it. He curled his lips, his eyes full of pride. Hand over Jiu-Zi, and I may limit myself to tormenting you for only one shurchen. Staring at the third crown prince, Bok Nok asked, amusing, is it? He raised his middle finger and shouted, bastard, you really think you're something? Aren't you just walking seafood? Hearing that, the third crown prince was so enraged he couldn't speak. With a face dark as the bottom of a pot, Bok Nok continued to provoke him, shouting, as I see it, you were born a cucumber begging for a beating, grew up into a walnut begging to be cracked, and an old age or motorcycle begging to be kicked over. Your whole family is made of screws begging to be tightened. The third crown prince glared furiously and choked out a single word. You. Bok Nok lifted his chin proudly and asked, can you still laugh now? Grinding his teeth viciously, the third crown prince said, you've succeeded in making me angry. Rip out his tongue for me. General Seahorse shot a look at the shrimp and crab soldiers. What are you still standing around for? The two living seafood creatures turned to each other and muttered, what the hell is a motorcycle? I don't even know what a screw is. General Seahorse angrily waved his hand and ordered, hurry up and rip that brat's tongue out. The shrimp and crab soldiers leapt toward Bok Nok and attacked. To be disrespectful to the third crown prince, death 100 times over still wouldn't be enough for your crime. Bok Nok's sword was instantly drawn. In the blink of an eye, he flashed past them and severed the heads of the shrimp and crab soldiers on both sides before they could react. He raised the sword high, turned, and faced General Seahorse and the third Crown Prince. General Seahorse clenched his teeth in shock. A divine weapon. It's actually a divine weapon. Third Crown Prince. It seems this trip to Seaplane City has yielded quite a harvest. The third Crown Prince smiled in delight. For a human like you to use a divine weapon is truly a waste of a heavenly treasure. He spread his stance wide, imposing and fierce, his robes fluttering wildly. Go! End this quickly. Strands of some kind of energy shot like arrows toward the old turtle's head, and then a group of short-legged armored seafood creatures appeared. Dressed like ninjas, they leaped down and surrounded Bok Nok. Boy, we are subordinates of the third Crown Prince of the Sea Dragon King, they said. At least let you die knowing that much. Standing in the middle of the encirclement, Bok Nok showed no fear at all. Diamond-headed eels? To this sect master, you lot look more like puffed fish cakes. Just then, a pillar of energy suddenly shot out from inside the sect straight into the sky. Seeing this, the third Crown Prince widened his eyes in shock. Is someone breaking through? The 18 guards under Bok Nok immediately leaped out. Bok Nok smiled in satisfaction and praised them. Not bad. Looks like all of you broke through. Your cultivation has risen quite a bit. Nok's son spoke up. It is all thanks to the sect master's gift. Old Deep and I have both broken through to the enfeefment realm, and the rest have all reached the superhuman realm. Old Thuong's eyes were like bullets as he glared ahead in fury. Sect master, these shrimp soldiers and crab generals actually dared show you disrespect. Leave them to us. The third Crown Prince was a little flustered as he looked back. Didn't you say the highest realm in the White Jade sect was only the superhuman realm? General Seahorse could only stammer, unable to answer. Who could have guessed that the disciples of the White Jade sect would have higher cultivation than their own sect master? But it won't matter. They're only in the enfeefment realm. They can't stir up much trouble. A hand stretched out as someone shouted, "Brothers, this is the first time the 18 guardians of us fight for the sect." Wearing his demonic armor, Thuong Nok's son raised his hand and roared with imposing force. "Protect the White Jade sect." The others also put on their demonic armor and shouted, "Protect the White Jade sect." General Seahorse thrust his hand forward and barked. A bunch of bumpkins actually think shouting slogans means they have strength? Attack! Kill them all. One bloodthirsty sea creature charged at Nok's son with a trident in hand. I'll capture him for the third Crown Prince. In an instant, Nok's son's fist shot straight into that fresh seafood's face. Just like that, the powerful blow tore its head clean off its neck, blood spraying everywhere. While Nok's son roared, "Fight for the sect." Bok Thuong Nok's fist carried tremendous force, stirring a gale in the air. Seeing this, Old Seahorse stood there with his mouth hanging open in shock. What? Over on Bok Nok's side, though surrounded by fish soldiers, he calmly watched the show and loudly teased, "Hey, go easy. That fish head cake already got blown into mush." Seeing Old Thuong acting so mightily, the others naturally could not hold back and rushed forward too. Brothers fight. The 18 men clad in demonic armor brutally smashed the 100 fish soldiers in a pulp that scattered all over the ground. One of them happened to notice Thatch Tien standing off by himself and came up with an idea. That one is actually this strong. This little kid should be easier to deal with, right? Unfortunately, the moment he touched the child, he was pushed and sent flying straight into the sky, coughing blood as if gifted an embrace of love. The Crown Prince happened to see it, and his jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. This. He stammered for a long while, staring dumbfounded at Thatch Tien, then turned to Old Seahorse and demanded, "Didn't you say it wouldn't affect the situation, that they were only in the enfeefment realm and couldn't make any waves? Why is even a little child this powerful?" Old Seahorse was also frightened out of his wits. He hurriedly explained, trying to calm him, "Third Crown Prince, these lowly commoners actually have high-grade armor. These are absolutely top-tier treasures. Thinking about it now, our harvest this time is even greater." The prince froze for a moment, then found his words reasonable and changed his attitude. "You have a point. No wonder they could kill the Flood Dragon King. So it was because of this armor. Go and seize it for this prince." Full of confidence, the old fellow pounded his chest and shouted, "Third Crown Prince, rest assured, it'll be as easy as turning over a hand." As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang up with one leap and charged straight toward Thuong Nok's son below. He glared fiercely and shouted, "You dare kill the third crown prince's men? You must be tired of living. This general will personally deal with you." Old Thuong glared back, gritted his teeth, and swung out his fist. The two immensely powerful fist forces crashed directly into each other, the shockwave splitting the ground below. As the old man pressed down with even more force, he cried out in astonishment, "Humph, you can actually block one of my strikes. This armor is even stronger than this general imagined." The brothers nearby saw the chance and quickly reacted, leaping at him from all directions. Beat him to death. By the time he was startled into awareness, blows were raining down on him from every side. The pitiful old man could only curl up on the ground like a human punching bag and cry loudly for help. "Third Crown Prince, save me." He ground his teeth and cursed, but still had no choice except to help. "Useless trash. Move." He took out a pearl wrapped in a layer of spiritual power and shouted. The spirit pearl immediately flew into the air. They looked up curiously, only to see that the moment the pearl steadied in midair, their bodies stiffened. They were completely unable to move or resist the powerful suction coming from the spirit pearl above, which began drawing them in. Bok Nok stared in surprise and asked, "Humph, what kind of treasure is this?" Old Seahorse, bruised and battered all over and still lying on the ground, shouted proudly, "Never seen it before, have you? This is called the Illusory Sea Pearl, the supreme treasure of the Dragon King Palace. It could trap them for at least a quarter of an hour." The young man glanced at him, then looked up at the pearl in the sky. His brows relaxed considerably as he continued, "So it only lasts a quarter of an hour? Then I'm not worried anymore." The Crown Prince's brows instantly knitted together as he turned and glared furiously at the old man. "Are you stupid? You can casually reveal battle secrets like that? If this isn't settled within a quarter of an hour, this prince will pull out your teeth." The old man pushed himself up and said, "Third Crown Prince, you worry too much. The Dragon King Palace has experts as numerous as clouds. How could we possibly fail to settle this? Those 18 armored men just now must be the White Jade Sect's strongest trump card already. Next, won't the rest be left for your highness to mold as you please?" The Crown Prince threw back his head and laughed wildly. "Men, kill the White Jade Sect's Sectmaster and bring Jiuzi out here." At a shout, another group leaped out and flew down to surround Bok Nok. This time, it was a squad of octopus soldiers holding long spears aimed straight at him. Standing behind the steel guards, Old Seahorse glared at him viciously. The octopus iron guards are the elite of the Dragon King Palace. Every one of them is at the peak of the enfeefment realm. Sending them out to kill a chicken-weak sect master like you is using an ox-cleaving knife to butcher a chicken. Another surge of oppressive aura emerged from inside the sect. Seahorse blurted out in dismay. Someone broke through again. A voice echoed from afar. "Sect Master, we came late." Luke and Gwyn stepped forward, looking supremely confident. Duong John Fong flew over with a sneer when he saw them. Bok Nok nodded. "Not late. Kill those octopuses. We'll have extra food tonight." The Iron Guards flew into a rage. "Arrogant old fool. We, the Octopus Iron Guards, defend the glory of the Dragon King Palace. Kill them." The two sides crashed into each other and fought without pause. The Third Crown Prince grew madder and madder, grinding his teeth so hard it seemed his whole jaw might fall out. They're all in the Marquis realm, and one of them is even at the peak of the Marquis realm. How could a trash sect possibly have this? Luke and Gwyn fought with wild enthusiasm, looking as though he were playing around. His blade danced as if he were trying out a new game. Duong John Fong looked no less relaxed. Inside, there were still 3 people cultivating. Clutching a pill tightly, Lai Tu said delightedly, "Speed up my cultivation growth. I have to get outside quickly and help Master. This time, I can feel that the enemy is very powerful." Jiu Zi gritted his teeth, vaguely recognizing something. Third brother actually came. "This is my matter. I have to settle it myself." His eyes burned brightly as he urged himself on. "I'm about to break through. Hurry, hurry." While cultivating, Bok Duong Tuet also felt uneasy. Bok Nok doesn't have the sure kill talisman, yet he's facing the Dragon King Palace of the Infinite Sea. There's no guarantee he planned for this. "I need to finish cultivating as soon as possible." staring at Luke Nguyen with eyes full of hatred. The third crown prince grew even more furious. He looked as though he wanted to roll General Seahorse into a seaweed wrap while roaring, "Didn't you just say they would let me toy with them?" Seahorse muttered, "I'm also very surprised that the White Jade sect can still send out people like this." Suddenly, the third crown prince raised his palm close to the old man. His palm was full of spiritual energy. The old man opened his mouth wide and begged, "Your Highness, spare my life." In an instant, Seahorse transformed, taking on a gigantic form with bulging muscles. The third crown prince reminded him once more, "I already said that if this wasn't resolved within a quarter of an hour, I'd pull out your teeth." Stepping up to Seahorse, the third crown prince vented his anger without the slightest mercy, and just like that, Seahorse became a toothless man before he knew it. Holding the sharp teeth in his hand, the third crown prince clicked his tongue in warning. Clutching his miserable mouth, Seahorse admitted his mistake. "Third crown prince, this servant knows he was wrong." John Fong turned and commented, "The third crown prince is truly ruthless even to his own people." Luke Nguyen suddenly realized the bloodline aura of the Sea Dragon King. This third crown prince is very strong. Pointing ahead, the third crown prince gave a decisive order. His cold voice made all the soldiers tremble in fear, and none dared utter a word. "I'll give you one chance to atone. Kill every last one of them." Seahorse charged forward madly, moving so fast it seemed as if he were trying to outrun time itself. "Third crown prince, rest assured, this time, once I act, I will definitely bring them down." His hoarse roar rang out. "Lowly humans, how dare you defy the third crown prince's orders and resist the decree of his highness of the Dragon King Palace? I want to devour all of you alive." John Fong and Luke Nguyen's expressions changed at once, twisting rapidly as though someone had just slapped them hard across the face. Luke Nguyen quickly dodged Seahorse's heaven-shattering punch. One waved a fan, the other threw a fist. The two eagerly rushed into counterattack, as if competing to see who could strike faster. But then both were blasted away by Seahorse's punch. Sent flying so far, it looked as if they were about to travel across several provinces. Overestimating yourselves. Struggling to get back up, Luke Nguyen sighed. "This guy's physical strength is terrifying." Seahorse puffed himself up arrogantly. "In the ancient age, your human race was food for our sea race. And now you dare resist? You really are courting death." The two men flew away, shouting, "Let's go outside the city to fight. Otherwise, this huge brute will destroy the place." Seahorse immediately chased after them like a clingy shadow. "You won't escape." Staring directly at Bok Nok, the third crown prince spoke. "Sect master of the White Jade sect, now you're the only one left. Guess how I'm going to torment you." The young man still wore his teasing expression, a gleaming smile on his lips. "Third crown prince, is this something we can still negotiate?" The third crown prince rebuked him. "Negotiate? Are you joking with me? Have you never heard of the might and reputation of the Dragon King Palace in the Infinite Sea? Or do you come from some great background? What gives you the right to utter the word negotiate?" He was ferocious and overbearing. "Can't listen well. To you, the Infinite Sea race is the heavens themselves, something you can only look up to for your entire life. Your only ending is a painful death." Bok Nok was not afraid in the slightest and replied casually, "You really do know how to put on a show. I do like villains who talk too much." He beckoned with one hand. "If that's the case, then make your move." The third crown prince looked him up and down with disgust, clearly unable to stand the sight before him. "Make my move? You think too highly of yourself. What are you, that this prince would have to act personally?" He bellowed at the top of his lungs. "Men!" At once, one of them leaped out. The man was ready to fight at once. Bok Nok stroked his chin and sized him up. "You look pretty human. I can't tell what kind of creature you are." The third crown prince signaled to two of them. "Take him down, break his knees, and make him kneel before me." The two monkey-faced men shouted loudly, "As you command." And another surge of power erupted. Feeling this aura only made the third crown prince more irritated. What? Are there still people breaking through? The two subordinates charged fiercely, their eyes full of sinister intent, as if they wanted to tear apart everything in front of them. Then Lai Tu and Bok Duong Tuet entered the battlefield, arriving just in time. They faced the two subordinates, each one looking as though the whole world owed him money, their expressions grim and hostile. Baknak said, "So they're two lobsters." Seeing Lai Tu's power, the third crown prince seethed. Again, two Marquis realm cultivators, and such young Marquis realm cultivators at that. Rare indeed. And for them to appear at the same time in a trash sect is even rarer. Itching to fight, the two clawed men roared. They're only in the Marquis realm. Let's crush them at will. Baknak asked seriously, "Are you too confident?" Lai Tu analyzed. These two have very high cultivation. They're both in the transcending mortality realm. The young man said sternly, "That's one major realm above you, so that means you're not confident." Lai Tu looked ahead, his eyes blazing. "But I'm very excited. I want to fight someone in the transcending mortality realm." Bak Duong Tuet smiled brightly, her eyes burning as well. "I'm not excited at all, but I am confident." The two subordinates began to act. Ignorant little brats. Crush them. The third crown prince tempted them. "Seeing that your aptitude is not bad, I'll give you a chance. Enter my service, and I'll take you to the infinite sea. Join the Dragon King Palace, and I'll let you witness the true world of cultivation. That is the real stage for you to display yourselves." Who would have thought they would answer him with a furious stream of abuse? "Want to eat shit? Were you to dare speak to me, Bak Duong Tuet, like that? Aren't you afraid of shortening your own life?" The third crown prince gritted his teeth, his face twisted with displeasure, as if he were chewing a mouthful of stones. "You dare be this disrespectful to me? If the sect master is like this, then his disciples are like this too. Is everyone in the White Jade sect made up of lunatics?" He raised his head high and shouted noisily, "Don't you want to use the Marquis realm to fight the transcending mortality realm? Then I'll grant your wish. I want to hear their screams." The two subordinates' fighting spirit surged as they pounced with everything they had, as if entering a tournament ring with no regard for any rules. "Kill! Fight to the bitter end!" Bak Duong Tuet shouted. "Battle!" The two sides exchanged fiery blows, creating terrifying shockwaves. The red-haired one widened his eyes in alarm. "A Marquis realm cultivator actually took my move without retreating. I underestimated you." The black-headed one charged fiercely at Bak Duong Tuet, only to receive a shocking strike from her. His body was frozen in place on the spot. She frowned and unleashed Deep Ice Strike. His body was completely swallowed by a giant block of ice, looking no different from a fish trapped in a freezer waiting for someone to take it out. The ice block grew larger and stronger. He struggled desperately, but it was like a mouse trying to escape from a trap that had already snapped shut. The black-haired one roared. For a little girl to reach the Marquis realm already amazed this old man. "I never expected the more shocking thing would be that you could use one move to restrict this old man's movements." Bak Duong Tuet smiled with satisfaction. "After entering the Marquis realm, I can now use even more forbidden divine abilities." Watching everything, the third crown prince could not help but wonder. Even the Ice Snow Flood Dragon of the Dragon King Palace is not proficient in such profound ice arts. Who exactly is this girl? As he enjoyed the bloody spectacle, Bak Nok reminded them, "Leave the bodies intact. Your master still wants to eat lobster." On Lai Tu's side, the battle was also extremely intense. He declared confidently, "Master, don't worry. It's always other people treating me to thug beatdowns. This time, I'm the one treating everyone to lobster." The two subordinates exchanged glances. "Looks like we'll have to bring out our true skills too. If we really lose to two Marquis realm brats, we'll disgrace the third crown prince." Their giant claws began to spread out, each extending to nearly 8 feet long. Bak Nok's eyes widened. "So they're not lobsters, but king crabs?" The two laughed smugly. "Surprised? We come from a noble royal clan. For you to mistake us for lobsters is an insult to us." Bak Duong Tuet flew farther away again. "This place is too small. Let's fight outside the city." The other two immediately chased after them. "Wherever you go, the ending will be the same." The third crown prince put his hands on his hips and mocked. "Now you're alone again." He pointed at Bak Nok. "This prince has changed his mind. I think I'll enjoy personally crushing your bones." But Bak Nok did not waste any words. Wearing a cold expression like some domineering young lord, he gave an order, "Kneel." The ridiculousness of it stunned the third crown prince for a moment before he could recover himself. standing within the 8 trigrams formation. He sneered, "Have you been scared, stupid? Have you started spouting nonsense?" But then his body was continuously seized by an unseen force, and he could no longer control himself. He trembled, stammering, "What? A mortal? A mere mortal?" The third crown prince burned with bitter humiliation. A mere mortal can actually force this prince to kneel? What kind of disgrace is this? Baknak calmly pointed again and instructed, "Bow down." No matter how unwilling he was, that stubborn body still obediently collapsed. Baknak looked at him with contempt and continued arrogantly, "I like watching you struggle while being utterly unable to do anything to me." Drenched in sweat, the third crown prince once again put on an ugly expression. "A tiny sect like yours actually has a formation like this, and a high-level one at that. You really have surprised this crown prince." He raised his hand and flicked out a talisman. His face changed as quickly as flipping a pancake, and he broke into a delighted grin. "Did you really think these petty formations could suppress this crown prince? You're overthinking it." This time it was Baknak who was surprised, his eyes going blank. The formation he had painstakingly set up slowly dissipated. He was startled. The formation had vanished. The third crown prince smugly showed off. "This is a formation dispelling talisman, a Saint tier talisman. It can make your formation disappear for half a shurchen." Of course, don't tell me you've never seen such a high-level talisman before. You may never even have heard of one. I'm only letting you die with understanding. Baknak paid no mind to that nonsense and kept smiling brightly. "But I still have a sure-kill talisman left. Today, you won't get another chance to show off." Instead, the third crown prince's face twisted like that of an enraged ape. "Brat, you actually made me kneel." This crown prince is furious now. "Next, I'll make you watch as everyone in Seaplane City is buried alongside your stupidity. Because of you." His fury erupted, and the outburst left Baknak visibly shaken. The people around them were in utter confusion. "What's going on? What happened? This is bad. I've had a terrible feeling." Waves surged out, engulfing the space around them. The water grew more and more violent. The people screamed in panic, mouths agape. "What? That is heavens. Am I seeing things? That's a massive flood. We're done for. Why is there such a huge flood? It's dozens of zhang high. How are we supposed to survive this?" At the sight of the overwhelming flood, Jiuzi's rage also flared up, like gasoline being poured straight into a fire. He clenched his teeth and urged himself on. "The third crown prince wants to drown the whole city. There's no time. Absorb." Countless spirit pearls flew into his body. A violent wave of power burst out from all over Jiuzi's body. It was so strong that if anyone had been standing nearby, they would certainly have been blown away like fallen leaves in the wind. Baknak frowned at this moment. The formation had been dispelled, and now this beast wanted to flood the city. Unforgivable. The arrogant third crown prince kept ranting. "I, the third crown prince of the Sea Dragon King, have never suffered such humiliation before, and from a lowly little sect, no less." His face twisted as he cursed. "You will pay the most terrible price. Ride the clouds, drive the waters, destroy this place for me." He raised his hand and summoned the waves. In the blink of an eye, the whole sea seemed to rise and answer his call. The people ran frantically, trying every possible way to evade it. "No, someone save us. Why is it covering Seaplane City? I don't want to die." The third crown prince sneered. The deaths of millions of humans would only amuse this crown prince a little. He opened his mouth and raved like a lunatic. "After I deal with this place, I must destroy another human city before I'll be satisfied. Sect Master of the White Jade Sect, remember this well. Today, everyone dies because of you." At that moment, Baknak thought to himself, "To be safe, it looks like I'll have to summon Big Wolf." But before he could summon it, the surging waters gradually began to subside, leaving the third crown prince staring in shock. The people cheered with joy. The world-ending flood stopped. Someone is stopping this disaster. The third crown prince stretched out his hand and continued to manipulate water-attributed spiritual power. "You want to stop this crown prince from using water arts? Dream on. I come from the Sea Dragon King's clan, whose water arts could possibly be stronger than mine. Flatten this place for me." His flood dragon opened its mouth and spewed torrents everywhere, while Baknak pressed his lips together and kept thinking. But after a moment, the waves also scattered away like a child playing with water and then leaving once the fun was gone. The third crown prince flailed his arm in panic. "Who is it? Who dares ruin this crown prince's Water arts? Even Bok Nok could not help but feel suspicious at the strange disappearance of the waves. Just then, Jiuzi ran over, his body overflowing with spiritual pressure. It was me. The moment the prince saw him, he froze on the spot. Then he shrieked bitterly, Jiuzi! Jiuzi ignored him completely and only glanced at Bok Nok with concern. Master, are you all right? Bakken Nijiochu replied, I'm fine. Jiuzi, this is the first time I've heard you speak. Stepping forward boldly, Jiuzi spoke in a firm voice. Master, this matter is because of me. Let me settle it myself. Bok Nok immediately reminded him, be careful. Jiuzi spoke seriously. Third brother, withdraw the flood. Don't drag others into this matter. But all he received in return was an angry rebuke. You think you're worthy of calling me third brother? The third crown prince curled his lip, his contempt plain and unhidden. Not bad, Jiuzi. In the past, you'd wag your tail the moment you saw me, and now you dare speak to me like this. Spreading his arms, he mocked him. Let me make this clear to you. No one in Sea Plains City, this remote backwater, will survive today. Everyone will suffer this crown prince's wrath. Jiuzi tried to explain. Third brother, I have never provoked you. I already left the Dragon King Palace. I do not want our clan to slaughter its own. I beg you, please leave. The third crown prince snapped at him. Are you deaf? Don't call me third brother. He went on in a furious tirade. You are the greatest disgrace of the Sea Dragon clan. I have never acknowledged you as my younger brother. I never even considered you a member of the Dragon clan. You are nothing more than trash accidentally born by the Dragon clan. Jiuzi stood there in a daze, then murmured, I understand. Even just listening from the side was enough to make Bok Nok's ears hurt, and he raised his beloved middle finger at him. Third crown prince, your mouth really stinks. That instantly made him lose control. He was about to charge over and beat Bok Nok down. You dare disrespect me? I'll kill you. Jiuzi immediately blocked him. Stop. Jiuzi stressed. I already said this has nothing to do with Master. I'll handle today's matter myself. But the third crown prince mocked him like he'd heard the greatest joke in the world. Master? Jiuzi, you're here playing watchdog for someone else, submitting to a human. Today I'll tear out your tendons and strip your bones to erase the disgrace that is you. Suddenly, Jiuzi calmly exposed the truth. Third crown prince, stop pretending. You're so angry you could roast 10 skewers of sausage with that heat. He roared, pretending? What exactly is this crown prince pretending about? Jiuzi answered, actually, I know the real reason you all look down on me. It is because you want to eat your own kin. Eating one's own kind can grant a tremendous evolution to the one who devours them. That is the true reason the 8 of you most want to get rid of me. Having been exposed, the third crown prince stood stiffly in place. Then he gave a shameless sneer. So, you're not always stupid. What you said is correct. Back when you were in the Dragon King Palace, it wasn't easy for us to make a move on you. But now that this crown prince has found you, this is my good fortune. He did not hesitate to lay his cards on the table and pointed fiercely. As long as I eat you, I'll evolve again. It might even let me become a golden giant dragon. Jiuzi parted his mouth angrily. If that's the case, then come. I no longer need to care about so-called family ties. I can strike against you now. The third crown prince looked full of contempt and sneered back. Are you joking with me? Then he pointed directly at Jiuzi's face and shouted, a lowly creature like you thinks you're worthy of fighting me? Can you even withstand one finger of mine? Those words of humiliation successfully enraged Jiuzi. He clenched his fists, his whole body tensing, clearly intending to charge forward. Suddenly, the third crown prince's eyes widened in shock. A smack rang out. Jiuzi had already struck him with a palm, sending him flying back several zhang. He staggered and barely regained his footing, his face full of disbelief as he angrily demanded, You, how did you become this strong? Behind them, Bok Nok could not hide his excitement. He cheered, That's right, Jiuzi. Keep hitting him like that. Jiuzi raised his head high, his voice proud and resolute. Everything I have today was given to me by Master. Therefore, today, I absolutely will not let you destroy this place. The third crown prince's face turned purple with rage. Grinding his teeth, he spat out each word. Despicable. You have completely enraged me. A worm I never even bothered to notice before actually dares strike me today. How could I endure such fury? Jiuzi suddenly felt a powerful aura radiating from the other side and shivered slightly. A quasi-divine weapon, Morning Great Hammer. Without hesitation, Bok Nok threw a radiant sword toward Jiuzi and said cheerfully, Jiuzi, use this sword. Jiuzi immediately regained his confidence, reached out, caught the sword, and raised it in challenge. The third crown prince sneered. You think a divine weapon can suppress my quasi-divine weapon? You're overthinking it. I have two sacred morning great hammers. These two quasi-divine weapons together are enough to fight evenly against one of your divine weapons. Baknak merely smiled again and threw another item to Jiuzi. Catch! Jiuzi snatched it as fast as lightning. It was a battle axe with an aura even stronger than the sword from before. The third crown prince was stunned speechless. What? Another divine weapon? How is that possible? Where did you get so many divine weapons? He grew anxious, unease rising in his heart. This was too strange. Even my Dragon King Palace only has 3 divine weapons, and 2 of them are sealed. Normally, there's only 1 left to guard the Dragon King Palace. Yet in this godforsaken place, 2 divine weapons have appeared at the same time. Baknak replied confidently, not forgetting to mock him. Only 2 divine weapons, and you're already this shocked? And you still dare call our place rustic and remote. Looks like you're the real frog at the bottom of the well, completely ignorant of the world. The third crown prince refused to yield and roared. So what if you have divine weapons? Your combat power is far beneath this crown prince's. I can still crush you. Jiuzi said nothing more and swung the axe as he charged forward. Supreme mystery body art. A thunderous boom rang out. The third crown prince was immediately blasted away by a violent force, though he still managed to land safely, albeit awkwardly. What technique are you cultivating? Why is your explosive power so strong? Jiuzi answered proudly. Of course, it's the god-tier technique master taught me. What? A god-tier technique? This place actually has a god-tier technique. The third crown prince was truly shocked. I am the dignified crown prince of the Sea Dragon King, and even I have never cultivated a god-tier technique. He was so stunned that he could barely speak. Baknak spoke leisurely. Now you finally know how ridiculous you are, right? Your arrogance before the White Jade sect is really nothing but a joke. You are a clown and don't even know it. You dare mock me? Someone like you thinks you're worthy of mocking me? Wrath of the Sea God. I'd like to see how you block this crown prince's forbidden water spell. Then watch carefully. Trash like you also thinks you're worthy of using a forbidden water spell. A gigantic water pillar shot from Jiuzi's hand, its power even more terrifying than the third crown prince's attack. The third crown prince froze in horror. How can this be? The power of my forbidden spell is actually inferior to Jiuzi's. Jiuzi mocked him coldly. So this is all you amount to? It seems I overestimated you. His face darkened with fury, and he growled, no matter what fortune you may have obtained today, you still must die. As soon as he finished speaking, the third crown prince's body began to change, transforming into his true form, a gigantic black dragon. Baknak looked up at the mighty dragon circling overhead and could not help exclaiming in surprise, Is that a living true dragon? This is my first time seeing one. The third crown prince's black dragon voice rumbled like thunder. We are born with different ranks. This crown prince carries the pure bloodline of a true dragon. As for you, from the moment you were born, you were destined to be nothing but a mongrel dragon. Your dragon clan bloodline is impure. Jiuzi, the true dragon body, is the core battle strength of the Sea Dragon clan. But you fundamentally cannot condense a true form. You are certain to die. Oh, really? Jiuzi's voice rang out, full of confidence and a trace of ridicule. How laughable. The reason I still haven't revealed my true form is because I was afraid I'd scare you to death. The third crown prince, in black dragon form, sneered mockingly, his voice echoing through the air. Are you dreaming in broad daylight? Even before dying, you still insist on bragging. He let out a murderous roar. No matter what, today, you will certainly be devoured by me. Jiuzi did not waver in the slightest. A burst of dazzling golden light suddenly exploded from his body. Then his forceful, majestic voice rang out, Golden Giant Dragon. The third crown prince, who had been about to charge forward, abruptly halted, his whole body going rigid. Appearing before him in glorious splendor was a golden giant dragon, its golden scales shining brilliantly, its presence incomparably majestic. Extreme shock was written all over the dragon face of the third crown prince. The golden giant dragon, Jiuzi, now even larger and more imposing than the third crown prince's black dragon, looked down at his opponent with blazing eyes. The third crown prince panicked, his voice no longer carrying the same arrogance. What? What is this? How is that possible? You, how could you transform into a golden giant dragon? He roared madly and demanded in utter disbelief. What in the world is going on? You're just a mongrel. Your bloodline isn't even pure. How could you possibly evolve into the incomparably noble golden giant dragon? Jiuzi, in golden giant dragon form, replied confidently, his voice imposing and majestic. There is no harm in telling you. Everything I have today was given to me by Master. He gave me the dragon crystal of a golden giant dragon, and after that I cultivated tirelessly. Only then did I achieve what I have today. The third crown prince grew even angrier and roared. Again, it's that human. How can such an insignificant human possess so many rare treasures? Things even my Dragon King palace does not have. Baknak stood on the ground, only shaking his head and looking at him with utter disdain. Jiuzi continued, his voice full of determination. That is why, even though I am of the Dragon Clan, following Master is entirely of my own free will. I have never felt that guarding Master's home is a humiliation. On the contrary, it is a great honor. Third Crown Prince, if you are willing to lower your arrogant head now, I can ask Master to deal with you leniently. The third Crown Prince was still stubborn and unwilling to admit defeat. He roared in rebuttal, "Deal with me? Dream on. You think you've already won? Everything is only truly beginning now." Old turtle, he roared. A crimson-red pearl suddenly flew over from somewhere. Jiuzi stared closely and could not help frowning. Could that be? The third crown prince spoke confidently, his voice full of smug pride. You're not mistaken. This is a dragon pearl. Eat it, and you gain miraculous power. In the whole world, there are only 7 dragon pearls in total, and this crown prince was fortunate enough to obtain one. Originally, I planned to gather all 7 before using them, but it seems today I'll have to use this one first. He swallowed the dragon pearl into his stomach. Instantly, a blazing aura erupted from his body, and dark red smoke enveloped the black dragon form. When the smoke cleared, the black dragon had vanished, replaced by a blazing fire dragon, its entire body aflame and its power astonishing. The third crown prince, now a fire dragon, laughed in excitement. Evolved. I evolved from a black dragon into a fire dragon. This feeling of overflowing power is absolutely wonderful. Jiuzi, a golden giant dragon like you that has only just begun to evolve. How could you still be my opponent? As soon as he finished speaking, the third crown prince opened his mouth and blew out enormous flames that roared as they rushed toward Jiuzi. Jiuzi could not help becoming cautious in the face of such a powerful display. The third crown prince continued spewing fierce columns of fire, his voice cold and cruel. Die my sea of dragon flames. A fierce wind swept through the house. Here, a battle among 3 people was taking place. Lu Kangwin widened his eyes and thought, inside eye. After my breakthrough, my insight has improved as well. It can now see through a cultivator's weakness. A beam of light appeared from the cultivator's abdomen. Lu Kangwin immediately called out a warning. His weak point is his stomach. Attack his stomach. Duong John Fong's expression hardened as he shouted, "Kill!" The 2 of them immediately rushed in and pummeled the cultivator. The cultivator suddenly froze. Lu Kangwin decisively drove a punch straight into his stomach. He immediately vomited all over the place. The 2 men paused for a moment. Lu Kangwin cried out excitedly. It worked. Keep going. The monk suddenly spoke up. Wait a second, you 2 tiny humans. This general is about to unleash his ultimate move. Duong John Fong and Lu Kangwin were instantly stunned. The monk suddenly slipped away right in front of them. As he ran, he shouted, "I'm out of here!" Duong John Fong stared after him and blurted out, "He's just running away like that?" At that moment, an urgent voice rang out from nearby. "Third Crown Prince, save me." The third Crown Prince cursed furiously. Trash. Weren't you saying they could do whatever they wanted to you? Lu Kangwin poursuived relentlessly. What do you think you're running? The braggart could only break down crying now. Third Crown Prince, stop talking and save me first. Unexpectedly, the third crown prince arrived as well. But as he drew near, something fell off. He opened his mouth wider than anything. The seahorse general froze in shock and could only gasp, "What?" In the final moment of his life, he desperately begged, "Don't." But the third crown prince coldly swallowed him whole. Into his stomach, his eyes widened with sinister malice. "What use is worthless trash? My Dragon King palace never has any need for useless waste." Seeing this, Luke and Gwyn couldn't help exclaiming, "This third crown prince is way too ruthless. He swallows his own men without hesitation. Is that just the nature of the Sea Dragon King clan?" The third crown prince looked toward Luke and Gwyn and John Fawn. He advanced with killing intent overflowing from him. "And you lot too. All of you can enter this crown prince's mouth. That dragon flame actually didn't burn you to death." The two young men shrank in fear on the spot, trembling so hard it seemed like their bodies were about to fall apart piece by piece. He opened his mouth wide, ready for his next rich and juicy prey. But Jiuzi quickly flew over and rescued them. He smashed the third crown prince, flying far away as punishment for his arrogance. Seeing that Jiuzi was still alive, baring his teeth, and even strong enough to knock him down, the third crown prince burned with resentment. "That dragon flame actually failed to burn you to death." Jiuzi shot him a hateful glare. "Third crown prince, I told you already. If there's a problem, come at me. The others are not involved." The third crown prince shot back madly. "Even now, you still want to protect these lowly humans?" His mouth worked at full force. "Then I absolutely won't let you have your way, old turtle." The old turtle got the hint and brought forth another battle general. Jiuzi's eyes widened. "You even brought the three-headed shrimp general? One of the 10 battle generals of the Dragon King Palace." The three-headed shrimp stood towering before them, glaring at everyone with his 3 heads and 6 arms. Bok Nok remained utterly calm, even picking his nose as he commented, "Three-headed shrimp dipped in sauce. This one actually sounds pretty tasty." Meanwhile, the third crown prince grew even more smug. "Unexpected, right? This crown prince patrols every river under heaven, so naturally, I bring along a few peerless battle generals." The three-headed shrimp spoke up. "Since the third crown prince has summoned me, it seems he's encountered a powerful opponent." Looking ahead, his eyes widened in astonishment. "It's actually a golden giant dragon that's been extinct for more than 10,000 years." He was utterly bewildered as he tested the waters. "The third crown prince wants me to deal with an immature golden giant dragon." After thinking for a moment, the third crown prince ordered three-headed shrimp general, "Kill all the humans for me. This crown prince will personally handle the golden giant dragon." Looking toward Luke and Wen's group, the three-headed shrimp sneered. "These humans are all pitifully weak. Are you certain you want this general to deal with them?" Then the third crown prince broadened his horizons a little. "Don't underestimate them. They have divine weapons in their hands." Only then did he nod and accept the order. "Now that gives me a little interest." Before even lifting a hand, he arrogantly declared, "I'll kill them all within 10 breaths." Seeing the situation turning bad, Jiuzi glanced at Bok Nok to seek his opinion. "Secmaster, I'll hold him back." Everyone but Bok Nok smiled with complete confidence and said, "Jiuzi, focus on dealing with the red dragon. You don't need to worry about the shrimp dipped in sauce." Jiuzi accepted the order and nodded. "Understood." He roared coldly, "Third crown prince, since you refuse to show any regard today, I won't hold back either. No matter how formidable your battle generals are, there's no need to fear them." Jiuzi's fury erupted as he opened his mouth wide. The third crown prince glared fiercely, prepared to fight to the bitter end. The two sides lunged at each other and tore into one another. At the same time, on a distant mountain, footsteps moved forward. Heavenly Wolf was trudging onward tirelessly. Panting heavily, he clicked his tongue. 3 months. 3 whole months. I finally made it from the human emperor realm to the endless demon domain. It really wasn't easy. Up ahead is this demon lord's cave abode. My wife must have been waiting anxiously. A voice came from inside the cave. "Be careful. She's in a critical period of breakthrough cultivation right now. Don't disturb the fetus's energy." Dog Spirit shyly scolded him in a flirtatious tone. "How hateful. You knew I was at a crucial point for breaking through, and you still got me pregnant." The black bear Spirit grinned greedily. Such a blessed paradise. Who would have thought Big Brother Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord would suddenly vanish? Now his spirit stones, his cave abode, and even his wife are all mine. Lifting her face in uneasy concern, Dog Spirit asked anxiously, "Do you think he might suddenly come back?" But the Black Bear Spirit replied with complete bravado, "What's there to fear? You." And he became Tao companions for other purposes to begin with. Besides, so what if he comes back? Gently rubbing her belly, he burst into cheerful laughter. And after being gone this long, there's no way he's coming back. But then Heavenly Wolf was already at the entrance, calling out eagerly, "Wife, I'm back." The Black Bear Spirit had been smiling confidently just a moment ago, but now his face turned stiff as glue. Seeing the two of them so lovey-dovey together, Heavenly Wolf's jealous fury exploded. He roared, "What are you doing, little brother?" The two adulterers turned around in astonishment, flailing in panic. The woman was so shocked she could only blurt out, "Husband." The Black Bear Spirit couldn't control himself and babbled, "Big Brother, why are you back already?" Heavenly Wolf ground out through clenched teeth, "I asked what you were doing." But the Black Bear Spirit answered blandly, "I'm helping you take care of the child." Heavenly Wolf suffered another blow. "Child? Wife, you're pregnant." The Black Bear Spirit then had the nerve to act like the victim. "Big Brother, I already told you. You left sister-in-law alone and suddenly disappeared. What was she supposed to do? Not to mention she was pregnant. If I hadn't enthusiastically come to help, the child would have been lost by now." He turned as if to leave. "Since you're back, I'll be going first." But Heavenly Wolf shouted loudly, "Stop right there." He snarled, "Answer me this. If I gave you an empty flower pot, could you grow a spirit herb in it completely?" "Pot." The Black Bear Spirit scratched his head and replied innocently, "Of course not. Without a seed, how could a spirit herb grow?" Heavenly Wolf screamed, so hard his voice cracked like a burned-out loudspeaker, echoing in every direction. "So you also know that without a seed, no spirit herb can grow? Then explain this to me. If I never even consummated the marriage, where did the child come from?" The Black Bear Spirit added another maddening line. "There's a chance it was bestowed by heaven." Unable to endure it any longer, Heavenly Wolf slapped him viciously. "I think heaven bestowed this slap on you." That heaven-splitting blow sent the Black Bear Spirit tumbling. Then Heavenly Wolf turned in blazing rage toward the woman. He roared until his throat nearly split, spittle flying everywhere. "You shameless bitch!" Who is the adulterer? Acting as though she didn't even know how to spell modesty, she still smiled sweetly. "I don't know what you're talking about." So he stretched out a hand full of sharp claws. "You don't know, huh?" Heavenly Wolf prepared to strike. "I'll kill the bastard in your belly first." The woman stammered in terror, "No." In the crisis, the Black Bear Spirit's fur stood on end as he shouted to stop him. "Wait!" He struggled to his feet and came closer, then tried to persuade him with righteous words. "Big Brother, the child is innocent." Heavenly Wolf looked at him with blazing eyes. "So it really is your child. You're the adulterer." Heavenly Wolf continued shrieking like a madman, each word loud enough to make one's head buzz, cursing everything under the sun. "Black Bear Spirit, I saved your life, and yet you did something so unforgivable to me. This demon lord will hack you into 10,000 pieces." No one knew what was going through his head, but the Black Bear Spirit calmly replied, "Big Brother, don't be impulsive. I was just enthusiastically helping someone. It was all for your sake, Big Brother. Think about it another way. Without any hard work, you get child. Isn't that wonderful?" Hearing that only made Heavenly Wolf even more furious. He leaped forward. "Shut your mouth. Today you die." But suddenly his face froze. Heavenly Wolf had been stabbed straight through the body by a sword. The woman had coldly gifted him a heartfelt sword strike. He cried out in disbelief, "You bitch, you actually attacked me." She said, "Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord, my purpose in approaching you was to kill you. This is your fate." Glancing back with hatred, Heavenly Wolf demanded, "Who sent you? Why do they want me dead?" The woman answered firmly, "Obviously because you offended someone you should never have offended. Talking more is useless. Time for you to die." Heavenly Wolf screamed madly, "Your little bit of skill is no match for this demon lord." The woman frowned and opened her mouth wide, but she was blasted backward. She sighed, as expected of a demon lord-level expert. "He really is hard to deal with." The Black Bear Spirit spoke up, "Good thing we prepared in advance." Rage soaring, Heavenly Wolf declared, "Adulterer, slut, I will kill both of you." But then the woman said, "Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord, after you disappeared for so long, this place stopped being under your control long ago. She opened her mouth wide. Activate the formation. Heavenly Wolf suffered another shock. Standing at the center of the formation core, he roared, "What? This is the Triple Gate Absolute Kill Formation." The Black Bear's spirit mocked him. "Big brother, what did you think I was doing just now, talking to you so much? Wasn't it all to lure you into this grand formation?" Only then did Heavenly Wolf understand everything. He could only curse. "You actually set up a killing formation inside my cave abode. Truly vicious." The woman gleefully raised her hand. "Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord, accept your fate. The Triple Gate Absolute Kill Formation is a peerless killing formation. Even a demon lord like you is certain to die." She snapped her fingers and activated the formation. At once, Heavenly Wolf's body was violently agitated, making him collapse and cough up blood. Unwilling to accept it, Heavenly Wolf growled, "Damn it, am I really unable to escape?" Meanwhile, the battlefield here was still ablaze with combat. But Luke and Gwyn and John Fong had been beaten. Weaker and weaker, the two of them struggled to stand, their faces full of alarm. The three-headed shrimp mocked them. "Too weak. I can't even work up any interest." Luke and Gwyn said through clenched teeth, "Master, I'm afraid the three-headed shrimp general has already reached the Demon Lord realm, or may even be stronger. We are absolutely no match for him." The three-headed shrimp looked at them disdainfully and said, "Whether I'm interested or not, I still have to kill you. After all, it's the third crown prince's order." On the mountainside behind them, Lai Tu was still fighting fiercely with his sword. Bok Duong Tuet at his side was also pushing herself without pause. Lai Tu activated his technique, saying, "Everything is so master can eat Emperor Crab." He attacked so ferociously that the red-haired man stood there dumbfounded. "What? How can someone in the enfeefment realm use this level of power?" Lai Tu pointed his sword and slashed straight at him, and the man could only scream, "No!" That display of power caught the three-headed shrimp's eye. He marveled. That boy over there only just entered the enfeefment realm, yet he can wield power close to the transcending mortality realm. Interesting. Beside them, the heaven-piercing demonic ape offered, "Master, let me restore my true form and fight him." But Bok Duong Tuet gently refused. "No need. Your strength hasn't fully recovered yet." She clenched her fist and declared powerfully, "I'll do it." The black-haired enemy did his best to unleash every technique he had, but Bok Duong Tuet cleanly dealt with them all, shattering them to pieces. Bok Duong Tuet took the initiative to attack. Ice suppression of the Emperor Crab. Countless blocks of ice shot into the black-haired man's body. Just like that, he was frozen stiff on the spot. Bok Duong Tuet let out a relieved breath. At the crucial moment, the ice underwent a qualitative transformation. The problem is finally solved. The three-headed shrimp clicked his tongue again. That little girl is even more interesting. Ordinary people simply cannot use this kind of ice art. Even the Frost Dragon King in the Dragon King Palace can't use it. Luke and Gwyn gave silent praise. He could feel that these two disciples of his sect master were truly risking everything just so their master could eat Emperor Crab. John Fong was so scared he nearly wet himself. In a daze, he said, "Brother Luke, you can still joke around even now. I truly can't compare to you. Facing the three-headed shrimp on this battlefield, I'm scared to death." Luke and Gwyn gloomily confessed, "I'm only barely staying calm myself." Seeing Bok Nok standing there with folded arms and a cold expression, he said, "At least Sect Master is still calm as ever." Bok Duong Tuet and Lai Tu ran to Bok Nok and called out in unison, "Master!" The three-headed shrimp stepped forward and said, "You two juniors, I'll give you two choices. Submit to the Dragon King Palace or die." Lai Tu and Bok Duong Tuet simultaneously raised a very friendly finger at him. Lai Tu said, "Here's one finger for you. Figure out its meaning yourself." Being cursed at like that, the three-headed shrimp flew into a rage, veins bulging as he shouted, "Insolent! If that's your choice, I'll wipe you all out." Bok Nok suddenly raised a hand, drawing the attention of the two disciples. He said, "Next, it's time for your master to put on a show and make his move." The three-headed shrimp furiously cursed him. "What the hell are you supposed to be?" Bok Duong Tuet anxiously tried to persuade him. "Master, avoid the edge of his attack for now. Don't confront him head-on. This three-headed shrimp is extremely fierce, even stronger than the third crown prince." Bok Nok smirked confidently. "No need." The three-headed shrimp charged over and roared, "Die!" Bok Nok also shouted loudly, "Big Wolf!" Heavenly Wolf immediately appeared in a mighty fashion and roared, "You bitch! Even if I die, I'll still kill you. The three-headed shrimp was so shocked his eyes nearly popped out. He was smashed to the ground with a bang. The three-headed shrimp doubted his own life. What is going on? Where did this demon lord realm expert come from? Heavenly Wolf stood in front of him as if he wanted to devour everything in sight. 3 minutes earlier, the black bear spirit had smiled mockingly. Big brother, stop struggling. If you die sooner, at least you'll suffer less. Heavenly Wolf opened his mouth wide. I want to kill you. The formation's berserk power restrained his entire body, leaving Heavenly Wolf unable to break free. Seeing him fall flat on the ground, the black bear spirit felt immensely pleased. Idiot, you deserve to end up like this. He turned and embraced the beauty. Wife, without that eyesore around, the two of us can now fly together as a pair. The woman repeated his words with an icy face. Now we can fly together as a pair? Hearing that, the black bear's spirit felt a chill run down his spine. His face froze, his eyes widening in confusion. The woman transformed into her beast form, licking her tongue hungrily at her prey. The black bear's spirit fell backward. Wife, what is this? She laughed as if enjoying a harvest. Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord is finished, and now you're useless too. Falling back in panic, he cried out frantically, Wait, what do you mean? You changed your face way too fast. I haven't even understood what's happening yet. Opening her mouth wide, the woman replied coldly, If you're going to die, there's no need to think so much. Even after being swallowed, he still struggled desperately in his final moments. But I'm the child's father. The woman ignored him and swallowed him into her belly. She muttered to herself, The baby needs nourishment. Precisely because you are the child's father, your sacrifice is only right if the child is to grow. Heavenly Wolf suddenly stood up, his whole body trembling with fury. You bitch, even if I die, I still have to. The woman burst into laughter. You should die too. Heavenly Wolf stretched out both hands, trying to seize her. But the woman suddenly looked bewildered. She turned toward the formation, then growled in disbelief. What? How is this possible? Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord had suddenly disappeared. Heavenly Wolf looked around in every direction as if he had just fallen from the sky. The moment he saw Bok Nok, he became furious again. Heavenly Wolf shouted, So it was you who summoned me here again? The young man raised a hand in greeting, but Heavenly Wolf immediately began making a huge fuss, tears and snot running together. Do you know how long it took me to finally get back to the endless demon domain? Do you know what happened after I returned? Bok Nok tried to negotiate. Big Wolf, don't be angry. I summoned you this time because I need your help killing someone. Once it's done, this sect master, Heavenly Wolf, flung his hand aside and shouted, Cut the nonsense. Who am I killing? Bok Nok had not even finished speaking before thinking. How refreshingly straightforward. Seeing the young man still hesitating, Heavenly Wolf roared, Who am I killing? Bok Nok let out a sigh. Then he pointed ahead at that three-headed shrimp and grinned eagerly. I want to dip him in sauce. Heavenly Wolf charged straight forward, opening his huge mouth wide, ready to bite clean through anything that got in his way. This demon lord wants to kill you right now. The three-headed shrimp general put his hands on his hips and cursed, How dare you? I am a battle general of the Dragon King Palace. Who are you? The searing pain returned, and Heavenly Wolf howled, You shameless adulteress, die. His sudden gender-bending left the three-headed shrimp general completely confused. Adulteress? Without even answering, Heavenly Wolf slammed him to the ground. Bok Nok exclaimed in delight. As expected, Big Wolf is still fierce. Regaining his footing, the three-headed shrimp general snapped. Damn you, you were challenging the dignity of the Dragon King Palace. But Heavenly Wolf kept attacking. The adulteress must die. And then the three-headed shrimp general rolled across the ground, thrashing wildly in utter misery. He raised his head resentfully. You keep calling me an adulteress. This is bullying a shrimp too much. At once he brought out sharp swords. Raising his hand, the three-headed shrimp general slashed wildly. We're both demon lords. Did you think I'd fear you? On Jiuzi's side, the battle was still raging. The third crown prince mocked him. What gives a mongrel like you the right to grow this strong and stand against me? Jiuzi spoke. Third crown prince, this is your last chance. Get out of here. But those words were nothing but wind in the ears of the stubborn prince. Ridiculous. You think you're worthy of speaking to me? What can you possibly do to me? He glared and declared arrogantly, "There's only one way I will leave this place, when every living thing here is destroyed." Then he unleashed Mogwai Buling. At the same time, Jiuzi struck back with golden binding chains. The golden chains wrapped tightly around the third crown prince, locking down every bone and strip of flesh until struggling was useless. He roared in fury. What? Cold sweat poured down as the third crown prince stared blankly. You can actually use the legendary golden chains. Jiuzi walked closer and taunted him, surprised. The third crown prince's face turned deathly pale. He stood frozen, his soul practically scared out of him. Jiuzi then yanked him down and beat him badly, but his mouth was still foul. "Trash, let me go." Jiuzi raised a brow and said, "Manhwa Buling." Jiuzi's claws pinned down his hand. The third crown prince finally learned what fear felt like, drenched in sweat. Jiuzi opened his mouth wide, his aura surging to the heavens, murderous intent billowing. In the other battle, the three-headed shrimp general and Heavenly Wolf were no less intense. The three-headed shrimp general swung his swords while speaking proudly. "Though we are both demon lords, I am a peak demon lord, only one step away from becoming a demon emperor. You're no match for me." Heavenly Wolf dropped to one knee, looking ready to fight to the bitter end, utterly bloodthirsty. He growled, eyes blazing with rage. "Adulterer and adulteress, both of you must die." His whole body erupted in flames, burning with brilliant golden fire, and then he lunged at the three-headed shrimp general. The three-headed shrimp general shouted, and with all three mouths going at once, it was headache-inducing just to hear him. "Overestimating yourself." As he swung his swords, he dodged Heavenly Wolf's attacks, his body weaving through the air. The three-headed shrimp general slashed again and again in a relentless barrage. At that moment, Heavenly Wolf frowned and heightened his vigilance. Then he found an opening, and Heavenly Wolf shot him an enraged glare. The three-headed shrimp general cried out, "What? Let go of me!" Heavenly Wolf's face darkened, full of hatred and resentment. The three-headed shrimp general struggled violently. "You lunatic, if you don't let go, I'll smash you to death." Heavenly Wolf bit down on his arm and said, "Adulteress." Then the man's arm was torn off, and he screamed in agony. The three-headed shrimp general demanded in panic, "Who the hell are you, you madman? You're actually fighting me by trading injury for injury. How is that possible?" Heavenly Wolf still kept charging in to attack him. Terrified, the three-headed shrimp general pointed his sword at him and shouted, "Madman, don't come any closer." He had no way to resist and was forced back, step by Heavenly Wolf. The third crown prince shouted angrily, "Jiuzi, you dare injure me? I am the third crown prince of the Dragon King Palace, and you actually dare injure me?" He suddenly stared blankly at Jiuzi. Jiuzi answered forcefully, "Fool who cannot see the situation. Today is your doomsday." Struck by the blow, the third crown prince was sent sprawling backward. Angrily, he shouted, "Three-headed shrimp general, hurry, hurry and save this crown prince." The shock on the third crown prince's face could not be hidden. The three-headed shrimp general dropped to the ground. In utter confusion, he cautiously said, "Third crown prince, I'm coming." The third crown prince shouted in anger, "You're coming? You're a battle general of the Dragon King Palace. So how were you sent flying by someone else?" The three-headed shrimp general answered frankly, "Didn't your highness just tell me to hurry?" Heavenly Wolf suddenly lunged over. "Adulteress, where do you think you're running?" The third crown prince exclaimed in shock, "A demon lord? The White Jade sect still has a demon lord? What kind of sect is this? But even if he is a demon lord, he shouldn't be your match. You're a peak demon lord." The three-headed shrimp general shouted helplessly, "He may just be a demon lord, but who knew he'd also be insane? He keeps calling me an adulteress and screaming for blood. This fight can't be won." Heavenly Wolf, still in a berserk state, roared in his face, "Adulteress, I hate you so much I want to rip out your tendons and flay your skin." Heavenly Wolf immediately charged again, and the third crown prince could not hide his shock. Jiuzi said coldly, "This ends now." The third crown prince suddenly burst into an excited laugh. He slowly said, "Do you know what I'm laughing at?" The third crown prince returned to human form, though his body was still tightly bound by the golden chains. Jiuzi had no interest in wasting words and shouted in his face, "Not interested. I only want to destroy you." The third crown prince raised his voice. "You, worthy? Old turtle, Behind Jiuzi, a turtle suddenly appeared and charged over. Jiuzi immediately sensed its presence. Jiuzi instantly triggered a violent tremor. The ground shook and smoke filled the air. Baknak silently observed the situation. The turtle appeared clearly in the air, and Lu Kangwin and Duong Jianfeng both wore wary expressions. Bak Duong Tuet cautiously remarked, "This turtle is rather unusual." The third crown prince spoke smugly. "Didn't expect that, did you? Old Turtle is this crown prince's true trump card. He has lived for a very long time, and his strength is unfathomable. Even I do not know how powerful he really is." Jiuzi gradually emerged from the smoke and then shouted, "Golden Lock!" The turtle was immediately bound tightly by golden chains. Jiuzi quickly shouted, "Got him!" Unexpectedly, the chains began to crack apart. In an instant, the turtle broke free from Jiuzi's golden lock. Jiuzi cried out in shock. "What?" Even the golden lock was broken. The third crown prince said triumphantly, "Now you've lost heart, haven't you? Old Turtle, by my command, spare none of the living beings here, not even a single ant." The turtle accepted the order at once and charged forward. Jiuzi shouted, "Stop!" But he was immediately attacked by Old Turtle. Jiuzi fell back helplessly and said, "Master, I can't stop Old Turtle." From nearby, Baknak said softly, "Jiuzi, your task is complete. Next, this sect master will personally deal with this Old Turtle." The third crown prince screamed madly, "Old Turtle, crush this fool who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth into dust for me first." Old Turtle turned toward Baknak. Baknak leaped high into the air and said, "Perfect timing. 9-dragon chariot." Old Turtle looked ahead, eyes widening. "What?" The third crown prince was no less shocked, shouting in panic, "This is..." Old Turtle stared blankly ahead. He looked at Baknak, standing there in imposing style like some aloof supreme ruler atop a 9-headed beast, and wondered, "What is that?" Cold sweat poured down as the third crown prince muttered in a daze, 9 true dragons, and all of them divine dragons? How can this be?" Old Turtle rebutted in shock, nearly losing his composure. "No, that's not right. These are 9 dead dragons. Otherwise, the moment divine dragons appeared, our souls would already have been wiped out." Still craning his neck upward, the third crown prince tried to analyze it. "Dead dragons make even less sense. The Dragon King Palace only has 1 divine dragon, my royal father. Where did these 9 come from? Who could possibly kill 9 divine dragons? What kind of joke is this?" Old Turtle passed from one shock to another. What exactly is going on? Having lived 10,000 years, he had never seen anything like this. Crossing his arms with satisfaction, Baknak reveled in their astonishment. "This sect master enjoys seeing you look like frogs at the bottom of a well." The young man's face turned serious as he signaled, "Jiuzi, continue. End this quickly." Jiuzi moved toward the third crown prince and said through clenched teeth, "Third crown prince, do you now understand how insignificant you are before master?" The prince's arrogant bearing vanished at once, leaving only despair in his eyes. Jiuzi shoved him down, making him look as tiny as an ant. Then the third crown prince slammed heavily onto the ground. Even now, he could not accept this brutal reality. No, he struggled and finally knew how to beg. "Spare my life." Walking closer, Jiuzi said loudly, "It's not that I'm cruel. I already gave you a chance. Now only death awaits you." The third crown prince went stiff with terror. No. He tried to dodge in every direction before Jiuzi's enormous mouth. In utter despair, the third crown prince pleaded, "No, Old Turtle, save me." Old Turtle threatened in a low voice, "Release the third crown prince." But then he was sent flying by the 9-headed dragon chariot. "Get lost." Baknak silently reflected, "The 9-dragon chariot really is only a vehicle. This Old Turtle has been hit twice and still hasn't died. Its offensive power is far too weak." Old Turtle continued threatening, "Sect Master Bak, release the third crown prince immediately. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the wrath of the Dragon King Palace." Baknak gave a cold laugh. "Whether I kill him or not, your Dragon King Palace's attitude toward my White Jade sect will not change. Since that is the case, then naturally this sect master will kill as many of you as possible." Hearing the word farewell, the third crown prince felt a chill run down his spine. Jiuzi swallowed him whole. After enjoying the fine meal, Jiuzi's eyes immediately lit up. His whole body surged with explosive power. Bok Duong Tuet stared in shock and said, "According to legend, if the Sea Dragon King devours his own kin, he can gain enormous benefits. This golden giant dragon is evolving." Jiuzi returned to his original form as his cultivation continuously rose beneath a terrifying spiritual pressure. He said, "Master, my evolution is at a critical stage. I need to enter deep sleep." Jiuzi slowly closed his eyes, then flew away to meditate in peace after the chain of chaos. Witnessing this, Old Turtle was filled with hatred. "You dare? You really killed the third crown prince. Jiuzi, you have violated heavenly law." The nine-headed chariot roared, "Worry about yourself first." Even now, Old Turtle remained stubborn. Master and servant truly were alike, yet he still had not awakened after the costly lesson of the third crown prince. "Sect Master Bok, you cannot keep me here. Your 9 dead dragons were refined by some heaven-reaching figure into a seat. They are not an offensive treasure at all. You cannot kill Old Turtle." He turned to leave. "Just wait until I return. I will report this matter to the Dragon King Palace, and then you will not escape death." Boknok smiled faintly. "It's true that I cannot kill you." Old Turtle sneered smugly. "Good that you know. Cherish the final days you still have left to live. Once I return, the raging wrath and invincible army of the Dragon King Palace will descend upon you." Boknok glared at him. "But I can keep you here." Old Turtle shouted decisively. "Useless. The greatest innate gift of my turtle race is our overwhelming defense. You cannot even injure me." Suddenly, a crushing force of pressure struck his body, leaving Old Turtle dizzy and reeling. Smoke and fire filled the air as a thunderous explosion erupted. Old Turtle was so stunned he could barely speak. "You are trying to." The bombardment was no different from an atomic blast. Earth and stone were overturned, and black smoke billowed everywhere. The land shook violently, startling the townspeople once again. With such a huge disturbance, is some mighty expert fighting, or is it an earthquake? The whole ground is shaking. What's happening? They opened their mouths and wailed, "Help! Run!" The houses are collapsing. The explosion inspired sheer terror, a destructive force unlike anything seen before. Cries rang out everywhere. "What is this?" The quake had blasted out a giant pit. Standing atop Old Turtle's shell, Boknok swept his gaze over the surroundings. The corner of his lips curved up as he said, "Old Turtle, I will let the 9-dragon chariot suppress you here for all eternity. Let's see how you return to the Dragon King Palace now." Old Turtle glared. Despicable. He struggled furiously, enraged by Boknok's arrogant attitude, and shouted, "Get up for me." Boknok replied calmly, "It's useless." In a low voice, he revealed, "Stop struggling. You should start thinking about how to spend the rest of your life here." Boknok glanced downward and thought to himself, "I can't kill this Old Turtle. The only option now is to imprison him. However long I can delay things, that's how long I'll delay them, until my strength can stand level with the Dragon King Palace." Old Turtle lifted his head with a horrified look, never having imagined things would turn out like this. Suddenly, a gust descended from the sky and struck the ground, startling Boknok. He turned and said, what is that?" The 3 people who had just landed looked around in confusion. Then they spoke one after another. "What happened? It looks like there's something inside this hole." A loud noise then came from within the cavern. All 3 froze in fright. Then a phoenix rose up from beneath the ground. One of them looked at it and asked softly, "What is this?" Another quickly answered, "It looks like an altar." From a distance, Boknok hurried over and said anxiously, "How did this thing emerge from underground?" Fear was plainly visible on his face as he said, "I didn't expect the disturbance caused by the 9-dragon chariot suppressing Old Turtle to be so great that it dragged this thing out." Lai Tu stepped out together with several villagers, stared blankly at it, and murmured, "This is the 3-color altar." Hearing that, Boknok turned to him and asked urgently, "The 3-color altar? What is its origin?" Lai Tu stroked his chin thoughtfully and said, "I only saw a few mentions of it in ancient books, but I don't know the details. I've only heard that Sea Plain City was once a special place in the ancient era with extraordinary significance. Perhaps the 3-color altar is connected to what made Sea Plains City so special." As soon as he finished speaking, Bok Nok could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked, "A special place? Special in what way?" It is said that Sea Plains City is the most primordial place of all, containing the most fundamental immortal destiny. Once obtained, one would not need to cultivate through bitter effort, but could ascend to immortality in broad daylight directly. Lai Tu stood at his side, looking over in astonishment. Suddenly, the three-color altar lit up and vanished. Then its radiance spread across the entire circle. Seeing this, Luke Nguyen exclaimed in shock. "The light of the three-color altar has disappeared. Why don't we go up and take a look?" Elsewhere, Aunt Wong and Uncle Lai were sitting together with a large bowl of food between them. A voice said, "It's over." Aunt Wong said tiredly, "This seafood meal was harder than we expected." Uncle Lai set down his pipe and said, "The seafood isn't important. What's more important than the seafood has appeared." Aunt Wong happily added, "That brat really is blessed. We waited here for so long and still couldn't bring it out. That brat directly hauled it out by brute force." Uncle Lai continued praising him. "That brat really is not bad. It's just that things are about to become chaotic, and the first unlucky one will be him." The seafood pot suddenly emitted light. Aunt Wong said excitedly, "This pot won't be used to cook seafood anymore. Let's give it to that brat." After that, she controlled it and sent it flying away. The golden bowl suddenly enlarged in midair. Aunt Wong said quietly, "Conceal the heavenly secrets. However long it can be hidden, let it stay hidden." Bok Nok slowly stepped onto the altar. For more people followed behind him. Lai Tu said, "We already tested it." The three-color altar had no reaction at all. Luke Nguyen pondered and said, "I even tried swords and blades. No matter what, I couldn't damage the three-color altar. This thing truly is no ordinary object." Bok Nok rested his chin on his hand and said, "If the legend is true, then Sea Plains City will not know peace from now on." At this moment in demonic Zen City, Noklin looked downward with a fierce expression. A voice announced, "From this day onward, no Noklin shall become the holy maiden of the demon clan." Those below were thrilled. Then they grew even more excited. One of them got so worked up that he even jumped up. They all shouted in unison, "Holy maiden, holy maiden." The corners of her lips curled upward. She lowered herself and spoke her thanks. "Many thanks, Demon Lord." No Noklin stepped forward one step at a time and became the holy maiden of the demon clan. From this day on, I, No Noklin, have risen to the heavens in a single leap. She gritted her teeth and said, "Bok Nok, do you really think controlling the wood profound sect makes you so impressive?" Her whole body erupted with demonic power as her bewitching voice rang out. "I, No Noklin, now stand above the demon heaven domain and look down on you. One day, I will make you kneel before me and admit that you are inferior to me." That skull spoke in a hoarse and eerie voice. "No Noklin, enter." She immediately replied, "Yes." Noklin walked closer step by step, then entered inside. Looking at the person standing with their back to her, she saluted and said, "Holy Maiden, No Noklin greets the Demon Lord." That person calmly asked, "No Noklin, do you know why I allowed you to become the Holy Maiden?" She quickly replied, I do not know." The other person sneered and said, "Do you think it was because you saved the demon's son, and he was forced to agree to let you become Holy Maiden?" Ngokilien remained silent. Her eyes plainly revealed the anxiety in her heart. Then she immediately dropped to her knees. Noklin softly said, "I would not dare." The woman widened her eyes and said, "Let me tell you this. A child's promise means absolutely nothing before this Demon Lord." The Demon Lord slightly turned her head and said, "I made you the Holy Maiden because you possess an evil soul." Hearing this, Noklin immediately froze. "An evil soul?" The Demon Lord continued, "My demon heaven domain will devour the power of the sacred heaven and complete the unification of the 9 domains." She ascended the steps one by one and added, "I need a limitless evil soul like yours to expand territory for this Demon Lord." Noklin slammed her hand hard against the ground. In a firm and resonant voice, she declared, "I, No Noklin, will obey the Demon Lord's orders and expand the frontiers for the Demon Heaven domain." The Demon Lord's lips curled up in satisfaction. "Very good." Outside the village, Bok Nok crossed his arms and said worriedly, "Why hasn't Big Wolf come back yet?" Right after that, he returned, making them widen their eyes. Luke Nguyen spoke up, "He's here." From afar, Heavenly Wolf's figure gradually came into view. He had brought several more people back with him. Bok Nok happily said, "That's enough seafood for a feast. Everyone worked hard today, so let's have a big meal next." Soon, a pot of soup filled with seafood appeared. One of the men said excitedly, Yesterday's fight was exhilarating." The old man sitting across from Lu Kingwin gritted his teeth and said, "Our White Jade sect actually defeated the Sea Dragon clan. It feels like a dream." A bowl of water was slowly raised. The old man grimaced and looked at the bowl somewhat warily. The person beside him asked, "Old Yi, are you raising fish in there?" Old Yi said somewhat timidly, "Old Tang, I can't do it anymore." Old Tang glanced at him and slowly asked, "You can't even handle a little wine? Don't you usually brag about being able to drink 1,000 cups without getting drunk?" The man across from them said seriously, "It's not that he can't drink. The spiritual energy in the seafood from the Dragon King Palace is too abundant. It's even better than cultivation pills for increasing power. I'm about to break through." Standing beside the table, Lai Tu respectfully said, "Everyone drink first. I ate the three-headed shrimp, and my spiritual power is surging. I need to go break through." Duong John Fong said awkwardly, "Wait for me. I'm about to break through too." Heavenly Wolf picked up his wine cup and drained it without hesitation. After finishing, he sighed, looking utterly dejected. Then he poured more wine into the cup and downed it again in one go. Bok Nok, sitting beside him, noticed this and found it strange. He reminded him, "Big Wolf, stop drinking. If something's on your mind, tell this sect master." Heavenly Wolf lowered his cup and looked at him with deeply troubled eyes. Then he softly called out, "Sect Master Bok." Wine dribbled from his mouth as he lowered his voice and said, "I have a friend." After he returned home, he discovered that his brother and his wife were together, and on top of that, his wife was pregnant. Hearing this, Bok Nok stared in shock. After a while, silence fell again. Heavenly Wolf looked up at the sky in deep thought and said, "That's the situation. I want to ask on behalf of that friend of mine. How can he feel better about it?" Hearing that, Bok Nok grew slightly tense. He said softly, "Big Wolf, that friend of yours." Then he continued, "That wouldn't happen to be you, would it?" Immediately, tears welled up in Heavenly Wolf's eyes. In a low voice, he said, "Is it really that obvious?" Bok Nok exclaimed in surprise. Heavenly Wolf covered his face with his hand, unable to hold back his tears. Bok Nok said comfortingly, "Love is a confusing green light. Stay strong." Just then, someone knocked on a door. Bok Nok called out, "Is Aunt Wang here?" Aunt Wang opened the door. Cheerfully, he raised the pot in his hands. "Aunt Wang, here's the seafood I promised you earlier." She happily took it and praised him. "Well done. If the sect closes down in the future, you can still make a living by catching seafood." Bok Nok asked a little sadly, "Aunt Wang, do you really think so little of my ability to build up a sect?" Aunt Wang replied kindly, "It's not that I think little of you. Times have changed, and Seaplane City has changed too. Treasure the little time you still have, and make plans early. I'm afraid things here won't remain peaceful in the future." Aunt Wang turned and went back inside, leaving Bok Nok standing there in a daze. He thought to himself, "This old lady always seems to be speaking with some hidden meaning." At the Sacred Heaven sect, a voice rang out, "Report." Lu Hung asked, "What is it?" The subordinate handed over a slip of paper and said, "Senior Brother Lu, news has come in that there's unusual activity in Seaplane City, and the disturbance is quite large. It should be reported to the Holy Lord. Should we send people to investigate?" Lu Hung muttered thoughtfully, "Seaplane City." He took the note. Then he said, "The Holy Lord isn't here. Give it to me. I'll handle it." The subordinate immediately replied, "Yes." Lu Hung slowly walked away. He silently looked at the paper in his hand. It suddenly burst into flames, burning up in Lu Hung's hand. He coldly said, "The White Jade sect is in Seaplane City. We must now block all news related to Seaplane City so that the Holy Lord doesn't notice Sect Master Bok." Miserable screams rang out. "No, you beast! Why are you doing this?" Bui Tien Swang coldly sucked away all of their spiritual power. The orb in his hand glowed a blazing red. He angrily threw it aside. This holy lord has finally succeeded in condensing a blood mantu. Bui Tien Swang clenched his fist as power erupted from him. A subordinate suddenly came over and reported, "Holy Lord, we have slaughtered this entire town. No one is left alive." Looking at his own hand, he said, "Not enough. Still not enough. All these people only condensed one blood mantu. That is far from enough for this holy lord to break through." The subordinate asked, "Shall we continue slaughtering the next town?" Bui Tian Swang said grimly, "I'm afraid even 10 or 100 towns still wouldn't satisfy this holy lord. After all, this is only the blood of mortals. Its essence is limited." The subordinate asked, "Holy lord, do you mean?" He frowned and said, "I need the blood of cultivators. Only their blood contains abundant essence. The blood man to condense from it would be far better." The subordinate replied uneasily, "Massacring a large number of cultivators at once would be difficult." Bui Tian Swang continued, "Open the sacred land of the Profound Heaven sect, the Profound Heaven sacred domain, and open it to all cultivators of the sacred heaven domain. Anyone may enter." The subordinate asked in confusion, "Does the Holy Lord intend to gather them all in one net and refine them all into blood mantu? If a large number of cultivators die, that will weaken the strength of the entire sacred heaven domain." Bui Tian Swang retorted, "There's no time to worry about that. The demon heaven domain has endured for over 100 years and has long harbored ambitions to swallow the sacred heaven domain whole. I'm afraid we won't have much longer to wait. This holy lord must break through quickly. If those cultivators die, then they die for the sake of the sacred heaven domain. This holy lord is thinking of the whole sacred heaven domain." The subordinate looked at him silently, then said, "If the Holy Lord has decided, then I will go make preparations at the Profound Heaven's sacred domain." At the three-color altar, the surroundings were still desolate and silent, even though a month had already passed. Baknak looked over the three statues, then put his hands on his hips. Something about this situation isn't right. Logically speaking, the day the three-color altar appeared, the commotion was so huge that it should have attracted quite a few cultivators to investigate. Why is it so quiet? Seeing his confusion, Luke Nguyen turned and said, "Sect Master, I already looked into this." He then looked at the eye on the statue and explained, "That day when the third crown prince caused chaos in Seaplain City, it did alarm some cultivators. Some even sent word to the Sacred Heaven sect, but for some reason, no one from the Sacred Heaven sect came." After hearing that, Bak Nok sensed something unusual and guessed, if no one from the Sacred Heaven sect came, it must be related to Lu Hong. Most likely, Lu Hong suppressed the matter, making him a spy back then really was the right move. Lu Nguyen quickly continued. Afterward, the disturbance from the three-color altar was even bigger than that of the Sea Dragon clan. Strangely enough, outside Seaplain City, the phenomenon of the three-color altar's appearance seemed to have been concealed. Cultivators outside simply didn't see the altar appear. That surprised him as well. The cultivators outside actually didn't see it. At once, a new thought formed in his mind. Could it be that someone concealed both the phenomenon and the aura of the three-color altar's appearance? Against the blue sky, the lingering echo of his voice remained. Who could it be? At that moment, Jiang Feng came rushing over from somewhere, panting. "Sect Master, big news." Bak Nok remained calm as he glanced at him. "What big news?" Jiang Feng quickly blurted out the shocking information. "The Profound Heaven sacred domain, controlled by the Sacred Heaven sect, has opened." Luke Nguyen, standing nearby, could not hide his surprise either. "What? Are you serious?" Jiang Feng immediately straightened up, every word carrying a grave tone. "Exactly. The Sacred Heaven sect has issued a proclamation. All cultivators of the Sacred Heaven domain with fate may enter the Profound Heaven sacred domain to seek opportunities." But very quickly, Jiang Feng lost his composure and shouted, "Sect Master, we absolutely cannot miss this opportunity." After hearing him out, Bak Nok was in no hurry at all and simply raised a hand. "Wait a moment." Then Bak Nok asked a rather foolish question. "What kind of place is this Profound Heaven sacred domain?" Luke Nguyen quickly chimed in, fanning himself as he explained, "Sect Master, the Profound Heaven sacred domain is a sacred land." Then Luke Nguyen went on, evoking a beautiful place with surging waterfalls. "The reason the Sacred Heaven sect possesses its current status and rules the Sacred Heaven domain is because it occupies the Profound Heaven sacred domain. Each of the 9 domains has one such sacred land. That is also why the world is divided into 9 domains. As soon as he finished speaking, he stared fixedly at Bach. Knock. A judgment flashed through his mind. Sect Master has actually never heard of the profound heaven's sacred domain. It seems his origins truly are not from the human emperor realm, but from some vastly greater background. Jiang Feng also followed Luke Nguyen's words and added, "It is said that the other great domains, especially the demon heaven domain, have designs on the sacred heaven domain precisely because they want to seize the profound heaven sacred domain." After having it explained to him, Bach Nok nodded rapidly. "So that's how it is. After entering, is it dangerous?" When asked that, Jiang Feng looked somewhat troubled as he answered, "I don't know. Since ancient times, the profound heaven sacred land has only been open to disciples of the sacred heaven sect. Outside cultivators have never entered, so naturally, no one knows what it's like." In the next instant, Luke Nguyen unexpectedly joined in again. "However, people say the sacred land has no danger. Rather, it is a mysterious trial of fate." Elsewhere, sunlight shone directly onto the courtyard ground. Standing outside, Light too called inward, "Master, are you really not going?" When Bach Nok appeared before his disciples, he stood with his hands on his hips. "Your master won't be joining the excitement." He had his own plans now, so he appeared very relaxed. "The profound heaven sect and I have deep conflicts. It's better if I simply don't go." Seeing that Bach Nok intended to refuse, Bach Duong Tuet offered a little temptation. The profound heaven's sacred land, along with the sacred lands of the other 8 great domains, are truly extraordinary places. They can strengthen a sect's overall power. She spoke to him with utmost seriousness. When the heavenly court was still prosperous, it carried out research and discovered that the 9 sacred lands seemed to be connected. But Bach Nok ignored every bit of advice and still grinned cheerfully. "This time, my own safety comes first. Whether or not I gain an opportunity can wait. After all, I am your greatest opportunity." That very line immediately came back to slap him in the face. After hearing his assurance, the disciples burst into cheers. Sect Master is mighty. Sect Master is domineering. I agree with Sect Master 100%. Sect Master is the greatest opportunity. So let's not go after all. We'll stay by Sect Master's side. Knowing he could not expect much from those people, Bach Nok turned to look at the boy. "Li Tu." Then he called out her name too. "Dung Tuet." Right after that, Bach Nok happily raised one finger. "Before you go, your master will give each of you one thing." Time passed as he went to search for items. Very soon, Duong Tuet's surprised voice rang out as she held the pearl in her hand. "This is the illusory sea pearl that belonged to the 3rd crown prince earlier. I like this. Thank you, master." At that moment, his disciple gifting return system suddenly displayed 2 notifications. Gifted disciple Bach Duong Tuet, the illusory sea pearl. 1,000,000-fold return activated. Congratulations, you have obtained the forbidden technique, Heavenly Thunder of Annihilation. Heavenly Thunder of Annihilation is a one-time use spell. Then it even gave him a choice. Confirm, cancel. The moment he read those words, Bach Nok could not stop marveling. Could this illusory sea pearl actually count as some kind of spell? So the return gave me a forbidden technique. Just the name Heavenly Thunder of Annihilation already sounds overwhelmingly domineering. Worth it. Then he reached back into his robes and rummaged around in front of Lai Tuesday. In an instant, Bach Nok pulled out a talisman with a confident expression. "Take this." Holding the paper in his hand, Lai Tu felt it was somewhat useless. A teleportation talisman? Master, the activation time for this kind of teleportation talisman is too long. The teleportation distance is too short, and besides, there are restrictions inside the profound heaven's sacred domain, so it can't be used there either. Before Lai Tu could refuse, Bach Nok stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder. "You cannot refuse what your master gives you." That action left Lai Tu with no choice but to reluctantly agree. "Ah, yes." Then the system displayed another notification right before Bach Nok's eyes, leaving him speechless. Gifted disciple Lai Tu, a mid-grade teleportation talisman. 10,000,000-fold return activated. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 divine travel talismans. But in the next instant, his face lit up when he saw the good news in the system. Note, once a divine travel talisman is activated, it ignores all restrictions and can instantly teleport to any location within a radius of 1,000,000 li. Ignore all restrictions. Instantly teleport to any place within 1,000,000 li. This return is insanely worth it. After watching Bach Nok fuss around for so long, Luke Nguyen finally urged, "Sect Master, we should set out now." Just as they were about to step forward, a sound came from behind them, causing them to turn around. Shirtion ran over to him, full of spirit. I want to go too. Jiang Feng unexpectedly stepped forward to crush the boy's hopes. Kid, how old are you? Go play somewhere else. Knowing he was being looked down on, Shirtion refused to back down and lifted his chin as he retorted, I'm not a kid. I'm a real man. Then the boy glanced toward Duong Tuet with envious eyes and loudly demanded, Bok, Duong Tuet isn't much older than me. Why does she get to go, but I don't? Hearing that, she immediately stepped forward and twisted his ear. You think you can compare yourself to me? Shirtion cried out, Ow. Duong Tuet started threatening him through gritted teeth so that he would know fear. Are you still going or not? But Shirtion only became more spirited. While rubbing his aching ear, he answered decisively, I'm going. I want to become a powerhouse like Sect Master. I have to go. Realizing how determined the boy was, Bok Nok made a decision. Forget it. Bring the child along. He even added a few words of praise afterward. Although Shirtion is still young, he matures quickly, and his strength is not weak. Hearing those compliments, the boy practically blossomed with joy. Then Bok Nok began giving careful instructions. Luke Nguyen, although the Sacred Heaven sect is the ruler of a domain, we've already seen how they behave. His expression grew even more serious than before. Even though we can't guess why the Sacred Heaven sect opened the sacred land, we must be careful. If there's any danger, contact me immediately. Luke Nguyen quickly replied in a confident tone, Master, don't worry. Luke Nguyen, will keep everyone safe. If there's any danger, I'll report to you first. Jiang Feng also hurriedly laughed and pulled Shirtion into his arms. Master, just leave this little Shirtion to me. Under Bok Nok's gaze, the others strode forward together with fierce momentum. Killing intent radiated from his whole body, and he gave a cold smile. Who would have thought that I, the dignified sect master of the White Jade sect, would actually be the one with the lowest cultivation in the entire sect? He looked at his own hand and said with determination, I have to raise my cultivation as soon as possible. Suddenly he turned and asked, Heavenly Wolf, where are you going? Hearing that, Heavenly Wolf tipped his wine flask over, saw that there was nothing left, and frowned. Going out to buy some wine. I'm out. Bok Nok smiled warmly at him. Wait a moment. Let me ask you something. You came from the Endless Demon Realm. Do you know the Universal Salvation Divine Art? After hearing that, Heavenly Wolf turned and walked away, saying, Never heard of it. Not getting the answer he wanted, Bok Nok fell into thought. Even Big Wolf didn't know. Still, Heavenly Wolf had given him a suggestion. Go ask the old turtle. Maybe he would know something. Following Heavenly Wolf's advice, Bok Nok went to see the old turtle. The old turtle was 5 times larger than the 9-dragon carriage, his whole body pink and unexpectedly docile-looking. He glared at Bok Nok with clear hostility. Flames surrounded the area, but Bok Nok pretended not to care and spoke in an arrogant voice, Old turtle, pretty idle, huh? Rambling away. Furious, the old turtle shifted his body, causing the 9-dragon carriage on his back to stir as well. He cleared his throat and rasped, Sectmaster Bok, if I were you, I would have long since left Sea Plains City and found some place to hide. Even if you still couldn't escape being crushed to death by the Dragon King Hall, at least you'd survive a few more days. Bok Nok curled his lips into a contemptuous smile and said, Old turtle, no need for you to worry about me. What if, in the end, I'm the one who crushes the Dragon King Hall instead? Hearing that, the old turtle roared angrily in his face, You really have no shame. The Dragon King Hall is a superpower. Even if it can't compare to the Heavenly Court, it's still an existence that even the Heavenly Court fears. By now, Bok Nok had sat down cross-legged with elegant composure. He waved the matter aside and said, Let's not talk about that. You've lived a long time and know a lot. Do you know the Universal Salvation Divine Art? The old turtle widened his eyes, clearly surprised by the question. Why are you asking about the Universal Salvation Divine Art? Not only did Bok Nok refuse to answer, he countered with another question. Where is this cultivation art? The old turtle's eyes widened, and he hurriedly demanded, Who told you the Universal Salvation Divine Art is a cultivation art? Bok Nok was slightly shocked when he heard that. He immediately asked, If it's not a cultivation art, then what is it? Why should I tell you? Bok Nok frowned at him. Anything is negotiable except letting you go. The old turtle bellowed furiously. The old turtle, would rather die than submit. I remain pure and upright, unmatched in loyalty, forever faithful to the Dragon King Hall. Bok Nok looked at him darkly. Old man, You're really difficult. The old turtle shouted in his face. Come hit me, then. Do you think you can injure me? I enjoy seeing that look on your face when you can't kill me. Boknok stood up. Damn it, you're putting on an act in front of me? Then he coldly agreed, fine, I'll grant your wish. The wind whistled softly as he closed his eyes and savored the sky. The old turtle still had no idea disaster was about to arrive, so he remained smug. Secmaster Bok, don't waste your effort, let alone you, even if everyone in the human emperor realm. With a proud tone, he said, whoever can truly injure me, the old turtle, I'll call him father. Before he could finish speaking, the nine-dragon carriage had already bound chains around his body and hoisted him up. Boknok looked downward. Below was earth fire, lava violently erupting. The old turtle showed no fear and laughed mockingly. So what if you brought me here? Unless you're changing where I sleep, this place is pretty good. I like it. Boknok looked at him with disdain, his tone equally irritating. Good, as long as you like it. Only then did the old turtle begin to sense something. He panicked. What? As he spoke, he looked at Boknok in anxious alarm. Where's this place? Why is it so hot? Boknok smiled. Didn't you say you liked it? The old turtle turned back, a little frightened now, and cried out, Secmaster Bok, you're far too naive. If you think you can use the earth fire here to deal with me, you're overthinking it. This earth fire can't injure me at all. Before he could finish, the turtle's face twisted. Suddenly, the earth fire struck, making him cry out in pain. The old turtle stared suspiciously at his scorched belly and asked in shock what's going on. How can ordinary earth fire be this strong? It hurts so much. Boknok smiled wickedly and ordered, we've only just begun. Lower him further. A trace of panic flashed across the old turtle's face. As he was pushed deeper into the earth fire, he accidentally saw a man wearing only something around his lower body, lying there with talismans pasted all over him. Suddenly, the earth fire attacked again and struck the old turtle once more. This time he screamed in intense agony. Then came even fiercer attacks, forcing him to lament in pain. It's been so long since I've felt pain this intense. Secmaster Bok, where is this place? What is that thing lying beneath the lake? He suffered below, while Boknok sat atop the carriage, supporting him, offering no answer, only curling his lips into a smile. Why should I tell you? Despite the pain, the old turtle still refused to yield and said firmly, Secmaster Bok, although the special energy beneath the lake can injure me, it cannot shake me, the old turtle. It's been countless years since I last felt pain like this. Now to me. At that point he seemed to roar, this is amazing. Come on, keep going. Boknok looked down and laughed nastily. Still talking tough? I'll make sure you enjoy it enough. As soon as he finished speaking, he lowered the old turtle even deeper. The scene was enough to show the panic plainly spreading across that aged face. Boknok pondered, this old turtle's defense really is invincible. Even my secret gold armor couldn't withstand this place. Yet this old turtle's defense is even stronger than the secret gold armor. The earth fire kept attacking him, but like a deaf duck unafraid of thunder, he cried out excitedly, this long-lost feeling of pain. So good, absolutely wonderful. Boknok was somewhat alarmed and blurted out, he's getting more and more excited. Is this old turtle a masochist? Yet the old turtle remained stubborn and declared loudly, Secmaster Bok, torture me all you want. I absolutely will not submit. Boknok stood there in a daze, wondering what to do next, when suddenly something rose up from below the rocks. It was a talisman. Hit unexpectedly and injured, the old turtle cried out in shock. What was that thing that managed to injure me? Boknok was just as surprised. The kill certain talismans on that giant's body only cause flesh wounds to this old turtle. The kill certain talismans struck him and made him bleed. Panicked, the old turtle also recognized what it was and said uneasily, that was a kill certain talisman. The old turtle looked downward and exclaimed with interest, excellent. That giant beneath the lake is covered all over in kill certain talismans. Boknok grew excited, so I finally managed to hurt him. If I use the kill certain talismans here and slowly make him bleed, I refuse to believe he won't be afraid. While he was still plotting, a voice suddenly rang out, calling to him, Secmaster Bok. It was the old turtle's voice. Pull me up. Boknok mocked him disdainfully. Weren't you enjoying yourself? The old turtle shouted as loudly as he could. Quick, pull me up. The old turtle doesn't want to be tainted by this man's karma. Boknok knew he had submitted, but still pretended otherwise. About what I asked. Before Boknok could say more, the old turtle immediately agreed. I'll talk. Trembling in fear, sweat pouring down his face, he urged, hurry. I don't want to stay here. The one at the bottom of the lake is too terrifying. Only after seeing the clear blue sky and white clouds above did the old turtle finally breathe a sigh of relief. Then curse, damn, that was terrifying. A body covered in tens of thousands, no, hundreds of thousands, of kill certain talismans, thrown into earth fire that can refine divine artifacts. Just how horrifying is that? Boknok sat with folded arms, looking down with a smile as he asked, Old Turtle, do you know the origins of the person beneath the lake? The old turtle immediately replied, I should be the one asking you. Why is there someone of that level in this place? Sitting above, Boknok lowered his head and asked, You don't know. So what are you afraid of? Still worried about being entangled in karma? The old turtle explained, You ignorant child. That figure is a true great being of the heavens, a true leader-level existence who comprehends heaven-reaching laws and generates Tao principles. Thinking of that man covered in talismans, the old turtle continued, One glance from such a person is enough to kill. Get any closer and you turn to ashes. Boknok was fairly surprised to hear that. So this person has such an enormous background. Then his expression turned thoughtful as he said, No wonder just the water flowing through that giant's body was enough to make Old Chong and the old man's whole village evolve. This is truly heaven-reaching providence. The old turtle felt puzzled instead. How strange. Why would a heaven-reaching figure be in such a poor and remote place? Boknok immediately asked, Is he dangerous in any way, aside from the karma you mentioned? The old turtle looked straight ahead seriously, mouth open as he said, Danger is hard to say. To someone of that level, we're no more than ants. He likely wouldn't spare us a glance. But the danger that comes from his very existence is already terrifying enough. Boknok laughed loudly. I'm holding on to a bit of hope. A figure like that might bring some lucky opportunity. Hearing that, the old turtle immediately dismissed Boknok's thoughts. Dream on. If you could obtain the opportunity left behind by someone like that, you could ascend on the spot. But let me tell you, that's impossible. By then, Boknok had already sat cross-legged again and replied calmly, Fine. Then let's get back to the main issue. Why isn't the universal salvation divine art a cultivation? Art? The old turtle looked at Boknok with speechless helplessness for a moment, but eventually asked, Do you know the form in which the universal salvation divine art exists? Boknok answered honestly at once. I don't know. The old turtle replied indifferently. Neither do I, leaving Boknok angry and speechless. Unable to hold back, Boknok shot to his feet and shouted, Do you have too much free time, so you're making a fool out of me? As the old turtle saw himself gradually being lowered toward that pit again, he stammered in fear. What I mean is, the universal salvation divine art is extremely mysterious and has a tremendous origin. It isn't a type of cultivation art, but rather... Boknok narrowed his eyes and impatiently pressed, but rather what? The old turtle answered with what he knew. It is a ritual for an entire sect to ascend. The old turtle began recalling stories of the past, as he explained. I heard it is connected to a heaven-reaching figure of the demon clan. He continued, at that time, this figure shone across the continent, established the demon clan heavenly court, and competed against the human emperor's heavenly court. He went on tirelessly, recounting everything, and he had an even greater scheme to lead the entire demon clan heavenly court in a collective ascension. That was why he created the universal salvation divine art. As for the form in which the universal salvation divine art exists, no one knows. The old turtle finished his explanation. It's just that, for reasons unknown, the demon clan heavenly court later collapsed, and the endless demon realm fell into chaos. As soon as he finished, Boknok frowned and sighed. So, there's a secret like this. The old turtle asked curiously, So what do you want the universal salvation divine art for? Do you also want your entire sect to ascend together? Hearing that, Boknok suddenly felt enlightened and smiled. Collective ascension for the whole sect isn't impossible. At once, The old turtle sneered at Bok Nok. Look at the shape of my mouth. He laughed contemptuously. The feat that the Demon Clan Heavenly Court failed to accomplish back then. Your tiny white jade sect wanted to do. It is like a sow pretending to drink well water, not knowing the height of heaven or the depth of earth. Bok Nok showed no anger at the old turtle's mockery and merely smiled calmly. Unbothered, he continued asking, "Then where can I find the universal salvation divine art?" Suspended in midair, the old turtle answered, "No idea. Perhaps there are clues within the ruins of the Demon Clan Heavenly Court." Elsewhere, a group was on the road to the profound heaven sacred domain. Lai Tu spoke in amazement. "I didn't expect this many people. There are probably tens of thousands of cultivators, and their cultivation isn't low either." Luke Nguyen said excitedly, "No cultivator in the sacred heaven domain would miss an event this important." Luckily, the profound heaven sacred domain is huge. Once we get inside, it won't be crowded. Duong Tuet thought to herself, "If I can obtain some opportunities in there, I should be able to regain the cultivation I had in my previous life. I have to grow stronger as quickly as possible. That vile heavenly fire empress may also be searching for my reincarnation." Holding the child in his arms, Jiang Feng asked anxiously, "We've already waited 6 hours. Why hasn't the profound heaven sacred domain opened yet?" Outside, a vast crowd had gathered. Bui Tien Swang stroked his beard and said, "Very good. So many cultivators have come this time. This holy lord is very satisfied." Lin stepped forward and knelt down, reporting, "Everything inside the profound heaven sacred domain has been arranged. It can be opened now." Bui Tien Swang immediately turned and walked inward when suddenly someone called out, "Holy Lord." Lai Tsong Long questioned him, "Holy Lord, I only just came out of seclusion. Why has the profound heaven sacred domain been opened?" The profound heaven sacred domain is the very foundation that allowed our sacred heaven sect to become the ruler of an entire domain. Bui Tien Swang explained, "Second Elder, circumstances are pressing. The demon heaven domain has been making restless moves lately, and we don't have enough strength to deal with it. Opening the sacred land and increasing the strength of all cultivators in the sacred heaven domain is the fastest method." Lai Tsong Long said in confusion. This. Bui Tien Swang immediately said, "Second Elder, everything this holy lord does is for the sake of the sacred heaven domain." Lai Tsong Long asked doubtfully, "Holy Lord, your virtue is great, but why are none of our sacred heaven sect disciples being allowed to enter this time?" Lu Heng also spoke up. "That's right. This disciple of the Holy Lord also wanted to go in and temper himself. Ever since joining the sacred heaven sect, I've never had a chance to enter the profound heaven sacred domain." Bui Tien Swang excused himself. "Too many cultivators have come this time. Our sacred heaven sect disciples should not take part. There will be many opportunities in the future." The two men both fell silent as they looked at him. Lu Heng said, "Second Elder, doesn't the Holy Lord feel a little strange today?" Lai Tsong Long agreed. "A little. Deciding to open the profound heaven sacred domain is a major matter, yet he didn't discuss it with the elders. Perhaps the Holy Lord has been working too hard and worrying too much for the sacred heaven domain." Lu Heng said, "Since it is the Holy Lord's decision, we should still help him see it through." Lu Heng immediately replied, "Yes." At this moment, the crowd was extremely puzzled. "What's going on? Hasn't the profound heaven sacred domain opened yet?" Then complaints began to rise. "My legs are sore from standing. We've been waiting forever." Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind swept through, making everyone freeze and step back a few paces. Then they excitedly realized, "It's here." A gigantic gate slowly opened before everyone's eyes. Someone suddenly asked in surprise, "Is this the entrance to the profound heaven sacred domain?" At that moment, Lai Tsong Long appeared atop a rocky outcrop and addressed everyone. "Everyone, the gate to the sacred land has opened. Once inside, what you obtain will depend on your own fortune. I wish you all flourishing martial luck, and that in the future you may contribute a share of your strength to our sacred heaven domain." Seeing this, everyone began surging inside in droves to face the difficult trials ahead. "Go, let's get in. Hurry. Once we're inside, we have to seize the initiative." Seeing that, Luke Nguyen said to Lai Tu, "Let's go in too." Suddenly, Lu Heng appeared and stopped the two of them. "Wait." Luke Nguyen reflexively turned to look, then immediately recognized him. "It's Lu Heng Master once said he could be trusted." Only then did Lu Heng ask, "Everyone, Master Bok didn't come?" Hearing that, Luke and Gwyn stepped forward and explained, Master isn't in a position to show himself, so he didn't come. Then Lu Heng continued, I see. I keep feeling that the Sacred Heaven sect's sudden opening of the sacred land is a little strange. Moreover, this time, not a single disciple of our Sacred Heaven sect is being allowed to enter. Hearing Lu Heng's words, Lai Tu also began to feel suspicious and asked, Is there some scheme behind this? Seeing that, Lu Heng shook his head. I'm not sure. In any case, all of you must be careful once you're inside. If you encounter danger, come out immediately. Hearing that, Luke and Gwyn quickly replied, Thank you for the warning. We'll be careful. After that, the two of them began heading inside. Lu Heng continued mulling it over. So many cultivators gathered together like this. What does the Holy Lord want to do? The scene shifted to a ring of energy appearing in the sky. Someone's hurried footsteps moved into it. Luke and Gwyn's group followed one after another, stepping into the profound heaven sacred land. Someone looked at the scene inside and exclaimed, So this is the profound heaven sacred land. It turns out to be a small island. Duong Tuet paid no attention to the surrounding scenery and focused only on the spiritual energy. She stretched out her hand and praised it. As expected of a sacred land, the spiritual energy here is more than 10 times richer than outside. At that moment, a certain cultivator laughed smugly. This place isn't bad. The spiritual energy is abundant. I wonder if there are any rare treasures in the sea. The man hurriedly plunged into the ocean. But the moment that man jumped down, he leaped straight into the gaping mouth of a monster. The people from the White Jade sect standing on the other side heard the shrill scream and turned back in shock. Looking over, the cultivators standing on the shore were horrified at the sight of the monster. There's actually danger in this sea. Some of them even turned around and headed inland, shouting, Let's go. All the opportunities are on the island. Watching this scene, Luke and Gwyn analyzed, It seems impossible to cross the sea around us. Everyone can only move about on this island. Before they knew it, noon had arrived, and the sunlight had grown even harsher. Jiang Feng carried Shirtian around in circles for several rounds, but still found nothing, and he complained impatiently. We've been walking for nearly half a shurchen and still haven't found a single opportunity. This sacred land really doesn't live up to its name. All of a sudden, Shirtian widened his cute, innocent eyes and looked up. It was as if he had sensed something, and the little boy stared fixedly at a nearby boulder. Then Shirtian immediately jumped off Jiang Feng's back and sprang onto the rock. Startled by his action, Jiang Feng quickly asked, Shirtian, what are you doing? Come back at once. It's dangerous. The little boy touched the huge rock and said, I feel like this rock is a little special. Luke and Gwyn asked, Special? Do any of you sense that? Lai Tu, who felt nothing at all, replied, No. To me, it just feels like an ordinary rock. Hearing Shirtian say that, Jiang Feng decided to test it. I'll try smashing it. Then he strode aggressively toward the boulder. He gathered all his strength into a punch and struck it. A moment later, Jiang Feng froze in shock as he realized the rock had not changed at all. What? This is... Back Duong Tuet exclaimed. That stone absorbs the spiritual power behind incoming attacks. That really is unusual. At this point, Lai Tu also prepared to make a move. Let me try. He slashed with his sword. Yet only a tiny scratch appeared on the stone. Lai Tu then realized, this won't work. Our attacks are like punching cotton. Spiritual power attacks are ineffective against it. Seeing that neither Lai Tu nor Jiang Feng could do anything to it, Luke and Gwyn decided to act. If that's the case, then we'll attack it with pure physical strength. However, the rock still remained completely unharmed, while Luke and Gwyn only ended up hurting himself. Lai Tu said helplessly, Are we really out of options? Suddenly, Shirtian spoke up, Uncles. The boy volunteered, Let me try. Jiang Feng found it hard to believe. You? Little Shirtian, stop fooling around. But the little boy paid no attention and insisted on trying. With just a single punch from him, the rock shattered into hundreds of pieces. The four adults were utterly stunned. What? Luke and Gwyn could not contain his delight. Recently, Shirtian's physical strength has grown to a frightening degree. This is just a simple childhood ailment of a divine beast. It'll get better over time. At that moment, Back Duong Tuet walked over and noticed there's something inside the rock. A small tower made of stone now appeared on the ground. Jiang Feng hurriedly picked it up and examined it. A little tower? Could this be some kind of treasure? Suddenly, the little tower activated, startling him badly. Seeing this from behind, Back Duong Tuet quickly warned, "Be careful." Jiang Feng immediately threw the little tower far away. He cried out in alarm. What? At once, Baek Duong Tuet used an ice barrier to seal it. Only thanks to that did Jiang Feng escape disaster. Panting heavily, he asked, "What exactly is that thing?" In the blink of an eye, it drained away half the spiritual power in my body. Baek Duong Tuet walked over, picked up the sealed little tower, and said, "This is evil energy. It specializes in absorbing spiritual power, and if it isn't stopped, it can even drain a person to death." Hearing that, Jiang Feng asked in confusion, "Why would something like this be in a sacred land? And why was it hidden inside a rock? What does that mean?" Lu Kengwen had by now begun to believe what Lu Hong had said. It seems that if Lu Hong was right, then the opening of the sacred land this time is not only strange, but also full of danger. He then said to everyone, "To be safe, let's first go back and see whether the exit is still there." Hearing Lu Kengwen's words, everyone immediately headed back the way they had come. At this time, outside the sacred land, a group of people was also standing there waiting for the outcome. Lu Hong stood outside, feeling anxious. "I wonder what things are like inside." Suddenly, an extremely shrill sound came from behind the gate, and it kept screeching without stop. Everyone was completely stunned by the sight. "What's going on? Why is the entrance and exit of the profound heaven's sacred domain closed?" Lu Hong asked in alarm. "Second elder, if the exit is closed, how are the people inside supposed to come out?" The second elder replied. This elder also wants to know what happened. Seeing he could get no answer from the second elder, Lu Hong turned and asked Lai Tsonglong, "Elder, should we go ask the Holy Lord directly?" Lai Tsonglong replied, "We can't see the Holy Lord anymore. Just now, the Holy Lord announced that he is entering seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough. No one is permitted to disturb him." Hearing this, Lu Hong was even more shocked. "Then can we still contact the people inside?" Lai Tsonglong explained, "Once the exit closes, all information from within is cut off and cannot be transmitted. We can only wait for the exit to reopen." At that moment, he became even more uneasy. Something's not right. There is definitely a problem. I need to report this to Sect Master Bach immediately. Inside, Lu Kengwen was likewise startled when he realized, as expected, the exit has disappeared and we can't get out. He then immediately ordered Lai to use a message talisman to contact the sect master and inform him of the situation inside. Lai Tu immediately acted, pulling out a talisman leaf. However, the talisman in his hand suddenly vanished into nothing. Lai Tu was frightened out of his wits. He then reported, "It won't work. The profound heaven sacred domain is a closed space. All exits have been sealed off. No information can be sent out." At this, Lu Kengwen began to speculate. It seems that opening the profound heaven sacred domain this time is part of some major conspiracy. Baek Duong Tuet, no longer patient, spoke up. "Since things have already come to this, let's ignore whatever conspiracy it is for now. First take the opportunities here, raise our strength, and then we'll talk." Lu Kengwen could only agree. There was no other choice. At this moment, the group was standing before a vast lake. Jiang Feng held Shirtian in his arms and hurriedly reminded him, "The water in the lake ahead is giving off strong spiritual power fluctuations." As for her, the moment she saw the lake, her face flushed with excitement. Jade Marrow ice water. A place like this actually has such a heavenly treasure. This is exactly what I need. The others also began discussing it animatedly. One shameless fellow said, "What? Do you want to go down and take a bath?" The red-haired man said, somewhat warily, "Although this spirit pool is a great opportunity, its cold energy is too intense. No one can withstand it." Another man disagreed and retorted, "This is the purest, innate cold energy here. It's no joke." On the surface of a lake, the water churned continuously, and thick mist rose into the air. A bald man took the lead, stripping off his shirt to test it first. "If none of you dare, I'll try." As soon as he finished speaking, he jumped straight into the lake. He held his breath and slowly sank down, but something seemed wrong. More and more blood vessels appeared in the bald man's eyes. Unable to bear it any longer, he surfaced and shouted, "So cold." Looking carefully, everyone could see that the lower half of his body had already frozen solid. Not only that, the ice kept spreading upward. When his head was nearly about to be swallowed by the ice, the bald man finally screamed in terror, "Quick, pull me out. My body's frozen." The others grew more and more alarmed at the sight. This freezing lake is completely completely beyond anything we can enter. Some cowardly people agreed. No matter how great the opportunity is, what use is it if you lose your life trying to get it? No one's going to obtain this opportunity. Let's go, let's go. An old man stepped forward and said, I once inquired about this. This cold pool has actually existed for countless years and was discovered long ago by the disciples of the Sacred Heaven sect, but no one has ever been able to enter it. It is one of the easiest opportunities to find in this sacred land, but also one that cannot be obtained. Fortunately, the bald man was rescued in time and managed to keep his life. The old man continued advising them, disperse. If the Sacred Heaven sect's disciples couldn't obtain this opportunity after countless years, we should stop dreaming about it too. Suddenly, someone among them shouted and drew everyone's attention. Look over there, someone else is going in. It was Duong Tuet, who slowly walked toward the lake while saying, Little monkey, to encounter jade marrow ice water in the human emperor realm is unimaginably rare. Today, with the help of the spiritual power here, I can heal your injuries. The surface of the lake still looked calm and blue-green, as if nothing had ever happened, utterly harmless. The little monkey on her shoulder said excitedly, Once I recover, I'll avenge my master against the heavenly fire empress. Duong Tuet then jumped into the middle of the lake, completely ignoring the shouts of the people outside. What is that little girl doing? Didn't she see that the one who went and got frozen? Whose child is this? Isn't anyone looking after her? This is no joke. But contrary to their fears, she calmly sat cross-legged on the surface of the lake. Duong Tuet joyfully drew streams of cold energy into her body. It's even purer and more refined than I imagined. This truly is an opportunity meant specifically for me. The people by the lakeshore said in astonishment, She's no ordinary girl. That child is absorbing the cold energy to cultivate. We really underestimated her. Someone actually can obtain such a dangerous opportunity. Luke Nguyen could not help but praise the sight as well. As expected of sect Master Bach's disciple, Miss Bak, Duong Tuet's path of ice cultivation has reached such a level. Her heaven-defying talent is truly astonishing. While no one was paying attention, a great roar suddenly rang out. The crowd asked in alarm, What was that? A fire-breathing Qilin appeared from the sky. It let out a mighty roar, leaving Luke Nguyen and Lai Tu astonished. One of the people there recognized it immediately and cried out, This is the legendary, auspicious fire Qilin. The Qilin looked incomparably majestic, with sharp eyes, a broad mane, and a blazing red body. Its overwhelming presence made everyone who looked at it feel as though 1,000 jinn were pressing down on their shoulders. Hearing this, the others broke into excited discussion. No mistake, this kind of auspicious beast could only appear in the profound heaven-sacred domain. It really is an auspicious fire Qilin. I heard that if you subdue the fire Qilin, you can obtain an enormous opportunity. While they were still chattering excitedly, something suddenly flashed past them. It turned out to be the bald man from before, the one who had gone into the lake. He leaped before the Qilin and boldly declared, If it's an auspicious beast, then I won't hold back. But before he could even launch an attack, it struck him down with a swipe of its claws, sending him crashing from the air to the ground. Seeing the huge crater beneath the bald man, everyone exclaimed in shock, So powerful. This fire Qilin's physical strength is incredible. Someone shouted, I'm afraid the fire Qilin won't be so easy to subdue. At that point, the old man from earlier spoke again. According to the records of the Sacred Heaven sect, the last time this auspicious beast appeared was thousands of years ago, and even then, no one managed to subdue it. Luke Nguyen was not frightened at all. On the contrary, he felt fortunate. An auspicious beast that appears only once in 1,000 years. We absolutely cannot miss this. The Qilin opened its mouth and roared again. Then pinkish-white smoke drifted out from its body. Lai Tu, Luke Nguyen, and Jiang Feng seized the chance and attacked. Go! Unexpectedly, one of the Qilin's feet quickly blocked them. It targeted Lai Tu, making him freeze in shock, and then stomped down hard on him. But Lai Tu managed to block it. His expression turned strained, and his face had already gone pale, causing the other two to rejoice in surprise. He blocked it. After enduring that strike, Lai Tu was immediately enveloped by the pinkish-white smoke from before. The same happened to Luke Nguyen and Jiang Feng. Yet instead of being angry or worried, Jiang Feng was completely unaffected and even shouted joyfully, This feels amazing. It turned out that as long as one was not kicked away by the auspicious Qilin, staying near it allowed one to receive the auspicious beast's cleansing and have one's whole body become clear and transparent. Hearing this, the people below rushed forward excitedly. Quick, quick, go seize the opportunity. Charge. But how could it be that easy? When the Qilin saw the crowd rushing toward it, it roared angrily and used its claws to swat them away. Still, they too were surrounded by the smoke, as they had hoped. So dangerous. I nearly got kicked away by the auspicious Qilin. As long as we stay around it, we can continue receiving opportunities. Hold on. Luke and Gwyn also said, what we're receiving now is only a tiny amount. The greatest opportunity can only be obtained by making direct contact with the auspicious Qilin. Hearing that, those greedy people wanted even more to get closer and shouted to each other, brothers, come on. The closer we get, the greater the opportunity we'll gain from the auspicious Qilin. They all flew upward together, but before they could get within a single zhang, they were struck away by a beam of light from its claws, and the whole group fell like rain. Lai Tu turned pale at the sight, sweat pouring down his face. Contact? Impossible. There's no one here who can withstand a full-force kick from a Qilin. Luke and Gwyn said, perhaps we can create an opening and let one of us make contact with the auspicious Qilin. Then he turned to look at Shi Tian. Lai Tu asked in confusion, Shi Tian? Luke and Gwyn replied, that's right. The three of us will distract the Qilin and let Shi Tian seize the chance to strike. Hearing this, Lai Tu became extremely excited. Rather than wasting the chance here, we might as well give it a try. After that, the three of them sat down and discussed the plan with Shi Tian, then asked the boy, Shi Tian, did you understand? The little boy smiled brightly and answered, 3 martial uncles, I understand. I already wanted to ride that thing. Over there, the others still refused to give up and kept charging forward, only to be knocked away again and again. Sensing that the moment was ripe, the 3 shouted, now! Then they charged together at once. Go! Unfortunately, this time they were still noticed by the Qilin. Once again, it targeted Lai Tu. He was struck and sent flying a distance away, but Lai Tu still gritted his teeth and endured. Luke and Gwyn and Jiang Feng quickly moved to support him and shouted, hold on. The two of them braced themselves behind him to resist the Qilins. Fangs and claws, Jiang Feng shouted, Shi Tian charge. Receiving the signal, Shi Tian leaped down from above, aiming straight for the Qilin's head. The little boy cried out, I'm coming, and landed squarely on its head. Having landed safely, Shi Tian said happily, I'm on. The Qilin roared in irritation. It released a burst of violent power that sent Lai Tu and the others flying far away. But all 3 still landed safely, though with some difficulty. Sweating from exhaustion, Luke and Gwyn said, how long Shi Tian can remain on the auspicious Qilin depends on his own fortune. The others looked on in shock and murmured, a child actually succeeded in making contact with the auspicious Qilin. That's hard to believe. First a little girl entered the cold pool. Now a little boy is riding the auspicious Qilin. Are children these days all this formidable? Shi Tian, sitting atop the Qilin's head and absorbing its power, was utterly bewildered. The aura from this guy's body keeps flowing into me. It feels so good. Meanwhile, the Qilin turned its head restlessly in irritation. Not only that, it jumped and twisted about as if trying to throw whatever was on its head to the ground. Grabbing the Qilin's horn, the little boy said confidently, now that I'm up here, you're not throwing me off. Hearing that, it roared furiously, then flew up into the air and flipped over, trying to make sure Tian fall off. The adults below were extremely worried, and Lai Tu said, the auspicious Qilin is angry. Shi Tian is probably in complete contrast to them. However, the little boy treated it like he was playing with a pet and shouted happily, this is fun. More. Seeing such carefree innocence, Luke and Gwyn could only feel helpless. Shi Tian is actually still laughing. I have to admit, this child is truly remarkable. The Qilin grew even angrier and let out a heaven-shaking roar. It planted its feet on the ground, gathered momentum, and charged toward the mountain. Jiang Feng suddenly realized what the Qilin intended and shouted in alarm. This is bad. That beast wants to ram the mountain. The moment he finished speaking, it had already crashed straight into the mountain, sending earth and rocks flying everywhere. The people below all wore stunned and distressed expressions. The auspicious Qilin is truly enraged. The little boy on top is probably doomed. Jiang Feng anxiously shouted, Shi Tian. From the hole, smashed through the mountain, came Shi Tian's voice, I'm fine. The little boy was still sitting firmly on the Chilin's head, while the beast continued to go mad. The onlookers were even more astonished. He's still not dead? Not only is he not dead, that child is still holding steady on the auspicious chi. Lin, with his childish face full of anger, Sure Tion shouted, "You made me lose face." Then he started hitting it while yelling, "You're asking for a beating." The Chilin widened its eyes in utter disbelief. It cried out while twisting and writhing its body. The little boy struck it again. "What are you yelling for?" Unexpectedly, that only caused even more of its power source to be absorbed. Sure Tion grew even more excited. It seemed that beating this big fellow let him absorb even more auspicious energy. The little boy immediately took advantage of it, speaking as he hit, "I'll hit, 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 hit." The adults below were even more horrified. "This is way too strong, way too ridiculous. That's an auspicious omen, not something for people to beat." The Chilin was beaten nonstop until it grew dizzy. As if it had gone mad, it ran around crashing into rock walls. Then it seemed to lose control and plunge straight toward the ravine. After several moments, the Chilin was so exhausted that tears and drool were flowing out. Sitting imposingly on its head, Sure Tion asked, "Big guy, do you submit now?" As if it had completely run out of strength, it collapsed heavily onto the ground. Seeing this, the crowd cried out, "The auspicious fire Chilin has fallen. That little boy has tormented it until it's nearly dead from exhaustion." Only then did the little boy jump down. Sure Tion stood before it with his hands on his hips and said, "Since you've submitted, I won't make things hard for you anymore." The Chilin immediately dropped to its knees. Right now, it looked no different from a puppy wagging its tail at its owner. The others were so shocked they nearly lost their minds. In alarm, they said, "The auspicious fire Chilin actually knelt before a little boy. This is a wonder for the ages. We've never heard of anyone doing such a thing." Jiang Feng was so delighted that he burst into loud laughter, then proudly praised him, as expected of a disciple of our White Jade sect. "Well done, Sure Tion. You actually subdued an auspicious omen." Suddenly, the Chilin opened its mouth wide, then slowly dissolved. Like an afterimage, everything gathered into a stream of energy that shot towards Sure Tion. The little boy was slightly surprised to be enveloped by this enormous power, but he still kept absorbing it without pause. Luke and Wen explained in shock, "A great fortune, a complete auspicious omen has been entirely absorbed by Sure Tion." Sure Tion was currently overjoyed, gladly accepting this gift, but a voice kept repeating itself in his head. "Journey, journey, journey." Sure Tion had no idea what was happening. He turned his head and searched around anxiously. "Who's talking in my head?" In the distance, a faint light was emanating from a mountain. Deep inside it, a zombie was beginning to awaken. It suddenly opened its eyes and said, "My path is not solitary. My path will return." As soon as it finished speaking, its eyes closed again on their own. Seeing Sure Tion standing there blankly, Jiang Feng hurried over in concern and asked, "Sure Tion, how do you feel?" Scratching his head, the boy said, "I just feel a little stronger, but nothing else." Jiang Feng exclaimed in surprise, "Only a little stronger? You've obtained such a great opportunity, after all." Someone beside them explained, "An auspicious omen is the most wondrous fortune in the world. These fortunes don't reveal themselves immediately. This opportunity will definitely bring Sure Tion great progress in the future." While they were talking, the boy's stomach growled. Holding his empty stomach, he said, "I feel especially hungry." Lu Heng walked as he pondered. "I need to report the situation to Sect Master by as soon as possible." He frowned in confusion. "I just can't figure out what the Holy Lord is trying to do." Suddenly, a voice called out from afar, little lady, don't run." Two girls were being chased in broad daylight by that crazed Holy Sun. "Holy Sun, have some self-respect. Run." The Holy Sun has gone stupid already. What's the point of reasoning with him? Seeing this scene, Lu Heng could only feel helpless. At that moment, the Holy Sun ran over and grabbed him tightly. "Don't go. Hurry and catch that little lady for me." Lu Heng immediately flung the Holy Sun away. Has this idiot gone completely rabid? After being shoved, the man threw himself onto the ground and started kicking up a tantrum. "You dare push me? I'll tell my father, Sect Master Bai, to refine you into Blood Man too." Lu Heng shot him a disgusted glance. "Karma." serves you right for mistaking your father. Then he suddenly realized something. Wait, he looked at the madman before him. Blood Mantu. I remember this isn't the first time the Holy Sun has mentioned Blood Mantu. When we had just come out of the illusory market, he mentioned Blood Mantu too. Lu Hong could not help but think deeply. And Blood Mantu is an evil spirit medicine made by the chaotic age evil sect by refining living humans. After thinking it over carefully, a shocking guess emerged in his mind. Could the Holy Lord's true purpose be to refine everyone in this sacred land into? Lu Hong's eyes rolled upward in astonishment. Impossible. That thought is too insane. But inwardly he thought, after eliminating all the impossible options, only this possibility remains. He then left at once. I have to inform the sect master immediately. Elsewhere, Lai Tu and the others were being chased by a giant bird. Running behind them, Lu Kengwin shouted anxiously, "Young Master Lai, be careful." At that moment, Lai Tu had already been trapped beneath the bird's beak. In the blink of an eye, he was swallowed whole. Lu Kengwin was stunned by the scene before him. What? His face drained of all color. This is a demon beast with the bloodline of the legendary Nine Heavens mystic bird. We're done for this time. Suddenly, the bird's body swelled up. It let out cries full of pain. Then a ray of light pierced straight through its body. Lai Tu flew out from inside the bird's belly. A huge hole had been blasted through its stomach, making it unable to continue fighting, while Lai Tu was almost completely unharmed. Seeing that, Shirtion shouted joyfully, "Great! Uncle Lai is fine." A little while later, nothing remained of the bird but a skeleton. Lai Tu and the other two stared wide-eyed at the scene before them. Shirtion was happily gnawing on a giant drumstick, smacking his lips in praise. Delicious. The little boy looked at the other three. "What are you all staring for?" Jiang Feng hesitantly said, "Shirtion, you've already eaten nearly this whole demon beast, and you're still not full?" Shirtion calmly replied, "I'm half full." Hearing that, the three could only sit in silence and keep watching. Meanwhile, the scene shifts elsewhere. At the White Jade sect, Jiuzi was sitting in seclusion. Baiyu stood nearby with folded arms, looking at it. After swallowing the crown prince of gluttony, it has been continuously evolving in cultivation. I wonder how much longer it will take before it wakes up. Suddenly, Tian Lang walked over from somewhere. "Sect Master, lend me some money so I can buy wine." Baiyu put his hands on his hips and looked at him. "Big Wolf, this won't do. You need to pull yourself together." Hearing this, Tian Lang said only one thing. "Sect Master, you don't understand love." Baiyu could only feel helpless at that. Then he asked Tian Lang, "Let me ask you something. Do you know where the ruins of the Demon Clan Heavenly Court are?" Tian Lang immediately replied, "The ruins of the Demon Clan Heavenly Court? Of course I know. That's a forbidden land in the endless demon realm." While the two were talking, a voice called out. From afar, "Sect Master." Lu Hong came running over, panting heavily. Baiyu asked in surprise, "Lu Hong, why are you here?" Lu Hong immediately reported, "Sect Master, the situation in the profound heaven's sacred domain is urgent. Something has happened." Baiyu instantly turned serious. "Explain in detail." After hearing the whole account, Baiyu could not help but ponder. For no reason at all the cultivators were swallowed into the sacred land. It seems the Holy Lord has no good intentions. He guessed, "Right now, I suspect the Holy Lord's goal is to refine all the cultivators into Blood Mantu." He spoke of what he knew. Blood Mantu, as far as I know, is an evil spirit medicine made by the chaotic age evil sect. Lu Hong added, "The second elder once said that the Holy Lord has been stuck in the transcendent mortal realm for a very long time. He's only one step away from entering the earth profound realm, yet he has never been able to break through. I'm afraid that's why he came up with this evil method." Baiyu stood up at once. "There's no time to delay." He ordered, "Head to the profound heaven's sacred domain immediately." The scene shifted to a place called the Divine Altar. Lai Tu spoke up to explain, "This Divine Altar is an ancient existence within the sacred domain. As long as one can activate the altar, one can obtain extraordinary power." At that moment, a bald man stepped forward. "With something this good, why not try it right away?" After saying that, he walked straight to the center of the Divine Altar. Immediately, huge flames appeared all around the altar. the bald man said proudly. I've activated the divine altar. I'm receiving the power of the gods. But in the very next moment, the flames went out. He was bewildered. Huh? What's going on? The people below immediately mocked him. This divine altar requires talent to activate. The greater the talent, the more thoroughly the altar is activated and the longer it lasts. Looks like your talent just isn't enough. The bald man shouted unwillingly, Impossible! How can I not be good enough? Then he continued, Activate for me. Yet the altar remained completely unresponsive. The people below burst into laughter. Hurry down 1 second, man. Another smaller bald man smugly stepped forward. Move aside. My turn. The flames on the altar instantly flared up too, but were quickly extinguished again. The crowd below seized the chance to mock him as well. No good. Another quick man. Next, hurry up. After several more rounds of attempts, the result was still no different. The crowd looked helplessly at the latest person who ran down. Sigh. As expected, the fortune of this divine altar is not something ordinary people can obtain. Forget fully activating the altar. Not a single person can even last 3 breaths. Sigh. They say only those with the bloodline of gods can fully activate the divine altar. How could mere mortals like us possibly do that? Luke and Gwyn smiled and looked at Lai Tuesday. Young Master Lai, among us, your aptitude is the best. Go give it a try. He immediately agreed. All right. Lai Tu resolutely stepped forward. When the surrounding people saw yet another candidate stepping up, they warned him, Little brother, don't waste your time. You'd be better off seeking other opportunities. The little bit of fortune here isn't even enough to fill the gaps between your teeth. Lai Tu paid no attention to those words. He walked straight to the center of the altar, and power instantly burst forth. Yet the altar still showed no reaction. The crowd, disappointed, prepared to leave. Just like before, the divine altar isn't reacting at all. Let's go. Suddenly, something flared up beneath Lai Tu's feet. Lai Tu himself was startled, and before he could process it, the altar erupted with great flames. Those who had tried earlier were unwilling to accept it. What? A golden dragon appeared around Lai Tu's body, circling back and forth. The crowd below broke out in exclamations. Heavens, what am I seeing? Has he actually fully activated the altar? Seeing this scene, Luke and Gwyn was also puzzled. There's something divine about Sher Tian and Miss Back Duong Tuet that makes others unable to do more than stare at their backs. He thought to himself, but even among those with innate talent, young Master Lai is truly the most terrifying person I have ever met. Jiang Feng happily said, to have taken in such an outstanding disciple, Sect Master Bai truly has a sharp eye. At that moment, a sphere gathered above Lai Tu's head. The sphere cast a stream of enormous power straight down into Lai Tu's body. Someone below immediately recognized it. This is a spirit power empowerment. This only appears in ancient records. It said that those who receive spirit power empowerment will have both their aptitude and cultivation improved. The crowd stared at Lai Tu in wonder. Who is this young man? He's incredible. A map had been placed on a slab of white marble, its lines clearly resembling winding rivers and mountains. Within the profound heaven's sacred domain, 500 spirit-devouring towers had been buried, enough to drain every cultivator dry. So that was their scheme. Lings Mais Muli, Holy Lord, the exit has already been sealed off. The cultivators inside the sacred heaven domain will also be fattened up. Bui Tien Swang gestured. Very good, and it's time to slaughter them. Let the people inside now become food for this holy lord. Just as he finished those vicious and sinister words, the box-like space trembled. Bui Tien Swang was alarmed. What's going on? Lin worried. Has some change occurred within the sacred land? He ordered Lin, quickly investigate. So Lin used spiritual power to inspect the space inside the box. A look of panic appeared in Lin's eyes. What? Seeing that, Bui Tien Swang asked, what happened? Lin stammered as he reported, several of the greatest opportunities in the profound heaven's sacred domain have all been taken. His expression twisted, his head spinning. What? Impossible. Lin placed a hand on the box and continued. The jade marrow ice water, the auspicious fire Qilin, and the divine altar, the 3 greatest opportunities have all been taken. Bui Tien Swang collapsed. How can this be? He refused to accept the reality before him. Are you sure you didn't investigate wrongly? Lin shouted at him. I was born in the profound heaven sacred land. I cannot be wrong. Bui Tien Swang began stroking his chin in thought. Unbelievable. The Jade Marrow ice water is so cold that even this holy lord cannot easily enter it. Who could possibly do it? Based on what he sensed, Lin told him the one who obtained the Jade Marrow ice water was a little girl. This girl must possess a special constitution of ice and cold. The image Lin saw was none other than Bak Duong Tuet. Bui Tien Swang asked painfully, "What about the auspicious Fire Qilin?" Lin turned to look at him. The auspicious Fire Qilin appears only once every 1,000 years. It is so formidable that even those with extremely powerful bodies cannot approach it, much less obtain its complete auspicious fortune. The auspicious Fire Qilin was taken by a little boy, and that boy's physical strength is incredibly tyrannical. Bui Tien Swang jumped to his feet in shock. Another child? Since when have children become this formidable? And if there was such a powerful child, why didn't he join my Sacred Heaven sect? Lin believed that the divine altar was even more outrageous. Although the one who obtained the divine altar's fortune is an adult cultivator, to gain the altar's fortune, especially its complete fortune, requires a heaven-reaching book aptitude. The person Lin saw through his spiritual power was none other than Lai Tu. Bui Tien Swang was angry, resentful, and utterly baffled. Since when has the Sacred Heaven domain had someone with this level of aptitude? Fine, the two children are one thing, since they're still young. But someone with a heaven-reaching book aptitude like this, why didn't he join my Sacred Heaven sect either? Lin reminded him, "Holy Lord, now is not the time to think about such things. How should these people be dealt with?" Lin asked for his decision. Kill them or? Bui Tien Swang immediately made his choice. For thousands of years, no one in my Sacred Heaven sect has ever obtained these fortunes. Since they've been taken this time, then of course kill them all. His mind was filled with nothing but cruel and evil thoughts. After refining them into blood mantu, the fortunes will belong to this holy lord. He pointed and ordered Lin, activate every spirit-devouring tower. Refine them all into blood mantu for me. Lin revealed a sinister smile and replied, "Yes." Immediately, the space inside the barrier began to shake violently. At that moment, Lai Tu was standing there, trying to cultivate diligently. He held something in his hand, his eyes full of determination. Seeing his current aura, Luke Nguyen happily remarked, "The aura around Lai Tu has become even more restrained. This is the mark of a great cultivator." He asked, "Young Master Lai, how do you feel?" Lai Tu replied spiritedly, "Right now, I feel very strong. I don't even know how much my cultivation has increased." Raising his arm, he continued, "And most importantly, it didn't just increase my cultivation, it also improved my foundation." Hearing that, Luke Nguyen was overjoyed. Improving one's foundation is a heaven-defying fortune. Our White Jade sect really has reaped a tremendous harvest this time. Suddenly, space shook violently. Everyone looked around in confusion. Luke Nguyen asked, "What's going on?" Lai Tu was equally startled. "What happened?" One person there panicked so badly he looked ready to cry. Could it be that another fortune is appearing? Sensing something, Lai Tu immediately warned them. "Everyone be careful. I feel danger is approaching." The moment he finished speaking, the stone slabs above exploded. They burst one after another, scattering sparks everywhere. They looked up in panic. The rocks exploded. "What's happening?" The mountain over there exploded too. Towers suddenly rose up, sucking in all the spiritual energy around them. Jiang Feng was carrying Shi Tian in his arms. He stood there frozen, his face full of alarm. "This is bad. These are the small towers that can absorb spiritual power." Lai Tu and Luke Nguyen watched the situation closely, full of caution. Unlike Jiang Feng, the people around them were full of excitement and curiosity. What is this? Could this be some special opportunity? Based on the situation before him, Luke Nguyen guessed there are actually this many demon towers. The profound heaven sect truly had a scheme. They're trying to drain everyone dry. The bald man eagerly volunteered, "I'll go see what kind of fortune it is." The small tower kept absorbing spiritual power, as if it had no intention of stopping at all. The bald man who had boldly stepped up earlier was now gritting his teeth. He furrowed his brow and struggled toward the small tower. But something bad happened. The small tower was absorbing his power and lifting him into the air. Only then did the bald man realize what was happening, and he hurriedly shouted, "This is bad." The people below were bewildered. What is going on? That little tower is crazily sucking away his spiritual power. The tower still did not stop, seeming almost determined to drain the bald man completely dry. At that moment, he turned his head back and stammered, "Save." His face was rapidly aging. The bald man forced out the rest of the words, "Me." He was shouting, "Save me." The small tower was grinding away his spiritual power, and now only a skeleton remained, hanging in midair. The people below stared up in shock. They gasped and began discussing it. He's dead? His spiritual power was completely drained, and he turned into a sack of skin. How terrifying! How could there be such an evil thing in the sacred land? The small towers began to tremble again. This time, the people below were more cautious and dare not approach. The small towers began absorbing demonic power again. They drew in the demonic power of everyone present, forcing them all to their knees, unable to resist. One man cried out, "This is bad." Another shouted, "Run, it's sucking away our spiritual power." The small towers were not just absorbing the demonic power of those people. Lai Tu and Lukenwin could not escape either. Lai Tu said, "After these demon towers enlarged, their absorption of spiritual power became even more terrifying." Lukenwin added, "There are at least several hundred of these demon towers in the sacred land. There's no way to escape." He said angrily, "The sect master of the Sacred Heavens sect wants to kill every cultivator here." Zhongdan Fong An so thou fudosi damit. Why is that beast slaughtering everyone? Luke Nguyen clenched his teeth. If he's absorbing everyone's spiritual power, then he's probably cultivating some kind of evil art. The others cried helplessly, "Someone save us." Duong John Fong continued, "There's demon magic everywhere. There's nowhere for us to run." He was growing weaker. "I can't hold on any longer." Lai Tu's demonic power had also dropped sharply. "If this keeps going, this won't work. Sooner or later, all of us will be drained dry. I just hope Lu Hong can quickly report what's happening here to Master." A voice sounded from nowhere, and then the small towers were frozen in ice. Frozen Zel. Luke Chu and the others looked over and could not help but be surprised. It was back Duong Tuet. She hovered high in the air, using magic to freeze all the small towers. Once she was done, Back Duong Tuet looked down and asked, "How is everyone?" Duong John Fong was startled to see her. Miss Back Duong Tuet came just in time. "Here, only you can deal with these spirit-devouring towers." As soon as he said that, cracks began to appear in the small towers she had frozen. In the end, they shattered apart, horrifying everyone once again. Back Duong Tuet realized the situation was bad. This won't do. These spirit-devouring towers are powered by the entire sacred body, so I can't freeze them completely. A figure suddenly flashed past Duong John Fong. Shi Tian was charging forward at great speed. Duong John Fong cried out in alarm. "What is Shi Tian trying to do now? Come back." The boy gathered his strength and threw a heavy punch. Shi Tian rushed straight toward a small tower. Zhongdan Fong look on in supri. Shi Tian is actually fine. His expression changed as if he had just realized something. Then he broke into a bright smile. "I forgot. Shi Tian specializes in body cultivation techniques. He tempers the body, not the spirit. The spirit-devouring tower truly can't harm the boy." Shi Tian smashed a hard punch into the small tower. Someone shouted, "Quick, get close to him." When the crowd saw Shi Tian, hope returned. He can deal with the spirit-devouring towers. "I'm about to be drained dry." A group of people ran quickly toward Shi Tian. Duong John Fong shouted again, "This is bad. The spirit-devouring towers are actually flying over here on their own." Shi Tian moved from one tower to another, using momentum to leap across them all. The boy stood atop a small tower, gathered strength in his hand, punched it, and shouted, "Take this." After saving one, the boy immediately ran off again. Even so, Lai Tu still felt that the situation was not right. This won't solve the problem. Shi Tian can only knock the spirit-devouring towers away. He can't truly destroy them. The next morning, sunlight pierced through the clouds, casting mystical beams that made the mountain look even more majestic, as if it were wrapped in a layer of mysterious spiritual energy. As he walked, Lu Heng turned back and said to Bai Yu, "Sect Master, we're here. This is the place." Bai Yu looked straight ahead with icy eyes and said, "But the exit to the profound heaven sacred domain has already vanished. There's no way to enter." Bai Yu remained calm and replied, "It's fine." He looked ahead, and a thought suddenly flashed through his mind. "I have a way." From a distance, Lai Long came over and shouted, "Lu Heng." Lu Heng was startled and muttered, "This is bad. It's the second elder of the profound heaven sect." Lai Long approached and demanded, "Lu Heng, what are you doing?" As soon as he finished speaking, he looked at Bai Yu in surprise and asked suspiciously, "Who is he?" Lu Heng looked at Lai Long and stammered, "Second elder, he is a cultivator who wanted to enter the profound heaven sacred domain, but arrived late." He looked Bai Yu up and down. "Arrived late?" This master arrived late too. Bai Yu glared at the suspicious Lai Long, then immediately explained, "Second elder, I was indeed delayed by some matters. Since the entrance is already closed, I'll leave first." Lai Long suddenly shouted, "Stop!" Bai Yu immediately froze in place, frowning in concern. Lai Long looked at Bai Yu for a moment, then ordered Lu Heng, "Throw this man into the profound heaven sect prison first and interrogate him. I suspect he is a spy from the endless demon realm." Lu Heng looked at him and tried to plead, "Second elder, that's not necessary, is it? He's only a minor cultivator." But Lai Long refused to let it go. He frowned and said sternly, "This is my order." Lu Heng had no choice but to obey. "Yes." He grabbed Bai Yu's sleeve and pretended to escort him away. Once they had gone far enough that Lai Long could no longer hear them, Lu Heng whispered into Bai Yu's ear, "Sect Master, do we need to strike and kill this old man?" Before they could finish discussing it, the Holy Sun suddenly staggered out in a daze and shouted, "Father!" Lu Heng, Bai Yu, and Lai Long all looked at the crazed man shouting, "Father," in complete confusion. He ran up to Bai Yu in delight. "Father, your child has finally found you." The Holy Sun suddenly dropped to his knees in front of them, whimpering, "Father, I've missed you so much." Bai Yu looked at him clinging to his leg, utterly bewildered. From behind, Lai Long shouted, "Holy Sun, what are you doing? Why are you kneeling before a mere mortal cultivator?" Lai Long tried to pull him away, but the Holy Sun struggled and yelled, "Go away. I want to stay with Father." Lai Long used all his strength to restrain the Holy Sun, full of irritation. The Holy Sun's head is truly beyond saving. Lai Long dragged him away and left a message for the two of them. This elder will take the Holy Sun back first. Even after they had gone some distance, they could still hear the Holy Sun's aggrieved voice. "Father, you can't just ignore your child. I want Bloodman to." Bai Yu said smugly, "So it wasn't for nothing that I picked up an extra son. I didn't expect him to be helpful at such a critical moment." The scene shifted to a barren land of pale gray rock formations beneath a clear blue sky. Lu Heng looked around, then said, "Sect Master, as far as I know, the profound heaven sacred domain is protected by a domain barrier. Even great cultivators cannot pass through it directly." Bai Yu smiled faintly, took out a talisman, and said confidently, "With this divine movement talisman, I can go anywhere." The talisman in his hand suddenly burst into flames at once. It jumped from Bai Yu's hand and moved toward him. Lu Heng stared at the talisman in astonishment. As expected of the sect master, there's really nothing he can't do. Back with Lai Tu's group, Shirtian swung out a palm strike at the towers, the force creating a vortex of fire. With a weary expression, the boy said, "I'm exhausted." The force of his palm was strong enough to make them tremble. Luke and Gwyn and the other cultivators ran over and said, "The demon towers are all gathering on this side. Shirtian alone can't protect us." One man in the group shouted in terror, "My spiritual power is disappearing too fast. Save me." The person beside him panicked as well. "I'm done for two." Steward Lu frowned helplessly. "Are we really out of options?" Just then, out of nowhere, Bai Yu leaped into the air to avoid a spirit-devouring tower. Seeing this, Duong John Fong and Luke and Gwyn cried out in delight. Sect Master, Lai Tu and Back Duong Tuet were no exception. They looked at him with excitement. "Master!" Bai Yu seemed to be pulled backward by something. He was startled. "What's going on?" "My spiritual power is disappearing rapidly." Luke and Gwyn rushed over and shouted a warning. Sect Master, get away. These spirit-devouring towers can rapidly suck away the power in a cultivator's body until the cultivator is drained dry. Bayu turned and looked at Luke and Gwyn. So such an evil thing really exists. He looked worriedly at the towers floating in the air. Suddenly, Shirtion ran over and shielded Bayu, helping him avoid tower. Luke and Gwyn looked at the boy and let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, Shirtion is here this time. Shirtion's constitution is special. The spirit-devouring towers can't absorb his spiritual power. Luke and Gwyn stared at the boy and continued. Without Shirtion, everyone here would have died long ago. Duong Jianfeng was now extremely anxious. But we've already reached the most critical moment, and there's no way back. We have to get out immediately, yet the exit has already been sealed. Bayu looked at the two of them and reassured them. Don't worry. Since this sect master was able to enter, naturally I could take all of you out as well. Then Bayu took out a stack of talismans and calmly said, these are divine movement talismans. With them, you can ignore the barrier of the profound heaven-sacred domain and teleport directly outside. Duong Jianfeng looked at the talismans in shock. You actually have such a treasure. Bayu urged everyone, we can't delay any longer. Leave at once. Duong Jianfeng immediately took one for himself. I'll go first. The talisman in his hand burst into flames, and Duong Jianfeng vanished in an instant without a trace. The people who remained were stunned, unable to believe their eyes. Lai Tu and back, Duong Tuet stared wide-eyed at Bayu in astonishment. He really teleported out. She murmured suspiciously, where did he get so many divine-grade talismans? Last time, it was an absolute kill talisman, and this time, it's an even more miraculous divine movement talisman. The people behind them shouted and pointed in a commotion. They got out. Look, there's someone who knows how to leave. An old man stepped out from nowhere and asked solemnly, may I ask, are you Sect Master Bai of the White Jade Sect? Bayu looked at him and calmly replied, I am. The old man placed a hand on his chest and pleaded, Sect Master Bai, I am also a cultivator from Haiyuan City. Please, Sect Master Bai, save me. Bayu looked at the girl beside him, clearly puzzled. The old man pleaded earnestly, Sect Master Bai, this is my daughter. She is at the peak of the true person realm. I did not ask Sect Master Bai to save me, only to take my daughter out. Seeing that Bayu still stood there motionless, he bowed down and begged, after we get out, my daughter will serve you as a maid or slave. I kneel and beg you. Bayu looked at him and said, it's not that this sect master refuses to save you. The truth is that the number of divine movement talismans is limited. There are only 10 in total. Seeing the old man kneeling and begging, the others all followed suit and pleaded earnestly, Sect Master Bai, save us. After we get out, we'll serve you like oxen and horses. A masked man in the back said, Sect Master Bai, we really have no other choice. Only you can give us a way to live. Bayu looked at them helplessly. He sighed, and a trace of weariness flickered in his eyes. Bayu looked back and called, Luke and Gwyn, what do you think? Luke and Gwyn looked at him calmly and said, if Sect Master truly has no way to save them, or if saving them requires paying a huge price, then don't worry about it. We'll leave. The expressions of those people changed drastically as they stared at him in shock. Luke and Gwyn looked at Bayu and continued, after all, this isn't our fault. Sect Master doesn't need to feel guilty. Then, with resolute eyes, he declared, but if Sect Master has the ability to save them, then I suggest saving all of them. Bayu was stunned and ordered, go on. Luke and Gwyn looked at him and explained, what the Sacred Heaven Sect is doing is no different from an evil cult. Moreover, the Sacred Heaven Sect and our White Jade Sect are deeply entangled. For the sake of our White Jade Sect, the Sacred Heaven Sect must be destroyed. He looked directly into Bayu's eyes and said sternly, in this sacred heaven domain, if anyone can destroy the Sacred Heaven Sect, it can only be our White Jade Sect. Besides, Sect Master has long harbored the intention of destroying the Sacred Heaven Sect. Bayu curled his lips into a faint smile, his gaze seeming to bore into Luke and Gwyn's heart. You saw through that. Luke and Gwyn was silent for a long while, then looked at him and made his judgment. Sect Master placed Lu Heng inside the Sacred Heaven Sect. I'm afraid you laid out this plan long ago, across 1,000 miles, and already had this in mind. The corners of Bayu's lips lifted slightly, his easy smile showing he had long had plans of his own. A while later, sure Tion was still enthusiastically battling the evil things. Bai looked at the crowd and finally gave his answer. If that's the case, then this sect master will save everyone here. Lai Tu hesitated for a moment, then reminded him softly, Master, these spirit-devouring towers are extremely hard to destroy, and no one can get close to them. I'm afraid it won't be easy. Bai stepped forward, his voice full of resolve. It's fine. All of you step back. With many people watching in astonishment, Bai calmly strode toward the spirit-devouring tower. He silently calculated. Since the desolation heavenly thunder is called a forbidden spell, it should be able to destroy these spirit-devouring towers in front of me. The masked man nearby was full of doubt. Can Sect Master Bai really save us? The men behind him murmured uncertainly. Who knows? At least there's still hope. Bai raised his hand and formed a hand seal. A dazzling light burst forth from his hand. The people around him whispered among themselves. I don't think the chances are very high. After all, Sect Master Bai is only from a small sect in Haiyuan City. Bai pointed at the sky and shouted loudly, Forbidden spell, desolation, heavenly thunder. A bolt of lightning descended from the clouds, carrying destructive power as it struck the ground. Seeing this, some of the crowd frowned mockingly. What is that? Just a single bolt of lightning? That's not even stronger than one of my farts. After those mocking words, it was as if the lightning had grown enraged. It slammed down with a world-shaking strike that terrified everyone. The lightning carried the destructive power of blazing fire, burning even space itself. Meteors rained down like a storm, destroying everything on the ground. The crowd stared up at the sky, mouths hanging open, their voices trembling. Then wave after wave of thunder tore through the heavens. Earth and stone tumbled from the cliff walls, just like a natural disaster descending upon them. The people cried out in horror. What? Even Lu Kingwin, though mentally prepared, could not help exclaiming in a trembling voice, the power is far too terrifying. Back Duong Tuet's beautiful eyes shone with utter shock as she wondered, this is a forbidden spell? He even knows forbidden spells. I remember that even when I was at my peak, I had to rely on the special magical artifact of the Master of the Heavenly Court just to barely cast a forbidden spell once. The energy consumption is simply too enormous. And this is even a lightning element forbidden spell, the type with the greatest cost and the greatest power. Inside the secret chamber of the Sacred Heaven sect, Bui Tian Swang was laughing loudly, looking extremely pleased and smug. Very good. Countless streams of pure energy are gathering at the spirit-devouring towers. This batch of blood mantu will definitely help this holy lord break through to the next realm. Lin, his trusted subordinate, also smiled and chimed in with great contempt in the voice. Those insignificant cultivators in the sacred land are probably still struggling pointlessly right now. They have no idea how sturdy our spirit-devouring towers are. All their efforts are like praying mantises trying to stop a chariot, utterly useless. He curled his lips and said confidently, before long, every last one of them will be drained dry and turned into nourishment for the Holy Lord. Before Bui Tian Swang could finish his smug words, to offer themselves to this Holy Lord is their greatest honor. Boom. A heaven-shaking explosion rang out, shaking the entire secret chamber. Bui Tian Swang jumped in fright and shrieked, what happened? Why did a spirit-devouring tower explode? Lin hurriedly tried to reassure him, though inwardly uneasy as well. Holy Lord, please do not panic. Only one spirit-devouring tower exploded. It won't affect the overall situation. But immediately after that, a series of booms, boom, 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 rang out one after another, growing ever denser, like thunder on a clear day. Bui Tian Swang could no longer ignore it. His face twisted in rage as he roared. What the hell happened? What in the world is going on? Lin, pale-faced, hurriedly circulated spiritual power and stammered, this subordinate will go check immediately. The crowd, who had just been whispering among themselves moments ago, were now completely subdued. They turned to look at Bai with worship and admiration. I take back those stupid words from earlier. Sect Master Bai's magic power is boundless. His divine abilities immeasurable. What kind of immortal method is this? It's unbelievable. It looks like all the spirit-devouring towers have been destroyed. We're saved. Suddenly, the ground beneath everyone's feet began to shake violently, making them all stagger and lose their balance. The people looked at one another in panic, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? What happened again? Luke and Gwen hurriedly flew over to Bayu's side and urgently asked, Sect Master, it looks like you blew up the entire profound heaven's sacred domain. Bayu was a little surprised as well and replied, I didn't expect the desolation heavenly thunder to be this powerful either. It actually destroyed even the sacred domain completely. Inside the secret chamber, Bui Tian Swang was too restless to sit still, his face turning green and pale by turns. He turned to Lin and anxiously asked, What's going on? Why have all the spirit-devouring towers exploded? Sweating profusely, Lin stammered, Holy Lord, this subordinate has discovered that an extremely powerful force appeared inside the sacred domain and destroyed all of our spirit-devouring towers. Bui Tian Swang still refused to believe this brutal truth and roared, Impossible! What kind of power could destroy all the spirit-devouring towers at the same time? In a trembling voice, Lin tried to reassure him. Holy Lord, please do not worry too much. Fortunately, we already sealed the exit of the sacred domain. Those cultivators are all trapped inside and still at our mercy to slaughter. The moment he finished speaking, the entire sacred domain shook even more violently. Enormous cracks appeared everywhere, and then, boom, a terrifying explosion rang out, and the sacred domain completely collapsed. Bui Tian Swang's face turned ashen as he looked at Lin and said in a broken voice, How did even the sacred domain explode? Lin was now completely speechless. This has already gone far beyond this subordinate's understanding. A massive golden sphere of light suddenly appeared in midair, radiating pure spiritual power and drawing everyone's attention. Looking around at the chaotic scene, Lai Tu asked in confusion, but the sacred domain was just destroyed like that. Then where are we now? Back Duong Tuet remained calm and answered him, We are inside the void. There's no need for everyone to worry too much. The sacred domain was destroyed too quickly. Our bodies haven't had time to return to the original world yet. She paused for a moment, then continued, I don't think it will take long. We'll soon be pulled back by the attraction of the original world. Suddenly, giant multicolored energy bubbles began to appear out of the void, floating in the air. Even Bayu, with all his knowledge, stared in shock. What in the world is this? Luke and Gwen could not hide his surprise either and muttered, I've always considered myself well-informed, but I truly have never seen such a bizarre kind of energy before. Right then, Back Duong Tuet spoke up, her voice full of excitement. These are the remnants of origin left behind after the sacred domain was completely shattered. With that, she did not hesitate at all and shot toward those energy bubbles. This is a once-in-a-thousand-years opportunity. Everyone, don't let these energy spheres escape. Hurry and absorb them. As fast as lightning, Back Duong Tuet grabbed a turquoise energy sphere, her face beaming with delight. As expected, this is the sacred domain's origin. It's incredibly pure and completely free of impurities. She did not hesitate in the slightest, even biting the sphere open and letting the pure stream of energy flow into her body. Seeing this, Luke and Gwen, Lai Tu, and Shirtion could no longer hold back their eagerness. These energy spheres are everywhere. Let's go catch them too. Bayu did not miss the opportunity either. He charged like a moth toward those giant bubbles. How could this sect master possibly miss out on such a heaven-sent opportunity? Lai Tu reached out and snatched a blazing red sphere, shouting joyfully, Got one. Shirtion also cried out happily, I caught one too. Over here, Bayu was having a much harder time. He had just reached out to grab a golden sphere when it spun around once and flew away. He could not help cursing inwardly. Damn it, missed again. These energy spheres had become the targets everyone present was chasing after. After absorbing his sphere, Lai Tu felt refreshed all over and said happily, That feels amazing. My mind has become unusually clear, and so many confusing points in my cultivation suddenly opened up at once. Luke and Gwen also nodded in praise. Truly miraculous. This origin can actually help people achieve enlightenment and strengthen their comprehension. He looked toward Bayu and, seeing that the sect master was still standing there motionless, could not help asking, "Sect master, these are all priceless treasures. Why don't you want any?" Bayu kept a straight face and casually replied, "Do you think this sect master needs such things?" But the truth he was desperately hiding inside was, "It's not that I don't want them. I just can't catch a single one." Luke Nguyen had always trusted the sect master completely. Hearing that, he immediately blamed himself. "I was too narrow-minded. For someone as profound and unfathomable as sect master, he truly has no need for such things." Bitter inside, Bayu still had to keep his expression calm as he watched back Duong Tuet lightly extend her hand and grab an energy sphere right in front of him. Catching it, she giggled. "You may not want it, but I certainly do." Back Duong Tuet happily absorbed the stream of pure energy. Her beautiful eyes closed tightly, and her long, curved lashes trembled lightly. After absorbing this origin, the fortune I've gained this time may very well bring me a world-shaking transformation. Everyone looked toward back Duong Tuet in alarm. Lai Tu could not help asking anxiously, "Jay Jr.'s sister, is she breaking through?" Luke Nguyen said, "It's not just a breakthrough. She's evolving to a higher level. This is the first time I've ever seen such a transformation happen to a human." Back Duong Tuet seemed to be infused with even more spiritual power, and the moment she realized it, she cried out, "Success!" Bayu looked at her in utter confusion. It can even work like that? She aged several years in an instant. Back Duong Tuet walked over to the others, and Lai Tu said to her, "Junior sister, you grew up so fast." She said confidently, "Whether it's fast or not doesn't matter. The only question is, am I beautiful?" Everyone raised their hands in agreement, and Bayu smiled. Lai Tu looked utterly mesmerized. "Igriga, beautiful." Suddenly, Luke Nguyen looked at her in puzzlement. "What is that?" Back Duong Tuet said, "It's probably the most central object in the profound heaven sacred domain." Luke Nguyen asked doubtfully, "Wasn't the most central thing the origin we just absorbed?" She said to him, "The origin is only a kind of energy that supports the operation of the sacred domain. The thing truly responsible for producing all the opportunities in the sacred domain is this thing before our eyes. You could call it the core of the sacred domain." When Bayu saw it, he thought, "It looks like a fragment." He raised his eyes to look at it, and in the next instant it was already in Bayu's palm. It had actually flown into his hand by itself, looking like a fragment of bronze. Back Duong Tuet was extremely astonished. Just a fragment alone could form a sacred domain. "This thing is incredible," Luke Nguyen exclaimed. "What a pity it's only a fragment. If it were complete, it would definitely be an unimaginable, peerless treasure." Right after that, everyone was sucked into an indefinite expanse of space. Back Duong Tuet cried out in shock, "We're about to be teleported out." All the cultivators panicked endlessly. Some of them had no idea what was happening. A moment later, that space suddenly stirred and created a vortex that pushed everyone. Outside, seeing that everyone was safe, Lu Hung joyfully said, "We're out." As expected of Sect Master Bai, he actually managed to save everyone. Suddenly, an angry voice rang out from somewhere behind him. "Where is the Holy Lord of the Sacred Heaven Domain? Get out here!" Having narrowly escaped death, the cultivators, blood boiling, all rushed over to where Lu Hung stood and demanded, "You actually wanted to kill us all. How is that any different from an evil cult? The Sacred Heaven sect is not worthy of ruling a domain." At that moment, Lai Tsong Long also arrived. Seeing the uproar, he asked, "What happened?" Sweating, Lu Hung turned and reported to him, "Second Elder, something is wrong. It seems the Holy Lord did something he absolutely shouldn't have done." He then recounted the entire course of events beneath the mountain. Lai Tsong Long shouted in shock, "Kill all the cultivators? How could this happen? Why would the Holy Lord do such a thing?" Agitated, he turned and left. "I'm going to find the Holy Lord and demand an explanation." The scene shifted to a pile of shattered rocks scattered across the ground. At the same time, on the other side, a subordinate was desperately trying to salvage the situation, while Tian Dong anxiously asked, "How is it now?" The subordinate stammered helplessly, Everyone got out." Hearing this, he froze, eyes wide. "What?" Tian Duong could not contain his anger and roared, "Didn't you say there were no loopholes? Then how did this happen? How am I supposed to face the cultivators of the Sacred Heaven Domain now?" How am I supposed to remain the sect master of the Sacred Heaven sect? The subordinate hurriedly suggested. Holy Lord, the urgent matter now is to stabilize the cultivators outside. Tien Duong, now utterly flustered, shouted, "Tell me how I'm supposed to stabilize them. Can they even be stabilized?" Suddenly, a voice rang out from outside. Holy Lord! The subordinate immediately recognized it as the voice of the second elder. Lai Tsonglong's expression was extremely urgent, yet he still followed protocol and stood outside the hall asking for an audience. Holy Lord, something urgent has happened outside. He clenched his fists anxiously. I asked the Holy Lord to come out of seclusion at once. Inside, the subordinate revealed a sinister smile and advised, Holy Lord, the person who can stabilize the situation has arrived. Tien Duong still frowned, not understanding his subordinate's meaning. After a moment, he asked, "What do you mean?" This time, the subordinate's smile became even more wicked. After the two had discussed things thoroughly, the door opened and Lai Tsonglong hurried inside. The moment he saw the Holy Lord, he demanded, "Holy Lord, everyone outside is saying you try to trap and kill all the cultivators in the sacred domain. Is it true?" But instead of answering, Tien Duong pointed directly at Lai Tsonglong and angrily pronounced judgment. "Second Elder, your crimes are monstrous. This matter was clearly your doing." Seeing Tien Duong turn on him faster than a page flipping in the wind, Lai Tsonglong had never expected such a move and asked in a twisted expression, "What?" Before he could even understand what was happening, Tien Duong rushed forward and struck him with a fatal punch. Hit by a blow too powerful to dodge, Lai Tsonglong immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. He could not believe that after a lifetime of loyalty, the Holy Lord would use him as a shield. He staggered backward. "Holy Lord, have you gone mad?" Suddenly, Lai Tsonglong's eyes widened and he froze stiff. In the next instant, with a sharp slash, the sect master's subordinate's sword pierced through his body, blood spraying out endlessly. In that space, only his unwilling cry echoed, "You!" A second later, everything before Lai Tsonglong's eyes gradually turned black. The cultivators outside kept making an uproar and resolutely demanded justice. "The Holy Lord has come out, so stop hiding like a coward. Today, you must give us an explanation." Seeing this chaotic situation, Luke Nguyen asked Baiyu, "Sect Master, should we wipe out the Sacred Heaven sect today?" Baiyu frowned and thought for a moment before answering gently, "No rush. Stay put for now." After shouting themselves nearly hoarse without seeing the Holy Lord show himself, the gathered cultivators discussed it among themselves. After a round of discussion, they decided, "Everyone, don't be hasty. Sect Master Bai saved our lives. We'll follow Sect Master Bai in this matter." Baiyu said calmly to everyone, "Everyone, stay calm and wait for the Holy Lord to come. Let's hear what he has to say." Hearing that, Lu Heng seriously spoke up to warn him, "Sect Master, the second elder has already gone to confront the Holy Lord. Unless something unexpected happens, the Holy Lord will have a hard time denying his crime." As soon as he finished speaking, there was a loud boom. Lai Tsonglong's pale corpse fell from nowhere, leaving everyone at the scene pale-faced as well. Both Lu Heng and Baiyu were utterly shocked, mouths agape, never expecting this turn of events. Lu Heng blurted out, "Tish, the second elder is dead." Only then did Tien Duong make his grand appearance. "Everyone, I am the Holy Lord of the Sacred Heaven sect." Seeing him appear, the cultivators shouted in unison, "Holy Lord, you've finally decided to show your face. If you don't give us an explanation today, this won't end well." Tien Duong stood high above them, lofty and arrogant, pointing down at Lai Tsonglong's corpse lying on the ground. Pretending to know nothing, he announced, "Everyone, this man was the second elder of the Sacred Heaven sect. He secretly colluded with the Chaos Evil sect, so this entire matter was his doing alone." Then he continued explaining, "Now the second elder has been killed by me. You may all disperse." The cultivators were dissatisfied with that excuse and immediately shouted angrily, "Just like that? That's your explanation? I nearly died in there." Luke Nguyen saw through it at a glance and recognized it as the Holy Lord's filthy scheme to save himself. The Holy Lord is truly ruthless. He actually killed an elder to take the blame for him. Seeing that the cultivators below still refused to quiet down, Tien Duong, humiliated into anger, roared, "Then what more do you want?" The cultivators who had just escaped death were not pushovers either and cursed furiously, "Despicable! Is the Sacred Heaven sect trying to use power to bully others?" At this point, it was as though his sore spot had been hit. Every word he spoke was brazenly unreasonable. So what if I am? I already explained it to you. If you still don't leave, this holy lord won't be polite anymore. The more they heard, the angrier the cultivators became, and they refused to let the matter be buried. You think we're afraid of you? There are so many of us here. We absolutely will not submit. Seeing that not only was he unable to calm them down, but was instead driving them into even greater unrest, Tin Duong cursed inwardly. Damn it, I am the holy lord of the Sacred Heavens sect, the ruler of the Sacred Heavens sect and this domain. I am your ruler, and yet you dare defy my orders? Duong John Fong remarked to the person beside him. This holy lord looks just like a devil. No wonder the Sacred Heaven sect conduct is like this. No wonder the Sacred Heaven domain is the weakest of the 9 domains. Bai Yu turned and asked his disciple, Lai Tu, do you dare fight this holy lord? Lai Tu replied calmly, This man is at the peak of the transcendent mortal realm, close to the earth profound realm, a whole major realm above me. But I do have the confidence to fight. Suddenly, a loud rumble came from the mountain behind them. Seeing it, Lu Heng exclaimed, That aura, it's coming from the Supreme Elder in the back mountain. An old man in purple suddenly appeared from nowhere, causing everyone to cry out in shock. The Sacred Heaven sect actually still has a Supreme Elder who hasn't perished yet. Tien Duong spoke, every word dripping with disdain. Idiots! Only now do you understand the situation. Hearing that, everyone glared at him angrily, and 2 people spoke up. Shameless! What future could the Sacred Heaven domain possibly have? Damn it, it seems the Sacred Heaven sect truly has no intention of being reasonable today. Suddenly, a brilliant purple power erupted from Tien Duong as he shouted, Get lost! Instantly, the crowd was knocked to the ground by his force. Seeing how ugly the situation had become, Lai Tu said to Lu Kengwin and Bai Yu, Let's go. Today has been deeply disappointing. The man who had just been knocked to the ground gritted his teeth and said hatefully, The Sacred Heaven sect only knows how to rely on power to bully others. Lu Kengwin lowered his gaze slightly and said to Bai Yu, Sect Master, it seems destroying the Sacred Heaven sect will require more time to prepare. Bai Yu let out a sigh, his expression equally complicated. Then he replied, This time, all of you gained quite a few opportunities. Go back and digest them first. At that moment, Lu Heng stood at a distance watching the backs of the 3 of them. Suddenly, Tien Duong appeared and spoke. Lu Heng, startled, Lu Heng hurriedly answered, Disciple is here. With his hands behind his back and a stern face, Tien Duong continued, The second elder committed a monstrous crime. This incident will likely have a great impact on our Sacred Heaven sect. Right now, the Sacred Heaven sect is in need of people. Hearing that, Lu Heng quickly replied, Lu Heng is willing to charge through mountains of blades and seas of fire for the Sacred Heaven sect. Pleased with the answer, Tien Duong continued, Very good. From this moment on, Lu Heng is promoted to 9th Elder of the Sacred Heaven sect. Your first task is to investigate exactly what happened inside the profound Heaven Sacred domain for this Holy Lord. Faced with the order, Lu Heng stood stunned for a moment. But then he quickly accepted the command. Holy Lord, rest assured, I will definitely investigate this matter thoroughly. Meanwhile, in the heavenly court, the gaze of the heavenly fire empress turned icy. As if sensing something, she spoke. That is the aura of the bright snow empress. With an angry expression, the heavenly fire empress walked while muttering, How is that possible? That little bitch is still alive. Then she shot into the sky like lightning. After landing in front of the great demons, they immediately greeted her. We pay our respects to the heavenly fire empress. Why has your majesty summoned us? The heavenly fire empress's face was full of killing intent. I sense that bitch Bright Snow's aura. If I'm not mistaken, she must have reincarnated and started cultivating again. Hearing that, the great demons also panicked and hurriedly replied, The Bright Snow Empress is actually still alive? We'll go kill her. It kept speaking, Go. You must wipe out the weeds by the roots. In the face of the great demon's urgency, she calmly analyzed, The master of the heavenly court is of unknown life or death. The heavenly court has collapsed, and outer gods have invaded. Then she suddenly shouted loudly, leaving them stunned, The true great era has arrived. At the White Jade sect, Bai was leaning back in his chair, deep in thought. Too many people were involved in what had happened inside the profound heaven-sacred domain. Even if Lu Hong handled the matter, paper could never wrap fire forever. Sooner or later, the White Jade sect would be targeted. Then he sat upright again, bracing both hands on his knees. Strike first and gain the advantage. The Sacred Heavens sect must be destroyed. Suddenly, Baek Duong Tuet appeared and called out, "Master." She held out her hand with a face full of anticipation and said, "Where's the fragment you got from the sacred land a few days ago? Let me take a look." Hearing that, Bai Yu took out a sea blue object and held it up before her eyes. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I'd have forgotten about it. I can't see anything special about it. It just looks like an ordinary piece of bronze." Her face lit up with joy, and she quickly stepped forward. "Something that can form a sacred land definitely can't be ordinary. Hurry and let me see." But suddenly, Baek Duong Tuet paused for a moment and quietly recalled the past. In her previous life, when she had been an empress, she had never come into contact with this divine object either. As if teasing her, Bai Yu quickly pulled back the hand holding it and smiled faintly. "Wait." Seeing him pull it back, Baek Duong Tuet grew annoyed, her clear voice turning sharp. "What are you doing?" "I was looking at it." Then Bai Yu raised it up and said loudly, "Seeing how much you like it, as your master, I'll give it to you." Hearing that, her eyes brightened as she asked again, "Really?" He cheerfully handed it to his disciple with great generosity. "When has your master ever lied to you? Take it." Baek Duong Tuet excitedly accepted it from Bai Yu's hand. "Master is so generous." Then Baek Duong Tuet snatched it away as fast as lightning, leaving him no time to react. She clutched the object tightly in her hand, her thoughts revolving endlessly around it. She had to study this divine object thoroughly. Meanwhile, he was still shocked by how fast she had moved. The moment to witness a miracle had come. Let's see what the system would return this time. But the item suddenly slipped from Baek Duong Tuet's hand and returned to Bai Yu's hand, leaving both of them staring in shock. He didn't understand at all and let out a confused sound, while she angrily said, "Why did you take it back?" Bai Yu hurriedly explained, "I didn't take it." Baek Duong Tuet quickly grabbed it again and reproached him irritably. "If you didn't take it, then why is it in your hand?" After that, she turned and ran toward the door. Suddenly, the object appeared in Bai Yu's hand once more. He cursed loudly, "Damn it, what is going on?" Baek Duong Tuet put her hands on her waist and haughtily spoke to Bai Yu. "Why did you secretly steal it back again?" Seeing himself being blamed by his little disciple, Bai Yu felt wrong. "I really didn't steal it. It ran back by itself." As she snatched the ice crystal from Bai Yu's hand, she said, "Give it here. I refuse to believe it can run on its own." Baek Duong Tuet's brows knitted tightly together as she stared intently at the object in her hand. Suddenly, the ice crystal shot out of her grasp and fell straight into Bai Yu's arms. The two of them continued arguing. "See, I didn't lie to you. No, this makes no sense at all." Then, to prove it to his little disciple, Bai Yu immediately flicked his hand and threw the ice crystal into the air, telling it, "Go on, go." But in less than 2 breaths, it returned once more and settled neatly into Bai Yu's hand. Seeing that, he asked in some surprise, "No way. Are you clinging to me?" Baek Duong Tuet, standing beside him, was also stunned as she thought, this divine object is actually taking the initiative to recognize a master. Just what kind of background does this master of mine have? In her mind appeared the figure of someone dressed in shining golden robes. The last time she had seen an immortal artifact take the initiative to recognize a master was with the master of the heavenly court. After that, Bai Yu raised the crystal fragment high and called for help. "System, explain this. Are you pulling tricks, or is this thing pulling tricks?" Then a line of words appeared from the Disciple Acceptance Rebate System. "System scan complete. This item cannot be gifted." After reading it, Bai Yu was a little confused. "Why?" The only response to his question was one simple line. "This touches upon my knowledge blind spot." Bai Yu immediately fell silent, his eyes completely losing focus. The scene shifted to the Sacred Heaven sect. Tian Duong spoke up and asked, "Lu Hong, how has the investigation gone?" He immediately reported, "Holy Lord, this matter is connected to a small sect called the White Jade sect in Haiyuan City. It is said that within the sacred land, Bai Yu, the White Jade sect's sect master, saved everyone." Tian Duong gritted his teeth and said, "White Jade sect. This holy lord has heard that sect's name more than once." Lu Heng continued. Holy Lord, after this incident, Sect Master Bai's prestige in the sacred heaven region shines as brightly as day itself. Countless cultivators are grateful to Sect Master Bai for saving their lives. Inwardly, he calculated that this matter involved tens of thousands of cultivators, so there was no way to conceal it. It would be better to directly find another solution. Tian Duong immediately ordered. Since that's the case, send people to seize the White Jade sect for me. Lu Heng replied smugly. Holy Lord, rest assured, I've already sent people to the White Jade sect. Tian Duong immediately praised him. Very good, Lu Heng. This Holy Lord did not misjudge you. You truly can share this Holy Lord's burdens. Yet in his heart, he was already plotting. You dared ruin my perfect plan. I will definitely hack that so-called sect master Bai into 10,000 pieces to vent my hatred. Beaming, Lu Heng replied, being able to share the Holy Lord's burdens is my honor. Our Sacred Heaven sect's men may arrive at the White Jade sect today and issue a glory decree to the White Jade sect. Suddenly, Tian Duong's expression stiffened. He asked in a low voice, a glory decree? Lu Heng answered cautiously. This time, the White Jade sect rescued tens of millions of cultivators and preserved the strength of our Sacred Heaven region. Its merit is immeasurable. He continued eagerly. With such tremendous achievements, even a glory decree is still not enough to praise him. The two men behind him echoed. That's right, that's right. Lu Heng is correct. Lu Heng kept talking without pause. In addition, I have also given the White Jade sect a grand gift. Tian Duong asked blankly. A grand gift? Lu Heng went on. Sect Master, by saving those cultivators, was in truth the same as saving our Sacred Heaven sect. If not for him, our Sacred Heaven sect would already have been branded a great calamity. Even the ruler of the Sacred Heaven sect probably could not have stopped the tongues of the world. By giving gifts to the White Jade sect, I'm also proclaiming to the cultivators of the world that our Sacred Heaven sect places the safety of the Sacred Heaven region above all else. The two men behind him echoed again. That's right, that's right. Lu Heng is correct. He concluded with one final line. So, I feel that giving the White Jade sect one treasure from the treasury is still too little. Taking this chance, we can make the cultivators of the world believe in our Sacred Heaven sect once again. Tian Duong stood frozen. One treasure from the treasury. Inwardly, he cursed, beast. Our Sacred Heaven sect has only accumulated 3 treasury vaults after all these years. Suddenly, Lu Heng hurriedly knelt and said in a sincere voice, Holy Lord, I, Lu Heng, have a loyal heart toward the Sacred Heaven sect. If there is anywhere I have acted improperly, please punish me, Holy Lord. Seeing that, Tian Duong reluctantly replied, You did very well. Lu Heng immediately answered. Being able to share the Holy Lord's burdens is both Lu Heng's duty and honor. At the same time, Baiyu looked at the mountain of goods piled before him and happily said, I'm very satisfied with this move of Lu Heng's. Lu Kengwin, his eyes shining, added, with so many cultivation resources, Sect Master, we can start recruiting troops and buying horses. Baiyu seriously instructed him, I'll leave this matter to you. Keep a low profile. Don't let the Sacred Heaven sect notice. Lu Kengwin immediately replied with certainty, Sect Master, rest assured. In the demonic heaven region, a voice rang out, Demon Lord, good news, good news. He calmly ordered, let me hear it. The subordinate hurriedly reported. The sacred land of the Sacred Heaven region exploded. The Demon Lord asked in shock. The profound heaven's sacred domain exploded? That place is a sacred land on the same level as our demonic heaven region. What happened? The subordinate began recounting everything he had heard. It is said that the Holy Lord of the Sacred Heaven sect was cultivating an evil art and wanted to refine the cultivators inside. But in the end, he played with fire and got burned. Not only were the cultivators inside unharmed, the sacred land itself exploded instead. He continued, the Sacred Heaven sect's reputation has plunged by 1,000. Zhang, the demon's son standing nearby, spoke up. Father, this is the best possible opportunity to attack the Sacred Heaven region. The Demon Lord said with satisfaction, Heaven truly aids our demonic heaven region. Hear my command, everyone. The army of the demonic heaven region is to prepare at once and sweep through the Sacred Heaven region. The subordinate immediately accepted the order. Yes. Nonok Lin thought smugly. Baiyu, I, Nonok Lin, am now the saintess. When I return leading a great army, how will you respond?" At the same time, Tien Duong furiously slammed his fist into the wall. "I'm seething with killing intent too. The White Jade sect not only ruined this Holy Lord's flawless plan, but now this Holy Lord even had to give away an entire treasury of treasures. What kind of logic is that? It's utterly unreasonable. Does this Holy Lord look like such a fool to be taken advantage of?" Ling calmly said, "Holy Lord, they are like a mortal enemy who killed your parents in cultivation terms. The White Jade sect must be destroyed." Tien Duong replied bitterly, "I also want to wipe out that ant, but the times are chaotic right now. If people find out that this Holy Lord destroyed the White Jade sect, I fear." Ling continued, "There is no need for the Holy Lord to act personally in this matter." Tien Duong asked suspiciously, "You mean to find someone else to destroy the White Jade sect? Can they be trusted?" Ling answered confidently, "Recently, the foul reputation of the Slaughterblade Group has spread into our Sacred Heaven region. The Slaughterblade Group specializes in wiping out people and sects, and their strength is formidable. There will be no mistakes in this matter." It sounded reasonable, so Tien Duong immediately ordered, "In that case, go do it once." Outside, Bayu happily called out, "Back Duong Tuet, you came at just the right time." As he spoke, he tossed a treasure toward Back Duong Tuet. "As your master, I'm giving you this." She asked blankly, "What is it?" Bayu immediately answered, "A testing stone." The disciple acceptance rebate system displayed a notification. Back Duong Tuet's rebate opportunity for this month has already been used up. This item cannot be returned. Confirm. Cancel. She asked curiously, "What use does a low-grade testing stone have?" Suddenly, Bayu took the treasure back and casually said, "Forget it. As your master, I won't give it to you anymore." Back Duong Tuet looked at him in confusion, her mind filled with question marks. The moment he saw Lai Tu, Bayu beamed and said, "Lai Tu, you came at just the right time. This is for you." At that moment, the Disciple Acceptance Rebate System also displayed a notification, giving Disciple Lai Tu a low-grade testing stone. 100 million-fold rebate activated. Congratulations, you have obtained the Ascension Stairway. Special reminder, the Ascension Stairway can test a cultivator's aptitude in all aspects with no blind spots. It can also grant aptitude feedback. Cancel. Confirm. Bayu was overjoyed as if he had struck gold. It worked. Back Duong Tuet said helplessly, "How strange." Suddenly, Luke Nguyen appeared and called out, "Sect Master." He said, "Recently, the White Jade Sect's disciple recruitment has been progressing extremely smoothly." Luke Nguyen continued somewhat hesitantly, "It's just that how exactly should we set the recruitment standards? After all, aptitude is not easy to judge." Bayu casually replied, "I've already solved that problem for you." After that, he snapped his fingers and an illusory staircase appeared. All three of them cried out in shock, "What is this?" Bayu introduced it coolly. "This thing is called the Ascension Stairway. As the name suggests, the higher one climbs, the better one's aptitude. Moreover, with every step, one can also receive feedback from the Ascension Stairway and obtain even better aptitude." Luke Nguyen said excitedly, "There is actually such a wondrous thing in this world. In that case, the White Jade Sect's recruitment problem can be solved." Then he said seriously, "Sect Master, there is also a second matter. The White Jade Sect has already annexed more than a dozen large and small sects nearby. We have purchased all the houses and land, and the entire White Jade Sect has now expanded to 100 times its original size." Bayu asked in confusion, "That's a good thing. Is there a problem?" Luke Nguyen looked away and answered, "It's just that. There's one household refusing to move." He asked in puzzlement, "A household refusing to move?" Luke Nguyen immediately answered, "That's right. It's an old married couple next door. No matter what conditions we offer or how much money we give, they won't leave." Bayu wondered, next door? Could it be Aunt Wong? And Uncle Lee? Luke Nguyen looked at him with a calculating expression. "Sect Master, should we send people to force them?" Bayu quickly waved his hand. "No need. I'll go take a look." A short while later, the two of them appeared at the couple's house. The moment they stepped through the gate, Luke Nguyen said coldly, "Two elders, our White Jade Sect's sect master has come to visit you. Won't you stand to greet him?" Bayu waved his hand. "It's fine," he cheerfully said. "Aunt Wong and Uncle Lee watched me grow up. In their eyes, I'm a junior." The man in the house smiled and said, "Boy, those words are acceptable. Otherwise, I'd have rolled you up like tobacco and smoked you." Bai naturally sat down at the dining table. Aunt Wang, Uncle Lee, I want to know what the two of you are thinking. Aunt Wang spoke honestly. Our thoughts are very simple. We're not leaving. We've lived in this courtyard for half our lives and have long since become attached to it. We don't want to go anywhere. Hearing that, Bai sighed and replied, no problem. If you two like this place, then stay here. You don't need to go anywhere. Both of them were surprised by his answer. Uncle Lee asked, aren't you afraid that we'll affect the image of your White Jade sect and hinder your sect's development? He immediately replied, not afraid. Whoever dares say that, I'll smoke him on your behalf. Then he called out, Luke and Gwyn. He immediately answered here. Bai began instructing him, listen carefully. From now on, Aunt Wang and Uncle Lee will remain here. No one is allowed to disturb them. Their status in my White Jade sect is equal to that of Supreme Elders. Luke and Gwyn was a little surprised, but still answered, understood. Inwardly, he thought, Supreme Elders are beings of extremely noble status. Yet the sect master has raised these two ordinary old people to such a high position. As Bai was leaving, he said, then please go about your business, you two. This junior takes his leave. Uncle Lee replied with satisfaction, this boy is a talent. He speaks pleasantly. I'm starting to like this place. Aunt Wang also added, this boy is becoming more and more impossible to see through. Logically speaking, with his aptitude, he shouldn't have been able to develop the White Jade sect to its current state. How? Strange. Uncle Lee calmly replied, in Heaven's chess game, who is the black piece and who is the white piece is hard to say. Elsewhere, just as the two of them returned, they saw a familiar figure. Jiang Feng wore a panicked expression as he reported, Sect Master, this is bad. Luke, Nguyen, and Bai spoke at the same time. Has the Sacred Heaven sect made a move against us again? Not the Sacred Heaven sect. He was rather puzzled. Since the danger they expected had not happened, what could possibly have frightened Jiang Feng this much? So he asked, if it's not the Sacred Heaven sect, then what major matter is it? In the Sacred Heaven region, aside from the Sacred Heaven sect, what else could count as a major matter to our White Jade sect? Even if it were the Sacred Heaven sect, our White Jade sect would still have a 50% chance of destroying it. Only then did Jiang Feng grit his teeth and report, news has come from the front lines. The demonic heaven region is massing its army and preparing to attack our Sacred Heaven region. Hearing this, both Luke Nguyen and Bai froze. What? Jiang Feng was extremely flustered. This truly is a major matter. Sect Master, how should we respond? At that moment, Bai lowered his voice. No need to rush. How to respond is not something we should be thinking about. That is the Sacred Heaven sect's business, the ruler of the Sacred Heaven region. Blue sky, white clouds, golden sunlight. A sailing ship sped swiftly through the air. A man was drinking wine from a large bowl. Standing opposite him, Ling clasped his hands respectfully and asked, Leader Blackbeard, what do you think of this job? No sooner had he finished speaking than the sound of a bowl shattering rang out right in front of him. The other man, with two women in his arms, asked coldly, do you take our Slaughterblade group lightly? Hearing that, Ling immediately clenched his teeth, somewhat alarmed. Why do you say that? But Leader Blackbeard paid no attention and continued. You want our Slaughterblade group to destroy some nameless little sect? Haven't you heard the saying, using an ox cleaver to kill a chicken? Then he raised his voice powerfully. Our Slaughterblade group only accepts major jobs. We've never accepted small ones. Only major jobs are worthy of making our Slaughterblade group move. Being looked down on, Ling tossed a brown pouch forward and said, work has no noble or lowly distinction. Here are 800 spirit stones. Leader Blackbeard quickly caught it and replied, our Slaughterblade group has seen everything. Merely 800. Before he could finish, something else cut him off. A second money pouch landed squarely in his palm. Ling's expression did not change as he said loudly, I'll add another 1,000. Seeing that, Leader Blackbeard revealed a greedy expression and sneered. Sit down first. This matter still needs discussion. So Ling once again raised the price at another 2,000. Hearing that, the man finally agreed. Fine then. Besides the White Jade sect, I'll conveniently wipe out Haiyuan City for you as well. That way it won't count as a small job. And Ling, standing before everyone, calmly concluded, deal. On the warship, a woman was speaking with No-Nok Lean, the sect master of the Chaos Evil sect. He offered a suggestion. This time on our campaign into the Sacred Heaven region, I have a bold idea. She said indifferently, The two stood at the bow of the ship. The former sect master of the Chaos Evil sect looked a little aggrieved at No Knock Lean's attitude. After all, I was once the sect master of the Chaos Evil sect. Couldn't you speak a little more tactfully? But she could not be bothered to indulge him and bluntly said, "Do you know what it means to live under someone else's roof? The only reason you're still alive now is because of me, understand?" Hearing that, he hurriedly replied, "I need to save face too." As soon as he finished speaking, No Knock Lean struck him and sent him flying. "I'm not giving you any face." This action infuriated the former sect master of the Chaos Evil sect, yet there was nothing he could do but stammer. "Why you?" She remained calm and spoke arrogantly. "You what? Call me master." However, the other party was still somewhat unwilling. Seeing that, No Knock Lean raised her hand and used her true chi to attack as she shouted, "If you disobey, you'll be reduced to ashes." A moment later, the little purple fluff trembled and obediently called out, "Master, master, I was wrong." Only then was she satisfied and continued the earlier conversation. So the former sect master of the Chaos Evil sect seriously added, "I have a method to condense blood mantu, which can rapidly increase strength. Once corpses pile up, I can condense blood mantu for you, master." At once, Knock Lean's gaze sharpened, and she agreed. "Fine." Suddenly, someone walked over and unexpectedly called out, "Knock Lean, looks like you trained this one rather well." The newcomer was covered in gloomy energy, with frightening blood-red eyes. Yet she seemed already accustomed to it and remarked, "Demon son, it seems your lotus root body is becoming easier and easier to use." He raised his left arm in an unnatural way, his tone cold. "My royal father found an innate demonic lotus for me in the sacred land of the demonic heaven region and forged this body." The demon son gripped his right wrist tightly and said joyfully, "I feel much stronger than before." Suddenly, a hurried voice came from the distance. "Report." Immediately, the man in the black had clasped his hands respectfully and bowed as he reported, "Demon son, Saintus, ahead, is already Songyuan city of the sacred heaven region. Shall we begin by slaughtering the city and exterminating all sects?" Hearing this, Knock Lean curled her lip in disdain. "Songyuan city? It's nothing more than a remote little city, and none of its sects are worth mentioning. It truly isn't worthy of being the first battlefield of our demon army." These words left him somewhat confused. "Knock Lean, what you mean is..." At this moment, she only lowered her head and pondered. A while later, Knock Lean sneered sinisterly. Her face, marked with many red blotches, revealed a vicious grin as she decided to change course to Haiyuan City and directly kill the White Jade sect in Mukwen. As soon as she finished speaking, the demon son also showed a crafty look and assessed, "Not a bad idea. Why you destroyed my body? I, the demon son, have long hated him to the bone." At this point, the attendant scratched the back of his head and reported, "Saintus, demon son, the demon lord once said we must begin the attack from Songyuan City or an unforeseen change may occur." But the other party still deliberately argued back. What unforeseen change could there be? The Sacred Heaven region has been weak for a long time. No matter where we attack, it will not affect the bigger picture. No Knock Lean's unfocused eyes turned cold as she ordered, "Change course to Haiyuan City." Hearing this, the man in the black hood could only lower his gaze and reply yes. The pirate ship had arrived at the White Jade sect. One bald man spoke up, "Boss, below us is the White Jade sect." Hearing that, the captain immediately gave the order, "First destroy this sect, then destroy Haiyuan City. Spare neither dogs nor chickens." One subordinate arrogantly said, "There's no need for two people. I alone am enough." After saying that, he had already landed safely. The sight before him surprised him. There was no one there, only a dog, and this dog's posture was somewhat strange. The subordinate did not think much of it. He drew his sword and calmly said, "Don't blame me. Our boss already said we'd spare neither chickens nor dogs." "Who told you to be a dog?" The moment he swung his sword down, it was shattered by Jiozi's protective barrier. He exclaimed in shock, "What? This aura? A demon king? A demon saint?" The subordinate widened his eyes and cried out, "No, it's a demon monarch." By the time he realized it, he was already on his way to meet his ancestors. The captain above asked anxiously, "What's going on? It's been so long. Why hasn't he come back? There isn't even the slightest movement below." He immediately gave the order, "Two of you go take a look. If there's danger, report back at once." The two subordinates answered aggressively, "Leave it to us. We guarantee the mission will be completed." They happened to jump onto the wall of Uncle Lee and Aunt Wang's house. Why are there only two old people? The old couple remained calm and paid them no attention. The two swaggered in. You two old fossils, we're asking you. This is the White Jade sect, right? Aunt Wang paid no attention and casually said, my vegetables are a little dirty. She frowned and tossed them aside. Some of these vegetables can't be eaten anymore. Suddenly, one of the men had his head pierced straight through by a sharp vegetable stalk. The other screamed in shock. What? You? Before he could finish, he too was sent to the heavens. Uncle Lee acted as if nothing had happened and slowly said, my tea is a little dirty too. Half an hour later, the captain anxiously looked down below. What exactly happened down there? Even after the twin fiends went, there's still no movement. Losing his composure, he said, could it be that there's an expert guarding the place below? But even if there were someone powerful, it shouldn't be enough to make the twin fiends disappear without a sound. One subordinate proposed, boss, activate the origin crystal cannon. No matter what's below, one shot and it'll all be blasted into scraps. He said helplessly, I originally didn't want to use the origin crystal cannon. After all, origin crystals are too precious. But now it seems the only option is to reduce everything below to ashes. After receiving his approval, the origin crystal cannon was pushed over. Seeing his men bring out their trump card, the black-bearded leader ordered, fire on my command. He had not even finished speaking when suddenly a voice sounded from behind him. What are you doing? Seeing Lai Tu standing before him, the black-bearded leader froze for several seconds. He asked an incredibly stupid question. When did you come over here? Lai Tu calmly replied, when you weren't paying attention. He furiously clenched both fists and cursed. Damn it. Were we not paying attention? Lai Tu pointed a finger and explained, I told you, but you didn't believe me. And it wasn't just me who came up. Hearing this, the black-bearded leader was stunned, his eyes wide and cold sweat pouring down. At that moment, Tian Lang appeared from nowhere, holding a nearly empty wine jug and asking, do you have any good wine left? Seeing several more people who had somehow already come aboard, the subordinates were terrified. What? There are more people? Luke Nguyen and Jiang Feng were standing there with a little boy, while Shi Tian sat watching excitedly. When are we going to fight? At this point, the subordinates began to feel somewhat afraid and stammered. Even the child came up here. Back Duong Tuet found it interesting and sat there examining the warship. This ship is rather interesting. It even has an origin crystal cannon. The men under the black-bearded leader went from one shock to another. It wasn't just one child. One subordinate anxiously reported, boss, we underestimated them. This is the first time someone has boarded our pirate ship. He was already furious, and hearing this, he roared, is our wolf bandit group not ruthless enough? Then the black-bearded leader slapped that subordinate across the face with thunderous force, not giving him any chance to dodge. He confidently declared, brothers, these people pose no threat to us. Kill them. But the moment he finished speaking, 3 streaks of light suddenly flashed before him, catching the black-bearded leader off guard. A second later, a wine jar was hurled straight into his head, sending him tumbling and making blood gush from his nose. Not stopping there, Tian Lang casually dealt with several more subordinates, knocking them flat onto the deck, seeing that he had taken the lead. The people of the White Jade sect also excitedly flew into the middle of the battle to help, and the subordinates ended up sprawled all over the deck. The black-bearded leader stared in shock at the one standing opposite him. What? Adidamo, Demon Monarch? Tian Lang walked over, stroked the man's thick beard, and asked, I'm asking you, where's the wine? The black-bearded leader trembled and replied, in the hole below. Hearing the answer he wanted, Tian Lang turned and quickly went to look for it. Before leaving, he did not forget to threaten him. If the wine isn't good, I'll come back and twist your head off. His once famous name had now been beaten to pieces like this, and he collapsed unwillingly. What the hell is going on? How can a tiny sect have a great demon of the demon monarch level guarding it? This makes no sense at all. While he was thinking, another subordinate ran in panic and reported, boss, this is bad. We can't beat them. These people are insanely strong. We can't fight them at all. Unable to swallow this humiliation, the leader resorted to a desperate measure. Small origin crystal cannons. Blow them to death. The scene shifted to the loaded origin crystal cannons. Upon receiving the order, the subordinates began taking out the small origin crystal cannons and lined up neatly. Jiang Feng asked blankly, what is this? Back Duong Tuet immediately frowned and replied, "Careful. These small origin crystal cannons are extremely powerful." Seeing that everything was ready, he ordered, "Fire." At once, booming explosions rang out continuously across the ship. The black-bearded leader laughed arrogantly. "Are you as ruthless as our wolf bandit group? I'll blow you all to death." He coughed twice from the smoke and said, "This thing really is extremely powerful. If you're not careful, you'll be heavily injured." Lu Kangwin also forced himself to add, "I've never seen such a strange object before. If there were more of them, I'm afraid they could directly wipe out a sect." As she waved away the smoke, Back Duong Tuet said, "These origin crystal cannons require a huge amount of rare origin crystals to use, and origin crystals only exist outside the domain. The human emperor world simply doesn't have this kind of thing." The black-bearded leader laughed louder and louder. "Stunned, are you? Our wolf bandit group runs rampant across the 4 seas. How can we not have some household tricks? I brought out the origin crystal cannons. How are you going to deal with them?" Suddenly, a pair of feet stepped forward to stand before him. It was Baiyu. He stood there with his arms spread wide and said proudly, "I'll use the secret gold armor. It's enough to leave you with no room for pretense." The black-bearded leader still did not understand the situation and continued roaring, "Armor? Are you joking with me? You want to use armor to block an origin crystal cannon? Naive." After saying that, he raised his hand and ordered, "Blow them to death." Receiving the order, the subordinates once again aimed at the people of the White Jade sect and opened fire. Continuous explosions erupted, creating a massive blast. The ship blazed with light as smoke and dust filled the air. The black-bearded leader sneered and asked, "Boy, have you been blasted into scraps yet?" This is the fate of naivety. The confidence in his eyes suddenly changed, red veins bulging in them. Baiyu still stood there completely unharmed and said, "Once the secret gold armor is used, you have no means left." The black-bearded leader could not believe his eyes. This armor wasn't damaged at all. How is that possible? Only then did Baiyu begin to seriously question him. "Who sent you here?" The black-bearded leader still talked tough. "Our wolf bandit group does business with integrity. We've fought from south to north and earned the greatest reputation. Even in death, we would never betray our employer." Hearing that, Baiyu decisively pointed forward. "Fulfill their wish." A shower of metal spheres shot out and brought them all down. The subordinates no longer had the strength to resist. Chang Yushan stepped forward and said, "Put it down." The captain, too frightened, confessed everything at once. "Wait, don't kill me. I'll talk. It was the Sacred Heaven sect that wanted us to destroy the White Jade sect." Baiyu said with interest, "I actually preferred your arrogant, unyielding look. Kill him." The man panicked and said, "Don't. I can offer up a treasure map." Chang Yushan paid it no attention and directly finished him off. Lai Tu turned to Baiyu and asked, "Master, it's been dealt with, but what should we do with this pirate ship?" He blinked in boredom at that person. At that moment, the system's voice sounded beside him. "System notification. Disciple Lai Tu has used up this month's rebate attempts. There are 17 days remaining before new rebate attempts become available." Li Tu zet pet fun bao. "Many thanks, Master." Before he could finish, Baiyu cut him off. "No need to thank me. Back Duong Tuet, this pirate ship is for you." "Yes." The system spoke again. System notification. Disciple Back Duong Tuet has used up this month's rebate attempts. There are 17 days remaining before new rebate attempts become available. Baiyu could only walk away helplessly without gifting it again, inwardly complaining bitterly. "Wonderful. Both of their rebate counts are used up. My disciples really aren't enough." System notification. A suitable person to accept as a disciple has been detected in the central square of Haiyuan City. Baiyu was overjoyed. "What? I didn't hear wrong, did I? After so long, there's finally news of the third disciple." A moment later, Baiyu and Lu Kangwin arrived at the square under the system's guidance. This place had once been the central square of Haiyuan City, but later had been occupied by the three-color altar. I had people seal off the surrounding area. There was originally no one here, so where would a disciple come from? He raised his head and asked the system, "Where is my disciple?" It simply replied, "You have arrived at the disciple recruitment location. Please use any means necessary to recruit the third disciple." Baiyu rested his chin on his hand and pondered. Recruitment location. Could it be that my disciple is inside the three-color altar? The scene shifted as the sun rose higher and the sunlight became more glaring. Luke and Gwen looked around and reported, "Secmaster, we've dug 3 chi into the ground and even caught all the ants in the nest, but we still haven't found anyone at all." Bayu raised his head to look at the sky and muttered, "Could it really be that I can only find the third disciple by entering the three-color altar?" Then Bayu turned and asked him, "Luke and Gwen, do you know how to activate the three-color altar?" Luke and Gwen raised the hand holding his fan and answered, "The book's record that the three-color altar is a divine object. As long as you offer demon souls and fresh blood in sacrifice, the altar can be opened. The higher the level of the altar, the higher the demon beast level required for the sacrifice. This three-color altar is not low-grade." Bayu immediately thought of Tian Lang and guessed, "By higher-level demon beast, do you mean Delon?" Luke and Gwen nodded with a soft sound of affirmation. After a long while, Bayu decided to return first. "Let's go back and discuss with Delon whether he is willing to sacrifice himself for his sect master." The scene shifted to Hongyi Courtyard. Tian Lang was being invited by others. "My lord, allow this slave to respectfully offer you a cup." But just as he was enjoying himself, he suddenly sneezed. At this moment, Tian Lang was holding a woman and asked in confusion, "Strange. I'm already at the Demon Monarch realm. Can I still catch a cold?" The scene shifted again. Outside the Sacred Heaven sect, a voice rang out. "Report to the Holy Lord. Ling has returned. He has brought news that the Heavenly Wolf Bandit group has failed. Their entire army was annihilated. No one survived." The man could not help being astonished. A mere small sect in Haiyuan City silently wiped out the entire famous Wolf Bandit group. Could it be that the Wolf Bandit group was all reputation and no substance? Complete trash? That subordinate stood up and continued, "The Wolf Bandit group's strength is not bad. I fear this White Jade sect is not as simple as its name suggests." Unable to suppress his anger, Tian Song slammed his hand onto the table so hard it split in two. Another hidden force has emerged in the Sacred Heaven region, one able to easily destroy the Wolf Bandit group's forces. How could it be simple? He sensed something was wrong and muttered as he analyzed, "Now that I think about it, there are many suspicious points. It is highly likely that this White Jade sect has some hidden backing behind it." Then he ordered Go, "Investigate it thoroughly for me." Early the next morning, at the White Jade sect, Bayu had finally decided who to give the pirate ship to. "Back Duong Tuet, this pirate ship is for you today." Hearing that, Back Duong Tuet asked in confusion, "Didn't you say yesterday that you weren't giving it anymore?" He smiled awkwardly. "Yesterday was yesterday. Today is today. Today I can give it." Right after the gift was completed, the system immediately displayed a notification. "Gifted a disciple Back Duong Tuet, pirate ship. Rebate multiplied by 10,000 times. Congratulations, you have obtained the Divine Sea Warship." Bayu let out an excited cry. Divine Sea Warship? What a brutally overbearing name. A good item indeed. Luke. Gwen spoke up, "Secmaster, I've already inspected the pirate ship. Its most precious thing is the sea origin crystal energy that powers it. The human emperor world does not possess such a thing, and once it is used up, this ship will no longer have any strategic value." Then he took out a stack of papers. "Besides that, we also discovered a treasure map." "Bye." You took it and opened it to look. "A treasure map of where? Have you checked it?" Luke and Gwen replied at once. "I examined the information on the map. It is not the terrain of the human emperor world." His eyes grew serious. "However, this treasure map was kept by the pirate leader, so it is definitely no ordinary object." Jiang Feng suddenly rushed in alarm and reported, "Sectmaster, something huge has happened." Seeing him run and so flustered, Bayu spoke up, "Jiang Feng, every time you appear, nothing good happens. Was it this time?" Jiang Feng immediately said, "The demonic heaven region has suddenly changed direction. Instead of attacking the sacred heaven region immediately, they took a detour through the endless sea and headed straight for Haiyuan City." Hearing this, Luke and Gwen cried out in shock. "What?" Bayu saw that something was wrong. That abnormality made him wonder why they were staring at Haiyuan City. Could it be that they had discovered that the demon child in that illusion was connected to him? He did not fully understand it, nor could he guess the exact reason, but their objective was very clear. Haiyuan City was the first target. Jiang Feng immediately urged, "Holy Lord, quickly think of a way." Tian Song fell silent in thought. After pondering for a moment, he asked with his arms folded, "How much longer until the demons from the demonic heaven region arrive here?" The man hurriedly answered, "This time, The demonic Heaven Region's army is moving rather slowly. At the fastest, they will arrive in 2 days. Luke and Gwyn said worriedly, Sect Master, we cannot defend one city against one entire region. Even if the Immortals come, it won't be enough. Shouldn't we evacuate first? We definitely cannot scatter back to Jade Mountain, Bayou said calmly. Everyone, don't panic. First, throw Old Shio at them to stall the demonic Heaven Region until it arrives. Then immediately report this matter to the entire Sacred Heaven sect. We'll decide what to do next after seeing their response. Looking down below and seeing that they had reached the place they needed, the large red demon beast said, We're here. Then it continued in a deep voice that carried through the wind. The reincarnated Snowbright Empress, the Heavenly Fire Empress, said she is hiding here. The blue demon beast suggested, Then let me directly use red lotus karmic fire to destroy this place. I'll turn everything within a 100-mile radius into scorched wasteland. I guarantee no living thing will survive. Hearing this, the red demon beast immediately shot forward and cursed, Reckless fool. Wait until we confirm it is the Snowbright Empress before making a move. It won't be too late then. Down below, Bac Duong Tuet sensed something. Her eyes suddenly trembled as she felt a somewhat familiar power. She looked up at the sky and guessed from that aura. Her gaze instantly turned resolute. She's here, by you. Standing beside her, noticed and asked, Why do you look so pale? Who is coming? She hurriedly warned, Quick, there's no time to explain anymore. Run now. Lai Tu and the others did not understand what was happening and asked, Junior sister, what is it exactly? Could it be that the demon race arrived ahead of time? Bac Duong Tuet's face had already turned deathly pale. She shouted, It's the aura of the Heavenly Fire Empress. She's here. Everyone run. Before anyone could react, a voice rang out, making Bac Duong Tuet glare with rage. Where do you think you're running? The two demon beasts landed in front of them, blocking their path. She stepped back warily, her eyes full of anger as she stared at them. The monkey on her shoulder also bared its teeth in dislike. Sensing the pressure radiating from the two demon beasts, Luke and Gwyn shuddered. The oppression from these two great demons is too strong. What realm are they in? They're definitely no weaker than Great Wolf. She continued staring fixedly at the two demon beasts with hatred in her eyes and said through clenched teeth, It's not the Heavenly Fire Empress. They are the two great demons under her command. The red one sneered, To deal with you, Snowbright. Why would the Empress need to act herself? The two of us are more than enough. Seeing that they were only targeting Bac Duong Tuet, Bayou asked, They came for you? She answered yes. Then she pleaded anxiously, Master, I beg you for one thing. These two great demons are not something White Jade Sect can handle. Can everyone else leave first? Taking her hand, Bayou said gently, What foolish things are you saying? Bac Duong Tuet's face flushed red. He declared firmly, I'm here. The more Bayou spoke, the hotter her face became. She screamed inwardly, This is so embarrassing. At my age, why do I suddenly feel like Master is so wonderful? The red demon beast ordered, You there, obey. Escort that woman over here. Bayou lazily asked why. It froze for a moment, then looked down on him. Why? And you think you're worthy of asking why? Just obey our orders, that is enough. Hearing that, Bayou sneered, Obey orders? And you think you're worthy of ordering me around? The blue demon beast immediately roared, Impudent! We come from the heavenly court, commanders of all living beings. To disobey us is to defy heaven's mandate. Looking at the two great demons, Luke and Gwyn also felt exasperated. Heavenly court? These two great demons are actually from the heavenly court. Lai Tu beside him confirmed. The heavenly court may have collapsed, but I heard there is still a peerless king holding it together. Looks like that rumor wasn't false. Jiang Feng disliked the two great demons on sight and declared fiercely, So what if it's the heavenly court? If this were before, I'd have buried my head in the dirt the moment I saw them. But now I, Jiang Feng, am very proud. If they dare provoke our sect master, if they dare provoke White Jade Sect, I'll kill them. One of the great demons cut him off. Enough nonsense. If we don't teach these lowly wretches a lesson, they won't know fear. Since that's the case, I'll let you know the gap between you and us. At the same time, Lai Tu ordered, Attack. Luke and Gwyn followed close behind. White Jade Sect is not a place where the two of you can swagger around. Very quickly, the great demon sent them all flying backward. Luke and Gwyn struggled to breathe. As expected of someone from the heavenly court, it truly has strength. The blue great demon felt immensely satisfied. Now you know fear? Before us, you are like ants that can be crushed to death at any moment. We are the gods who hold your fate in our hands. Why aren't you kneeling and begging forgiveness already? With a thunderous boom, something shot straight toward the great demon. Bai stood beside a cannon, smiling with confidence and pride. No one gets to show off in front of this sect master. The phoenix demon in the sky recognized it at once. That's an origin crystal cannon. How could such a poor place have a supreme weapon like that? The blue demon beast roared furiously. Damn it, you dare profane the gods? Then die. Another cannon blast slammed into its body. Bai pushed the cannon closer. Don't even mention whether you're some kind of god. Even if you were a true god, if you dare seize my disciple, I'll kill you without mercy. Jiang Feng laughed gleefully in its face. Haha, excellent, Sect Master. That's exactly it. Pin this tiger to the ground and beat it. After taking several cannon shots to the face, the great demon was consumed with rage and humiliation. I was actually knocked down by a bunch of low-born trash. Bai said directly, fire another shot at it. Seeing the cannonball coming again, the tiger demon instantly shrank its body. Bai mocked it. What? You shrank yourself just to dodge. The tiger demon radiated an oppressive aura. Low-born wretch, do you really think you can hurt me? That was only because I was careless. Baek Duong Tuet suddenly had a bad feeling and immediately shouted, Master, be careful. As the tiger demon roared and attacked, Bai remained untroubled and simply called out, Great Wolf. Elsewhere, Tian Lang was holding a great beauty in his arms. My lord, let this slave offer you a cup. The lustful wolf grinned uncontrollably. No more drinking. Jin Lian, you're the only one in Haiyuan City who doesn't disdain my appearance. I'm very pleased. Tian Lang directly picked her up. On such a lovely night, with such beauty before me, let us hurry and get to the important business. The woman smiled, so widely her eyes curved shut. My lord, Jin Lian admires your greatness, admires your heroic bearing. Tian Lang pressed his face toward hers. I'm too happy. In the future, I will definitely treat you well. Let me give you a kiss. The woman blushed shyly. My lord. At that very moment, Tian Lang vanished, causing the woman to fall and land on her backside. She stared around blankly and called out, My lord, but he was nowhere to be found. Back on Bai's side, he stood motionless like a bronze statue, which made the great demon wonder. Standing still like that, was he scared senseless? Tian Lang suddenly appeared, blocking in front of Bai. And not only that, he nearly planted a kiss on the great demon. When they both realized something was wrong, their eyes met. Bai felt his skin crawl, his mouth stiff, as if frozen, unable to say a word. Jiang Feng, Lai Tu, and Luke and Gwyn also stared in stupefaction. What kind of tiger and wolf spectacle was this? It was bizarrely entertaining. Tian Lang lost his composure and threw the first punch. What the hell are you? The great demon also lost control and screamed, I'm no longer pure. Great Wolf struck again, and a sharp smack of karmic injustice tore through the air. You ugly bastard, that was this lord's first kiss. The great demon staggered back several steps. I am furious. Who says it wasn't my first kiss too? You were the one who kissed me first. You dare defile me? I'm going to kill you. As it shouted, the great demon expanded back to its original size. The tiger demon moved first, throwing out limbs to attack. But Tian Lang was no slower. He swiftly countered, snarling, if anyone was defiled, it was me. You're the one who took advantage of me. His sharp claws easily wounded the great demon. The remaining phoenix in the sky could not hide its shock. A demon monarch? This place actually has a demon monarch. Such a tiny, remote, impoverished sect is actually full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. After being battered again and again, the tiger demon's fury burst into flames. What hidden dragons and crouching tigers? More like crouching wolves and buried bugs. Enough playing around. I'll use my killing move and end this battle directly. You mortals have pierced the heavens today. I now sentence you all to death. Baek Duong Tuet rushed forward and stood in front of Tian Lang. Be careful. This is Red Lotus Flame. It can melt all things. The great demon spoke smugly. Snowbright, you are not even 1/10,000th as strong as you were in your prime. You cannot stop it. The monkey that had been sitting on back Duong Tuet's shoulder the whole time suddenly grew enormous, making the tiger demon gape in shock. It's Divine Ape. He's still alive? The strike from the Heavenly Fire Empress back then actually failed to kill him. Divine Ape pounced forward to attack. No one is allowed to harm my master. The great phoenix swooped down from the distant sky. Divine Ape, you and Snowbright are the same. Even if you're not dead, you've both already fallen from your divine altars. What do you have left to fight me with? Aunt Wong and Uncle Lee sat below, drinking tea as they leisurely listened to the commotion coming from the ship. She spoke first. What do you think? Uncle Lee replied, I'll just sit and watch. Aunt Wong took a sip of tea. Then let's watch and see how that boy by you breaks the deadlock. Back on the ship, Bai Yu ordered, blast him down. Jiang Feng immediately grabbed hold of the cannon. The great demon sensed an energy attack aimed at him and instantly reacted. Divine Light Barrier. I possess a magic treasure bestowed by the Empress. Did you really think an origin crystal cannon could injure me? Earlier, I was merely toying with you. Yet less than 3 seconds after speaking so smugly, his expression froze solid. What is this? The Empress's magic treasure shattered. Sensing something strange flying above him, the great demon looked up. What is that? Bai Yu was standing atop that enormous cannon. What happened earlier was just a little warm-up. Now I'm done playing. The giant cannon fired, blasting the great demon far away. This is an extremely high-grade origin crystal bombardment. One shot hit my soul. Both my body and spirit have been wounded. Watching from the side, Lai Tu could not help being astonished. I've never seen something so massive before. Luke Nguyen agreed. Its power is terrifying. This giant beast is not worth a single blow before the giant warship. As expected of Sect Master, he has never disappointed us. At such a critical moment, he actually brought out a supreme weapon like this. Bai Yu continued to wave his hand in order. Kill him. The cannon fired again and again, amid pain and terror beyond measure. The great demon screamed, Save me! Seeing this, the phoenix flapped its wings and fled. How can this be? How can such a devastating weapon exist in this world? Run! Bai Yu smiled faintly. Seal off the city. Don't let him escape. A group of demon-armored warriors rushed out and charged upward, surrounding the entire sky. We're here. The phoenix used its flame-breathing power, intending to burn everything to ashes in one sweep. With just you lot, you think you're worthy of stopping me. You overestimate yourselves. Turn to cinders. But after the flames died down, the demon armor troops were completely unharmed. All right, brothers, all eyes on me. The phoenix widened its eyes. What? Those people weren't harmed at all? What kind of armor is this? The demon armor quickly merged together, forming legs, then a torso, and arms. Very soon, the combination was complete. Bai Yu turned to Luke Nguyen and asked, What is this? A transformer. He replied lightly, Sect Master, this is a combination technique created by Protector Chong and the others. They've always wanted to show it to you. This is its first actual battle. The giant iron figure stood before the remaining great demon. Demon, now I'm bigger than you. The beast stared dumbly. What is this? Being big doesn't mean being strong. The iron giant raised its hand. Brothers, concentrate all power into the right hand. Kill. The punch came crashing down and sent the great demon flying into the distance. What? Bai Yu happily waved his hand. Interesting. The combination technique Old Chong and the others created can concentrate the power of 18 suits of armor into a single explosive point. Their strength has indeed increased quite a bit. Everyone in White Jade's sect is talented. The phoenix had been utterly humiliated, and its expression darkened at once. Stupid, low-born mortals, I am the Empress's personal guard. To attack me is to disobey the Empress. Before it could finish, the giant cannon had already swung. To its side, a deafening explosion rang out, directly injuring the phoenix. It shrieked in fury, Body of 1,000 hundreds. I'm leaving, and you absolutely cannot stop me. Watching from the side, Jiang Feng could not help sighing in admiration. Impressive, turning into thousands upon thousands of crows. How are we supposed to kill that? Back Duong Tuet said, We cannot let him escape. If we let him return, once the Heavenly Fire Empress learns everything, she will personally make a move. Bai Yu smiled and answered them all. All worries stem from insufficient firepower. But now that we have enough firepower, there's nothing to worry about. The phoenix spread its wings to flee, but not before threatening them. Wait until I return with the Empress's great army. Then you will suffer endless vengeance. Bai shouted, Divine Sea Warship, 360-degree, no blind spot. Tracking. Sweep all directions. Don't miss a single crow. Explosions rang out one after another, and the great demon was blasted miserably. What? How can these origin crystal bullets hit me so accurately? Bai rubbed his chin and thought, a supreme weapon like the Divine Sea Warship already has shades of the high technology from my previous life. It's incredibly useful. I wonder where the system got something this good. The great demon howled continuously. Stop! How can mere mortal cultivators oppose the lofty Empress? You are committing monstrous rebellion, defying heaven's mandate. Burn my soul, burn my blood, burn my bones, become a flaming meteor and flee. With just a few shouted commands, its figure vanished in an instant. Back Duong Tuet cried out, this is bad. That beast is willing to burn its own life to escape. Luke Nguyen said worriedly, its speed is too fast. It will be hard to catch up. At this point, the phoenix no longer even looked like itself. Its feathers had been burned and twisted beyond recognition. You actually forced me to spend half my life to escape. I hate you. You cannot imagine how terrifying the Empress truly is. You will regret this. She will burn you alive with heavenly fire. At last, Lin Wang awakened. It let out a mighty roar, then proudly soared into the sky with an exhilarated grin. I finally finished evolving. As a golden colossal dragon, I feel unprecedented power. Lin Wang instantly circled the great demon, startling it. Then Lin Wang opened its mouth, revealing sharp fangs, and declared, Strong one, I've come. The great demon was utterly shocked and screamed, What is this? Then it cried out in horror, Heavens, a golden colossal dragon? How can there be a golden colossal dragon here? Before Lin Wang swallowed it completely, all it could say in despair was, I didn't expect this place really was full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Seeing everything, Luke Nguyen frowned in astonishment. Terrifying. Even the dog at home has grown into such a powerful existence. After eating its fill, Lin Wang transformed back into a dog and quickly flew over to Baiju's side, asking cheerfully, Sect Master, what was that thing I just ate? It tasted pretty good. Standing beside him, Baek Duong Tuet quickly explained for Baiju. That was a great demon from the heavenly court. Its strength was even greater than the third crown prince's. Then it noticed the lizard lying next to the warship and licked its lips. Fisk, there's another one here too. I'll go eat that as well. Baiyu quickly clamped its mouth shut and said directly, You can't eat this one. I'm keeping it for another use. The dog immediately drooped in disappointment. Then Lin Wang suddenly burst into flames, making Baiyu turn pale in fright and shout, Dog, what's wrong with you? It immediately shot away, leaving a streak of light across the sky, but not before shouting back, I swallowed that demon beast just now, so the energy is too much. I'm evolving again. Sect Master, I know the way. I'm going into seclusion. At that moment, Baiyu signaled to Luke Nguyen. Luke Nguyen, didn't you say the three-color altar can only be opened with a sacrifice of a high-level demon beast? Well, now we have one. Drag that demon beast corpse over here. As soon as he finished speaking, the system suddenly sent a notification. System reminder, the Divine Sea Warship's origin crystal energy is nearly depleted. Please replenish origin crystals. Seeing that, Baiyu happily asked Baek Duong Tuet, didn't you say origin crystals can only be found in the outer regions? How do we get to the outer regions? She answered with confidence. As far as I know, in the human emperor realm, only the heavenly court has a passage leading to the outer regions. No other place does. He immediately rested his chin on his hand and calculated. It seemed that going to the outer regions to search for origin crystals was unreliable after all. It would be better to find the third disciple directly. A direct return would be much faster. At that moment, she took the initiative to speak. Master, regarding the matter of the Heavenly Fire Empress, I want to explain it to you. But he simply rubbed her head and said, No need to explain. He bent down to her height and smiled reassuringly. I don't care about anything else. I only know that you're my disciple. If someone bullies you, I'll beat him up. Baek Duong Tuet looked stunned and asked in disbelief, Just that simple? Baiyu immediately nodded. Just that simple. Then she smiled with pure happiness. Yes, She thought to herself, after cultivating for countless years and walking out from the glacier, perhaps because her innate constitution was of the ice attribute, she had been cold by nature from birth. Her heart had been frozen as well. In the past, she had only one friend, the master of the heavenly court. She had never once taken the initiative to get close to anyone, and she hated closeness with others. She gazed intently at Baiyu and said inwardly, "Things are different now." Then her whole body was wrapped in a blue light and gradually froze over, causing the surrounding air to turn icy as well. Baiyu turned pale with fright and asked anxiously, "Back Duong Tuet, what's wrong with you?" The monkey on her shoulder quickly explained, "Her heart transformation has begun." He looked confused. A heart transformation? Then why is her body freezing? The monkey jumped onto his shoulder and began explaining in detail. "For my master, this is a good thing. In her previous life, her heart was too cold. Now that it has been warmed, she has entered a state similar to sudden enlightenment." It looked at back Duong Tuet and continued, "These feelings are a completely new realization for her. They will help her raise her realm and comprehend the great Tao." At this moment, in the sacred heaven hall, Ling knelt on the ground and reported, "Holy Lord, there is one piece of good news and one piece of bad news." "Which one do you want to hear first?" Tian Tsang said calmly. "The bad news first." Ling immediately replied, "The army of the demonic heaven region is attacking. In less than 2 days, they will arrive." He shot to his feet in panic and shouted, "What?" Then he ground his teeth in anger and said, "Just as expected. After so many years, the demonic heaven region has finally made its move." Ling immediately stood and continued, "Most importantly, we have no chance of victory. Over the years, the demonic heaven region has only grown stronger and stronger. Meanwhile, our sacred heaven region has actually been in constant decline. We are even the weakest of the 9 regions." At the end, Ling's face turned grave as he concluded, "We are no match for the demonic heaven region." Hearing that, Tian Tsang clenched his fists and cursed, "Damn white jade sect, damn Baiyu. If not for him, this holy lord would have already refined the blood man too, and my realm would have broken through. I hate them so much I want to slice everyone in white jade sect into 1,000 pieces." But Ling quickly changed expression and reported, "That is the good news I wanted to tell you next. The place the demonic heaven region is coming from, Haiyuan City, is also where White Jade Sect is located." He immediately stroked his beard in delight. "So that's how it is. Truly beyond this holy lord's expectations. They deserve it. Let the army of the demonic heaven region grind White Jade Sect into dust first." Ling immediately shattered his fantasy. "Holy Lord, White Jade Sect is only an appetizer at best. We must find a way to deal with the monstrous behemoth that is the demonic heaven region." Tian Tsang hesitated and calculated. "For the time being, hold still and do nothing. Once White Jade Sect is destroyed, this holy lord will personally take action." Ling immediately refuted him. "That is not a solution." Tian Tsang quickly motioned to him. "What do you mean?" Ling immediately stepped close to Tian Tsang and whispered in his ear, "Holy Lord, like this, then like this." Ling began telling him his plan. No one knew what the plan was, but as soon as Tian Tsang heard it, he widened his eyes in shock and exclaimed, "What?" A moment later, he summoned everyone in the sacred heaven region and announced it. But afterward, they answered in unison, "Holy Lord, how can we remain idle at such a life and death moment? We should mobilize the full strength of the sacred heaven region and resist the army of the demonic heaven region together." He immediately raised his voice and asked, "Resist? Are we a match for the demonic heaven region?" An elder quickly replied, "Even if we're not a match, we still have to fight. Our sacred heaven sect is the ruler of a region. Holy Lord, you cannot sit and wait for death." Another elder also took up the words. "That's right. The demon patriarch wants to enslave our sacred heaven region. How can we let them invade?" Tian Tsang immediately shot back, "Elders, if that is what you want, then the few of you can go and fight to the death against the army of the demonic heaven region and display the might of our sacred heaven sect." They immediately fell silent and stammered, "This." He then changed his tone and began persuading them. "This holy lord is also thinking for the sake of sacred heaven sect. Rather than throwing eggs against a rock, it is better to make plans and act later, so we can preserve our strength." Hearing that, several elders agreed. Actually, the Holy Lord is right. I agree with the Holy Lord. But Lu Heng thought differently. Rather than throwing eggs against a rock, it would be better to adapt to the situation. He immediately voiced his thoughts. Holy Lord, once the demonic heaven region enters the sacred heaven region and starts a great slaughter, I fear all living beings will suffer terribly. Tian Song sat in his chair and pointed at his head smugly. Say no more. This Holy Lord already has a plan. Lu Heng continued, trying to persuade him. As far as I know, all the forces under heaven have now gathered in Haiyuan City. Everyone is preparing to fight the demon army to the death there. Our Sacred Heaven sect is the leader. We might as well send out our army to join them against the demon army. It is not certain that we have no chance of victory. Not only did Tian Song refuse to listen, he angrily argued back. If that is the case, then our Sacred Heaven sect must all the more avoid taking action. Let them wear down the strength of the demon army first. We will preserve our power and wait for the right moment to act. Hearing that, Lu Heng angrily retorted, Holy Lord, you are the sect master of Sacred Heaven sect. How can you say such things? If word gets out, our reputation will fall into the abyss. At last Tian Song could no longer endure it and shouted angrily, Teacher! He immediately stood up and warned him, Lu Heng, and you dare lecture this holy lord? Lu Heng frowned unhappily, his eyes full of unwillingness. A moment later, he could only kneel and bow his head to apologize. Holy Lord, forgive me. I was only thinking of Sacred Heaven sect, and in my urgency, I spoke rashly. The demonic prince and Wu Yulian of the demon race were riding a flying ship toward White Jade sect. In one more day, they would arrive at Haiyuan City. This prince truly can't wait any longer. Right now, I want to crush that by you to death. Suddenly, the two of them discovered something. Their eyes widened as they stared ahead. What is that? A giant green turtle was blocking dozens of large flying ships, and 2 sheets of paper were pasted onto its head. Old Turtle is here. Let the demons call me father. Look at your grandpa here. If you're not convinced, then hit me. The green turtle silently cursed in its heart. By you truly are no decent human being. Making this old turtle block the road here is downright vicious. The demonic prince gnashed his teeth in rage. Old Turtle is here. Let the demons call me father. Look at your grandpa here. If you're not convinced, then hit me. How outrageous. It dares provoke my demon army? It has a death wish. Wu Yulian beside him was also furious to the brink. Trying to use a demon turtle to stop us? Childish. He quickly gave the order, Men, blast that turtle in front of us into scraps for me. The result was that after dozens of continuous bombardments, the turtle was not harmed in the slightest. The demonic prince was so shocked he froze. What? It wasn't damaged at all? On this side, Luke and Gwyn walked over and said to Baiyu, Sect Master, the great demon has been delivered to the 3-color altar. We can begin the sacrifice now. He nodded. Let's go over there. At that moment, Taoist Nun Xingyun arrived with a group of people. Venerable One, we have come. All the thousands of disciples of our Wood Mysteries sect have arrived at Haiyuan City, awaiting the Venerable One's command to resist the demon race. Sect Master Bai, we're here. It's been a long time. Sect Master Bai. Sect Master Bai, we heard that the demonic heaven region was invading, so we came at once. Luke and Gwyn stepped forward, looked over everyone, and then spoke. These are all cultivators whom Sect Master saved earlier in the profound Heaven Sacred region. I never thought everyone would come. Those disciples were extremely stirred. Sect Master, the demonic heaven region is attacking, and White Jade sect is in danger. Whether for the sake of the Sacred Heaven region or to repay Sect Master Bai for saving our lives, we could not stand by. We especially came to fight side by side with Sect Master. Although Baiyu's expression was a little stiff, he still said, no more useless words. The Sacred Heaven region will win. 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 The two of them continued walking. Sect Master, Sacred Heaven sect has shown no sign of movement. Baiyu turned his gaze toward Luke and Gwyn. According to the information sent by Lu Heng, the Holy Lord is determined to remain idle and let us, in the demonic heaven region, fight to the death, so they can reap the benefits like a fisherman. Sacred Heaven sect has made this decision, which means it has already ensured its own defeat. After this battle, Sacred Heaven sect will no longer be worthy of its position. The Sacred Heaven region will no longer have a ruler. He thought to himself, right now the return chances from Bak Duong Tuet and Lai Tu have already been used up, and my great killing weapon, the Divine Sea Warship, is also short on origin crystals. Its power is no longer what it was. If I can successfully take in the third disciple at this time, many difficult problems will be solved. Only then will there be hope of defeating the demonic heaven region. Otherwise, the only option is to run. Lu Kangwin looked at him seriously. Sect Master, shall we begin? He nodded in reply. Begin. Lu Kangwin raised his hand and cast a spell. The 7 true stars of a northern dipper command the myriad spirits. East, west, south, and north preserve life and move forward. At midday, the great signs shine together upon all beings. Seeing the blue light constantly flowing around the tiger great demon, Lu Kangwin cried out joyfully, Sect Master, it's working. Baiyu widened his eyes in surprise. Could his third disciple really be hiding inside the 3-color altar? He was truly curious about what was inside the 3-color altar. Suddenly, another beam of light appeared in front of them. Lu Kangwin asked, Sect Master, a gate has appeared. Baiyu did not hesitate. I'm going to take a look. But Lu Kangwin was still somewhat worried. Sect Master, the 3-color altar is extremely mysterious. Even the heavenly court cannot touch it. If you enter rashly like this, I'm afraid. Baiyu did not answer, only asked, how long until the army of the demonic heaven region reaches Haiyuan City? From behind him, Lu Kangwin answered softly, the old turtle has already been sent out to block the way, but at most they should arrive in 2 days. Baiyu instructed, 2 days from now, if I haven't come out, everyone retreat to Wonder Jade Mountain. Do not stubbornly defend Haiyuan City. As he stepped into the gate leading to the 3-color altar, Baiyu's heart surged with emotion. Taking disciples was the foundation of his ability to secure a foothold in this world. He could not let even a single disciple slip away. An extraordinarily beautiful scene appeared before his eyes, like a celestial paradise. He was deeply astonished. Where is this? What a spectacular world. Suddenly, something fell down beside him. This is... Baiyu picked it up and examined it carefully. This is a return token automatically given to me by the 3-color altar. It seems that without this thing, there is no way to leave this world. And the spiritual energy here is unbelievably abundant. Its density is at least 10 times that of the human emperor realm. This place is truly a holy land for cultivation. I never imagined that behind the 3-color altar there would be an entire cultivation world. Suddenly, an enormous sound erupted nearby, throwing everything around it into near chaos. A hand appeared out of nowhere, trying to seize that small island. What is going on? That giant hand, where did it come from? The massive hand descended from above and crushed the ancient buildings on the precarious slab of rock. Under the terrifying pressure of that hand, the ancient buildings cracked and shattered, as though they were no more than fragile toys in the grip of a giant. Baiyu stood frozen, eyes wide with horror, unable to believe the scene unfolding before him. The giant hand loosened in midair, dragging countless fragments down from the building that had already turned to rubble. Amid the swirling smoke and dust, horned heavenly demons with red horns jutting from their tangled hair and pointed ears plunged downward in panic, their tiny bodies weaving through the falling debris. As they fled, they cried out for help through the chaotic sky. Ah, save us! Below them, a white-haired heavenly demon with red horns stood waiting, flames blazing in her eyes. She roared with a voice full of authority. Quick, the Titans have invaded. Prepare for battle. A colossal Titan emerged from the dense smoke, its entire body covered in black, steel-like muscles. Its fingernails were blood-red like dried gore, giving off a savage, terrifying aura. Its face was blank. Where eyes, nose, and mouth should have been, there was only a strange form, for glowing crimson spheres linked together into a bizarre oval, like some primordial eye of the universe awakening. The Titan lowered its giant hand, dominating the sky itself, and spoke in a deep voice like rolling thunder, its oppressive force shaking heaven and earth. Hand over the current demon progenitor. Baiyu instinctively stepped back, overwhelmed by that immense size, and muttered, "What is that?" A creature even larger than this continent. In the next instant, the Titan sprang up, its arms stretching straight into the sky, as if preparing to deliver a heaven-shattering blow. The Titan's violent smash came crashing down, pulverizing the buildings and sending fragments flying everywhere. The people here began giving orders. All heavenly demons, hear my command. Swear to die, defending the little demon progenitor. Watching this endless exchange of punches and destruction, Baiyu had no idea what to do. What kind of situation is this? What kind of gigantic world is this? This battle is absurdly overblown. The people of this world chose to pour all their strength into attack. All heavenly demons, hear my command. Unleash your strongest strike and kill the Titan Colossus. The giant answered calmly. Only the ignorant choose to fight. As he watched those attacks being launched, not a single move was wasted. Fight! Even just observing from the outside, Baiyu was drenched in sweat. The combat power of every single person here is monstrously strong. Just what place is this? In the end, that group of tiny figures was still no match for the giant. They were effortlessly defeated. Suddenly, a voice rang out. No, stop. Hanyu appeared with a soaring aura that stirred everyone who saw her. Baiyu flushed awkwardly and thought to himself, this girl is the third disciple I'm supposed to find? The system prompted him, the third disciple has appeared. Quickly take her as your disciple. He looked over helplessly and said to it, system, look carefully. Is this the kind of battle I can even join? The people around her rushed over one after another to persuade her. Little demon progenitor, you have not fully evolved yet. You cannot confront the Titan Colossus. We will hold it back. You must leave quickly. Han Yu stubbornly refused. No, ever since I was born, everyone has always protected me. Now I want to protect everyone. The giant walked up in front of her. Current demon progenitor, you have finally shown yourself. Come with me to the Eta Plateau. You will bloom into the most beautiful flower in this world. How could Hanyu submit so easily? Keep dreaming. The demon race will never be slaves. The Titan giant replied directly, you do not have the choice not to go. Hanyu entered a demonic state, her whole body wrapped in blazing fire. I want to kill you. The people around her saw what was happening and immediately shouted, this is bad. The little demon progenitor has shifted into her demon form. Little demon progenitor, no, you cannot use the demon form right now. You have not fully matured yet. Stop at once, or your foundation will be damaged. Hanyu ignored their warnings and insisted on doing it her own way. Baiyu was so overwhelmed by this form of hers that his nose started bleeding. The giant above was no exception. The demon race realized that this was their opportunity. It worked. The Titan Colossus has been bewitched. Everyone, focus your attacks on the Titan Colossus. Kill! As they shouted, everyone attacked together with all their strength. At that moment, Baiyu came back to his senses. He raised a hand to wipe away his nosebleed, still stunned. What happened? What was wrong with me just now? His third disciple, who was called the little demon progenitor, looked at her again. Baiyu was bewitched so badly that blood poured from his nose like a waterfall. He covered his own eyes with his hand and kept backing away. No, this third disciple is poisonous. I can't look at her. The fierce battle between the demon race and the Titan giant showed no sign of stopping. After being struck by a wave of attacks, the Titan immediately became interested. How troublesome. As expected of the little demon race, you're far from grown, yet you already possess the power to overturn all living beings. Hanyu cut him off, her own imposing force refusing to yield to anyone. Enough nonsense. Today, I will make sure you never return. The Titan giant raised his left hand. That is only your wishful thinking. Today, I am taking you away. As he spoke, he pierced his own eyes so that he could no longer be bewitched. Watching from outside, even Baiyu had to admire that response. That guy is ruthless. To avoid being bewitched, he directly gouged out all four of his eyes. After doing all that, the Titan giant continued his attack. Now I cannot see you. What can you possibly do to me? The people of the demon race turned to Hanyu and said, little demon progenitor, we can no longer stop the Titan Colossus. You must leave at once. Hanyu stepped forward, disagreeing with their way of handling things. I'm not leaving. You all protected me before, but this time I'll fight shoulder to shoulder with you. The Titan Colossus reached out his enormous hand and did not forget to sneer. Fight shoulder to shoulder? Ridiculous. Even if you want to go, you can't. Hanyu quickly fired out a weapon for self-defense, the heavenly demon shuttle, but it did absolutely nothing to him. If your heavenly demon shuttle had fully matured, then maybe it could have taken half my life. But right now, you're still not qualified. The demon women charged up one after another. moving to protect the little demon progenitor. The Titan giant only needed a casual sweep of his hand to send them all flying. Get lost. He brought his face close to Han Yu's, his hand already poised to strike. No one can save you now. Come with me to the Eta Plateau. The demon women who had been knocked away could only scream, "Little demon progenitor, you dare!" Stop right there. Han Yu looked helplessly at the scene before her. Was there really no escaping now? At that exact moment, a figure suddenly flashed past them. Bai Yu leaped out and directly grabbed her hand, pulling her away. Gome. The divine movement talisman ignited. The Titan's hand swept past empty air, and then they vanished. For a moment, he was stunned, not understanding what had just happened. What was that? Even Han Yu could not believe her own eyes. I'm Fine. You saved me. Who are you? Bai Yu covered his eyes with one hand. Allow me to introduce myself. The moment he opened his eyes and saw that delicate, beautiful face, his nose started bleeding uncontrollably. At that moment, the demon women also rushed over. Little demon progenitor, are you all right? Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Bai Yu. No matter what he was saying over here, the three over there had already joined together and run off. Hurry, leave this place first. Watching them fly away, Bai Yu stood there in a daze. I haven't finished introducing myself yet. They had not gone far before the Titan giant's foot came down again. Come with me. The Eta Plateau is the final destination. That belongs to you. They panicked. This is bad. We can't dodge in time. At the very instant they were about to be crushed into paste, someone directly used a teleportation technique to carry them away. After escaping danger, those people still paid no attention to him at all. That was close. We almost got stomped to death by the Titan Colossus. Who saved us? Bai Yu slapped his own face. Do I really have no presence at all? You too, I'm right here. The demon woman immediately clasped her hands and bowed. Many thanks for saving our lives, young master. So young master is actually a human, the weak, lowly race cursed by the heavens. Bai Yu's expression instantly turned as foul as if he had stepped in dung. Weak, lowly curse? Han Yu stepped forward and asked, May I know how to address you, young master? He covered his eyes with one hand. Sect Master of the White Jade Sect, Bai Yu. Before he had even finished speaking, the Titan Colossus attacked again. Where did this human brat come from? A lowly race dares interfere in the affairs of the gods. Bai Yu used teleportation and rescued them for the third time. The people of the demon realm were greatly surprised. It seems this young master has a teleportation treasure. Truly rare. May I know your name, young master? His face darkened. White Jade Sect, Bai Yu. Do I really have no presence at all? I've said my name 3 times already. Elsewhere, the demonic heaven region was concentrating all its firepower on Old Turtle. Yet he was completely unharmed and was even breathing with his eyes closed. Huff, huff. The disciples of the demonic heaven region were thrown into panicked fury. What is going on? Our attacks are useless against this giant turtle. It's even snoring in its sleep. At that moment, Wu Yulian realized what was happening and quickly ordered, Stop attacking. All of you, stop at once. The demonic prince walked over and asked, Wu Yulian, what is it? She answered seriously, Go around it. Don't attack this giant turtle anymore, he said in surprise. But if we do that, it will damage the prestige of the great army of the demonic heaven region. Wu Yulian immediately explained, This giant turtle has thick skin and flesh. Its defensive power is astonishing. I suspect the sacred heaven region deliberately placed it here to delay us. Report this to the demon lord and let him deal with the giant turtle. We will go around it and directly destroy Haiyuan City. Hearing that, his expression darkened, but he reluctantly agreed. Fine. He then ordered the remaining ships, all troops, advance at full speed. Kill everyone in Haiyuan City. Back to Bai Yu. By now, the 2 ants and the little demon progenitor had teleported to another place. They immediately clasped their hands in thanks. White Jade Sect, thank you once more for saving our lives. This is the continent where the pure-blood demon race lives. It has been countless years since a human appeared here. He immediately corrected them. My name is Bai Yu, not White Jade Sect. I am the sect master of the White Jade Sect. My name is Bai Yu. The 2 ants answered honestly, it's not important. All your human names sound the same anyway. If not 2 characters, then 3. Hearing that, he argued angrily. What do you mean it's not important? 2 or 3 characters all sound the same. Then may I ask what your name is? Ebony Wing Wing immediately answered. My name is Ebony Wing Wing, Enial Tone Wyvia Merban. Osa's Odebeel. Bayou froze and stammered it back. Ebo. Ebony. In the end, he gave up. Forget it. You're right. She quickly asked, Young Master Bayou, why have you appeared here? Bayou covered one eye with one hand, while pointing the other at Hanyu. I came for your little demon progenitor. The gazes of the two women instantly turned sharp. For the little demon progenitor? What do you mean by that? Bayou quickly raised a thumbs up. I am the master fated. For her. How could the women of the demon race possibly believe such a thing? Young friend, you must not speak nonsense. Even though you saved us, you still cannot insult the little demon progenitor. Insulting the little demon progenitor is insulting the demon race. I will kill you first, then kill myself. Bayou helplessly scratched his head. I just want to take her as my disciple. I have no intention of insulting anyone. Only now did he truly realize one thing in his heart. Taking in this third disciple was clearly not going to be simple. How could the demon women possibly accept such a thing? The little demon progenitor was conceived innately and born from the boundless chaos. Not only does she have no master, she does not even have parents. The little demon progenitor is the supreme, founding ancestor of the pure-blood demon race in all the world. Indeed, the founding ancestor of all demonkind. For you to become her master is to insult all pure-blood demons. He asked blankly, That's serious? This is troublesome. Before they could settle anything, the Titan Colossus arrived yet again. You cannot escape. This entire realm has already been sealed. Little demon progenitor, you have no way out now. The demon women wanted to resist with all their strength. I didn't expect him to catch up so quickly. Let's burn our demon blood and fight to the death. Hanyu rushed forward again. Aunties, if we can't escape in this situation, then we may as well fight to the death and not lose the dignity of our pure-blood demon race. Ebony and the other woman naturally refused. Little demon progenitor, you mustn't. You are the hope of the demon race. As long as you survive, the pure-blood demon race will endure forever. Even if we die, we cannot let you be captured. Behind them, Bayou happily placed his hands on his hips. Everyone, I can take the little demon progenitor away. But it seemed those words were somewhat superfluous. They were already preparing for battle. Bayou shouted helplessly, Ignore me again? Is it because I'm human, so I naturally come with a lowly attribute? What I mean is, I can take the little demon progenitor off this continent and completely escape the Titan demon's pursuit. Once they learned there was a way to save the little demon progenitor, the two women immediately ran to his side. Are you telling the truth? Then hurry, take the little demon progenitor away at once. Bayou broke out in sweat. I know you're in a hurry, but don't be in such a hurry. Ebony pressed her face close to his. Young Master Bayou, this concerns the survival of the demon race. How can we not be anxious? He raised his hand and looked at them resolutely. I have only one condition. The little demon progenitor must take me as her master. The two women gave the same answer as before and absolutely refused to agree. Young Master Bayou, impossible. Not to mention the little demon progenitor taking you as her master. Even if you were to take the little demon progenitor as your master, that still would not do. Inwardly, he was helpless. He had never expected his third disciple to be this difficult. Just then, the Titan Colossus raised his foot, wanting to crush them. Be destroyed. Bayou took out a talisman and quickly activated it. Divine Movement Talisman, go. The four of them teleported to another place. Bayou thought to himself, I only have 3 Divine Movement Talismans left. At most, I can escape 3 more times. I need to resolve this quickly. Thinking it through, he immediately pointed at the demon race group and shouted loudly, You two, this can't go on. As you said, there's no escaping now. The little demon progenitor being seized by the Titan's demonic claws is only a matter of time. The two women stood up, determined to protect the pride of the demon race to the very end. You need not say more. This concerns the dignity of the pure-blood demon race. Other than this matter, we can agree to anything else you ask. Bayou pressed them with a question. You would rather let the little demon progenitor be captured than let her take me as her master? Can't you tell which is more important? Ebony and her companion were momentarily left speechless. This, he continued in a loud voice, as long as she lives, there is hope. Besides, apart from taking me as her master, I absolutely will not demand anything from the little demon progenitor. I can promise you that I will protect her completely and one day help the pure-blood demon race avenge its hatred. Although this was a grave matter, they had already come to this point and had no road left to retreat on. We will consider it. Hanyu stepped forward from behind. There's no need to consider it. Impossible. Bayou sighed helplessly, his head starting to ache. Little demon progenitor, I know your status is noble, but if the pure-blood demon race disappears from this world, then everything else will be meaningless. Hanyu glared at him angrily. You're overthinking it. It has nothing to do with my status. She directly crossed her arms and stood behind him. I'll just say one thing. You don't even dare look at me. How are you supposed to have me take you as my master like that? Bayou was overjoyed. The moment I look at you, I'll immediately be bewitched by you. Can't you take back your divine power? Hanyu calmly set her condition. If you can keep your sanity under my charm, then I will take you as my master. He immediately cried out, resist your charm? How is that possible? Even gods like the Titans can't resist it, much less me. Ebony frowned. Although the little demon progenitor has not yet truly matured, her bewitching art is still not something ordinary gods can withstand. If you can keep from losing your mind, then you would barely qualify to be the little demon progenitor's master. Hanyu immediately added, if you can't do it, then give up that thought right now. He confidently turned his face toward her. Who says I can't do it? I refuse to believe it. Yet the instant he looked, his nose started gushing blood. Young Bayou could not resist the little demon progenitor's charm and fainted on the spot. Then voices called out, young master, wake up, wake up. Hearing the calls, Bayou awoke in a daze. At that moment, the Titan Colossus was still chasing from behind, while Bayou was being jabbed awake by the brown-haired girl. The Titan Colossus then swung his arm in attack. Human, you dare interfere in the affairs of the gods. I will make every human on this continent be buried. With you, seeing the danger, Bayou immediately used a divine movement talisman. Moo! The Titan Colossus struck, but hit no one. The ground shattered under the blow, dust and debris filling the air. At this moment, on some island in the sky, in an instant Bayou and the others had teleported onto one of the floating islands. Bayou looked around and asked, a void island? Where is this place? One of the little demon progenitor's two ants answered, this is the demon palace, where the little demon progenitor lives. I didn't expect us to be teleported back here. The scene shifts to Haiyuan City. At this moment, countless warships were approaching. On the ship, the demonic prince spoke. We've arrived. Up ahead is Haiyuan City. Beside him, Wu Yulian revealed a despicable smile and continued, Bayou, I'm back. I brought 100,000 troops and thousands of spirit warships. Let's see how you deal with this. Above the city, the disciples of the White Jade sect saw the demon army approaching and hurried out to look. Lu Yuan saw that the situation was bad and commented, the demon army is here. They arrived half-a day earlier than we predicted. Li Xiu added, Master still hasn't returned. How long has he been gone? In only half a day, it will make a full 2 days. Sect Master said that if he hasn't come out after 2 days, we should withdraw. Should we leave first now? No. At that moment, Li Xiu frowned and continued. Leaving aside everything else, there's still the 3-color altar inside the city. If we withdraw and something changes with the 3-color altar, then if Master can't return, it'll be troublesome. Hearing that, Yang Jianfeng also agreed. If that's the case, then we fight. Defend Haiyuan City. I've long wanted to kill those demonic heaven region brats. Chang Yushan also showed his determination, clenching his fist and raising it. Even if we withdraw first, the common people in the city won't be able to retreat, and everyone within 1,000 miles won't escape the poisonous hands of the demonic heaven region either. We might as well fight it out. Master and disciple Fong Muling walked over. Today, heroes from all directions have already gathered. We must fight. Lu Yuan spoke up. Heroes from all directions have indeed gathered, but the people of the Sacred Heaven sect are missing. Are they still making no moves? Lu Heng replied at once. Holy Lord, the Sacred Heaven sect is still remaining inactive. There are no signs at all that they intend to reinforce Haiyuan City or resist the demonic heaven region. At that moment, Lu Yuan stepped forward and shouted loudly. In that case, hear my order. Prepare for battle. On the warship, the two of them looked down at the people of the White Jade sect and spoke smugly. These people seemed to want to resist. I was worried they'd already run away. Next, let them learn the might of our demonic heaven region army. The demonic prince then gave the order, all demon troops, hear my command. Kill them all. Level Haiyuan City. At that moment, the voices of the demonic Heaven Region army rang out. Kill, devour the sacred Heaven Region, enslave the human race, seize wealth, seize land, seize women. The scene shifts back to their side. At this moment, two more Titan colossi appeared. The little demon progenitor's two ants saw that the situation was bad and said, "This is bad. 3 more Titan demons have come. It seems this place has already been sealed off." One of the Titan demons said, "Little demon progenitor, you have no path left to retreat. Come back with me to the Eta Plateau. That is where you belong." Seeing how dangerous the situation was, the little demon progenitor said in a low voice, "Human, go. Staying here means certain death." Bayu immediately asked, "What about you?" "I will fight to the death and share the fate of the demon race. This place is my end." Bayu, unwilling to give up, wanted to try looking at her once more, but she stopped him. "It's useless. You cannot pass this ancient trial. Humans are a race with weak willpower by nature. Even the angel race, which is stronger than the Titan race, could not resist my charm, much less a human like you." Bayu then turned to the two ants and asked, "Aunties, is there truly no other way?" She broke out in sweat and frowned as she thought of something. Inside the demon palace, there is the Thorn Throne. If someone can sit on it and endure that indescribable ultimate pain, then it can stimulate the will. However, the Thorn Throne is far too dangerous. It can very easily tear the soul apart and kill you. And even if you successfully sit on it, you still may not be able to resist the little demon progenitor's charm, because will is not the same as spiritual power. Increasing one's will is extremely difficult, let alone for a weak human like you. Bayu thought for a long time, then decided to step forward and try it. The little demon progenitor immediately shouted, "Don't go. You'll die." The young man did not turn back and kept walking. "You are my disciple. I will not let you die here." Seeing this, the little demon progenitor's brown-haired aunt said, "This human is different from the ones we met before. He truly is brave. In the face of this great calamity, should the little demon progenitor reconsider?" The little demon progenitor answered after some thought, "The pure-blood demon race is born noble. If he does not pass the trial, I will not take him as my master, even if I am reduced to ashes." On Bayu's side, the young man stood there thinking for a long while before continuing onward. The Thorn Throne gradually appeared, looming larger with every step Bayu took. Seeing it, the young man could not help but exclaim. Bayu stared ahead with a grave expression and said, "So this is the Thorn Throne. The demonic aura on it seems incredibly dense. It puts immense pressure on anyone who approaches." Bayu showed no fear and kept walking forward. The moment he managed to take a single step, a mysterious force pressed straight down onto his body. Bayu dropped to his knees and clutched his head. "It hurts so much. This is the first time I've felt a kind of oppression that reaches deep into the very soul." The people behind him watched Bayu struggle and commented, "As expected, he's only a mere mortal. He couldn't even endure approaching the Thorn Throne. He just stepped on the first stair and already can't take it." Bayu's face was filled with determination. He could not give up. If he could not take in the third disciple, then now that all his return chances have been used up, facing the great army of the demonic Heaven Region, he feared he would have no power to resist. Countless innocent people would die. As he thought this, the young man's legs trembled as he forced himself forward. Seeing his persistence, Hanyu, the little demon progenitor, widened her eyes in surprise. He stood up again. "It's useless. A miracle will not appear on an ordinary person." As he stepped up another stair, the pressure grew even heavier. Bayu dropped to one knee and paused for a moment. Suddenly, he felt dizzy. Images from the modern world appeared in Bayu's mind. The young man stared blankly and asked, "Who am I?" "I am Bayu from Modern City. I am Bayu, sect master of the White Jade sect." Images of the past kept surfacing in Bayu's mind. This time, he actually did not fall, but something was clearly wrong. The Thorn Throne's oppression of the spirit and will was impossible to resolve. If this continued, even if he did not die, his mind would be crushed and he would become a fool. "He saved us several times before. I'm going to save him. We can't just let him die here." Suddenly, the Thorn Throne shot out its thorny strands, striking straight at Bayu's glabella. She shouted in alarm, but then suddenly said, "HM?" The thorns have changed. Bai still looked dazed, not understanding what was happening. But it seemed he understood a little now. He stomped hard on the ground, his face full of resolve, and took another step forward. The little demon progenitor gaped in shock. Teachus, he actually stepped onto the third stair. Little demon progenitor. It seems there is no need to save him. For now, as a transmigrator, the greatest difference between me and others is this. I have two souls. Just now, the Thorn Throne's spiritual pressure acted on my soul, causing the souls of my previous life and this life to begin slowly merging. He continued advancing. For a human to do this much was already unbelievable. Meanwhile, Bayu kept walking forward and thought smugly, two souls means two wills. Although the human race has weaker willpower than other races, the stacking of two wills is an extremely powerful existence. The Thorn Throne is absolutely a supreme divine object, at the very least a transcendent divine artifact. It can generate pressure on the will, and it can also fuse the will and soul of my two lifetimes. But only by continuing forward can they fully merge. As soon as Bayu took another step, he could not endure it and dropped to his knees with a cry. Sweat poured down the young man's face as he gritted his teeth and thought, this pain from a fusion is real. Fortunately, as the fusion progresses, my will and spirit are becoming stronger. My resistance to the Thorn Throne's oppression is also increasing. Shift scene to Haiyuan City. At this moment, the battle was growing fiercer. The defenders of Haiyuan City did not retreat a single step. The demonic heaven region is destined to win. You cannot stop the advance of our demon army. Kill all these humans. In the middle of battle, Li Xiu kept cutting down many demon soldiers. After fighting for a while, the young man looked at the situation and thought, damn it, there are too many demons. We simply can't kill them all. After standing still for a moment, he sensed danger and immediately turned around, eyes wide. Not good. At that moment, Wu Yulian, her eyes glowing red, attacked Li Xiu. Li Xiu quickly retreated and dodged. A huge crater formed where the attack struck the ground. She said, "You dodged." Looking at Li Xiu, Wu Yulian sneered and continued, "Your cultivation has actually grown this fast. It's you, that stupid woman. You actually didn't die in the Mirage Market." She charged forward and shouted, "Stupid? You're courting death." Li Xiu leaped up to meet the attack, but because he was weaker, he was blasted backward, landing on the ground and sliding a long distance. He thought, she not only survived the Mirage Market, her strength has increased many times over. And why is she together with the demon race? At that moment, two subordinates ran over and called out, "Holy Maiden, are you all right?" Hearing them address her as Holy Maiden, Li Xiu could not hide his shock. "Holy Maiden, you actually became the Holy Maiden of the demonic heaven region. That means you betrayed the human race." No wonder the demonic heaven region mobilized its army to attack Haiyuan City directly. It was all because of you, wasn't it? She released a faint pressure and walked forward leisurely as she said, "Call Bayu out here. I want him to kneel before me, full of regret and despair." Li Xiu gripped his sword tightly and then charged forward. "You think you're worthy of making my master act? I alone am enough to cut you down." Oomph. The young man slashed down with his sword, but she easily dodged it. Such strange methods. She really is a demonic witch. At that moment, she poured spiritual power into her arm, condensing it into a purple sphere. There is no such thing as righteous or evil in this world. As long as it can increase my strength, that is enough for me. Wu Yulian. She released the attack, causing a huge explosion as smoke and dust filled the air. Elsewhere on the battlefield, the demon race noticed something strange. At that moment, Bei Tangxue unleashed Frozen 1,000 Miles, covering the entire group of demons. Streams of icy cold spread out around Bei Tangxue as she slowly walked forward. Then Shirtian flew over from nowhere and shouted, "My turn." As soon as he arrived, the boy used his innate speed and strength to quickly wipe out the demon group. In another place, the 18 protectors, clad in 18 sets of battle armor, were fighting the demon race. We 18 protectors are the final shield of Haiyuan City. No matter what, we will not allow a single demon to enter Haiyuan City. One demon after another was slain by them. "Old Chang, don't worry. With this armor here, those brats from the demonic heaven region won't get past even one step. At that moment, aboard the demon warship, what is going on? It has been this long, so why haven't they broken into Haiyuan City yet? A subordinate stepped forward and reporting to the demonic prince, we have encountered stubborn resistance at the front lines. In particular, there are several extremely powerful cultivators. We have already dispatched tens of thousands of demon troops, yet we still cannot break through. A mere Haiyuan City has actually caused our demon army to suffer losses. We underestimated them. The subordinate continued. Should we continue sending more demon troops? We still have 100,000 in the rear. No need. Sending 100,000 troops against a tiny Haiyuan City would be giving them too much face. He turned his head and called out, "Where are the elders of the demonic heaven region?" Immediately, 5 elders appear before him. "Demonic prince, we are here. Go and kill those people. Quickly bring down Haiyuan City. Dragging this out too long will damage the prestige of our demonic heaven region. Yes, it will be effortless." With that, they vanished. Shift scene to the Sacred Heaven sect. The Holy Lord sat there leisurely drinking wine. How goes the battle at Haiyuan City? The subordinate below immediately reported, "Holy Lord, the army of the demonic heaven region has arrived and is fighting fiercely with Haiyuan City." Fighting fiercely? More likely the demonic heaven region is slaughtering them one-sidedly. I heard that countless rogue cultivators and sects from the Sacred Heaven region have all gone to Haiyuan City to face the enemy this time. Should our Sacred Heaven sect send troops as well? Send what troops? Those people dared to go there on their own without orders from our Sacred Heaven sect. If they want to die, then let them die. But our Sacred Heaven sect has ruled the Sacred Heaven region for so many years. After all, we are the masters of this region. Hearing this, the Holy Lord angrily hurled his wine cup at him. Gnashing his teeth, he shouted, "Pass the order down. After the demonic heaven region captures Haiyuan City, send someone to negotiate. This Holy Lord can offer money, land, and women, as long as the demonic heaven region withdraws its troops." The subordinate had no choice but to obey. Sai understood. Shift back to Bayou. The young man was climbing the thorn throne step by step, the 11th stair, the 12th. Below, the people watching discussed among themselves, along with the little demon progenitor. Can he really succeed? Humans truly are a race both weak and resilient. The most dangerous moment is when one sits on the thorn throne. Even I could not endure it, let alone, at that moment, Bayou had reached the 13th stair. Unable to bear the pressure, he dropped to his knees on the spot, panting heavily. The little demon progenitor's aunt turned toward her and said, "Little demon progenitor, that is enough. Calm down. We have already seen his persistence and powerful determination. Why not agree and leave with him?" She answered firmly, "Do not try to persuade me. My condition will not change. This is the final pride of the pure-blood demon race." Shift back to Haiyuan City. Countless human cultivators were being killed. One human cultivator said, "Damn it, there are too many demon cultivators. It's almost 1 against 5. We're being swarmed. If this keeps up, the situation will become dire." If the Sacred Heaven sect had sent troops, it would not have come to this. Luckily, though the White Jade sect has few members, every one of them is powerful. For now, we can barely still hold the line. At that moment, the 5 elders of the demonic heaven region appeared together. The human group turned at once when they saw demons appear. These people seem to be major figures of the demon race. Kill them. The elders gradually vanished, leaving behind only afterimages. In a flash, the elders of the demonic heaven region moved like the wind, killing the human cultivators before they could react. The remaining people felt chills run down their spines as they watched their companions die. What terrifying strength! They killed them all in one blow. There was no chance to react at all. At that moment, one protector flew over. "Go deal with the others. Leave these 5 old men to me." 2 elders of the demonic heaven region looked at the armor in surprise and said, "Is this the armor even stronger than the demon armor that the demon lord obtained from the Mirage Market back then?" The demonic prince still remembers these suits. "Take them back and present them to him." The armored protector charged forward. "None of the 5 of you are getting away." One elder took a stance and said, "Courting death. Lowly human trash. Where do you get your confidence?" He threw a punch, but the protector slashed once and sent his arm flying off. Having lost his arm, the elder could only scream in pain. The protector slowly advanced and said, "Listen well, demon brats. My name is Chang Yushan, Grand Protector of the White Jade Sect." The remaining demons watched their elder get cut down like mud and exclaimed, "How is this possible? A mere protector of the White Jade Sect is actually this powerful. This armor truly is extraordinary. Attack together." The protector of the White Jade Sect continued, "And one more thing. There are 18 protectors like me in the White Jade Sect." As soon as he finished speaking, the other 17 appeared, and the people of the demonic heaven region all turned pale. They could only stammer, what is going on? Weren't we told there was only one suit of armor? Why are there 18? The protectors charged forward, shouting, "Wipe them out! Kill!" Standing on the warship and observing the situation, the demonic prince clenched his teeth in fury. That armor with overwhelmingly powerful combat strength. There are actually 18 sets. Suddenly, a vile smile appeared on his face. "Haha, I want all of them." Elsewhere, Li Xiu appeared behind Wu Yulian and swung his sword. "Stupid woman, I'm behind you." He attacked, but she narrowly dodged. Not giving her time to react, he slashed again, striking directly across her back. She failed to respond in time and took the hit cleanly. Damn it all, Baiyu still hasn't shown himself, and I actually can't even kill his disciple. "Master, do you still remember the blood mantle I mentioned before? The method for quickly increasing strength? You mean, right now this place is full of corpses. Their spirituality has not yet dissipated. So this is the perfect time to refine blood mantle. If that's the case, then let's begin." At that moment, the spiritual power of the wounded and the dead across the battlefield was drained away, causing their eyes to turn completely white. Wu Yulian absorbed all the blood essence and spiritual power. She became brimming with vitality, laughing like a madwoman as she walked. "What is this evil aura? What is that woman doing?" Shift back to Baiyu. The young man was still continuing onward. 16 stairs already. The souls of my two lives have merged for the most part. If I want the final fusion, I'm afraid I still have to sit on the Thorn Throne. No time to waste. Continue. 17 stairs, 18 stairs. I've already been in here for a full day. Outside, the situation is probably very bad. At that moment, Baiyu had finally reached the Thorn Throne. He collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily, his eyes gradually losing awareness. Shift scene to the White Jade Sect side. Bei Tongxue was still using Frozen Thousand Miles to attack the demon race. The technique had been unleashed, yet the demons seemed completely unaffected. We're fine. We're not frozen." At that moment, Bei Tongxue had exhausted her spiritual power, sweat covering her face. "I'm done for. I used ice techniques too many times and burned through all my spiritual power." The demons seized the chance and charged. "This little girl has already spent the last of her strength. Kill her." The little monkey on the girl sensed danger and leaped out. "No one is allowed to harm my master." As soon as it left Bei Tongshue's body, the monkey transformed into a giant ape and landed with a thunderous boom. Meanwhile, after absorbing all that blood essence, Wu Yulian's body was overflowing with energy. "Ha! Power! Unprecedented power! Li Xiu, now go die and become nourishment for me." Li Xiu, who was fighting nearby, turned with a snort. The moment he saw her overflowing with imposing aura, the young man gaped and thought, "This is bad. The spiritual power in my body is almost completely depleted." Wu Yulian rushed in to attack Li Xiu. He raised his sword to block and was knocked backward. Not even letting him touch down, she seized the chance and lunged in. "If that useless Baiyu still won't come out, I'll cut off your head and give it to him as a gift." But just as she finished speaking, she suddenly froze. At that moment, the lone wolf demon king was already standing behind Wu Yulian, one hand locking her arm tightly in place. She could not move and blurted out, "What?" The wolf demon king turned to Li Xiu and said, "Go regulate your breathing first. I'll handle this woman." Wu Yulian asked, "Who are you?" "I'm your grandpa." As soon as he said that, he smashed a punch straight into her face. She quickly sprang backward to open some distance. The Demon King did not let her escape and charged after her, shouting, "You wanton slut, I'll kill you." She was stunned to be called that. With a loud smack, Wu Yulian was sent flying backward. In pain, she clenched her teeth and thought, "Damn it. Even after absorbing so much blood mantle, I'm still no match for him. Why does the White Jade Sect have so many great demons guarding it?" Before Wu Yulian could steady herself, the Demon King rushed her again and kept punching her in the mouth. "A woman like you deserves to die. Bitch, slut." Damn it, Wu Yulian, have never been cursed at like this before, she shouted while fleeing headlong. Just wait for me. I'm going to absorb more blood, Mantu, then come back and chop you into 100 pieces. This won't do. There are too many demon cultivators. If this keeps going, this is not a solution. Sooner or later we won't be able to stop them. The demons are coming. I'll fight you to the death. At that moment, the great formation was shattered, dirt and stones flying everywhere. Before the breach torn open in the city protecting formation, the demons gripped their weapons and prepared to charge in. A human cultivator shouted, "This is bad. The city's protective formation has been blasted open." Elsewhere, the group of protectors were fighting with great difficulty. Old Yi, take your people and hold the line. Don't worry. Old Yi, swear to defend Haiyuan City to the death and not let a single cultivator of the demonic heaven region enter. Just as he was about to turn and leave, a group of demons moved to block him. Seeing this, the demon shouted, "Kill!" Elsewhere, Bayu's elderly neighbors, an old man and old woman, saw that the situation was bad. The old man said, "Looks like Haiyuan City can't hold much longer. I'll stretch my limbs a little and keep those demon brats from disturbing us. What are you in such a hurry for? That boy Bayu hasn't come back yet. Wait until the kid returns, then we'll talk." Shift scene to the Sacred Heaven sect. The Holy Lord stood up and said, "Send someone to negotiate peace." Half a day has already passed. That is enough time for the demonic heaven region to destroy Haiyuan City dozens of times over. The White Jade sect and those rogue cultivators are probably already dead to the last one. Outside, a subordinate ran in shouting, "Holy Lord, news has arrived. Haiyuan City has not been breached. They're still resisting to the death." He stared in shock, mouth hanging open. What? How is that possible? One city resisting an entire region. And after all this time, it still hasn't been occupied? Could the report be mistaken? Those people actually protected Haiyuan City? The army of the demonic heaven region couldn't even break in a Haiyuan City. Let's wait and see. The demonic heaven region probably just isn't in a hurry to destroy Haiyuan City. Once the demonic heaven region truly attacks, Haiyuan City will collapse instantly. At that moment in Haiyuan City, the battle was still raging fiercely. The demonic prince slammed his hand against the warship and shouted bitterly, "Those damned human cultivators are actually resisting this fiercely. I already sent an additional 20,000 demon cultivators." The subordinate behind him immediately reported, "Prince, over there among the human cultivators, there are a few extremely powerful ones who have already killed many of our demon cultivators. If this continues, even if we capture Haiyuan City, our losses will be severe. Since that's the case, let the entire 100,000-strong demon army of the demonic heaven region join the battle and crush Haiyuan City." The prince is truly domineering. Once the 100,000 troops cross over, Haiyuan City will definitely be annihilated in an instant. The scene shifted back to Bayou. At this moment, the Titan Colossus had already discovered the little demon progenitor's location. It stepped forward and stood before them, shouting loudly, "You've reached a dead end. There's nowhere left to run." On this side, Bayou clenched his teeth and forced himself to sit upright. At the final stage, I actually can't resist it anymore. If I faint now, when the Titan Colossus attacks, it'll all be over. The Titan Colossus reached out an arm. It grabbed an entire island in its hand. "Got you." The ninth seed, the blighted Earth Plateau, demanded. The little demon progenitor was seized and stood there frozen, mouth agape. She turned to Bayou and called out, "Bayou, the demon race is grateful for everything you did for us today. You should go. It's all over now." Bayou gritted his teeth and endured the pain as he replied, "I'm not leaving." The young man turned back and shouted, "You are my disciple. I will definitely save you." "It's useless. There's no need. It will completely grind away your spirit and soul, and your body will scatter into nothing. Move." The blighted Earth Plateau is growing impatient. The little demon progenitor did not answer him. She only kept looking toward Bayou. By now, Bayou had already seated himself upon the throne, and the thorn vines had begun wrapping around him. "You dare. She is Bayou's disciple. No one is taking her away." Ha ha! The words of humans truly amuse a god. "You are nothing but a tiny ant. I do not even care to crush you, because you are no more than a speck of dust. Young master Bayou has really sat on it. Whether he succeeds or fails, this human is worthy of our respect." At this moment, Bai Yu was in extreme agony as the thorns coiled around him, yet he clenched his teeth and endured it. The Titan Colossus did not wait. It struck with a finger. Still, since you dare challenge a god, I will crush you to death. The attack shot toward Bai Yu. The young man was still continuing the fusion. It's reached the final stage of fusion. I need just a little more time. At that moment, Bai Yu raised a hand to block the attack. Divine artifact? Interesting. The attack was knocked aside and slammed into the surrounding stone field, scattering debris everywhere. As expected of a peak high-level combatant, before him, the divine artifact shattered the instant it made contact. The Titan Colossus laughed even louder. Another divine artifact. A divine artifact cannot stop me for even a moment. If you have no other means left to preserve your life, then this ends now. Just then he shouted loudly, 9 dragons rise. A streak of fire shot down from the sky and struck the Titan's hand. This is the aura of a true dragon. You're becoming more and more interesting. Even gods desire a dragon corpse like this. The consciousnesses of Bai Yu's 2 lives were still in the middle of merging. Faster, faster, merge already. Though the pain was unbearable, he still wanted the fusion completed immediately and for this to end. Elsewhere, a voice rang out. The human emperor realm has begun to descend into great chaos. Could this be a calamity? The old turtle immediately replied. The future is blazing across the entire extreme north continent and even across the greater domains. In all my countless years of life, this old turtle has always felt this scene is strangely familiar. The old turtle sensed something and panicked. The 9-dragon suppression on me has disappeared. It seems that Sect Master Bai has run into trouble. I should return to the Dragon Palace as well. Back on Bai Yu's side, the Titan said, You are very interesting. You seem to have a few little secrets, but I have no intention of playing with you any longer. It stretched out a giant hand to seize him. I'll kill you at once, imprison your soul, and slowly examine it. The 2 demon Annies could no longer bear to watch. It's over. At the most critical moment, Bai Yu roared, break! The consciousnesses of his 2 lives had nearly completed their fusion. The Titan Colossus's huge hand also came crashing down toward the Thorn Throne. Hanyu broke out in a cold sweat. I am sorry. As the progenitor of the divine blood demon race, I had no choice but to do this. I only fear that I've harmed you and left you unable to escape. Suddenly, at that moment, a voice rang out calling 2 words, disciple. Hanyu instinctively turned her head and saw Bai Yu. Your master is here. Her face was still filled with shock. What? You're not dead? Bai Yu raised the talisman in his hand, still half burning. I told you, I would definitely save you. So how could I die here? At a crucial moment, a teleportation talisman really is a divine tool for staying alive. Hanyu hesitated before asking, Can you see me? Wasn't your mind bewitched by me? Bai Yu put a hand on his waist and grinned smugly. In your current state, you can't even make me lose myself in the slightest. I can look at you without the least restraint. I am your fated master. Inwardly, however, he thought, I endured the extreme torment of the Thorn Throne. Now the souls of my 2 lives have completely fused. My willpower and soul have both improved tremendously. Though Hanyu was unwilling, she still had to admit it. You really are impressive. The 2 aunties also burst into tears. Young Master Bai is not only fine, he also passed the little demon progenitor's trial. That's wonderful. The Titan Colossus, being ignored, grew so angry that its gaze flared with fire. You are only a human, yet you've escaped my pursuit several times. I am truly enraged now. The 2 demon aunties panicked. This is bad. That is world-destroying divine light. Young Master Bai, quickly take the little demon progenitor and leave. Bai Yu turned to look at Hanyu. Come with me. Her eyes showed a trace of hesitation. I can't go. The Titan Colossus trapped me here. His fingers formed a barrier around me. There's no way out. He took another talisman from his pouch, a divine travel talisman specialized in breaking barriers, burned it, and then threw it to the ground. Just as the Titan's gaze fell upon them, the 2 had already vanished. That was close. Bai Yu's face went pale with fright. Almost died there. That world-destroying divine light is terrifying. The Titan Colossus was astonished. What? You even escaped the 5-finger barrier? You remind me of another human. An unpleasant memory indeed. I also thought of that human who dared wreak havoc in the wild abyss, Chun Kurom. He truly was a bold human. Bai Yu was stunned. Chun Kurom? That name sounds familiar. I feel like I've heard it somewhere before. The Titan Colossus raised its hand again. Chen Kurong may have escaped my grasp, but you absolutely will not. I will crush you. As it spoke, it slammed its hand down. Bai Yu grabed han Iyu's hand. Disciple, we should go. He took out the command token he had been given earlier. Han Yu still did not forget to shout, Antes run. The Titan Colossus unleashed the world-destroying divine light. Bai Yu's eyes widened. Not good. There's no time to dodge. But when the world-destroying divine light came down, Bai Yu and Han Yu were not harmed in the slightest. It turned out the two Antes had stepped forward together to shield them. Little demon progenitor, as long as you live, the demon race will not be destroyed. Anju screamed, no. Before sacrificing themselves, they did not forget to say to him, Young Master Bai, we leave everything to you. Please take good care of the little demon progenitor. As soon as she finished speaking, it swung its hand over. But when the blow landed, the targets were gone. It cried out in shock. What? Their aura has completely vanished. The little demon progenitor has left the greater domain? How is that possible? If their aura has vanished so thoroughly, then there is only one possibility. They left through an ancient altar passage. But the ancient passages in this world should all have been destroyed. Why does one still exist? Immediately track down the little demon progenitor's whereabouts. She is the final seed of the blighted Earth Plateau. There must be no mistakes. The scene shifted to Haiyuan City. At this moment, Uncle Yang and Shurtian were surrounded by demon cultivators. His whole body trembled violently. Tian, there are too many of these brats. We fight while retreating. As soon as he finished speaking, he swung his sword and broke through the encirclement. But just as he was about to flee, the demon race rushed in again. Slash! A sword stabbed straight through his chest. No one is leaving. Shurtian clenched his fists in fury. The boy charged forward and threw a punch. You bad people, don't hurt Uncle Yang. That full-force punch cracked the ground apart. The enemy quickly leaped back to avoid it. Uncle Yang tightened his grip on the scabbard and pulled the sword from his own chest. Don't fight recklessly. Fall back into the city first. At this moment, two demon cultivators rushed over and cast a net. A little brat dares come out to fight, then die. Careful! Shurtian was sent flying and reached out with his hand. Uncle Yang was restrained, but still did not forget to instruct him. Listen to Uncle Yang. Run! Wah, Uncle Yang, wait for me. I'll go find Li Thuc and bring them to save you. The people from the demonic heaven region began mocking him. Don't kill this one yet. Capture him and present him to the prince. The prince likes to play with humans. The demonic heaven region had overwhelming numbers, wave after wave attacking in turns. Chase them down. Haiyuan City's formation is about to fail. Once it does, we'll slaughter the entire city. Taoist Nun Xinyan fought until she coughed up blood. Fong Muling immediately ran to her side. Master, are you all right? The Taoist nun raised her head with difficulty and said, There are too many demons. We simply can't kill them all. Your master's spirit domain is exhausted. Hearing this, Fong Muling felt utterly helpless. If that's the case, then Haiyuan City is about to fall. From that corpse-strewn battlefield came an extremely familiar voice. Where exactly is Sect Master Bai? Why hasn't he shown himself yet? Li Xiu anxiously looked toward his companion. Lu Yuan, are you all right? One of his arms was already completely gone, and he could only use a rope to stop the bleeding. Lu Yuan looked at the sect master's eldest disciple and replied, I'm fine. I just lost an arm while risking my life to kill an elder of the demonic heaven region. Bei Tangxue came over holding the spirit monkey, whose spiritual power was nearly exhausted. If Master still doesn't return, we really won't be able to hold on any longer. It looks like all the rogue cultivators are dead. Right now, we're only relying on Grand Protector Chang's 18 armored guardians to keep us standing. Lu Yuan's expression darkened considerably. There's still no news from Sect Master Chang's side for the moment. Bei Tangxue also let out a sigh. This time, is there really no miracle? Lu Yuan looked at the sect master's two disciples. Who would have thought the demonic heaven region would bring 100,000-strong army and press it all forward? Even if the sect master returns, I'm afraid he'll be powerless. Pass the order down. Retreat. At this moment, Shurtian came running back in a panic. Before anyone even saw him, they heard him shouting, Uncle Lu, Uncle Li, this is bad. The little boy was crying his eyes out. Uncle Yang was captured. Li Xiu and Lu Yuan were both shocked beyond words. What? Inform everyone at Jade Mountain to go all out and rescue Yang Jianfeng. Everyone else, retreat at once. A loud explosion rang out. The city gate had been breached. Taoist Nun Qingyun only needed one glance to confirm it. The city-protecting Grand Formation has been broken. If this continues, we won't even be able to retreat. The people of the demonic heaven region reveled in victory, their laughter growing louder and louder. Haiyuan City has finally been broken by us. Don't spare a single one inside the city. Kill them all. Don't kill them too quickly. The prince said he wants to come personally and see their expressions of despair. Uncle Lee finally could not hold back anymore. The city has fallen. Time to reveal our true skills. Aunt Wang stopped him for the third time. Wait. She glanced behind her. Baiyu is back. Uncle Lee sagt in a dispirited breath. So what if that brat came back? In the current situation, even a divine king would be drowned by an army of 100,000. Aunt Wang still calmly advised him. Let's first see how Baiyu handles it. You and I still shouldn't act lightly, or people may start drawing conclusions. Uncle Lee sat back down in his chair. Fine. At the critical moment, I'll save his life once. We'll count that as repaying the favor. Baiyu stepped forward. I'm back. Hanyu looked around once before speaking, but the moment Baiyu raised his eyes, he immediately noticed the important thing. Not good. The city-protecting Grand Formation has been broken. Hurry over there. Though Chang Yushan was exhausted, he still said firmly, you all retreat. We'll kill the rest of them and carve out a bloody path. Lu Yuan looked up at him. Old Chang, you all should retreat instead. The 18 of you protectors still have fighting strength left. As for us, I'm afraid we don't even have the strength to retreat anymore. The protectors all spoke one after another. As protectors of the White Jade sect, it is our duty to safeguard the White Jade sect. Even if we retreat, we will be the last to leave. If that's the case, then let us fight to the death, stake our lives to the last drop of blood, and kill as many as we can. Just then, Baiyu flew over with Hanyu. I'm back. The moment they saw him, they were overjoyed. Sectmaster Bai, you finally returned. Hanyu's power of bewitchment was still active. Other than Baiyu, no one present could resist it. Helpless and embarrassed, Baiyu turned to her and said, Disciple, quickly withdraw your divine ability. These people have all been charmed by you. Hanyu returned to her original form and looked somewhat awkward as well. If you hadn't reminded me, I would have forgotten. Right now, I can't activate my demon form. Otherwise, the Titan Colossus will deduce my location. Once the people of the sect came back to their senses, they all looked bewildered. What happened to us just now? No idea. It felt like I lost consciousness for a while. So this young lady is... Baiyu pushed Hanyu forward for everyone to see. Li Xiao, Beitang Xue, let me introduce her to everyone. This is your master's new disciple, your third junior sister. Li Xiao, battered and mentally dazed, muttered, Master, this third junior sister is no ordinary person. That mental attack, just now, is not something a normal person could use. Baiyu immediately turned serious. We'll talk about that later. Tell me how the situation stands now. Standing to the side, Beitang Xue thought to herself, this woman is definitely no ordinary person. In my previous life, I was a female emperor, yet even I cannot see through her. The disciple master has taken and must have a heaven-shaking background. Lu Yuan also had some guesses of his own, to bewitch everyone here in an instant. This is the first time I've seen a method like this. It is not something humans should be able to use. For Sect Master Bai to take in such a disciple can only mean that Sect Master Bai himself hides some great secret. Baiyu looked toward the people of the sect and gave an order. With the situation this critical, the urgent priority is to drive back the demon race and rescue Yang Jianfeng. Then he turned to Hanyu. Little demon progenitor, right, disciple, what is your name? Your master can't keep calling you little demon progenitor, can he? She only answered softly, Hanyu. Baiyu casually tossed her an item. Hanyu, call me master and let me hear it. This spirit crystal is a gift for our first meeting. After receiving the gift he had given her, her expression clearly showed that she found it unnecessary. Master, aren't you a bit stingy? Back where we come from, this stuff is used for paving the floor. Baiyu froze. For paving the floor? Spirit crystals. This kind of rare energy source is used to activate Sea of Divinity warships. People of the human emperor realm can barely find any at all. Yet in the demonic heaven region, they use them as floor tiles. Is this the difference between continents? The system prompted, "Congratulations, you have obtained your third disciple and earned tenfold return opportunities. You gifted disciple Hanyu 1 activation spirit crystal. One-fold return triggered. Congratulations, host, you obtained 1 spirit crystal." For a moment, he had no idea how to process this. What is this supposed to mean? One-fold return? Ever since the system was activated, there has never been a one-fold return before. Giving me 1 spirit crystal. What use is that? Even activating a sea of divinity worship still counts as activation, doesn't it? Then he turned back to her again. "Hanyu, your master is giving you another spirit crystal." She answered helplessly, "Keep it yourself. It's useless to me even if I take it." You put on a pitiful face. "You can't refuse something from your master." Hanyu took the spirit crystal and blurted out, "Looks like you really don't have anything good in your hands." At the same time, the system prompted again. Gifted disciple Hanyu 1 spirit crystal. Twofold return triggered. Congratulations, you obtained 2 spirit crystals. Bayu gripped the crystals in his hand. System, you returned 1-fold just now, and now 2-fold? Are you messing with me? While the two of them were still distracted by that ridiculous system, demon warships were already flying across the skies above Haiyuan City. On one of the warships, the subordinates shouted loudly, "The demonic prince has arrived." The demonic prince pressed Uncle Lee's head down. Seeing this, Shirtian cried out, "Uncle Lee." The boy was about to fly up and save him, but Lu Yuan grabbed him back. "Shirtian, get back. Let me go. I have to save Uncle Yang." Uncle Yang was captured because he was trying to save me. The sect master is here. Everyone must obey the sect master. On the warship, Li Xiu shouted loudly, "Sect master, leave me alone. You all need to run." Before he could finish speaking, the demonic prince stabbed a sword into his thigh. The pain made him cry out, "Ah!" Holding his sword, the demonic prince darkened his face and said, "Prisoner beneath my feet, just wait for death." And this goat, shut up for this prince. Below, Hanyu saw the members of the demon race appear and said, "These people really do possess a trace of the demon progenitor's bloodline. However, that bloodline is extremely thin." At that moment, the demonic prince pointed downward and said, "Bayu, I'll give you 1 chance. Kneel and repent before me." "How dare you? What are you?" "To insult the venerable." The elders of the demonic heaven region immediately shouted in fury, "You're courting death. A mere little girl dares talk back to the demonic prince. I'll kill you." With that, he flew downward. Taoist Nun Qingyun was panicking. "This is bad. My spiritual power is already exhausted. There's no way for me to act anymore." Left with no other choice, she turned to Bayu. "Venerable, I beg you to save Linger." That elder was arrogant and overbearing. No one could save her. Bayu pointed and called out, "Sea of Divinity Worship." A flying fortress instantly appeared, leaving the old man stunned. "What? This is..." A deafening explosion rang out. His flesh was shredded, his bones pulverized, and even his soul was wiped out completely. Impossible. Seeing this scene, the demonic prince was struck with fear. What is that? Even Hanyu below could hardly believe her eyes. So he actually has such a terrifying, supreme killing weapon. She thought to herself, "I take back what I just said. My master is definitely no ordinary person if he has something like this." Bayu looked at the sea of divinity worship helplessly. "Damn it, it only fired once, and the spirit stones in my hand are almost completely used up." Another elder from the demonic heaven region stepped forward. "Demonic prince, what do we do now? That thing is too powerful. With a single shot, body and soul are reduced to nothing." But the prince still refused to yield. "What is there to fear? It just so happens that my killing weapon was stolen. As long as I obtain this killing weapon, the demonic heaven region will be able to conquer the entire empire. First-class demon cultivators of the demon race, hear my order. Capture the sect master of the White Jade sect for me first." 2 more monsters, half man and half beast, appeared. "Rest assured, demonic prince, we're going into battle. We'll get quickly." Bayu tossed Hanyu another crystal. "Disciple, here's another one for you." He thought to himself, the same item can only trigger return 5 times. If I can't get crystal stones back in these 3 tries, today is going to be troublesome. This time, unlike before, Hanyu accepted it happily. Then she found it strange. "What's wrong with you?" Disciple gifting return system. System notification. Gifted disciple Hanyu 1 crystal stone. Congratulations, host. You have received a return of 3 crystal stones. The corner of Bayu's mouth twitched. 1 time, 2 times, 3 times? Are you messing with me? At this moment, the two first-class demon cultivators from the demonic heaven region had already descended. The cultivators of Haiyuan City were either dead or wounded today. They simply had no power to resist. Since Baiyu had failed to exchange for spirit stones, he had no other choice and began to panic. This is bad. Lu Yuan, tell everyone to retreat. At that moment, Hanyu widened her eyes and released the demonic power within her body. The two first-class demon cultivators immediately began trembling in fear. What is this? Then, with a thud, both of them dropped to their knees before her. Baiyu stared blankly, unable to understand what was happening. The first-class demon cultivators of the demonic heaven region had their faces pressed to the ground. What's going on? My whole body is shaking. This awe and terror make me want to prostrate myself on the ground. It comes from the deepest part of my heart. Baiyu raised a hand, pointed at them, and asked Hanyu, "Was that you?" She smiled faintly and explained, "These people carry demon bloodlines, but not strongly. I, however, possess the pure ancestral bloodline of the demon race. They are naturally born to fear and revere me." Baiyu was overjoyed, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw. "I forgot, you're the little demon progenitor, the ancestor of all demonkind under heaven. Don't you have the ability to control the demon armies outside?" Lu Yuan ran over in confusion. "Sect Master, what did you just say?" Baiyu was no longer afraid. He waved his hand directly and ordered, "It's fine. Make preparations. This sect master is going to wipe out the demonic heaven region with one hand." Lu Yuan's mind went blank. Wipe out the demonic heaven region with one hand? Sect master, I absolutely believe you're formidable, but how could you do that alone? Baiyu was completely confident. "No problem. With my third disciple Hanyu at my side, that's enough to deal with them." On the spirit worship, the demonic prince could hardly believe his eyes. What is going on here? Why are the two first-class demon cultivators kneeling down there? The remaining elder on the warship darkened his expression. Demonic prince, the two of them seem to have encountered something terrifying. It's rather strange. Why not let the 100,000-strong army attack directly? The demonic prince had no better option, yet he still could not agree to that. That would only show that our demonic heaven region is incompetent, that we can only rely on overwhelming numbers. Go, send several more elders over there. I refuse to believe that a tiny Haiyuan city has anything truly formidable. The elder had no choice but to step forward. Then I'll go take a look myself. On another side, the Titan Colossus was still searching for Han Yu's whereabouts. What? The little demon progenitor's aura has disappeared. She must have hidden her demon form, which makes her difficult to find now. Search near the passage of the ancient altar. No matter how faint her aura is, we must find her, whatever the cost. The elder brought two more men down to confront. Baiyu, his tone furious. Why are the two of you kneeling before these people? Get up now. But the first-class demon cultivators of the demonic heaven region were utterly helpless. Two elders. We can't stand up. We have no way to control ourselves. Hearing this, that elder only grew more enraged. Damn it, you're elite demons. How can you not stand up? But they answered directly, Elder, don't doubt us. If you come here, you'll kneel too. The elder rubbed his wrists. Two pieces of trash. Watch this elder capture and kill those humans. Baiyu turned and said to Han Yu, Disciple, come with your master outside the city to meet a few people from the demonic heaven region. Before they could even leave the city, their pursuers had already arrived. Putting on airs, are you? Daring to stroll around in front of me like this is simply seeking death. Yet before he even had a chance to attack, a single glance made even him unable to lift his head. What? Can someone tell me why my soul is trembling with fear? What exactly is going on? It's bloodline suppression. Bloodline suppression 1,000, 10,000 times stronger than even the demon lords. What is happening? Just who is this Baiyu? Seeing this scene, Lu Yuan was incomparably excited. Forget one hand. Sect Master hasn't even lifted a hand, and these people are already kneeling. Taoist Nun King Yun was overjoyed. The venerable is unfathomably profound, impossible to measure. Little Shi Tian was equally thrilled. Sect Master is mighty. Sect Master is the person I, Shi Tian, admire most. Storms raged in the demonic prince's heart. Gnashing his teeth, he shouted, Can someone tell me why everyone is kneeling here? Even the three deeply cultivated elders are kneeling. Another elder came over to persuade him. This demonic prince, we don't understand either. Perhaps we should let the army press in. The demonic prince roared, "A bunch of losers. Other than saying we should suppress them with the army, can you say anything else?" Seeing his own side gaining the advantage, Yang Jianfeng grew excited. "Wonderful. Sectmaster Bai, kill those damn devils. Make them kneel." The demonic prince drew his sword again and stabbed it into his thigh, seeking death. "Even after I've captured you, you still dare shout?" Then from behind the spirit warship, yet another elder rose into the air. "Demonic prince, there's no need to be angry." The moment he saw him, the prince was overjoyed. "Supreme elder, you finally arrived. Why, you brought Hanyu out of the city." "Demonic prince, I let you escape in Shadowgrave last time, and now you still dare attack Haiyuan City. You really are like a rabid dog leaving its kennel, looking for death." Furious, he pointed downward and complained loudly, "Supreme elder, it's that brat. He's far too arrogant. He actually dares walk out of Haiyuan City." The Supreme Elder's pupils were pitch black, his voice icy. "I'll go down and cut off his head." The demonic prince did not forget to warn him. "Supreme Elder, that brat is a bit strange. Be careful." But the old man paid no attention, utterly calm. "Don't worry. No matter what kind of devil he is, I'll suppress him with a single move." Li Shou panicked the moment he saw who had come. "That is the Supreme Elder of the demon race. I can feel the powerful aura of his cultivation." Lu Yuan beside him added, "He's a true expert. I've heard his actual offensive strength is second only to the demon lord of the demonic heaven region." As the Supreme Elder advanced, demonic energy spread out and covered the surrounding area. "Boy, state your name." "I do not kill nobodies." Baiyu folded his arms and answered with only 2 words, "Your father." That elder raised his hand. "Your father? Listen carefully. Killing you next will take only a single breath." Sure, Tian found it hilarious, but did not dare laugh out loud. A moment later, everyone from the White Jade sect burst into loud laughter. This old man actually called the sect master his father. After hearing it, even the demonic prince didn't know whether to laugh or cry. With this supreme elder's intelligence, even I could tell what he meant. The elder ground his teeth so hard they creaked. "You dare make a fool of me." As soon as he finished speaking, he shot forward to attack. "Was that joke amusing? Will it make your death quicker?" How could Hanyu give him the chance to make a move? She immediately released the demonic power within her. The Supreme Elder dropped to his knees before them against his own will. He muttered, "What is this? Absolute suppression. This is absolute suppression. Could it be? What kind of existence are you exactly?" Hanyu glared down at him. "You're still unworthy of knowing." The Supreme Elder immediately cowed out. "I am unworthy." Inwardly, he thought, this is an existence far above even the Demon Lord. Such a being exists only in legend. Yet today, I have actually seen one, and she's actually standing beside Sect Master Bai. It seems Sect Master Bai's background is anything but ordinary. Our demonic heaven region's attack on Haiyuan City was a grave mistake. Hanyu turned to Baiyu and said, "Master, I'm afraid I'll need to restrain my aura next." Hearing that, even greater waves rose in his heart. "Master? A legendary existence is calling Sect Master by her master? Heavens, what kind of existence? Is this Sect Master Bai?" Baiyu asked in confusion why. Hanyu immediately explained, "The spiritual energy here is too sparse. I can no longer keep absorbing the pure spiritual energy of heaven and earth to convert into demonic power. If I continue maintaining the aura of a pure blood demon progenitor, I'm afraid I won't be able to keep suppressing their bloodline later. And I cannot transform into my demon form and reveal my true power, or the Titan Colossus will target me too easily." On the spirit warship, the demonic prince clenched his fist. "What is this? Even the Supreme Elder has knelt." Then he pointed downward and roared, "Supreme Elder, have you gone mad too? Why are you kneeling before these lowly humans? Get up." The Supreme Elder glared at him. "Demonic Prince, don't be conceited." The prince froze. The Supreme Elder said, "I'm conceited? Did I hear that wrong?" The Supreme Elder looked up at the demonic prince on the spirit warship. "Come over here and kneel at once. This will be the honor of your life." His face darkened. "You want me to kneel too? I think you really have gone mad." The Supreme Elder was already drenched in cold sweat. "Demonic Prince, take my advice. Kneel with us. You may not understand now, but once you kneel, you will." How could he possibly agree to such a thing? "Shut up. I think Baiyu has used some evil art on you. Once I kill Baiyu, I'll punish you." One kneels, then another kneels. I refuse to believe it. "Men, let my 100,000-strong demon army press forward and crush Haiyuan City for me." The moment they heard the order, that great mass of troops surged forward in attack. Everyone, attack at full force. Lu Yuan stood in front of Li Xiao, feeling somewhat uneasy. There are too many demon cultivators. The combined force of so many cultivators is enormous, almost enough to destroy heaven and earth. Li Xiao said, although I'm very worried, I believe in Master. Seeing the 100,000-strong army pouring down from the spirit warship, Bai Yu panicked. Han Yu, is there any other way? I've already finished boasting. If there's no other way, I'll have no choice but to summon the sea of divinity worship again. If I want to leave, the people of the demonic heaven region probably won't be able to stop me. Han Yu took out a large pill from her clothes. Using a demon essence pill can replenish my demonic power, but I left in a hurry. Here, I only have a saint-grade demon essence pill. This pill is a treasure to ordinary demon cultivators, but it cannot provide me with enough demonic power. I need a pill of even higher grade. The instant Bai Yu heard this, he flashed to her side. Why didn't you say so sooner? Disciple, give me that demon essence pill. Han Yu hesitated, her eyes full of disbelief. What do you want it for? You're not even a demon cultivator. Bai Yu did not waste words and snatched it directly. Don't worry about it. Just give it to me first. The 100,000-strong army of the demonic heaven region had almost completely closed in. Surround him, Fong Muling asked anxiously. What is Sectmaster doing? He's already been encircled. Why hasn't he acted yet? Lu Xiong was also uneasy. Sectmaster Bai may have felt the pressure. But no matter what, all we can do now is trust in Sectmaster Bai. Bai Yu turned to Han Yu. Disciple, now your master is giving you a demon essence pill. She looked puzzled. He took it from me only to give it back to me? I really can't understand what he's doing. Bai Yu cheerfully folded his arms. If it's from your master, you can't refuse it. Han Yu Fruovnid, clearly displeased. Fine. After I take this demon essence pill, we'll leave quickly. After all, enough ants can bite a person to death. System reminder. Gifted disciple Han Yu 1 Saint Grade Demon Essence Pill. Millionfold return activated. Congratulations, you have received 10 Immortal Grade Demon Essence Pills. Bai Yu is overjoyed. It worked. It's actually an immortal grade pill. This is the first time the system has returned an immortal grade item. Immortal grade items are existences even stronger than divine grade. System error. System error. System is about to collapse. System error. System error. System is about to collapse. Bai Yu was so frantic that he shouted in despair. What's going on? The system replied again, unable to return 10 immortal grade demon essence pills. Only one can be returned. System malfunction. System malfunction. System entering hibernation. Hearing that, Bai Yu felt as if struck by lightning. 10 turned into 1. System, what exactly is wrong with you? In the end, he could only stand there helplessly. There was no reply. It really had gone into hibernation. The people of the demonic heaven region charged forward in a flood. This brat must be scared stupid, muttering to himself. He doesn't even know to run. Who cares whether he's stupid or not? Hurry up and kill him. Left with no choice, Bai Yu threw the pill to Han Yu. Disciple, disciple, this is for you. After taking it, she froze. This is an immortal grade demon essence pill. Han Yu looked up at him. An immortal grade demon essence pill is a pill above even the super divine grade. It's something one can only encounter by chance, never seek. Even on the continent I come from, there aren't many. Where did you get this? Bai Yu glanced behind him. Don't worry about that right now. First deal with these descendants of yours. Han Yu put the pill in her mouth and swallowed it directly. The demonic energy in her body immediately surged abundantly. All right. Taoist Nun Xingyun looked back and forth, still unable to understand what they were doing. It's already this urgent, and the Venerable is still chatting, showing no sign of fighting. Chang Yushan walked over. Perhaps the sect master has always been as calm as drifting clouds and flowing wind. It may simply be that he never regarded this 100,000-strong army as worthy of notice. Lu Xiong was astonished. Not even putting 100,000 high-level cultivators in his eyes? That's beyond my understanding. The demonic prince still had no idea of the horror about to unfold and could still laugh arrogantly. Nothing can stop my 100,000-strong army. Drown them all. Bai Yu, if you have the ability, then make all 100,000 of my troops kneel. Bai Yu curled one side of his mouth into a contemptuous smile. Just what I wanted. The demonic prince only felt he was shamelessly boasting. Aren't you afraid the wind will cut your tongue for saying something like that? Unexpectedly, the 100,000-strong army all dropped to their knees at once. What is going on? After kneeling, They themselves stared at one another in stunned confusion. Seeing this scene, the demonic prince could not help but be horrified. Tears. He looked at the 100,000 below. They knelt. They all knelt. They all knelt. He cannot believe his own eyes. How is this possible? All 100,000 troops knelt? Have I gone blind, or am I seeing things? A demon behind him spoke up. Demonic prince, you're not seeing things. They really all knelt. This is too bizarre. Seeing the scene before him, Yang Jianfeng could not hold back his laughter. Ha ha! Sect Master is incredible. I, Yang Jianfeng, am convinced from the bottom of my heart. Even Taoist Nun Qinyun was no less astonished. How terrifying. The sect master is truly terrifying. Lu Xiong agreed with Chang Yushan. Just as you said, the sect master has long since seen through everything and holds everything in the palm of his hand. Old Li also praised him. Who could have imagined that after Baiyu returned, he would truly resolve everything? Aunt Wang said, the little girl Baiyu brought back is no simple person. Even I can't quite see through her. She continued, Baiyu is also someone with great fortune. Otherwise, he could never have found a figure like this. Oldie replied as well, I originally thought Baiyu was just an ordinary foolish boy, but unexpectedly, the more he acts, the more brilliantly he shines, and the more he makes us see him in a new light. Elsewhere, Wu Yulian was drawing some kind of light into her body, while countless corpses lay scattered below. She laughed sinisterly. This feeling of increasing power is truly exhilarating. Wu Yulian said excitedly, if I absorb everyone in both Yuan cities, absorb everyone in the celestial spirit region, I can't even imagine how strong I'll become. He replied, Master, all living beings are like insects. Even the human emperor realm is only a tiny grain in the vast sea. Strength alone is the true kingly path. Haiyuan City has already been breached, so begin your grand feast. The moment she heard that, she shot off at once. Go! I still want Baiyu kneeling in front of me. I want to kill him with my own hands. Wu Yulian arrived behind the demonic prince. Not knowing what had happened, she was still excited. Ha ha! Demonic prince, not a single person in Haiyuan City was left behind. They've all become my nourishment. Then she saw something and frowned. 100,000 strong army was kneeling. This is... Wu Yulian asked the demonic prince, Demonic prince, what is going on? Why are all the cultivators of the demonic heaven region kneeling? Hearing the commotion below, Baiyu recognized it immediately. Wu Yulian, that woman still isn't dead? Up above, Wu Yulian also recognized him. That's Baiyu. All the demon cultivators are kneeling before Baiyu. The demonic prince said, how would I know? It's bizarre. What kind of evil art did this Baiyu use on them? Wu Yulian jumped down, full of confidence. I refuse to believe Baiyu has such great ability. I'm going to kill him. She raised her hand and began casting some kind of demonic spell. Baiyu, you piece of trash from a lowly background, with mediocre talent like yours, how could you possibly have such great ability? He pointed downward and ordered, kneel here. To her utter shock, Wu Yulian dropped to her knees. She was stunned. Wu Yulian couldn't believe her eyes. Why is this happening? Why do I feel my soul trembling? Baiyu folded his arms and looked at her. Wu Yulian, arrogant and cruel. I truly don't know where you got that confidence and pride from. Do you know? I never once placed you in my eyes. She shouted furiously. Baiyu, stop talking nonsense. I've always looked down on you. Since childhood, you've existed like a worthless cripple. Before she could finish, Baiyu slapped her across the face. Wu Yulian grew even angrier. You dare hit me? Your cultivation is low, your talent is mediocre. If you're not a cripple, then what are you? Baiyu slapped Wu Yulian again. He said to her bluntly, Foolish woman, it seems I need to help correct your understanding a little. Wu Yulian still stubbornly said, Why? You are nothing but a lapdog. Why have you changed now? He kept slapping her while cursing her. Cheap wretch. Only then did she begin begging. Stop. Baiyu continued beating her. He said coldly, Do you see reality clearly now? Wu Yulian pleaded in pain, Stop hitting me. I see it now. I see it now. Baiyu, let's make peace. I agree to become your woman, all right? Seeing this, his eyes narrowed. He slapped her again. You think you're worthy? Just then, Li Xiu, Lu Yuan, and Beitang Shui arrived. Li Xiu said, Master, why waste words on this brain-damaged woman? Baiyu nodded in approval. Well said. His face darkened as he ordered, Kill her. Li Xiu raised his sword. Understood. The moment she heard that, Wu Yulian panicked. She stammered out a plea for mercy. No, Baiyu, you can't kill me. For the sake of our past feelings, spare my life. Baiyu only replied coldly, Wu Yulian. He continued, You betrayed your people and allowed the demonic heaven region to attack Haiyuan City. That is a capital crime. Li Xiu swung his sword. In your next life, remember to grow a brain. She cried out, I I refuse to accept this. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Wu Yulian lay motionless in a pool of her own blood. Li Xiu said, "The Saintess is dead." A voice rang out from a ship. The Saintess was actually killed. One subordinate reported, "Demonic Prince, the 100,000-strong army has all knelt. We need to flee at once." He agreed. "Right, run quickly. Turn the flying ship around and return to the demonic heaven region at once." But Bai Yu and Han Yu had already come up here. "You're not going anywhere." The demonic prince fearfully hid behind his lowly subordinates. "Stop them now." The two men had no sense of life or death and pounced forward to attack. "Kill them. Go." By time for the demonic prince to escape. Yet when facing Han Yu, there was no one who did not kneel. Bai Yu clasped his hands behind his back and said, "Last time in the illusion, I let you escape. This time, you are definitely dead." With no road left to retreat, the demonic prince could only bring up his father to threaten him. "My father is the ruler of a region, the demon lord of the demonic heaven region. You dare kill me?" Bai Yu revealed an extremely disdainful smile. "Then I'll kill you and show you." The demonic prince shouted, "Are you really unwilling to spare my life? Think carefully. My father is a region-level expert." Bai Yu replied without the slightest mercy, "You plotted to kill tens of millions of humans, just like Wu Yulian. That is a capital crime." The demonic prince stubbornly argued with him. "What do tens of millions of humans amount to? I am the demonic prince, the noblest identity in the entire demonic heaven region. The blood of the white demon race flows through me. I am the noblest of demonkind. As long as you do not kill me, I will immediately withdraw my troops and never again step even half a pace in a Haiyuan city." Hearing this, Bai Yu immediately straightened up again. "A noble identity? The noblest of demonkind? Han Yu, tell him what exactly he is." After sensing him for a moment, she spoke from the side. "His body carries demon blood mixed with beast blood. He is the lowest and most inferior kind of mongrel." The demonic prince flew into a rage the moment he heard this. You dare insult me? I'll fight you to the death." Just then, Chang Yushan sprang out from who knows where, looking for death. He was about to finish him with a sword strike, but the sword was suddenly forced aside. He stared blankly. What is this? An extremely powerful surge of demonic energy began gathering on the spirit ship, blasting Chang Yushan far away. The demon lord of the demonic heaven region appeared. "Who dares injure my son?" Seeing that his reinforcements had arrived, the demonic prince grinned from ear to ear. "Ha ha, you pieces of trash. Do you really think you can kill me? It's the demon lord of the demonic heaven region." The demon lord actually came in person. The demonic prince seized the chance to run over and complain. "Royal father, these people even dare try to kill me a second time. Kill them all. Kill them all." That demon lord, with his ugly face and hostile tone, snarled, "You insects dared kill my son? Then your souls will be scattered and destroyed." Bai Yu spoke directly. "Clown." The demon lord of the demonic heaven region rolled his eyes wide. "You dare curse this demon lord?" Bai Yu fearlessly raised his middle finger. "So what if I curse you, idiot? Kneel now, and I'll spare your life." The demon lord's aura surged. "You're courting death." At the side, the demonic prince egged him on. "Royal father, cripple them and hand them over to me. I'll carve them up slice by slice." Hovering in the air, the demon lord said, "Does killing these people even require this demon lord to act personally? I've already given them too much face. The 100,000-strong army of my demonic heaven region is here. One mouthful of spit from each of them would be enough to drown them." The demonic prince looked at him, hesitant and not daring to speak. "Well, about that." The demon lord glared. "What are you standing there in a daze for? Let the 100,000-strong army attack together." Only then did his precious son finally speak up. "Well, they can't attack." He asked in confusion, "What do you mean they can't?" The demonic prince turned and pointed. "Royal father, look over there. They're all kneeling." The demon lord ground his teeth. This, what's going on? Why is the mighty 100,000-strong army of the demonic heaven region kneeling here? Tell me why. Who are they kneeling to? Bai Yu briskly raised a hand. The demon lord became even angrier. "You? What are you supposed to be? How could the army of my demonic heaven region kneel before a mere human cultivator?" Bai Yu helplessly pointed straight at him. "Believe it or not, you'll kneel too." How could the demon lord endure such enormous humiliation? He immediately dove down, gathering strength for an attack. "Insolent! How could this demon lord possibly kneel before a useless brat like you? I'll kill you." The demonic prince also added fuel to the fire at the side. "Kill him. You absolutely must kill him. Royal father is ranked 5th among the 9 regions. He can definitely kill him." a tremendous explosion shook heaven and earth. No one knew exactly what had happened. In the end, the demon lord was kneeling before by Yu and Hanyu. Cold sweat poured from the demonic prince. What? Even royal father. Only now did the demon lord sense it. This was a heaven-defying bloodline. This was the suppression of the supreme, demonic, heaven-defying bloodline. Behind him, the demonic prince kept shouting loudly, "Royal father, stand up. Kill them." Instead, the demon lord worried for his son. "Run, my son, run quickly." Whether or not he obeyed his father's words, his whole body trembled. And in the end, he turned and fled. Damn it. But the moment he turned, before he could get far, Chang Yushan rushed over and kicked him flying. The demon lord wanted to seize the chance to attack while they were distracted. "I'll fight you to the death." But Hanyu simply raised a hand and controlled him. Reversed the demon blood. Burst. Very quickly, he was coughing up blood. He could no longer utter another word, and he had absolutely no means of resisting. In front of her, he could not summon even the slightest will to fight. This was an existence like heaven itself. How could such a being be here? Watching from the side, Lu Xiong's face darkened. He was truly terrified by this kind of immense power. The demon lord actually had no strength at all to resist. If one hadn't seen it with one's own eyes, who would believe it? On the spirit ship, the demon lord clutched his own chest and begged, "Spare me. Most noble and unparalleled existence, please spare my son's life." Hanyu stepped back and hid behind by you. "Don't talk to me. Talk to my master." The demon lord was shocked and panicked. "Master? An existence like this calls that young man master? Then what kind of existence is he?" Baiyu revealed a mocking expression. "Well, convinced now?" The demon lord knelt and kowtowed before him. "Sec Master Bai, I am convinced. Completely convinced in both heart and words. I beg you to spare us this once." Baiyu nodded with satisfaction. "Give me a reason to spare you." The demon lord quickly replied, "My demonic heaven region is willing to submit to you and to this great existence." At the side, the demonic prince cried out in alarm, "Royal father, what are you saying? How can our demonic heaven region submit to these humans? Our demonic heaven region has grand ambitions. We are supposed to dominate the regions." The demon lord slapped him across the face. "Shut your mouth." He was struck so hard he went stupid. "Royal father, you." The demon lord roared, "Rebellious son, kneel before sect master Bai." The demonic prince was frightened and angry, but still had to obey. "Damn it, why is this happening?" The demon lord knelt right after him. "Sect master Bai, from now on, my demonic heaven region will be ruled by you and this great existence. From this day forth, we will serve with utmost loyalty and never harbor a second heart." Baiyu nodded. "Since that's the case, then go destroy the Saint Heaven sect for me first." The demon lord obediently complied. Yes. Just then, a flash of light suddenly appeared. With just one glance, Lu Yuan could already tell that something had happened at the three-colored altar. Over here, the dead bodies were gradually being drawn in by the altar. Baiyu gave the order below, "Go over and take a look." Everyone headed there together, with him taking the lead. Taoist Nun Qinyun asked in confusion, "What is this?" Lu Yuan continued, "The souls of those who died in battle earlier are being absorbed by the three-colored altar. After absorbing them for a while, the altar changed." Li Xiu exclaimed in shock, "The three-colored altar has changed." Baiyu frowned. 5 colors? The altar that was originally 3-colored has now become 5-colored. Hanyu looked it over and said, "This is the legendary 5-colored altar." Baiyu immediately turned to her. "Explain in detail." She smiled faintly and replied, "I don't know much, but I've heard that 10,000 years ago, or perhaps in an even earlier era, altars of all kinds were spread across all the heavens and myriad worlds. These altars were passages to various places, called altar passages. No matter how distant the place, one could arrive in an instant. And the 5-colored altar is the highest grade altar passage. It is said it can lead to an unknown land." Baiyu stroked his chin. "Altar passages, an unknown land." Hanyu continued before she had finished. "Later, all the altars were destroyed." He looked up. "All the altars were destroyed? Why?" Han Iyu shrugged. "I don't know. No one knows why. From then on, altars were never seen again. This one here is likely the only altar left in existence in the world. At this moment, somewhere else beneath the cool blue sky, inside the old home in the village courtyard pavilion, Aunt Wang solemnly announced, "The 3-colored altar has advanced into a 5-colored altar. Uncle Lee, seated opposite with a smoking pipe in hand, narrowed his eyes and frowned. We originally intended to conceal the three-colored altar, but unexpectedly, this altar absorbed those wandering souls and then advanced. And a five-colored altar will not be easy to hide. It truly leaves one both half glad and half worried. Aunt Wang immediately grew anxious. She slapped the table with both hands and stood up abruptly. The time is still not ripe. We must do everything we can to conceal this heavenly secret. Uncle Lee naturally agreed. He likewise pushed himself up from the table and nodded. We've already waited so long. Waiting a few more days won't matter. Their expressions turned serious, their gazes sharpened, and they simultaneously unleashed a force field. Rolling green light surged forth. The blue power merged into one, twisting like a dragon as it flew toward the direction Old Lee indicated. That stream of power shot straight into the sky. Reaching the right spot, it coiled into a blue vortex. To the people below, it appeared only as a spot of light that flashed into existence and vanished. Over here, Han Yu suddenly sensed the wondrous change between heaven and earth and was startled. HM? Bai Yu noticed and asked, Han Yu, what is it? At this point, they were even calling Han Yu by another name. She calmly looked at him and answered, someone is concealing the heavenly secret. Bai Yu immediately knitted his brows and thought, concealing the heavenly secret? Has something happened? She raised her face and looked at the sky again as she explained. Someone is trying to hide the information about the five-colored altar. It seems there are hidden experts in this place as well. Bai Yu also curiously looked up, only to see that the five-colored altar had vanished. He glanced at her and asked, can you find that person? Han Yu smiled lightly and raised her brows. No, I can't. Concealing heavenly secrets is not something an ordinary person can do. I never thought there would be such figures in this world. Bai Yu lowered his eyes to the ground beneath his feet in contemplation. It seems this tiny Haiyuan city is far from as simple as it appears on the surface. He let out a restrained sigh, then lifted his head and strode forward, raising his voice to pull both of them back to what mattered most. For now, don't think too much about it. The top priority right now is to first eradicate the scourge of the Saint Heaven sect. Over at the Saint Heaven sect, a cultivator rushed in breathlessly. Holy Lord, good news, good news. Pei Tianshuang thought Haiyuan City had fallen. Delighted, he said, it seems Haiyuan City has finally been destroyed. Quickly send people to find the negotiators from the demonic heaven region. Hearing this, the close cultivator was stunned. He said loudly, Holy Lord, it wasn't destroyed. Haiyuan City held the line. Pei Tianshuang's expression changed drastically. He asked in disbelief, what? They held it? Are you joking with me? That cultivator affirmed it with certainty. I wouldn't dare even 10,000 times over. I asked a few row cultivators from Haiyuan City, and they all confirmed it. Pei Tianshuang roared furiously. They held it? They actually held it? What kind of good news is this supposed to be? The old cultivator looked helpless and hurriedly replied, isn't this good news? The demonic heaven region attacked their celestial heaven region, and Haiyuan City managed to hold out, so our celestial heaven region doesn't need to worry for the time being. Pei Tianshuang had always disliked Bai Yu and still had not calmed his anger. How could they possibly have held out? That was a 100,000-strong army from the demonic heaven region. On what basis could the White Jade sect and those useless rogue cultivators oppose them? This holy lord still doesn't believe it. The close cultivator was left speechless too. Well, isn't it already very obvious? Suddenly, a loud blast rang out. Pei Tianshuang was startled and asked, what was that? Where did such a huge disturbance come from? A female cultivator ran in frantically. It's bad, very bad. Holy Lord, this is terrible. Pei Tianshuang said, why are you in such a panic? Speak slowly. The young woman steadied herself and reported everything. A great number of spirit ships from the demonic heaven region suddenly appeared outside the mountain gate, and then countless demons rushed in out of nowhere, slaughtering people everywhere. The older cultivator was horrified. What? How is that possible? Hearing this, Pei Tianshuang showed no concern at all for the common people. Instead, he laughed gleefully. Ha ha! Looks like the information we just received was indeed wrong. Haiyuan City has already been destroyed. Otherwise, how could the demonic heaven region's army possibly appear here? He continued smugly. This holy lord will now go negotiate with the demonic heaven region. At that moment, the demonic heaven region's warships had already docked right in front of the Saint Heaven sect. The demon lord said impatiently. It's been so long. Why hasn't the Saint Heaven sect responded at all? Is no one willing to come out and fight? Beside him, the demonic prince's face was dark. When the Holy Lord arrived, he was startled to see so many warships. The esteemed forces of the demonic heaven region have actually graced my Saint Heaven sect with their presence. He put on a respectful manner and said cautiously, "This Holy Lord welcomes you all." The demon lord took one look at him and snapped in anger. "Is the Holy Lord of the Saint Heaven sect insane? I came here to smash you, and you're welcoming me?" That idiot Pei Tianshuang still had no idea what the demon lord intended. He hurried forward and made an offer. "Demon Lord, this Holy Lord wishes to negotiate peace. Our Saint Heaven region is willing to offer you 5 entire cities, and the commoners and rogue cultivators inside them may be dealt with however you please. Would that be enough for you to withdraw?" The demon lord asked in confusion. "Our demonic heaven region is mounting a major offensive, and you're not resisting at all? Are you surrendering?" Pei Tianshuang hurried to explain, "This is not surrender. This Holy Lord is trying to spare both sides from suffering, which is why I have taken the initiative to seek peace talks. That way, both you and I can be happy." The demon lord grew even more puzzled. "I don't see what part of this is making me happy." Without the slightest shame, Pei Tianshuang said, "You destroyed Haiyuan City. This Holy Lord is overjoyed. I wanted to grind the White Jade sect of Haiyuan City to dust for a long time. Since the demon lord has now done it for me, I can't thank you enough." The demon lord said coldly, "No need to thank me." Pei Tianshuang took that as a sign that everything was going his way and burst into laughter. "Ha ha! The demon lord is too modest." The moment he finished speaking, the demon lord's expression turned terrifying. He said viciously, "Because I never wanted to destroy Haiyuan City in the first place." Pei Tianshuang found that impossible to believe and laughed cheerfully. "Demon Lord, you must be joking, right?" The demon lord could no longer hold back his fury and struck him directly with a palm. "Joke my ass." The blow was so powerful that the earth shattered and stones flew in every direction. Luckily, Pei Tianshuang was also a holy lord and had some skill, so he still had enough strength to ask in alarm, "Demon Lord, what are you doing? Are you trying to start a war?" The demon lord shouted, "Nonsense! What did you think I came here for?" Covered in injuries from a blow, Pei Tianshuang finally grew angry and barked, "This is the territory of our Saint Heaven sect. You'd better remember that. Your demonic heaven region is bound to suffer heavy losses." The demon lord merely replied calmly, "Someone in the Saint Heaven region provoked a person he absolutely should not have offended. Your Saint Heaven sect is destined to be destroyed." Pei Tianshuang asked in confusion, "Who in this Saint Heaven region could there possibly be that this Holy Lord cannot afford to offend? Can you tell me who that person is?" A voice drifted down from the ship. "Oh!" Baiyu slowly stepped out from above, looking down at the Holy Lord with fury in his heart. That gaze seemed as if it wanted to flatten the entire Saint Heaven sect and spare no one. The Holy Lord stammered, "The sect master of the White Jade sect. Baiyu." He continued, "You're still not dead?" Baiyu replied, surprised. Pei Tianshuang laughed. "Ha ha, but just a worm. And you expect this Holy Lord to fear offending you? Are you dreaming?" The demon lord of the demonic heaven region immediately said, "The one dreaming is you." The instant he finished speaking, the demon lord sent the Holy Lord straight to the Western Paradise. "You, demon lord, why are you helping this mortal?" he cried in agony. "A mortal? You're not even worthy to carry sect Master Bai's shoes. Do you even know what you're saying? That brat is just an ordinary mortal." He still had no idea what was happening. Why was this happening at all? The demon lord knelt and asked Baiyu for instructions. "How should we deal with them? Sect master, please give the order." The Holy Lord's eyes bulged and he screamed, "What?" Everyone in the Saint Heaven sect also cried out, "What is going on?" The mighty demon lord of the demonic heaven region is actually kneeling before the sect master of some tiny sect? Am I blind, or have I gone insane? The demon lord is kneeling. Baiyu shouted the order, "Pacify the Saint Heaven sect." The Holy Lord roared furiously, "You beast! How dare you!" The Saint Heaven sect harmed innocent rogue cultivators within and surrendered recklessly without. "You are unfit to lead the Saint Heaven region." Baiyu continued, "Kill all who resist without mercy." The demon lord immediately gave the order, "All cultivators of the demonic heaven region, hear me. Pacify the Saint Heaven sect. Whoever resists, kill them without question." The youngsters of the demonic heaven region surged forward to attack the Saint Heaven sect like a swarm of angry bees. The people of the Saint Heaven sect panicked. Holy Lord, we made no preparations at all. We're no match for them. We're finished. The Saint Heaven sect is about to fall. The Holy Lord ordered the disciples, quick, quick, go invite the ancestor out of seclusion. The demonic heaven region's subordinates shouted continuously, kill, kill, better death than surrender. Is there really no hope left? Should we just surrender? Suddenly, a beam of light appeared from behind, and a voice rang out. Who dares invade my Saint Heaven sect? Everyone turned to look. From within that light, an elder emerged and flew out with overwhelming authority. He introduced himself as the Saint Heaven sect's ancestor. Ha ha! The ancestor is still alive. Kill the demon lord and that little bastard, the ancestor said with a sour face. What is this situation? Why has the demonic heaven region already attacked the gates of the Saint Heaven sect? The Holy Lord immediately answered, Ancestor, the demonic heaven region is assaulting our Saint Heaven sect in force. It is all at the command of that little bastard by you. Kill him first. At this moment, Baiyu looked at the people of the Saint Heaven sect with utter disdain. Lu Yuan spoke up. I had long heard that the Saint Heaven sect had a supreme elder, but I didn't expect it to be an ancestor who has lived who knows how many years. The ancestor replied, scornfully, a mere mortal. What kind of waves could an insect like him possibly stir up? Baiyu said, Old man, the Saint Heaven sect's fate is at an end. If you know what's good for you and turn back now, you may still live. Insolence! You think you're worthy to speak such words to this ancestor? I'll kill you. The ancestor raised his hand and prepared to strike Baiyu. Unexpectedly, the demon lord rushed in and blocked the ancestor's attack to protect Baiyu. The demon lord said, You dare use your hands against sect master Bai? Are you worthy? The ancestor ordered, Demon lord of the demonic heaven region, fall back at once, and I may leave you with an intact corpse. Boom! Old man, can't you see the situation clearly yet? Right now, Sect Master Bai has decreed that you all must die. Stubborn fool, with your strength, do you think you can stop me? The two stared at each other with sharp eyes, then charged into a brutal clash, neither giving an inch. Lu Yuan watched and couldn't help exclaiming, as expected of the Saint Heaven sect's ancestor. These two are evenly matched. Both have reached the earth profound realm. Hearing this, the ancestor immediately sneered. Evenly matched? Ridiculous. Have I lived in vain for over 1,000 years? Then he roared, The opportunity has arrived today. Break for me. Under the violent eruption of light, the demon lord had to brace himself against the ground to avoid being blasted backward, leaving long gouges in the earth. As the power faded, he was shocked. The Saint Heaven sect's ancestor had changed form. He was no longer a weak, stooped old man, but had transformed into a horrifying corpse-like monster with a much more robust body. Seeing this, Pei Tianshuang laughed triumphantly. Petrified bone body. The Supreme Elder has evolved a petrified bone body. He broke through in battle. Ha ha ha. Our Saint Heaven sect will flourish. Lu Yuan, with his deep knowledge, grew tense and broke out in a cold sweat. Heaven Profound Realm. This old man has broken through to the Heaven Profound Realm. He explained to Li Xiao, above the transcendent mortality realm are the Earth Profound, Heaven Profound, and Supreme Profound realms. Every time one ascends a major realm, strength rises by a world-shaking margin. This old man is likely the first person in the entire Saint Heaven region to break through into the Heaven Profound realm. This is trouble, the Saint Heaven sect's ancestors said proudly. After waiting for more than 1,000 years, I have finally broken through. This feeling of holding heaven and earth in my grasp is truly marvelous. He grabbed the demon lord by the throat. Now you can get lost. The ancestor lifted him into the air and smashed him straight into the ground. The impact shattered the earth and sent rocks flying everywhere. Pei Tianshuang was beside himself with excitement. Ha ha! Ancestor mighty, ancestor invincible. In the Saint Heaven region, our Saint Heaven sect stands as the ancestor of all others. Whoever the Saint Heaven sect wants dead dies. Who dares refuse? After dealing with the demon lord, the ancestor turned to Baiyu with a sinister grin. Now, who can stop me from killing you? He shot forward, raised his hand to strike, and shouted, Die. Baiyu merely called out lightly, Wolf come. The wolf he called was none other than Heavenly Wolf. With his massive size, he easily grabbed the old man by the head. Heavenly Wolf squeezed the ancestor's face tighter and tighter. Grinding his teeth, the ancestor asked, "You're hitting my face?" Heavenly Wolf lifted his head and said helplessly, "Damn it, I can't crush it. Why is this old man's face so thick?" The Saint Heaven Sect's ancestor recovered his dominance and blasted the huge Heavenly Wolf away with a single palm. He shouted angrily, "You're courting death." But Heavenly Wolf quickly regained his footing. He did not seem badly injured at all. Instead, he looked excited. "Now you got me fired up. Since I'm already here, this lord has never met an opponent like you. Today, I'm going to have a satisfying fight." Having just suffered a devastating blow, the demon lord slowly climbed back to his feet. His mask was gone. Furiously, he ordered, "All supreme elders, come with me. Kill this old man for sect master by." The moment the demon lord finished speaking, the elders of the demon race all charged forward to join the battle. The Saint Heaven Sect's ancestor only said disdainfully, "Your realms are all beneath mine. No matter how many pieces of trash you add, trash is still trash." While the ancestor was still dealing with the demons, Baiyu turned and asked Qiaoyu, "Qiaoyu, is there any way to deal with the petrified bone body?" She frowned and answered, "There is. I can transform into my primordial demon form." He shook his head. "That could easily attract pursuit from the Titan giant demon. What about another way?" She replied, "There is no other way." Hearing that, Baiyu anxiously grabbed her by the shoulders. "Then do you have any treasures on you?" Qiaoyu asked in confusion. "Treasures on me?" She took out everything she had and said, "We left in a hurry. Right now, I only have this divine-grade, origin-augmenting breakthrough pill and a divine weapon." Baiyu happily took them. "Give them all to me." With the weapon in hand, a plan suddenly formed in his mind. Baiyu then handed everything back to Qiaoyu, acting magnanimous. "Nothing special. I'm giving them to you." She was left speechless. After a long while, there was still no signal from the system. Baiyu said angrily, "System, hurry up and return it." The only response to his shout was heavy silence. Completely enraged, he began cursing, "Damn you, system, wake up already. Stop hibernating. This is serious." Only then did the system respond. "System is upgrading." Baiyu was stunned. "Upgrading? The system knows how to upgrade too." The moment he finished speaking, the system announced, "System upgrade complete." Baiyu was more delighted than a man seeing his first child born. "Excellent. The new interface looks much fancier. It nearly blinded me." Then he suddenly paused and asked, "So here's the question. What does this upgraded system actually do?" The system replied, "Because the item gifted by the host was of excessively high value, the return of an immortal-grade pill caused an unexpected system disruption and collapse. It has now been restored to normal operation. After the upgrade, the upper limitation on returned items being unable to exceed the super divine grade has been removed." Baiyu nodded. "So that's how it is. No wonder the highest standard for returned items before was mostly divine weapons, with only the occasional super divine weapon. So before the system upgrade, there was a limit. It couldn't return anything above the super divine grade. In other words, from now on, the treasure's return will be even more astonishing." The system sounded again. "System reminder. Gifting disciple Qiaoyu 1 divine grade origin augmenting breakthrough pill has triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations. You have obtained 3 immortal-grade origin-augmenting breakthrough pills." Baiyu asked, "What does the origin-augmenting breakthrough pill do?" When Qiaoyu saw the 3 immortal-grade origin-augmenting breakthrough pills in his hand, she was stunned. "These are immortal-grade origin-augmenting breakthrough pills." She continued, "This kind of immortal pill can allow any cultivator below the supreme profound realm to directly break through one major realm. It is considered an extremely rare top-grade pill. No wonder you said my things are nothing special. Compared to yours, they really are nothing special. Master, you truly hide your depth well." Baiyu himself was also deeply shocked inside, but he forced himself to remain calm. The system suddenly issued a second reminder. Gifting disciple Qiaoyu the divine weapon All Directions Hammer has triggered a 10,000-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained the Imperial Armament Myriad Heavens Hammer. Baiyu was utterly dumbstruck. An Imperial Armament? My heavens, an Imperial Armament. A supreme treasure among supreme treasures from the furthest reaches of legend, for whole grades above divine weapons, and 2 tiers above immortal artifacts. He was so happy tears almost came to his eyes. I really can't hold back my excitement anymore. It's been so long since I've felt this excited. Qiao Yu beside him was completely baffled, not understanding what was happening. Pei Tianshuang praised loudly. The ancestor has broken through to the heaven profound realm. The situation is now stable. To the ancestor, everyone here is trash. In the 9 regions, the number of people who can match the ancestor can be counted on one hand. Thinking of Baiyu fleeing in a frantic scramble, Pei Tianshuang chuckled with delight. He declared smugly, "Right now, I want to personally butcher that little bastard Baiyu." At that moment, the Holy Son ran out in panic. "Father, Father, save me." Pei Tianshuang was startled and turned to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. The overall situation is already decided. I will protect you completely." What the Holy Son said next left Pei Tianshuang frozen stiff. "Father, Father Baiyu, come save me." Pei Tianshuang was aghast. The Holy Son was actually kneeling before Baiyu. "Father, your child has finally found you. You made me search so bitterly." Baiyu went blank. "Huh? Why is this idiot Holy Son recognizing me as his father? What?" Pei Tianshuang could not believe his eyes. "My son is actually taking the enemy for his father? What kind of situation is this?" The Holy Son pointed at him as he spoke. "Father, take me away. That old Holy Lord wants to harm me every single day." Hearing this, Baiyu grew pleased with himself. "Don't be afraid. Today I'll make this old man earn me a whole lot of gold." Pei Tianshuang's face twisted with rage. He charged forward. "Baiyu, you little beast, give my son back." "Stop him," Baiyu ordered. Pei Tianshuang was startled. "What is this?" Chang Yushan answered. "We are the 18 protectors of the White Jade sect." He gave the order, "Kill." Pei Tianshuang's scream rang out. His eyes widened as he thought. "Damn it, even sect Master Bai's protectors are stronger than the old men of my Saint Heaven sect. And there are actually 18 of them. How did that little trash sect develop to this point?" Chang Yushan slowly advanced with his sword in hand. "What holy lord? What ruler of the Saint Heaven region?" He raised his sword. "Our White Jade sect kills you as easily as slaughtering a dog." A brilliant light burst from Chang Yushan's fierce slash, tearing through the air like a gigantic blade of fire. Pei Tianshuang had to strain himself to block it. He raised both arms to defend, generating a wave of energy in resistance. The clash of their power cracked the surrounding ground. Pei Tianshuang was blasted far away and cursed. "Damn it." Pei Tianshuang frowned in furious anger. "All of you are going to die." He spread his legs and unleashed a technique. Pei Tianshuang's body blazed with fire. "Did you think only you have battle forms? This is the Saint Heaven sect's hidden trump card, a divine weapon. Once this holy lord wears it, I become invincible." The 18 protectors rushed in and slashed, but Pei Tianshuang was able to block them all head on. This made Chang Yushan wary. What formidable defense. The weapons in our hands are ordinary grade. They truly can't injure him. As he braced against the swords, Pei Tianshuang muttered, "Baiyu, little beast, I'll kill you first." He surged with force and sent the protectors flying. Seeing this, Li Xiao and Lu Yuan rushed out in alarm. "Stop him." The two of them struck Pei Tianshuang directly, but he remained completely unharmed. Lu Yuan shouted angrily, "What? This bastard isn't even dodging." Pei Tianshuang shot toward Baiyu. "Haha, Baiyu, let's see who can save you now." He roared, "In this Saint Heaven region, no one can break my defense." Baiyu looked at the old man drawing closer and closer, then smiled faintly. "Is that so?" Swap. The moment the myriad heaven's hammer appeared, the spiritual energy in the surroundings began rushing strangely toward it. Baiyu had only just received the Imperial armament back and was preparing to test it on the old man. Qiao Yu stared in shock. This abnormal aura. This is... Baiyu held the hammer and calmly, casually swung it as if shooing someone away. "Get lost." Pei Tianshuang, standing right in front of him, laughed mockingly. That comfortable, casual move of yours. Is this even called fighting? Just wait." Baiyu had only just raised the hammer toward him when a strange mass of spiritual power burst forth from its body. The old man frowned in alarm. What? Before he could even react, those spiritual lightning bolts had already struck him, electrocuting him violently in midair. Then a charred, smoking figure rolled across the ground like a ball. Foam spilled from Pei Tianshuang's mouth. Smoke rose from him, and he fainted on the spot. Even the divine artifact he had been so proud of shattered apart. The Holy Son at the side immediately burst into delighted laughter and shouted, "Good, good, good. I have plenty of money." Baiyu was slightly stunned, beyond his expectations, and thought to himself. After all, I'm an officer of the imperial court. I was afraid my move would be too heavy, so I didn't use my full strength and only struck lightly. Who would have thought it would be this powerful? Carrying the hammer, he happily gave a thumbs up. System, since you upgraded and came back, I'll give you a 5-star review. Lying sprawled on the ground, Pei Tianchuang quickly regained consciousness and muttered unwillingly with wide eyes. How could this happen? My radiant divine armor was broken. That was a divine artifact. Behind him, Lu Yuan and Li Xiu stared in disbelief. What just happened? Li Xiu shook his head curiously and replied, I didn't see it clearly. It looked like Master didn't even make a move. That bastard is done for. Lu Yuan frowned, cold sweat appearing as he said warily, the weapon in Sect Master's hand looks simple, but I feel it's different from the previous weapons. It may be something far beyond a holy weapon. Sect Master truly is an unfathomable existence. Li Xiu immediately smirked smugly. I originally thought I was on the first level while Master was on the third, but now it seems I really am on the first level and Master may be on the ninth. With one hand, Baiyu held the giant hammer over his shoulder and looked with a faint smile at the old man collapsed in the distance. Qiaoyu stepped forward and asked, Master, can you let me take a look at the weapon in your hand? Baiyu handed it to her. Sure, go ahead and take a look at the hammer. The moment she touched it, Qiaoyu was horrified. As expected, heavens, this is, Baiyu signaled for silence. Shoo, keep it secret. This shouldn't be made public. Holding this seemingly ordinary hammer, Qiaoyu could hardly believe her eyes. An imperial armament. This is actually another imperial armament. I have a noble status. I'm of the demon race, and even I don't have an imperial armament with me, yet Master does. Her face brightened, her eyes sparkled, and she smiled in satisfaction. Looks like I underestimated Master. He's impossible to measure. I once thought acknowledging him as my master was useless, but now it seems I really did choose the right person. Beitang Shui asked curiously, what weapon is it? Let me see. Qiaoyu turned back proudly. You can't see it. Hearing that, Beitang Shui got angry. Irritated, she asked, Third junior sister, are you looking down on me? Qiaoyu replied, I'm not looking down on you. I'm just telling the truth. You simply can't. Afraid that Beitang Shui would get angry, Baiyu forced a laugh and said to her, let your senior sister take a look. Then he added, I've heard imperial armaments aren't something ordinary people can possess. Qiaoyu did not react much. Fine, let's see what happens to Beitang Shui. Only then did she toss the imperial armament to Beitang Shui. Here, have a look at the hammer. Catching the imperial armament, she complained, although the aura of this hammer is deeply concealed and clearly extraordinary, saying I can't even see it. What are you talking about? Beitang Shui gripped the imperial armament tightly, but perhaps because it was too heavy or because its power was too great, she could not lift it at all. Sweat poured from Beitang Shui as panic filled her heart. This is what level of weapon? How can I not even lift it? Qiaoyu immediately walked over. I already told you that you couldn't. Do you believe me now? Beitang Shui asked tensely. Is this a divine artifact? No, a super divine artifacti, or even an immortal artifact beyond a super divine artifact. Qiaoyu explained. Only its owner, or those with the supreme physiques of the myriad heavens, can use an imperial armament. Ordinary people simply cannot lift it, much less wield it. Only then did Beitang Shui understand the hammer's origin, and she cried out in shock. What? This is an imperial armament. Startling Baiyu. He hurriedly covered her mouth. Lower your voice. Keep a low profile. Keep a low profile. Calm down, calm down. Beitang Shui calmed herself and said excitedly, Yes, master. I am not excited. An imperial armament. It's an imperial armament, something that exists only in legends. And today I actually saw one with my own eyes. Even with the disposition of a female emperor, I still can't completely suppress my own excitement. Qiaoyu quickly reminded him, Master, whenever an imperial armament appears, it causes chaos. Since ancient times, no one knows how many great wars have been fought over them. Countless major forces have been destroyed because of this. She continued seriously. As for the imperial armament, it's best not to let word of it spread. On the surface, Baiyu replied, I know, but inwardly he was shocked. It looks like Imperial armaments in the myriad worlds are even more precious than I imagined. But now that the system can return Imperial armaments, I wonder whether it can return things even higher grade than Imperial armaments. While he was still pondering this, Heavenly Wolf had already been knocked flat to the ground. This ancestor of the Saint Heaven region had indeed grown much stronger after using the petrified bone body. He defeated both Heavenly Wolf and the Demon Lord, then laughed smugly. "Haha, you two can finally be considered standing at the peak of the human emperor world. Unfortunately, you ran into this ancestor. This ancestor's inner power is profound. Killing you is only a matter of time." His bizarre body radiated a violent wave of magical power. Though covered in wounds himself, Pei Tianshuang still shouted fiercely, "Ancestor rules all beneath heaven. Ancestor is mighty. Defeating this holy lord doesn't matter. The final victory is still ours." "Well, the master, the benefits will still belong to my Saint Heaven sect. As for my good son, I'll take him back personally," the Demon Lord said tremblingly. "Sect master, this old man's cultivation is too high. We're no match for him. Please punish us, Sect master." Heavenly Wolf said bitterly, "I still don't believe it. I'll try once more. I refuse to believe I can't beat this old man." Baiyu hurriedly stopped him. "Wait." The old man tilted his chin up and called out, "Boy, at least you understand the situation, don't you? All of you, kneel and bow at the feet of my Saint Heaven sect, and this ancestor may grant you mercy." Baiyu smiled and replied, "You're overthinking it. I just need to raise Big Wolf's strength a little. Then he could go back and kill this old man." The old man roared arrogantly, "You jumping clown, I'd like to see how you plan to raise their strength and kill me. Today I'll make sure you die understanding why." Baiyu took out a pill. "Big Wolf, today I grant you an opportunity. I'll raise your cultivation and help you break through." Heavenly Wolf quickly took it. Though he didn't know what it was, the aura of the pill was clearly extraordinary. Seeing this, the ancestor bared his teeth and laughed loudly. "Haha, you're killing this ancestor with laughter. This ancestor secluded himself for 1,000 years, accumulated for 1,000 years, and only then broke into the heavenly realm, becoming a profound realm expert. And you think a tiny pill can raise his cultivation? What a ridiculous joke." Baiyu narrowed his eyes at him and said in a deep voice, "Old man, it'd be even better if you really laughed yourself to death." As soon as he finished speaking, dazzling spiritual power erupted from Heavenly Wolf's entire body. The old man's eyes bulged and his jaw dropped. "What? He really broke through?" Heavenly Wolf laughed proudly. "Half-step Demon Emperor realm, equivalent to your human heaven profound realm. Haha, this king, no, this emperor, was stuck at that realm for hundreds of years and has finally broken through. This feeling of my strength surging is too satisfying. Thank you, Sect Master Bai, for granting me this opportunity." The Demon Lord looked at Heavenly Wolf with envy. This, he broke through? Just that easily? This Demon Lord has also been stuck in the Earth Profound realm for hundreds of years. Heavenly Wolf charged forward fiercely. "Haha, old man, now our realms are equal. Fight me again." Pei Tianshuang shouted bitterly. "Damn it, this holy lord has been stuck in the transcendent mortality realm. No matter how I cultivated, I couldn't break through to the Earth Profound realm. Even creating the human blood cocoon didn't let me pass through. So why could you make others break through so easily? I hate this. Could it be that today, my Saint Heaven sect—" Heavenly Wolf's claws had only just touched the old man's sleeve when the old man sent him flying away. "Get lost." The old man summoned deathly energy and said, "Although our realms are equal, this ancestor's combat experience is far deeper. You're still no match for me." Pei Tianshuang burst into joyous laughter. "Ah, my Saint Heaven sect still has the advantage. At the same realm, my family's ancestor is invincible one-on-one. Boy, not even immortals can save you." Baiyu excitedly took out another pill. "Invincible one-on-one at the same realm? If that's the case, then this sect master will make it 2 against 1. He tossed the pill to the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord was so moved that tears nearly fell. This heaven-sent good fortune has finally come to me. Many thanks, Sect Master Bai." Baiyu grinned slyly. "Break through quickly and kill that old man." The Demon Lord immediately stuffed the pill into his mouth. "Understood." Demonic energy surged wildly, accompanied by eerie laughter. "Haha, I had thought this Demon Lord had no hope of ever breaking through in this lifetime. I never expected to break into the Heaven Profound realm today. Sect Master Bai has granted me a chance to be reborn. Pei Tianchuang was so shocked he couldn't close his mouth. What? This? There's another heaven profound realm expert? Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. The demon son standing outside nodded thoughtfully. Now I understand why Royal Father submitted to Sect Master Bai. With a mere wave of his hand, he created such a top-tier expert. This man is truly impossible to fathom. The old monster gritted his teeth in fury. Just how many miraculous pills does this brat have? Even this ancestor is jealous. I must kill him and seize his treasures. Heavenly Wolf and the demon lord slowly advanced. Ha, old man, if Sect Master Bai says you must die, then you must. Lu Yuan grinned excitedly. 2 heaven profound realm experts against 1 person. This time will definitely succeed. In the clear sky, faint traces of sinister energy flickered. The remnant soul of the former sect master flew out, frowning and muttering fearfully. He's dead? Wu Yulian actually died? The demonic heaven region suffered a crushing defeat. Could this sect master be an immortal reincarnated? Never mind that. I need to leave first and find a living body to survive in. He muttered to himself as he turned away. But just then, behind him, Wu Yulian suddenly woke up, sat bolt upright, and shouted, "Stop!" Startled, he turned around and saw her bruised and battered, weakly asking in fear, "Wu Yulian, you're not dead?" She frowned slightly and gave him a cold glance. "What did you call me?" That purple remnant soul hurriedly flew back and smiled ingratiatingly. Master, you're fine? That's wonderful." Enduring the pain throughout her body, Wu Yulian pressed her lips together and looked at the demonic curse mark in her palm, thinking to herself, "Fortunately, back in the demonic heaven region, I cultivated a few demonic arts. One of them was called the 9 Rebirth Undying Demonic Art. Only after dying 9 times can the art be fully perfected. It's said that through all eternity, no one has ever mastered it. I only cultivated it a little out of curiosity back then. I never expected that today it would be this 9 Rebirth Undying Demonic Art that preserved my life." After she finished speaking, the old man anxiously asked, "Master, what do we do now? The demonic heaven region has already been subdued by the White Jade sect, and they've gone on to attack the Saint Heaven sect. I fear that next, neither the demonic heaven region nor the Saint Heaven region will have any place for the 2 of us." Wu Yulian was much calmer now and glanced at him as she replied, "The human emperor world doesn't consist of only the demonic heaven region. There are still 7 other great regions, as well as the endless demon region and the endless sea region. The world is vast. We can go anywhere." After saying that, she stomped hard enough to leave a small crater in the ground and shouted through gritted teeth, "By you, my hatred for you is like a world-flooding deluge, boundless and endless." Clenching her fists and grinding her teeth, she said, "I, Wu Yulian, swear that I will definitely trample you beneath my feet." On this side, in the blue sky, bursts of flashes and explosions flickered, saturated with demonic energy. The demon lord joined forces with Heavenly Wolf, both fists gathering power as they slammed straight into the abdomen of the Saint Heaven sect ancestor. "Old dog." After receiving the signal, Heavenly Wolf took another step forward and said, "You are no match for me." Using empty air as a foothold, the wolf kicked the old man, making him cough blood as he crashed downward. Boom! A cloud of dust billowed up from the ground. When it finally dispersed, the old man could be seen lying unconscious in a small crater, utterly weakened. Pei Tianchuang's face turned deathly pale as he stammered in fear. "Ancestor lost?" Unwilling to accept it, the old man gritted his teeth, glared at Pei Tianchuang, and said, "Help me up. I can still fight." But Pei Tianchuang seemed not to hear him or simply ignored him, and turned around, thinking to himself, 2 heaven profound realm experts ganged up on the ancestor. There's no way he can win. Run. Lying in the crater, the ruined old man said weakly, "Didn't you hear me? Help me up." Hearing the movement, he realized the man was fleeing and cursed loudly. "Bastard, why are you running?" Pei Tianchuang used teleportation to flee for his life. He shouted, "Ancestor, go in peace. Another day, I will definitely avenge you and wash away this hatred. The Saint Heaven sect can no longer turn the tide. This holy lord must escape while there's still time. As long as I survive, I'll personally kill that little beast." The ancestor, too weak to move at all, could only glare at him and roar in fury. "Why did I ever pass the position of holy lord to trash like you back then?" The disciples, standing nearby, looked over in confusion, frozen in place. What do we do? The ancestor has lost, and the Holy Lord has fled. What else can we do? I've had enough of this damn sect. Let's surrender together. Immediately afterward, hundreds of arms shot up as they shouted in unison. Don't kill me. I surrender. This elder surrenders too. All of this was done by that stupid Holy Lord. It has nothing to do with us. If you want to kill someone, kill the Holy Lord. He deserves to die. At that moment, the ancestor was so furious that even if he had not died yet, he might have died from rage. Grinding his teeth, he snarled, "Traitors! Insolent lot! Charge for me!" A group of elders who had long been rooted in the sect frowned unhappily and retorted, "Ancestor, the Saint Heaven sect has lost all faith and virtue. The Holy Lord has acted recklessly and wantonly. He has turned the entire Saint Heaven region into a place choked with miasma and corruption. The Saint Heaven region is the weakest among the regions. It was long past time for heaven and earth here to change hands." His eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as he used all his strength to roar furiously, "All of you, shut up. This ancestor absolutely will not watch a 1,000-year foundation of the Saint Heaven sect be destroyed in an instant. It's all because of you, Baiyu. It's all because of you that the Saint Heaven sect ended up like this." His vicious eyes filled with sinister energy as he glared at Baiyu, who stood right before him. Standing at the edge of the crater, Baiyu smirked contemptuously and raised his middle finger. "Even now, you still don't know how to repent. Idiot, if you have the ability, come hit me." Boom! As soon as he finished speaking, a small explosion erupted from within the crater, sending dirt and stones flying. At that moment, the ancestor's spiritual power suddenly exploded, and his entire body, now nothing but withered bones without flesh to support it, lunged forward as he roared, "Then I'll grant your wish." Bang! But halfway through his flight, he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure descend on his shoulders. The Demon Lord and Heavenly Wolf pinned him from both sides, forcing him to kneel to the ground as they said, "With the two of us here, how can we let you touch even a single hair of Sect Master Bai?" Murderous intent surged from the old man as he roared, "Today, even if this ancestor dies and my Tao is extinguished, I'll drag all of you down with me." The Demon Lord and Heavenly Wolf immediately turned pale and gritted their teeth as the violent power erupting from his body became impossible to suppress. A world-shaking self-detonation ravaged half of Heaven Peak Mountain, and demonic energy flooded the sky. Boundless black domain, Heavenly Wolf, and the Demon Lord stood within a world of pitch-black spiritual power, frowning. That old dog actually self-destructed. A cultivator of his level won't truly die, even if he blows himself up. His soul still has formidable offensive power. That old man is really trying to kill us all with his last breath. At this moment, the disciples of the Saint Heaven region cried out one after another from the darkness as masses of demonic energy wiped them out. "Help! Get away! Help! Get away! Save!" Lu Yuan looked around in alarm and vigilance. "Sect Master, that old man is hiding in the dark and killing our people everywhere. A Heaven Profound Realm expert is simply impossible to guard against. On this side, the densest vortex of demonic energy coiled around Baiyu and trapped him within." The old man's hoarse, raspy voice rang out with loud laughter. "Boundless black domain is this ancestor's exclusive secret art. Once activated, the black mist cannot be dispersed. All of you will be trapped inside it, left only for me to tear apart at will." Then the panicked cries of the disciples echoed loudly. "What do we do? I'm Banakin. We can't get out now." The old man's smug, taunting laughter rang out again. "Though my body is destroyed and I will soon dissipate before I die, at least half of these people will be slaughtered by me." Baiyu said coldly and firmly, "You're overthinking it. Killing you would be as easy as killing a dog." Another burst of mocking laughter sounded. "Baiyu, you little beast, keep talking tough. I'll let you watch with your own eyes as your people are killed one by one." Baiyu raised his hand and gripped the haft of the myriad heaven's hammer, thinking to himself, "Looks like I can't keep a low profile anymore." He drove the hammerhead into the ground with both hands and shouted, "Thunder, shatter the darkness. Bolts of lightning surged through the air one after another, then rapidly grew larger. The vast mass of gloomy demonic energy was torn apart by the endless azure radiance of thunder, revealing a clear, cloudless sky above. The ancestors stammered in horror. What? My boundless black domain was actually broken. Bayu merely smiled faintly, one hand braced against the hammer's shaft as he stood amid the ground still ravaged by lightning. Li Xiao and Lu Yuan were overjoyed and exclaimed in astonishment. Heaven and earth have returned to normal. Sect Master Bai is incredible. The ancestor's remaining soul hurriedly gathered itself and fled desperately away from Bayu. Running, Bayu sneered, glanced at him, and swung the hammer straight at him. I already said it. Killing you is like killing a dog. Do you really think you can escape? The old man turned his head in terror and stared wide-eyed as the lightning crashed toward him, utterly unable to resist. When the bolt dispersed, his remnant soul also vanished into nothingness. No. Lu Yuan still stared in disbelief and muttered. We won. Yang Jianfeng, standing beside him, trembled with barely restrained excitement and laughed loudly. The ruler of the Saint Heaven region dared to make an enemy of our White Jade sect. From the very first day, I followed Sect Master Bai. I knew I would accomplish great things one day, but I never imagined I would stand atop the Saint Heaven region and control one of the 9 regions. At that moment, several miles away, a staggering figure emerged from the main gate. Pei Tianchuang fled as fast and as far as he could. Only when his body was completely exhausted did his legs give out, and he collapsed to the ground, mumbling, "It's over. It's over. Everything is over. I have to leave the Saint Heaven region immediately." Just then, Lu Xiong suddenly appeared in the distance and shouted, "Holy Lord!" Pei Tianchuang was startled and quickly jumped to his feet, suspicious. Lu Xiong, why are you here? As soon as Lu Xiong walked up to him, he dropped to one knee and cried out sincerely, "Holy Lord, I saw what happened today, and hatred burns in my heart. Are you really leaving just like this?" I refused to accept it. Seeing the fury in his eyes, Pei Tianchuang could only sigh helplessly. What if you refuse? Even the ancestor was no match for the White Jade sect. Only then did Lu Xiong grit his teeth and rise, looking at him again as he asked, "Holy Lord, our Saint Heaven sect has a 1,000-year foundation. Is there truly no other way?" Pei Tianchuang sighed deeply once more. To put it bluntly, Saint Heaven sect really did have a 1,000-year foundation, but it was practically ruined in my hands. Especially after the Heaven Mystery Sacred Land was destroyed for reasons unknown, Saint Heaven sect exhausted its final reserves. Heaven itself wants our Saint Heaven sect dead. Lu Xiong pounded his chest and looked at him firmly. "I don't care about anyone else, Holy Lord. At this moment, I want to stand by your side." Pei Tianchuang laughed in satisfaction. "Good, very good, Lu Xiong. I truly did not misjudge you. All those traitors outside surrendered and rebelled, but only you remained loyal and devoted. I am very pleased that you have such a heart." But after that brief delight, Lu Xiong's eyes reddened, and he frowned anxiously. "Holy Lord, what do we do next?" Pei Tianchuang narrowed his eyes. Even in desperation, a trace of composure remained as he sneered. "For now, I will take you away. As long as the Green Hills remain, we won't lack firewood to burn. In the future, we will settle the score with the White Jade sect." He snapped his fingers, and a demonic formation appeared in midair. He signaled Lu Xiong with his eyes and urged, "Let's go." Standing behind him, Lu Xiong suddenly drew a long blade and swung it decisively, piercing straight through the old man's chest. Pei Tianchuang stared wide-eyed at the blade protruding through his chest. "What?" He glared at Lu Xiong with rage and fading strength, demanding, "Why? You dare deceive me?" Lu Xiong leaned close to his ear and replied coldly, "I didn't deceive you. I truly am unwilling to accept this. Because I was afraid you'd escape, I had to stay by your side, so it would be easier to kill you." Pei Tianchuang looked at him in shock and roared, "Lu Xiong, everything you have was given to you by this holy lord. You traitor." Lu Xiong laughed contemptuously. "Ha, you gave it to me, you fool." He yanked the blade from the old man's chest, spraying blood everywhere. Then Lu Xiong struck with his palm, gritting his teeth as he glared. "Everything I have was bestowed by a sect master Bai. You forced me to commit every kind of evil, filling the people of the Saint Heaven region with resentment and plunging them into misery. I'm sending you to the Western Heaven. At that very moment, a burst of spiritual power suddenly erupted from Pei Tianxuang's failing body and blasted Lu Xiong away. You dare? You think you can really kill me? No matter what, this holy lord is still in the transcendent mortality realm. Do you think any random dog or cat can deal with me? So you had already colluded with that little bastard from the White Jade sect. In that case, my eldest son becoming an idiot was your doing too. Lu Xiong stood at a distance and answered warily, a foolish and brutal holy son like him deserved punishment. Those words drove Pei Tianxuang into a frenzy. Gnashing his teeth, he roared and charged, I'll kill you. But halfway through his attack, he suddenly froze. Lu Xiong also widened his eyes in shock as he looked at the mysterious white-haired young man who had buried a dagger in Pei Tianxuang's chest. Pei Tianxuang's face flushed red as he weakly rolled his eyes backward and demanded, What? Even you want to betray me? Lu Xiong naturally recognized him and muttered in astonishment, It's him. This man is the most mysterious existence in Saint Heaven's sect. He has always stayed by the Holy Lord's side. I had only heard of him and barely ever saw him. Ling pulled out the dagger with a flick of his hand, watching Pei Tianxuang's blood-soaked body collapse as he said, Sorry, Holy Lord. I need your head as proof. Then he lifted his lips in a slight smile and said to Lu Xiong, please introduce me to Sect Master Bai. I have something important to discuss. Lu Xiong glared and demanded, Who exactly are you, hiding yourself this deeply? Ling shrugged strangely and curled his lips. Same to you. Same to you. Your sudden betrayal was quite unexpected to me as well. On the Saint Heaven sect side, Lu Yuan waved his fan and reported, Sect Master, I've already sent people to take over Saint Heaven sect. In a few days, our White Jade sect will completely control the entire Saint Heaven region. At that moment, the Demon Lord also hurriedly addressed by you, and the Demonic Heaven region as well. I am willing to present the entire Demonic Heaven region to the Sect Master first. Baiyu showed no sign of joy and reminded them, Don't celebrate too early. The culprit, the Holy Lord, hasn't been captured yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Pei Tianxuang's corpse was thrown behind him, and Baiyu turned around in surprise to see Lu Xiong standing beside Ling. Sect Master, I've delivered the culprit to you. Only then did Baiyu smile and lean on one hand as he said, Lu Xiong, well done. When you handle things, I'm at ease. Lu Yuan stepped forward again and asked coldly, Sect Master, there's one more issue. How should we deal with these Saint Heaven sect disciples who surrendered? Baiyu made a decision at once. Put them under Lu Xiong's management. From now on, Saint Heaven sect will become a subordinate branch of the White Jade sect called Saint Heaven Hall. Lu Xiong is promoted to Hall Master of Saint Heaven Hall. Lu Xiong froze for a moment, then immediately saluted, knelt, and shouted to Baiyu, Many thanks, Sect Master. After all this time, I, Lu Xiong, have finally become one of the White Jade sect. Baiyu laughed heartily and waved his hand. From today onward, my White Jade sect is the ruler of the Saint Heaven region. The Saint Heaven region shall be renamed the Heaven region. Groups of people throughout the Saint Heaven region immediately cupped their hands and bowed toward him, shouting in unison, We obey Sect Master's command. At that moment, Taoist Qingyun and Fong Muling stepped forward, bowed, and said softly, Honored one, our Mystic Wood sect has an improper request. Baiyu looked over and smiled. This time, Mystic Wood sect supported the White Jade sect with all its strength. I have seen that clearly. Taoist Yin, just say it. Fong Muling immediately pleaded, unable to restrain herself. Honored one, our Mystic Wood sect also wants to join the White Jade sect and become part of it. Baiyu hesitated instead and frowned as he asked, Mystic Wood sect is also the foundation you built with your own hands. Wouldn't it be a pity? Unexpectedly, the two women immediately shook their heads and said firmly, No pity, not the slightest bit. We raise both hands in unconditional support of joining the White Jade sect. That's right, that's right. Sect Master Bai is unmatched and miraculous. Not joining would be the real pity. Seeing their reaction, Baiyu no longer hesitated and cheerfully said, In that case, Mystic Wood sect will become Mystic Wood Hall under the White Jade sect, and Taoist Qingyun will serve as Hall Master of Mystic Wood Hall. Taoist Qingyun clenched her fists in delight and thought to herself, At last, we've joined the White Jade sect and become regular troops. This is the greatest fortune our Mystic Wood sect has ever received. Meanwhile, elsewhere, two stooped figures stood in the desolate twilight, gazing toward the enormous main gate. Uncle Lee lifted his head and murmured, That aura just now. Was I mistaken? Aunt Wong frowned and replied, "No, I felt it too." At that, both of them instantly understood what that aura was, and their expressions changed as they spoke in unison. An imperial armament. Uncle Lee raised his face a little more toward the vast sky and said, "How is this possible? This is simply unbelievable. Where did that little fellow by you get an imperial armament from? What exactly is his background? How did attacking a mere St. Heaven sect stir up such a massive commotion?" Aunt Wong frowned, turned away, and replied, "You're asking me? Who am I supposed to ask?" The two quickly returned and sat at their familiar stone table in the garden pavilion. Uncle Lee drew on his pipe and asked, "Can it still be hidden?" Aunt Wong shook her head. "The aura of an imperial armament is far too overbearing. It can't be completely concealed." Uncle Lee took another drag and muttered to himself, "The time of great chaos is coming soon. That may not be a bad thing. There is now one more variable." He frowned slightly. "You mean that boy by you? Even if he carries an imperial armament, his actual strength is still." At that, Aunt Wong smiled faintly and glanced at him. "It's true he doesn't have much strength on his own, but that boy always surprises people when cornered. That is precisely the charm of a variable." Once everything had settled down, Lu Xiong remembered to introduce Ling to Bai Yu. "Sect Master, this man is a trusted confidant of Saint Heaven Sect and often dealt directly with the Holy Lord. He wants to meet you. Just now, he also helped me kill the Holy Lord." Bai Yu said, "Bring him here." Hearing that, Ling stepped forward, stood before Bai Yu, and bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master Bai. Your talent is truly extraordinary. With a turn of your hand, you gather clouds. With another, you summon rain. Today, you have broadened my horizons." Bai Yu was blunt and direct. "Cut the flattery. Just give me your name and background." Ling answered sincerely, "I have no human name. Sect Master may call me Ling or Chi." Bai Yu showed some interest and asked, "No human name? Then does that mean you're not human?" Ling did not hide his origins and explained, "I was born from the sacred land that Sect Master destroyed earlier. This time, I came especially to deliver a great opportunity to you." Bai Yu folded his arms and raised a brow. "Chao Yu, Beitang Shui, the two of you have sharp eyes. Take a look and see whether there's anything suspicious about him." Beitang Shui lifted her head and examined him. Without the slightest expression, she replied, "A wicked one. His heart is unclean. He should be killed." Chao Yu agreed as well. "A filthy soul, a chaotic mind, a man of great treachery and great evil. There is no need to keep him alive." Ling was instantly frightened and panicked. Bai Yu's face darkened as he said coldly, "You heard them too. My two disciples say I should dispose of you, so prepare yourself for the road." In terror, Ling hurried to defend himself. "Sect Master Bai, I brought a great opportunity. You can't judge me based only on the opinions of two girls. I feel wronged. Please give me one chance to speak." Bai Yu leaned close to him and smiled sinisterly. "Then this Sect Master will give you one chance to speak." Ling hastily explained, "I'm not bluffing, Sect Master Bai. Once you hear me out, you definitely won't kill me. This is a heaven-defying opportunity." Bai Yu answered skeptically, "Stop talking nonsense." Ling rushed on, "Sect Master Bai, as everyone knows, the world is divided into 9 regions because each region has one sacred land. The Azure Heaven region has the heaven-piercing sacred land. The Demonic Heaven region has the Demonic Heaven sacred land, and I was born from a sacred land. No one understands sacred lands better than I do." Bai Yu's expression did not change. "So," Ling continued enthusiastically, "every sacred land hides a great opportunity. After a sacred land is destroyed, one receives a fragment of bronze." Bai Yu took out the item he had collected and asked, "You mean this?" Ling was delighted. "Just as I guessed, the bronze fragment really did fall into your hands. When all the sacred lands are destroyed, 9 fragments will be obtained. When the 9 fragments are combined, that will be the greatest opportunity of all." Bai Yu grew a little curious. "What opportunity?" "A quasi-imperial armament. The 9 fragments will combine into a quasi-imperial armament." Ling answered at once. Hearing that, Bai Yu's face went blank. He asked again, "That's all?" Ling was stunned. "That's all? Isn't that enough? This is a quasi-imperial armament. It far surpasses divine weapons. Not only have many cultivators never seen one, many have never even heard of one. With such a weapon in hand, you could cut through everything. Region-level battles would be like chopping vegetables and gathering firewood." Thinking of the imperial armament already in his own hand, Bai Yu lost interest and ordered, "Men, drag this dog-headed thing out." Yang Jianfeng lovingly cradled the sharp weapon in his hand and said with a grin, "Come on, I'll send you on your way." Ling panicked and shouted unwillingly, "Sect Master, I was born from a sacred land and understand every sacred land. I can help you obtain the quasi-imperial armament. Why do you still want to kill me? Bai Yu replied decisively. It's not worth considering. Ling became even more frantic and immediately cried out, What? You don't value a quasi-imperial armament? Sect Master Bai, are you joking? Did I hear wrong? With a quasi-imperial weapon, you would be invincible across the 9 regions. Sect Master, don't joke with me. After listening to his endless babbling, Bai Yu was already getting impatient. I'm not joking. You followed the Holy Lord of Saint Heaven's sect in committing evil. If you have no other value, then go on your way in peace. Terrified, Ling dropped to his knees and begged, Sect Master, please don't kill me. He thought for a moment, then stammered, I'm still useful. Ling hurriedly said, Right now, resources throughout the human emperor world are depleted and countless cultivators progress slowly. Sect Master Bai has just taken over the Saint Heaven region and needs a great amount of cultivation resources. I can help Sect Master gather cultivation. Resources. Bai Yu found him suspicious and cleared his throat as he asked, Gather them how? Trembling, Ling replied, In ancient times there was the old heavenly court. Although the heavenly court has collapsed and the human emperor world has split into 9 regions, the heavenly court's treasure stores still remain. As soon as he said that, Bai Yu's gaze turned sharp. Why should I believe you? Ling declared fiercely, I can swear an oath. But Ling was truly sly. In his heart, he was already thinking, I'll swear first and fool him later. To prevent any accidents, Bai Yu ordered Qiao Yu. Qiao Yu, place a restriction on him. She nodded. All right. Ling looked at her with disdain and laughed aloud. Ha ha, even a heavenly Tao oath has no binding force on a spirit body like mine, much less a restriction from some young girl of unknown origin. It won't have any effect on me at all. Qiao Yu did not like wasting words and only softly invoked her power. In my name, let heaven and earth unite their force. Seal the 5 directions. Still fearless, he sneered, Ha ha, this little girl really knows how to put on an act. She did not bother arguing with him and simply clenched her hand. Ling was instantly constricted by a surge of magical power. The tighter Qiao Yu clenched her fist, the more that force tightened around him. Only then did he panic. How is this possible? What kind of restriction is this? It has locked down everything from soul to body, from inside to out. Qiao Yu turned to Bai Yu and said, Master, it's done. If he dares harbor other intentions in the future, you need only crush this piece of jade, and he will die immediately. Bai Yu accepted the purple jade and said proudly, Ling, do you have anything else to say? Trembling, Ling replied, I will obey Sect Master Bai and will not dare entertain any other thoughts. His head felt as if it were about to explode. It can't be undone. It can't be broken. What level of forbidden art is this? Who is this girl? How have I been so completely controlled? How can someone like this exist in the mortal realm? Isn't this absurd? After dealing with Ling, Bai Yu called Lu Yuan over and handed him an immortal-grade origin-augmenting breakthrough pill. I have an origin-augmenting breakthrough pill here, Lu Yuan. It's for you. Lu Yuan froze and did not dare accept it. For me, Sect Master, isn't this far too precious? Bai Yu said, In this battle, you lost an arm and suffered severe injuries. Use this pill, and you can advance from the Marquis realm into the core-shattering realm, and your arm can regenerate. Lu Yuan took the spiritual pill and swallowed it. In just a short while, his arm regrew, and his power surged several-fold. He was overjoyed. Malasi Armenia Rajanarata. My cultivation has also reached the core-shattering realm. Before meeting Sect Master, this was something I, Lu Yuan, would never even have dreamed of. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed. The Saint Heaven region, now the Heaven region, had grown much more peaceful than before. Bai Yu and Lu Yuan stood high above and looked down as they discussed matters together. Sect Master, over the past few days, our White Jade sect has completely taken over Saint Heaven sect. This time, after careful selection, we chose several hundred disciples with outstanding talent. All of them are core disciples directly under the White Jade sect. The rest will be managed by the various halls. It's just that. Bai Yu paused, then continued. Are cultivation resources insufficient? Lu Yuan replied. It wouldn't be right to say insufficient. After all, last time Sect Master gifted me an entire mountain of spirit stones. There are 9 million spirit stones in total. Those spirit stones are enough to maintain the White Jade sect's basic cultivation needs for 1,000 years. However, aside from spirit stones, our white jade sect is severely lacking in other cultivation resources, such as heavenly treasures and earthly wonders. Resources across the entire continent are drying up, and the Saint Heaven sect wasted far too much over the years. There is not much wealth left. Our white jade sect only has things coming in with nothing going out. Bayu's expression grew tense. He asked gloomily, "How long can our current resources still hold out?" Lu Yuan let out a sigh. "About another half a year. After that, all cultivation resources aside from spirit stones will be completely exhausted." Exhausted, Bayu slumped onto the ground and said dejectedly, "Aunt Wong was right. The sect really is in trouble right now. It seems seizing the Heavenly Court's treasure vault truly is necessary. However, there's something even more important we need to deal with first. Lu Yuan, what do you know about the Dragon Palace?" As he spoke, Bayu recalled what had happened before. Last time, because he had been in such a rush to flee from the Titan giant demon, he had summoned the Nine-Dragon Mother to suppress that old turtle, only for the giant demon to smash it apart. He then thought of the old turtle again. That old turtle is no longer suppressed. I'm afraid it has already returned to the Dragon Palace. The deaths of the Dragon King and the third prince can no longer be concealed. Lu Yuan answered, interrupting his thoughts. The Dragon Palace is the greatest force in the Endless Sea. It could even be said to be the only true superpower there. It has always ruled all the waters. Back when the Heavenly Court still existed, the Dragon Palace, the Heavenly Court, and the remnants of the demonic Heavenly Court were the three greatest powers of the extreme North Continent. In everyone's memories, the Dragon King was a majestic figure with white hair standing upright, a long beard, dragon horns, and elegant traditional robes, exuding the aura of a mighty dragon god. This was Bayu's first time hearing of the extreme North Continent, so he curiously asked about it. Lu Yuan replied, "According to legend, the continent where our human emperor world is located is the extreme North Continent, including both the Endless Sea and the Endless Demon Clan territory. Beyond the extreme North Continent lies what is called the Outer Expanse. Perhaps only the Lord of the Heavenly Court from the legends has ever set foot there." "Oh," Bayu raised a brow, then asked thoughtfully, "If the Dragon Palace attacks our heaven region, what are our chances of winning?" After witnessing miracle after miracle, Lu Yuan did not hesitate in the slightest. Thumping his chest, he replied, "With Sect Master here, of course it's 100%. Bayu frowned helplessly. "You really do trust your Sect Master blindly now. Don't count on me. I'll be going into seclusion soon and won't be able to act easily." Lu Yuan's smile faded, and without even a second of thought, he gave his conclusion. "If Sect Master is absent, I'm afraid we have no chance of victory at all. Every dragon in the Dragon Palace has an extremely powerful body. Only divine weapons can kill them. An adult dragon possesses strength beyond the core-breaking realm. And as for the legendary Dragon Lord, it is said he has lived through endless ages. His strength is unfathomable." Bayu propped his cheek on one hand, frowning in irritation as he thought to himself, "It seems the only option left is to strengthen the sect through the system. If every member of the White Jade sect possessed an imperial armament, then not just the Dragon Palace. Even all the cultivators in the world together would not be enough to deal with us. Of course, imperial armaments are a bit too much, but if everyone had a divine weapon, that goal could still be achieved." Meanwhile, elsewhere, high above the distant clouds, a gigantic ancient warehouse stood towering in the sky. Two massive, muscle-bound giants were straining with all their might to pull open its huge doors. The Heavenfire Empress arrived and watched them with a frown. Still unable to open the Heavenly Court's treasure vault, the old Taoist beside her slowly stepped forward and said, "Please forgive us, Heavenfire Empress. The Lord of the Heavenly Court personally reinforced the vault with a special method. We are doing everything we can to break it, but it still requires time." She was a woman wrapped in fiery aura and possessed no patience to begin with. She shouted furiously, 10 years, and the Heavenly Court's vault still hasn't been opened. What use are any of you? I do not have that much time to waste. No matter what method you use, you must open it." After yelling this, she turned and walked away decisively through the rows of people lined neatly on both sides. They all clasped their hands and bowed their heads, shouting, "Yes, we respectfully send off the Empress." The Heaven Fire Empress frowned darkly to herself. The cultivation resources of the entire extreme North Continent are now insufficient. They can no longer help me raise my cultivation by another level. The only path left is to open the Heavenly Court's treasure vault. Only by obtaining the treasures left behind by the Lord of the Heavenly Court will I be able to break through once more. By then, even if I face an invasion by the outer gods, I will at least have the qualification to fight them. Suddenly remembering something, she looked up at the clear sky as the wind stirred and wondered. I sent those 2 demon kings to kill that bitch Mingxiu. Why haven't they returned yet? Troubled, she immediately raised her hand and calculated a divination. At once, her eyes widened in stunned disbelief and alarm. Their auras have vanished? Those 2 demon kings were killed? Could it be that Mingxiu has recovered? Impossible. Even if one reincarnated and cultivated again from the beginning with abundant resources, it would be impossible to recover that quickly, let alone now, when the 9 regions barely have any cultivation resources left. With a wave of her hand, the vast sky tore open into a spatial rift. Looking at the widening portal, she called out loudly, "Holy Lord of the Heaven region, are you there?" At that moment, a hand emerged from within the portal, followed by the rest of a man as he laughed and said, "Your Majesty the Empress, were you missing me?" He rushed down and dropped to one knee before her. The Heaven Fire Empress frowned and reminded him, "Holy Lord of the Heaven region, mind who it is you are speaking to." With an infatuated expression, the Holy Lord gestured animatedly as he said, "Your Majesty the Empress, you are the noble goddess of the highest standing in this Holy Lord's heart. If there is anything you need, just give the order. Miley Heaven region is willing to leap into boiling oil and raging flames for you." She went straight to the point. "Help me find someone in the 9 regions." The Holy Lord asked curiously, "Find someone? Who could possibly make your Majesty summon me personally to search for them?" The Heaven Fire Empress's face darkened at once as she spoke the name. "Empress Mingxiu." The Holy Lord was instantly horrified on hearing it and stammered. "What? Wasn't she already?" She explained. "Not long ago, I detected Mingxiu's distinctive icy aura. It must have been when she broke through during her reincarnated cultivation and carelessly let it leak out. After that, I sent 2 demon kings to find her, but both of them are now dead." The Holy Lord's expression also turned serious as he frowned. "Something like this? In the 9 regions, aside from the Heaven region and Sword Heaven region, who else could quietly kill 2 demon kings? Could Sword Heaven region have done it?" She shook her head. "Not Sword Heaven region. The place where Mingxiu appeared was Saint Heaven region." As the Holy Lord of that place, he found it even harder to believe and cried out, "Saint Heaven region? The weakest of the 9 regions? That place shouldn't be capable of causing any waves. This is truly strange. I'll go take a look." Seeing him about to leave in a hurry, the Heaven Fire Empress called after him, "Holy Lord of the Heaven region, the world may be divided into 9 regions, but the human emperor world must still revere and offer tribute to the Heavenly Court." He turned back with a lewd smile. "If your Majesty wishes to establish the Heavenly Court anew, then I will certainly support it with both hands. It's only that, can the Heavenly Court's treasure vault really?" The Heaven Fire Empress showed no reaction and said calmly, "Among the 9 regions, your Heaven region ranks within the top 3. It would not even be an exaggeration to call it number 1. I need you to persuade the other 8 regions to offer tribute to the Heavenly Court. When that time comes, you will receive a share of the Heavenly Court's treasure vault." He curled his lips and bowed. "Aside from Sword Heaven region, which fears nothing, the other regions are no problem. If your Majesty the Empress could descend personally and suppress Sword Heaven region, then even Sword Heaven region would cease to be a problem." The Heaven Fire Empress nodded and turned to leave. "I cannot descend lately. The outer gods are about to arrive, and I need to conceal my aura." He nodded. "Outer gods, understood. I'll go handle the matter first." The blazing sun shone straight down into the depths of the sea. An old turtle crawled forward, glaring as it said, "Dragon Lord, that is what happened." The 3rd prince was swallowed by the 9th sun. Before it stretched a seemingly endless staircase hidden beneath the sea. At the top of the stairs, the seawater trembled and parted, and the Sea Dragon King appeared. His dragon scales radiated pressure as he frowned tightly and growled. "This emperor is enraged." The old turtle hurriedly continued, "This old turtle understands. The consequences are grave. His Highness the Third Prince cannot be allowed to die in vain. In a flash, the Sea Dragon King was before it. He shook his head lightly and explained, "Wrong. I am not angry because the third prince died, nor because he was swallowed by the ninth sun. Dragons of our race tearing each other apart has always been the way of things. If one lacks the ability and gets devoured, he has no one else to blame." The old turtle looked up, utterly confused. Then the dragon's face twisted in fury. "What truly angers me is that the ninth son has chosen to follow a human and is willing to be a watchdog at his gate. That is a humiliation to the sea dragon race." The old turtle immediately cried out in report, "Dragon Lord, the sect master of the White Jade sect, is no ordinary man either. He possesses divine weapons, and perhaps even a super divine weapon that must not be underestimated." The Sea Dragon King roared in anger. "What is a mere human with a few divine weapons worth? Our dragon race has ruled the endless sea for countless ages, standing alongside the human heavenly court and the demonic heavenly court of old as one of the three great powers of the extreme North Continent. Now that both heavenly courts have fallen, this is the very time for the dragon race to take control of the extreme North Continent." Just then, the seawater suddenly changed and began spiraling toward a single source. The old turtle and the Sea Dragon King both jerked in shock and frowned. "This is," the Sea Dragon King bellowed, "an order. The outer gods are invading. Move quickly and stop them." The old turtle looked up and saw a layer of terrifying, unfamiliar spiritual power flickering above the water. It shouted, "All dragons, hear my command. At all costs, stop the descent of the outer gods." At once, it reverted to its true form, a huge, mighty dragon, while the soldiers of the Dragon Palace also appeared one after another. A burst of laughter descended from above the water. "What a beautiful golden giant dragon. How fortunate, arriving here and finding treasure immediately." The Sea Dragon King said nothing more and roared, "Attack!" The group of soldiers charged forward and launched ranged weapons. But the moment those weapons struck the purple barrier, they rebounded. The old dragon muttered anxiously, "This is bad. At this rate, we won't be able to stop the outer gods from invading." A small mouth full of sharp fangs let out an excited chuckle. "We've hit the jackpot this time. If I capture these giant dragons and bring them back, Master will definitely praise me." Standing at the rail of the ship, Chun-Li was overjoyed. The cultivators standing behind him bent in salute and continued, "There are barriers between the regions of this continent. Ever since the ancient altar path vanished, ordinary people have found it extremely difficult to cross those barriers. We happened to catch the moment when the barrier tide was at its weakest and managed to enter this place, and just so happened to encounter these dragon beasts. This proves that the young lord's fortune is as vast as the heavens." Chun-Li shouted impatiently, "Go capture them at once. I want to roast dragon tendons and eat them." A subordinate beside him nervously reminded him, "Young lord, please don't rush. Our ship hasn't fully crossed the barrier yet." Smack! Without warning, Chun-Li threw a punch and knocked the man down. Rolling his wrist, he curled his lip in disgust and said, "Didn't you hear what I said? Right now, I want roasted dragon tendon." His widened eyes made the trembling cultivator stammer, "Why, yes. Hurry up, increase speed, and break through the barrier." Seeing the prow of the ship push another inch deeper in, the Sea Dragon King made his decision and shouted, "We can't wait any longer. Bring the dragon pearls." His subordinates flung the glowing golden dragon pearls one by one, and they flew straight into the old dragon's mouth. That familiar sight of swallowing an upgrade pill to break through appeared again. His whip-like dragon body blazed with spiritual light as he shot upward, and a section of that sturdy wooden frame cracked apart. The old dragon frowned. "Damn it. In the end, this aged, golden, giant dragon body of mine still has its weaknesses. I still couldn't smash it flying." Chun-Li shouted furiously, "You vile beast! You dare damage my ship? Are you courting death?" The Sea Dragon King ignored him and shouted, "Old turtle, your turn." The old turtle was already right beside him. "This old turtle is here." Boom! Layer after layer of earth and rock exploded upward over the surface of the sea. And as the old turtle exerted its power, those layers of earth and stone grew even thicker. Gritting his teeth, Chun-Li snarled, "How dare you? You actually dare damage the golden light barrier my master gave me? I'll personally chop you all to death." Observing the situation while controlling the ship, his subordinates cried out in fear, "Young Master Chun-Li, we can't. The barrier is shaking violently. We have to go back." Chun-Li glared hatefully, helpless despite his fury. "You trembling beasts, you lowly rabble of this continent, just wait for me. Chun-Li, will return." The eldest prince stared blankly at the Dragon King. He asked cautiously, "Royal father, who exactly were those people? Why were you so afraid of them?" The Dragon King answered in a deep voice, "They're the legendary Outer Gods." The eldest prince stepped closer and asked, "Outer Gods? What are they? Where do they come from?" The Dragon King shook his head. "I do not know. The Outer Gods are all extremely powerful. Some among them even surpass the Grand Profound Realm." The prince was so shocked he clenched his teeth. "What? Beyond the Grand Profound Realm? That is a realm spoken of only in legend. To this day, no one on the extreme North Continent has ever broken through to it. To us, such figures are practically immortals." The Dragon King continued, "From time to time, they come to our far northern continent, sometimes once every few decades, sometimes every few hundred years, or even after more than 1,000 years. The timing of their arrivals is uncertain, but every time they come, they slaughter at will, bringing misery to all living things." The eldest prince said worriedly, "Then what should we do? These Outer Gods may descend again." The old Dragon King looked at him and replied, "According to history, most recorded descents of the Outer Gods occurred in the Endless Demon region. The destruction of the demonic heavenly court is related to this. This time, for reasons unknown, they came to my endless sea instead. But there is no need to panic. This time we prevented their descent, so they will not return so soon. For now, we must still make preparations." The Dragon King fell silent in thought and turned his head. Then he ordered, "Go bring the ninth son back. Tell him that if he is willing to return, I will let bygones be bygones." The eldest prince turned pale and stammered, "Royal father, but he killed third brother." The Dragon King growled, "Do as I say." The eldest prince obediently answered, "Yes." Then he hesitated and asked, "Royal father, what if the ninth son refuses to return?" The old king said coldly, "If he refuses, then capture him and bring him back. Remember, I want him alive." The golden giant dragon. This is the second golden giant dragon after me. A dragon begets 9 sons, and all 9 are different. So it truly is as the saying goes. Who would have thought the 9th son would awaken the golden giant dragon physique? The eldest prince stared blankly and then turned to ask, "Old turtle, why do you think royal father wants the 9th son to return? Could it be that after the 9th son awakened the golden bloodline, royal father changed his opinion of him? Has he started valuing him and even begun considering making him the next Dragon King?" The old turtle turned away listlessly. "I don't know. It was tired and wanted to sleep. The affairs of the world are complicated. This old turtle has seen countless changes. In the end, it all comes down to power and strength. I only want to ask one thing. Can it grant immortality?" The eldest prince gave a cold laugh. "Cunning old thing." The scene shifted back to Bayu's side. The demon lord spoke up. "Sect master, the sacred land of demonic heaven region is here. There truly are countless treasures in that sacred land, but only those fated to them can obtain them. Back then, I found a demonic lotus inside, and that was how my son was able to restore his body." Bayu turned and asked, "Ling, didn't you say you know the sacred lands best? What great opportunities are there in the demonic heaven sacred region?" Ling frowned and replied, "Within the demonic heaven sacred region, there are 3 great opportunities, namely 3 ancient sacred relics, all of which are of great help in increasing one's cultivation. But if we speak of the greatest opportunity, then it is the bronze fragment that occasionally appears from the sacred land. It is one of the components of the quasi-imperial armament. Once assembled into the complete quasi-imperial armament, it will be unmatched." Bayu took out an item and explained, "Back then, I simply could not take this bronze fragment out. No matter how far I threw it, it would automatically return to my side. There is something very wrong with that. Is this really just a fragment of a quasi-imperial armament? Even imperial armaments don't seem that eerie. Shall you come here? I'm giving you something, but in the end, whether you can take it or not depends on you." Chao Yu replied blankly, "It's just an ordinary bronze fragment. How could I possibly fail to take it?" But the moment her hand touched it, it instantly vanished. Chow Yu's eyes widened in shock. Bai Yu was also startled and shook his hand. Huh? Why did it disappear? Just as I thought, it still doesn't work. This thing automatically returned to my body. It's so mysterious, as though it has some special affinity with me. This is definitely not merely a fragment of a quasi-imperial armament. Chow Yu suddenly said hesitantly, that thing seems. Bai Yu looked at her curiously. Do you know what this bronze fragment is? Chow Yu immediately replied, I don't know, but it seems to be related to soul armaments mentioned in ancient texts. Bai Yu asked blankly, soul armaments? What are those? I don't know much either, because soul armaments are even rarer than imperial armaments. If imperial armaments have at least left traces in this world, with each one bearing witness to bloody storms of slaughter, then soul armaments are true existences of legend, things no one has ever seen. Bai Yu's eyes widened in alarm. He thought to himself, looks like only by gathering all the fragments from the 9 great sacred lands will I have a chance to determine what this thing really is. Having made up his mind, he turned his head and shouted, let's go, into the demonic heaven sacred region. Today, we'll seize every opportunity in this place and strengthen my white jade sect. In the middle of the secret realm, a towering pagoda reaching into the heavens appeared. The whole group stopped and looked up at it. Bai Yu spoke first. The first sacred relic is inside this tall tower. The demon lord turned back and reminded them, this tower has stood here the whole time. Countless geniuses of the demonic heaven region have entered it, yet none of them have found the sacred relic. Ling frowned and explained, that's because they never reached the 9th floor. The demon lord glared at him in confusion. The 9th floor? What kind of joke is that? This tower only has 8 floors total. Where did 9th floor come from? The 9th floor, Ling continued sternly. No one understands the 9 great sacred lands better than I do, Sect Master. Opening the 9th floor of this tower requires a special condition. Bai Yu raised a curious brow. What condition? Ling waved his hand and cast a spell. Sect Master, please look. At that moment, an extra small floor appeared above the tower. Sect Master, opening this entrance to the 9th floor requires the blood of 10 great demons at the heavenly profound realm. I wonder if you have enough. The demon lord stared at him in shock. 10 great demons at the heavenly profound realm? How can anyone possibly gather that many? Even the endless demon region couldn't find so many great demons. Bai Yu smiled. No need to go through all that trouble. Bai Yu pulled out an absurdly huge hammer from who knew where. He shot toward the door at incredible speed. Boom! A heaven-shaking explosion rang out. The people below cried out in alarm. Teach, this hammer is that powerful? Could it be a divine weapon? No, that can't be right. Even a divine weapon couldn't open that door. This is a weapon even higher than a divine weapon. Bai Yu turned around, puzzled. Didn't it open? Why bother going out of our way to hunt demon beasts? He looked up at the tree, glowing with 7-colored light. He muttered in confusion. The 9th floor only has a tree trunk? Bei Tongxue and Chow Yu cried out in shock. That's no ordinary tree. It's a tea tree of enlightenment. Ling exclaimed joyfully, as expected of a sacred relic. To think it would be something as precious as a tea tree of enlightenment. Bai Yu blinked and asked, what exactly is the origin of these sacred relics? Ling slowly explained. Sacred relics are said to be treasures left behind by ancient sacred beings. Every single one is incomparably precious and has an extraordinary origin. After hearing that, Bai Yu pointed at the tree and called out, Chow Yu, I'll give this tree to you first. Chow Yu stared blankly upward. People usually give flowers. This is the first time I've ever seen someone give away a tree. The system interface appeared with a prompt. Gifted disciple Chow Yu, tea tree of enlightenment. 1,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations, you have obtained 1,000 tea trees of enlightenment. Ling excitedly explained. This tea tree of enlightenment is also a legendary existence. On the entire extreme north continent, it seems only the heavenly court once possessed a single one. Nowhere else has even the slightest trace of it. Its leaves can be brewed into tea that enhances one's comprehension in cultivation. With just one tree, given enough time, it would be enough to raise an entire sect to the #1 position in the 9 regions. Bai Yu immediately brightened up again after hearing that. What if there were 1,000 of them? Ling froze in astonishment. Huh, 1,000? That would be unimaginable. Even the disciples of the sect could soak in bathwater made from tea of enlightenment, and increasing their cultivation in a single day would be no problem. But tea trees of enlightenment can't be cultivated. 1,000 of them is impossible. Bai Yu gave a sly smile. He answered vaguely, that just means you haven't seen enough of the world. Looks like this trip wasn't in vain. 1,000 tea trees of enlightenment can rapidly strengthen the white jade sect again and again. Ahead of them was a vast forest of pink waiting. For them, Bai Yu's group gathered in front of a go board with interwoven black and white stones. Ling introduced it. Sect Master, this is the location of the second sacred relic. The demon lord beside him frowned unhappily and said, this place is called the Plum Blossom Chess Endgame. It is an ancient incomplete board. Countless people have tried to seek a fortuitous opportunity here, but none of them gained anything. Ignoring the demon lord's words, Ling pointed at the unfinished board again. Sect Master, we cannot use brute force to obtain the sacred relic here. We must solve this endgame first. Li Xiu immediately volunteered. I've studied board formation since I was young. Let me try. He stepped forward and fumbled around for a while, sweat covering his brow. Finally, he frowned and let out a helpless sigh. No good. This board has reached a near-divine level. I have no way to solve it. Bei Tangxue stepped forward as the second person. I'll try to, she thought to herself. In my previous life, the Lord of the Heavenly Court loved playing chess, so I often played against him. Even though I never won, I still thought I had some insight into the Tao of chess. She picked up a stone and stared at the board in thought. After a while, her expression turned exactly like Li Xiu's had earlier, and she muttered, this is far too difficult. I'm afraid this chess puzzle truly cannot be solved. At the very least, no one on the extreme north continent can solve it. Bai Yu frowned and asked, Chao Yu, is there any way to solve this puzzle? She shook her head decisively. I don't understand chess at all. He smiled gently and took out a chess manual, handing it to her. If that's the case, then I'll give you this chess record. Study it after we return. The instant Chao Yu accepted it, the system interface popped up. System prompt, gifted disciple Chao Yu, Plum Blossom Chess Endgame. 10,000-fold return triggered. Congratulations, you have obtained the title Supreme Chess Venerable. After gaining this title, you will comprehend all chess games of past and present. Bai Yu curled his lips in satisfaction and thought to himself, as expected, it works. This system can even return skills. When Ling saw him walk forward, he immediately reminded him, Sect Master, this chess board cannot be taken away. Otherwise, even if it is solved outside the sacred land, you still won't obtain the fortuitous opportunity. Standing beside Bei Tangxue, Bai Yu said, fine. Then this sect master will personally solve the board. She asked in confusion, Master, do you understand chess too? Bai Yu picked up a white stone and placed it on an intersection without the slightest hesitation. I know a little. The chessboard was silent for a moment, then suddenly trembled and let out a soft sound. The entire group was stunned at the same time. Even the demon lord blurted out, it's solved. After all these years, the Plum Blossom chess formation was actually broken by the sect master. Ling widened his eyes in disbelief and thought, Sect Master Bai Yu is truly unfathomable. He's even proficient in the Tao of chess. I really underestimated him. Before the Nine Worlds shattered, I was always stubborn. If Sect Master Bai Yu hadn't seen through it, I'd have been finished. Bei Tangxue looked at the broken chessboard and twitched her lips in dissatisfaction. And this is what he calls knowing a little? Master's level is probably even above that of the former lord of the Heavenly Court. Bai Yu smirked proudly. Right then, the chessboard before them changed again, and a dragon-shaped remnant shadow began to swirl in the air. Ling said thoughtfully, this is the second sacred relic. Could this aura possibly be a Tao spirit? Chao Yu frowned and continued, that's right, it is a Tao spirit. I never expected such a divine object to appear here. It really is astonishing. Lu Yuan also said in shock, I've seen this recorded in ancient texts. A Tao spirit is useless to fools, but for mortal cultivators with exceptional aptitude is a peerless treasure. Absorbing it brings countless benefits. Bai Yu grabbed the Tao spirit and looked at his three disciples. In that case, you three, Bei Tangxue and Han Yu both shook their heads at the same time. It's useless to me. Don't give it to me. I can't use it anyway. So Bai Yu directly handed it to Li Xiao. Then Li Xiao, this is for you. Looking at Li Xiao holding the Tao spirit, Lu Yuan praised him. Indeed, a Tao spirit is extremely suitable for someone like young Master Li, whose innate talent is both extraordinarily outstanding and pure. System prompt. Gifted disciple Li Xiao. 1 strand of primordial chaos Tao spirit. Tenfold return triggered. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 strands of primordial chaos Tao spirit. Feeling the spiritual power constantly stirring within him, Li Xiao said excitedly, the fluctuations of the great Tao are truly pure and captivating. I have to absorb it immediately. After a while, under a clear and windless sky, a violent gale suddenly swept in, only to vanish just as quickly. Li Xiao abruptly opened his eyes, and layer after layer of brilliant spiritual power burst forth around him. Lu Yuan sighed in admiration. To break through so easily proves just how obvious the effect of the Tao spirit is. The demon lord stared at Li Xiao and added, it's not over yet. Sure enough, the spiritual energy around him changed again, turning into spiraling pillars of light that shot straight into the sky. Ling's face darkened as he cried out in shock. Teach, that is the phenomenon of 7-colored glorious light. Even Bei Tangxue was stunned. There is a legend that when a cultivator breaks through and multicolored rays appear, it means that person's aptitude has entered the ranks of the heavenly prodigies of all worlds. Lu Yuan could not hold back and shouted, heavenly prodigies of all worlds? Those are prodigies from the great worlds beyond our own. We've never even left for the outer expanse, and yet young Master Li has already entered the ranks of those heavenly prodigies. Bai Yu stood there with a faint, smug smile. My eldest disciple may look the most ordinary and unremarkable, but the more he grows, the more extraordinary he becomes. The sparkling spiritual light came quickly and faded just as quickly, part of it withdrawing back into Li Xiao's body. Unable to take his eyes off him, Lu Yuan asked curiously, what is he doing now? I've never seen anything like this before. Chao Yu explained, he's awakening an innate divine ability. The demon lord could no longer remain calm. What? Awakening an innate divine ability. Ling seemed to be the most shaken of all. He was speechless. Even I'm astonished. As far as I know, only primordial chaos divine beasts can awaken innate divine abilities. As for humans, only those with extremely high talent can trigger one. Since ancient times, there have been very few. Chao Yu fell into thought. I already thought Master was extraordinary, but I never expected this senior brother to be just as extraordinary. Even in the lower realms, this kind of talent is exceedingly rare. A gentle breeze swept by, and Li Xiao's golden hair fluttered in the wind. Bai Yu asked worriedly, Li Xiao, what do you feel now? Li Xiao said happily, my cultivation has grown rapidly. I've already broken through to the earth profound realm. But the astonishing part is that my innate divine ability still hasn't fully awakened. Bai Yu asked in surprise, your innate divine ability still hasn't fully awakened? Why is that? Li Xiao looked at his clenched hand. There isn't enough Tao spirit. I can feel that something in this world is suppressing it. There's no way to connect to more of the great Tao, so the entrance is blocked. Later on, I can only slowly search for a breakthrough. Bai Yu casually released more Tao spirits. Not enough Tao spirit? Why didn't you say so earlier? The other 5 were left utterly dumbfounded. That is, Bai Yu flicked his hand. As your master, I have a total of 10 strands of Tao spirit here. I'm giving them all to you. Master, these are extremely precious. Stop dawdling. Hurry up and cultivate. Li Xiao answered, yes. Over here, Ling was completely stunned. Those are 10 strands of Tao spirit. Sect Master Bai is absurdly wealthy. The demon lord was no less shocked. This isn't just wealth. His generosity is unbelievable. He waved his hand and gave away 10 strands of Tao spirit without even blinking. This kind of treatment is even better than how my father treated me. Tao spirits began to appear around Li Xiao. He sat cross-legged and rested his hands on his knees. Master, these 10 strands of Tao spirit have finally allowed my innate divine ability to awaken completely. Bai asked. Then what innate divine ability did you awaken? Li Xiu stood proudly before his master and confidently displayed his newly awakened technique. He split into 3 identical copies of himself. A clone technique, Bai Tongxue said. She added, this is considered a high-level divine ability. Awakening an innate divine ability is already extremely rare, but a high-level one like this is rare even among the rare. The demon lord praised him wholeheartedly. With this kind of divine ability, his combat strength can be considered tripled. It is extremely powerful. Lu Yuan said, not just tripled. These 3 clones are all the same person, and their minds are 100% connected. The power they can display is not as simple as merely stacking strength. Li Xiu clenched his fists in delight. Moreover, I can sense that my divine ability can still evolve. In the future, if I encounter the right opportunity, the number of clones may continue increasing. The demon lord continued, praising him endlessly. It can still evolve and increase the number of clones. This kind of innate divine ability is far from ordinary power. Ling also added, in the future, when young Masterly fully matures, his prospects will surely be limitless. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, and everyone staggered in alarm. Lu Yuan cried out in fear. What's happening? The entire sacred land is shaking violently. All 3 sacred relics have been taken, so the core of the sacred land no longer has enough energy to sustain it. The sacred land is about to collapse. Boom! The sacred land crumbled, and everyone fell freely through the air. Even Bai Yu could no longer remain calm at the sight. After they landed, Ling cheerfully explained, after a sacred land collapses, some origin energy will remain behind. It is extremely helpful to cultivators. This is no small fortuitous opportunity either. Hearing that, Bai Yu turned to his disciple. Bai Tongxue, this thing will be useful to you. Go on. Another great fortuitous opportunity? Bai Tongxue exclaimed. Following Master, my recovery speed compared to my previous life has increased tenfold, 100-fold. It won't be long before I truly break out of the cocoon and be reborn. At that moment, a glowing blue star appeared before everyone's eyes. Ling hurriedly cried out, it's here. The most precious fragment of an imperial armament has appeared. The star gradually came into view, and its surrounding light streaked across the sky as it flew straight toward Bai Yu. Bai Yu caught it once. Sure enough, it flew into my hand on its own again. The disciples all ran over in delight. Congratulations, Sect Master Bai. Sect Master, you have obtained the 2nd fragment of the imperial armament. Once again, it was Ling. I've obtained a fragment, yet you seem even more excited than I am. Ling replied cheerfully, I'm simply happy for you, Sect Master. As Bai Yu walked past Ling, he continued, I hope that's really the case. The 9 great sacred lands definitely aren't that simple. That fellow Ling is surely hiding something from me. Still, today he helped the White Jade Sect obtain quite a lot of resources, so for now I'll keep him around. He still has his uses. Sect Master Bai seems to be wary of me now, but it doesn't matter. At present, he and I share the same interests. Ling raised his hand and looked at it. A strand of green aura was wrapped around his palm. The light flared brighter and brighter, as though he were undoing some kind of seal. His face was full of killing intent as he muttered, without the sacred land suppressing me, another seal has been released. But I have to say, following Sect Master Bai was the best decision I could have made. He can destroy a sacred land without much effort at all, unlike that useless holy lord of Saint Heaven region, who for hundreds of years failed to use up the opportunities of the mystic heaven in the sacred land and simply let it collapse. Originally, I intended to use the chance to refine his blood essence, using the evil blood fiend aura to overwhelm the sacred land. In the end, I failed, but Sect Master Bai destroyed the sacred land anyway. The result is excellent. Bai Yu held the star in his hand, entered a room, and gently placed it on the floor. Then, the young man suddenly took out his hammer and raised it high. Since this bronze fragment can't be returned by the system, I might as well use an imperial armament to test what rank it is. The moment he finished speaking, he brought the hammer crashing down like heavenly thunder. Seeing that the star remained completely intact, Bai Yu was overjoyed, completely unharmed. Not even an Imperial armament can damage this bronze fragment in the slightest. An Imperial armament is the strongest weapon I know of. I don't even know what kind of weapon could rank above it. It seems this thing definitely has an extraordinary origin. A voice sounded from outside. Sect Master, Lu Yuan requests an audience. Hearing that Lu Yuan had come, Bai Yu immediately put the hammer away. Sect Master, I came to speak with you about establishing the White Jade Sect. The two of them sat down at the table, and Bai Yu said, if you have an idea, then speak. Our White Jade Sect now controls the former Saint Heaven region and the Demonic Heaven region, which together form a Heaven region. It won't be long before the formation of this Heaven region stirs up turmoil across the 9 regions. On top of that, there is also the threat of the Endless Sea. If someone comes to attack us, then the city where our White Jade Sect is establishing itself, Haiyuan City, simply won't be able to hold, Lu Yuan reported. What you say is correct. I've been thinking about this issue recently, and I already have some preliminary ideas, Bai Yu replied. The sect master already has a solution? Then quickly tell me about it, Lu Yuan asked. Bai Yu gave a faint smile, stood up, turned his back, and walked away. Norus, come with me. The two of them departed from White Jade Sect, and with a single lightning-fast teleport, they arrived at that scorching mountain path on Jade Mountain. Standing beside him, Lu Yuan looked up and asked, Sect Master, now that you've come here, it seems you still intend to establish our immortal sect on Jade Mountain, right? Bai Yu nodded and replied, I've already thought it through, and now Jade Mountain is indeed the most suitable place for White Jade Sect. First, the water from Jade Mountain can improve cultivators' physiques, which will be of great help in raising the strength of our White Jade Sect disciples. Second, there is the powerful giant inside the crater. He is so strong that even Old Turtle could be killed with ease. Sect Master, are you planning to use that giant to guard the immortal sect? Bai Yu smiled, his eyes turning even more satisfied as he looked toward the mountain peak. That's right. Once White Jade Sect is established here, if our sect is attacked by forces such as the Endless Sea, we can use the defensive formation to lure the enemy to the giant and borrow his power to eliminate them. Lu Yuan asked in concern, with that giant protecting our White Jade Sect, we really could rest easy. But if that giant awakens, wouldn't our White Jade Sect also be in danger? Hearing this, Bai Yu fell briefly silent before replying, that giant has shown no signs of awakening for many years, so it probably won't happen anytime soon. During this time, our White Jade Sect must grow and strengthen itself as quickly as possible. He thought to himself, the real reason I chose this place is because I saw a powerful existence in the Chaoyu lands on the soaring continent that called itself a god. If that giant demon were ever to track us down, it would be a catastrophic sect-destroying disaster for White Jade Sect. We would have almost no chance to resist. That's why we must borrow the giant's strength, and also use the giant to contend against that giant demon. Lu Yuan nodded slightly and turned about to Bai Yu. If that is the case, then I will gather everyone immediately and begin establishing the sect. However, this place is very steep, and it will take a great deal of time. Bai Yu asked, about how long exactly? Lu Yuan made a rough calculation and answered, I'm afraid it would take 2 years to build something on the scale of the Sacred Heaven sect. Bai Yu stroked his chin and said too slow, I have another way. This time, Lu Yuan immediately tried to stop him. I know the sect master possesses vast divine abilities, but building a sect can only be done 1 brick at a time. There's no trick to it. Sect master, you can't just create everything out of thin air. Bai Yu glanced at him, pondered for a moment, and let out a meaningful snort. Let's go back to the sect. After returning, Bai Yu pulled Chaoyu into a courtyard and asked, Chaoyu, what do you think of this courtyard? She answered calmly, it's just an ordinary courtyard. What else could it be? Bai Yu smiled gently and said, I'm giving it to you. For now, your family can live here. Once your master finishes building the sect, I'll give you an even better place to cultivate. Sure enough, the system popped up. At this moment, Chaoyu had already turned around and was preparing to leave. Master, if there's nothing else, I'll go back to my room to cultivate. Bai Yu called her back and said with an easy smile, no need to go anywhere. From now on, you won't be living here anymore. Chaoyu frowned slightly and asked suspiciously, what does that mean? You just gave it to me, but now you won't let me live here. Bai Yu pointed ahead. Call everyone over. Your master has already prepared an excellent cultivation place for you. An absolutely wonderful one. Chao Yu replied frankly, Master, it's not that I look down on this place, but the spiritual energy here is too thin. There really isn't any good place to cultivate. In the end, Bai Yu led them all to Jade Mountain. Chao Yu looked around and asked in confusion, Master, is this the excellent cultivation place you were talking about? A barren mountain like this? Li Shou also asked, That's right, Master. Why did you call us all to Jade Mountain? Only then did Bai Yu stop and turn to face them from above. I, the sect master, hereby announce. From this moment onward, White Jade Sect will officially establish its mountain gate here. Lu Yuan immediately added, Sect Master, there's really no need to announce the sect's construction this early. I already told the Demon Lord that the Demonic Heaven region is now White Jade Sect's Demonic Heaven Hall. They will help with all their strength, and the time may be reduced to only 1 year. Bai Yu looked at him and smiled faintly. There's no need to wait a year. I already have something good. Lu Yuan was stunned for a moment, then declared firmly, Something good? That's impossible. Bai Yu did not explain. Instead, he stepped forward, waved his hand in a showy manner, and intoned, At this time, in this place, heed my command. With a sweep of his hand, layer upon layer of towers and 100 connected courtyard compounds appeared in the middle of the wilderness. Li Xiu and Chao Yu were dumbfounded. A barren land had now transformed before Bai Yu's eyes into a radiant and majestic place, like an entire imperial capital. Yang Jianfeng widened his eyes in shock. Raising tall buildings on flat ground. This is far too miraculous. Chang Yushan stood there with his mouth agape. There are actually countless buildings, and every one of them is incomparably luxurious. Is this the future White Jade Sect? It's so imposing. In all my life, I've never seen a sect with such grandeur. Lu Yuan stared in utter disbelief. Even seeing it with my own eyes, I still can't believe the sect master really created something out of nothing. Bai Tangsuo was no exception. It's not just imposing, it's extraordinary. These buildings contain something exceptional. This isn't merely a sect. Even the heavenly court has never given me a feeling like this. Chao Yu continued, That's right, senior sister. You can feel it too? It's not just extraordinary. I can even sense Tao aura from these buildings. This isn't something ordinary sects could possess. Even some divine sects and blessed cave heavens don't have this. Bai Yu looked across the entire place, and even he widened his eyes in shock. Damn, even I'm stunned. I knew this return was powerful, but I never expected it to be such a magnificent sect. The key point is, this is only one corner of the Dao Ruins sect. Although I don't know where these Dao Ruins came from. If this were complete Dao Ruins, it would be absolutely world-shaking. At this moment, the Holy Lord of the Sacred Lotus region stood on the steps of Sacred Heaven sect and shouted loudly. The Holy Lord of the Heaven region has come to discuss important matters. He shouted and waited for a while. In the end, only the birds in the nearby forest flew out. There were birds, but not a single person in sight. He glared angrily. Absurd. I, the Holy Lord of the Heaven region, have come to visit the Sacred Heaven region. Yet after all this time, no one has come to receive me. There isn't even anyone answering. Since when has the Sacred Heaven region become so arrogant? But in the end, Lu Xiong, who had unexpectedly remained here, walked out and demanded, What are you yelling about? The man looked at Lu Xiong and shouted, Where is the Holy Lord of Sacred Heaven sect? Lu Xiong raised his eyes coldly and replied, Dead. The man's eyes widened in shock and disbelief. Dead? What kind of joke is that? Lu Xiong curled his lip. Who's joking with you? He died a few days ago, and Sacred Heaven Sect is gone too. This place is now Sacred Heaven Hall under White Jade Sect. Li Fabin Fronat. White Jade Sect. I've never heard of it. Lu Xiong shot back without hesitation and turned to leave. Then you're ignorant. You can go ask around outside. Sacred Heaven region has already been renamed the Heaven region, and it is White Jade Sect's territory. Li Heaven gritted his teeth, both shocked and furious. Renamed the Heaven region? Why does White Jade Sect have to do that? Did they get my approval? Standing at the doorway, Lu Xiong's face darkened as he cast him a frigid glance. Who are you exactly? Why would White Jade Sect need your approval? Li Heaven's face turned black with rage as he gritted his teeth and shouted, Insolence! Li Heaven region is the strongest of the 9 regions, and I do not approve. Yet you dare argue with me. He waved his hand, sending a claw-shaped mass of spiritual power at Lu Xiong. Lu Xiong formed hand seals. Formation rise. A shield instantly formed and blocked the attack. Li Heaven sneered and unleashed another burst of power, easily shattering Lu Xiong's shield. Lu Xiong's eyes widened in alarm. This is bad. That hand clenched tightly around him and lifted him into the air. Li Heaven folded one hand behind his back and stared at him darkly. Sacred Heaven sect was destroyed. Such a major matter, yet I knew nothing about it. Then he turned around and decided, let's go ask in the demonic heaven region. Li Heaven captured Lu Xiong and headed to the demonic heaven region. As soon as he arrived at the gate, he shouted, "Where is the demon lord of the demonic heaven region?" At that moment, the demonic heaven prince stepped out. "Why has the holy lord of the heaven region come here? My royal father has gone out on business, so he is not here." Demonic prince, let me ask you, White Jade sect destroyed Sacred Heaven sect. Did the demonic heaven region know about it? The demonic heaven prince's face went cold as he lowered his gaze. "We knew." Li Heaven repeated, "You knew? Didn't the demonic heaven region always want to devour the Sacred Heaven region? Why was it snatched away first by some suddenly appearing White Jade sect? There was nothing we could do," the demonic heaven prince answered. Li Heaven asked again, "What do you mean, nothing you could do?" "Because White Jade sect swallowed up our demonic heaven region as well," the demonic heaven prince explained. After hearing that, Li Heaven was stunned. "What? Are you joking with me? Our demonic heaven region is now White Jade sect's demonic heaven hall. The sect that appeared from nowhere has consecutively swallowed 2 of the 9 regions. Your demon race has always been arrogant. Why didn't you resist?" The demonic heaven prince replied, "My father, the demon lord, reveres White Jade sect's sect master immensely. He even wanted to acknowledge him as his father. Resistance is impossible." After hearing that, Li Heaven became even more enraged. "How can that be? Demonic prince, I'll give you a chance. Come with me and destroy White Jade sect, and I'll let you take control of the demonic heaven region." As soon as he finished speaking, the demonic prince turned and walked away. "If you want to go, then go yourself. I'm not going unless there's something wrong with my brain." Li Heaven was about to call him back, but before he could, the demonic prince suddenly cried out, "Ah!" as though something had restrained him. "What are you doing?" The demonic heaven prince had been bound by Li Heaven's crimson whip. "Sacred Heaven region is useless. Demonic Heaven region is also useless." "Then don't blame me. Li Heaven region will wipe all of you out," Li Heaven declared. The 3 of them went in search of Baiyu, and soon they arrived before Sacred Heaven Hall. At this moment, the demonic prince spoke up. "White Jade sect is just below. Holy Lord, if you want to go, then go." Lu Xiong chimed in, "I'm not stopping you either. You'd better hurry on down. In some remote little city, there's an utterly insignificant little sect, and you're all scared out of your minds? 2 great region lords were actually conquered by a sect like that. Li Heaven Ruodat. This holy lord, can destroy it with one hand." With that, Li Heaven flew up and struck toward White Jade sect with a giant palm. At the same time, back within the sect, Juzi opened his eyes from an afternoon nap, stretched his body and bones, and said, "At last, I've completely evolved. After digesting those 2 great demons this time, my cultivation has risen quite a bit again." As he spoke, he suddenly sensed the spiritual fluctuation of that palm. "Huh? Someone's launching a sneak attack." Juzi transformed into a huge and majestic sea dragon and roared, "You're courting death." Hovering in the sky, Li Heaven arrogantly declared, "There isn't a single powerful aura in all of Haiyuan City. I truly don't understand how such a tiny sect could possibly." The sea dragon surged forward and easily bit that claw attack to pieces. Li Heaven jerked in shock. "What?" Before he could steady himself, he saw Josie's dragon jaws opening wide as they lunged toward him, ready to devour him. His face turned pale with terror. "This is the aura of a golden giant dragon." Bang! His body slammed into the dragon's mouth and was sent flying high into the air. The moment he stabilized himself, he froze for a second, then burst into loud laughter. "Understand now. So White Jade sect has an expert from the Dragon Palace of the Endless Sea backing it." Off to the side, Lu Xiong could only sneer contemptuously. This guy is really lucky. He just happened to run into the guard dog. Beside him, the demonic prince likewise sighed in regret. What a pity. If Sect Master Bai and the others were here, the old man could have lived a little longer. Li Heaven cast him a glance and said, "We'll withdraw for now." Then he gnashed his teeth and muttered angrily, "White Jade sect has the Dragon Palace as its backer. No wonder a small sect could swallow 2 great regions. But this holy lord also has support from experts of the heavenly court. As long as that dragon expert is dealt with, White Jade sect will vanish like smoke in an instant. The demonic prince and Lu Xiong were too lazy to argue with him and simply played along. Yes, you're right. As expected of the holy lord of Li Heaven region, you truly are a clever man. Li Heaven looked pleased with himself. Since the two of you have such a good attitude and speak so agreeably, I'll spare your lives for the time being. Lu Xiong was speechless and doubtful. Does this guy even know whether he's being praised or mocked? Elsewhere in Li Heaven region, an old Taoist elder stood on the platform of a pavilion and gently announced, "The examination for new disciples has ended. Wu Yulian ranked first in every category of the assessment and has been promoted directly to elite inner disciple. Furthermore, she will be personally instructed by this protector." As soon as the words fell, the disciples all turned to look at Wu Yulian in shock and began whispering among themselves. What background does this Wu Yulian have? No idea, but this woman strikes with extreme ruthlessness, and she's very powerful. Going straight into the inner sect, something like this has never happened in our sect. She smiled faintly in smug satisfaction. Wherever ye go, ye shine. Today, I join Li Heaven region, the strongest of the 9 regions. Not only that, I've become an elite inner disciple and have even caught the great protector's eye. My future is limitless. What is that by you have that can compare with me? A while later, the disciples dispersed and returned. Wu Yulian also turned to leave, but was suddenly called back. Wu Yulian. Elder Huang smiled faintly and asked, "What do you think of this protector?" Wu Yulian cupped her hands and replied, "I, Wu Yulian, will forever remember the great protector's kindness." Smack! Her left shoulder was suddenly grabbed. Elder Huang clutched her tightly and eagerly proposed, "In that case, become my disciple." Wu Yulian became flustered and stammered, not answering immediately. This. Elder Huang let out a cold laugh and began tempting her. "What, you refuse? Li Heaven region is the strongest of the 9 regions. Sooner or later, it will unify them all. This protector holds very high status within the sect. If you follow me, your future prospects will be vast." She pressed her lips together and pondered grimly for a moment. In the end, she knelt and bowed. Wu Yulian greets master. Elder Huang nodded in satisfaction and pride, lightly lifting her chin with his finger. "Very good. From now on, in this Li Heaven region, this protector will shield you. Whatever you want, you can obtain. As for what I want, Yulian, you understand, don't you?" Angry, yet not daring to avoid him, she looked straight at the old man and answered, "Yulian understands." Just then, Li Heaven returned carrying 2 captives, one in each hand, the demonic prince and Lu Xiong. "Where is the great protector?" Elder Huang turned to look at him and smiled. "The Holy Lord has arrived." "Holy Lord, let me introduce someone to you. This woman is named Wu Yulian, the first place winner of this round's competition. Her talent is extremely high. In the future, she will surely become one of the experts of our Li Heaven sect in Li Heaven region." Yulian respectfully cupped her hands when she saw Li Heaven. Inner disciple Wu Yulian greets the Holy Lord. He merely glanced at her, turned, and walked into the pavilion as he instructed. "Wu Yulian, these 2 are temporarily under your watch. Guard them carefully. You immediately notify the holy lords of the other 6 regions. Have them depart at once." Watching the 2 of them turn and leave, Wu Yulian grew suspicious. Guard them carefully? I'd like to see just who these people are to be valued so highly by the Holy Lord. After they left, she walked toward the 2 of them. The moment the 3 came face to face, they all froze and stared at one another. "Why is it you? Why is it you?" Inside the pavilion, after hearing the full story, Elder Huang immediately roared in anger. "Ridiculous. Our Li Heaven region is the strongest of the 9 regions. Even Sword Heaven region has kept a much lower profile over the past 2 years. Yet, right under our noses, 2 great regions were stolen away. White Jade sect must be eradicated immediately. Even if they surrender, they are not to be spared." Li Heaven waved his hand and said calmly as he stood before him, "The reason I returned this time is to retrieve that divine artifact, the Dragon Binding Lock. As long as we restrain that dragon expert, White Jade Sect will lose its backing. Secondly, I also want to seize this opportunity to discuss punishment together with the other 6 great regions. Elder Huang smiled with interest and continued. All 6 regions will participate? Ah, Holy Lord, brilliant indeed. Letting the 6 regions join and will both establish our might and formally cement the status of our Lee Heaven region. Lee Heaven waved his hand, turned, and ordered the elder, go notify the 6 holy lords of those 6 regions immediately. Set out at once. Elsewhere, Josie stood in front of the grand gate of the new White Jade Sect and stared wide-eyed in shock. Truly magnificent, truly majestic. What a divine sect atmosphere. It is far more imposing than even the Dragon Palace. Lu Yuan glanced at the wagging dog tail and asked with a smile, Ninth son, how does it feel? Josie replied excitedly and bluntly, I feel like here I was only fit to guard the gate. I never expected that as soon as I came out of seclusion, White Jade Sect would undergo such earth-shaking changes. Inside the residence, Bai Yu stood in the courtyard and looked at the group. Lu Xiong and the demonic heaven prince were taken away. Do you know who did it? The demon lord answered, it was the holy lord of Lee Heaven region. He is overbearing and ambitious. He wants to unify the 9 regions, and his strength is not weak. Bai Yu frowned and asked, I heard Lee Heaven region is the strongest of the 9 regions. Is that true? Before Sect Master arrived, Lee Heaven region truly was the strongest. Sword Heaven region was second. The other 7 regions lagged far behind those 2. Moreover, Lee Heaven region is connected to today's destruction of the Heavenly Court. I'm afraid there is someone backing them from behind. Now that White Jade Sect has obtained a corner of the Dao ruins, and after several days of becoming familiar with it, we have discovered that the Dao ruins is extraordinarily powerful and filled with countless mysteries. White Jade Sect should have more than enough strength to protect itself within the 9 regions. Right now, the most important thing is to increase our strength. We must obtain the Universal Salvation Divine Art. Elsewhere, in the sky, a flying ship hovered forward. Standing on it was the group from the various heaven regions. One Holy Lord frowned and demanded, Holy Lord of Lee Heaven region, you made such a huge fuss bringing us here. Are you really so idle? Li Tian narrowed his eyes and smiled. Holy Lord of Sword Heaven region, after all these years, your sharp tongue hasn't dulled at all. No wonder not a single brat still dares to want. You, she glared at him. You want to die? An old Taoist in a brilliant long robe slowly stepped forward. The Holy Lord of Gold Heaven region spoke. You two should stop bickering. Get to the point. Where exactly are we going? Only then did Li Tian slowly fill the other Holy Lords in on what they needed to know. After hearing it, the old Holy Lord Jean immediately widened his eyes in shock. I did hear that Sacred Heaven region was overthrown, but Demonic Heaven region was occupied too? Is that true? Li Tian answered firmly. I saw it with my own eyes. That White Jade Sect came out of nowhere and shattered the balance of the 9 regions. Its sins are monstrous. That is why, this time, the 7 regions are marching out under my lead to destroy White Jade Sect together. The Holy Lord of Sword Heaven region lifted her eyes. If White Jade Sect can conquer 2 great regions, it must have some real strength. Li Tian shouted, strength, my ass. It was originally just some tiny sect that got lucky, relying entirely on a powerful dragon expert. This time, I brought the divine artifact, Dragon Binding Lock. Once we trap that dragon expert, I can wipe out White Jade Sect with one hand. We've arrived. White Jade Sect is right below. Let's go down and take a look. I'm also curious what sort of person Sect Master Bai really is. Down below, Aunt Wong and Uncle Lee were seated at a round table chatting. Haiyuan City is really getting too lively. Should we deal with it? Aunt Wong shook her head. Let Bai Yu handle it himself. He just moved house. He needs to establish his authority. By the way, haven't you gone to see White Jade Sect's new address yet? I heard it's very impressive. Aunt Wong gave a faint smile and pointed straight at the sky. Impressive? Don't forget, the place I lived back then was Jade Void Palace. What grand spectacle haven't I seen? Would this newly built White Jade Sect even catch my eye? Then she added, building a sect takes a huge amount of time and resources. Forget the resources. How long has it even been? You can already imagine what state White Jade Sect must be in. Uncle Lee took a drag from his pipe and tapped it, mainly because that child Bai Yu sent people to invite us several times. It'd be awkward to keep refusing. After all, we do bear the title of White Jade Sect. Elders. Oh, Aunt Wong smiled faintly again and stood up from the table. Then going to have a look won't hurt. After we've seen it, we can still come back here and wait comfortably. Footsteps sounded as the people from the Heaven region and Sword Heaven region stepped into White Jade Sect. As soon as they entered, the Holy Lord of the Heaven region spoke. What's going on? There's not a single person here. A young man chimed in. Could it be that when they heard the Holy Lord of the Heaven region was coming, White Jade Sect scattered like birds and beasts and ran off early? We can search again. The Holy Lord of the Heaven region looked rather arrogant and conceited. Someone suddenly shouted, "We found an old woman and an old man." The Holy Lord Li Tian walked over and asked the two old people, "I'm asking you, where did the people of White Jade Sect go? Do you know?" The old man holding a smoking pipe took a light puff and replied, "I know." "Then where are they? Speak." The moment Li Tian finished speaking, the old man slapped him across the face. "Is that how you speak to the elderly?" The old man remained calmly seated, smoking. "You dare hit me? You want to die?" The Holy Lord of Sword Heaven region cut in. "Holy Lord of Li Heaven region, if your opponent can't even tie up a chicken, what skill is there in attacking an old man? Your mouth is too foul, so you got hit. That served you right." The young man said angrily, "Fine, then you ask. Elder, please tell us." The old man replied lightly, "White Jade Sect has newly built its sect on Jade Mountain, not far from here. You two will lead us there." Li Heaven region ordered the two elders. The old woman stood up and slapped the table. "Let's go. Letting these bastards escort us for part of the way's fine too. Up ahead is Jade Mountain," said the Holy Lord of Li Heaven region. "Everyone look, what is that?" A young man cried out in alarm, and everyone looked ahead. The old man from Sword Heaven region also exclaimed in shock. "Huh." Before them stretched an endless complex of buildings, grand and vast beyond measure. Where had it come from? The old man asked, and the old woman replied, "This is White Jade Sect, isn't it?" "No way. This doesn't look like White Jade Sect at all." The old man still refused to believe this was White Jade Sect. Boom! The ship carrying Li Heaven region's group landed in White Jade Sect's courtyard. The Holy Lord of Sword Heaven region looked at the scene before her and asked the Holy Lord of Li Heaven region, "This is the White Jade Sect you were talking about? Right now I'm a little confused. I don't understand." At that moment, Shur Tian, standing on a nearby rooftop, looked at the strangers and asked in confusion, "This is White Jade Sect. What business do you all have here?" Once the Holy Lords heard that confirmation, they immediately broke into an uproar. "It really is White Jade Sect. What is White Jade Sect's background? Such an imposing sect. Even the old heavenly court was inferior. Holy Lord of the Heaven region, is this what you called weak, petty, and something you could destroy with one hand?" Li Tian struggled out of his daze, equally bewildered. What in the world is going on here? If such a huge sect had risen, there is no way we wouldn't know. Uncle Li ignored them and turned to Aunt Wong, raising his brow. "Feel it?" The old woman widened her eyes in surprise. "I do. It's Tao resonance. This is no ordinary sect. Only an ancient sect containing the great Tao could possess an aura like this. How does it compare to Jade Void Palace? Almost the same. But here, I feel I still haven't seen through it. It seems even deeper and grander, and what is shown has not fully emerged. This place has only revealed one corner of itself. That brat Baiyu has truly given me a huge surprise today." Uncle Li also grew excited and looked toward the great gate with enjoyment. "I'm getting a little impatient to go inside." One Holy Lord said worriedly, "Holy Lord of the Heaven region, what do we do now? We can't just stand here." Li Tian ground his teeth and replied, "Maybe this place is only a facade. No matter what, today we have to charge in and test it once." Then he glanced at Shur Tian on the rooftop and asked, "Hey, fish-catching brat, are you from White Jade Sect?" The boy straightened up and pointed his chest. "Of course I'm from White Jade Sect, and I'm also White Jade Sect's strongest cultivator below the Underworld 12. Li Tian frowned and said through clenched teeth, "Since that's the case, lead the way for this Holy Lord. I want to see what strength White Jade Sect really has." Shur Tian looked at him warily and carefully asked, "What are you trying to do?" He smiled and answered, "I only want to pay a visit to White Jade Sect's Sectmaster." Shur Tian stared at him with wide eyes and said, "If you say human Emperor realm cultivators are noobs, then I'll lead the way for you." Li Tian snorted angrily and reluctantly repeated, "Human Emperor realm cultivators are noobs." The Holy Lords over there had to suppress their laughter so hard it hurt, while Shur Tian cheerfully clutched his stomach and burst out laughing. "Haha, what a big idiot, so obedient." Li Tian's face darkened. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "You little bastard, You dare toy with me? You're courting death. He lunged forward, reaching out to grab the boy, but the child easily dodged. And just as he was still startled, Shirtion had already seized his arm and flipped him hard onto the ground. Come on, then. Li Tian was stunned and hadn't even understood what happened before his back slammed down, shattering the ground. And he ended up sprawled there below. What just happened? The Holy Lords cried in shock. Are you kidding me? The strongest Holy Lord was knocked flat by a child. This isn't an ordinary child. His physical strength is actually this great, transcendent realm, and such extraordinary talent. Why Jade Sect actually has a genius of this level. Inside the main pavilion, Baiyu was discussing strategy with a stern expression. Now then, let's rescue Lu Xiong and the demonic Heaven Prince. Demon Lord, Big Wolf, make a trip. The two who had been called answered at once and bowed to accept the order. At that very moment, the main doors were flung open by a disciple who rushed in and shouted in report, Sect Master, the Holy Lord of the Heaven region has arrived with the other 6 regional Holy Lords to attack us. Baiyu's face darkened as he ground his teeth. They still dare come? They want to die. That disciple hurried in further and continued, and the 2 honorary elders of White Jade Sect, Old Li and Aunt Wong, were also brought here by them. Baiyu shot toward the door and shouted coldly in anger, this is bad. Those bastards. Even ordinary mortals like Sister Wong were taken too? Hurry over there. Li Tian was just struggling to his feet, muttering, Brat, I was careless just now. This Holy Lord will crush you to death right now. He circulated spiritual power and swung his hand. Just then, the back of his head was struck hard by Aunt Wong, and the old woman glared furiously. Will this never end? Even a little child, and you still bully him? He glared hatefully at her and roared, Old hag, I already showed you respect. You hit this Holy Lord once and still dare hit me a second time? Before the words had fully left his mouth, Aunt Wong slapped his mouth so hard it twisted to one side and scolded, what a foul mouth. The Holy Lord of Sword Heaven region widened her eyes in shock. The Holy Lord of the Heaven region actually couldn't avoid her slap? Li Tian flew into a rage and lunged at her. I'll kill you. This time, before he could even finish speaking, his body was violently jerked aside, and Aunt Wong's elbow smashed across his face, making his expression change drastically. Aunt Wong turned and rammed his fiery hot head straight into the ground, as if cooling him down a bit. The Holy Lords trembled in confused disbelief. What is this? Am I seeing wrong? The Holy Lord of the Heaven region was smashed into the ground by an old woman. Standing beside her, Shirtion's big eyes sparkled. Grandma Wong, you're this amazing? Aunt Wong smiled gently, though with a trace of pride, and rubbed the boy's head. This old body isn't as formidable as when I was young. The Holy Lord of Gold Heaven region, caught between advancing and retreating, asked, what do we do now? Let's go. Withdraw first. These 2 elders keep their power completely hidden. We can't even sense their cultivation. Their depth is probably immeasurable. Move. With a shout, the Holy Lords decisively abandoned Li Tian and fled toward the flying ship. Uncle Li appeared out of nowhere in front of them, blocking their path, and shouted, Stop right there, all of you. The Holy Lord of Gold Heaven region said anxiously and sincerely, Elder, we do not wish to cause trouble. Please let us leave. Uncle Li sneered, drew on his pipe, and said disdainfully, You don't want to cause trouble? Didn't you come here specifically to cause trouble? Since you've come, then today not a single one of you should even think about leaving. The Holy Lords were immediately put in an awkward position. Everyone split up. In the end, they did not resist and instead scattered in flight, streaks of figures rushing off in every direction. Uncle Lee smiled faintly and swung the pipe in his hand. If I let you all get away from Old Lee's grasp, then I really am old. Wisps of smoke drifted from the bowl of his pipe, twisting together with spiritual power as they flew out, shooting straight toward each of the holy lords and wrapping around them, binding them and lifting them into the air. Swept along by the smoke like wind, they spun around in the sky. Sure, Tion shouted excitedly, Amazing, amazing. Grandpa Lee is this strong too. The holy lords were swept back and dropped limply onto the ground, humiliated and powerless, each speaking in turn. What level of expert is this? We didn't even have a chance to resist. How could such an expert appear in Sacred Heaven region? This makes no sense at all. Could this be related to the outer gods? The Sword Lord, with blood at the corner of her lips not yet dried, frowned and said, "Have you thought about it? An expert of this level is stepping forward for White Jade Sect. White Jade Sect probably has an enormous background as well. Today we've been miserably ruined by that idiot, the Holy Lord of the Heaven region. We really kicked an iron plate with our own feet." At that moment, a loud shout rang out. "Everyone, stop right there." Baiyu led the way, with Lu Yuan's group following behind as they emerged from inside and approached. Baiyu and the others had arrived. As soon as he stepped up, Baiyu asked with concern, "Sister Wang, is everyone all right?" The old woman replied, "We're fine." Baiyu's anger flared at once. How can this be? Let this sect master see just who dared bully even. The elderly. Hearing Baiyu speak, everyone looked rather surprised. "Huh?" Baiyu continued, "Why are you all sitting on the ground?" The Sword Lord then spoke up. "So this is the sect master of White Jade Sect?" Another Holy Lord cut in. "His cultivation looks ordinary, yet he also seems like someone unfathomable." Baiyu continued asking, "And there's one with his head stuck in the ground. What kind of performance is that supposed to be?" The Holy Lord of Sword Heaven region was evaluating Sect Master Baiyu. He completely lacked the bearing and presence of a superior expert. He even looked like an ordinary commoner from the marketplace, truly rough around the edges. Perhaps this was the naturalness of the Tao. I simply couldn't understand it. Why are you all just standing there blankly? I'm asking you, can none of you even stand properly? Another Holy Lord dropped to his knees and admitted fault. "Sect Master Baiyu, you are a superior expert. There is no need for you to deliberately humiliate us. We were defeated with a mere wave of the hand by White Jade Sect's 2 elders. We admit defeat. Kill us or spare us as you wish, but a gentleman may be killed and not humiliated." Baiyu froze and asked again, "Defeated by the 2 elders?" The boy then replied, "Sect Master, those people were all taken care of by Grandma Zhang and Grandpa Li. They're really amazing." Baiyu went stiff after hearing that. What is going on here? Sister Wang and Uncle Li are actually hidden experts? Baiyu turned to the 2 elders and bowed. "Sister Wang, Uncle Li, many thanks to you both for helping White Jade Sect escape danger." "Baiyu boy, that's too polite. The 2 of us are elders of White Jade Sect after all. Doing a little something for White Jade Sect is only natural." Old Li cut in. "Besides, it was settled with a wave of the hand. It wasn't a big deal, so there's no need to worry. To settle the 7 rulers of 7 regions with a mere wave of the hand. What level of expert were these 2 exactly? No one had expected that these 2 were people capable of wiping out the rulers of 6 regions with a single gesture. Their combat strength was so terrifying that they were surely already invincible in this whole area. Lu Yuan continued, "Back then, I couldn't understand why Sect Master had appointed 2 mortals as elders of White Jade Sect. Looking at it now, Sect Master had long since seen through these 2 elders. Sect Master's vision truly reaches unfathomable depths. I'm not even 1/10,000,000th of his equal." Aunt Wang had already roughly examined the structure of this place, and she praised Baiyu. "You've got quite some presence now. A sect like this is not something the Northern Expanse continent should be able to possess." Baiyu proudly stepped aside to reveal the Great Gate and snapped his fingers. "Everyone, White Jade Sect will open its highest level ceremony to welcome Elder Sister Wang and Uncle Li into the sect." Instantly, before everyone's eyes, from the void appeared a long tier of stairs stretching so far the end could not be seen. Aunt Wang waved a hand as she looked on and sighed in admiration. A rainbow bridge opening the way. This truly is a grand gesture. In the past, only experts of the Divine King level received such treatment. Come then, I am very much looking forward to entering White Jade Sect now. Lu Yuan walked over beside Xiaoyu and asked, "Sect Master, then what about the 7 Holy Lords?" Baiyu turned and swept his gaze across them all before answering, "Tie every single one of them up and lock them in the heavenly prison under guard. This means we've captured all 7 regional lords of the human emperor realm at once, and at the same time offended all their forces. They came right to our door. If we don't capture them, then White Jade Sect has no ability. Since we've already caught them, don't blame this sect master for showing no mercy." Lu Yuan frowned. "I'm only a little worried. If the 7 regions join forces, that will be no joke." Baiyu raised his brow and the corner of his mouth leisurely. "There's nothing to worry about. White Jade Sect is now fully capable of protecting itself even against the 7 great regions. What I care about more is the Dragon Palace. If, before the Dragon Palace attacks, we can resolve the whole human emperor realm and gather all its strength together, then when the time comes, we can stand against the Dragon Palace. At this point, Lu Yuan's face also turned sly and sinister as he smiled faintly. Understood. I'll go make the arrangements. Yang Jianfeng, standing behind them, stared wide-eyed at the crowd of supreme experts being escorted away, utterly dumbfounded. Sect Master truly is a master among masters, capturing 7 holy lords from 7 great regions in one stroke. This is too thrilling. At this moment, Baiyu is leading Uncle Li and Aunt Wang up those towering, majestic steps. Magnificent, utterly magnificent. I never imagined that in the lower realm I could witness such a great sect with the aura flowing here, natural Tao resonance. It's truly inconceivable. Could you stop acting like you've never seen anything before and keep marveling without end? I can't help it. White Jade sect really has given me too many surprises. Astonished, the 3 of them quickly climbed all those steps and arrived at a vast expanse of white cloud. Ahead of them was yet another flight of stairs leading straight into the heavens. Aunt Wang asked in confusion, "What is that?" Baiyu smiled faintly and explained, "This is called the Ascension Stairway. Just as the name suggests, the farther a person can walk up the stairs, the better their aptitude. Moreover, every step brings feedback from the Ascension Stairway itself, helping improve that aptitude. Right now, it's being used to test the talent of new disciples." Aunt Wang replied with emotion, "There is actually such a miraculous thing. This is my first time seeing it. I had only heard in legends that some super sects used methods like this to test aptitude. The White Jade sect really is no longer what it used to be. This brat is truly impressive." Standing beside her, Uncle Li curled his lips into a mocking smile. "And you were talking about me? Aren't you admiring him too?" Suddenly, Aunt Wang, who had been looking on in appreciation, widened her eyes in surprise and asked suspiciously, "Those children's auras are very strange. Let's go take a look." It was the group of children from ordinary Jade Mountain Village, their bodies wrapped in layers of spiritual power as they dashed up the high stairway. The 3 of them immediately went closer. After observing for a while, Aunt Wang exclaimed, "This ascension stairway is no fake. It is truly something of great value. Judging by its aura, perhaps it can even measure Divine King aptitude, or perhaps something even higher." Baiyu stared at the children, each of them pushing with all their might as they ran higher and higher, and said, "It should be able to measure that." But until now, no disciple with Divine King aptitude has appeared. Aunt Wang gave a faint smile and immediately retorted, "Nonsense. Of course none would appear. How could there possibly be a Divine King here? What do you think a Godlord is? Among billions of sects and countless cultivators, it is difficult to encounter even one such person." Smack! At that moment, in the distance, a little girl full of momentum stepped onto the 90th step. Aunt Wang instantly froze in shock. How are those children so fast? We only looked away for a moment, and they've already gone that far. Baiyu gave a small laugh and explained, "Those children are all from the village. Their talent is truly extraordinary. Ordinary geniuses can only walk about 20 steps on the ascension stairway, but these children have already passed 50. Uncle Lee glanced at him and asked doubtfully, "Judging from the aura I sense from the ascension stairway, once one passes 50 steps, these children should at least possess human king aptitude, right?" Baiyu nodded without hiding anything. "That is indeed the case." Uncle Lee has sharp eyes. At once, the 2 elders looked at the little children in astonishment and delight. Human kings are powerhouses among all realms. For the White Jade sect to have so many young geniuses like this, down in the lower realms, this is truly unimaginable. You really can't help admiring it, can you? Baiyu secretly felt a little pleased and turned around to continue walking. "Sister Wang, I'll take you too to see more. You haven't even seen 1/10 of the White Jade sect yet." Aunt Wang and Uncle Lee turned around excitedly, looked at him, and said with smiles, "No need. Go to your work. We have plenty of time. Old Lee and I will slowly look around ourselves later." Baiyu immediately spun back toward them, faster than the wind, eyes wide with delight. "Sister Wang, you mean you're not leaving?" Aunt Wang brushed past him and replied with a faint smile, "We're not leaving." How could anyone bear to leave a place this wonderful? Watching the two elders retreating backs, he thought to himself, by pure chance, I ended up planting willows and gained shade from them. These two wiped out 7 holy lords from the major regions with just one hand. They are absolutely hidden experts of the sweeping monk level. The White Jade sect's strength has become even more secure by another step. The holy lords gathered together and strolled around. The old man spoke up. "Look over there. There's a stone with swastika symbols flowing across it. I feel that if one could comprehend it, one could break through confinement." The girl immediately replied, "And those flowers and grasses over there too. At first, I thought they were just ordinary spirit herbs planted to decorate the courtyard. Who would have thought they were precious medicines beyond the saint rank? How extravagant. Such treasures are being wastefully planted by the roadside. I really want to secretly steal a few." The old man looked irritated. "Please, can each of you keep quiet for a bit? We've been captured. Right now our status is that of prisoners. What exactly are you all so excited about?" Suddenly, a stream of water flowed out, drawing their attention. The old man seemed unable to believe what he was seeing. "Am I seeing things?" That is a reverse-flowing wonder waterfall. According to legend, it is a supreme cultivation ground blessed by natural fortune. Cultivators there can gain insight into heaven and earth. It is recorded in the ancient texts of my water heaven region. I never expected to actually encounter it here. The old man reminded him, "You still have the nerve to talk about us. If you got the ability, then don't get excited either." The girl could not help but sigh. Only after walking deep into the White Jade sect can one truly sense how immeasurably profound it is. Since when did the human emperor realm produce such a transcendent force? The Holy Lord of the Heaven region suddenly shouted noisily, "White Jade sect, just you wait for me. You dare capture this Holy Lord. Sooner or later, the armies of the Heaven regions will trample your White Jade sect flat." He was immediately slapped by Yang Jianfeng. "Shut up." Even tied up, the Holy Lord of the Heaven region still refused to stop talking. "You're just a nobody, yet you dare strike me? I'll exterminate your entire clan to the 9th generation." Seeing this, Yang Jianfeng kicked him as well. "You still haven't recognized the situation?" The Holy Lord shouted loudly to draw attention. "Holy Lords, resist with me. I refuse to believe the White Jade sect truly dares lay a hand on the kings of our 7 regions." But they ignored the Holy Lord of the Heaven region instead. "Look at that tea tree over there, tall and grand. It looks very much like the legendary Enlightenment tea tree. Its aura is truly extraordinary." One of them quickly noticed something unusual. "Is there a wolf demon cultivating beneath the tree?" The old man asked in confusion. "Isn't that reckless? How can such a sacred place allow a demon beast to cultivate so freely? What if it pollutes this place?" Sky Wolf hurriedly explained, "This Enlightenment tea tree has given me a whole new cultivation experience. Using the origin pill for breaking realms to increase my cultivation not only left my foundation completely stable, it even let me advance a step further. Previously, I had already accumulated more than 100 years of cultivation in the Earth Profound realm. After breaking through, my cultivation rapidly approached the Supreme Profound realm. Now, I already possess some of the power of a near-supreme profound expert." The Holy Lord of the Heaven region kept trying to draw attention. "Holy Lords, I'm talking to you people, and you're actually making moves?" Xiaowani frowned. This idiot still can't read the situation. A sect filled with miracles like this, how can we possibly resist it? The old man agreed. "Exactly. If you hadn't said one hand was enough to wipe out the White Jade sect, would we have ended up in prison like this?" Grinding his teeth in resentment, he said, "Damn it, this Holy Lord has never suffered such humiliation. If you won't act, then I will myself." Then the Holy Lord of the Heaven region broke the rope. Binding him, Lu Yuan ordered the demon armor guards. "He still dares make a move? Seize him." They immediately obeyed and rushed toward the standing Holy Lord of the Heaven region. "Kill!" But before they could do anything, he sent them flying back instead. The Holy Lord of the Heaven region declared sternly, "Today, even if this Holy Lord must self-destruct his Dantian and forcefully raise himself by an entire major realm, I will still destroy all of you." The old man broke into a cold sweat. Near heaven, profound realm. Holy Lord Li is insisting on charging into the heaven profound realm. He'll likely have to pay a heavy price. The man burst into laughter. If this holy lord wants to leave, who can stop me? Once I return, I will definitely lead an army here and destroy your white jade sect. Before he could even finish speaking, Skywolf slapped the holy lord of the heaven region across the face. He smashed his head into the ground with crushing force. The Holy Lord of the Heaven region seemed unable to believe it. How is this possible? My near heaven profound power couldn't even withstand a single slap. Skywolf punched him again to wake him up. Trash like you dare shout in the white Jade sect. The old man wondered. Is it the aura of the supreme profound realm? Am I seeing things? Xia Wani answered. It is not the true supreme profound realm, but near supreme profound. The girl frowned. Even so, it's enough to shock anyone. This is the first time in my life I've seen the aura of the supreme profound realm. Today truly broadened my horizons. The old man sighed. My vision was too narrow. If it can cultivate beneath the enlightenment tea tree, how could it be an ordinary demon beast? This is a major figure nearly at the level of a demon emperor. Could it be that the White Jade sect doesn't have any ordinary cultivators at all? The whole body of the Holy Lord of the Heaven region began trembling. Near supreme, profound realm. I'll shut up. I'll obediently shut up. Skywolf threatened. If you make another sound, I'll rip your balls off. Lu Yuan reported. Sect Master, the Holy Lords of the 7 great regions have all been imprisoned. He asked, what should we do with them next? Baiyu immediately came up with a solution. Very simple. Send word to their sect masters and tell them to bring money to ransom them. Elsewhere, Wu Yulian stepped into the prison cell. The demonic heaven prince frowned. Wu Yulian, I didn't expect your life to be so tough. Even after all that, you still didn't die. She curled her lips. Demonic Prince, I also didn't expect that one day you would be locked up like this. This is the consequence of your demonic heaven region submitting to Baiyu. Lu Xiong reminded her. Yulian, listen to me. Go kowtow at once and admit your mistake to Sect Master Bai, and you may still have a chance to live. Sect Master Bai is a divine being, but Wu Yulian still paid no attention. Bullshit. Who knows where that Baiyu ran off to? What kind of thing is he? I know him better than anyone. Sooner or later, I'll kill that useless waste myself. The demonic heaven prince mocked her. Everyone in the White Jade sect knows you're trash. Seeing you today, it turns out that's exactly true. That only made her even more furious. Old bastard, a prisoner dares speak to me like that? Are you trying to die? The demonic heaven prince took the chance to needle her. Of course I don't want to die, but I'm afraid you'll die from your own stupidity. Just like when you said you could wipe out the White Jade sect and kill Baiyu. Wu Yulian still refused to stop boasting. My current status is the strongest heaven-defying disciple of the Heaven region in the 9 regions. How could the White Jade sect possibly compare to the Heaven region? The difference between them is like heaven and earth. Killing him wouldn't be hard at all. Lu Xiong sneered. It isn't hard, it's simply impossible. You have no idea that Sect Master Bai destroyed the holy heavenly venerable in a single battle. What sort of miracle is that? She tried to argue back. I don't care what he did. No matter how strong he is, he still can't compare with the Holy Lord of the Heaven region. The Holy Lord of the Heaven region is the strongest Holy Lord in the 9 regions. Everyone acknowledges that. He laughed softly. Acknowledges it? What is the Holy Lord of the Heaven region worth? Even the White Jade sect's gatekeeping dog can send him smashing into the ground with a single palm. Wu Yulian immediately retorted, stop talking nonsense. The demonic heaven prince offered proof. We saw it with our own eyes. Wu Yulian, you're too ignorant. I can't even count how many within the White Jade sect could kill the Holy Lord of the Heaven region. She announced, you're all too clueless. Let me tell you some news. The Holy Lord of the Heaven region has joined forces with the Holy Lords of 6 other regions and has already set out to attack the White Jade sect. Hearing this, the demonic heaven prince was utterly stunned. What? Lu Xiong was no less shocked. The Holy Lords of the 6 great regions really charged over together. Wu Yulian smirked. Now you know fear? Now you're scared. But it's already too late. The White Jade sect has probably already been destroyed. She raised her voice triumphantly. Contrary to what Wu Yulian expected, the demonic heaven prince happily said, since it's that urgent, then we're about to be saved. Lu Xiong was also delighted. That really is fantastic news. This made her utterly embarrassed. Fantastic news? What is wrong with you two? Aren't you afraid at all? He smiled. What's there to panic about? The one who should be afraid is you. Even now, Wu Yulian was still daydreaming. Keep pretending all you want. When the news comes that the White Jade sect has been destroyed, that will be the time for you to cry. Suddenly, Elder Huang entered and called out to her, Yulian, are the 2 prisoners from the White Jade sect here? He asked. Wu Yulian reported, Great Protector, the 2 of them are here. Elder Huang instructed, Good. You must watch them very carefully. Her face filled with killing intent. Please rest assured, Protector. If they dare make any strange move, I'll kill them immediately. Wu Yulian's words made him panic. Kill them? What do you mean kill them? I mean they must not escape, but they also must not die. These 2 are now bargaining chips for me in the Sacred Heaven region, understand? She asked in confusion. Bargaining chips? What do you mean? Elder Huang sighed. I'll tell you, a matter this big can't be hidden anymore. He then clearly explained the situation to Wu Yulian. The Holy Lord has been captured by the White Jade sect. She was utterly shocked by the news. What? Wu Yulian cried out loudly. No way, Protector. This must be false news. Elder Huang immediately retorted. How could it be false? All 6 of the other Holy Lords were captured as well. Right now, the White Jade sect is spreading word and demanding ransom. She stammered. Tethys, how is this possible? Lu Xiong seized the chance to jeer. Sect Master is mighty, forever the god of me. Lu Xiong. Elder Huang lamented. This is an enormous humiliation for my Li Heaven region. Next, the entire human emperor realm is going to be shaken. The demonic heaven prince laughed loudly. Wu Yulian, are you still feeling smug now? So who's crying and who's afraid? He mocked her. Do you finally realize you're the clown? You always treated Sect Master Bai as the enemy of your whole life, but little did you know that in Sect Master Bai's eyes, you aren't even worth a fart. Lu Xiong bluntly asked, May I ask this protector's esteemed name? Elder Huang immediately became wary. My surname is Huang. Why are you asking this protector's name? Lu Xiong made a suggestion. Protector Huang, are you interested in learning the White Jade sect's true background? About Sect Master Bai and his deeds, I mean. The elder asked, What are you trying to do, rebel? But Lu Xiong denied it. I know my own limits. Elder Huang smiled. This protector really does want to know. I originally thought I would need to torture you first, but who would have expected that you would voluntarily reveal these things? Inside the dim prison room, only a few burning torches flickered. After hearing Lu Xiong's story, the elder could not help being surprised. The White Jade sect truly has such a deep foundation, and Sect Master Bai is actually such a strange person. Lu Xiong replied, This is only the appetizer. I haven't even told you 1/10 of Sect Master Bai's deeds yet. Hearing that, Elder Huang quickly invited the 2 to eat. Come with me. This protector will prepare some wine and meat, and you can tell me slowly. As soon as he finished speaking, he snapped his fingers, and all 3 of them instantly teleported away, leaving Wu Yulian standing there alone in a daze. At that moment, a vortex suddenly appeared in the sky. It seemed to be drawing in the air around it, making the vortex grow even stronger. From high above, the blood ancestor of Li spoke down. All cultivators of Li Heaven region, hear my order. The Holy Lord's capture is an immense humiliation. Li Heaven region cannot accept any of the White Jade sect's ransom conditions. Contact the other 6 regions at once, gather the armies, and level the White Jade sect. Someone below quickly recognized him. It's the blood ancestor of Li. A young man's face showed obvious panic. The Holy Lord's capture has alarmed even the blood ancestor of Li. Another youth declared, Now that the ancestor has emerged from seclusion, the White Jade sect won't stay arrogant for much longer. Wu Yulian smiled. The combined attack of the armies of 7 regions. This has never happened before in the Human Emperor realm. This is a force capable of crushing any power in the Human Emperor realm. I refuse to believe the White Jade sect can still resist. Her disciple reported, Master, I heard that Li Heaven region was once an ancient battlefield where countless living beings died. It is especially suitable for evil cultivators. There are rumors that the blood ancestor of Li has entered the path of demonic cultivation. Wu Yulian immediately took action. I'm going to find it. In Li Heaven region, I want to raise my strength as much as possible. The Holy Lord of Li Heaven region gritted his teeth resentfully. Everyone, he voiced the grievance in his heart. Are we really just going to let them imprison us like this? The old man spoke up. What else can we do? The White Jade sect has already come right to our door, demanding ransom money. Let's just hope they don't ask an outrageous price. Xiao Wani reminded him. Since we've already been captured, stop making noise. The Holy Lord of the Heaven region thought for a moment. To tell the truth, the human Emperor realm's cultivation resources are depleted. This is the first time I've ever seen a place as rich in spiritual energy as the White Jade sect. I might as well use this opportunity to cultivate for a while. He answered casually. The old man also agreed. That's right. Although we were captured, I see this as a small opportunity as well. Only the Holy Lord of the Heaven region remains stubborn. I think you people have truly gone mad. Fine, I won't count on any of you. This Holy Son will handle it himself. I'll contact the Heavenly Fire Empress. Bai Yu and Li Tu walked together. He asked in confusion, Master, where are we going? Bai Yu explained, ever since my White Jade sect moved here, your master has never taken a leisurely stroll. Today, come take a walk around with me. Li Tu seemed a little unwilling. Master, I still need to cultivate. Bai Yu pressed his head down. Cultivate, cultivate. All you ever think about is cultivating. Your two junior sisters also stay shut up cultivating all day and never see anyone. So today, keep your master company for once. Li Tu gave his reason. Master, ever since we moved to the new White Jade sect, opportunities are everywhere. Cultivating here is like covering 1,000 miles in a single day. I don't want to waste even one day. He cupped his hands as he replied, Your master is your greatest opportunity of all. Have you ever suffered a loss by following me? He scratched his head. All right, master. The White Jade sect really is huge now. Most places still haven't been explored or put to use. In any case, there are too few disciples in the White Jade sect. Where are we going for a stroll? Bai Yu pointed. Over there. The place he pointed out to Li Tu gave off a strange haze. Bai Yu thought to himself, I possess a corner of the Tao ruins, so I should be able to control everything here. But there is one place behind the mountain that seems shrouded in thick fog. I can't see through it at all. Extremely strange. I have to get to the bottom of this today, so I can set my mind at ease. But for safety's sake, I'll bring a disciple with me. The two of them began heading inside to X. Li Tu trailed along behind him. This is the back mountain of the White Jade sect. It's my first time here. He guessed, this looks like a spirit garden. Let's go in and take a look. Seeing him just standing there motionless, Bai Yu reminded him, what are you spacing out for? Come on in. Li Tu jolted and answered, Master, I can't get in. He placed his hand against a transparent barrier. There's a restriction here. It's blocking me. Hearing that, Bai Yu immediately used his technique. A restriction? Let me try removing it. He set an alarm. No good, there's no response. Everywhere else in the White Jade sect, I can control things however I want with a thought. But not here. My will can't affect this place at all. Sweat beaded on Bai Yu's forehead. It seemed the very nature of this place rejected his coming here, and only allowed him in because he possessed the Tao ruins. Li Tu then used his own technique to test it. Let me try breaking it. Suddenly, a powerful wave of magic burst out. It knocked him backward. Fortunately, Li Tu managed to keep his footing. No good. The restriction here is far stronger than usual. Li Tu had always been very confident in his own strength, but he had not expected to be unable to withstand even a single blow here. There's something strange about this place. Master, where exactly is this? Bai Yu froze. Well, your master doesn't know either. Li Tu immediately started speculating wildly. But this sect was created by Master. How could you not know? I understand now. This must be a trial Master prepared for me. That left by you not knowing what to say. You really know everything, don't you? What an imagination. Saves me the trouble of explaining. Li Tu continued trying once more, yet again. But he still failed and was blasted back once more. Bai Yu hurriedly warned him, what are you doing? Stop already. But Li Tu remained stubborn. Don't worry, Master. I won't give up. He charged again. I will definitely overcome your trial and receive the opportunity you bestowed. Li Tu slashed at the transparent barrier, and his sword was instantly destroyed. He was thrown backward again. Bai Yu felt uneasy. This eldest disciple of mine is too honest. He's really trying to get himself killed. Li Tu was still stubborn. Master, I can do it. Bai Yu cursed him at once. Do my foot. Bai Yu instructed, wait there for your master. I'll go inside and take a look. The moment he finished speaking, he quickly went in to investigate. As soon as Bai Yu stepped inside, he spotted a kind of herb. He recognized it immediately. This is divine phoenix grass. Bai Yu hurried over to harvest it. This was a legendary spirit medicine, yet it was planted here so casually. The name Tao Ruins truly was deserved. There was nothing bad in this sect. Looking around the entire medicine garden, divine phoenix grass of his grade was planted everywhere, and all of it was fully mature. It must have been so long since anyone came to pick them. This was a huge gift for the White Jade sect. He used his technique to pull the spirit medicines toward himself. Harvest them all. Bayou smiled. I didn't expect this spirit herb garden to be this huge. There's even an inner courtyard inside. Let's see what good things are in there. But after only a few more steps, something happened. He frowned. The spirit medicines have all withered. What happened? And they were all an abnormal black, as if they had been contaminated by something. Bayou quickly realized something was wrong. Something lunged at him, but fortunately Bayou dodged. He seemed unable to understand what was happening. What is that? An evil spirit appeared right before Bayou's eyes. How many years has it been? 1,000? 10,000? No living person has stepped in here. Bayou immediately recognized what it was. An evil spirit. It sneered, "Hey, weak little chick, how did you get in here?" He shot back at once. "What do you mean by that? Weaklings aren't allowed here?" The evil spirit rushed at him with a scythe. For the weak, coming here means only one thing: death. No one ever gets the chance to escape. Bayou could only run. Better get out first and make a plan afterward. It giggled. "Little chick, how naive." The evil spirit reached out and grabbed both of his legs. It wrapped its body around Bayou and bound him. "This is bad." The evil spirit asked, "Well, you don't have any power to resist me at all, do you?" Bayou taunted it. "Since I dared come here, of course I have something to rely on. Let me go now, and I may spare your life." It became annoyed. "If I hadn't been trapped here for who knows how many years and willing to chat with you for a few sentences, you'd have died long ago. Harvesting you, though you're so weak that there won't be much benefit from it." Just as the evil spirit was about to strike him down, before it could do anything, a gigantic talisman appeared right above its head. Oh no, this is the aura of destruction. The moment it said that, the talisman smashed it out of existence. Bayou glanced at it. "I warned you, but you wouldn't listen. I had no choice but to turn you to dust." No sooner had he killed one evil spirit than another immediately appeared. Bayou could not help feeling bewildered. What's going on? Another identical monster? It mocked him. "Little piglet, why are you so weak?" He asked bluntly. "Little chick, little piglet, what exactly are you things and why are you here?" The evil spirit did not answer and instead lunged at Bayou. "Harvest, harvest." He took a fighting stance. There was no way to talk to it. Bayou attacked with his talisman, and it was instantly destroyed. As soon as one evil spirit died, the others immediately appeared. He glared at them. They're charging straight to their deaths. With a single slash, Bayou was able to wipe out the whole group of evil spirits. One of them immediately circled behind him. "Human cultivator, you were careless." Yet when the evil spirit sliced its scythe through Bayou's neck, he was not injured at all. Bayou began to feel confused. I'm Phoenix." He dropped weakly to the ground, as if he no longer had the strength to fight. Sweat poured off Bayou. My body suddenly got much weaker. "What's going on?" The evil spirit seized the chance and charged. "Harvest, harvest." What a pity, such a dried-up cultivator. He struggled to stand. "No, that's not right. My cultivation has dropped by an entire major realm. So this damn thing it calls harvesting can weaken another person's cultivation?" It seemed ready to unleash a finishing blow, wither into the body of a mortal. But Bayou turned the tables. "You bastard. I worked so hard to reach the enfeefment realm, and now I've fallen back to the early stage superhuman realm. You deserve to die." He became much more wary. This place was far too bizarre. It was best to find the source of all this. Otherwise, the White Jade sect would be destroyed. Bayou walked toward the building right in front of him. He pushed open the door and stepped inside. Those things must all have come from this great hall. The scene before him made Bayou's eyes widen. A swarm of evil spirits flew around in circles inside the great hall. He stared blankly. All of them turned their eyes toward Bayou where he stood. He was utterly shocked. Why are there so many? The evil spirits kept muttering nonstop, "Harvest, harvest, harvest." Bayou immediately used his technique. "Get lost, all of you." They seemed unable to do anything to him. Bayou's face was filled with killing intent. Fortunately, the Imperial weapon was protecting him, so these things couldn't do anything to him for the moment. The system notified him. The Imperial weapon is too powerful and cannot be used freely at this time. It can be used at most 5 times per month. Otherwise, an irreversible price will be paid. This month's uses have already been exhausted. Sweat burst out across his forehead. What? The Imperial weapon has a usage limit? The evil spirits seized the chance to charge it by. You. His face turned pale. System, you really are useless. Why didn't you say so sooner? Now I'm done for. They're going to reduce me to a mortal. Suddenly, a red jade pendant came flying over. It flew straight into Bai Yu's hand. He looked at the jade pendant in confusion. It created a barrier, making the evil spirits before him unable to touch Bai Yu. He fell silent for a moment, then wondered, what is this? The evil spirits, scythes in hand, lined up neatly and no longer attacked Bai Yu. He quickly realized the jade pendant protected me. These specters don't dare come forward. They're afraid of the jade pendant in my hand. Ancient God Ba Tang spoke up. Are you the current master of the Dao ruins? Bai Yu cried out in shock. Who? The old man immediately reassured him. Don't be afraid. Ancient God Ba Tang introduced himself. I'm the previous master of the Dao ruins, Ancient God Ba Tang. Bai Yu's eyes widened. Ancient God Ba Tang? According to my third disciple Chao Yu, the ancient god race are gods even older than the primordial giant gods. I never expected to meet an ancient god here, and even the previous master of the Dao ruins at that. Bai Yu then bowed in greeting. Bai Yu greets you, senior. This junior is the current master of a corner of the Dao ruins. Ancient God Ba Tang was puzzled. A corner of the Dao ruins? He seemed unable to believe what Bai Yu had just said. What? The Dao ruins have been reduced to only this little? And only a small part of what they once were. When were the Dao ruins shattered? Bai Yu replied at once. This junior does not know. I only happened to obtain the Dao ruins not long ago. Ancient God Ba Tang stroked his beard. Very well, let's not speak of the Dao ruins for now. Do you know what is sealed here? Bai Yu answered frankly, I don't. Just now, these monsters reduced a portion of my cultivation. This is my first time encountering such a thing. The old man explained, these things are the devour spirits that throw the heavenly realms into chaos. He asked in confusion, devour spirits? I've never heard of them. Ancient God Ba Tang explained, there are two kinds among them. One is the devour spirit, which devours the cultivation and spiritual power of cultivators. The other is the devour soul, which devours cultivators' divine souls. They're the source of turmoil, a bad omen that often appears in swarms, moving about like locusts. Cultivators who encounter them are completely unable to resist. Either their cultivation is devoured and they become mortals, or their souls are devoured and they become fools. Bai Yu gritted his teeth. So vicious? Where do these things come from? The old man stroked his beard. I do not know. Even as one of the ancient god race, I could not trace their origin. I only know that after long intervals, they appear again and cause massive panic and a great regression in the cultivation world. Bai Yu's eyes widened. Senior, then what is going on with the devour spirits here? Ancient God Ba Tang recounted, back then, when the devour spirits erupted, countless cultivation sects were wiped out overnight. To prevent further harm to living beings and protect the safety of the 5 divine domains, I used an ancient restriction to imprison these devour spirits here together with myself and tried to refine them. Bai Yu asked, Senior, did you succeed? The old man answered, after countless long years, I can only say that I came close to success. Bai Yu understood immediately. Close to success meant he still had not succeeded. No wonder these devour spirits could still escape from here. The old man closed his eyes. I have exhausted the last divine power of the ancient god race. I am spent, and my lifespan is nearly over. Now I must find a successor, or these devour spirits will once again rampage across the myriad worlds. Bai Yu tactfully declined. Senior, my strength is low. I'm afraid I cannot. Inwardly he thought, I only came here to take a look, so please don't choose me. But ancient God Ba Tang still wanted to entrust the burden to Bai Yu. You are now the master of the Dao ruins. Only you are suitable. Rest assured, I have refined these devour spirits for many years. After I pass them on to you, I will complete the final refining process, and you will obtain the method to control them. He shot a ray of magic straight into Bai Yu's forehead. It instantly spread across Bai Yu's face, causing such pain that he cried out loudly. Bai Yu's whole body trembled. Senior, what is this? Ancient God Ba Tang reassured him, rest easy. I do not mean to harm you. I must read your memories to confirm whether you are a righteous person. If an evil person were to gain the ability to control the devour spirits, it would be a catastrophe. He was utterly shocked. What? Read my memories? Bai Yu felt uneasy inside. Could it be that my identity as a transmigrator is about to be exposed? Ancient God Ba Tang moved closer to him. It seemed the old man was reading Bai Yu's memories. In the end, ancient God Ba Tang reached a conclusion. I have read the memories of your present life. You are not an evil person. On the contrary, you are compassionate. Now I am at ease. Bai Yu guessed inwardly, So even an ancient god can only read the current host's memories and cannot read my memories from my previous life. And the system's memories were not read either. That proves the system's existence stands above even in. Ancient God. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man immediately activated his technique. It begins now. Ancient God Ba Tang's eyes shone. In the name of ancient God Ba Tang, he chanted, burning my final divine power, I make Bai Yu the forbidden ground for the devour spirits. Be formed. A current of magic appeared, surrounding the evil spirits. Then it flew toward where Bai Yu stood. He cried out in pain, his face drenched in sweat. Ancient God Ba Tang warned him, Bai Yu, endure it. With my last divine power, I am turning your body into a prison to confine countless living spirits. The magic the old man bestowed upon him condensed into a circle inside Bai Yu's body. He could not help exclaiming, what a strange feeling. It's as though there is an inverted universe inside my body. Ancient God Ba Tang felt apologetic. Bai Yu, I am about to perish. Forgive me for not asking your permission before forcing these devour spirits into your body. Bai Yu frowned. For the sake of countless living beings, Senior gave up himself and died for the Tao. This junior deeply admires you. This junior is willing to accept your burden and continue confining these spirits. The old man took out a stone. This is the divine spark of the ancient god race. It can help you withstand 3 fatal attacks. Ancient God Ba Tang handed it to him. After protecting the 5 divine domains for so many years, the time has finally come for me to perish. He made a request. Bai Yu, can you promise me 3 things? Bai Yu immediately agreed. Please speak, Senior. Ancient God Ba Tang's body became transparent. First, you must survive. If you die, all these devour spirits will escape, and all efforts will become meaningless. Naturally, Bai Yu would agree. This I absolutely promise, Senior. I don't want to die. The old man continued. Second, search for the other fragments of the Tao ruins and restore the complete Tao ruins. Bai Yu promised, I will do my utmost. Ancient God Ba Tang gradually faded away. Third, if possible, take my place as the master of the 5 divine domains. As soon as he finished speaking, he completely vanished as well. Bai Yu frowned. This junior does not dare speak recklessly. After all, I am still only a minor low-level cultivator in the superhuman realm. Becoming the chief god is beyond anything I would dare imagine. Only then did ancient God Ba Tang finally depart in peace. Very good. You are worthy of trust. I can rest easy in trusting these devour spirits to you. Now it was Bai Yu's turn to bid farewell. I respectfully see you off, Senior. May your journey be smooth. Elsewhere, the Heaven Fire Empress sat cultivating atop an enormous rock. She cursed, trash. I told you to find that bitch Ming Xue, and yet you got yourself captured and still have the nerve to ask this Empress for help? This suddenly rising white jade sect. What kind of force is it exactly? In such a short time, it captured the 7 regional holy lords. That is truly an enormous move. The Heaven Fire Empress immediately summoned her subordinates. Giant Spirit Divine General, where are you? The surrounding atmosphere suddenly fell into a strange silence. After waiting a moment, they finally appeared. Your subordinate is here. She gave her order. Let 100,000 heavenly soldiers down to the mortal world to join the great war of the 9 domains. This is a perfect chance to unify the 9 domains. An image of a galaxy flashed through the minds of the Heaven Fire Empress's subordinates. One of them asked in confusion, why is it like this? Another said, using the ancient true essence method, I was able to vaguely locate the little demon ancestors' escape to the divine domain. It was already the 5th one. He immediately urged them on. The 5th divine domain had lost its Lord God tens of thousands of years ago, and that place was now in utter chaos. The major powers were constantly clashing with one another. Nothing must happen to the little demon ancestor. We have to confirm the exact location as quickly as possible. There isn't much time left. He smiled, baring his razor-sharp teeth. Back where Li Tu was sitting, he immediately sensed Bai Yu's presence. The moment he saw him arrive, Li Tu quickly stood up. Master, you're out? Bai Yu said, Li Tu, your master's going to give you something. Let's see whether you have the fortune to accept it. Li Tu smiled. Master has already given me so many good things before. I still haven't even used them all up. How could I possibly say I don't have the fortune to receive more? He took out the stone ancient god Batang had given him. This is for you. Li Tu reached out to receive what Bai Yu was handing him. But the instant his hand touched the stone, Li Tu's expression changed drastically. He could no longer remain standing and collapsed to the ground. Li Tu could not help asking Master Tiatis, "What exactly is this? I can feel an unbelievably powerful aura." Yang Jianfeng Sudinli Jumpet Ofer. Sect Master, were you looking for me? The moment he landed, he too crumpled straight onto the ground. Yang Jianfeng's whole body trembled. What's going on? Why do I feel a pressure like it's coming from the gods themselves? I can't endure it. Bai Yu crouched down to examine them. This guy, he actually fainted just like that? Is the might of a divine spark really this great? The system reported, Disciple Li Tu is unable to withstand or use the divine spark. Therefore, this gift attempt has no effect. Li Tu's face turned deathly pale. Master, please withdraw your divine power. Sweat poured from him. Sure enough, a treasure of a Lord God, such as a divine spark, was not something just anyone could possess. The fact that Li Tu had managed to hold on without fainting immediately was already very good. Bai Yu then took out something else. Then I'll give you something different. A devour spirit flew out of his body, leaving Li Tu bewildered. And what is this? The system warned him again. Warning. Devour spirits are objects belonging to the origin of the universe. Anything of origin class nature cannot be gifted to another person. Bai Yu's face darkened. The devour spirit belonged to the universe's origin, so it couldn't be given away? That truly was unexpected. In the end, he could only withdraw it. Come back. Bai Yu thought to himself, ancient god Batang has already refined these devour spirits. Right now, I can barely control them, but every time I control one, it feels like a great deal of my strength is drained away. He hurried back to his house. When Bai Yu gave that stone to Beidang Shui, she too slumped to the ground. Master, I can't take it. I could tell at a glance that this is a divine spark. How do you even have something like this? Bai Yu asked, so tell me, can you take or not? Of course I can, but the divine spark is too powerful. It would immediately expose my location. Bai Yu was startled. Then forget it. I'll keep this for now. The young man put away the divine item and muttered, "This is the first time I haven't been able to give a gift because my disciple wasn't capable of receiving it." Suddenly, she called out to Bai Yu, "Master." She looked at him in astonishment. "Just what kind of background do you really have?" Bai Yu turned and walked away. "I do not belong to this world to begin with." She thought to herself, not from this world. Could it be some wondrous land beyond the divine domains? I never thought my master would have such a profound background. The sky high above was still as clear blue as ever. Down below, Lu Yuan reported the situation. Sect Master, at first, several great regions agreed to pay the ransom. However, the blood ancestor of Li has now emerged in the Li Heaven region and has called for a 7-region allied army to attack together. It seems that soon we may be facing a great war. Bai Yu quickly made his decision. I've got it. A 7-region allied army? Then let them come. Lu Yuan immediately added. However, the attitude of the Holy Lord of the Sword Heaven region is still unclear. She wishes to meet with the sect master in private. Inside an enormous manor, surrounded by multiple layers of walls, Xia Wanner stepped inside to receive him. After a few polite greetings, she said, "Sect Master Bai, your bearing is modest, just like an ordinary cultivator. You truly are an enlightened master." Bai Yu went straight to the point. "The Holy Lord wanted to see me alone. Is there something you wish to discuss?" Xia Wanner immediately asked. "Sect Master, Bai may simply call me Xia Wanner. I want to ask whether you have any intention of unifying the 9 regions." He refused bluntly. No, that left her rather awkwardly caught off guard. Then, Bai Yu said clearly, "What I want is to unify the entire extreme North Continent." Xia Wanner was still trying to process it, including the Endless Sea region and the Endless Demon region, the entire extreme North Continent. It seems I truly underestimated the White Jade sect. He folded his arms. "What do you want? Speak plainly." She immediately got to the point. "I want the White Jade sect to help me destroy the sword spirit of the Sword Heaven region." Bai Yu asked in puzzlement. "I've heard that everyone in the Sword Heaven region cultivates sword arts because of the existence of a sword spirit. Why would you want to destroy it?" Xivan recounted everything. Just as Sect Master Bai said, the Sword Heaven region has possessed a sword spirit since ancient times. No one knows how many years it has existed. Every 10 years, the Sword Heaven region holds a sword offering ceremony in the main hall, presenting offerings and worshipping the sword spirit. In turn, the sword spirit grants us Manhwas some sword, arts, and divine abilities. He found it hard to understand. Wouldn't that be a good thing? She began recounting what had happened. If things had continued that way, it truly would have been good. But over the last 100 years, the evil consciousness of the sword spirit gradually awakened. It began absorbing all the sword chi cultivated by the disciples and has already taken control of some of them. If this continues, before long, every disciple in the Sword Heaven region will become the Sword Spirit's slave. That will be our destruction. Baiyu immediately raised his doubts. First, why come to me? Second, what do I gain from this? Xiao Wanner explained, the Sword Spirit is extremely powerful. In all of the 9 extremes, aside from Sect Master Bai, I don't think anyone would dare face it. The Sword Heaven region is the second strongest force in the 9 regions. Sect Master Bai can gain the loyalty of the Sword Heaven region entirely. Right now, the 7-region allied army is about to arrive. If the Sword Heaven region stands on the side of the White Jade sect, Sect Master Bai will be under much less pressure. He stated his condition. I can agree to help you, but I have one more requirement. She quickly accepted. Please speak, Sect Master Bai. Baiyu proposed, I want the sword's sacred land of the Sword Heaven region. Xiao Wanner immediately agreed. Fine. The sword spirit is already inside the sacred land anyway. That won't be a problem. After settling the discussion, she led him elsewhere. Tianlang and the demon lord stood in the distance, watching the pair's every move. Tianlang could not help sighing in admiration. As expected of the Sword Heaven region, the sword chi surrounding this place is unbelievably dense. Xiao Wanner's subordinates quickly recognized her. It's the Holy Lord. The Holy Lord has returned. Another one said, quick, quick, inform the elders. The third elder stepped forward in front of Xiao Wanner. All of them bowed in unison. Greetings, Holy Lord. Holy Lord, weren't you imprisoned by the White Jade sect? How did you come back? And these 3 are... Xivana spoke up. Let me introduce everyone. This is Sect Master Bai of the White Jade sect, whose name shakes the 9 regions. The 3 of them were all stunned. What? They drew their swords all at once. Holy Lord, your methods are truly profound. To think you actually brought Sect Master Bai here. This is perfect. We can seize the chance to capture him. She immediately stopped them. Stop. Xiao Wanner explained, Sect Master Bai is a guest I invited. The third elder objected. Holy Lord, Sect Master Bai is now a thorn in the side and a nail in the eye of all the lords across the 9 regions. If we kill him, the prestige of the Sword Heaven region will surpass all others in the 9 regions. Her face darkened with displeasure. Third elder, I told you to stop. Do you dare disobey this holy lord? But the old man still stubbornly charged forward. Once I kill this man, I will apologize to the holy lord afterward. Tianlang jumped out to stop him. You're courting death. Xiao Wanner pleaded, Senior, please show mercy. But it was probably already too late. He slammed the third elder's head into the ground. Seeing this, another elder also leaped forward. You dare kill an elder of our Sword Heaven region? You old fool. The demon lord released a powerful surge of demonic power. You're the old fool here. Both of them were utterly shocked by the sight. Before them, a sword wrapped in a stream of demonic energy appeared. Xiao Wanner recognized it at once. This is the evil sword that controls the disciples of the Sword Heaven region. It seems the third elder has already been controlled by the sword spirit. At that moment, a blue sword also flew out from another man's body. It shot toward where Baiyu was standing at astonishing speed. The demon lord reacted swiftly and jumped out to destroy the sword. How dare you? Baiyu frowned. Let's go straight to the profound heaven sword domain sacred land. Xiao Wanner shouted loudly. You all saw it just now. Sect Master Bai has come to purge the evil sword spirit. In the entire human emperor realm, only Sect Master Bai can help us now. Since matters had come to this, they had no choice but to obey. Everything will be done according to the Holy Lord's orders. She led Baiyu to a sacred land. Xiao Wanner introduced it. Sect Master Bai, this place is the sacred land of the Sword Heaven region. Tianlang seemed to sense that something was wrong. He alerted the others around him. Someone's coming. A crowd arrived all at once, lined up in a long formation. She recognized them immediately as her own subordinates. Xiao Wanner asked sharply, What are you trying to do? Who ordered you to come here? An old man tapped his cane against the ground and slowly walked forward. He voiced his opposition. We asked the Holy Lord to execute this outsider. Naturally, she did not agree. Are you teaching me how to do my job? Insolence. The people behind the old man shouted in unison, "We ask the Holy Lord to execute this outsider. We ask the Holy Lord to execute this outsider. We ask the Holy Lord to execute this outsider." You turn to look at them. Xiaowaner. It seems the situation in the Sword Heaven region is far worse than you imagined. Xiaowaner gave the order. "This Holy Lord commands you all to withdraw." But they paid no attention to her and instead charged forward. For the Sword Heaven region, kill. One elder frowned. "Damn it, I never expected the evil sword spirit to have already controlled this many disciples." Another elder beside him cursed. "These people have all gone mad." Tianlang was brimming with confidence. "No matter how many useless people there are, they're still useless. The two of us are enough." The face of one of the attackers turned deathly pale, and the other two were no less panicked. In the blink of an eye, Tianling had already blasted the whole group away. "Get the hell out of here!" Those people could only scream helplessly. Bai frowned. "Let's go in." But Xiaowana refused. "Wait, Sect Master Bai, look." A strange stream of demonic power began radiating from their bodies. His face changed at once when he saw the scene before him. One after another, every single person turned into a sword, hovering in midair. An elder said, "An evil sword has appeared inside each of them." They really were under control. Another elder asked, "The power of these evil swords is immense. Shouldn't we retreat for now?" But it was likely already too late. Xivania went rigid. "It's too late." Those swords lit up and all flew toward them at once. Tianlang and the Demon Lord immediately created a shield to block the attack. "Stop them." The two of them used magic to form a massive boulder as a barrier. But it seemed he could no longer hold out. "This is bad. 10,000 swords charging at once. The force is too great." Cracks began to spread through the boulder. In the end, it was completely shattered. All of them were knocked backward. Tianlang reported the situation. "Sect Master, we can't stop them." Even the Demon Lord could not endure it. "Withdraw." Xiaowaner's eyes widened. Who knows how long these evil swords have been inside the disciples' bodies? They have long since built up terrifying power. Could it be that today the Sword Heaven region is doomed? Bai stepped forward firmly. "All of you fall back behind me," she asked in surprise. "Sect Master Bai's going to act?" One elder said, "At this point, it won't matter who makes a move." Another warned, "These tens of thousands of evil swords are not something human strength can contend against." Tianlang tugged at the old man's sleeve. "What nonsense are you babbling about?" The Demon Lord grumbled. "Didn't you hear the Sect Master tell you to get behind him?" The swords all surrounded. "By you." The crowd blurted out together, "It's over. We're finished." Yet not only was he unafraid, he calmly took out the spell stone he had already prepared. In his pocket, "Go!" With only one hand, Bai easily stopped them all. He created a shield and blocked every one of those swords. Then a massive explosion erupted, and white smoke filled the surroundings. All those swords shattered into pieces from the impact. One elder broke out in a cold sweat. "The evil swords have all been destroyed." Another elder ground his teeth. "This is far too powerful." Xiaowaner's eyes went wide. He blocked them. Sect Master Bai completely stopped the attack of the demonic swords. He truly is a great cultivator. Before, I was still worried about the Sect Master's strength, but now it seems Sect Master Bai can definitely destroy that evil sword spirit. The Demon Lord could not help sighing in admiration. The Sect Master is as unfathomable as ever. Every time I follow him, my horizons are broadened. Those swords were all stabbed into the ground. They were scattered all around the place where everyone stood. Tianling glanced around. "So this is the profound heaven sword domain? Truly unbelievable." The Demon Lord said, "This is the first time in my life I've seen a scene like this." Even Bai Yu had to admit it. As expected of the sacred land of the heavenly sword region, countless swords buried in the earth. What a magnificent sight. Xiaowaner said, "The sacred land of the profound heaven sword domain has another name as well, the sword tomb, because there are countless ownerless swords here. In truth, what I fear most is not that the evil sword spirit has already controlled many disciples outside. What I fear most is that once the evil sword spirit completely takes control of the countless swords here, no one will be able to stop it." The swords ahead suddenly began acting strangely. She noticed it immediately. "This is bad. The sword spirit has sensed our arrival." Skeletons suddenly rose up and grabbed the swords lying on the ground. They all climbed up from beneath the earth. The Demon Lord could not help asking, "What are these things?" Xiaowaner immediately explained, "These are sword servants. The sword spirit wants to stop us from going any deeper." Bai Yu's expression immediately changed. The aura of these sword servants really did resemble that of the Devour spirits in some ways. Without thinking further, Tianling swiftly attacked them. I'll handle them. Not only was the sword spirit unafraid, it even let out a roar to show its might. Tianling gradually lost his composure. Don't tell me this thing still isn't dead after my attack. The demon lord grabbed one by the neck. Secmaster, this thing's strength is ordinary, but it's absurdly tough. No matter how much we hit it, it won't die. Xiao Wanner explained. No one knows how many years the sword spirit has tempered these sword servants. Although they are only skeletal bodies, they are completely comparable to high-level sword bodies, so they are extremely difficult to destroy. Baiyu merely smiled faintly. Let go of it. Let me try. He immediately obeyed and threw the sword servant's body aside. Baiyu summoned a Devour spirit to deal with it. Go. He chuckled. Sure enough, the aura of death and the aura of swords. The Devour spirit flew straight through the sword servant's body, and its whole frame began trembling violently. Joy was obvious on Baiyu's face. It works. In less than a second, the sword entity was instantly wiped out by him. Tianling asked, that's it? It's solved? Even the demon lord began doubting life itself. I struggled so much and still couldn't kill even two of them, but the sect master just released something, and with a single touch they died instantly. The Devour spirit continued, finishing off all the remaining ones. Eat. Even Baiyu was astonished. It seemed the Devour spirit could devour any kind of energy in the world. Truly miraculous. But controlling them consumed far too much energy. In only a short while, he already felt incredibly weak. After dealing with everything, he immediately withdrew it. Come back. Baiyu brushed his hair aside. So tired. One elder's eyes widened. Holy Lord, this sect master Bai is truly extraordinary. Those sword servants were dealt with so easily. Another elder was equally impressed. This time, the Holy Lord truly invited a heaven-reaching figure. We are sincerely convinced. Xiao Wanner fully agreed. Being able to meet sect master Bai here is our good fortune. She led him to a simple thatch cottage. Baiyu asked, are you sure it's here? This is the place. Xiao Wanner confirmed. This is where the evil sword spirit resides. Tianling could not help wondering. So this spirit sword has never even seen the world, yet it lives in a thatched hut? The demon lord warned, we cannot be careless. I can sense an extraordinary aura inside this hut. They immediately moved toward the door of the hut, but everyone suddenly halted. For a moment, without warning, the hut exploded. Fortunately, they had stopped in time instead of rushing in. One elder dropped to the ground. This is bad. This kind of power is truly terrifying. Xiao Wanner explained. The sword spirit is showing off its might to us. Baiyu folded his arms. Very good. If not for the divine spark neutralizing the pressure, even this sect master would have had to kneel. Tianling shouted. Other than sect master, none of us can withstand this pressure. Even the demon lord had to admit. It seems this sword spirit is indeed unfathomably deep. What they saw before them left both men stunned. After a moment of silence, he finally spoke. What is that? The sword spirit slowly walked out from inside the hut. Baiyu frowned. Something this abstract, even this sect master doesn't know how to describe it. It immediately flew into a rage and shouted, how dare you? You're the thing. Tianling blurted out, damn, it can talk? This thing is alive. His words drove the sword spirit into a frenzy. Shut up. With a single slap, it sent blood spilling from Tianlong's mouth. Even he had to admit, damn, it's powerful. I couldn't even block one move from it. Xiao Wanner introduced it. Sect Master Bai. This is the sword spirit. The sword spirit had always wanted to become a real human being, but as things stood now, it was still far from truly becoming human. Baiyu mocked. What a complete mess. At last, this sect master has found the perfect phrase to describe it. The sword spirit shouted, you evil people, why are you stopping me? She replied at once, Sword Immortal, this will be the last time I address you as my lord. We are not evil, nor are we stopping you. It is you who used evil arts to control and kill countless disciples of the profound heaven sword domain. You are the evil one. It asked in confusion, why am I the evil one? I only want to transform into human form. What is wrong with that? Xiao Wanner explained, there is nothing wrong with wanting to become human, but slaughtering innocent disciples is wrong. The sword spirit still looked unconcerned. I don't understand what you're saying. I killed a few people to become human. What is wrong with that? She fell silent for a moment before saying, killing people is wrong. Its mind still seemed unable to grasp it. Why is killing people wrong? To me, killing people is no different from plucking a leaf or crushing a blade of grass. Where exactly am I wrong? Since the sword spirit had put it that way, Xia Wan'er could only fall silent. Baiyu reasoned, this sword spirit still has no humanity. In its heart, there is no concept of good or evil, right or wrong. It only thinks about what benefits itself. As long as something benefits it, it will kill for it. Seizing the chance, it shifted the blame. You can't answer, can you? Then that means the ones in the wrong are you, right? He spoke in explanation. If you want to become human, then you must think from a human perspective. The fact remains that you kill people. To humans, that is a grave wrong. But the Sword Immortal still argued stubbornly. Setting that aside, are you saying you have no faults at all? Even Baiyu had to give up. Wonderful. This sword spirit is on par with the oversized version of the little fairy from my previous life. There's really nothing more to say. It drew a flaming sword. If I cut off all your heads, then no one will be left to say I'm wrong. Xia Wan'er warned, Sect Master Bai, be careful. This crimson rainbow sword was refined from the fire element. Ordinary cultivators cannot defend against it at all. The sword spirit controlled the sword and sent it flying straight at where he stood. Baiyu was not one to be outdone and immediately called out his little underling, Devour Spirit. He laughed to himself. Anything formed from energy, the Devour Spirit can handle it. The Devour Spirit lit up with delight. Good. This time I can finally eat my fill. I'm so happy. The Sword Spirit was enraged. That's mine, and you dare eat it? You're courting death. But wherever it launched the sword, the Devour Spirit scooped it up there. It cried out, any more? Give me a little more. I'm about to evolve. Baiyu quickly noticed something unusual. This Devour Spirit has changed a little. It's grown a horn. The Devour Spirit revealed a sinister grin. You're looking tastier now. If I swallow you, I'll definitely end up stuffed. Just as the Sword Immortal began to speak, though this is a bit troublesome, a layer of smoke suddenly appeared, surrounding the two of them. It stood with its hands on its hips. But troublesome is all it is. The Devour Spirit's smile instantly vanished. Its head slammed hard into the ground. Damn, my body won't move anymore. Baiyu's eyes widened. The Devour Spirit is actually being suppressed. Xia Wan'er shouted, the pressure is getting stronger. Forget kneeling. Even crawling on the ground is difficult now. Looking around, the young man saw that everyone had already dropped to their knees. Even with the divine spark here, I can still feel the pressure now. The sword spirit sounded surprised. Still not kneeling? Then let it continue. Crush these ignorant lives to pieces. The two elders of the Sword Heaven region lay flattened on the ground, groaning. My bones are being crushed. I'm about to turn into a pile of pulp. Xia Wan'er forced herself to raise her head and pleaded, Sect Master Bai, think of something quickly. We can't hold on much longer. Baiyu looked at the divine artifact and saw cracks already appearing on the divine spark. It seemed even that was about to fail. The Devour Spirit rushed back into Baiyu's body in a panic. This is bad. I need to go back. The sword spirit sneered. You're still enduring? Among this swarm of ants, you're fairly strong. In that case, I'll increase the intensity a little more for you. Kneel. Baiyu threw out his final trump card. Imperial Armament Hammer. The one kneeling should be you. The moment the Imperial Armament Hammer appeared, the sword spirit began trembling and dropped to its knees at Baiyu's feet in horror. What? The two elders of the Sword Heaven region exhaled in relief. The pressure is gone. Just now we almost. The Demon Lord and Tianlang marveled. Not only has the pressure vanished, now it's the sword spirit's turn to kneel. Sect Master is mighty, but the sword spirit was unwilling to accept it. A power beyond even mine. What are you holding? Baiyu frowned. Take a guess. The sword spirit panicked. An Imperial armament. Only an Imperial armament could make me feel a chill from the depths of my soul. Only an Imperial armament can suppress me. Xia Wan'er was astonished. An Imperial armament? The kind of Imperial armament I'm thinking of? This is a divine weapon of supreme Tao. Even imagining it feels impossible. Baiyu nodded. Correct. The young man shouted at the sword spirit. Here, enjoy a head-smashing opportunity. Baiyu swung the hammer, and a blazing streak of light shot straight toward the sword spirit. It showed no fear at all and even fantasized, if I can devour this Imperial armament, then I'll be able to completely transform into human form. Baiyu was startled. It took a hammer blow from me and wasn't hurt at all. This sword spirit is really something. The sword spirit said casually, "Are you giving me a treasure? Through this tempering, I'll achieve true growth." That's what you mean, right? It pulled out a giant crimson evil sword. Baiyu cursed, "Right my ass. You're not even a transmigrator, and yet you think you're the protagonist of this world." The crimson evil sword shot straight at Baiyu, carrying soul-shaking pressure and kicking up clouds of dust. Everyone staggered, unable to stand steady. Careful, just the wind pressure from this sword alone is dangerous. We can't even keep standing in place. Baiyu remained calm. "Come on, let's see whether your sword is stronger or my Imperial armament is stronger." The clash between the Imperial armament and the evil sword produced a shrill noise, while light burst everywhere like thunderbolts. In the end, cracks spread across the evil sword. The sword spirit had to admit it. "So I really can't kill you, and I've even been injured. This Imperial armament isn't an ordinary one. Even among Imperial armaments, it is an extremely powerful existence." Baiyu added, "Imperial armaments are divided into 36 types? This is the first time I've heard of that." The sword spirit said bitterly, "A mortal wielding an Imperial armament will surely pay a price beyond imagination." Again, it slashed at Baiyu once more with the evil sword. Unwilling to concede, the sword spirit attacked continuously. "You've used it 4 times already. How can you still hold the Imperial armament? The price you pay is even greater than mine. Your sword body is nearly shattered. Let's see which of us can endure longer." Baiyu acted tough, but inwardly he was worried. "I am exhausted. Each Imperial armament can only be used 5 times at most. There's only one last use left. If I can't kill this sword spirit, then I'm screwed." While Baiyu and Xiaowaner were dealing with the sword spirit in the Sword Heaven region, a major upheaval broke out at the White Jade sect. Right in front of the sect's main hall, the allied army of 6 sects came surging in, determined to destroy the White Jade sect at all costs. The alliance was as numerous as ants, fierce in momentum, shouting arrogantly. The 4 disciples of White Jade sect panicked, not knowing how to cope with their master absent. Looking at the allied troops filling the sky, Lu Yuan said anxiously, "They're here. The allied forces of the 6 regions have come to kill their way here." A roar echoed down from above. "A million cultivators of the 9 regions have arrived to trample the White Jade sect flat. Surrender at once." Yang Jiangfeng asked in alarm. "The sect master isn't here right now. What do we do?" Lu Yuan judged the situation and analyzed. "This will be the hardest battle our White Jade sect has ever faced." He turned to Li Tuesday. "Li Tu, go find sect master immediately. We'll hold him off here." Li Tu set off at once. Understood. At this moment, the battle on Baiyu's side was still extremely intense. In just a short time, the sword spirit had fully recovered. "Don't forget, I am an evil spirit." Its entire body began to glow. "I can enter a darkened state." All the swords around it also began to recover. Xiao Wanner warned, "The sword spirit is mobilizing every spirit sword in the profound heaven sword domain. Once 1,000,000 swords are activated, the consequences will be unimaginable." Sect Master Bai, stop him quickly. Thick black smoke poured out around the sword spirit. "Darkened state, 10 times stronger. No one can stop me." All the swords lit up and rose from the ground. It looked as though every blade was now pointing toward them. The demon lord felt alarmed. The power of 1,000,000 swords crying out together is too great. Even the sacred land cannot withstand it. It's about to break apart. Left with no choice, Baiyu could only unleash one final finishing attack. Last strike. He slammed it hard into the sword spirit's body, but it still continued returning to its original state. Baiyu lost his balance and was thrown backward as well. It failed. "I can't use the Imperial armament anymore either." His weapon also vanished. "I told you my darkened state is 10 times stronger. No one can stop me." The sword spirit laughed scornfully. "I told you my darkened state is 10 times stronger. No one can stop me." It then directed all the swords in unison toward Baiyu. Xiao Wanner immediately cried out, "Sect Master Bai!" His face turned pale. "Damn it, this is the first time I've used up every single trump card in my hand. What am I supposed to do now?" The sword spirit shouted. "From the moment you stepped in here, the gears of fate began to turn. Accept death." Baiyu then took out his final hidden card. "I can only try this thing." The swords flew toward them all at once. The two elders fell into despair. It's over. There's no saving this now. This despairing aura is enough to destroy heaven and earth. His face was filled with determination. The hardness of this bronze fragment is no less than an imperial armament. I hope it works. Then he hurled that stone at the sword spirit. It was so confident that it did not even bother dodging. What is this? It allowed the thing to strike directly into the sword spirit's body. Only when it was on the verge of destruction did it realize, could this be the legendary soul weapon? No. How do you have that? The two elders braced themselves in defensive stances, ready to receive the attack. Xia Wan'er could only stand frozen, waiting for death. But the swords all dropped to the ground instead. They let out sighs of relief. That was close. We almost got pierced through by 1,000,000 swords. Phew, it's finally over. Without Sect Master by, I don't even dare imagine what the consequences would have been. The Demon Lord was speechless. I have no words left to express my respect for Sect Master. No words can fully describe it. Suddenly, the sword spirit emitted a plume of red smoke. It transformed into a jewel, leaving Baiyu puzzled. What is this? Xia Wan'er explained. This is the sword heart. It is what a sword spirit leaves behind after death, and it also contains the core essence of the sword spirit. It can bring enormous benefits to cultivators. Cracks began appearing in the surrounding space. She widened her eyes. Just now, the power of the 1,000,000 flying swords was too great. The sacred land is about to collapse. Just after things were settled, Li Tu came running in from somewhere. Master, Baiyu asked in confusion. Li Tu? Why have you come here? He reported the situation. Master, 1,000,000 cultivators from the 6 regions are attacking. The White Jade sect is in danger. The Demon Lord flew into a rage. Damn them, they really dare to come? Sect Master Bai, take this chance to flatten all 6 great regions. Xia Wan'er glanced at him. My Sword Heaven region is willing to follow Sect Master Bai's command. Suddenly, all 3 of them began trembling violently. She sighed in regret. So, we have to leave already? What a pity. These 1,000,000 swords have existed here for who knows how many years, and every one of them is a masterpiece. Baiyu looked over them. The swords really are a bit of pity. He quickly made a decision. Li Tu, this is for you. Li Tu asked in confusion. What is it? The sword aura is so strong. Baiyu answered the sword heart. The sword heart? What does it do? Before he could even understand what was happening, it flew out of his hand. The sword heart flew straight into Li Tu's body. Xia Wan'er was utterly shocked. The sword heart was actually absorbed by him. Only those with an exceptionally clear and pure mind can do this. Sect Master Bai's disciple truly has heaven-defying aptitude. He seemed to feel a source of power erupting inside his body. The Demon Lord wondered aloud. What a powerful aura. Could young Master Li have activated a special physique? A powerful force spread around Li Tu's body. In his eyes appeared the image of a long sword. He shouted, sword body. Young Master Li has awakened a sword body. It's just that we don't know what type yet. Xia Wan'er was utterly astonished. Chaos sword body. If I'm not mistaken, it is the legendary Chaos sword body. Even Tianlang was impressed. Chaos sword body. This is one of the supreme physiques. I admit, I truly envy him. Li Tu floated into the air. Master, this time you really gave me such an enormous gift. Right now, among all disciples of my generation, I feel invincible. When it comes to the Sword Tao, I am number 1 through all ages. Baiyu glanced at him, as expected of a powerful sword spirit that nearly drove me into a corner. The things it leaves behind after death are indeed good stuff. He thought to himself, in that case, what better thing will the system return to me? The system announced, gifting disciple Li Tu the sword heart has triggered a 100-fold return. Congratulations, you have obtained the infinite sword body. A powerful aura also radiated out from around Baiyu. They began discussing it in astonishment. Why do I feel Sect Master Bai's bearing has changed? I feel it too. Sect Master Bai's whole body is giving off an incredibly powerful presence. Is Sect Master finally no longer hiding it? He quickly understood. Infinite sword body. I see. Baiyu began controlling the swords around him. Gather. The swords embedded in the ground also rose into the air. The 2 of them were completely stunned by the scene before them. Xia Wan'er broke into a cold sweat. These swords are moving according to his will. They arranged themselves into a circle and all pointed in one direction. Baiyu controlled the swords surrounding him. He turned them into a shield encasing his body. The two elders burst into chatter. Sect Master Bai can actually command these spirit swords. Not only command them, he has absorbed all of them as well. Li Tu wiped away cold sweat, hiding a million swords inside one's body. Even if my chaos or body fully manifested, I still couldn't do that. Master truly is worthy of being my master. Master is the true number one in the sword Tao through all ages. He could not stop praising Baiyu. A white mist spread from the power around him. Baiyu thought, infinite sword body, the strongest physique in the sword Tao. At last, my aptitude is no longer as poor as before. Xie Wanner spoke up. The sacred land has completely shattered. After it fully collapsed, they fell into another dimension. Baiyu smiled. The third bronze fragment has arrived. He tried to reach out and grab it. After settling everything, Baiyu decided to return. Let's go. Hurry back to the White Jade Sect. In the middle of the vast ocean, a ship was floating on the surface. A subordinate of the Sea Dragon King's First Crown Prince reported, First Crown Prince, I have found out the White Jade Sect's latest location. He immediately gave the order, 100,000 sea soldiers, advance at full speed. Elsewhere, that group shouted confidently, White Jade Sect, surrender at once, or be slaughtered to the last. Yang Jiangfeng roared, damn you, if you've got the guts, then fight. You think I'm afraid of you? That drove one of them mad with rage. You stubborn, pig-headed bastard. Cultivator army of the 6 regions. Hear my order. Kill. They all surged forward together. Kill. The cultivator army of the 6 regions. Just one mouthful of spit from each of us will be enough to drown the White Jade Sect. The demon armor charged up as well. 18 protectors of the White Jade Sect. Follow me and kill them. That man was punched until blood sprayed from his mouth. They cried out in shock. What kind of armor is that? That's incredible. The demon sneered. What are you panicking for? No matter how impressive they are, there are only 18 of them. Surround them and kill them. Fong Muling gave the order. All disciples of the White Jade Sect would Mystic Hall. Kill. Her subordinates shouted, all disciples of the White Jade Sect's Sacred Heaven Hall, kill. The enemy fell into chaos. I'd never even heard of the White Jade Sect before, and yet they have this many disciples. So what if they have a lot? Do they have more than us? Kill them all. Leave no one alive. The demons took the momentum and charged forward. Demonic Heaven Hall of the White Jade Sect, kill. The people watching from afar said, these are all cultivators from the Demonic Heaven region, yet they've become disciples of a branch hall under the White Jade Sect. His companions still talk tough. What's there to fear? They're only cultivators from one region. We have 6 regions. Before he could finish speaking, he was slapped across the face. Another group leaped into battle. Sword Heaven region, by order of Sect Master Bai, kill. What is going on? They panicked. Since when did the Sword Heaven region side with the White Jade Sect? By order of Sect Master Bai. Does that mean the Sword Heaven region has submitted to the White Jade Sect? Bloodfiend Ancestor's face was full of killing intent. Hold your ground. Everyone quickly recognized him. It's Bloodfiend Ancestor of the Blood Heaven region. Greetings, Ancestor. Bloodfiend Ancestor frowned. So what if the Sword Heaven region betrayed us? 6 regions against 3. We still have the absolute advantage. Go kill them. His subordinates were still deluding themselves. Bloodfiend Ancestor is absolutely right. We hold the overwhelming advantage. Baiyu arrived just as the situation became critical. He asked, how's the battle going? Lu Yuan frowned. Even with the Sword Heaven region joining us, we're still at an absolute disadvantage in numbers. If this continues, I'm afraid it will become extremely brutal. Baiyu surveyed the battlefield. 3 regions against 6. Indeed, we hold no advantage. However, my sword cultivators were tempered through bloody slaughter. Today's great battle can also serve as training for all disciples of our White Jade Sect. Li Tu drew his sword. Master is right. I will use this great battle to temper my chaos sword body and my invincible will. Kill. He sprang up from the ground. Li Tu murmured an incantation. 1 flower rises. 100 flowers fall. He decisively slashed out with his sword. They were completely overwhelmed by Li Tu's power. One of them exclaimed, what a terrifying move. He killed hundreds of cultivators with a single sword strike. Whose subordinate is he? Another immediately answered, this man is the White Jade Sect Master's eldest disciple. Kill him. He then used his spell, freeze the world. Each and every one of them was turned into a huge block of ice. Beitang Shui added her strength. What terrifying ice arts! In just a moment, she's frozen hundreds of people into giant popsicles. She's the White Jade Sect Master's second disciple. Don't spare her. They discussed a plan. Elders, follow me and kill those 2 brats. But before they could act, Tianlang ruined their plans. The bald man widened his eyes. What kind of power is this? We didn't even have time to react before we were, but the other one was still full of confidence. You're courting death. The demon lord suddenly flew in from nowhere and lunged at them. You're the ones courting death. He grabbed the two of them by the throat. They seemed completely unable to resist the demon lord's power. Only now did that group realize the problem. This is bad. 4 elder-level experts were killed in an instant. The White Jade sect really does have some ability. Bloodfiend Ancestor said fiercely, "What are you worried about? 6 regions, stop hiding your strength and show your true power." The moment he finished speaking, several figures appeared right beside him. They were the 4 ancestors. The young man spoke up. "The ancestors of the 6 great regions have arrived." Another youth folded his arms. "Let's see how the White Jade sect deals with this now." The bald ancestor was the first to make his move. "I'll deal with this demon beast." Another ancestor jumped in as well. "Leave the demon lord of the demonic heaven region to me." They attacked Tianlang and the demon lord at the same time. He was driven backward. "This old man isn't much weaker than I am." The ancestor mocked. "The two of you have cultivated for only a little over 100 years, yet your strength has already reached the heavenly, profound realm, equal to old monsters like us who have cultivated for thousands of years. You truly have surprised us. The White Jade sect cannot be allowed to continue growing. It must be eradicated today, or it will become a great future calamity." In Blood Heaven City, the sky was quite clear at this moment. Protector Huang said, "Lu Xiong, after hearing what you said, this sect master by really is unfathomably deep, a truly formidable figure. I've lived for so many years and still have never encountered anyone like him." Lu Xiong held his teacup. "Protector Huang, you can ask around. Every word I, Lu Xiong, have said is true. It's only because I have some affinity with you that I'm telling you these things." The old man stroked his beard. "I understand, but right now the 6 cities are jointly besieging the White Jade sect. Can Sect Master Bai really turn the tide of the battle?" He replied, "I won't say any more unnecessary things. In any case, I'm a prisoner now. Protector Huang, you can just watch the result." Protector Huang's subordinate ran over to report, "Protector Huang, battle news has arrived. The Sword Heaven region rebelled on the battlefield and joined the White Jade sect." The old man curled his lip. To think he was able to win over the Sword Heaven region, the second strongest among the 9 regions. This sect master by truly has some skill. The subordinate continued, "At present, the 6 great regions are fighting against 3 great regions. Bluffing Ancestor is overseeing the front lines. The army of the 6 regions still holds the absolute advantage in strength." Protector Huang frowned. "Lu Xiong, it seems the situation isn't good. The 6 regions have the upper hand." The demon child smiled. "Protector Huang, do I look panicked? Does the demon child look panicked to you? I'm not afraid in the slightest. In fact, I even feel like laughing a little. Pour me a few more cups." Lu Xiong explained, because Sect Master Bai is best at turning the tide. It seemed the old man was beginning to feel a little fear. Protector Huang ordered his subordinate, "Investigate again and report back." Yes, on Bai Yu's side, his companions had already been beaten into a miserable state. Lu Yuan tried to persuade him. "Sect Master, the strength of the 6 regions is truly too overwhelming. I'm afraid everyone won't be able to hold on much longer." Bai Yu made a quick decision. "Retreat and defend the White Jade sect." He immediately gave the order. "Everyone, retreat and defend White Jade Mountain." They obeyed at once and quickly ran towards safety. "Go, fall back." One enemy cultivator was sent flying right across Beitang Shue's face. Li Tu fought with his sword in hand. "Refreshing. Junior sister, withdraw for now." Bloodfiend Ancestor stood in the distance observing the situation. He sneered. "What is the White Jade sect supposed to do now?" Yang Jiangfeng instantly shot back. "The White Jade sect will be your grandpa." That infuriated Bloodfiend Ancestor. "You're courting death." He began using his spell to attack. On Bai Yu's side, they quickly formed a shield to block the strike. Even the 2 ancestors had to admit it. This mountain-protecting Grand Array is incredibly strong. But Bloodfiend Ancestor still refused to accept it. Do you think hiding inside the Grand Array will keep you safe? The White Jade sect is doomed to be destroyed today. Hear my order. 1 million cultivators of the 6 regions. Break the Grand Array. His subordinates rushed forward with swords in hand. "Break the Grand Array. Attack." They all struck the barrier, trying to destroy it. Bai Yu stood inside and looked. Outside, he muttered, "The Dao Void Horn really is powerful. The Grand Array hasn't budged in the slightest." Bai Yu glanced around. "Don't just stand there. Start the banquet." Li Tu seemed not to understand what he meant. Start the banquet?" Hanyu was puzzled as well. What do you mean? Bai Yu walked forward calmly. Start the banquet, recover your strength, and fight again later. While those outside were desperately battling, those inside actually began a banquet. The young man smiled. Look at this, drinking enlightenment tea, while there are even people outside setting off fireworks to liven things up. Pretty comfortable, isn't it? His friend took a sip of tea. I never imagined that a sect-destroying battle could be this relaxing. That left the soldiers outside, grinding their teeth in frustration. Damn it, we've been attacking for half a shurchen and haven't even broken off a single chip of the White Jade sect. What kind of sect is this? What sect can remain so completely unmoved under the attack of a million cultivators? An ancestor reported the situation. Bloodfiend Ancestor. After attacking for so long, the cultivator army has consumed quite a lot of spiritual power. Bloodfiend Ancestor had no choice but to order, "Hear my command. Everyone rest for a moment, then attack again." Bai Yu seized the chance to counterattack. Everyone, when the enemy advances, we retreat. When the enemy tires, we strike. Entire army attack. His subordinates immediately charged out. We've rested enough, move. We ate our fill and drank our fill. Time to fight. He had never expected this at all. Bloodfiend Ancestor broke into a cold sweat. They dare come out? Kill them for me. This time, kill every last one of them. He still did not forget to shout that reminder. The two sides clashed back and forth in an extremely fierce fight. Seeing that, Bai Yu withdrew again. That's enough for now. Fall back to defend the mountain gate and go back to the feast. Lu Yuan gave the order. All White Jade Mountain disciples, retreat and defend the mountain gate. The disciples excitedly ran back. Go, retreat. Let's head back to the banquet. This made the enemy side feel like they were choking on chili peppers. Damn it, is this battle really a place where you can come and go whenever you want? This is infuriating. Stop them. On the other side, they resumed attacking the shield. A young man boasted, seriously, after many battles, 1 cup of enlightenment tea, and my strength shoots up like crazy. The young man's body overflowed with demonic power. A sharp increase is nothing. I even broke through a realm. Joining the White Jade sect was the best decision of my life. An ancestor asked, Bloodfiend Ancestor, this White Jade sect has no martial honor. They wait until the enemy is tired before attacking, and they can replenish spiritual power at any time. How are we supposed to fight like this? Bloodfiend Ancestor immediately ordered, they're only relying on the fact that we can't break their mountain-protecting Grand Array. Everyone, take out your natal magic treasures along with mine and break the formation. If the formation isn't broken today, we do not stop. He summoned a gigantic skeleton. The other ancestors also unleashed their own spells. Forget it. Use your full strength. Their subordinates shouted in unison, ancestors are mighty. Break their turtle shell. Bloodfiend Ancestor controlled it and attacked. Break it for me. The other ancestors also added their strength. Attack. But the people inside the shield remained completely unharmed. It was still perfectly intact, without even a single crack appearing. The bald ancestor simply could not believe it. How is this possible? The 6 of us are peak figures of the 9 regions. Even with all our strength combined, we still can't shake this mountain-protecting Grand Array. Bai Yu was sipping tea when Li Tu walked over. He smiled. Master, after drinking the enlightenment tea, I feel like the opportunity for another breakthrough has arrived. Bai Yu immediately understood what Li Tu meant. Go! Li Tu slowly stepped forward. Li Tu's figure appeared before the bald ancestor. He drew his sword. Come fight. The old man showed naked contempt, still wet behind the ears. The bald ancestor shouted furiously, You think you're worthy of fighting me? The moment he finished speaking, Li Tu was already behind him. He used a clone technique to suppress the bald ancestor. The old man still had no idea what was happening. What divine ability is this? Li Tu did not explain and kept attacking the bald ancestor without pause. Slash! The old man quickly found a way out. The bald ancestor launched a counterattack. You snot-nosed brat, I'll show you what it means that old ginger is spicier. Li Tu murmured an incantation. Chaos Sword Force. He created a flame and hurled it at the old man. It burned the bald ancestor. Damn it, my body is peerlessly strong, and this is also the strongest slaughtering sword force. Li Tu pressed the advantage. Kill. Li Tu kept creating clones, distracting the old man. The bald ancestor frowned. Splitting into 3 is indeed impressive. I admit you're a terrifying monster, but in front of this ancestor, it still amounts to nothing. Li Tu gave a faint smile. Is that so? The old man used his staff to block Li Tu's attack. Seeing the bald ancestor so focused, Li Tu reminded him, "Watch your back." While the old man was still bewildered, Li Tu had already flown behind him and slashed. The bald ancestor dropped to his knees. "You actually had another clone." Yang Jiangfeng could not help sighing in admiration. He created a fourth clone. Young Master Li's strength really is getting stronger and stronger, more and more formidable. That ancestor's face turned deathly pale. "Damn it, this is bad. Another ancestor has died, just like that." Bloodfiend ancestor hurried to calm everyone down. "Stay calm. The White Jade sect has formidable figures, but they can't all be this strong. Our side still holds the advantage." The ninth son formally entered the battlefield. "It's my turn now. As the gatekeeping elder of the White Jade sect, for you to dare attack my White Jade sect's mountain gate is a humiliation to me." The old man sneered bluntly. What stray dog crawled out from nowhere and dares be this arrogant? It revealed a sinister expression. "So it's you." The ancestor ground his teeth. "Any random cat or dog dares come out and jump around now. I'll cut off your dog's head." The old man pulled out his spear, but the ninth son easily dodged it, leaving him utterly shocked. How is that possible? It raised its hand and slapped the ancestor across the face. Then the ninth son leaped back to its original position. The bitterness on the old man's face was obvious. "I underestimated you. Next, I'll use my spear to blast you into nothingness." The ancestor's spear began to glow. His spell formed into a dragon that rushed forward, opening its mouth to swallow the ninth son whole. His subordinates erupted in excitement. What a powerful spear! What a powerful spear! This move from the ancestor even produced a dragon phantom. That dog deserves it. It probably won't even leave ashes behind. The ninth son gave a faint smile. The spear strikes like a dragon? It instantly transformed into a dragon. "I don't need to be like a dragon, because I am a dragon." The ancestor was utterly shocked by what he saw. "That's a real dragon." The ninth son blurted out disdainfully, "Doesn't taste very good. Smells a bit foul." The enemy side broke into panicked discussion. "What is that? Why does the White Jade sect have a real dragon? And it's even a top-tier golden dragon." "I am trembling. Another ancestor has been killed. Where are we supposed to go from here?" An ancestor asked. "Even a golden dragon has appeared. What kind of existence is this White Jade sect exactly? How can we keep fighting like this?" The remaining ancestor even wanted to surrender. "No, let's make peace." But Bloodfiend ancestor remained stubborn. "Shut up, all of you. We still haven't lost." Elsewhere, the moon had already risen high into the dark night sky. Protector Huang said curiously, "I wonder how the battlefront is doing by now." Lu Xiong answered at once. "The White Jade sect will definitely leave the alliance of the six regions stunned." The old man was still doubtful. "Are you that certain?" But Lu Xiong was completely confident in his own words. "I have 120% confidence in Sect Master Bai." Protector Huang's subordinate ran over in a panic. "Protector, urgent report." He immediately responded, "Speak." The man was sweating profusely. The White Jade sect's disciples retreated and withdrew to defend the mountain gate. The alliance of the six regions has 1 million cultivators attacking the mountain-protecting Grand Array. Before hearing the rest, Protector Huang was already delighted. "Lu Xiong, it seems everything you said was wrong. The White Jade sect has already been defeated. Once the mountain-protecting Grand Array is broken, the sect will be destroyed." Lu Xiong answered calmly, "Why the rush? Let him finish." Only then was the subordinate able to finish his report. "Protector, that mountain-protecting Grand Array was not broken." Protector Huang was utterly shocked. What? 1 million cultivators attacking together still couldn't break a single sect's protective Grand Array? His face turned deathly pale. Not only that, but even after the six ancestors had gone all out, they still could not break the Grand Array. The disciples of the White Jade sect had even started a banquet. Protector Huang cut him off again. They actually started a banquet? This White Jade sect really is something special. But even if the Grand Array can't be broken, the White Jade sect is still fish in a barrel. How far can they run? Lu Xiong, it seems the outcome has already been decided. Lu Xiong immediately reminded him, "Let him finish first." Protector Huang's subordinate broke out in a cold sweat. "Protector!" After that, 1 man and 1 dog from the White Jade sect came out and killed 2 of the 6 ancestors. Not on the spot. Protector Huang shot to his feet. "What? Even ancestors with top-tier combat strength in the 9 regions were killed. The man hurriedly finished the rest of his report. That person is the disciple of the White Jade Sect's Sect Master. He can use the divine ability, one breath transforms into 4. He also possesses a chaos sword body. As for that dog, it's even more unbelievable. It's actually a golden dragon of the True Dragon Clan. Protector Huang slapped him. Next time, can you report all the important information at once? Lu Xiong and the Demon Lord both stared at Protector Huang. He poured tea into a cup. Brother Lu Xiong, have some tea. Elsewhere, human skeletons were scattered all over the ground. The surroundings looked utterly terrifying. Even Wu Yulian felt uneasy. This place is so gloomy. How many people have died here? Her subordinate reported, Master, all those who died on this ancient battlefield were powerful experts. This is a supreme tonic for you, far better than those blood-soaked buns by many times over. Wu Yulian sat down on the ground. Stand guard for me. Master, please cultivate in peace. This place was originally the Dao Field of the Blood Fiend ancestor. Right now he's gone to destroy the White Jade Sect, so he won't be back anytime soon. Her body floated in midair, wrapped in a stream of demonic power. Joy spread across Wu Yulian's face. This place truly suits me. My strength is rising at an astonishing speed. Meanwhile, fierce fighting was still underway on the White Jade Sect side. Baiyu gave the order. That's enough. Bring all of them up here. The people around him were all shocked by Baiyu's words. They began discussing it noisily. It's the Holy Lords. Our Holy Lords of the 6 regions have all been brought up. What is the White Jade Sect trying to do? Baiyu ordered the people behind him, the 6 of you, persuade the armies of the 6 regions to withdraw. Of course, the Holy Lord of the Blood Heaven region refused. Baiyu, you little brat, keep dreaming. The allied army of the 6 regions is already pressing in. Your White Jade Sect cannot escape death, no matter what. Yang Jiangfeng immediately slapped him. How dare you be disrespectful to our sect master? The Blood Heaven region's Holy Lord burst into laughter. Getting angry is useless. Do you dare kill me in front of the 6 regions' allied army? The ancestors are already here. Even if you use me as a hostage, it's useless. You're all about to die. Baiyu stated the situation plainly. Why wouldn't I dare kill you? This sect master has already killed 2 of your ancestors. The other holy lords were completely stunned. What? He still sneered. Who are you trying to fool? Who would believe such a cheap lie? Hurry and tell me this brat is lying. But the subordinates beneath the Blood Heaven region's holy lord remained utterly silent. That finally made him panic. Why aren't you saying anything? Yang Jiangfeng cursed right to his face. Idiot. If they say nothing, that means they're admitting it. The Blood Heaven region's holy lord shouted wildly. Allied army of the 6 regions, attack. Flatten the White Jade Sect now. An ancestor standing outside could only sigh. The White Jade Sect's mountain-protecting grand array is as solid as an iron fortress. We can't get in. The Wood Heaven region's Holy Lord broke out in a cold sweat. The White Jade Sect really did kill 2 ancestors, and the allied army of the 6 regions simply can't break through the White Jade Sect's mountain gate. He seemed unable to believe it. How can a mere White Jade Sect possibly contend with the allied army of the 6 regions? I don't understand. Lu Yuan urged from behind. Everyone, hurry and persuade them. This is your chance. The Wood Heaven region's Holy Lord had no choice but to give in. Things have come to this, so there's nothing else we can do. The Gold Heaven region's Holy Lord ordered. All disciples of the Gold Heaven region, hear my command, withdraw. He also gave the order, all disciples of the Wood Heaven region, hear my command, do not become enemies of the White Jade Sect. The Water Heaven region's Holy Lord immediately withdrew his troops. All disciples of the Water Heaven region, hear my command, surrender. Yang Jiangfeng then threatened the Blood Heaven region's Holy Lord. What about you? Even he had no choice but to submit. All disciples of the Blood Heaven sect, hear my command, withdraw for now. The Blood Heaven region's Holy Lord was bitter and resentful. I'll endure this. I've already sent word to the Heavenly Fire Empress. Once her great army arrives, no matter how strong the White Jade Sect is, it will still be destroyed. Those people sighed. Withdraw. The White Jade Sect is too strong. We can't afford to provoke them. From today onward, the 9 regions will change. They all began leaving together, but the Blood Fiend ancestor was still stubborn. Stop right there, all of you. He threatened them. Today's battle is not over yet. Whoever dares withdraw, I'll kill them. Lu Yuan quickly saw through him. This man is an evil cultivator. The evil aura around him is incredibly dense. He must have cultivated this way for a very long time. Yang Jiangfeng drew his sword and threatened him. Old man, if you don't retreat, I'll cut off your holy lord's head. The Blood Heaven region's holy lord trembled all over. Don't act rashly. I already gave the order to withdraw. This has nothing to do with me. But the Blood Fiend ancestor did not budge. Go ahead and kill him. Even if you chop him into 8 pieces, this ancestor still won't retreat. Bai Yu ordered, then there's no other choice. Cut him down. The man's face went pale. Don't. I'll persuade the ancestor. The Blood Heaven region's holy lord tried his best to persuade him. Ancestor, think carefully before acting. As long as the Green Hills remain, there'll be no shortage of firewood. But the old man still refused to listen. What kind of Green Hill are you? In the Blood Heaven region, I, the Blood Fiend ancestor, and the real Green Hill. Yang Jiangfeng actually agreed with the Blood Fiend ancestor. That makes a lot of sense. The Holy Lord shouted loudly. Ancestor, I said withdraw for now. Withdraw for now. Is even that not allowed? The ancestor made up his mind. No, today I will definitely destroy the White Jade sect. The Blood Heaven region's holy lord clenched his teeth. Damn it, why is this guy so stubborn? He thought inwardly, just get me out of here first. Once the Heavenly Court army arrives, we can come back and kill them then, can't we? Sunlight shone across Protector Huang's rooftop. Lu Xiong reminded him, Protector Huang, you've drunk quite a bit already. It will be better for you to make plans early. The old man was puzzled. Make plans early? Brother Lu Xiong, you mean? Lu Xiong immediately gave his reasoning. It's only a matter of time before the White Jade sect unifies the 9 regions. Right now, 6 regions are besieging the White Jade sect. You can already imagine the result. The sooner Protector Huang extricates himself, the better it will be for you. The Demon Lord agreed as well. That's right. Protector Huang looked confused. Extricate myself? Brother Lu means I should leave the Blood Fiend sect and join the White Jade sect. Lu Xiong revealed a sinister smile. With just you? Don't blame me for speaking bluntly, but I'm afraid Protector Huang may not even be qualified to join the White Jade sect. The Demon Lord chimed in. Exactly. The old man frowned. The White Jade sect's threshold is that high. No matter what, I'm still a protector. Lu Xiong clasped his hands behind his back. It's more than just high. Let me give you 2 examples. Lu Xiong raised one finger. Have you ever drunk enlightenment tea in the Blood Heaven region? Protector Huang answeret enlightenmentea. Of course not. Forget drinking it. I've never even seen it before. Maybe even the Blood Fiend ancestor has never seen it. He said, Demon Lord, tell him. The Demon Lord immediately explained. At the White Jade sect, enlightenment tea is drunk casually. The enlightenment tea tree alone bears 1,000 fruits. Forget drinking it. Even bathing in it would be enough. Protector Huang immediately objected. Drink it? Bathe in enlightenment tea? Even if all the royal family's resources were exhausted, it still wouldn't be enough. The White Jade sect isn't just extravagant anymore. This is pure waste. Lu Xiong raised 2 fingers. Let me give you one more example. The one guarding the gate of the White Jade sect is a golden dragon. Protector Huang was stunned. What? That golden dragon is a gatekeeper. Lu Xiong said coolly. It's only because I was lucky enough to follow Sect Master Bai early. Otherwise, no matter what, I never could have entered the inner circle of the White Jade sect. Then Lu Xiong asked, Protector Huang, have you understood now? The old man broke into a cold sweat. I understand a little. If I can't join the White Jade sect, then what can I do? I hope worthy brother Lu can point out a path for me. Lu Xiong offered a suggestion, a token of allegiance. Protector Huang's face turned pale. A token of allegiance? But right now, the 6 regions and the White Jade sect are at war. What token of allegiance could I possibly offer? Lu Xiong stretched lazily. It's getting late. Time to rest. Maybe tomorrow the White Jade sect will attack the Blood Heaven region. Then I'll be free too. The Demon Lord added, looks like Protector Huang still hasn't fully understood. Go to sleep early. Very likely, this will be the last good night's sleep of your life. The 2 then simply turned and walked away. Protector Huang hurriedly stopped them. Brother Lu, don't go. I understand now. Lu Xiong asked again to make sure. You really understand? The old man answered with total certainty. I truly understand now. I'll take you to a place. Elsewhere, Wu Yulian was still cultivating with full focus. Her subordinate asked about the situation. Master, how is it going? Wu Yulian stood up. Let's go. Cultivating here for a short while has increased my strength more than 10 years of cultivation outside. She left. Now Now I go deeper inside. I can feel that there is a fortunate opportunity in there that can completely transform me. At the same time, Protector Huang brought the other two to this strange place. We're here. Lu Xiong frowned. What place is this? Being energy is so heavy. The demon lord spoke up. Even as a demonic cultivator, I feel uncomfortable here. I'm afraid this is the dwelling place of an evil cultivator and not one of the ordinary sort. Protector Huang introduced it. This is the Dao field of the Blood Fiend ancestor. Lu Xiong quickly deduced it. So that means your Blood Heaven region's Blood Fiend ancestor is an evil cultivator. Protector Huang admitted it. That's right. And the Blood Fiend ancestor's evil cultivation arts, or rather, his most important trump card, are right here in this canyon. Lu Xiong was overjoyed. Protector Huang, you truly did understand. The old man said, let's go in. Today I will destroy the Blood Fiend ancestor's heaven-defying method and offer it as my token of allegiance to the White Jade sect. On Wu Yulian's side, the evil energy had condensed into a huge sphere. She stood there in a daze for a moment. Wu Yulian had only just begun to say, "This is," when she was interrupted. Such terrifying, evil energy. It makes me tremble from the depths of my soul. She smiled. This is exactly what I was looking for. If I absorb it, my strength will probably leap to a horrifying level. Wu Yulian's subordinate warned her, an evil thing like this is most likely that Blood Fiend ancestor's treasure. If he finds out, the two of us will hardly escape death. But she remained stubborn. Fortune is found in danger. A path to the heavens is right in front of me, telling me, Wu Yulian, to give it up. That's not my style. Wu Yulian began using her demonic art. It had no choice but to follow her. Since it's come to this, let's gamble on it. I'll stand guard for you, master. She was delighted. My strength is soaring at an unimaginable speed. Blood vessels bulged all across Wu Yulian's face. She transformed into a new form. This is the ultimate metamorphosis. Outside, a group of people was approaching. It was Protector Huang. Brother Lu, we're here. It's right inside the cave ahead. Wu Yulian's subordinate immediately noticed. Not good, master. Someone's coming. Wu Yulian was furious. Damn it, I've only absorbed a small part of it. It warned her, Master, stop right now. If they discover us, we'll be doomed forever. Unwilling as she was, Wu Yulian had no choice but to stop. I'm so unwilling. All three of them stepped into the cave. Lu Xiong asked, what is that? The demon lord gritted his teeth. What a terrifying aura. It almost suffocated me. Protector Huang explained, this black sphere is the Blood Fiend ancestor's final trump card. It is the aura of the dead that he has absorbed from this ancient battlefield over many years. It is extremely evil, extremely powerful, and enormous. The evil energy before them had condensed into a giant sphere, looking utterly terrifying. Even Lu Xiong was shocked. Before even getting close, you can already feel the aura of death. This thing is truly terrifying. Protector Huang speculated. If the Blood Fiend ancestor is defeated, he will definitely use the aura of the dead inside this black sphere at the very end. His strength would directly soar by several levels. Lu Xiong immediately rushed forward. Then what are we waiting for? Destroy it. But the demon lord wanted to do it himself. Let me. He slashed at the sphere of evil energy several times. The demon lord was instantly thrown backward. Lu Xiong warned, together. This thing won't be easy to destroy. Wu Yulian secretly watched from afar. These people are destroying my treasure. She immediately rushed out. No, I have to stop them. Wu Yulian's subordinate desperately tried to stop her. Master, calm down. If you go out now, won't you expose everything? But she refused to listen. I can't care about that anymore. Bai Yu and Li, too, stood still, their eyes fixed on the unnamed ancestor, watching to see what he would do in this desperate situation. Suddenly, the ancestor lifted his head high, his eyes blazing with momentum, and roared, the allied forces of the 6 regions have not yet lost. Today, this ancestor will use his strongest trump card to wipe them all out. In an instant, a mysterious purple barrier enveloped his body, and the energy distorted space itself. With a frenzied expression, he threw back his head and laughed. Come, let the foundation this ancestor has accumulated for hundreds of years all pour into my body. As soon as the words fell, 5 streams of aura erupted from him at once, swirling out in 5 directions. Space itself seemed to tear apart. Lu Yuan cried out in shock. The Blood Fiend ancestor is condensing an evil sovereign body. His aura has doubled. Everyone could barely keep their footing and covered their faces as they exclaimed, "Such overwhelming might! This pressure is enough to fill all of us with fear. The Blood Fiend ancestor is actually this strong? He may really be able to destroy the White Jade sect." The atmosphere was stifling, the pressure like mountains bearing down on them. Yet in the cave, the Demon Lord and Lu Xiong were still struggling against the sphere of demonic energy. Protector Huang noticed the abnormal movement of the demonic energy and warned, "This is bad. The Blood Fiend ancestor is drawing power from that black sphere through space." Lu Xiong charged at the sphere, his sword erupting with power. "We have to risk it. We absolutely must destroy it." Just as the sword was about to strike, Wu Yulian rushed out, her eyes blood red. "My things are not for others to steal." The Demon Lord was stunned. "Wu Yulian? Why is she here too?" Her sudden appearance made the situation even more chaotic. She quickly began circulating her technique to absorb the demonic energy. Lu Xiong glanced at her and said to the Demon Lord, "Ignore her for now. It looks like Wu Yulian is draining power from that black sphere. That works in our favor. Keep attacking." Back at the White Jade sect, the Blood Fiend ancestor continued absorbing demonic energy, unaware of the sudden change in the cave. He was full of himself. "This is my first time possessing such power. The White Jade sect will be crushed beneath my feet." Lu Yuan tensed up. The Blood Fiend ancestor's power is still rising. "Everyone, retreat back into the White Jade sect." Seeing the ancestor rise up, the allied army of the 6 regions cheered. "Ha ha! The Blood Fiend ancestor is incredible. The White Jade sect is doomed." In the 9 regions, our Blood Heaven region is the true overlord. The Blood Heaven region's holy lord smiled in satisfaction. "Having an old man in the family is like having a priceless treasure. It seems there's no need to wait for the heavenly soldiers." The White Jade sect is about to be destroyed. Eager to defeat the White Jade sect, the ancestor did not wait to finish absorbing all the demonic energy before charging forward. "Even though I've only absorbed a small portion, this ancestor does not want to wait any longer." His eyes overflowed with killing intent. "First, I'll destroy your immortal sect." First, his impatience kept him from absorbing the demonic energy completely, while the Demon Lord and Lu Xiong attacked the black sphere with all their strength. The light from the black sphere flickered, then shattered apart. Lu Xiong shouted in joy, "Success! The black sphere has been broken." The remnant soul said to Wu Yulian, "Master, take this chance and quickly absorb the wind spirit aura before it dissipates." Wu Yulian shouted, "It's all mine. Absorb it for me." On the ancestor's side, he prepared to use his gigantic body to crush the White Jade sect. The White Jade sect disciples were worried. "Such a giant. The oppressive feeling is truly overwhelming. I just hope the White Jade sect's mountain-protecting Grand Array can withstand it." The ancestor roared, "Crush the immortal sect." But then he realized something was wrong. "What is this? My source of power was suddenly cut off?" "No," he screamed. "The evil power I accumulated over so many years has been destroyed by someone." The crowd was stunned. "Blood Fiend ancestor, what's wrong with you? You were so powerful just now. How did you suddenly become so weak?" The old man raged. "Who was it? Who did this? And caused me to fail at the last moment? This ancestor will flay him alive and tear out his tendons." Bai Yu thought to himself, "It seems heaven is helping me." He ordered, "Everyone, hear my command. Launch a full assault and wipe out the allied army of the 6 regions completely. Kill. The White Jade sect will win." The people of the 6 regions panicked. "It's over. Have we completely lost? How can we keep fighting like this? Run." The ancestor flew into a rage. "How can this ancestor accept this? Kill them all. Continue the slaughter." The White Jade sect disciples charged forward, and the allied army of the 6 regions collapsed, with no chance of survival left. The 2 holy lords said to each other that the allied army of the 6 regions had completely lost confidence and no longer had the will or strength to fight. Retreat. If they could not retreat, then surrender. Just as they were about to withdraw, many flying ships arrived in the sky. The Dragon Palace was on the move. "Everyone, clear the way." Some people were astonished. The Dragon Palace? Even the superpower of the Endless Sea had come. The White Jade sect had a golden dragon, so the Dragon Palace had surely come to help the White Jade sect. One person worriedly said, "Blood Fiend ancestor, with the Dragon Palace backing the White Jade sect, we definitely can't win. Just accept our fate." The Ninth Son recognized the voice as the first prince's. So, the first prince really came. Bai Yu warned, "Puppy, perhaps they did not come with good intentions this time." "Sect Master, the one who came this time is the first prince." the strongest among the 9 princes. His strength is second only to my father, the Sea Dragon King. I'm afraid this might be a little troublesome. Bai Yu confidently replied, the White Jade sect does not fear trouble. We can deal with it together. In the sky, many flying ships appeared. The crowd discussed it among themselves, as expected of a supreme power from the endless sea. The pressure from the Dragon Palace army was overwhelming. With the Dragon race as support, the White Jade sect would become even more unshakable. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I am the first prince of the Dragon Palace. White Jade sect, hand over the 9th son. As for the White Jade sect master, commit suicide to atone for your crimes. Everyone was shocked. What? The Dragon Palace had not come to help the White Jade sect? They realized they had not misheard after all. So the Dragon Palace and the White Jade sect were enemies. That golden dragon was the 9th son, and the Dragon Palace had come to the White Jade sect to capture him. The ancestor burst into loud laughter. Ha ha ha! The situation has turned around. What an unexpected twist. He landed near the prince. First prince, I'm the blood-fiend ancestor of the Blood Heaven region. I am here today to destroy the White Jade sect. Let us join forces and strike together. The prince coldly replied, if the Dragon Palace wants to destroy someone, why would we need to cooperate with others? The ancestor urged him, First prince, the White Jade sect is not easy to deal with. We have already suffered heavy losses at their hands. The prince said disdainfully, that is only because you are incompetent. If the Dragon Palace acts, the White Jade sect will definitely be crushed. The ancestor felt humiliated and muttered, Oomph. Then let me see how the Dragon Palace destroys the White Jade sect. The prince shouted, Where's the White Jade sect master? I'm talking to you. Bai Yu laughed. What an ignorant brat. You dare question me? If you're itching for a beating, I don't mind scraping off your dragon scales and tearing out your dragon sinews. The Sea Dragon King's first prince sneered. You've actually made me so angry I can only laugh. I just hope you can stay this arrogant a little longer. Standing high above, he confidently declared, 9th son, I'll give you one chance. Destroy the White Jade sect and follow me back to the Dragon Palace. The 9th son calmly replied, I'll give you one chance as well. Surrender to the White Jade sect and stay here as a gatekeeper with me. The Sea Dragon King's first prince looked openly displeased and demanded irritably, Do you even know what you're saying? You know the strength of the Dragon Palace very well. You had better come to your senses. The 9th son said, It is precisely because I know the Dragon Palace's strength so well that I am advising you. Before the sect master, you are nothing but useless trash. You do not have the slightest chance of winning. The Sea Dragon King's first prince frowned. It seems that after leaving, you really have turned into a worthless dog. The very next moment, the Sea Dragon King's first prince shouted, Men, flatten the White Jade sect for me. Heavenly soldiers descend to the mortal world. The cry echoed through space. At once, a troop of heavenly soldiers from the heavenly court appeared. The moment everyone saw them, they turned pale with panic and cried out in fear. These are heavenly soldiers from the heavenly court, descending on clouds to the mortal world. They are definitely heavenly soldiers. Right now, all of the heavenly court's heavenly troops are commanded by the heavenly fire empress. What is going on? The Holy Lord of the Blood Heaven region suddenly burst into excited laughter when he saw this and said, Ha ha, they've arrived. My reinforcements have arrived. With the Dragon Palace's people added in, White Jade sect, you're finished. The more the crowd heard, the more frightened they became, their faces turning even paler. So they are reinforcements called in by the Holy Lord of the Blood Heaven region. The tide has turned. 100,000 heavenly soldiers have come. What can the White Jade sect possibly use to withstand them? The blood-fiend ancestor suddenly roared. The White Jade sect will be destroyed. The White Jade sect will be destroyed. Lu Yuan looked at the surging armies pouring in, and bewilderment appeared on his face as well. Cold sweat broke out over him as he said, Aside from the endless demon region, nearly all the forces of the human emperor world have come here. Bai Yu said seriously, Even I did not expect so many people to come this time. It seems the White Jade sect will have to get serious now. Uncle Li, who had been concentrating on his cultivation, suddenly opened his eyes. Then he released a surging wave of energy and said, The two of us should loosen up our muscles and bones as well. Aunt Wang immediately stopped him. No ruse. As things stand now, in the White Jade sect, no one in the human emperor world can break through. Uncle Li stretched his limbs and calmly replied, I mainly want to go fishing. I want to go pull the sinews out of that dragon. The heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals, towering in stature and extraordinary in power, stood in the air and announced in a resonant voice, "By the order of the heavenly fire empress, we have come to assist the holy lord of the blood heaven region in the great war of the 9 regions." The holy lord of the blood heaven region turned pale, cold sweat pouring down as he cried out in fear, "Divine General, I'm here. Destroy the White Jade sect." The moment Yang Jiangfeng heard those words from the holy lord of the blood heaven region, he immediately kicked him in the face and said irritably, "Crawl to the side." Seeing this, the heavenly general quickly made his move and confidently said, "Such a mortal sect, I can wipe it out myself." At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. "Stop!" The heavenly general asked in confusion. "First prince of the dragon palace, what is it?" The sea dragon king's first prince replied, "This prince arrived first. Let me destroy the White Jade sect." The next moment, he gave an order to all his subordinates. "Flatten the White Jade sect." In an instant, a powerful force burst out from the ships, hovering in the sky, and shot straight toward the White Jade sect. However, it seemed to do absolutely nothing. The Sea Dragon King's first prince was full of shock, so astonished that his face darkened as he thought to himself, "It suffered no damage at all?" Yang Jiangfeng snared mockingly. "Is that all the Dragon Palace can do? You can't even shake the White Jade sect's protective grand array in the slightest." The heavenly general joined in and burst out laughing. "First prince, it seems your Dragon Palace is not doing so well. Why not let our heavenly court take over?" That truly enraged the Sea Dragon King's first prince. With a dark expression and icy tone, he said, "Bring out the great dragon cannon." At once, the great dragon cannon was brought out. Seeing it, even the heavenly general could not help but praise it a little. The legendary great dragon cannon, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. This divine general has long wanted to witness it for himself. At that moment, the great dragon cannon was gathering power at its barrel, and that alone made everyone below sway unsteadily. The great dragon cannon was charging. This power was far too strong. Even from so far away, they were trembling. Everyone was terrified and deeply shaken as they said, "This strike will definitely be able to break the White Jade sect's defenses." The great dragon cannon charged to its limit. The Sea Dragon King's first prince sneered confidently and said, "It has reached its peak. Fire!" At once, the great dragon cannon fired. That immense power shot straight toward the White Jade sect. Yet even so, the White Jade sect still suffered no damage at all. At the sight of this, the Sea Dragon King's first prince was stunned, then even more shocked than before. Irritated, he thought to himself, "It still can't break through? How can such a tiny sect have a defensive formation this strong?" The 9th son spoke up. "First prince, the White Jade sect's depth cannot be fathomed. I advise you not to walk the same road as the 3rd prince." After watching the show for a while, the heavenly general finally decided it was time to make his move. He laughed excitedly and said, "If the Dragon Palace can't do it, then watch the heavenly court." The next moment he shouted, "Kick!" A sky-falling kick slammed directly into the White Jade sect's defensive barrier, but the White Jade sect still remained completely unharmed. The heavenly general was suddenly thrown backward, and his body lost control as he fell to the ground. Seeing this, another heavenly general immediately stepped forward and said, "Let's attack together." And so the two of them charged forward together and attacked the defensive barrier. But in the end, both of them were blasted away by it. They were utterly confused by this. Even the heavenly court's defenses back then were not this strong. How did the White Jade sect manage this? Baiyu spoke up loudly, full of confidence and ridicule. "A bunch of bumpkins who think themselves exalted above all others. Is this all you've got?" He sneered and said, "The White Jade sect has only given you a tiny little shock. This sect master does not even think you are worth personally taking action against." At Wu Yulian's location, she said excitedly, "Although I could not absorb it completely, my strength, my very life level has skyrocketed. Now I just need to find a place to digest it." Wu Yulian sneered confidently. "Tell Baiyu that I will kill him myself." The demon lord, upon hearing this, felt both helpless and bewildered and said, "This Wu Yulian really is stubborn. Sect master by his existence she can never catch up to." Lu Xiong, on the other hand, did not care about that at all and replied, "Let's go out as well. Everything has already been dealt with. Next, we just need to wait for news that the White Jade sect has unified the 9 regions." After that, they sat together drinking wine. Protector Huang said, "Brother Lu, since we have nothing better to do, let's keep drinking." At that moment, a subordinate suddenly ran in from outside and shouted, "Protector, news, major news." Protector Huang calmly asked, "Speak. Is it news that the White Jade sect has completely won?" The subordinate immediately replied, "No. The armies of the Dragon Palace and the Heavenly Court suddenly arrived and are attacking the White Jade sect together." The moment he heard this, Protector Huang could not hide his shock. He spat out the wine in his mouth and asked, "What?" Protector Huang sprang to his feet and urgently ordered, "Say that again." The subordinate quickly replied, "The army of the 6 regions was already about to surrender, but then the Dragon Race army led by the Dragon Race's first prince attacked. They said they came to destroy the White Jade sect. Immediately after that, 100,000 heavenly soldiers of the Heavenly Court descended from the sky as reinforcements called by our Holy Lord of the Blood Heaven region." After hearing the report, Protector Huang could only cry out helplessly, "We're done for. I acted too rashly." Lu Xiong, who was sitting there drinking, suddenly interjected in confusion, "Protector Huang, what are you panicking for?" Protector Huang looked openly anxious and hurriedly replied, "How could I not panic? Both the Dragon Race army and the Heavenly Court's army have come. Those are superpowers. Their strength is countless times greater than the army of the 6 regions. Does the White Jade sect still have any chance to turn things around?" Lu Xiong sneered reassuringly. "Relax. Good news is about to arrive." Over on that side, the Sea Dragon King's first prince could not help mocking. "Giant Spirit Divine General, it seems the Heavenly Court can't do it either." The Blood Fiend ancestor said sternly, "Everyone, let's join forces and attack together." "Forget it, First Prince. Let neither of us mock the other anymore. Let's attack together." As he spoke, the Blood Fiend ancestor directly strode forward. The Sea Dragon King's first prince ordered, "Dragon Race Army, full assault." At once, all of the first prince's subordinates rushed forward. They formed into a mighty army and shouted with blazing momentum, "Kill!" The Heavenly General also immediately ordered his subordinates, 100,000 heavenly soldiers of the Heavenly Court, full assault. The Heavenly Court subordinates swiftly obeyed and answered in ringing unison, "Fight!" Seeing this, Lu Yuan grew somewhat worried and uneasy. "Sect Master, this is no ordinary attack. Both the Dragon Race army and the Heavenly Court army are forming battle arrays." Bei Tongxue also interjected, "This formation of the Heavenly Court army was created by the Lord of the Heavenly Court of ages past. Its might is boundless and possesses the power to destroy heaven and earth. Master, you must be careful." The 9th son's face was full of shock and unease, and he could not help muttering to himself, "This is the Dragon Race's strongest formation. My royal father obtained it from ruins beneath the seafloor. The power of this strike is so great that even my father, the Dragon King, could not block it." The Sea Dragon King's first prince sternly ordered, "Attack!" The Heavenly General was no exception and also shouted, "Strike!" In an instant, streams of power gathered together, all converging on the same point. The 2 immense and overbearing forces directly crashed toward the White Jade sect. Boom, boom! An earth-shaking explosion rang out as the attack was stopped by an invisible barrier. Cheers erupted. The mountain-protecting Grand Array has been shaken. Once the mountain-protecting Grand Array is broken, the White Jade sect will perish. Lu Yuan anxiously cried out, "Sect Master, it's not that the mountain-protecting Grand Array is about to break, but that the energy used to maintain the mountain-protecting Grand Array is insufficient." The Blood Fiend ancestor laughed triumphantly. "Haha, after fighting to this point, the White Jade sect finally can't hold on any longer. Still, facing the attacks of so many human Emperor world powers, the fact that you managed to persist until now is already enough to be proud of." Hearing this, Lu Yuan hastily turned around. "I'll bring out all the spirit stones to reinforce the mountain-protecting formation. It can hold on for a short while longer." Suddenly, Bai spoke up to stop him. No need. Aunt Wang and Uncle Li watched the mountain-protecting Grand Array intently. Uncle Li said with some unease, "The mountain-protecting Grand Array can't hold out much longer. I suppose we'll have to act." The moment Aunt Wang heard that, she immediately stopped him. "What's the rush? That brat Bai wants to act personally." And that was indeed the case. At this moment, Bai had already entered the battlefield. He said coldly, "They've attacked all the way to our doorstep. How can I not strike back?" At the sight of Bai, the Sea Dragon King's first prince sneered mockingly. "So you finally stopped hiding behind your shell like a turtle?" The Blood Fiend ancestor suddenly rushed straight toward Bai and said irritably, "Brat, since you dare come out, this ancestor will send you on your way first." Bai said nothing. He simply raised his hand. The next moment, a strand of sword chi appeared and shot straight toward the Blood Fiend ancestor. The Blood Fiend ancestor quickly dodged the attack. Then he could not help smugly saying, as expected, just child's play, relying on a single flying sword. "You think you can ambush me?" The moment the Blood Fiend ancestor finished speaking, the people below hurriedly warned him, "Ancestor, be careful. There's still another flying sword." Seeing the flying sword behind his back, the Blood Fiend ancestor calmly said, "Humph, 2 flying swords can't do anything to this ancestor." Then he still managed to dodge with ease. "Humph, 2 flying swords can't do anything to this ancestor." However, contrary to what the Blood Fiend ancestor expected, another strand of sword chi had already appeared from nowhere and shot straight into him. It directly slashed several tears into the Blood Fiend ancestor's robes. The Blood Fiend ancestor frowned unhappily and thought to himself, "What? There's more?" The spectators to one side cried out anxiously, "Ancestor, dodge quickly!" The next moment, numerous flying swords aimed their tips straight at the Blood Fiend ancestor. This made him extremely anxious and frightened, and with a pale, darkened face he said, "Why are there so many flying swords?" In an instant, all the sword points stabbed straight into the Blood Fiend ancestor's body. He tried to use his own power to resist and could not help grumbling. "So this brat is actually a sword cultivator." The heavenly general, standing to one side, immediately cut in. "So what if he's a sword cultivator? Before my 100,000 heavenly soldiers, he is not worth worrying about. Kill him." The next moment, the heavenly court's heavenly soldiers and heavenly generals directly charged forward to attack. The Sea Dragon King's first prince also immediately ordered his subordinates, "Don't let the heavenly court act first. Move." At that moment, all the soldiers densely surrounded Bai and shouted fiercely, "Boy, you're surrounded. Above and below, heaven and earth, no matter what, you won't escape even if you grow wings." Hearing those words, Bai's expression did not change in the slightest. Bai calmly pointed straight at the sky and declared, "It is you who are surrounded." The next moment, a multitude of flying swords appeared and shot toward the heavenly soldiers. The Sea Dragon King's first prince's army was no exception, leaving them utterly shocked and bewildered. Why have so many flying swords appeared? Bai clenched his palm and coldly uttered a single word, "Kill." In the blink of an eye, everyone who had just surrounded him was cut down and sent flying by the flying swords. Standing to one side, the heavenly general could not help sighing in amazement. It seems this fellow is no ordinary sword cultivator. He can control this many flying swords. But the Sea Dragon King's first prince did not think so at all, and sneered in reply, "It's nothing but a child's trick. Even if my 100,000 aquatic troops stood still and let him kill them, he still wouldn't be able to wipe them all out." At that moment, the heavenly generals suddenly charged together to attack Bai, calculating as they fought, "We've dragged things out long enough. Let's gather our strength, wipe out the White Jade sect in one wave, then return to report." The Sea Dragon King's first prince laughed arrogantly and declared with confidence, "No matter how many broken swords you can control, you still can't change the outcome. The White Jade sect is doomed to be destroyed." Bai said nothing more and only replied, "A few flying swords? Open your dog eyes and look carefully." As soon as the words fell, countless other flying swords of all kinds appeared beside him. This left the Sea Dragon King's first prince and the heavenly general utterly stunned. Seeing the thousands upon thousands of flying swords, the first prince could not help feeling horrified. How is this possible? Even a mightiest sword cultivator couldn't control such a terrifying number of flying swords. The heavenly general was no exception and cried out in confusion, "What? Why are there so many?" The people below were also shocked out of their wits by the sight. Staring wide-eyed and slack-jawed, they exclaimed, "What are we looking at? Hundreds of billions of flying swords? Is that even something a human can do?" Baiyu spoke calmly. "You dare defend the White Jade sect. You deserve death." As he spoke, he controlled his flying swords. In just an instant, all of them were launched into the air. The heavenly soldiers, heavenly generals, and the first prince's subordinates were now nothing more than tiny ants, slaughtered with ease in the blink of an eye, screaming helplessly. "Ah! Ah!" One heavenly soldier said with fear written all over his face. "We only have 100,000 heavenly soldiers, but there are at least millions of flying swords, maybe even tens of millions. How are we supposed to fight this?" The first prince's subordinates also spoke up in panic. "First prince, think of something. If this keeps up, our 100,000 aquatic troops will be reduced to dust." The two people standing below broke out in cold sweat as they gasped in awe at this horrifying scene. Sect Master Bai's move? Is this terrifying? Good thing we were always humble and never dare defend the White Jade sect. Even the blood-fiend ancestor seemed unable to believe it. Clutching his severe wounds, he muttered to himself, "How can this be? So the flying swords that attacked me earlier were just the appetizer." Lying on the cold ground, the holy master of the Blood Heaven region was utterly shaken and bewildered by what was happening. He thought to himself, "I must have seen wrong. I definitely saw wrong." A cigarette gave off a faint fragrance, along with a voice that rang out, "Tisk, Tiske, Tsk." The infinite sword body. Uncle Lee spoke while holding the cigarette in his hand. "If I'm not mistaken, this kid Baiyu actually possesses the infinite sword body." Aunt Wong, standing beside him, immediately replied, "If it weren't the infinite sword body, it would be impossible for him to control such a massive number of flying swords. This is the strongest sword body." Ninth son, filled with confidence and excitement at the scene before him, burst out laughing and said, "First prince, what do you think? You just came out and already got taught a lesson by the sect master. Do you still dare act arrogant?" The heavenly general also realized the situation was bad and quickly said, "Retreat, hurry and retreat." The Sea Dragon King's first prince looked displeased, his face darkening as he said, "In this situation, even retreating won't guarantee survival. Our only chance is to destroy the White Jade sect first." At that moment, a heavenly general charged directly at Baiyu. "Kill!" The Sea Dragon King's first prince was so absorbed in thought that he failed to notice Ninth Son had already come to his side. Opening his enormous mouth wide, Ninth Son mocked, "First prince, you're not even qualified to fight." The sect master. Right then, a voice suddenly rang out, "Everyone, it's time for the White Jade sect to temper its troops." Lu Yuan spoke loudly, "Kill!" As soon as they heard this, the White Jade sect disciples obeyed at once and excitedly charged in a battle, shouting in unison, "Kill!" The two heavenly generals discussed their plan. "The two of us will block all his escape routes. First prince, you go kill him." The Sea Dragon King's first prince suddenly surged with momentum, dragon scales appearing clearly across his face. In the next instant, he immediately reverted to his true form and mocked, "Lowly human, I'll swallow you whole." Seeing this, Ninth Son's group immediately shouted at each other, "Stop them." However, they were blocked at once by the two heavenly generals. The two heavenly generals declared loudly, "No one can save him." In his sacred beast form, the Sea Dragon King's first prince charged straight at Baiyu and declared, "Even if you grow wings now, you still won't escape." At that very moment, a gigantic hand suddenly appeared from the vast sky and reached straight for the first prince, saying, "Lowly insect, do not be so presumptuous." In an instant, the Sea Dragon King's first prince was seized. Filled with confusion and shock, he cried out, "This is..." Struggling against the giant hand, the first prince shouted angrily, "Who are you? Let me go." The moment he heard that voice, Baiyu recognized it at once. Smiling in excitement and confidence as spiritual power surged around him, he thought to himself, "It's old man Li's voice. The two hidden elders of our White Jade sect have finally made their move. This time, we'll definitely win." Everyone was stunned and horrified by the scene before them. It was truly terrifying. Who would have thought there was still such a hidden expert within the White Jade sect? Someone who could seize an azure dragon with a single hand. If they had not seen it with their own eyes, who would ever believe it? A few people dropped to their knees in helplessness. Their faces turned deathly pale with fear, sweat pouring down as they thought. The White Jade sect is unfathomable, utterly unfathomable. We are completely convinced. The Sea Dragon King's first prince shouted angrily, "Let me go. By doing this, you are making an enemy of the Dragon Palace." Uncle Lee paid no attention at all. He even tightened his grip on the first prince and calmly replied, "Who cares?" This caused the first prince unbearable pain. Uncle Lee said leisurely, "I'll pull out your dragon tendon and use it for fishing." The first prince coughed up blood from the pain and hurriedly begged for mercy. "No, Senior, I was wrong. Please spare me." However, Uncle Lee did not care in the slightest. He directly struck the Sea Dragon King's first prince with lightning. All the first prince could do was wail helplessly, "No, how can my dragon tendon be torn out? I refuse to accept this." After settling the matter, Uncle Lee tossed away the Sea Dragon King's first prince's body and reminded Ninth Son, "The dragon tendon has been taken. Gatekeeping dog, swallow this flood dragon and break through." The first prince, hearing this, hurriedly begged for mercy again. "No, Ninth Brother, spare my life." Ninth Son paid no attention to his plea and directly opened his mouth to devour the first prince, replying, "Big brother, it's too late. Even if I didn't eat you, the other brothers wouldn't spare you either." And so, the Sea Dragon King's first prince could only helplessly accept his fate. No, while Ninth Son was in the middle of eating, he suddenly sensed something wrong and immediately shouted. Ninth Son instantly transformed back into the form of a little dog and said with a frown, "Troublesome. I'm about to break through again." With that, he immediately turned to leave, not forgetting to say a few words to Baiyu. "Sectmaster, the situation is no longer a concern. I'm going into seclusion first." Seeing the Sea Dragon King's first prince die just like that, his subordinates were utterly dumbfounded. The first prince is dead. There's hardly anything left of the dragon army. Run! The people below who witnessed it were no exception. All of them stared wide-eyed in shock and cried out, "Incredible! The White Jade sect is completely unshakable. I'm afraid the White Jade sect has been toying with us all along. Their true strength has not even been fully revealed yet." The two heavenly generals, full of doubt and unease, spoke to each other. "What do we do? I'm trembling all over. My legs have gone weak. Let's take this chance and run." As soon as they finished speaking, the two of them immediately turned and fled. Seeing this, the others instantly lost all will to resist and hurriedly discussed among themselves, "The dragon army has nearly been wiped out. The two giant spirit generals of the heavenly court have already run away. The White Jade sect has won a complete victory. Let's go, hurry, and surrender." In the next instant, all of them dropped to their knees before the White Jade sect and said in unison, "Sect Master Bai, we of the 6 regions are willing to surrender." The crowd hurriedly urged one another, "Surrender. We surrender too. Quickly kneel down." The blood-fiend ancestor, however, had no desire to surrender and only wanted to turn and flee. Run, run. However, before he could take more than a few steps, someone stopped him with an icy voice. "Do you really think you can run?" In the next instant, the blood-fiend ancestor died in agony, screaming, "No!" The two who killed the blood-fiend ancestor said fiercely, "Die." Seeing this miserable scene, the holy master of the Blood Heaven region could only sit there in stunned terror, trembling all over as he thought, "Even the blood-fiend ancestor is dead. It's completely over." Lu Yuan shouted joyfully, "We won." Hearing this, everyone immediately echoed, "Mighty White Jade sect. Sectmaster Bai is a peerless divine man." Elsewhere, Lu Xiong sat on the table and said curiously, "Protector Huang has been inside for so long. Why hasn't he come out yet?" The doors slowly opened. Protector Huang walked in carrying a bag on his back. Seeing this, Lu Xiong could not hide his confusion. "Protector Huang, what are you doing?" Protector Huang immediately explained, "Brother Lu, things have come to this point. We should run as soon as possible. If the sect finds out what I've done, even being flayed and having my bones pulled out wouldn't be too much." Lu Xiong forced a smile and quickly reassured him, "Protector Huang, I already told you. No need to panic. Just wait for the news." However, Protector Huang paid no attention and answered anxiously, "How can I not panic? The Dragon Palace and the Heavenly Court, the two greatest superpowers, joined forces to besiege the White Jade sect. No matter how strong the White Jade sect is, it can't withstand that." As he spoke, Protector Huang patted Lu Xiong on the body. "Lu Xiong, since we've known each other, I'll send you all away. From now on, we each go our separate ways and flee across the world. Just then, a report suddenly came from outside. Protector! Protector! Shocking news. Protector Huang sighed helplessly and said, "Don't say it. I don't want to hear it." Seeing Protector Huang like this, the subordinate immediately understood. Looks like Protector already knows. I'm afraid the Blood Heaven region will no longer exist from this day on. I should follow Protector's example and run first too. As he spoke, the subordinate turned to leave. Protector Huang was somewhat confused and immediately asked, "Wait, what are you running for?" The subordinate quickly answered, "How could I not run?" The Heavenly Court and the Dragon Palace suffered a crushing defeat. The Bloodfiend ancestor was killed. The allied forces of the 6 regions have all surrendered to the White Jade sect. By now, I'm afraid the human Emperor realm has become the White Jade sect's world. Hearing this, Protector Huang cried out in shock, "What?" Lu Xiong spoke loudly and confidently. "Well, Protector Huang, I told you to wait for the news. Haven't you received it now?" Protector Huang instantly changed his attitude and shouted excitedly, "We won! We won! I can't believe we really won." This left the subordinate utterly puzzled. "Huh? Protector, what's wrong with you? It was the White Jade sect that won, not our Bloodfiend sect." Protector Huang paid no attention to those questions and walked straight toward Lu Xiong. "Brother Lu, please accept my bow. From this day forward, I will follow you." Lu Xiong replied calmly, "You're too polite. From now on, we are fellow disciples." In the Heavenly Court, a voice sounded from outside the hall, asking, "Well, have the 9 regions been unified?" A heavenly general immediately replied, "Your Majesty, the 9 regions have been unified." Hearing this, the Heavenly Fire Empress could not help smiling in satisfaction and even praised them a little. "Well done. I didn't expect you all to unify the 9 regions so quickly. At last, I, the Heavenly Fire Empress, have become the ruler of the 9 regions." However, in the next instant, the Heavenly General immediately added, "Well, Your Majesty, I haven't finished speaking. The one who unified the 9 regions was not us." This left the Heavenly Fire Empress shocked and confused. "What?" The Heavenly General explained further, "It was the White Jade sect that unified the 9 regions." The moment she heard that, the Heavenly Fire Empress frowned in displeasure and irritably asked, "The White Jade sect? What happened? Where are the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals of my Heavenly Court?" The Heavenly General answered, "Aside from us, basically all of them were killed." Hearing this, the Heavenly Fire Empress could not hide her shock and asked, "What?" The Heavenly General immediately explained, "Your Majesty, that White Jade sect is frighteningly powerful. Not only did they defeat Li Enming's forces from several major regions and the 100,000 heavenly soldiers and generals, they also wiped out the Dragon Palace army and killed the Dragon Clan's first prince." However, the Heavenly Fire Empress refused to believe it and immediately snapped back, "How could that be? If you dare speak nonsense, I'll kill you." The Heavenly General quickly replied, "We swear to heaven, we do not dare lie by even a single word. This is the scene from before. Your Majesty, please look." As he spoke, one of the Heavenly Generals pointed outward and cast a spell. In the next instant, an image appeared showing large numbers of the Heavenly Court's heavenly soldiers and generals falling beneath Bai Yu's flying swords. Bai Yu's image appeared, his expression solemn and cold. The Heavenly General introduced him. "This man is Bai Yu, sect master of the White Jade sect, deep and unfathomable." Witnessing this scene, the Heavenly Fire Empress was somewhat shaken and bewildered, unable to stop herself from thinking. A figure like this has appeared in the human Emperor realm, with such strength, and yet I knew nothing of him. However, in the next instant, her face darkened as she asked suspiciously, "Wait, that is..." It seemed the Heavenly Fire Empress had noticed Li Su's group. Looking at Bei Tongxue, the Heavenly Fire Empress asked curiously, "Who is that woman?" The Heavenly General immediately replied, "Perhaps she is a disciple of the White Jade sect's sect master. Her water arts are almost impossible to counter." Upon hearing that, the Heavenly Fire Empress let out a cold laugh of self-mockery. "A disciple of the White Jade sect's sect master? No wonder I can never find her. So that little bitch was hiding in the White Jade sect." Hearing her say that, the Heavenly General was rather surprised. "Huh? Your Majesty knows her?" The Heavenly Fire Empress answered calmly, "That woman is the reincarnation of the Snow Empress." Hearing this, the heavenly general immediately understood. So it's her. No wonder she uses water arts so skillfully. The heavenly fire empress's face darkened, and she declared coldly, "The White Jade sect must be destroyed, and Lei Shui must also die." The heavenly general immediately tried to dissuade her. "Your Majesty, but our heavenly court army has been completely wiped out. We no longer have the strength." The heavenly fire empress replied calmly, "With this empress here, that is the heavenly court's greatest strength." Then she proudly announced, "Spread the news throughout the entire human emperor realm. The heavenly court's treasure vault is about to open." Hearing this, the heavenly general asked with some surprise and curiosity, "Your Majesty wants to lure the White Jade sect here?" The heavenly fire empress sneered sinisterly and replied, "I'm not sure about the others, but that little bitch Snow Empress, I know for certain she will come." Back on Baiyu's side, everyone was gathered together in one place. Baiyu said, "Lu Xiong, you really are a rare talent. Even after being captured, you still managed to become a spy and strike back by killing the enemy." Lu Xiong calmly replied, "It is all thanks to Sect Master's wise and divine might, invincible under heaven. Otherwise, being an undercover agent would not have been so easy." Lu Yuan, standing at the side, immediately spoke up as well. "Sect Master, now that all 9 regions have submitted to the White Jade sect, how we should govern so vast a land as the 9 regions is still for Sect Master to decide." Baiyu said indifferently, "Very simple. Choose the disciples with the best aptitude from the great sects of the 9 regions and bring them into our White Jade sect to cultivate, making them official disciples of the White Jade sect. Select the strong experts of the 9 regions and establish the War God Hall, which will wage campaigns everywhere on behalf of our White Jade sect. The other sects will become outer branches of the White Jade sect." Hearing this, Lu Yuan became overjoyed and replied, "Sect Master is wise. If we do that, all the powerful experts of the 9 regions and all the young geniuses with the potential to become experts will be absorbed by the White Jade sect. Then there will be no need to worry about them refusing to submit." Baiyu smiled and said, "Next is the sacred land of the 9 regions that we have never visited. This sect master wants to go there." One day later, Baiyu's group stood before a great magical vortex. Ling pointed at it as she introduced it. "Sect Master Bai, this place is the Xiantian sacred land of the Wood Heaven region. There truly are opportunities inside, but many of them are not easy to obtain." Baiyu asked doubtfully, "Can it be opened? Are you confident?" Ling replied firmly, "Sect Master, rest assured. I understand all the opportunities inside and know how to break them." Hearing this, Baiyu immediately trusted her and quickly walked inside, reminding everyone, "Come, let's go in." After a while, a fragment of bronze suddenly appeared out of nowhere, shining with a glittering light. Baiyu held it in his hand and said indifferently, "We have obtained all the opportunities within the sacred land of the Wood Heaven region, and the bronze fragment also flew out with me." Li Xiu, standing at the side, immediately chimed in, "This time we gained quite a few opportunities. The wood spirit fluid inside the sacred land contained boundless vitality and cleansed my soul body." Bei Tongxue also happily clenched her palm and said, "I'm afraid I'm about to evolve again." Baiyu said, "Actually, the greatest opportunity this time was obtaining the wood soul pearl." Ling quickly added an explanation. "A single one is useless, but each of the 5 sacred lands has 1 pearl corresponding to metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. Once the 5 pearls are fused into one, it will become a great opportunity." 3 days later, in the Metal Heaven region, Baiyu stood before everyone and said, "We've already gone through the 5 great sacred lands of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, and we now have all 5 bronze fragments. Adding the 3 fragments we obtained earlier, I currently have 8 in my hand. Only the final fragment in the sacred land of the Li Heaven region is missing." At that moment, a powerful force was suddenly released. Li Xiu said joyfully, full of vigor, "Master, I absorbed too many opportunities. I need to go into seclusion." Bei Tongxue also cut in, "I need to go into seclusion too, to digest some of these opportunities." Ling held many bronze fragments in her hand and asked with a smile, "Sect Master, the 5 elemental jade pearls are all complete now. Should we fuse them?" As soon as she said that, Baiyu immediately replied, "Fuse them. In an instant, Ling immediately combined them, and a circle of power burst into view. It gradually shrank and moved toward Baiyu, making him curious and puzzled. "What is this?" Ling immediately explained. "Congratulations, Sect Master. This is a soul-nurturing treasure that cannot be sought even if one wishes for it, the Bodhi pill." Hearing that, Baiyu only became more confused and asked for clarification. "A soul-nurturing item?" Ling explained, "That's right. There are many treasures in this world that can strengthen the soul body, but spiritual objects that can upgrade the soul itself are nearly non-existent. This Bodhi pill is one of the strongest of its kind. It can greatly elevate the sect master's soul power." As soon as he heard that, Baiyu made a quick decision. Something this good must be given to my disciple. Ling could not help being startled when she heard this. "Huh? Give it to your disciple." And she could only sneer helplessly and sigh. Sect Master Bai treats his disciples incredibly well. I've never seen a master so generous and selfless. Outside, sunlight blazed brilliantly. Baiyu stood outside the door and called out loudly, "Chaoyu, open the door." Chaoyu, inside, immediately opened the door. The moment she saw Baiyu, she said, "Master, you've come." Baiyu replied, "You've been in seclusion the whole time, so I came to check on you and bring you something as well." As soon as he finished speaking, he brought out a treasure and said, "This is..." The moment Chaoyu saw what Baiyu handed her, she was utterly astonished and cried out, "Could this be the Bodhi pill?" Baiyu answered with a smile, "That's right. I'm giving it to you." Chaoyu, shocked and stunned, accepted the Bodhi pill and replied, "Although this is not as precious as an emperor weapon, it is just as rare. Master, this really is an enormous gift." At that moment, the system suddenly issued a notification. Gifted disciple Li Xiu 1 Bodhi pill. Tenfold return activated. Congratulations, you have obtained 10 Bodhi pills. Special reminder, the Bodhi pill is the highest value item of its type in the universe. Its rank cannot be increased, only its quantity can be returned. After reading those messages, Baiyu could not help thinking to himself, so the Bodhi pill is already the highest value item of its kind in the universe. It really is a good thing. In just a moment, it returned 10 pills, more than enough. After receiving the Bodhi pill, Chaoyu immediately began cultivating. Seeing the surging power flowing around Chaoyu, Baiyu sighed a little. As expected of the Bodhi pill, the moment he saw a soul faintly appear above Chaoyu's head, Baiyu added, "Chaoyu has cultivated a second soul again, and she can even release it outside her body." After cultivating for a while, Chaoyu opened her eyes. She announced with a smile, "Master, the Bodhi pill's effect is far more heaven-defying than I imagined. This is practically a chance to be reborn." Hearing that, Baiyu was somewhat curious and confused. "Be reborn once more? Why do you say that?" Chaoyu immediately explained, "The Bodhi pill can give rise to a second soul. That means we have 2 lives. If our main body is killed, the second soul can recreate the body." Hearing that, Baiyu could not help but rejoice. He said, "That's excellent. Every core member of the White Jade sect now has an extra life." At another house, Baiyu came over and asked how several disciples were progressing in their cultivation. Li Xiu replied with a smile, "If what Master says is true, then cultivating a second soul means gaining another chance to come back to life." Bei Tongxue also cut in, "An opportunity like gaining another life. Even when I was the Snow Empress, I never dared imagine such a thing. Master has given us far too much." Lu Yuan also spoke very respectfully. "Sect Master, you have given me a second life. Even if I die, I could never repay your kindness." Baiyu replied with a smile, "This sect master still has 5 Bodhi pills left. In the future, those who work hard for the sect will be rewarded with one." At that moment, Lu Yuan suddenly reported, "Sect Master, major news has recently come from the human emperor realm." Hearing that, Baiyu grew somewhat curious. "What news?" Lu Yuan replied, "The old treasure vault of the heavenly court is about to open once again." Bei Tongxue could not help being startled when she heard that and immediately asked, "What?" With a face full of shock and confusion, even breaking out in a cold sweat, Bei Tongxue asked again, "Is this true?" Lu Yuan said, "The news was personally announced by the Heavenly Fire Empress, so it probably isn't false. But our White Jade sect just wiped out 100,000 heavenly soldiers. I don't know what the Heavenly Fire Empress intends by doing this. Bai replied coldly. No matter what she intends, our White Jade sect will keep its forces hidden and quietly observe. However, Bei Tangxue suddenly interjected. I want to go, she said solemnly and clearly. Master, I have a reason I cannot avoid going. Hearing that, Bai immediately asked, Can you tell me? Bei Tangxue was somewhat hesitant and stammered, Seeing her attitude, Bai did not press further and said, Forget it. If you won't say it, your master won't ask. He smiled and continued, I'll go with you. In the depths of the ocean, the Sea Dragon King sat on his throne and said in shock and disbelief, The first prince is dead? Just what kind of background does that White Jade sect have? The Dragon Palace's second prince immediately replied, I've made inquiries already. It's a new power, and there isn't much information on it. The Dragon Palace's fourth prince also cut in. This time, it wasn't just us. Even the Heavenly Court's army of 100,000 was completely wiped out. No matter how you look at it, this is absurd. The next moment, the second prince made a suggestion. Royal Father, the 9 regions are in great chaos right now. Why don't our Dragon Palace take this chance to strike? No matter how strong that White Jade sect is, it can't possibly be a match for our Dragon Palace that has stood for 10,000 years. However, the Sea Dragon King did not think so at all and immediately refuted him. We cannot take such a risk. Continue observing that White Jade sect. The second prince thought resentfully to himself, Damn it, both the first prince and third prince ended up in Ninth Sun's mouth. I'm afraid he has already gained enormous benefits. The Sea Dragon King then suddenly changed the subject. The Heavenly Fire Empress has now announced that the Heavenly Court's treasure vault is about to open. The two of you will make a trip to the Heavenly Court and discuss this matter with the Empress as well. The two of them quickly obeyed and answered in unison, Yes. The Endless Demon Region. An enormous demon beast face appeared, accompanied by 2 equally sturdy tusks. That demon beast was none other than the Demon Emperor himself. Sitting high upon his throne, he said, Life in the lower realm is truly comfortable. Everything I eat is fresh. Compared to that, my previous life was truly miserable. At that moment, a subordinate suddenly approached, dragging behind him the corpse of a demon beast, and said with a smile, Lord Demon Emperor, another fresh cut of meat has just been delivered. Upon hearing that, the Demon Emperor praised him somewhat. Well done. I truly like you more and more. The subordinate replied with a smile, I only hope that one day the Demon Emperor will lead me into the divine dynasty soon. The Demon Emperor said, Well said. Your merits are already sufficient. At that moment, the framed demon beast cried out, Helplessly, you bitch. So you got close to me just to harm me. As he spoke, the demon beast struggled to sit up. The subordinate calmly replied, To become the Demon Emperor's food is your honor. Under the subordinate's cold response, that demon beast grew furious and directly lunged with its claws to attack. I'll kill you. Before the demon beast could do anything, the Demon Emperor directly struck back with his enormous elephant trunk, shouting irritably, You overestimate yourself. In the next instant, the demon beast was tightly coiled up by the Demon Emperor's trunk. The demon beast begged in fear, Demon Emperor, spare me. The Demon Emperor frowned and replied coldly, All-powerful demon commanders in the Endless Demon Region must. This left the demon beast utterly helpless, breaking out in a cold sweat as it forced a bitter smile. In an instant, it died beneath the Demon Emperor's powerful trunk. The Demon Emperor asked coldly, This Earth Tiger Demon Commander is probably the last one, right? The subordinate quickly replied, Yes. Basically, all the powerful demon commanders of the Endless Demon Region have already been killed. Hearing that, the Demon Emperor said with rising intensity, Then the person I want to find must definitely be him. In the next moment, a pearl emerged from the demon beast's body. The instant the Demon Emperor took it, he immediately realized, No, still not right. The subordinate did not quite understand the situation and coldly asked, Still not right? Demon Emperor, you've already killed 36 demon commanders. The Demon Emperor irritably crushed the demon pearl in his hand and frowned. The aura is wrong. This Earth Tiger Demon Commander is not the one I'm looking for. Then he gave an order, Think again. See if there are still any demon race experts we missed. This left the subordinate somewhat bewildered. Remaining experts? Then, with a pale and frightened face, he said, I remember now. There is still one demon commander we missed. The Demon Emperor immediately asked, Speak. Who? The subordinate answered, "The Heavenly Wolf Demon Commander." The Demon Emperor sat back in his chair and asked calmly, "Where is he?" The subordinate replied, "I don't know. When I was about to catch him, the Heavenly Wolf Demon Commander suddenly vanished. I don't know where he went." With a cold and severe expression, the subordinate continued, "He disappeared very strangely, and there has been no trace of him ever since." This made the Demon Emperor just as curious, and he directly ordered, "Send people to search. Search even the Human Emperor realm. He must be found." At the White Jade Sect, Lu Yuan respectfully bowed his head and reported, "Sect Master, the Heavenly Court has sent word. Today the Heavenly Court's treasure vault will open." Hearing that, Baiyu immediately replied, "Go to the Heavenly Court." At the Heavenly Court, 2 heavenly generals reported, "Your Majesty, the news has already been spread. Many experts from the Human Emperor realm have entered the Heavenly Court." Hearing that, the Heavenly Fire Empress replied coldly, "Enough time has passed. Seal all routes into the Heavenly Court." The Heavenly General was somewhat startled upon hearing this, and said, Your Majesty, the people from the White Jade Sect haven't arrived yet." The Heavenly Fire Empress immediately explained, "Don't worry. That little bitch Ming Xue has a special way of entering the Heavenly Court. She will definitely come as well." Hearing that, the Heavenly General asked no further questions and immediately obeyed. "Yes, I'll go seal the path to the Heavenly Court right away." The Heavenly Fire Empress thought coldly to herself, "And while you're at it, activate the Heavenly Court's first killing array. Kill anyone else who comes up." The Heavenly General quickly praised, "Your Majesty is wise." Baiyu's group had now gathered in one place. Baiyu said indifferently, "This is the great array from the Li Heaven sect to the Heavenly Court. Open it." Li Xiu immediately interjected, "Let me." However, strangely, nothing happened at all. This left Li Xiu utterly bewildered. "What's going on?" "The formation won't activate." Bei Tongxue explained solemnly, "No, the Heavenly Court has sealed the entrance. We can't use this formation to teleport inside." Hearing that, Baiyu was a little puzzled and immediately asked, "They sealed the entrance? Is there any other way to enter the Heavenly Court?" Bei Tongxue replied, "I have a secret route that can get us in." In the next instant, she summoned a formation. As she looked at the formation, Bei Tongxue said, "All right, let me carve a new teleportation array. This route can get us smoothly into the Heavenly Court." Hearing that, Baiyu immediately followed and reminded everyone, "Let's go." At that moment, Bei Tongxue suddenly called out, "Master." She judged, this is probably a scheme of the Heavenly Fire Empress. As soon as he heard that, Baiyu immediately said, "The Heavenly Fire Empress sealed the passage, yet she knows you have a way to enter the Heavenly Court." He seemed to grasp the problem at once, and said, "So once we enter, we'll immediately be surrounded and slaughtered." Bei Tongxue could not help agreeing with this judgment. "That's right." Baiyu continued walking forward and asked, "Then you're still going?" Bei Tongxue answered firmly, "I'm going." Baiyu looked at her and said cheerfully, "Then what are we waiting for? We'll go together." Seeing everyone accompany her like this made Bei Tongxue endlessly happy, and she smiled to herself. At the Heavenly Court, after a while, Bei Tongxue's formation appeared. The Heavenly General saw it and quickly reported, "Your Majesty, someone has arrived." The Heavenly Fire Empress hurriedly gave the order at once. "It must be that little bitch Ming Xiu. Activate the killing array." After a while, Baiyu's group appeared within the teleportation formation. The moment the Heavenly Fire Empress saw them, she recognized them immediately. "So it really is you." Then she declared confidently, "This time, even if you grow wings, you won't escape." In an instant, countless flying swords were unleashed. All of them shot straight toward Bei Tongxue's group, and she hurriedly warned everyone, "Careful, this is the Heavenly Court's killing array." Li Xiu quickly used his sword to resist. One sword, 9 slashes. Just a few seconds later, those flying swords were all knocked to the ground. However, long vines suddenly appeared from nowhere and lunged toward them, startling them. Yet those vines were immediately frozen as well. Bei Tongxue warned everyone, "Don't try to endure head-on. The Heavenly Court's killing array will only grow stronger." Baiyu then said, "Withdraw from the grand array first." At that moment, the Heavenly Fire Empress suddenly appeared. "Ming Xue," she sneered and asked, "Old friends reunite, and you won't even greet me?" The moment she saw the Heavenly Fire Empress, second senior sister, "Why do you have such an old friend?" This made the Heavenly Fire Empress extremely displeased. Grinding her teeth, she said, "Brat, how dare you call me old? Are you seeking death? Turn to ashes." As soon as she finished speaking, she immediately launched an attack. Bei Tongxue quickly used her own power to counter it. Frozen for 1,000 miles, the two forces collided directly. However, Bei Tongxue suddenly coughed up blood from the mouth under the Heavenly Fire Empress's overwhelming power. Li Xiao could not help worrying at this. The Heavenly Fire Empress really is formidable. Second junior sister's cultivation is still too low. She's no match for her. Baiyu had no intention of continuing the battle. As he rapidly moved backward, he said, "Keep retreating." Suddenly, countless stones appeared in the sky and fell without warning. Li Xiao, filled with shock and confusion, muttered to himself, "A stronger killing move from the killing array is coming." In this situation, Baiyu had to summon his weapon. Vast Heaven Hammer. A powerful force suddenly appeared. In an instant, all the rocks shattered into pieces. The Heavenly Fire Empress could not help being shocked by this power and thought to herself, What kind of weapon is this? How can it have such might?" Baiyu mocked her a little and provoked. "What a disgrace for the Heavenly Court. Even a strike from an Emperor weapon can't break your Grand Array. It only neutralized this one killing move." The Heavenly Fire Empress was utterly enraged. With a dark and icy expression, she said, "Kill them. I want the weapon in his hand." At once, thousands of flames shot out from nowhere toward Baiyu's group. The two heavenly generals, standing to the side, could not help talking among themselves. How long do you think they can hold out? At most 1/4 of an hour. The Heavenly Court's killing array is the #1 killing array in the human emperor realm. No one has ever lasted through a single. At that moment, Bei Tongxue struggled to summon her power to fight back. In an instant, her strength collided head-on with the all-powerful flames. Another flame rapidly shot toward Li Tu's day. Li Tu seemed unable to withstand it and was blasted directly away. He fell freely toward the icy ground below. The moment she saw that, Bei Tongxue panicked helplessly and thought, "No, there are too many attacks. I can't block them all." The Heavenly Fire Empress sneered and said, "Humph, no matter how you resist, there's only one path left for you, death. Let the rain of fire grow even fiercer." As soon as she finished speaking, she released a series of enormous flames, forming a gigantic rain of fire. Qiaoyu suddenly spoke up, "Radiant Canopy." In the blink of an eye, a powerful treasure appeared and helped them withstand the violent rain of fire. The Heavenly Fire Empress was visibly startled by the sight and thought in confusion, "They blocked it? What magical treasure is that?" Seizing the opportunity, Bei Tongxue immediately turned and fled, shouting to warn everyone, "Hurry and run while we still can." The Heavenly Fire Empress sneered threateningly, "You aren't going anywhere." In an instant, countless sharp spikes erupted from beneath the earth. Li Tu quickly shouted, "Careful!" With a dark and uneasy expression, cold sweat pouring down his face, Baiyu reminded everyone, "Put on the mystic black gold armor." At his words, everyone immediately donned the armor and was finally able to resist those razor-sharp spikes. Baiyu signaled, "Block the attack and move." Seeing this, the Empress was furious, her eyes crazed. Who exactly are these people? Why do even treasures I have never seen before keep appearing one after another? Ahead of them, Baiyu's group kept speeding forward. Tongxue's eyes lit up brightly as she exclaimed, "We're almost at the Grand Array." Seeing her pleased expression, the Empress gave a loud snort and mocked. "If I really let you leave so easily, then it wouldn't be the #1 killing array anymore." As they rushed forward, Tongxue shouted, "There it is." Qiaoyu cast a cautious glance ahead and warned, "Something's wrong." The moment she finished speaking, a shock wave erupted, and blazing smoke and fire appeared before them. Faced with the sudden onslaught, Tongxue frowned in alarm. "What? It's still attacking?" Appearing in an arrogant posture, the Empress said, "Tongxue, do you think the killing array is still the same as before? Let me tell you, long ago, I refined the Heavenly Court's killing array into a mobile killing array. Wherever you go, the Grand Array will move there as well." At once, Qiaoyu raised 2 fingers and unleashed her spiritual power, its pressure intertwining with the raging flames attacking them. Looking up, Li Tu said through gritted teeth, "This is bad. Trapped inside a killing array, will be worn down to death." Filled with guilt, Tongxue said, "Master, I dragged everyone into this." But Baiyu's face remained strangely calm. He said sternly, "What are you saying? With your master here, this is only a minor matter. Inwardly, he was already calculating. If it came to it, he could release a much larger amount of the devouring spirit within his body and kill the heavenly fire empress at once. Hearing those encouraging words, Li Tu tightened his grip on his sword, his fighting spirit surging. That's right. With Master protecting us, we don't need to panic. Let's keep fighting our way forward. Before he could make a move, the flames flooding toward the gate ahead made his eyes widen in shock, his mind thrown into confusion. Staring at the strange gate, he asked, "What is that?" With a blank look on her face, Chao Yu said, "That is the Heavenly Court treasure vault." Bai Yu's face immediately darkened as he asked, "Why is the main gate still closed?" Equally puzzled, Li Tu couldn't help but wonder as well. That's right. Didn't she say the Heavenly Court was opening the treasure vault? Only then did Tang Xue vaguely realize the truth, her eyes widening in outrage. It was a trick. Having pulled off such a despicable scheme, the Empress was extremely proud. Spreading her arms with a smug smile, she said, "Tang Xue, I was deceiving you. The Heavenly Court treasure vault was never open at all." Disappointed? She sneered wickedly, her eyes darting about. "Little bitch, I knew you would use every possible means to come to the Heavenly Court treasure vault to search for a way to revive the Lord of the Heavenly Court." Disgusted, Li Tu gave her a contemptuous gesture. "What are you laughing at, you ugly woman?" Biting her lip hard, she flew into a rage. "You want to die?" No longer restraining herself, the Empress set everything around them ablaze. Li Tu immediately counterattacked with the infinite sword body. With a single slash, he split apart the blazing fire. Sword energy surged violently, and the Empress leaped into the air, roaring, "I'll kill you myself." Realizing how tense the situation was, Tang Xue immediately warned, "Senior brother, be careful." With both hands engulfed in flame, the Empress sneered, "Die." Li Tu split into clones and launched a wild barrage of sword strikes. The burst of power made even the Empress wary for a moment, and she shouted hatefully, "What?" Li Tu seized the chance and swung his sword with all his might. "Kill!" But the Empress easily dodged the attack in an instant. Regaining the initiative, she clamped a hand around his throat. "Such petty tricks are not even worth my notice in front of this Empress." Yet a moment later, her hands grasped nothing at all. He had vanished, leaving her standing there like a fool with her arms spread. Li Tu appeared behind her and slashed with his sword as the Empress ground her teeth. Not the real body. Even so, she blocked his sword with one hand, without even turning around. All his effort went to waste, leaving Li Tu stunned as he kept asking himself, "How is that possible?" She cast a sidelong glance behind her and smiled mockingly. "Attacking me?" With a casual flick of her hand, Li Tu was sent flying into the distance. He crashed to the ground and staggered back to his feet. Li Tu said through clenched teeth, "Master is truly powerful. The Heavenly Fire Empress is not easy to deal with." As expected of an Emperor-level expert of a human Emperor realm, Tang Xue stared wide-eyed. "She's even stronger than before." With a wave of her hand, the Empress laughed madly. "I've seen enough. Next, let the killing array erase you completely." As she spoke, the firepower gathered and concentrated in front of them. Seeing this, Tang Xue felt deeply uneasy. The Heavenly Court's killing array is condensing its power. The next attack will probably have enough force to destroy heaven and earth. We have to find a way to avoid it. But Li Tu said, "We're trapped. There is no way forward or back now." Chao Yu let out a sigh. "If it truly comes to that, I can only risk exposing myself and release my demon state." From behind them, Bai Yu quickly stopped her. "No, the primordial Colossus demon is 100 times more dangerous than the Heavenly Fire Empress. You must not act recklessly." Then he said decisively, "Come, let's go take a look at the Heavenly Court treasure vault." So they all went together to the strange gate. Looking at it, Li Tu's face turned pale. "So this is the Heavenly Court treasure vault? With a bronze gate this huge, the cultivation resources inside must be beyond imagination." Tang Xue said, "If we can open it, we can escape the killing array's encirclement." Eagerly, Li Tu poured all his strength into both arms and pushed against it. "Let me try." When it didn't budge at all, Tang Xue looked disappointed. "No good. It won't move even a little." Still unwilling to give up, the stubborn fellow swung his sword in a circle. Again, infinite sword body. But the pressure rebounding from the gate threw him into panic. Li Tu gripped his sword tightly, gradually losing control of his own body. Seeing them struggle pointlessly, the Empress was delighted. What a bunch of idiots. How could the Heavenly Core Treasure Vault be so easy to open? I have studied it for years and gained nothing. What makes you any different? Baiyu personally stepped forward and said, "Let me." Holding the enormous hammer in his hand, Baiyu put all his strength into a fierce strike. His blow sent a mighty shock through the gate, and clouds of dust rose everywhere. Even the Empress was affected and had to raise a hand to shield herself. What a huge commotion. His fighting spirit surged as Baiyu sneered. Again, his blows made the gate tremble without cease. A crack appeared before their eyes. Tang Xue beamed with joy. It's working. The Empress, on the other hand, grew even more furious, her crazed eyes practically wanting to tear everything apart. Damn it, he actually shook the Heavenly Court Treasure Vault. I underestimated him. Could the weapon in his hand really be the legendary Imperial weapon? Shouting loudly, Baiyu attacked again. 80. The gate continued to crack on both sides under the layered pressure. At that moment, the Empress's flames drew closer, threatening them all. Tang Xue stared straight at it, her insides burning with anxiety. This is bad. The Killing Array's final strike is here. With time running out, Baiyu became even more urgent. Break for me. Then he muttered, the vast heaven hammer has automatically returned. The number of uses this month has already reached its limit. Li Tu tried to rally him. Master, keep going. One more strike and the gate will shatter. But Baiyu replied calmly, the Imperial weapon is too powerful. Your master can no longer use it. Hearing this, the others froze stiff. What? Meanwhile, the flames were getting closer and closer. Tang Xue shouted, the attack is here. Defend yourselves now. A violent surge of spiritual force exploded outward, cracking the ground beneath their feet. The flames shot upward in an instant, burning even the surrounding air. Xiao Yu raised her hand to block it, her face taut with strain. Looking ahead, Tang Xue shouted, no, it's impossible. Baiyu's face turned serious, his voice ringing with force. This is the most dangerous battle since I came to this world. Earth and rocks flew in all directions, tossing everyone through the air like leaves in the wind. Baiyu slammed to the ground like a sack thrown aside. As his hand touched the gate, he decided, fine, I can only release a large amount of the devouring spirit inside my body. The gate suddenly swung open, as if it had gotten tired and simply decided to give up. The sight before them made Li Tu's eyes bulge. Senior brother, it opened. When Tang Xue saw it, her eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Master, you opened the great gate of the heavenly court treasure vault with your bare hands? Baiyu stood there stiffly, his face pale, unable to believe what he had just seen either. Did I open this? The gate stood open, leaving him rooted to the spot, unsure whether he was dreaming. Then Baiyu broke into a bright smile. I can actually open it. Looking at him, Li Tu said in amazement, even an imperial weapon couldn't break it, yet Master casually pushed it open. It seems the test meant for us is over. You're finally about to act personally. Baiyu chuckled and nodded. You're right. Tang Xue immediately piled on the flattery. Master truly gives people an infinite sense of security. Enjoying it, Baiyu quickly reminded them, go inside first and avoid the attack. At this moment, the Empress was beyond furious, her eyes bulging. How is this possible? I exhausted countless manpower and resources and still could never open the heavenly core treasure vault. That brat simply pushed it open empty-handed. She hastily unleashed flames. Quick, we can't let them enter first. Blow them to pieces now. Baiyu's group sped up and fled inside. In the end, the Empress's flames failed to burn a single one of them, leaving behind only thick smoke. Two soldiers anxiously said, Your Majesty, they've all gone in. What do we do now? Grinding her teeth, she swallowed her fury. I never expected a fake play to become real. Since that's the case, inform all the cultivators who came here and have them enter the heavenly court treasure vault together. The Empress comforted herself. Opening the heavenly court treasure vault is just as well. Kill two birds with one stone. Slay that little bitch and seize everything inside. What an unexpected delight. Meanwhile, Baiyu's group had already entered the vault and was slowly exploring it. Li Tu's eyes widened in wave after wave of shock. There are actually this many stored resources here. Even a pure demon like me has never seen so many pills. Xiao Yu felt just as if she were riding a roller coaster, utterly stunned. These pills alone would be enough for a great sect to use for hundreds of thousands of years. The heavenly court actually gathered this many? Beside them, Tang Xue stared in astonishment. These are all resources collected by the ruler of the heavenly court. Extremely satisfied, Bai Yu gestured. Li Tu, since we've already arrived, pack everything up for everyone. Li Tu hurriedly brought out containers and started collecting everything. Got it. The farther they went, the more stunned their faces became, as if they had been struck by lightning. Bai Yu asked, why are there so many spirit stones? A delighted smile spread across his face. 10 entire mountains of spirit stones intact. We've struck it rich. Li Tu said with emotion, the spirit stone resources here alone are probably enough to support cultivation for the entire human emperor realm for decades. It's truly shocking. With wealth pouring in, Bai Yu gestured again. Take them all. Now I'm really looking forward to what treasures come next. Let's keep going. Outside, the Empress announced haughtily, the Heavenly Court Treasure Vault has opened. Everyone was stunned. Your Majesty, when did it open? The human emperor realm is currently lacking cultivation resources. We hope to obtain at least some resources from the treasure vault. Her face flushed red with fury, and she shouted as if she wanted to tear apart heaven and earth itself. All of you shut up. Do you really think the Heavenly Core Treasure Vault is something you can covet? The crowd grew angry and protested. Didn't you say before that once the vault opened, any cultivator could enter? Does that mean the Empress deceived us? Then she raised her hand toward the sky and said coldly, if you want to enter, you may, but there are 2 conditions. First, help this Empress kill the 4 people from the White Jade sect. Second, all fortunes obtained from the treasure vault must be handed over to me for distribution. I will reward each of you according to your merits. Everyone hesitated, their expressions uncertain. We have to kill people for the Empress before we can get any treasures? Well, I've heard the White Jade sect is very powerful, and we have no grudge against them. At that moment, a voice rang out. This crown prince agrees. My dragon palace does not lack resources. We came on this trip precisely to destroy the White Jade sect. Very pleased, the Empress stepped aside. If that is the case, then second prince and fourth prince enter. The 2 princes strode forward arrogantly, laughing smugly. Come on, let's go in. Turning back to the others, the Empress lifted her chin and said, do you think it'll be that easy? Thus, they were successfully manipulated, and everyone obeyed the Empress's arrangements. There was no other choice. If they wanted their opportunities, they could only follow the Heavenly Fire Empress. Turning around, the Empress took the lead. If that's the case, then follow this Empress into the treasure vault. Kill people and seize treasures. Inside the treasure vault, Bai Yu's group continued exploring. This place is a little strange. Tang Xue's eyes were full of doubt. On the stone pedestals, every box contains a treasure. Starting from here is the true essence of the Heavenly Court. Treasure Vault. Li Tu eagerly reached out to open one and stuff it into his bag. Let me open one and see. But Tang Xue frowned and stopped him at once. Stop. Startled, Li Tu turned around blankly. What is it? Only then did Tang Xue patiently explain. Every stone pedestal here has an array set on it. If you touch one recklessly, the array will attack you. Suddenly, an amazed voice sounded out, making them even more shocked. Good stuff. When they turned back, they saw Bai Yu had already casually opened a box without suffering the slightest harm. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Snow Pearl, a rare wonder of heaven and earth. Even I am seeing it for the first time. The 2 of them froze in place. Why wasn't Master attacked by the array? Could it be that the arrays here have all failed? Li Tu decided to test his luck. I'll try. But heaven was not on his side. He was instantly thrown backward. Li Tu clutched his body, feeling deeply aggrieved. That hurts. Why is the array only attacking me? As calm as ever, Bai Yu innocently asked, it attacks? I didn't feel anything. Unable to make sense of it, Li Tu could only say, this is truly strange. At the side, Chao Yu smiled brightly and teased him. What's so strange about that? Master is an exalted expert, while senior brother is only an ordinary mortal. Tang Xue then offered her own guess. It seems the arrays were never activated in the first place, rather than Master using profound magic power to neutralize them. Bai Yu had no time to chat and urged them on. Let's go. Your master has already taken all the treasures here. As he walked, Li Tu's mind was working at full speed. We just entered the 3rd level of the treasure vault. Come to think of it, how many levels are there in this place? Tang Xue replied, 5 levels. The deeper you go, the more precious the treasures become. Just as they were nearly ready to leave, the Empress's group finally arrived. The moment they stepped inside and saw everything stripped bare, everyone was stunned and disappointed. Every treasure had been taken clean away, not a single thing left behind. A sinister look appeared on the heavenly fire Empress's face as she sneered. Why panic? Even if the people of the White Jade sect took them, so what? They still haven't left this place. Kill them all, and the treasures will still be ours. But the deeper they went, the more thoroughly everything had been cleaned out. The heavenly fire Empress's face turned livid. This place used to contain 10 mountains of spirit stones, and those people from the White Jade sect didn't leave behind even a single one. The crowd erupted in alarm. Your Majesty, could it be that we've traveled all this way only for them to take everything? She turned around and shouted, impossible. Starting from the next level, all the treasures are priceless and protected by formations. Even if they wanted to take them, they wouldn't be able to take many. Meanwhile, on Bayu's side, everyone had already reached the 4th level. Li Tu looked ahead and said, there are only 5 treasures on this level. Li Tu guessed, looks like there are 5 cultivation arts. Suddenly, Chao Yu's face went blank, as if her soul had left her body. She cried out in excitement. I wasn't mistaken. It really is the great demonic, primordial origin true art. Seeing her overreaction, Bayu asked, Chao Yu, what's so special about this cultivation art? So she explained, Master, the great demonic, primordial origin true art has long been lost. It is the cultivation art that we pure-blood demons have always been searching for, and it is also the one most suited to my cultivation. I never thought I would find it here. Having learned something new, Bayu clicked his tongue in amazement. Even the pure-blood demon race couldn't find it, yet the master of the heavenly court collected it. That person truly was extraordinary. With eyes full of hope, Chao Yu asked, Master, can you give it to me? Her hand lightly touched the treasure. But the moment she made contact, its spiritual power overwhelmed her and threw her backward. Seeing her struggle like that, Bayu said, I'll get it for you. As soon as Bayu touched the jade slip, he took it with ease. He sighed. As expected, the formation really doesn't attack me. Beitang Xue was shocked once more. The formation is ineffective against Master again. The formation on the 4th level is more than 10 times stronger than the one on the 3rd level. Then Bayu cheerfully handed Chao Yu her cultivation art. Chao Yu, your master is giving this cultivation art to you. Ding. System notification. Gifted disciple Chao Yu the great demonic primordial origin true art. Because the primordial origin true art is already the highest tier item in the universe, it can no longer be upgraded. No return reward this time. Hearing this was like a bolt from the blue. Bayu was stunned. This was the first time the system couldn't keep up and couldn't return an item. It seemed this cultivation art truly was one of a kind in the entire universe. Holding the manual, Chao Yu cheered. I could sing 10 songs right now if I had to. I can't believe I really obtained the great demonic primordial origin true art. With this cultivation art, there is finally hope of reviving our pure-blood demon race. Right then, Li Tu spoke up. Master, I think I also found a cultivation art. Bayu immediately walked over to him. Before them was a cultivation art called the Mortal Scripture. Bayu smiled lightly. The name of this cultivation art is rather interesting. Li Tu exclaimed, Master, I have a strange feeling. It seems this Mortal Scripture is the cultivation art most suited to me. Chao Yu added, the Mortal Scripture. I've seen records of it before. It's said to be a cultivation art for humans with heaven-defying aptitude. It can transform a mortal into an immortal. It is the most miraculous cultivation art of a human race. It suits Senior Brother perfectly. Without any hesitation, Bayu reached out his hand. Then I will take it for you. He warmly handed it to Li Tuesday. Here. But inwardly, he wondered whether the system would return this cultivation art or not. Immediately, the system notification sounded. Gifted disciple Li Tu the Mortal Scripture. Because the Mortal Scripture is already the highest tier item in the universe, it can no longer be upgraded. No return reward this time. Bayu nodded to himself. As expected, everything collected on the 4th level was a heaven-defying treasure. The system still couldn't return anything. Too excited to wait, Li Tu opened the cultivation manual. A powerful spiritual pressure instantly enveloped the space. Chao Yu stared in disbelief, her eyes so wide they seemed ready to pop out. Senior Brother broke through again. He advanced from the Earth Profound Realm into the Heaven Profound Realm. Everything was going so smoothly that even Bayu had to exclaim, he broke through just like that? Cultivation really is as easy as eating and drinking. Li Tu brimming with surging power, said, "Master, my intuition really wasn't wrong. I only took one look at the mortal scripture, and my whole body began to float like an immortal. I couldn't control it and broke through. This is an immortal art, a divine technique. It's far too suitable for me." Baiyu immediately turned to the side and asked, "Bei Tangxue, your senior brother and junior sister have already found suitable cultivation arts. There are 3 left now. Take a look and see if any of them suits you." She pointed ahead. "Master, this one." Baiyu clicked his tongue. "Absolute Zero. Just from the name, it's clearly an ice art. It suits you perfectly." Then he easily picked it up again. "Take it. Ding. Gifted disciple by Tangxue Absolute Zero. Because Absolute Zero is already the highest tier item in the universe, it can no longer be upgraded. No return reward this time." Baiyu was left speechless. Of the 5 cultivation arts here, 3 were perfectly suited to his 3 disciples. Could this really be a coincidence? Just like that, he waved his hand and decided, take the remaining 2 cultivation arts as well. On the lower level, the Heavenly Fire Empress was still clinging to a faint hope. The treasures on the 3rd level are all protected by formations. That White Jade sect probably couldn't take many of them. Hurry and break the formations to seize the treasures. But when they reached the 3rd level, they were crushed with disappointment. All that remained were empty boxes, their faces twisted in dismay. "Your Majesty, something seems wrong. All the boxes have already been opened. It looks like someone has taken all the treasures." Her face darkened, but she still couldn't believe it. "How is that possible? Check again." Someone called out, "Your Majesty, we've checked everything. Not a single treasure remains. The people of the White Jade sect took them all." Choking on her fury, she ordered, "Damn it, chase after them." The scene shifted elsewhere. At this time, Baiyu's group arrived at the final chambers. Li Tu said, "We're the last level. There are even fewer treasures here than on the previous one. Only 2. Bei Tangxue saw something and cried out, 'Found him. He's over there.'" She hurried toward a glowing sphere of power and said, "I finally found him." But in the next instant, it repelled her backward. Seeing this, Baiyu said, "Bei Tangxue, don't get excited. Master will get it for you." Master, that sphere of light, is a remnant soul of the Master of the Heavenly Court. "Please, you must help me retrieve it." As Baiyu approached it, Bei Tangxue anxiously warned him, "Master, be careful. The formation on the 5th level is 100,000 times stronger than the last 2 levels. It even surpasses the Heavenly Court's killing formation." But Baiyu merely placed a hand on it and said calmly, "Don't worry. The formation here has no effect on me." When she saw that nothing happened, Bei Tangxue said happily, "Master got it." Baiyu handed it to her and said, "Disciple, take it. Now that I've found his remnant soul, I can start thinking of a way to revive him." At that moment, Li Tu walked over and asked, "Junior sister, how exactly did the Master of the Heavenly Court die? Why is only a remnant soul left?" With her big round eyes, she replied, "I don't know. Many years ago, the Master of the Heavenly Court bid me farewell and said he was going to do something important, something from which he might never return. So he left behind a remnant soul in the Heavenly Court treasure vault as a hope for future resurrection. With only a remnant soul left, reviving a person will be extremely difficult. I'm afraid there's no way in the human emperor realm. In the future, we may only be able to look beyond this world." At that moment, Baiyu saw a small tower and said, "What is this?" Holding in his hand, he continued, "This little tower is extremely mysterious, but I don't know what it does. Do any of you recognize it? I've never seen it before. If it can exist on the 5th level, it must be an extraordinary artifact." Baiyu turned to his 3rd disciple and said, "Chayu, what about you?" "I'm not certain, but I have a guess." "What guess?" "It may be the legendary Time Tower." Li Tu and Bei Tangxue both exclaimed in shock, "What?" Baiyu frowned in confusion. "The Time Tower?" Chao Yu continued, "The Time Tower exists only in ancient legends. It is a creation-level treasure. No one has ever seen its true appearance before. I'm only guessing." Baiyu turned back and asked, "What does it do?" "It can control time. More precisely, it can control the flow of time inside the tower. At its simplest, it can slow time within the tower, which means more time to cultivate. In that case, let's try it." As he spoke, Baiyu poured power into it. Immediately afterward, the small tower expanded before the group. Li Tu looked toward it and said, "Let's go inside and see." Outside, the Heavenly Fire Empress's group entered another chamber, only to find it empty as well. Confusion and worry were written plainly across the Empress's face. Just as expected, the 4th level is empty too. The farther we go, the stronger the formation restrictions become. I'm truly curious how they managed to break these formations in such a short time. No matter how they did it, they still can't escape this place. Once we capture them, we can force them to answer. Good. Only the final level of the treasure vault remains. Let's go. Time Tower. First level. 1 day inside the tower equals 1 year outside. It really is the Time Tower. This is truly a world-defying treasure. Baiyu said, then all of you should make the most of this place and cultivate. The Heavenly Fire Empress and the others should be arriving soon. The scene shifted to the next day. At this time, Li Tu was gathering all his power, preparing for yet another breakthrough. Baiyu walked over and said, this is the second time Li Tu has broken through. My own cultivation is getting farther and farther behind these 3 disciples of mine. Suddenly, a strange sound drew Baiyu's attention away. Over on this side, Bei Tongxue had been frozen solid. Baiyu observed carefully and judged for himself. After cultivating absolute zero, Bei Tongxue seems to be undergoing some kind of transformation. The scene shifted again 3 days later. Baiyu was still standing there, watching his 3 disciples cultivate. Li Tu was meditating in cultivation, streams of spiritual energy surging around him. A while later, the young man stopped and sat upright. Cultivating the mortal scripture has left my cultivation almost completely free of obstacles. I've broken through too quickly. I've now reached the peak of the heaven profound realm. I need to stop for a while and stabilize my realm. Then he turned to look at Bei Tongxue, who was starting to stir. In the next instant, she shattered the block of ice and stood up. Li Tu turned and said, Junior's sister is undergoing a transformation. The figure of a woman appeared before them. Bei Tongxue had transformed into a more mature form. Li Tu could not help saying in surprise, you've grown again. Bei Tongxue turned to Baiyu and called happily, Master. Baiyu looked over in surprise and asked, has your strength fully recovered yet? Not yet, but I am confident I can fight the Heavenly Fire Empress. Just then, the Heavenly Fire Empress's group arrived. We've finally reached the final level. Search carefully. Don't let the people from the White Jade sect escape. The group froze when they saw no one there. One of them exclaimed in confusion, strange. Where did they go? The Heavenly Fire Empress stood there, staring in thought for a long time. She looked at the tower in front of her and said, there's something wrong with this tower. They're inside it. That's the only possibility. At once, a man carrying a blade charged forward. He approached the tower and said, then let's destroy it. He used all his strength to slash fiercely at the tower. With a crack, his sword shattered into pieces. He cried out in shock, what? My treasure blade. One of the others spoke up. Could this be the legendary Time Tower? The Time Tower? Then this is truly no ordinary treasure. As expected, the Heavenly Court's treasure vault is full of priceless treasures. Use spells to attack it. Force them out. The Heavenly Fire Empress's people began bombarding the tower nonstop. Inside the tower, the whole place started shaking. Li Tu immediately said, someone outside is attacking the Time Tower. Let's go out. Sooner or later, we have to fight them anyway. Baiyu raised a hand and interrupted, wait. The young man took out a large number of treasures from his person. Each of them received 1 item. As your master, I'll give each of you a few treasures from the 3rd level. Immobilization Talisman. This really is useful. The system immediately displayed a notification. Gifted Disciple Li Tu an Immobilization Talisman. 100-fold return activated. Congratulations. You have received 100 Immobilization Talismans. Snow Pearl. This can help strengthen the power of my ice arts. System notification. Gifted Disciple Bei Tongxue a Snow Pearl. 100,000-fold return activated. Congratulations, you have received the Nether King Pearl. The Nether King Pearl is also an item of extreme cold. It must be even better than the Snow Pearl. This Jade token can block a strike from a powerful expert. Thank you, Master. Gifted Disciple Chaoyu an arrow-blocking Jade token. 10,000-fold return activated. Congratulations, you have received 10,000 arrow-blocking Jade tokens. And next, Gifted Disciple Li Tu an Immobilization Talisman. 100-fold return activated. Congratulations, you have received 100 Immobilization Talismans. 10,000 arrow-blocking Jade tokens. Not bad at all. At that moment, the tower began shaking even more violently under the attacks. Without hesitation, Baiyu ordered, let's go. Head outside. In an instant, there was no one left inside the tower. Outside, the tower was still being attacked fiercely. The Heavenly Fire Empress was enraged and ordered everyone to continue attacking. I refuse to believe they would just hide in there forever. Keep attacking. I don't believe they'll stay cowering inside without coming out. The others obeyed and rushed forward again. Suddenly, a hand appeared right in front of one of the subordinates. Smack! Li Tu sent the man flying backward with a single blow. Another stood there staring blankly. A moment later, Bai Yu's entire group had appeared. One furious man shouted an order. Stop them. Don't let them escape. Ignoring the Heavenly Fire Empress's confusion, Bai Tongxue spoke up. Heavenly Fire, today, the debt between us will be settled. The Empress replied, Mingxu, you've recovered quite a bit, haven't you? But even when you were at your peak, you were no match for me, much less now. Bai Tongxue immediately circulated her spiritual power and flew up to confront her. Meanwhile, the second prince and fourth prince of the Dragon Palace looked proudly and contemptuously at the young members of the White Jade sect. You brats from the White Jade sect, we are the second prince and fourth prince of the Dragon Palace. Li Tu stepped forward and said, people from the Dragon Palace still dare to come here? Have you come to offer up more dragon tendons? The prince instantly charged forward and roared, you're courting death. Perfect timing. I was just looking for a chance to warm up and toughen my body. At the same time, the fourth prince stared at Bai Yu and declared, you killed the first prince and third prince of our Dragon Palace. The White Jade sect must be destroyed. With that, he lunged at Bai Yu. Before Bai Yu even needed to move, Qiao Yu rushed in to block him and shouted, are you even worthy of making my master take action himself? Seeing that it was a young woman who had stepped forward, the fourth prince instantly looked down on her completely. He waved his hand and unleashed a move without the slightest restraint, sneering as he attacked. A little girl like you dares to stop me? Qiao Yu merely raised a hand and spoke a single word. Point. Immediately, a purple sphere shot straight into the fourth prince's forehead. He was blasted away on the spot. Barely managing to steady himself, he stammered, impressive. Who exactly are you? Qiao Yu coldly replied, a dead man doesn't need to know that much. Return to your strongest form, and then I'll send you to your grave. The fourth prince shouted angrily, what arrogant words. At that moment, someone asked Bai Yu, are you the sect master of the White Jade sect? Another sized him up from head to toe and said, this brat doesn't really look like much. Bai Yu did not take these people seriously in the slightest. He coldly declared, for insignificant trash like you, I have 10,000 ways to kill every last one of you. Hearing that, one man called out to the others, everyone, attack together, kill him, and the Empress will reward us. And so the whole group charged at him at once. Bai Yu showed no fear at all. He even raised his index finger in challenge and shouted, summon the big wolf. The moment he finished speaking, a huge wolf appeared before him. It would have looked extremely imposing if not for the fact that both its hands were busy pulling up its pants, which was honestly rather embarrassing. Suddenly, Bai Yu noticed something strange. The wolf turned his head and said to him, Sect Master, next time you summon me, could you please avoid doing it while I'm using the bathroom? At that moment, the crowd shouted, kill him. The wolf's attention shifted to them. It cast them a glance, then instantly struck, seizing the throat of the man leading the charge. Its other hand grabbed a second man at once. Both men were squeezed so hard they couldn't breathe, and their faces quickly turned purple from lack of air. Very soon, the wolf flung the two men aside and said, today, I have to kill to my heart's content. As soon as he said that, he shot toward them like lightning. A man wielding a hammer charged in and shouted, there are so many of us, and we still can't even stop a single demon wolf. He refused to believe it. At that very moment, Bai Yu took out the vast heaven hammer. Excitedly, he shouted, vast heaven hammer. Then he smashed it into the ground. The vast heaven hammer instantly shattered the man's own hammer into pieces. Its owner could not believe his eyes. What? His heart ached with regret. Then, with a single sweeping slash, Bai Yu cut him clean in two. Just like that, he died. The wind howled like an industrial fan, turned to maximum. Techniques flew out one after another in a relentless barrage, with no pause, no fatigue, and no concern at all for conserving spiritual power. Seizing an opening in Beitang Shue's defense, the Heavenly Fire Empress struck her in the chest with a palm and sent her flying. Raising her voice to bolster her momentum, she shouted, die. Beitang Shue forced herself upright and glared at the Heavenly Fire Empress. The Empress arrogantly said, I told you already, you are no match for me. She declared with confidence, you weren't before, and you still aren't now. At that moment, Scarlet's spiritual power blazed from her body like fire as she slowly approached Beitang Shue. Beitang Shue gathered ice spiritual power into her palm, and a small sphere appeared in her hand. Then she dashed toward the Empress and said, you're speaking too soon. At that moment, the Heavenly Fire Empress had already concentrated firepower in front of herself, ready to strike at any time. As Beitang Shui closed in, she unleashed heavenly fire, and blazing flames roared toward her. The Heavenly Fire Empress reminded Beitang Shui, "My heavenly fire naturally restrains your ice. There's no need for you to resist anymore." But Beitang Shui refused to give in. Her ice power clashed against the heavenly fire, and little by little, the ice gained the upper hand as the flames gradually went out. The Heavenly Fire Empress stared wide-eyed at the scene before her, utterly horrified. What? How could all of my heavenly fire be extinguished? At that moment, Beitang Shui had already reached her. The Heavenly Fire Empress raised a hand to block. In an instant, her whole body was enveloped in ice, trapping the Heavenly Fire Empress inside a block of frozen crystal. Beitang Shui was very satisfied with the result. As expected, of absolute zero. Truly a supreme ice technique. Not long after, the block of ice melted under the heat of flames. The Heavenly Fire Empress appeared before her again, her gaze carrying a hint of admiration as she softly praised Beitang Shui. "Your ice arts are indeed far stronger than before." Beitang Shui had no patience to listen to her ramble, so she asked directly, "Tell me, did you have anything to do with the death of the master of the Heavenly Court back then? And you think you're qualified to question me?" As she spoke, the Empress conjured two flames in her palms and shot toward Beitang Shui. Over here, Li Xiu used a technique. One breath, fourfold incarnation. Instantly, his figure split into four. A second later, all four of him charged in to surround the second prince. The second prince was alarmed to see four Li Xius appear before him. Unable to stop himself, he cursed, "Damn it, which one is the real one?" Since he could not tell the real one apart, he could only do his best to dodge their attacks. But one could not stand against four, and before long, one of his arms was cut off. He cried out in pain, "Ah!" After that, Li Xiu reminded him, "Show your strongest form." Immediately afterward, the second prince transformed into a dragon. He said coldly, "You dare to injure me. I'm going to swallow you alive." Li Xiu was suddenly caught off guard by a dragon tail appearing behind him. It knocked him flying with one strike. Li Xiu staggered back several steps. He could not help but praise him. "The Dragon Clan truly is gifted. Your strength is enormous." The second prince opened his mouth wide, as if to devour Li Xiu whole, lunged at him, and shouted, "Die!" At that exact moment, Li Xiu pulled out a talisman like a magician revealing a trump card, then without another word slapped it straight onto the dragon's body. It was an immobilization talisman, the kind that froze an opponent even faster than a lag spike. The moment the talisman stuck, the second prince's body went rigid and his eyes widened. Li Xiu seized the chance to slash his sword across the second prince's body. The second prince opened his mouth and roared, "If you keep hurting me, I'm really going to get angry." Li Xiu showed no fear toward his threat and continued swinging his sword at the dragon's body. But the second prince's strength was no small matter, and Li Xiu was sent flying again. Bai Yu asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Li Xiu frowned so tightly it looked as though he could crush a fly. He answered seriously, "I'm fine, master. It's just that the Dragon Clan is thick-skinned and tough-fleshed. They're really hard to kill." Hearing that, Bai Yu handed him a thick stack of immobilization talismans. Li Xiu stared at him with wide eyes, unable to believe it. Seeing him momentarily dazed, Bai Yu thought he did not understand and explained, "These immobilization talismans are for you." Li Xiu could not help exclaiming, "So many immobilization talismans? Master, you're the real treasure." After taking the stack, Bai Yu folded his arms across his chest and urged him on. "Go!" Obediently, Li Xiu took the talismans and confidently walked toward the second prince. A wisp of smoke drifted out, and one talisman stuck to the second prince's neck. "Freeze!" Then more and more talismans appeared all over his body. The second prince was furious and bellowed, "Bastard, you have no sense of fair play at all. I'm definitely going to kill you." Li Xiu paid him no mind whatsoever and kept slapping talismans onto him. One talisman after another flew out, covering the enemy from head to toe without leaving a single spot untouched. A strand of golden spiritual power pierced through his body. The second prince struggled, but he could not move even the slightest bit. Exasperated, he said, "How am I supposed to fight like this? I keep getting immobilized. This is miserable." The moment he finished speaking, Li Xiu leaped into the air with his sword and coldly pronounced his sentence. "Next, I'll send you on your way." Very quickly, he thrust his sword straight through the second prince's abdomen. The sword pinned his body directly to the ground. The second prince screamed in agony. Ah! Over here, the fourth prince was locked in a deadlock with Zhao Yu. She raised her index finger and unleashed the great demonic primordial origin true art, heaven-splitting rend. The fourth prince's body stiffened. He felt spiritual power binding him tightly. That current of power formed a golden vortex around his body and continuously tormented him, making him cry out, "My body, what's happening?" Zhao Yu frowned as she looked at him. Under that gaze, he felt as though his right arm was no longer going to remain his. The spiritual vortex grew larger and larger, dazzlingly bright around his arm as it slowly eroded it, causing sweat to pour from him in pain. The fourth prince shouted in horror, "Terrifying! What kind of technique is this?" Before long, the same thing happened to his other arm as well. The fourth prince's eyes turned bloodshot. Left with no other choice, he made his final decision: transform. Very quickly, he turned into a dragon with both forelimbs severed. The fourth prince arrogantly provoked her. "Now that I've transformed, what can you possibly do to me?" He struggled to break free of her restraint, but no matter how hard he writhed, he could not escape. He muttered in shock, "What? Even in my true dragon form, I still can't break free." Zhao Yu poured even more spiritual power into her technique. Its destructive power became more and more horrifying. The talismans seemed to transform into high-speed darts, piercing his body full of holes until he looked no different from a basket riddled through. The fourth prince finally despaired. Only when death stood before him did he cry out for mercy, "No, spare me. I was wrong." But the moment those words left his mouth, his body was sliced into pieces, and he died without even an intact corpse. After dealing with the fourth prince, Zhao Yu withdrew her technique and spoke to herself. "The great demonic primordial origin true art is truly heaven-defying. Master has given me far too much." On Beidang Shue's side, she and the Heavenly Fire Empress were still locked in stalemate. The two were evenly matched, and after fighting for some time, neither had gained the upper hand. Confidently, the Empress condensed a flame into her palm. That flame was called Phoenix Fire. Once she felt the time was right, she hurled it at Beitang Shui. Beitang Shui was burned and injured by the flame. She coughed lightly, then admitted in a low voice, "In the end, my cultivation realm is still a little below hers." The Empress controlled the fire in her palm and looked at Beitang Shui with a cold snort. "Though you're somewhat troublesome, I will definitely kill you." As she spoke, she turned the small flame in her hand into a gigantic inferno. Then she threw it toward Beitang Shui. Seeing the danger before her, Beitang Shui hurriedly used Absolute Zero, Ice Shield. A protective screen of ice appeared in front of her and blocked the burning flames from reaching her. The Heavenly Fire Empress was utterly disdainful of this move. She muttered, "Humph, do you think hiding your shell like a turtle can save your life?" So she decided, "Then I'll shatter your shell." As she spoke, the Heavenly Fire Empress created a great many fireballs. Meanwhile, the people present surrounded the Wolf King, but did not dare move rashly. One of them spoke up, "Everyone, we are all experts of the 9 realms. This demon wolf is absolutely no match for us. Listen to my command and attack together." "That's right, let's strike together. If we all go all out, not even an empress would dare take it head on." At that moment, he roared, "Attack!" The crowd immediately charged forward and launched their blows at the demon wolf king. The onlookers sneered, "That demon wolf is done for." In the Emperor realm, who could possibly withstand a simultaneous full-force strike from so many top experts? The demon wolf king himself was still cursing inwardly. "Damn it, this is bad. I can't dodge in time. I can only take it head on. I'm afraid I'll be seriously injured this time." At that moment, the attacks slammed into the Wolf King's body and produced a huge explosion. A moment later, as the dust and smoke cleared, the Wolf King was completely unharmed. He had even been standing there with his eyes closed, thinking he was finished. Unexpectedly, his sect master had created a shield that blocked every single attack for the Demon Wolf King. "Over here," Baiyu gently raised his hand. "Shield." Seeing this, the others gaped and cried out, "What? He blocked it." Saved from danger, the Demon Wolf King laughed smugly. "Ha ha! In the end, I still have to rely on the sect master." Then he turned to the others and shouted, "With the sect master here, I have nothing to worry about anymore." As he spoke, he lunged forward and seized one of them. After that, he glared at the rest of the crowd. Right then, Li Xiu appeared. "Protector Wolf, I'm here to help you." At that very moment, a ray of light flashed around one man's head. In the next instant, his head was severed. Zhao Yu, standing to the side while using the skill from before, added, "Me too." The scene shifted back to Beitang Shui, who was still fighting the Heavenly Fire Empress. The Empress smugly said, "Beitang Shui, I told you already. That turtle shell can't protect you." Lying in a sorry state on the ground, Beitang Shui replied, "Enough nonsense." Again, at this moment, the Heavenly Fire Empress drew her sword, her face cold. Then she swung it, sending a stream of sword energy toward Beitang Shui. Taking the attack head-on, Beitang Shui was blasted backward toward Baiyu. The young man turned his gaze toward his disciple in surprise. In the next moment, he stepped forward and helped her up. "Are you all right?" Beitang Shui forced herself to answer, "I'm fine. I can still fight." Seeing that his disciple was at a disadvantage, yet still intended to continue, Baiyu spoke up, "Wait." The young man stepped forward, took out a blue pearl, and held it out to Beitang Shui. "This is for you." Looking at the pearl he handed her, she exclaimed in shock, "Such terrifying ice power." He immediately replied, "This is the Nether King Pearl." The Nether King Pearl? Even in legend, that was thought never to have truly existed. Over here, the Heavenly Fire Empress charged forward and shouted, "Beitang Shui, come and take your death." Seeing her rush at them with sword in hand, Baiyu and disciple both turned in surprise. Beitang Shui hurriedly swallowed the Nether King Pearl. At that moment, the Heavenly Fire Empress had already struck. She slashed out a blaze that flew toward Beitang Shui. Not stopping there, she continued to slash several more times at Beitang Shui. Suddenly, she saw something that made her stare in shock, wanting to halt her attack. Before the Heavenly Fire Empress stood an enormous ice dragon. On its back, Beitang Shui wore a resolute expression as she declared, "Now I am completely confident that I can defeat you." As for the Heavenly Fire Empress, seeing the situation, she could not help but grow anxious. Damn it, why is Beitang Shui transforming again? At that moment, Beitang Shui looked at her without the slightest change in expression and said, "Kill." The moment Beitang Shui finished speaking, the dragon obeyed and flew to attack the Heavenly Fire Empress. The Empress immediately used her technique to create Phoenix Fire. As soon as the phoenix struck the ice dragon, it exploded. The Heavenly Fire Empress could not believe her eyes and blurted out, "What?" Beitang Shui's ice dragon had already gained the upper hand. It flew straight through and knocked the Empress away. Standing atop its head, Beitang Shui's expression was icy cold. "Heavenly Fire Empress, come." The final duel. The Empress clenched her fists, grinding her teeth in unwillingness. She shouted in fury, "You have truly enraged me to the utmost." And then, with her anger fully unleashed, she released all of her power. Seeing this, Beitang Shui neither feared nor retreated. Come then, a battle between fire and water. Let's see in the end which one is stronger. One side was flame, the other water or ice, and they seemed evenly matched. The firelight released by the Heavenly Fire Empress was like a savage blaze devouring the entire space. "You think you're worthy of competing with me?" Beitang Shui merely gave a light command. "Kill." The ice dragon, bearing equal force, shot forward. The two opposing powers of different hues collided violently, startling all those nearby into shouting in alarm. Even they were affected, crying out miserably under the shockwaves. At this moment, Baiyu took out another shield. He raised it in front of himself and sighed softly. "What terrifying power. Without this shield protecting me, I truly wouldn't be able to withstand the aftermath of the battle between Beitang Shui and the Heavenly Fire Empress." The people on the opposing side all cried out, "What kind of battle is this? We're only being affected by the aftershock, and we still can't endure it. Stop fighting." In the end, only a confrontation between supreme experts can decide victory or defeat. Both Li Xiu and Zhao Yu were stunned. So our junior sisters are this formidable. Under the pressure of the ice dragon controlled by Beitang Shui, every bit of power unleashed by the Heavenly Fire Empress was rendered powerless. As frigid shards of ice fell, the Empress looked as though she could not believe it. How was this possible? How did she suddenly become so much stronger? Those ice fragments seemed to move in a strange pattern. They gathered together and surrounded the Heavenly Fire Empress. Over here, Beitang Shui manipulated the freezing technique with her hand. Very quickly, the shards converged into a vortex that swallowed the Empress inside. Afterward, they froze the Heavenly Fire Empress's body. Beitang Shui said, "Heavenly fire, you have lost." The Empress became agitated. "No, I haven't lost. Break for me." However, to the Heavenly Fire Empress's surprise, the layer of ice simply could not be broken. This left her utterly stunned. Impossible. I actually can't break free from this ice. Beitang Shui cut her off. "Tell me." Her face suddenly turned grave, and her tone became cautious. What exactly happened back then when the master of the Heavenly Court died? The Heavenly Fire Empress shouted, "Keep dreaming. Let me tell you this, Beitang Shui. The one the master of the Heavenly Court liked was me. He never liked a bitch like you." Beitang Shui remained expressionless. "Tell me, and I'll let you go." The Empress laughed mockingly. "Are you pitying me?" Then she unleashed a blazing force of fire. "I don't need your pity. I will never lose at your hands." That forced Beitang Shui to step back. "What are you trying to do? Stop." Both Li Xiu and Zhao Yu were stunned. The Heavenly Fire Empress is self-immolating. The Heavenly Fire Empress burst into loud laughter, the sound echoing through the space as eerie flames continuously poured from her body. Beitang Shui, the only one who can kill me is myself. Beitang Shui steadied herself and replied in a low voice, "You're wrong. From beginning to end, I never once wanted to kill you. I only wanted to ask you for the truth." Hearing this, the Empress froze in shock. What? But did not shake her resolve. She continued using her own art to burn herself alive. Beitang Shui, what saintly act are you pretending at? Do you know that the more you act like this, the more disgusting you are? Beitang Shui remained extremely composed. "All this time, you are the one opposing me. Look carefully. Have I ever targeted your past?" The Empress gave a cold snort. "What use is there in saying such things now?" Beitang Shui smiled bitterly. "Heavenly Fire, it's truly a pity. We could originally have become very close friends, but jealousy changed you completely." The flames on the Heavenly Fire Empress's body continued to blaze ever more violently. "Beitang Shui, do you hate me?" she answered without the slightest hesitation. "Ido." She burst into laughter. "If you said you didn't hate me, then you would only be pretending. Now I'm certain that you truly didn't want to kill me." Beitang Shui frowned. "Sadly, it's already too late." Her body seemed to be melting away. That's right, it's already too late. The flames were on the verge of completely burning her up, but in this final moment, she took out a scroll. "Beitang Shui, this is for you." Beitang Shui took it. "What is this?" The Heavenly Fire Empress's body gradually faded even more. "This is a letter left behind by the master of the Heavenly Court. It was originally meant for you, but I secretly kept it back. Still, I never read what was inside because I couldn't open it." Holding it in her hand, her eyes filled with sorrow as she softly uttered two words, "Thank you." Although the Heavenly Fire Empress's form could no longer be seen clearly, the smile on her face was still visible. "Beitang Shui, there's one thing in which I beat you." As the last of those flames dispersed, she vanished, but her words still echoed in the air. "I will die before you. If there is a Yellow Springs, then I will see him first there." Seeing the last faint spark of fire that remained, Beitang Shui replied in a low voice, "Yes, you won." Everyone seemed to freeze for a moment. The Heavenly Fire Empress had actually died. The tides of fate had changed. The human emperor realm had completely changed. The White Jade sect alone now stood supreme. Then they turned toward Baiyu and slightly bowed their heads. "Greetings, Sect Master Bai." "Greetings, Sect Master Bai." Beitang Shui held the letter scroll in her hand, her expression utterly blank. So he really did leave behind a letter. However, an eerie and sinister art seemed to emanate from it. She looked displeased. "No, it won't open." Baiyu spoke softly. "Time Tower, retract." At once, the illusory miniature towers appeared in response. He looked at her and said softly, "Beitang Shui, lead us in sweeping the Heavenly Court clean. Bring back everything of value." This left her greatly surprised. Amid the lush green hills, fresh as a young boy's knees, the sky was so clear that birds seemed to forget to blink as they flew. Baiyu leisurely led the disciples of the White Jade sect onward, each step unhurried, like a stream flowing through a bamboo grove, calm yet imposing. As they walked, Li Xiu said, "The resources we gained this time should be enough for our White Jade sect to use for quite a long while." Hearing that, he nodded and replied, "After we return, double the cultivation resources for the White Jade sect disciples, so everyone can quickly raise their strength." At the same time, elsewhere in the forest, a lion demon in the lead spoke up. "This place shouldn't be far from the White Jade sect." Joy flashed in his eyes. I heard the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord is at the White Jade sect. After traveling so far for so long, if we catch him in a moment, it will count as completing the Demon Emperor's mission. Looking at the backs of the White Jade sect group ahead, the Rabbit Demon said, "A few people are coming from over there. Let's ask them how to get to the White Jade sect." With that, they stood in by Yu's way and coldly said, "You lot, stop right there." The Rabbit Demon asked him, "I'm asking you, how do we get to the White Jade sect?" Bai had never met these demons before, so he curiously asked, "What do you want with the White Jade sect?" The foolish bear demon blurted out the truth without realizing that the very person he sought was standing right before him. "We're here to capture the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord." Li Xiu pointed at the three stupid demons and blankly asked Beitang Shui, as if he had misheard, "Capture the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord?" At that very moment, Big Wolf stepped to Bai Yu's side, lightly patted his shoulder, then growled at the three demons. "Then take a good look at who I am." The bear demon failed to recognize him and stupidly asked, "You? I don't care who you are." But no sooner had he finished speaking than the bear demon sensed a powerful aura. He stammered, "Wait, this aura. Could it be that you are the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord?" Big Wolf looked at the bear demon and threw back his head in loud laughter. After laughing to his heart's content, Big Wolf openly admitted it. "That's me." The lion stepped forward, patted his companion on the shoulder, and confidently said, "Looks like we got lucky without any effort at all." Then he ordered, "Take him down." Seeing the demons about to make their move, Bai Yu softly asked, "Three of you, this is White Jade sect territory. Big Wolf is a protector of my White Jade sect. Did you ask our White Jade sect before trying to arrest him?" The lion shouted, "What the hell is the White Jade sect? Attack!" Then he charged in first. He acted tough for less than 2 seconds before Big Wolf's claw stopped right in front of him. With one casual hand, Big Wolf pushed the lion's head aside, and the demon beast had no strength to resist at all. Just like that, the lion toppled to the ground in utter disgrace. The bear demon rushed up, acting heroic, and shouted, "We underestimated you. Kill him." And then, once again, Big Wolf knocked the bear demon flat with a single move. His head spun and his vision blurred. He could not believe the fight had already ended before it had even begun. Only then did the lion ask in confusion, "With strength like that, how can you only be a demon lord?" Big Wolf immediately slapped him silent, then coldly said, "Did I ever say my strength was only at the level of a demon lord?" The rabbit demon stared at Big Wolf in shock. "How is that possible? Half-step demon emperor. Your cultivation has already reached the half-step demon emperor realm? How is that possible?" Big Wolf paid no attention to how dramatic the inner thoughts of the three demon beasts were. He loudly asked, "Who sent you to capture me?" Meeting Big Wolf's killing, intent-filled gaze, the rabbit demon became so frightened that he blurted out the truth without realizing it. It was the demon emperor who sent us." Big Wolf looked puzzled. "The demon emperor? Why capture me?" The rabbit demon backed away and stammered, "I don't know. Recently, every expert above the demon lord level in the endless demon domain has been slaughtered by the demon emperor. You're the only fish that slipped through the net." The more he spoke, the more confused Big Wolf became. He asked, "Why kill experts above the demon lord level?" The rabbit demon shook his head. "I don't know. Ever since the demon emperor descended upon the endless demon domain, this has been carried out in secret." That alone was enough for Big Wolf to understand the whole story. He laughed at himself. Carried out in secret. It seems that my bargain bin wife wanting to kill me also has something to do with the demon emperor. The rabbit demon glanced at Big Wolf. Seeing that Big Wolf was not paying attention to him, the rabbit demon quietly shifted his feet, then turned and ran. But he had barely gone any distance when Big Wolf pounced straight onto his head and snorted coldly. "Trying to run? It won't be that easy. I already sealed off all your escape routes." At that moment, the rabbit demon looked up at him with astonishment in his eyes. Then the rabbit demon brazenly provoked Big Wolf. Really, the instant Big Wolf landed, the rabbit demon immediately burrowed underground and dove into the earth. Big Wolf wanted to drag the rabbit demon back out, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as his enemy slipped away under his nose. Looking at the hole in the ground, he shook his head in frustration. Gone. This rabbit's skill at escaping is no small thing. not caring about the irrelevant ones. Big Wolf ground his teeth and looked ahead, snorting coldly. You little bitch, whether it's the Demon Emperor or anyone else behind you, I will avenge this grudge. In one corner of the courtyard, the Heavenly Forest King was curled up in deep sleep. Its keen ears twitched slightly, as if it had heard some commotion. Half awake, the Heavenly Forest King looked toward the source of the sound. The moment it saw Baiyu appear, all drowsiness vanished, and it immediately ran out excitedly to greet him. Master, you're back. He smiled and said to it, Josie, you've come out of seclusion. Perfect timing. I brought back 2 fresh dragon corpses for you. As he spoke, he took 2 corpses out from his storage space and tossed them in front of the Heavenly Forest King. It recognized them in shock. They were the 2nd prince and the 4th prince. Baiyu told it, devour them. The Heavenly Forest King looked at the 2 dragons before it and nodded. All right. As soon as it finished speaking, it swallowed the 2 dragon corpses. Not long afterward, its entire body began to glow, releasing a tremendous source of power. It then flew off at once. It was time to cultivate. Before leaving, it did not forget to say to him, I'm about to evolve again, Sect Master. I'm going into seclusion. In a clear blue sky, a streak of azure spiritual power suddenly shot upward. The one cultivating was Big Wolf. He sat there with his eyes closed in cultivation, his entire body releasing vast amounts of azure spiritual power. When Baiyu and Lu Yuan came to check on Big Wolf, they found him cultivating. Lu Yuan softly said to Baiyu, Protector Big Wolf has been in seclusion beneath the Enlightenment Tea Tree for half a month now. Judging by his aura, I'm afraid he's about to break through into the Demon Emperor realm. Baiyu looked at Big Wolf and frowned. Big Wolf wants to return to the Endless Demon Domain for revenge. Once he breaks through to the Demon Emperor realm, it will also be time for us to make a trip to the Endless Demon Domain. Inwardly, he thought, I need to obtain the Heavenly Court Demon Race's Universal Salvation Divine Art as soon as possible, or the gap between my cultivation and that of my 3 disciples will only keep growing wider. Suddenly, the 2 of them sensed a disturbance. Lu Yuan excitedly cried out, He's about to break through. A second later, the azure spiritual power blazed brilliantly like stage lights. Big Wolf transformed back into his enormous beast form. He opened his mouth and let out an earth-shaking roar. The 2 of them felt the changes in Big Wolf's aura. Unlike Baiyu's calmness, Lu Yuan shouted excitedly, What an overwhelming aura! Protector Big Wolf is probably also a rare beast with an extraordinary origin. At the same time, in a nearby building, Aunt Wong held a teacup in her hand and looked toward the source of the light as she quietly said to Old Lee beside her, Everyone around that boy Baiyu is extraordinary. This Big Wolf actually possesses a noble bloodline. Wearing an expression that said he had expected this long ago, Old Lee replied blandly, Otherwise, why would I say that boy has great fortune? Without fortune on him, it would be impossible for so many monsters among geniuses to gather around him. After escaping, the rabbit demon went to find the Demon Emperor. He knelt before the Demon Emperor and reported, Demon Emperor, that Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord is truly too arrogant. What's more, his strength has actually already reached the level of the half-step Demon Emperor realm, second only to you, my lord. Hearing this, she cried out in surprise. What? Half-step Demon Emperor? The Demon Emperor sat on her throne and nodded as she said, It seems the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord is precisely the one I have been looking for. Otherwise, there's no way his strength could have risen from Demon Lord to half-step Demon Emperor so quickly. Lady Gianni, to avoid further complications, I asked the Demon Emperor to act quickly and kill that Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord. She snorted coldly. What is there to fear? Go deliver this decree of mine to that so-called White Jade sect. Tell them to capture the Heavenly Wolf Demon Lord and hand him over to me. Otherwise, their entire sect will be exterminated. At the same time, beneath the Dragon Palace, 2 subordinates reported, Dragon King, the 1st prince, 2nd prince, 3rd prince, and 4th prince are all dead, and the 9th son has betrayed us. The Dragon King exclaimed in shock, The 9th son actually. Only 4 of them are left now. One soldier suggested, Dragon King, How about mobilizing the entire Sea Clan to capture the White Jade Sect? He coldly replied, we have attacked the White Jade Sect twice in a row, and both times our entire force was annihilated. Their strength is likely unfathomable. Our dragon race cannot withstand losses on such a scale. Hearing that, the soldier asked dejectedly, then what should we do? First there were the outer gods, and now the White Jade Sect stands in our way. What future does our dragon palace even have? The Dragon King spoke sternly. The Dragon Palace has ruled the endless sea expanse for countless years, yet has never suffered humiliation like this. The White Jade Sect must be destroyed, but this requires a long-term plan. He hesitantly asked, Dragon King, you mean? The Dragon King immediately ordered him, go summon the 5th prince, 6th prince, 7th prince, and 8th prince. Gather them all here. Very quickly, all 4 brothers arrived. One of them asked, Royal Father, why have you summoned us? He stood up and slowly said, you have probably already heard that your 4 elder brothers have all been killed. Our dragon palace has never suffered such heavy losses before. One of them spoke up, Royal Father, this cannot be endured. Please send out the great army and crush the White Jade Sect. Another added, what does our dragon palace have to fear? I refuse to believe that a mere White Jade Sect can stand against the 10,000-year foundation of our dragon palace. Seeing how confident his sons were, he called out, men, bring it up. Very soon, a servant carried over a box. Inside were 4 luminous pearls. One of them cried out in shock, these are South Sea Night pearls. Another asked curiously, these are peerless treasures. Even our dragon palace only has a few of them. Royal Father, what do you mean by this? The Dragon King explained, if we wish to conquer the White Jade Sect, then first we must strengthen our power. Each of you 4 will use 1 night pearl, and your strength will rise rapidly. All 4 replied in unison, thank you, Royal Father, and stepped forward to receive the pearls. After all 4 sons had taken their pearls, he told them, use them now. After a pause, he announced, this king will protect you during the process. The red-haired one said, I'll go first. The other 3 also used their pearls one after another. They laughed gleefully. Once I swallow this night pearl, my strength may double. After swallowing the pearls, the 4 of them began cultivating, and powerful spiritual energy enveloped their bodies. One of them transformed into a dragon and loudly shouted, my dragon body has evolved. This time, very quickly, all 4 of the Dragon King's sons transformed into dragons. They said in unison, Royal Father, let's go crush the White Jade Sect now. I feel terrifyingly powerful. The Dragon King opened his mouth in delighted laughter and nodded in satisfaction. Good. This king is very pleased with you. Suddenly, the green dragon coughed up blood. Then his body staggered, and he said in disbelief, what's happening to me? The other 3 dragons looked at him in horror. Only a second later, all 3 of them coughed up blood as well. They cried out one after another. It feels like some strange power is corroding my body. This is bad. My spiritual power seems to have frozen. Solid. One dragon asked the Dragon King, Royal Father, what exactly is going on? He coldly replied, my sons, the dragon race is in danger. The time has come for you to shoulder this heavy responsibility. The red dragon coughed up more blood and loudly asked, Royal Father, what do you mean? At that moment, the Dragon King transformed into his true form and coldly said, only if the dragon race produces a supreme expert can we survive this crisis. That is why your father intends to devour you. It was clear from these words just how desperate they had become. The Dragon King said something utterly devoid of human feeling. Dragons devouring one another has been a tradition since ancient times. This is the very key that has allowed the dragon race to survive countless great calamities. Therefore, my sons, you must sacrifice yourselves for the dragon race. Hearing this, they all cried out in despair, no, Royal Father, you can't do this to us. Even a ferocious tiger does not eat its own cubs. You cannot do this. But he paid them no heed and began devouring the first son. The remaining 3 desperately searched for a way out. Watching him swallow one of their brothers whole, one dragon said in anguish, Royal Father, we are your own sons. If you eat us, you will have no one left. The Dragon King proceeded to swallow the dragon who had just spoken, chewing as he replied, if I have no sons, I can always sire more. The 2 remaining dragons said to each other, run. Royal Father has gone mad. But they had no chance to escape. The Dragon King devoured his 3rd son. The only dragon left tried to awaken some fatherly affection. Royal father, you cannot be this cruel. I'm the only one left now. Please spare me. The Dragon King was not moved in the slightest. He justified his vicious act. Even if I do not eat you, the 9 of you sons would one day devour one another anyway. Better that your father devour you now. Fresh blood splattered. The Dragon King swallowed his last son whole. Now he was the only one left in the room. Power erupted from him after the devouring, and he shouted, I don't know how many years it has been since I last felt my strength soar like this. A while later, he transformed back into human form. His whole body was cloaked in extremely powerful spiritual energy as he coldly laid out his plan. Next, as long as I devour the 9th one, then in the human emperor realm, this king will be invincible. Scene shift to the White Jade sect. At this moment, Lu Yuan and Bai Yu were speaking inside a room. Sect Master, our White Jade sect is flourishing like never before. There are countless heavenly geniuses among our disciples, and 10,000 sects face toward us in homage. In fact, we already surpass even the old heavenly court. The radiance of the White Jade sect is no longer limited to the 9 regions, nor even to the entire human emperor realm. Our goal is the outer realms, the vast sea of stars. Sect Master's lofty ambition, I have remembered it. The goal of the White Jade sect is the sea of stars. There is always someone greater, and beyond the heavens are higher heavens. After seeing top-tier experts like the colossal demon sea gene, the White Jade sect as it stands now is still far too small. At that moment, someone came in from outside and reported, Sect Master, an envoy from the Endless Demon Domain has arrived. Bai Yu immediately replied, an envoy from the Endless Demon Domain? Let him in. No sooner had Bai Yu finished speaking than a fierce-looking demon beast swaggered in from outside. Which one of you is Bai Yu of the White Jade sect? Seeing him, Bai Yu asked in return, you are the sect master of the White Jade sect? Bai Yu replied coldly, I am. The envoy waved his hand arrogantly and said, come here and receive the decree. Receive the decree? Whose decree? Whose else? The decree of the supreme demon emperor of the endless demon. Not to my domain. Hearing that, Bai Yu curled his lips into a smile and said, have you never been beaten before? The envoy glared and asked, what do you mean by that? Bai Yu flashed a bright smile and ordered, break his leg. Instantly, the envoy took a heavy blow to the leg. Knocked to the ground, he shouted, I am the Demon Emperor's envoy. Furious, he roared, I am the Demon Emperor's envoy. How dare you treat me like this? Aren't you afraid the Demon Emperor will take revenge? The moment he finished speaking, a series of staff strikes rained down on his backside, making him cry out in pain. At that moment, Bai Yu waved his hand and said, drag him out and execute him. Beaten until he had no strength left to resist, he was hauled outside. Armies at war do not kill envoys. You have no honor. Hearing that, Bai Yu did not care in the slightest. His expression did not change at all. I was wrong. Sect Master Bai, I was wrong. Please don't kill me. Hearing this, the young man asked, and where exactly were you wrong? The envoy hurriedly answered, I shouldn't have been disrespectful to Sect Master Bai. Just treat me like a fart and let me go. Can you contact the Demon Emperor right now? I have a transmission talisman here. I can contact the Demon Emperor, then call her immediately. Curse her to her face in front of me, and I'll spare your life. Hearing that, anxiety filled his face. That may not be a good idea. Bai Yu said coldly, drag him out and execute him. At once, he gave in. Don't. I'll contact the Demon Emperor right now. He immediately activated the talisman in his hand. At this moment, the Demon Emperor was sitting together with her lover. The Demon Emperor drank wine and said, you really are the one who serves me best. Once I unify the human emperor realm, I will make you my empress. Thank you, Demon Emperor. Your strength is unmatched in the human emperor realm. No one can oppose you. Suddenly, a screen appeared showing the envoy's face. It's the envoy I sent to the White Jade sect. Looks like the matter has been settled. From Bai Yu's side, a voice came through the screen. Cat Demon, how did it go? Standing beside him, Bai Yu prompted the Cat Demon. Say one word of nonsense, and I'll cut off your dog head. So the envoy loudly cursed, Demon Emperor, you turtle bastard. The two on the other side were stunned. This Cat Demon had truly grown guts. What did you just say? Terrified for his life, the Cat Demon immediately shouted, I said you turtle bastard. What are you, to dare look down on the White Jade sect? The demon emperor thought she had misheard and asked the girl beside her, "Is he cursing me?" The girl was also confused. Hasn't the cat demon always been obedient? Has he gone mad? Even though his face had gone pale with fear for the sake of his tiny life, he kept cursing the demon emperor. The White Jade sect is invincible. Sect Master Bai could crush you with a single finger. You'd better come here obediently and apologize right now. Being scorned by her own subordinate made the demon emperor's veins bulge with rage. She roared, "Insolence! Cat demon, you've got some nerve. Are you tired of living?" The cat demon immediately fired back. "I want to live just fine. What can you do to me? If you got the guts, come to the White Jade sect and hit me. I've hated the sight of you for a long time. Demon Emperor, you're just an outsider, that's all. The only reason I put up with you is because I can't beat you. Otherwise, I would have stuffed your head up your ass already." The more he cursed, the filthier it became. The demon emperor was so furious her blood nearly boiled. She shouted, "You're infuriating me to death." The cat demon, as if emboldened, yelled back, "You'd better die of anger. If not, sooner or later Sect Master Bai will beat you to death." The demon emperor's eyes widened as she cursed at him. "Rebellion. This is rebellion. You really do want to betray me. Just wait until I catch you. I'll skin you alive and tear out your bones." The cat demon laughed until tears came out. "Ha ha ha. Who are you trying to scare? If I, the cat demon, so much as frown, then my surname isn't Meow." The demon emperor furiously raised her fist toward the cat demon and cursed loudly. "You bastard, just you wait." After it was over, the cat demon turned to Bai Yu and said, "Sect Master, the mission has been successfully completed." Seeing his calm expression, Bai Yu curiously asked, "You seem pretty enthusiastic too, don't you?" He honestly explained, "Sect Master, there is something you don't know. This demon emperor is a damned beast. She kills innocents indiscriminately and commits every kind of outrage. I put up with her for a long time." As he spoke, he knelt before Bai Yu and said sincerely, "Thank you, Sect Master, for giving me this chance. Today I was finally able to pour everything out and curse her to my heart's content. I swear from this day on that I will be loyal to Sect Master Bai unto death." Bai Yu replied, "You're a shameless rogue. You're suited to following Lu Xiong. Go register under Hall, Master Lu." Overjoyed, he said, "Thank you, Sect Master Bai." After dealing with the cat demon, Bai Yu said to Lu Yuan, "Come, we're going to the Scarlet Heaven Domain." As Bai Yu walked, he said, "Once we finish attacking this sacred land, we'll head for the Endless Demon Domain." A thought flashed through his mind. If they obtain the final bronze fragment, they might be able to assemble a complete soul weapon, a legendary soul weapon. He truly wanted to see one with his own eyes. As the two stepped out the door, Lu Yuan said to him, "Sect Master, your 3 disciples can't go." Hearing that, Bai Yu exclaimed in surprise, "They can't go?" Lu Yuan nodded and confirmed. "Your 3 disciples said that they've encountered too many fortuitous opportunities recently. They can't handle any more and need time to digest them." After thinking for a moment, Bai Yu walked past Lu Yuan and said, "Fine then. In that case, you'll come with this Sect Master." Just then, Ling appeared and called out, "Sect Master." Then he excitedly asked, "Sect Master, are you planning to attack the final sacred land? Take me with you." Bai Yu looked at him suspiciously and could not help but ask coldly, "You seem very excited, very expectant. What exactly are you plotting?" Ling put on a sincere expression and softly explained, "I'm happy for you, Sect Master. After all, no one has ever attacked all 9 great sacred lands and obtained all 9 fragments before." Bai Yu crossed his arms and bluntly asked, "Then let me put it another way. If this Sect Master conquers all 9 great sacred lands, what benefit do you get?" Ling stammered, not knowing how to answer. This. Suddenly, Bai Yu's pupils constricted, and he called out in surprise, "Big Wolf." Big Wolf shoved Ling aside, stepped forward, and loudly answered, "I'm here." Then Bai Yu ordered Big Wolf, "Beat him to death." Big Wolf answered, "All right." He then raised his claw over Ling's head and prepared to strike, scaring Ling pale. Ling immediately dropped to his knees. Under Big Wolf's pressure, he honestly knelt on the ground and fearfully said, "I'll talk." So he lowered his head and began to explain, "Sect Master Bai, in truth, I was born from within a sacred land, so I have an extremely close connection to the sacred lands. I have a feeling that the 9 great sacred lands are actually 9 seals. Once they are broken, changes beyond my imagination will occur." This immediately aroused Bai Yu's curiosity. Bai Yu asked him, "What kind of changes?" Ling shook his head. "I truly don't know that. It's only a feeling. I have no related memories at all." At that point, Bai Yu was no longer patient. He ordered, in that case, Lu Yuan, use every method the White Jade sect has. Put layer after layer of restrictions on him. Hearing that, Ling turned pale with fright and said with difficulty, Sect Master Bai, that won't be necessary, right? You've already placed restrictions on me before. Bai Yu lightly shook his head. I'm still not reassured. Go. Lu Yuan replied, all right, and escorted Ling away. A while later, the two returned. Lu Yuan brought Ling in and said, Sect Master, this man now has at least 18 restrictions on him from head to toe. Hearing that, Bai Yu was finally at ease. Bai Yu immediately said to the two of them, let's go. We'll head to the Scarlet Heaven domain first. Not long after, they stood before a golden gate. Lu Yuan said, Sect Master, this is the entrance to the Scarlet Heaven domain, sacred land. Curiosity stirred in his heart. Bai Yu stared at the gate and said, let's go in. After they entered, a puff of white mist appeared. The people of the White Jade sect found themselves standing before a crystal-clear lake. Ling glanced at Bai Yu and honestly said, Sect Master, the Scarlet Heaven domain sacred land is different from the others. The space here is very limited. There is only the lake before us, and all the fortuitous opportunities are within this lake. Bai Yu observed the water and asked, how do we obtain the opportunities here? Ling answered, very simple. You just need to withstand the waves of attacks that appear here. The lake looked crystal clear, but now it was no different from molten rock, the whole body of water red as blood. They stood there silently watching. Lu Yuan cried out in shock. The water in the lake has turned into blood. At that very moment, a monster emerged from beneath the lake. Big Wolf shouted, a mere little monster dares act wildly here. Kill. As soon as he spoke, he charged forward and cut off the monster's head in one stroke. A second later, the demonic lord cut off the head of the last monster. Big Wolf reported to Bai Yu, Sect Master, everything's been cleaned up. The moment he finished speaking, Ling shouted, the second wave of attacks is here. Ripples spread across the lake's surface. Lu Yuan was horrified. So many attacks. I'm afraid it'll be hard to dodge them all. Bai Yu showed no fear at all. Smiling confidently, he raised his hand and used spiritual power to create solid shields. He created many shields, and every wave of attacks was blocked by them. They all got blocked. Lu Yuan cheered excitedly. Not long after, the water began to rise and gradually formed into two watermen. The scene before them shocked everyone. It actually formed two watermen. Ling warned everyone in a grave tone. These things use the entire lake as their foundation. They are very strong. They stood staring at the two watermen. Suddenly, Big Wolf called out. As he spoke, he immediately leaped forward and slashed at the water soldier. It has to die. Just like that, the water soldier was smashed apart. Big Wolf laughed mockingly. It can't even withstand a single blow. Ling, meanwhile, could not believe his eyes. How can it be that simple? To everyone's surprise, the water soldier that Big Wolf had just shattered revived again. He could not understand it at all. How is that possible? It came back to life. Big Wolf's blood boiled with anger, so he poured all his strength into another strike and blasted off its head, shouting, I refuse to believe it. Believe it or not, the water soldier that had just lost its head immediately grew a new one. Big Wolf said in frustration, if it can't be killed, then what's the point of keeping on hitting it? Lu Yuan offered a suggestion. I'm afraid the only way is to completely disperse them. Use fire to evaporate them. Big Wolf was again the first to charge in. I'll try it. As he spoke, he stretched out his hand. Then he used spiritual power to produce flames and sent them toward the water soldier. The flames began burning its body. Big Wolf said with satisfaction, it's working. Let me give you a little more fire. As soon as he finished speaking, he increased his spiritual power. A while later, the flames burned the water soldier into ashes. A red sphere appeared before Big Wolf. He collected the sphere into his palm and curiously asked, it's dead? All that's left is this little blood-colored orb. At that moment, the demonic lord walked over and announced, the one on my side is dead too. As he spoke, he raised a red orb. Ling's eyes lit up when he saw the two spheres. These are blood essences, the most core opportunity in this sacred land. They are extremely beneficial to demonic cultivators and demon cultivators. Hearing that, Bai Yu said to the two of them, if they suit demonic and demon cultivators, then the two of you should use them. The two held the spheres in their hands and happily thanked him. "Thank you, Sect Master." Suddenly, a crimson dragon descended from the sky, opening its mouth and roaring, its momentum surging like thunder rolling through the mortal world. Lu Yuan frowned slightly and warned in a deep voice, "This one is even stronger." As soon as the dragon appeared, blood-red spiritual power surged in all directions like wild flames, making heaven and earth tremble. Big Wolf and the demonic lord shouted in unison, "Kill!" Without the slightest hesitation, Big Wolf roared, his figure flashing through the air like lightning as he charged straight at its belly, murderous intent billowing. Yet the dragon was completely unharmed. The demonic lord exclaimed in shock, "It's so strong." Big Wolf added, "This blood dragon's strength has already surpassed the Demon Emperor realm." At that moment, the blood dragon opened its huge mouth as if it wanted to swallow both of them whole. Carrying his hammer, Baiyu strode up to the blood dragon. With an arrogant smile, he declared loudly, "Hammer, come." He raised the hammer high and said coldly, "Let's see if you can withstand this strike." With that, he spun through the air and brought down a beautiful arc of the hammer straight into its mouth. Just like that, he took care of the blood dragon in a single blow. Big Wolf and the demonic lord stared at the blood dragon's corpse before them, not knowing what to say. After Baiyu dealt with its corpse, a white sphere appeared. He frowned and said, "A white orb this time?" Standing behind him, Ling explained, "This is heaven and earth essence. It is a divine treasure for breaking through realms for low-level cultivators. After using it, one can almost certainly break through." This left Baiyu rather surprised. A divine treasure for lower realm cultivators to break through? At last, a fortuitous opportunity one can actually use. Just then, Lu Yuan interrupted mockingly. "It seems the one least able to use this opportunity is precisely Sect Master. After all, Sect Master's cultivation is so deep that no one can fathom it." Before Baiyu could even speak, Lu Yuan had already cut him off. Lu Yuan continued pressing his case. "My cultivation is the lowest, so I'm afraid I'm the only one who can make use of this opportunity. Sect Master, don't you agree?" Now that it had come to this, how could Baiyu refuse? With helpless resignation, he nodded. "Since you've put it that way, it's yours." With Baiyu's permission, Lu Yuan immediately absorbed the power of the white orb. Dazzling golden spiritual power burst from his entire body. This was the sign that he had broken through. The demonic lord and Big Wolf stared with mouths agape. What good treasure! Elder Lu Yuan is breaking through continuously. After a while, Baiyu curiously asked him, "How do you feel?" Lu Yuan answered excitedly, "I directly stepped into the Earth Profound Realm, and I even reached the peak of the Earth Profound Realm." Suddenly, a sphere emerged from the crimson water. It rose into the air. The sphere slowly grew larger and took the shape of a gigantic eye. The demonic lord frowned and said, "A bizarre eye?" Big Wolf said, "I think this thing is very dangerous." The pupil of the eye slowly dilated. Before long, it had become a perfect circle, and the power it released became even more terrifying. Lu Yuan, Big Wolf, and the demonic lord could not endure the force. They clutched their heads and cried out in pain. Affected by the power, the demonic lord's legs gave out, and he dropped to his knees, muttering, "What a terrifying spiritual attack." Big Wolf knelt on one knee and said unwillingly, "And it's impossible to defend against." Lu Yuan was in the worst state of all. He knelt with his elbows braced against the ground, drenched in sweat, and shouted, "I can't hold on anymore." Ling, meanwhile, was much calmer. He glanced at Baiyu and thought to himself, an attack that cannot be broken. I wonder whether Sect Master can withstand it. I'm truly looking forward to it. The eye shot a stream of hidden projectiles at them. Baiyu immediately used spiritual power to create shields and block them all. But the eye's power was immense, and when it collided with the shields, it produced deafening blasts. Incredibly, Baiyu's powerful shields were gradually shattered one by one. Baiyu could not help exclaiming, "So strong." It directly broke 10 shields. Since defense would not work, he had to attack. His hand gripped the hammer's handle. He raised the hammer toward the eye and shouted, "Heaven-splitting hammer, kill." The divine hammer descended like enraged heavenly thunder, carrying a pressure mighty enough to split mountains and rivers apart as it smashed straight toward the evil eye blazing in the void. Bayu's might was already strong enough to overturn heaven and earth, yet when it struck that eye, it was obstructed completely and had no effect whatsoever. That overwhelming resistance left Bayu deeply shocked. The power hidden within this eye was truly far beyond imagination. Not only that, the power spread over Bayu's whole body, making it feel as if he had fallen into another space. Holding the hammer, he murmured, "HM, even an imperial weapon is useless against it." Ling spoke up to advise him. "Sect Master, this bizarre eye is immune to direct attacks. You must use another method." Bayu stared at the eye and said coldly, "So this eye is immune to physical attacks. It has to be attacked in a different way." At that moment, the eye launched another attack. Bayu immediately created another layer of shields to block it. Then he used Devour Spirit, and a green aura shaped like a ghost appeared. Seeing Devour Spirit take the field, Bayu muttered to himself, "Let's see whether Devour Spirit is useful. If even Devour Spirit doesn't work, then we can only retreat for now." Devour Spirit held its weapon, looked at the eye in front of it, and laughed loudly. "Haha, more good food." Then it slashed horizontally across the middle of the eye and confidently declared, "Harvest." In the blink of an eye, the eye trembled slightly, then froze in the void, no longer releasing even the slightest trace of power, as if all the spiritual force within it had been blasted into ashes. The situation before him looked excellent. Bayu smiled in satisfaction. It worked. Seeing that it could not fight against Devour Spirit, the eye instantly turned and fled. Like a hunter chasing its prey, Devour Spirit let out a cold laugh. "Little cutie, you won't get away." The moment it finished speaking, it slashed fiercely at the eye. At that moment, the eye seemed to be dying in the void. Its divine light had gone out. Its spiritual power was scattering, as though it had only a faint breath left before total destruction. Ling was horrified. He could not imagine what exactly Sect Master Bai had released. That bizarre attack was simply unbelievable. Then another powerful palm strike smashed into the eye. A second later, it fell to the ground and rolled over and over. Ling said happily, "Sect Master, this eye has already lost its fighting power." Devour Spirit looked at the eye and said excitedly, "You're mine now." At that very moment, Bayu recalled Devour Spirit and shouted, "Come back." Upon hearing his command, it returned at once. Bayu slowly walked over and bent down to pick up the eye. Holding the eye in his hand, he raised it and said, "This is a good thing. I'll take it back as a gift for my disciples." The demonic lord lowered his head and said awkwardly, "That was far too dangerous just now. If not for Sect Master, I'm afraid none of us would have escaped." Big Wolf scratched his ear and said embarrassedly, "That kind of attack really is impossible to guard against." Bayu looked at the calm water ahead and frowned slightly. "Why is there no movement anymore?" Ling quickly explained, "That was the final wave of attacks. Sect Master has already blocked all of them. Now we just wait for the sacred land to break apart." A moment later, cracks appeared in the sky. Then it quickly shattered into pieces. Ling's eyes lit up as he shouted excitedly, "It's here." Bayu retrieved the final bronze fragment. Holding it in his hand, he said happily, "I've obtained the last bronze fragment." Ling was the first to cup his hands and congratulate him. "Congratulations, Sect Master. Congratulations on collecting all 9 bronze fragments." Suddenly, Bayu said, "Let's leave this place first." At his command, the whole group immediately flew away. After stopping elsewhere, Ling eagerly said to him, "Sect Master, quickly fuse those 9 bronze fragments together." Bayu glanced at Ling mockingly. "You seem to be in quite a hurry." Knowing he had spoken carelessly, Ling hurriedly denied it. "Sect Master, I'm not in a hurry." Bayu immediately replied, "Then I'm not in a hurry either." Ling nodded. After that, he ordered them, "Let's return to the White Jade Sect first." The moment Bayu arrived at the White Jade Sect, Truvu was already waiting at the entrance and softly saluted. "Master," she asked curiously, "did you want to see me?" He held up the eye and said, "Truvu, Master has a gift for you." When she saw it, she stepped back in fright and said softly, "And I? Master, this kind of gift isn't really suitable for a girl." At that very moment, the system notified him, "Gifted disciple True Vu, the Blood Spirit Eye. 100 million times return activated." Then it congratulated him. "Congratulations on obtaining a pair of Heavenly Emperor eyes." He could not help but be stunned. "What? I received a pair of eyes?" The system asked him, "The heavenly emperor eyes are part of the body. Do you wish to use them on yourself?" He nodded without hesitation. Use them. Just from the name alone, the heavenly emperor eyes clearly sounded like a supreme item. Using them on himself was no different from strengthening his own power at the very foundation. As soon as he finished speaking, heaven and earth trembled. The system activated at once. By Yu's eyes shining brilliantly, divine radiance flashing as if piercing through the void. His pupils turned golden. Truvu immediately noticed the change and stammered, "Master you." Lu Yuan also stared at him wide-eyed. Sect Master's aura seems to have changed. Before, it was a kind of primal simplicity, but now it carries the pressure of an emperor. Truvu continued, "Especially Master's eyes. How should I put it? They're like endless starry skies containing everything, embracing all things, utterly mysterious." Even Baiyu himself was shocked. As expected of the heavenly emperor eyes, this feeling of being such a supreme existence. This is the first time I've ever experienced it. At that moment, Truvu gathered her courage and asked, "Master, have you made some kind of breakthrough?" Baiyu clenched his hand into a fist and nodded. "That's right. Not only did Master break through, I also underwent a kind of transformation." Truvu thought to herself that the longer she stayed by Master's side, the more unfathomable he seemed. He was impossible to judge. Perhaps Master was in existence even beyond the ancient gods. At that moment, Baiyu spread his palm, and the 9 bronze fragments appeared. He stared at them and said softly, "Now we can begin fusing the 9 bronze fragments." Ling had been waiting for this moment for a long time and cried out excitedly, "It's here! It's here! The moment I've always dreamed of witnessing a miracle has finally arrived." Suddenly, Baiyu said no. He glanced at Ling, somewhat hesitant. "I still feel that you're not very trustworthy." Ling's face immediately turned pale. He had no idea how to explain himself. Sect Master, anyone in the White Jade sect could casually crush me to death. I am harmless." Ignoring Ling's excuses, Baiyu ordered Lu Yuan. Lu Yuan, mobilize all the White Jade sect's resources and add a few more layers of restraints to him. Not long after, 2 chains were attached to a pillar, and Ling was bound up like a prisoner. After finishing the task, Lu Yuan reported, "Sect Master, everything the White Jade sect can use has already been used up." Baiyu nodded in satisfaction. "Then I'm at ease." Ling's face darkened as he asked, "Sect Master Bai, is this really necessary?" Baiyu explained, "None of the 9 domains' sacred lands are ordinary places. No matter how cautious I am, it's not excessive." Having said that, he turned toward the 9 bronze fragments and shouted, "Begin!" Baiyu clenched his fist and used his power on them. The forces blended together into a single unified whole. A dazzling light burst forth, blinding the disciples present. Big Wolf exclaimed softly, "What blinding light!" Truvu covered her eyes and told herself, "I can't look at it directly. This isn't ordinary light, it's immortal radiance." Not long after, the light turned golden and filled with dense spiritual energy, forming a transparent sphere. Inside the sphere was a hat. Very quickly, the hat broke through the outer shell. Big Wolf cried out in shock, What is this?" "Oh, hot." Baiyu took it into his hand and explained, "This is no ordinary hat. The mysterious feeling it gives me surpasses even the imperial weapon, the Thunder God Hammer." Suddenly, it released a pressure that weighed heavily on everyone's minds. Baiyu's face darkened as he had no idea what in the world was happening. After observing the hat, Truvu guessed, "Master, I can feel an unprecedented pressure on the soul. This hat is likely the legendary soul artifact." The moment she finished speaking, Baiyu put it on his head and muttered, "Let me try wearing it." Suddenly, he felt spiritual power coursing through his body. Baiyu's entire body gave off red light like blazing flames, and he said excitedly, "This feels wonderful. My entire soul seems to have undergone some kind of purification." As soon as he finished speaking and glanced at the disciples, he saw that every one of them had already fallen to their knees. Baiyu asked curiously, "What are all of you doing?" Truvu explained, "Master, it's soul pressure. I can say with certainty that this really is the legendary soul artifact." Big Wolf added, "This isn't just pressure. This is trembling from the depths of the soul." Lu Yuan had yet to recover from his shock and could not help blurting out, "This is definitely a supreme treasure." Its power makes me completely unable to produce even the slightest thought of resistance. Suddenly, before Bayu's astonished eyes, the soul artifact flew toward Ling. Ling quickly absorbed the soul artifact and smiled in satisfaction. At that very moment, the hat flew off Bayu's head and burrowed into his chest, leaving him gaping in shock. What's going on? The soul artifact flew into my body. Then a current rushed through Bayu's body, making him sway. Truvu hurried over anxiously. Master, are you all right? He pressed a hand to his forehead and replied softly, I'm fine. The soul artifact seems to be merging with my soul. The instant he finished speaking, loud laughter rang out without end. Ling broke through the restraints. His whole body radiated brilliant golden pressure, and his gaze locked onto Bayu like a sharp blade. Big Wolf, not understanding what was happening, asked curiously, What's wrong with this guy? Ling frowned and answered proudly, the seal has been broken. I don't know if it's been tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of years, but at last I've been unsealed. Bayu looked at him darkly. He coldly said word by word, You really did have a problem. Eyes red as burning fire, fists clenched tight. Though bound like a prisoner, Ling was like a wounded beast, roaring without submission. Lu Yuan stared at him with a horrified expression and said in shock, What? He actually escaped the frozen ice shackles so easily. Suddenly, Ling roared, his entire body erupting with power as he shouted, Break! With a ripping sound, the bindings instantly snapped apart and flew in all directions. Lu Yuan's expression grew grim, his eyes serious as he cried out in disbelief. Even the immortal binding vine, a true divine artifact, was torn apart by him. Ling laughed loudly and slowly walked toward Bayu, mocking him. Ha, Sect Master Bai, I have to admit you are very cautious and wise, but these methods simply cannot imprison me. Bayu frowned slightly and asked in a deep voice, What exactly are you? Ling scratched his head, his eyes evasive, his voice a little guilty. Do you know what I am? I only just received my ancient memories. Then he continued, You may call me Wu Shuang, because my combat power is unmatched. Bayu looked at his swaggering manner and sneered. You really are good at boasting. Bayu clenched both fists and roared like thunder. Kill! At once, surging killing intent came from all directions. A powerful force slammed into Ling's body, violently shaking him before he could even react. Bayu calmly continued, But it seems you've forgotten. I already placed 18 layers of Tao restrictions on your body. That power tormented Ling's flesh as though it would wear him down completely. He muttered, It hurts. A second earlier, he looked pained. The next second, he was grinning broadly, but also feels very good. He honestly explained, To tell the truth, you're also my benefactor, so I should thank you. I was suppressed here by the 9 great sacred lands. If you hadn't destroyed them, how would I have had the chance to escape and restore my true body? Hearing that, Bayu was no longer polite. If you want to thank me, then kneel and kowtow once. Ling had never been so openly humiliated before. He was furious, gritting his teeth as he spat out, Seeking death. You dare tell me to kneel? Do you know what kind of supreme existence I am? Suddenly, Bayu lightly flicked his hand and shouted, Restriction kill. At once, a stream of purple spiritual power enveloped Ling's entire body. Ling stood there, seemingly unaffected in the slightest, and even had time to laugh at Bayu. Ha ha, with such petty tricks, you still dream of killing me? Keep dreaming. Break! As soon as he said it, Ling used his power to shatter Bayu's restriction. Lu Yuan, who had been silent until now, finally spoke. Sect Master, it seems the restrictions are not very effective against him. Ling now mocked Bayu with great confidence. Didn't you say you had placed 18 restrictions on me? Then break them all for me. As soon as he finished speaking, he exploded with power and shattered every restriction on his body. Then a huge explosion rang out, and smoke filled the air so thickly that Bayu could not clearly see what was happening before him. My heavens! Big Wolf could not believe his eyes. All 18 restrictions exploded at once, their power shaking heaven and earth, and yet this man's divine body still wasn't crushed. Ling used his power to disperse the smoke and dust, then confidently stood before them and declared, I am a god. Mere mortals like you cannot touch me. Bayu calmly ordered his disciple, activate the grand formation. Hearing the command, Lu Yuan circulated spiritual power. A blazing flame ignited in his hand as he frowned and said word by word, Understood. Formation rise. As soon as the formation activated, surging spiritual light rose into the air. Ling stood at the center of the formation, his robe fluttering, his eyes like falling stars, the aura of an immortal sect spreading in all directions. For formation circles representing the four directions rotated without ceasing. Gradually, the power of the formation surrounded his body. Ling stamped on the ground and shouted, "Formation break!" Yet the formation was shattered with ease, as though he had spent almost no effort breaking it. The moment the formation broke, Lu Yuan suffered the backlash. He coughed up blood, his face pale as paper, his eyes fixed on Ling in utter disbelief. Ling, still just as arrogant, asked, "Well, have you seen this sovereign's power now?" Lu Yuan whispered to Bai Yu, "Sect Master, this man is extremely strong, and even more than that, unfathomable. I have no idea how powerful he really is." Ling was supremely confident in his own strength. Spreading his arms and raising his face to the sky, he proposed, "Submit to me, and I can grant your sect the status of servants." Bai Yu said disdainfully, "You think you're worthy?" Those words enraged Ling. He instantly flew toward Bai Yu, raising his hand as if to strike him across the face, shouting, "I'll show you whether I'm worthy or not." Big Wolf charged from behind and attacked Ling Kill. "Get lost!" With a casual wave of Ling's hand, Big Wolf was immediately sent flying far away. Tru Vu watched the battle with wide eyes and exclaimed in shock, "So powerful." Bai Yu glanced at her and asked softly, "Do you know what he is?" She shook her head. "I still can't see through him, but for now, I'm afraid this isn't his true body. If it were his true body, he would probably be even stronger." Ling stood where he was, his eyes blazing red like fire. Bai Yu frowned as he observed him and muttered, "This really is getting troublesome." Seeing that Bai Yu still had not answered him, Ling angrily shouted, "I gave you a chance, and you didn't take it, so die." Suddenly, a hammerhead smashed into his face. Ling was sent flying and caught himself with both hands on the ground. Bai Yu held the hammer, standing there majestically like a god. This only further excited Ling's love of spectacle. His eyes shone brightly as he shouted, "Excellent! An imperial weapon. This sovereign has only just emerged, and already I've received such great joy." Just then, someone appeared before him. The old woman waved her hand, and Ling flew away like a kite with a snapped string before crashing to the ground. With a loud bang, he landed flat on his back with tremendous force. Aunt Wang asked Bai Yu, "What kind of thing is this?" Bai Yu looked at her as if he had seen a savior and said excitedly, "Aunt Wang is here. No need to worry now." Trembling, Ling sat up and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, threatening angrily, "This sovereign has never been slapped in the face before. You've caused a huge disaster." The moment he finished speaking, someone struck him across the face again. With a single palm strike from the old man, Ling was sent flying once more. He leaped to his feet and roared, "How absurd! What do you think I am?" The old man clasped his hands behind his back and said as he walked, "This thing is probably not simple. He took slaps from both of us and still seems completely fine." Ling's face was bruised purple, his eyes murderous, as he curled his lip and said, "Today, I will show you my true body and make all of you kneel before me." As soon as he said that, he released terrifying power, his whole body like a gorgeous blaze in full flame. Aunt Wang cried out in shock, "This aura!" A second later, many heads appeared on his body, along with wings behind his back. Tru Vu stared at Ling with bulging eyes. "Is this an evil god?" Hearing her words, Bai Yu curiously asked, "An evil god?" She explained, "This is the legendary nine-headed evil god. I never thought he would actually appear in the world." The old man added, "I truly never imagined we would encounter a statue of an evil god here." Aunt Wang said, "His strength is still far from fully restored. Otherwise, if his true body descended, it would suppress the entire continent." Big Wolf frowned and said, "Such an evil powerhouse. I feel like I'm about to explode on the spot." Lu Yuan was utterly alarmed. "This is truly unbelievable. I even feel like becoming his food." Tru Vu was the first to notice that something was wrong, and she immediately shouted a warning. "Everyone, be careful. This is the evil god's domain. Retreat quickly and don't let yourselves be affected by him." The nine-headed evil god coldly asked, "Now, will you choose to kneel and submit or fall into hell forever?" Aunt Wang's answer was simple, "Kill." She immediately rushed forward to attack him. The evil god possessed terrifying power. With a single kick, he sent her flying. The old man seized the chance, rushed in with an axe, and slashed at one of his heads. Incredibly, that strike actually made him bleed. Lu Yuan saw a glimmer of hope, his eyes lighting up as he exclaimed excitedly. It worked. The combat power of the two elders can actually contend head-on with the evil god. The old man shouted at Aunt Wong, "Keep going. We have to seize the chance and charge in." The evil god showed not the slightest fear and mocked the two of them. "You think this sovereign is that easy to deal with?" The freshly severed, bleeding head roared. "I may still be far from fully recovered, but insects like you are not worthy of provoking this sovereign." As soon as the words fell, red energy burst violently from the 9 heads. Seeing that things were going badly, the two immediately used their spiritual power to form 2 protective circles to block it. That spiritual power slammed into the barrier and shattered it into pieces. The red spiritual energy gathered together like floating flames, hovering in the air. The old man cried out in panic, "No good. We can't hold it." At that moment, the two had no power left to resist and were instantly pierced through by the blast. Watching from the side, Baiyu anxiously called out, "Aunt Wong." The attack was too powerful. Fortunately, this battle was taking place inside the White Jade sect. If it had happened elsewhere, the entire region might already have been flattened. The two of them supported each other as they stood up again, coughing several times. "You two are no ordinary people. It seems you're not from this continent either. But beneath me, all are ants. I've been itching to give him a proper beating. Don't act recklessly. The mission isn't finished yet. Your identities cannot be exposed. Only gods can destroy gods. Only the heavenly court can capture gods. And you? To me, you're nothing more than puppets for my amusement. Otherwise, I would never have wasted so much time playing around with you. We have to finish him quickly. His power is continuously recovering and growing stronger by the moment." Hearing that, Baiyu spoke up. "Only the heavenly emperor can command divine beings? Then I might as well try it." The evil god laughed smugly and said, "I've had enough of playing. All living things perish." Just as he was gathering his technique, one of his heads suddenly exploded. He shouted in shock, "Who? Who? Who?" Then he turned toward Baiyu, unable to hide his confusion. Baiyu answered in an arrogant tone that matched his, "This sect master. To be able to smash this sovereign's head, you're not bad. But it's useless. This sovereign can regenerate endlessly." Baiyu did not reply. A golden gleam flashed through the young man's eyes. In an instant, the evil god's body burst apart again, flesh exploding in all directions. Faced with Baiyu's power, he could not help but feel alarmed. The heads on his body exploded one after another until only 2 remained. Baiyu looked at him coldly and said, "Not bad. These heavenly emperor eyes are really useful." Watching from the side, the other 2 could not help but wonder, when did that brat Baiyu change his eyes? Those eyes are extraordinary. Even I can't see through their foundation. Haha, this brat Baiyu really does bring surprising shocks at the most critical moments. Baiyu remained expressionless and did not respond. He simply kept staring at him with icy eyes. "Let's see who's faster, whether you kill me first or whether I regrow faster." At that moment, the young man narrowed his eyes. A faint light radiated from them, and the evil god's entire body was wrapped in a strange power. Sensing the change, the evil god cried out, "Ah, those eyes of yours. There's something wrong with them." Looking into Baiyu's eyes, the evil god grew even more horrified. "I remember now. Those are the heavenly emperor eyes. How could they appear here?" It had to be said that the destructive speed of the heavenly emperor eyes was far too fast. Even though his abilities had partially recovered, his regeneration still could not keep up with their pace of destruction. The evil god panicked and muttered to himself, "No good. I have to retreat for now." Just as he was about to flee, Baiyu ordered the 2 of them, Aunt Wong, Uncle Lee, stop him. Both answered in unison, understood. And so, Uncle Lee moved to block the evil god from the front, while Aunt Wong stood on his shoulders. Baiyu continued using the heavenly emperor eyes to destroy the evil god's heads. In a taunting tone, he said, "Come on, don't be scared. Let's see whether I can blow them up faster or whether you can grow them back faster." After saying that, he increased the power of the heavenly emperor eyes. The heads that had just regrown exploded once again. Big Wolf shouted excitedly, "Sect Master is mighty." Lu Yuan praised him loudly. "You can always trust the Sect Master. Whenever danger appears, the Sect Master will definitely reveal divine power." At that moment, the evil god dropped to his knees before Baiyu and bowed his head in surrender. "Stop, stop. I admit defeat." Baiyu ignored his plea and kept blowing him apart. Then he gave a cold laugh. "How funny. You can acknowledge your defeat, and I can keep exploding you." Zhao Yu said excitedly. The evil god's regeneration speed is slowing down. He's already at the end of his strength. The evil god tried to reason with him to preserve his life. Boy, think carefully. You're trying to subdue a god. What you're doing is a supreme act of rebellion. Bai Yu paid him no attention. His eyes were ice cold. At that moment, there was only one word left in his heart: kill. His eyes blazed with golden light, that brilliant gold like sharp blades trying to tear apart heaven and earth. The evil god screamed in despair. No, I only just emerged into the world. I don't want to be sealed again. All the heads on the evil god's body exploded completely. Suddenly, a red mass of energy appeared in front of Bai Yu. He looked at the red aura with an eye inside it and asked curiously, "What is this?" Zhao Yu explained, "This is the contamination the evil god left behind." He asked her in confusion, "Contamination? A drop of black water?" She warned him, "Don't underestimate this drop of black water. This is the evil god's true foundation and original body." Bai Yu glared at it and shouted, "Explode!" Surprisingly, it was completely unharmed. He frowned at it and exclaimed in disbelief, "My heavenly emperor eyes can't even shake this drop of black water?" Zhao Yu explained his confusion. "Master, according to ancient records, gods cannot be killed." The evil god slapped Bai Yu on the cheek with the black water and taunted him, "Ha ha, you can't kill me. Sooner or later, I'll recover and return once more." Then, with a whoosh, it flew away. Before leaving, it did not forget to threaten him. "Boy, just you wait." The moment it tried to escape, Zhao Yu made her move. She created a stream of purple energy. That stream of energy surrounded the evil god and swallowed him within. She told Bai Yu, "Master, we can't let him leave. That contamination is supremely evil. It will taint every living being, and when that happens, all life will suffer. The evil god will surely return again." Bai Yu asked blankly, "But right now, we have no way to destroy him. What do we do?" She offered a suggestion. "Imprison him in the Tower of Time, then slowly find a way to destroy him completely." Since that was the only option left, Bai Yu took out the Tower of Time and said, "All right." After that, he opened the tower and imprisoned the evil god inside. As he was sucked in, the evil god roared unwillingly, "You rebellious wretches! Sooner or later, this sovereign will kill you all." Very soon, the evil god was taken into the tower. Bai Yu retrieved it and said coldly, "The 9 domains sacred lands have been completely dealt with. From now on, the 9 domains fully belong to my White Jade sect, and there will be no more hidden dangers." Within the territory of the demon race, a serpent demon cupped his hands and reported to the demon emperor, "Demon Emperor, the demon army has fully assembled. We can set out at any time to attack." The White Jade sect, sitting high above, the demon emperor snorted coldly. "A mere White Jade sect dares show me disrespect? The demon emperor, will crush the White Jade sect and, while I'm at it, unify the entire human emperor realm." The moment he finished speaking, stones overhead began to rain down in torrents. She loudly asked, "What's going on?" "That's a huge disturbance." The demon emperor said, "Go and have a look." With that, he vanished like lightning. Not long after, the two arrived at the source of the disturbance. It was a mountain releasing demonic power, forming a golden vortex pillar spiraling straight into the sky. She said to him, "Demon Emperor, that is the ruin of the ancient heavenly court of the demon race." The demon emperor himself could sense that this aura was no ordinary thing. So he ordered her, "Come, let's go over and take a look." With that, the two flew off together. They landed on a vast grassland. The demon emperor asked her, "Is this the legendary heavenly court of the demon race?" She answered with certainty, "This is the place." But the demon race's heavenly court was destroyed more than 1,000 years ago. It was once an incomparably flourishing force, a mighty existence that dominated the entire extreme North Continent in those days. The demon emperor fixed his gaze on the building. Before him, he released demonic power and said, "Let me probe it first." To his surprise, the demonic power he had sent out for probing was shattered almost the moment it touched the place. The demon emperor was greatly astonished. As expected, this place is extraordinary. A powerful Tao pattern is blocking my probing. She reminded him, "Demon Emperor, you must not be careless." In the past, the ancient heavenly court of the demon race attracted countless experts to explore it, but all returned empty-handed. Many even lost their lives here. Hearing that, The demon emperor could not help asking, how was the demon race's heavenly court destroyed back then? She recounted, it is said that the previous demon emperor, the founder of the demon race's heavenly court, was just like you, my lord, a great demon from beyond this realm, extremely mysterious, with heaven-reaching strength. Perhaps he offended some major figure, or perhaps for some other reason, but the demon race's heavenly court was destroyed in a single night and reduced to ruins. The demon emperor found it somewhat hard to believe. Such a magnificent place turned into rubble in one night. It truly is no ordinary matter. Suddenly, an aura carrying the power of wind swept earth and stones up into the air. In only a moment, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth trembled and condensed into a gigantic golden sphere floating before the two of them. The sphere radiated dazzling light, and a majestic aura spread through space, as if it contained an ancient power slowly awakening. She turned pale and muttered, "What is that?" The demon emperor guessed. "It looks like a teleportation gate. It seems this emperor's destined opportunity has arrived." After that, he ordered her, "Demon concubine, let's go. Follow this emperor inside." She did not obey immediately and instead reminded him, "Demon emperor, then what about the matter of the white jade sect?" As he walked closer to the gate, he replied softly, "Consider them lucky. Let them live a few more days." Determination filled the demon emperor's eyes. This destined opportunity is no ordinary one. I can feel that this place holds a fortune that even my divine dynasty would envy. The next morning, at the White Jade Sect, Lu Yuan hurried in and reported to Bai Yu. "Sect Master, good news. Good news." Bai Yu asked calmly, "Good news? Hurry and tell me." Only then did Lu Yuan excitedly explain, "You told me to investigate news about the ancient heavenly court of the demon race. There had been no movement all this time, but just now we received word that the demon race's heavenly court has stirred and opened a teleportation gate. It very likely leads to the core region of the ancient heavenly court of the demon race." It truly was good news. Bai Yu was overjoyed. "Excellent. The ancient heavenly court of the demon race has long held the divine technique of universal deliverance that I've been yearning for. At last, there's finally news." After thinking for a moment, he ordered Lu Yuan, make the arrangements. We leave immediately for the endless demon domain, in a place deep beneath the ocean. A voice echoed through the palace of the Sea Dragon clan. "No matter what, our Sea Dragon clan is still a branch of the demon race. The opportunity in the demon race's heavenly court will certainly be of great use to us." The Sea Dragon King ordered, "Prepare to depart. We're going to the endless demon domain." His subordinate immediately accepted the order. "Understood. I'll wake Old Turtle at once and set out immediately." Suddenly, a flying ship passed over the White Jade Sect. Bai Yu closed his eyes and said, "Since everyone else is cultivating, only a few of us will be going to the endless demon domain this time." Big Wolf had already spotted his enemy, and he shouted furiously, "Demon concubine, you bitch!" Hearing that, Lu Yuan leaped into the air and said excitedly, "This lord's chance for revenge has finally come. When I get back, I'll chop that woman into 100 pieces." Among the demon race, demon clansmen had already gathered in great numbers. Standing high above them, like a commander, Demon Concubine declared, "While exploring the demon race's heavenly court, the demon emperor encountered a once-in-an-age immortal opportunity. He now requires all of you to go with him to the demon race's heavenly court and fight for that immortal fortune." These words immediately stir the crowd below. An immortal opportunity? That's exactly the sort of thing we can only dream of getting. Serving the demon emperor? We can't refuse. If we follow the demon emperor to seize the immortal opportunity, we may even gain some benefits ourselves. Demon Concubine was very satisfied with this reaction. This was exactly what she wanted. She nodded in approval and praised them. "Very good. Set out." The ship began to move. Everyone from the White Jade Sect boarded the ship and quickly departed. Not long after, Big Wolf pointed ahead and said, "Sect Master, the endless demon domain is right in front of us. This Divine Sea warship is truly marvelous. It only took 1 day to get here, whereas last time it took me months to return." Zhao Yu was also very curious. A giant composite divine artifact like this is indeed rare. It's not something an ordinary person could forge. Even when our pure-blood demon race was still at its height, we likely could not have refined something like this. Bai Yu gazed into the distance and said lightly, "The Divine Sea worship is a good thing, but this rare kind of energy crystal is too hard to find. Before, I only barely obtained a few through rebate returns. Now I don't have many left in my hands." Suddenly, they saw an enormous ship, and someone shouted loudly, "Who goes there ahead?" The demon clansmen stared blankly at the gigantic ship before them. Big Wolf pointed at them and said to Baiyu, "These people are all subordinates of the Demon Emperor." Not receiving an answer, the demon race side continued shouting, "Are you deaf? I'm talking to you." Big Wolf roared in a deep voice, "Why are you making so much noise?" He stuck his face out for them to see, then arrogantly asked, "Don't you recognize me?" They all gaped at him, and one of them said, "Why does this guy look so familiar?" "You're true Lord Big Wolf." Big Wolf propped one leg on the side of the ship and frowned. "Where's that bitch demon concubine?" A dog demon bared its fangs and shouted, "Good, Big Wolf. The Demon Emperor hasn't even gone looking for you yet, and you've delivered yourself to us." After speaking, he ordered his underlings, "Charge with me, capture true Lord Big Wolf, and present him to the Demon Emperor." That'll be a great merit. Before they could even make a move, the cannons were already aimed in their direction. Spiritual power surged violently with them, forming a tornado that seemed ready to sweep everything away. The demon clansmen were terrified. What the hell is that? A heaven-shaking explosion rang out, and the spirit ship shattered in an instant. The entire group of demon clansmen was blasted flying through the air. Broken figures scattered together with splintered wood, spiritual power in chaos, the scene as disorderly as a raging storm. At that moment, Baiyu ordered, "Big Wolf, go interrogate them and get some information." He nodded in agreement. "Got it." With that, Big Wolf flew off the ship. Big Wolf slowly turned around, his gaze calm, yet sharp, and faced Baiyu directly. He said, "Sect Master, the Demon Emperor and countless great demons of the endless demon domain have already entered the teleportation gate of the ancient heavenly court. It said they discovered an immortal opportunity. Also, the Sea Dragon King has arrived as well." Hearing Big Wolf's report, Baiyu suddenly felt excited. Looks like things will be lively this time. Then he said to Big Wolf, "Let's go straight to the heavenly court ruins of the demon race." Not long after, Baiyu's group stood before the teleportation gate. Zhao Yu said to him, "Just from inside that teleportation gate alone, I can already sense there's a special opportunity within. It's definitely worth exploring." The moment she finished speaking, the ship landed on the ground. Baiyu walked up to the teleportation gate and said to everyone, "Let's go in." With that, they all stepped through it together. A second later, they arrived in a completely different space. The whole group stood atop an ancient building. Their robes flapped loudly in the wind, while hazy spiritual energy drifted through the air amid the tense atmosphere. The Heavenly Forest King frowned again, looked around curiously, then tilted his head and asked, "Are we in outer space?" Big Wolf looked straight ahead and continued, "I've heard that the center of the demon race's heavenly court was built amid the starry void. Later, after the demon race's heavenly court collapsed, it became what it is now." Suddenly, the Heavenly Forest King caught a strange scent. "What smell is that?" It turned toward a pillar, giving off an enticing fragrance, and said, "This pillar smells amazing." Unable to restrain itself, it pounced forward and bit into it. Unexpectedly, the pillar was hard as stone. One bite was enough to shatter all its teeth. So it turned to report to Baiyu, "Sect Master, something's wrong. There's definitely something strange about this pillar." Zhao Yu immediately confirmed it. "This pillar has a special energy fluctuation." The Heavenly Forest King declared with complete certainty, "I've already evolved into a golden giant dragon. My body is invincible, yet this pillar broke my dragon fangs. This must be some kind of treasure." Zhao Yu immediately used her magic power, trying to open the pillar. Purple magic power slammed directly into it. A second later, countless fragments fell away. Baiyu was extremely curious. This aura, could it be energy crystals again? If that's really the case, then this is perfect. I have to say, when you look for something, you can never find it, but now we've run into it without the slightest effort. I never expected this pillar to be made entirely out of incomparably precious energy crystals. We've struck it rich. As he spoke, he gently reached out and touched the energy crystals. The energy crystals floated around his hand. Bai said happily, "This pillar is probably equivalent to several hundred pieces of energy crystal. This time, we won't have to worry about the Divine Sea warship's energy supply anymore." Then he told everyone, "Search carefully a little longer and see if there are any more energy crystals." So the whole group spread out to search. After a while, the Heavenly Forest King reported, "Sect Master, there are no more energy crystals here." Standing near a door, Lu Yuan said, "Although the other places weren't built from energy crystals, they're all made from rare meteorite that fell from the heavens. Every one of them is precious material. The demon race's heavenly court is probably far from simple." Bai did not mind at all. He waved his hand and signaled, "Let's go take a look up ahead." Small stones floated in the air. Bai's gaze swept forward. Hidden within the hazy spiritual mist was an ancient grand hall. He took the lead and brought everyone through the doors. After entering, Zhao Yu was the first to speak. There were people inside the hall. Suddenly, he noticed something strange. An object came flying toward them. A second later, a wolf crashed to the ground, mouth wide open, blood pouring from its mouth in waves. The Heavenly Forest King went over to inspect it and concluded, "It's dead." A group of demons rushed out from inside. When they saw him, they panicked and shouted at each other, "Run! Run quickly!" Heavenly Wolf stared in shock at their retreating backs. Right then, the demon concubine appeared and shouted a warning. "Stop right there. What are you panicking for?" The moment Heavenly Wolf saw his enemy, he could no longer control his emotions and roared, "It's that slut." She paid no attention to Heavenly Wolf and only loudly warned the fleeing demon clansmen. "The restriction inside is about to be broken. All of you, get back here at once. If not, the Demon Emperor will never spare you." Only after speaking did she notice Heavenly Wolf. "This is Heavenly Wolf, true Lord? So you're actually here." Unlike her calm expression, Heavenly Wolf was boiling with rage, as though his entire body were engulfed in flames. He let out a cold laugh. "Slut, didn't expect this, did you? I'll come back." She pointed at Heavenly Wolf and ordered her subordinates, "All of you, seize Heavenly Wolf, true Lord, for me." At her command, the demon clansmen charged and attacked together, shouting in unison, "Kill!" But Heavenly Wolf was no easy opponent. He met them head-on, not taking these demons seeking death seriously at all. He charged in and beat them one after another until they were utterly battered. The demon concubine could not help but be astonished by how formidable he was. She gaped and cried out, "That dog demon is incredibly strong." At that moment, Heavenly Wolf had already lunged in front of her. Raising his fist, he said, "Hatefully, slut, die." Only when death was right before her did the demon concubine finally know fear. She begged in panic, "Heavenly Wolf, true Lord, listen to me." But he had no intention of listening. Before she could finish, Heavenly Wolf's fist slammed into her, sending her whole body flying. She could hardly believe it. "Half-step Demon Emperor realm? I can't believe you've really reached that level. How did you do it?" At that very moment, Heavenly Wolf's hand clamped around her throat. He said proudly, "Of course it's all thanks to Sect Master." She looked toward Bai Yu and gritted her teeth. "Sect Master? So you're Sect Master Bai Yu. You clearly know the Demon Emperor is here, yet you still dared to come?" Heavenly Wolf could not stand hearing a single word against Bai Yu. He squeezed her throat until she coughed blood and shouted, "In front of Sect Master, the Demon Emperor is nothing at all." Now driven to the end, the demon concubine desperately pleaded with Heavenly Wolf, "Heavenly Wolf, true Lord, for the sake of our past as husband and wife, please spare my life." One might have thought he would agree, but no. Heavenly Wolf flatly refused. "Keep dreaming." With that, he crushed her to death with one hand, delightedly letting her body slide to the ground as he muttered, "At last, I've taken my revenge." Suddenly, the demon concubine appeared beside him, the corners of her lips curling into a cold smile. "Ha! Taking your revenge?" In a disdainful tone, she said, "What are you dreaming about?" Seeing that she was still alive and baring her teeth left him utterly bewildered. What? Then who exactly had he killed just now? After a moment's thought, Heavenly Wolf bluntly asked, "Why aren't you dead yet?" She did not answer, and instead arrogantly declared, "Heavenly Wolf, true Lord, with the Demon Emperor here, you still dared to charge in. This place will surely become your grave." Heavenly Wolf's fighting spirit flared up. He challenged her, "Slut, if you've got the guts, then stand right there and let me see what you can do." Knowing she was weaker than him, the demon concubine threw out one line, "Just you wait," and turned to run. But before she could escape, Heavenly Wolf's hand had already reached her throat. He struck her chest with all his strength. The palm strike was overwhelmingly powerful. There was no doubt she should have died. Just like that, she collapsed heavily to the ground in front of Heavenly Wolf. He said happily, "Now, are you dead?" To his shock, the demon concubine was still able to answer him. "Heavenly Wolf, true lord, once I find the demon emperor, I'll come back and settle the score with you." As soon as she finished speaking, she turned into a streak of light and left. The Heavenly Forest King was extremely curious. How strange. Why can't this demon woman be killed? Zhao Yu explained, "It's not that she can't be killed. It's that when we struck to kill her, her true body had already left beforehand. What remained was only a fake body." Bai Yu stroked his chin thoughtfully. This kind of cultivation art is truly strange. Zhao Yu felt the same way. It really is a high-level cultivation art. I never expected there to be so many extraordinary figures. It seems this place must have had an extraordinary origin in ancient times. That's all for today. See you again next time.